Chapter 1. Welcome to Sky Island Paradise. Hey guys, let's knock off early today and play a few rounds of Chaos of Three Kingdoms tonight? Sure, I haven't played in a while. Let us get Han Xing to join us. In an office building in Xinyang City, two men were chatting. Han Xing heard his name being called but didn't respond immediately, keeping his head down. He was playing a pixel-style survival adventure game on his phone called Sky Island Paradise. The art style was fresh, and the music was lighthearted. Players started on a floating block, exploring other drifting blocks to gather resources and expand their territory. But as Han Xing played, he realized the game was far more complex than it seemed. While exploring, players could inadvertently trigger various side quests with different choices, each seemingly shaping the story's direction. These side quests interconnected, forming what appeared to be a grand overarching plot. Beyond the rich side content, the dialogue between characters was remarkably deep. When interacting with the protagonist, the NPC's genuine emotions made Han Xing wonder, was he talking to an actual person? Following the quests, fragments of forgotten history were unearthed. All of this made Han Xing question, was this really just a sub-100 megabytes pixel game? He was hooked. Just then, a notification popped up on his screen. This game will undergo maintenance in 10 minutes. New content is coming soon, stay tuned. Maintenance? The game just entered beta a few days ago. Puzzled, Han Xing felt a strong hand clap his shoulder. Chang Jianyong squinted and grinned. What hot girl-s video are you watching? Didn't he even hear me talking to you? Han Xing put away his phone. I heard you. I'm just surprised department targets R&T met this month. And Chun Ergu's been breathing down our necks. You're daring to skip overtime. Chang Jianyong scoffed. Overtime? Screw that. With that measly salary, they expect me to kill myself for them? Not even a god could stop me from leaving early today. His tone was firm, but Han Xing eyed him skeptically. Beside them, a man in a suit chuckled. Han Xing, don't buy his act. This guy jumped into the marriage pit right after graduation. Unlike us, he has got mouths to feed, no overtime, no paycheck for the wife and kid. The speaker was Shin Yun, who, along with Han Xing and Chang Jianyong, had graduated from the same university. The three had shared a dorm for 4 years, bonded over common interests, and ended up at the same company. Han Xing's only two friends. Chang Jianyong, caught in his bluff, scratched his slightly weathered face sheepishly. Oh, once in a while one tea hurt. Han Xing and Shin Yun exchanged amused glances. It has been a while since we gamed together, Han Xing mused. Shin Yun's expression turned nostalgic. Yeah, I miss those college days. Just then, a shadow loomed behind them. Miss it that much? Why don't you go back to school? The voice sent a chill down their spines. It was Chun Huaibua, their department manager. Privately, they called him Chun Ergu, the boss's loyal lapdog. Chun's face was dark as he demanded, what are you three scheming about? Targets unmet? And you're already thinking about games. Bunch of slackers whining after a few extra hours. Are you spoiled princesses? Tell me, do you even want this job? If you don't want to work, get the hell out of here. Stop squatting without doing anything. There are fresh graduates everywhere desperate for jobs. If you want to do it, plenty of others will. A bunch of undisciplined brats. Shin Yun took a step forward, his voice icy. Watch your mouth. His tone was quiet but carried an undeniable firmness. The office fell silent. Other employees cautiously peeked out, seemingly shocked that someone dared to confront Chun Huaibua head-on. What did you say? Chun Huaibua's face darkened. You think I want to call the boss right now and have you pack your things and leave? Just as Shin Yun was about to retort, Han Xing raised a hand to stop him. Han Xing looked at Chun Huaibua. Stop barking. We all know you just want to kick us out to make room for your relatives. Chun Huaibua, your little schemes aren't as subtle as you think, Han Xing sneered. You, save it. Go ahead and complain to the boss. Let us see if he'll actually fire us. Han Xing was unshaken. Even if the department's performance was poor, the three of them were still the top contributors. Chan Huaibua trembled with rage, clearly not expecting the usually low-key Han Xing to stand up to him. He lunged forward, reaching for Han Xing's collar, but Chang Jianyong suddenly blocked his path. Chun Ergo, you really want to start a fight here? Chang Jianyong narrowed his eyes, his towering frame radiating intimidation. Chun Huaibua's outstretched hand faltered. Faced with the united front of the three, his expression twisted in fury. Han Xing tugged at Chang Jianyong's sleeve, about to warn him against escalating things, but before he could speak, everything went black. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in everyone's ears. Game update complete. In 3 minutes, all humans on Earth will be transported into this game. Game rules. This is a world without land. Countless floating islands drift in the sky, each hiding opportunities and dangers. But first, you must survive. Each player will be granted a floating plot of land, your core territory, and the foundation of your future sky island. If destroyed, you lose everything. You can navigate your land through the sky, exploring cloud-covered islands for resources, or claiming them to expand your domain. Islands hold promise or peril. You only have one life. Failure means death. Choose wisely. Vulnerable groups, such as the elderly and children, will be reunited with their families after 1 month. Welcome to Sky Island Paradise. When Han Xing's vision cleared, he found himself suspended thousands of meters in the air. Below, there was nothing but endless sky, no land in sight. The vast expanse stretched endlessly, dotted with drifting clouds. A wave of primal fear gripped him. Then, a personal interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Class, none. Level, LV0. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Spirit, 4. Stamina, 5. Skills, none. Talents, none. Another system prompt followed. All players must select a class system. 5 primary classes are available: warrior, mage, cleric, hunter, and rogue. Upon reaching certain levels, players may advance their class using profession scrolls. Han Xing froze for a moment. His initial terror faded, replaced by exhilaration. He could actually choose a class. Not only that, but these 5 major profession systems were exactly the same as the ones in the mobile game he had played. Although he hadn't played that game for long, compared to others, Han Xing had a deeper understanding of these professions. The 5 professions could be easily distinguished by their names, each excelling in their own direction. Warriors leaned toward melee combat and could advance to swordsmen or berserkers at a certain level, with their elite professions being swordmasters and war gods. Mages manipulated elements through magic to deal damage to enemies, later advancing to elementalists or illusionists, with their elite professions being elemental mentors and weavers. The other 3 professions followed the same pattern, each with 2 advancement paths and elite routes. Barring any surprises, most people could only choose from these 10 professions. I played as a hunter before, so I should stick with it now to leverage my advantage. And most importantly, while playing that mobile game, I overheard an NPC mention a hidden profession for hunters. That hidden profession was called the Wild Ranger. If the early game progression remained unchanged from the mobile version, he could seize the initiative and secure this hidden profession first. With that thought, Han Xing had already made his decision. Just as he was about to select the hunter profession, a solemn prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that player Han Xing's fate aligns with this world. Personal talent Divine Artisan has been activated. Divine Artisan SSS-rank, hidden unique. You will never fail when crafting any item. The chance of producing high-quality items is significantly increased. Han Xing froze for a moment, stunned. Holy? ####. Chapter 2. Territory Fusion, Profession Hunter, successfully selected. Initial equipment has been issued. Personal territory generation complete. The system prompts ended. Tens of thousands of meters in the air, a floating square block of earth, 1 meter in length, width, and height, suddenly appeared. Han Xing stood on it as if it were solid ground, though the sheer height made his legs tremble. In his hand, a faded wooden bow had materialized, and a quiver now hung at his waist, containing 10 wooden arrows. Information about the items appeared before his eyes. Wooden longbow white. Quality crude. Attack power 6-8. Special effects none. Note: a weapon crafted from oak and sinew. Fully drawn, it can deal damage to ordinary 1-star creatures. Arrows 10 white. Quality crude. Attack power 1-2. Special effects none. Note: arrows made by sharpening wooden sticks. Han Xing gripped the longbow tightly, feeling slightly more confident now that he had a weapon. Looking around, he noticed numerous clouds of varying sizes and colors scattered across the sky. Some were as massive as mountains, while others were as small as tables, similar in size to his own territory. He knew the mechanics of this game. Hidden within these clouds were floating islands, and all early game resources, including food and drinking water, had to be obtained from them. He needed to explore other floating islands as soon as possible to gather supplies. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he died of thirst or starvation. Han Xing began maneuvering his block forward. After about 10 minutes, his lips were already feeling dry. Though the clouds appeared close, the actual distance was vast. At the current speed of his beginner block, he could barely cover 10 kilometers per hour, less than 3 meters per second. While the speed would improve as he leveled up, for now it was agonizingly slow. Another 10 minutes passed, and Han Xing finally maneuvered his territory close to a small-looking cloud, crackling with electric currents. A system prompt appeared. Inside lies a cluster of active thunder elemental energy. Enter. Thunder elemental energy? Are there monsters inside? Han Xing pondered for a moment but ultimately decided to pass. After all, this wasn't a mobile game where death meant respawning. The system had made it clear each player had only one life. He steered his small cube in another direction and continued drifting forward. As he slowly approached a dark gray cloud, another prompt appeared. An evil force seems to lurk within. Enter. Danger. No way. Han Xing changed course again and kept floating. Over 20 more minutes passed like this. An hour had gone by since he entered the game. Navigating the Sky Island not only drained his stamina but also consumed a significant amount of mental energy. Suddenly, Han Xing felt stars dancing before his eyes, and his throat grew dry. Glancing at his personal stats, he noticed a change in his status bar. Status: thirsty, mentally exhausted. Note, you need to rest soon. Fatigue is dangerous. Rest? How am I supposed to rest at this height? Han Xing gritted his teeth in frustration. Even if he could overcome his fear of heights, his initial territory, a mere 1 meter cube, offered no room to stretch. One wrong move and he'd plummet to his death. Han Xing wasn't the only one struggling. Others were faring even worse. In less than an hour since arriving in this world, over 1 million people had already fallen from the sky, losing their lives. I can't keep going like this. I need to explore the islands and expand my territory. Shaking his head to stay alert, Han Xing focused on the clouds around him. Just then, he spotted one drifting toward him about the same size as his territory, tinged with faint greenery. A few minutes later, Han Xing finally drew near. The system prompted. A faint life force resides within. Enter. Huh? There's hope. Heart leaping. Han Xing didn't hesitate to click enter. The cloud dissipated, revealing a square patch of soil covered in lush green grass. At its center stood a tree less than 1 meter tall but with a trunk as thick as a grown man's thigh. Its dense canopy bore clusters of bright red fruit. Berry tree, a shrub-like plant. The berries can be eaten directly, replenishing hydration and satiety. Han Xing nearly teared up as if seeing his savior. He rushed to the tree and began stuffing the red berries into his mouth. The juicy burst of tart sweetness was like a gift from heaven. After a few berries, his hunger and thirst eased. Counting the remaining fruit, over 20, each the size of a strawberry, he realized they could last him at least 2 days if rationed. Then, another system prompt appeared. Fuse this land into your territory? Han Xing immediately selected yes. Fusion successful. Your territory has expanded. His original 1m times 1m times 1m cube of soil now stretched into a 2m times 1m times 1m rectangle, with one square occupied by the berry tree. Though his hunger and thirst were sated, his mental exhaustion remained. Leaning against the tree's canopy, Han Xing slowly lay down. Half an hour later, he woke with a start only to find himself at the edge of his territory, one arm dangling precariously over the abyss. Gah! Han Xing took a sharp breath of cold air, instantly snapping awake, his heart pounding with lingering fear. Damn! Can't even sleep in peace. How do people who toss and turn survive? He couldn't help but grumble inwardly, feeling another wave of unease. Sleep was unavoidable, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't shift unconsciously while asleep. The starting territory was so small just a slight misstep could send them plummeting from the sky. Their top priority now was to explore those clouds and expand their territory, at least enough to ensure their safety. With that thought, Han Xing turned his gaze back to the surrounding clouds. He'd already scouted the area, most of them hid dangers, monsters lurking within. He knew that to survive, he'd eventually have to face these creatures. Might as well take the initiative while he was still in good condition. But right now, I can use my advantage to boost my combat power. ####Chapter 3. First server kill. Han Xing had played this game before, not for long, but he knew his edge. It was the SSS tier talent he'd activated upon entering Divine Artisan. This talent ensured he'd never fail when crafting items, with a high chance of producing higher quality gear. In this game, as long as he had blueprints, he could craft equipment for his class. In other words, Han Xing could make gear superior to the system's starter items. When he chose the Hunter class, 2 blueprints were automatically recorded: wooden longbow and wooden arrows. The wooden longbow requires logs and beast sinew. I don't have those yet, he mused. But the arrows are simpler. Just some branches will do. His eyes landed on the berry tree behind him. Breaking off a dozen branches, he received a system prompt. Obtained branches 17. Taking a deep breath, Han Xing clicked, craft all. Progress bars flashed before him, each arrow materializing in about a second. Streaks of white light flickered as the arrows appeared one by one. Sharpened arrows white 17. Quality fine. Attack power 2-3. Special effect piercing. Piercing. Higher chance to penetrate the target's body, inflicting a severe wound. Though still white tier, their attack power had noticeably improved. More importantly, they had a special effect, something even green tier gear rarely boasted. Just some random branches, enhanced by his divine artisan talent, had turned into rare, effect-bearing equipment. Truly worthy of an SSS tier talent. Absolutely terrifying. Picking up an arrow, Han Xing noted its polished, razor-sharp tip. A quiver could hold up to 30 arrows, and if he ever acquired spatial storage, he could carry even more. After loading all 17 arrows, the weight at his waist bolstered his confidence. His target, a faintly glowing green cloud in the distance. After advancing for over 10 minutes, the sky began to darken. Han Xing glanced upward, puzzled. Does this place have day and night cycles too? Shaking his head, he refocused on the cloud ahead. As he approached within a meter, the system prompted. An intangible elemental force stirs within. Enter. Han Xing took a deep breath, pulled a sharpened arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and drew the bowstring taut. With the bow fully drawn, he was ready to attack. He clicked to enter. As the clouds dispersed, a transparent, spherical slime bounced up and down in front of him. Slime 1-star creature. Level 1. Strength 6. Agility 3. Spirit 4. Constitution 5. Skill. Spit. Whoosh! The moment Han Xing saw the slime, he immediately loosed the arrow in his hand. The wooden arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistle and plunged into the slime's gelatinous body. Startled by the sudden attack, the slime leaped several meters high. Without hesitation, Han Xing fired a second arrow, striking his target with precision. After taking 2 hits, the slime finally reacted. It seemed furious, its mouth opening as an invisible elemental force gathered within. But before it could launch its attack, thud, the third arrow struck, triggering a special effect. The sharpened wooden arrow pierced deep into the slime's body without losing momentum thanks to the sharpened arrow's piercing trait. The slime's attack froze midair as its body trembled uncontrollably. Splat! The slime burst apart, its transparent mucus scattering like fireworks. Han Xing instinctively stepped back, shaking off a glob of gluey liquid from his hand, while some even splattered onto his face. Ugh! What the hell is this? So damn gross. As soon as he spoke, a system notification appeared before him. Successfully killed slime LV 1. Your level has increased. Current level LV 1. Before Han Xing could process this, a cold, mechanical announcement echoed in his ears. Announcement. The first player in this region to kill a Sky Island monster has appeared. The regional channel is now open. Based on location, every 10,000 players will be grouped into the same region. Players can now communicate, trade, and seek better survival opportunities in the regional channel. Opening his panel, Han Xing found himself assigned to Regional Channel 107. Just as he was about to enter the channel, the system's voice sounded again. As the first player in this region to kill a Sky Island monster, you have received the first kill reward: Spirit Core 50, Space Backpack White 1, Space Backpack Blueprint White 1, Space Backpack White, Quality Common, Storage Space plus 20, Special Effect None. Holy crap, a spatial item! Han Xing couldn't help but exclaim. With 20 storage slots, he tested it by stashing 30 arrows, only filling a single slot. That meant, if fully packed with arrows, he could carry 600 arrows on him. But that wasn't the best part. The real prize was the Space Backpack Blueprint. Space Backpack Blueprint White. Crafting requirements. 1-star Beast Hide 1, Spirit Core 10, Ether 20, Success Rate 20% boosted to 100% by Divine Craftsman Talent. As expected, still a 100% success rate. Doesn't this mean I can mass-produce space backpacks and trade them with other players? Space backpacks were incredibly rare. Even after playing the mobile version for so long, Han Xing had never encountered more than 2. If these appeared in the trading channel, players would go wild for them. But he also knew now wasn't the time. In the early game, the most critical resources were food and water. Even if space backpacks were available, no one could afford them yet. Han Xing entered the 107 regional channel, and a system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the default name, Han Xing, to enter the regional channel? No. Han Xing immediately declined, then changed his name in the regional channel's personal information to Starry River. The regional channel had only been open for a short while, but the chat section was already flooded with thousands of messages. This was Channel 107, where tens of thousands of humans were sending messages. Chapter 4. Bargaining and Trading Supplies. Anyone there? Can someone tell me what's going on? How did I end up in the sky? Amitabha, God, I thought you only went to heaven after death. Am I already dead? I haven't even paid off my mortgage yet. Shin Mengting, where are you? It's your husband, Wang Hongrui. Please respond if you see this. Wait a minute. Where's my husband? The messages were overwhelming. Many people had lost their minds, crying and shouting blindly, while others were desperately searching for family and friends, hoping for some comfort. Han Xing filtered through the messages. He understood that suddenly being thrown into such an unfamiliar world was hard to accept. But if they didn't adapt quickly, they'd face the grim fate of running out of supplies, dying of thirst or starvation. Of course, among the tens of thousands of survivors in Channel 107, there were also some level-headed individuals who had already begun exploring this unknown world. Someone called for help. Help! I just touched a cloud, and the system said there's a foul-smelling presence inside. Does that mean there's a monster in there? How would we know? Just go in and find out. All right, I'll check. 2 seconds later, a terrified scream echoed in the chat. It's a mud slime. Help! The slime jumped on me. It's trying to pull me into its body. Glug, glug. The chat fell silent for a moment before someone cautiously asked, did that guy just drown in the mud slime? No one responded, but it was highly likely. Help! I ran into a monster too. Same here. There are so many monsters in the clouds. These monsters are terrifying. How did that guy who got the first kill manage it? Though these people were adapting well, they were still a few steps behind Han Xing. By the time he had already secured the first kill on the server, most were just encountering their first cloud. Of course, not everyone had such bad luck. Some clouds held no danger at all. Ha ha ha. You bunch of unlucky losers. I didn't run into any monsters. I even found food inside. If you want some, bring water to trade. I didn't find any monsters either. Just opened a wooden chest and got a green tier assassin weapon. Feels amazing. Don't ask me to trade. I only want water or food. Nothing else. Han Xing lowered his head in thought. The most critical resources right now were undoubtedly water and food. He entered the trading channel, where hundreds of trade listings were already posted. 20 crushed stones can be thrown as projectiles. Need food. 10 slime mucus magic material. Trading for 200 milliliters of water. 1-star beast hide, 1 high-quality leather for crafting gear. Trading for 3 units of water or food. Beast hide. Han Xing's eyes lit up. One of the materials required for the backpack blueprint he just obtained was 1-star beast hide. In Sky Island Paradise, every player could equip 2 backpacks, and Han Xing still had room for 1 more. Plus, with his divine artisan talent, the backpack he crafted would likely be stronger than the system rewarded one, just like his wooden arrows. If luck was on his side, it might even come with a special effect, significantly boosting his survival chances. But this guy selling the beast hide was asking for an exorbitant price: 3 units of water, which meant 3,000 milliliters. Everyone had just arrived in this world not long ago who could produce that much water at once. Han Xing also knew this guy was deliberately setting the price high as a bargaining tactic, so he clicked on the private chat. The other party's name was Emperor Griefwind. Starry River, Bro, 3 berries for a 1-star beast hide. Emperor Grief Wind, 3? You think I'm a beggar? Starry River, 3 is plenty. You don't have the blueprint to craft anything right now, so the hide is useless to you. Better to convert it into usable resources as soon as possible. In this world, survival comes first. Han Xing tried to persuade him, but the other party wouldn't budge. Emperor Grief Wind, no way. This 1-star hide cost me blood, sweat, and nearly my life to get. At least 10 berries, or forget it. Han Xing chuckled. Oh come on. Beast hides only drop from 1-star beasts. With your current stats, how could you possibly take on a 1-star beast? You probably just got lucky and found it on another floating island. Emperor Grief Wind was shocked. How do you know so much? Han Xing smirked. Of course, he wouldn't tell the guy he actually played this game before. Starry River. So, a 1-star hide isn't that rare. If you wait until tomorrow, you might not even get 3 berries for it. Of course, Han Xing was lying. Beast hides were a primary material with many uses there always be demand. Emperor Grief Wind seemed intimidated and asked cautiously. Really? He wavered. But 3 berries is still too little. Can you add a bit more? Fine, 5 berries. Any more and I'm out. Deal. The other party quickly agreed. Survivor Emperor Griefwind has initiated a trade request with you. Han Xing clicked accept. Both sides placed their items in the trade window and confirmed the exchange. 5 berries disappeared from his inventory, and a fresh beast hide appeared on the ground in his territory. A satisfied smile crossed Han Xing's face. Good. Now I have both materials for the spatial backpack. All that's left is ether. Ether only dropped from certain magical monsters. Han Xing checked the trade channel and found that those selling ether were asking for water or food. His territory's berry tree still had 19 berries left, but to prepare for emergencies, he couldn't trade any more of them. However, while berries were off the table, he still had another trump card: sharpened wooden arrows. During the earlier battle, Han Xing had already proven the arrow's effectiveness. 3 shots triggered the special effect, instantly killing a level 1 slime. In a region with tens of thousands of players, there were bound to be plenty who chose the hunter class. They definitely recognized the arrow's value. Sure enough, as soon as Han Xing listed the arrows for trade, the chat channel exploded. High-quality wooden arrows with a special effect. Damn, the attack power is almost double my wooden arrows. That's insane. Hunters, rejoice. With a few of these arrows, I dare to challenge the monsters in the clouds. Anyone with ether, hurry and trade. This big shot is offering 1 arrow for 10 ether. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 arrows Han Xing had listed were traded away, netting him 50 ether. Perfect. Now I have all the materials for the spatial backpack. Han Xing grinned. Just as he was about to craft it, 2 system notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Survivor, Cheng Jianyong requests to add you as a friend. Survivor, Shenyun, requests to add you as a friend. Chapter 5. Crafting a backpack. Shenyun. Huh? You can actually add someone as a friend by name. Cheng Jianyong, Xing, I finally found you. I've been searching for you so hard. Han Xing replied with a deadpan expression. If I remember correctly, it's been less than half a day since we last saw each other? Half a day. Feels like half a year to me. Xingji, you have no idea what I've been through. Cheng Jianyong whined like a resentful housewife. Not wanting to listen to his long-winded complaints, Han Xing cut in. Let us talk in the group chat. After adding Han Xing as a friend, the 3 of them created a shared discussion group. As soon as they entered, Han Xing got straight to the point. How are you 2 doing right now? Shenyun replied immediately. I'm doing all right. Since entering the game, I've been sticking close to those islands shrouded in clouds. If I sense danger, I avoid them. I just found a safe island and have already expanded my territory. Han Xing nodded. I'm at about the same stage. Cheng Jianyong, however, sounded surprised. Damn, you guys are already merging islands? Every island I've come across has monsters. The system warned me I'm starving and dehydrated. I'm so thirsty my head's getting foggy. You're just terrible at this, Shenyun scoffed. Even back in school, you were the worst at games. Now that we're in another world, you're still just as bad. Cheng Jianyong let out an awkward chuckle. Han Xing said seriously, Jianyong, when you approach those clouds, pay close attention to the system prompts. You need to expand your territory quickly, or your worsening mental state will put you in danger. Cheng Jianyong tensed up. Danger? like passing out and falling to my death. Exactly. I don't want to die. I've got a wife and kids. Xingji, Yunji, save me. Chang Jianyong's desperate cries echoed in the group chat. Xinyun rolled his eyes. Relax. With your Xingji and Yunji here, you think we let you die? Check this out. In the local network, Xinyun sent an item description. Spring water. 600 milliliters. Safe to drink directly. Water. Chang Jianyong gasped. Give me a sip. I'm dying of thirst. Xinyun grinned. Want some? Sure. But what do you call me first? Chang Jianyong instantly understood and hesitated. Yunji, this isn't right. I'm a married man. Call me or I'll drink it myself. Godfather. Chang Jianyong surrendered instantly. Xinyun laughed and traded him 200 milliliters of spring water. Then, Han Xing received a trade request from Xinyun. Xingji, have some water to tide you over. Han Xing didn't refuse. Though water was an incredibly precious resource now, their bond made such formalities unnecessary. Besides, he really needed hydration. The berries were sweet but couldn't replace water. After the trade, a small puddle of spring water appeared in Han Xing's territory. With no container, he had to drink it quickly. Gulping it down in one go, Han Xing felt his mind clear slightly. Chang Jianyong, now revitalized, exclaimed, "Hell yeah! I'm alive again. Now if only I had something to eat. I've got food. I'll trade you some." Han Xing plucked 10 berries from his bush and split them evenly between the two. Thanks, Xingji. Appreciate it, Xingji. Han Xing smiled. The scene felt oddly familiar, stirring up old memories. It was during their campus days, the time when the three of them would team up for gaming sessions. Xinyun and Chang Jianyong were also deeply moved. Xinyun sighed. I never thought there would come a day when all of humanity would be transported to another world. Yeah, and what surprises me even more is that even in another world, the three of us can still team up, Chang Jianyong said with emotion. After graduation, it was just endless work and overtime. I almost forgot what it felt like to play games. Han Xing chuckled. All right, let us hurry and explore the other floating islands. Gather resources and strengthen ourselves. He didn't tell the other two that he had played this game before. It wouldn't make much difference anyway. At that moment, Han Xing checked the function panel. He opened the blueprint section. The 3 materials needed to craft a spatial backpack were all gathered. Now it was time to start crafting. Han Xing was excited. He wondered what special effects the spatial backpack blueprint would gain from his divine craftsman talent. He reached out and clicked Craft. A 10-second progress bar appeared before his eyes. Then, with a flash of white light, a system notification popped up. Successfully crafted spatial backpack white 1. Spatial backpack white. Quality, fine. Storage space, 30. Special effect, vitality constitution +4. Damn, that's awesome. Han Xing couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the stats. Compared to the spatial backpack he got from the first kill reward, this new one not only had a larger capacity but also came with a constitution boosting effect. And not just by 1 or 2 points, it was a full 4 points. To put it into perspective, after killing that slime and leveling up to LV1, his constitution had only increased by 2 points. This backpack alone gave him 4 points, equivalent to 2 levels worth of constitution gains. Absolutely insane. Han Xing happily equipped the new backpack, and his stats panel updated accordingly. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Class, hunter. Level, LV1. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Spirit, 4. Constitution, 7 + 4. Skill, basic archery mastery. Talent, divine craftsman SSS. Status, healthy. His constitution had broken into double digits. Han Xing felt like he had boundless energy. He could probably smash a boulder with his bare chest right now. Dealing with slimes would be much easier now. He steered his floating island forward. After reaching LV1, the speed of his island had increased slightly to 5 meters per second. In the early stages, every level up would boost this speed by 2 meters per second. Though still a bit slow, it was sufficient for now. Soon, Han Xing approached a gray cloud. There seemed to be signs of life inside. Enter. As usual, before confirming entry, Han Xing drew his bowstring to full tension, one of the perks of being a hunter. The cloud dissipated, revealing 2 floating blocks and a creature with thick, gray-brown fur, long limbs, and exposed fangs. A wolf. Forest Wolf 1-star creature. Level LV1. Strength 5. Agility 7. Spirit 4. Constitution 8. Skill. Bite. Compared to the slime he encountered earlier, this forest wolf was clearly much stronger. Its over 1.5-meter frame exuded intimidation, and its sharp gaze was full of killing intent. The moment it spotted Han Xing, the forest wolf lunged. But Han Xing was faster. Whoosh! Just as the wolf pounced, Han Xing released the sharpened arrow. Chapter 6. Green Equipment Blueprint. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, striking the forest wolf squarely in its right eye. At this moment, Han Xing's floating island was less than 3 meters away from the forest wolf's island, with an empty gap between them. The wolf let out a pained howl as its eye was suddenly injured, then abruptly skidded to a stop, nearly tumbling off the edge of the high-altitude island. In the early stages of the game, hunters had few skills, so keeping enemies at a distance was crucial in combat. Han Xing swiftly maneuvered his floating island backward, widening the gap. A system prompt appeared. Note: the alert range of a 1-star creature is 10 meters. Beyond this distance, combat will disengage, and the floating island will revert to an unexplored state. An unexplored state meant the island would be shrouded in clouds again, making it impervious to outside attacks until re-entered. 10 meters? That's enough. Han Xing controlled his territory, retreating quickly. Phew, he exhaled lightly as another arrow materialized in his hand. He knocked it and fired again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in rapid succession, 2 found their mark, while 1 missed and flew into the sky. The forest wolf howled in agony, but it was trapped in a mere 2 cubic meter space, unable to advance or retreat. The situation was clear. Han Xing was kiting the wolf, a classic hunter tactic. He continued firing. For more arrows, 2 hits, 2 misses. Han Xing was satisfied with his accuracy. Considering he was maintaining a safe distance of 9 meters, his precision was commendable. After choosing the hunter class, the system's initial skill, basic archery proficiency, gave him an innate familiarity with the bow. As he leveled up and his agility increased, his accuracy would improve further. By now, the forest wolf had 5 arrows embedded in its body, looking pitiful but still standing. Monsters on the floating islands were tenacious earlier. The slime had only died because Han Xing got lucky with a sharp effect on his 3rd shot. However, after 2 more arrows, the forest wolf finally whimpered and collapsed. Successfully killed forest wolf LV. 1. Gained 10 EXP. Seeing the notification, Han Xing let out a sigh of relief. He steered his island next to the wolf's corpse. Dismantle the forest wolf corpse. Yes. Successfully dismantled. Forest wolf corpse. Recovered arrows 7. Obtained 1-star beast hide 1. Wolf meat 37 kilograms. Beast bones 102. The wolf's body vanished, leaving behind a hide, a pile of fresh red meat, and a small mountain of bones. So much meat! Han Xing marveled. 37 kilograms of wolf meat could feed an adult for days. Stretching it out, it might even last half a month. Killing this forest wolf had single-handedly solved Han Xing's food crisis. Even if he couldn't finish it all, he could trade the surplus with other players. Right now, in the entire Channel 107, Han Xing was likely the only one capable of soloing a 1-star beast. Meat would be a scarce and highly sought-after resource. After stashing all the loot in his inventory, Han Xing merged the 2 new islands with his own. His floating island expanded again, now forming a 5 cubic meter 2-shaped landmass. Now, he could even lie down without worrying about falling off. Just then, a private message popped up in the local chat. Sky Phoenix, hey pro, I saw the arrows you listed on the trading platform. Are you a hunter? Yes, Han Xing replied. Sky Phoenix, I've got something you might be interested in. Want to take a look? Send it over. Han Xing wasn't one for beating around the bush, and the other party straightforwardly shared the item details. Fine iron arrow blueprint green, a green tier equipment blueprint, and for arrows, no less. Han Xing's pupils contracted as an intense desire for the blueprint surged within him. But he quickly suppressed his excitement and calmly asked, I can take it. What's your price? The other player, named Sky Phoenix Bird, also seemed relieved. He had seen Han Xing's listings in the trade channel and deduced his class. Sky Phoenix Bird cut straight to the point. I need water, a lot of it. No less than 2 units. Hearing the demand, Han Xing's heart stirred, but he kept his expression neutral. 2,000 milliliters of water? Do you have any idea how precious water is right now? Sky Phoenix Bird replied, I know, but this is a green tier blueprint. I might not fully understand this world yet, but I know these kinds of items only get more valuable later. At that point, even 20,000 milliliters of water wouldn't be enough to trade for it. Han Xing scoffed. You said it yourself, it'll be worth more later. But right now, everyone is desperate for survival resources. I don't have water, but I do have some food. If you're serious about selling, name a price I can accept. Hearing this, the survivor named Sky Phoenix Bird realized his initial demand was unreasonable and compromised. Food works too, but no less than 10 units. Han Xing scoffed again. 5 units at most. 5 kilograms of food that'll last you 2 or 3 days, no problem. Sky Phoenix Bird hesitated before finally gritting his teeth. Fine, 5 kilograms it is. The trade was quickly completed. Though 5 kilograms of food was a significant amount, Han Xing still came out ahead. Successfully obtained fine iron arrow blueprint. Learn it now. Han Xing immediately selected Learn. A moment later, a new green tier blueprint appeared in his crafting menu. Fine iron arrow green. Materials required. Fine iron 2, feather 1. Han Xing pondered for a moment. Fine iron can only be obtained from certain chests in the early game. I wonder if anyone else selling it in the trade channel. He entered the trade channel and searched for fine iron, quickly filtering out 7 listings. All the sellers were asking for water or food. Han Xing initiated private chats and haggled one by one. In the end, he traded 3 kilograms of wolf meat and 4 berries for 12 pieces of fine iron. With 1 material secured, he still needed feathers. Han Xing posted in the group chat, Hey guys, lend me some feathers. I need them for crafting. Feathers? Sure, I got you Xing. Cheng Jianyong replied in the chat. Trade me. Once the trade was complete, a system notification popped up. Successfully obtained 23 primate body hairs. Han Xing stared at the handful of black hairs in his palm, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Cheng Jianyong, are you out of your mind? Who the hell asked for your leg hair? What the you said you needed hair? You didn't specify. Cheng Jianyong retorted indignantly. Han Xing flung the leg hairs away in disgust. I meant bird feathers, you idiot. The kind that come from birds. To avoid further misunderstandings, Han Xing emphasized the last part. Xin Yun, who had been silently watching the exchange, couldn't help but laugh. Xing, while I was exploring the clouds earlier, I found a huge bird's nest. There weren't any creatures inside, but I did grab a few feathers. I can give them to you. Perfect. After the trade, Han Xing's inventory now held 9 grayish-white feathers. Toucan feather common material. With all the materials gathered, Han Xing opened the blueprint and began crafting. A series of white flashes later, successfully crafted fine iron arrow green 6. Chapter 7. Asking for the moon. Successfully crafted fine iron arrow green 6. Steel arrow green quality fine attack power. 5/7 special effect armor penetration. When attacking high defense enemies, there is a chance to ignore a portion of the target's defense and deal damage. Damn. Straight up ignoring defense, this armor penetration effect is seriously overpowered. A fine quality steel arrow already provides an attack bonus of 5 points or more, almost matching the additional attack power of his current wooden longbow. To think that a single arrow could rival his primary weapon, the wooden longbow. And with the added armor penetration effect, the damage this thing could deal upon hitting an enemy was practically unimaginable. After crafting the steel arrows, Han Xing continued browsing the trade channel. His goal was to find a hunter's weapon or blueprint to replace his plain white tier longbow. With an upgrade, his attack power could jump several levels. After a quick scan, he didn't find anything suitable. While there were hunter weapons listed, most were plain white tier gear similar to what he already had. He even saw some survivors selling the starter weapons the system had given them. Just as Han Xing was about to exit the trade channel, he spotted a hunter's weapon blueprint. Sandalwood longbow blueprint white. Even if it was a white tier item, crafting it himself with the boost from his divine artisan talent would still be a significant upgrade over his current wooden longbow. Han Xing clicked to initiate a private chat. The seller's name was Lei Wei. This guy wasn't even using an anonymous ID, just his real name. How much for the longbow blueprint? Han Xing got straight to the point. Lei Wei, 20 units of food or 10 units of water. Now that's what you call highway robbery. Han Xing frowned. Your price is too high. Lower it. A reasonable seller would have taken the hint and compromised. But this guy wasn't exactly the cooperative type. Lei Wei sneered. Take it or leave it. No bargaining. Goodbye then. Han Xing wasn't about to indulge him. He exited the chat, ready to close the window. But then Lei Wei suddenly sent another message. Wait, you're Xing He? The guy selling those special effect wooden arrows? Han Xing wasn't sure what game Lei Wei was playing, but he replied anyway. That's me. Hearing the confirmation, Lei Wei's tone instantly shifted. To craft something like this so early in the game, you've got skills. How about joining the Lei Corporation? Lei Corporation? The one from Xinyang City? Han Xing asked. Lei Wei, so you've heard of us? Oh right, almost forgot. Most people in this channel are from Xinyang, so it's no surprise you know about us. About 10 hours had passed since they'd been transported to this world, and people had already figured out the regional grouping rules. The system grouped 10,000 people from the same area into the same channel, meaning most of the 10,000 in Channel 107 were locals. Lei Wei continued, the Lei Corporation has some influence in Xinyang. We've already formed a discussion group here, pulling together an elite team to share survival tips and help each other out. So what do you say? Want in? Han Xing refused outright. No thanks. Lei Wei fell silent for a moment, seemingly baffled that anyone would turn him down at a time like this. After all, humans are social creatures, especially in an unfamiliar world where survival isn't guaranteed. Most would jump at the chance for companionship and support. Levi continued. You should know that this is a world completely different from what we're used to. Here, human life is as fragile as paper. I formed this team to unite everyone so we can survive better. His words sounded noble, and under normal circumstances, joining them would have been a reasonable choice for most people. But Han Xing knew better. This Levi was one of the major shareholders of the Lei Corporation at his core. He was just a businessman. And businessmen were all about profit. Years of post-graduation experience had taught Han Xing the true nature of these people. So-called organizations and teams were just tools to seize control and secure more benefits for themselves. Moreover, Levi's condescending attitude from the very beginning had rubbed Han Xing the wrong way. He rejected the offer outright. Han Xing's second refusal instantly set Levi off. You short-sighted fool. Do you even realize that in Zone 107 alone, besides us, there are multiple factions forming their own teams? Uniting survivors is the inevitable trend. If you don't join us, you're signing your own death warrant. Join the Lei Corporation, hand over the method for crafting those special wooden arrows, and I might even sell you the blueprint at a discount. Levi resorted to threats and bribes, but the terms he offered made Han Xing think the guy was downright delusional. A basic white-tier weapon blueprint as a bribe? What was he thinking? Then again, maybe Levi was just used to throwing his weight around in Xinyang City, subconsciously treating everyone else like idiots. Han Xing sneered. I already said I'm not joining your little club. Don't bother trying to con me with your nonsense. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. You damn brat. If you refuse to join the Lei Corporation, don't even think about getting that blueprint. You won't find a place to hide in the entire Zone 107. Han Xing scoffed. Keep your blueprint. A white-tier weapon is nothing to brag about. Only an idiot would treat it like treasure. Levi tried to say more, but Han Xing had already closed the private chat window. Just then, in the group chat, Shen Yun spoke up. Xing, Jianyong, have either of you gotten any invites from factions asking you to join? Chang Jianyong replied, yeah, some CEO or something just messaged me. I turned him down. Han Xing, same here. Shen Yun stayed silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before asking, Xing, what's your take on joining these factions? Han Xing answered, no need. The rules of this world were clear from the start. We just need to explore other floating islands and expand our own territory. After some consideration, the other two agreed. Then, out of nowhere, Chang Jianyong piped up, hey, there is some drama in the local chat. That Lei Corporation is giving someone named Starry River a hard time. Starry River? Wasn't he that Han Xing's in-game name? The Lei Corporation was that Levi's group? Han Xing hadn't told them his virtual ID. Chang Jianyong and Shen Yun had added him using his real name. He opened the chat channel and, sure enough, saw Levi publicly calling him out. Levi, at Starry River, you little punk, how dare you insult me? You ungrateful trash. From today onward, don't even think about trading with anyone from the Lay Corporation. Bamboo Rat, backing the boss. The Lay conglomerate is boycotting you. Slow Cloud, support. Old Six, at Starry River, come out and face us. Chapter 8. A massive win. Han Xing was speechless. Sure, he exchanged a few harsh words with Levi, but he hadn't expected the guy to be so petty as to publicly shame him in the local chat. However, seeing them threaten to blacklist him and refuse to trade supplies, Han Xing couldn't help but laugh. He opened the consignment channel and listed an item. Within seconds of the listing, the entire channel 107 erupted. Consignment item. Spatial backpack white sellers request. Any blue-grade equipment blueprint consigner. Star River, the chat channel exploded. A spatial backpack. Who's this god-tier player? How did they get such an overpowered item so fast? The consigner is Star River. Isn't that the guy the Lay Corporation just called out to blacklist? The atmosphere in the local network turned strange. Then, someone else chimed in. Wait, the god-tier player just listed more stuff. Holy rare quality iron arrows and a huge amount of wolf meat. So much wolf meat. Quick, check what he wants in exchange. He wants green-grade equipment blueprints, beast hides, spirit cores, water, and refined iron. Anyone got these? Go trade with him now. As Han Xing kept listing items, the Lay Corporation members suddenly fell silent. Even if they wanted to speak, their messages were quickly drowned out by the flood of chat. The reason? The items Han Xing had put up were simply too overpowered for the current stage of the game. The spatial backpack alone, though he now had a better one, was a first clear reward, practically a divine artifact for other players. Then there were the high-quality iron arrows with attack power rivaling main weapons. Even the most clueless players could recognize their value, especially with their special effects, making non-hunter players green with envy. On top of that, Han Xing listed 10 kilograms of wolf meat, the most desperately needed resource right now. The chat channel instantly turned into a frenzy. Ha ha ha! I got one a beast hide for an iron arrow. Me too. 5 spirit cores for 300g of wolf meat. Finally, some food. Sobbing, brothers, is trading 10 refined iron for 1 iron arrow a steal or what? The hype only died down after all of Han Xing's listed items were traded. The only thing left was the spatial backpack. Since blue-grade equipment blueprints were extremely rare, channel 107 might not even have one at this stage. Meanwhile, on a certain floating island territory, a middle-aged man with a scowling face, Lei Wei, CEO of the Lay Corporation, watched the local network with a darkening expression. In his private group chat, someone cautiously asked, Boss Lei, is this Star River guy trying to provoke us? Lei Wei snorted coldly but didn't respond. Instead, he silently committed the name Star River to memory. Back on his floating island, Han Xing could barely contain his grin as he surveyed the pile of loot. Obtained, Spirit Core 17, 1-star Beast Hides 3, Refined Iron 32, Ether 108, Drinking Water 400 milliliters. All of this came from trading just 4 iron arrows and 10 kilograms of wolf meat and absolute steel. The 10 kilograms of wolf meat might seem like a big sacrifice, but Han Xing knew converting these resources into combat power would yield even greater returns. His plan was simple. Trade surplus supplies for materials, use those materials to craft better gear, and create a self-sustaining cycle of growth. As for putting the Lay Corporation in their place, that was just a side benefit. Han Xing didn't even take them seriously. The only slight disappointment was not getting a green-grade equipment blueprint this time, but that was fine. Other survivors weren't pushovers either. Right now, very few even had green-tier gear. Let me see. Right now, the materials are enough to craft 11 fine iron arrows and 3 dimensional backpacks. Not bad, not bad. Han Xing clapped his hands. Then, he clicked to craft all of them in one go. Green and white lights flashed in succession. When the crafting success notification appeared, Han Xing was somewhat surprised by the attributes of the dimensional backpack. Dimensional backpack white, quality fine, storage space 30, special effect robust strength +4. Unlike the previous backpack, this 1S special effect added 4 points to strength. Han Xing checked the other 2 backpacks. One also boosted strength, while the other increased agility. Oh, so the backpack S special effect randomly adds to the 4 core stats. Han Xing equipped the backpack that increased agility and immediately felt a peculiar surge of power in his body. His agility stat had improved. Even though I can only equip 2 backpacks, the stat boosts are significant. Dealing with ordinary level 1 monsters shouldn't be a problem now. Too bad I haven't found a good weapon yet. Han Xing felt a slight regret but shook his head, dismissing the thought. As for what to do with the 2 extra backpacks, Han Xing pondered for a moment before opening the group chat. The moment he entered, he heard Chang Jianyong shouting inside. Brothers, I think I found something amazing. What is it? Shin Yun asked. Chang Jianyong chuckled and said directly, a bronze treasure chest. Holy! Both Han Xing and Shin Yun were stunned. Based on Han Xing's understanding of Sky Island Paradise, treasure chests were divided into 5 tiers: wooden, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The chance of finding a chest on an unclaimed Sky Island was extremely low, especially early in the game. Even stumbling upon a wooden chest was considered lucky. But Chang Jianyong had just found a bronze treasure chest. His luck was off the charts. Shin Yun, hurry up and open it. What's inside? Got it. Chang Jianyong agreed eagerly. Han Xing and Shin Yun waited silently. Moments later, they suddenly heard Chang Jianyong yell, I got it! I got it! You bastard! What did you get? Shin Yun snapped. Spit it out. Good stuff. Chang Jianyong immediately posted the details of what he obtained in the group chat. Spirit Core 4, Fine Iron 8, Rare Earth 13, Dried Beast Meat 7 kilograms, Drinking Water 400 milliliters, Fine Iron Longbow Blueprint Green. Whoa! Seeing the list, Han Xing and Shin Yun both gasped. Shin Yun, forget the materials and food for a second, he even got a green tier weapon blueprint. This guy's luck is insane. Han Xing, no kidding. Chang Jianyong burst into laughter at their reactions. Then Han Xing suddenly received a trade request from Chang Jianyong. Xing, it's a longbow blueprint. I'm a warrior, and Yun's a cleric. Neither of us can use it. You take it first. Shin Yun stayed silent. Everyone knew how precious a green tier weapon blueprint was in the early game. That guy Lei Wei dared to charge exorbitant prices for white tier weapon blueprints. If Chang Jianyong's green tier blueprint appeared in the trade channel, it would cause a huge stir. But some things couldn't be measured by value alone. After a second of thought, Han Xing clicked accept. Obtained Fine Iron Longbow Blueprint Green. Han Xing immediately learned the blueprint, adding a 4th entry to his crafting list. Then he sent a trade request to each of them. When Chang Jianyong and Shin Yun saw what Han Xing had placed in the trade window, they both shouted in unison. Chapter 9, Overpowered Equipment Attributes. Han Xing traded the extra backpacks to them. Chang Jianyong, dimensional backpacks. With special effects too. Shin Yun exclaimed, Brother Xing, this is too precious. You. Han Xing cut them off directly, saying, Shoo, remember not to tell anyone. Chang Jianyong and Shin Yun solemnly agreed, fully aware of how absurd it was for a spatial backpack with special effects to appear at this stage. Shin Yun glanced at the trading channel, where the listing for the spatial backpack white was displayed, and then thought of Han Xing's name, his expression turning contemplative. After closing the discussion group, Han Xing looked at the 4th blueprint in his crafting menu, barely able to contain his excitement. He had just mentioned needing a decent weapon, and in the blink of an eye, Chang Jianyong had managed to find one. This wasn't just a case of a timely coincidence. It was like finishing a meal at Wallace and immediately stumbling upon a restroom. Han Xing gleefully checked the blueprint interface. Fine Iron Longbow Blueprint Green. Materials required: Fine Iron 15, Spirit Core 5, Rare Earth 20, 1-star Beast Tendon 1. Success rate: 20% affected by the Divine Artisan talent. Success rate increased to 100%. A hunter's primary weapon, and a green tier 1 at that. This is amazing. Han Xing was ecstatic, even tempted to craft it on the spot. However, he didn't have enough materials yet, mainly lacking rare earth and 1-star beast tendons. No matter, he could just head to the trading channel. After browsing for a while, Han Xing quickly found what he needed and began haggling with practiced ease. Perhaps due to the recent listing incident, the name Starry River had already caught the attention of many survivors in Channel 107. The negotiation went smoothly. He traded 1 kilogram of wolf meat for 2 1-star beast tendons and another 1 kilogram for 47 units of rare earth. Now he had enough materials to craft 2 fine iron longbows. Han Xing opened the blueprint interface and started crafting immediately. A green light flickered as a 30-second progress bar appeared before him. Once the bar filled, a sleek black longbow over 1 meter in length materialized in his territory. The item details popped up. Fine iron longbow green quality. Fine attack, 15-20 special effect. Power shot, power shot. Fully drawing the bowstring initiates a charge, lasting up to 1 second, dealing an additional 30% 50% damage. So strong. Han Xing marveled. As expected of a green tier weapon, its attack power is more than double that of a white tier weapon. With this special effect, I bet I could one-shot level 1 monsters. He was thoroughly satisfied, but then a thought struck him. Based on my past experience, green tier weapon blueprints can produce up to rare quality gear. This 1S only fine, meaning there S room for improvement. Eyeing the materials in his inventory, Han Xing hesitated for a moment before clicking craft again. This was his advantage, no need to worry about failure or wasting materials on low-quality junk. This time, the moment crafting began, a dazzling green light erupted. As the progress bar advanced, the glow grew even more intense. Huh? Such a big reaction, could it be? The moment he spoke, clunk, a weapon dropped in front of him. Fine iron longbow green quality. Rare attack, 2025 special effect 1. Power shot special effect 2. Precision. Strong strike. Starts to build up power when the bowstring is drawn to its full capacity, with a maximum of 1 second, and can deal an additional 30% 50% damage. Precision. When attacking, increases the hit rate by 10% and the bludgeoning rate by 20%. Rare quality. At this moment, Han Xing felt his heartbeat slow down by half a beat. It was only because the attributes of this fine iron longbow were too strong. A powerful attack plus 2 special effects, even a normal blue suit did not have this attribute of the fine iron longbow. Han Xing did not hesitate to equip the rare quality fine iron longbow, and the damage was once again drastically increased. With the longbow on his back, he appeared calm and intimidating. With the curved bow body and taut bowstring, the powerful tension and lethality was revealed. Compared to a few hours ago, Han Xing could now be said to have been transformed and his strength had been drastically improved. After casually putting up the eliminated wooden longbow on the consignment channel, Han Xing put up another fine iron longbow. Although it was not as good as the one in his hand, the strong attributes still caused quite a stir among the hunters. However, because Han Xing's consignment conditions were labeled as green equipment drawings, no one could afford to trade it for the time being. At this moment, Han Xing looked up at the sky. The moon's shadow was sparse, and the cold light overlapped. It's almost entering the dead of night, and after exploring a few more empty islands, we'll be ready to rest. Han Xing thought. In this world, although the physical quality of humans had been improved, they still needed to rest after all, and exploring empty islands at night would be more dangerous than during the day. Thinking of this, Han Xing accelerated his speed. As he approached towards a cloud that was only 2 cubic meters in size, a system prompt came out. There is the sound of wind inside. Is it entering? Going in, he found a bright green tumbleweed planted on it, and Han Xing collected all of it into his backpack. Has obtained tumbleweed 23. Territory area has been expanded. There is a hollow sound coming from inside. Does it enter? Enter. Sound amplifying stone 3 has been obtained. Territory area to expand. Has obtained 1-star animal skin 1. Has obtained rare earth 3. Has obtained glitterstone 7. Han Xing went all the way without stopping, continuously touching 4 or 5 clouds in the surrounding area that were on the small side. During this time, he also encountered 3 monsters, but with their at most level 1 attributes, they were basically a 1-arrow, 1-second kill for the current Han Xing. Han Xing had completed the crushing with his superb equipment. At the same time, the area of his territory was growing by leaps and bounds. After a full day of exploration, the small piece of dirt under his feet had now turned into a large platform of 4 meters, which was 16 square feet. Phew! Han Xing caught his breath and turned back again only to find that the dozens of kilometers of the nearby area, the clouds that were on the smaller side had already been explored by him. Now, there was only a cloud not far away that was bubbling with a hint of red light that had not been touched. This cloud was a bit larger compared to the others, roughly estimated to be 2 meters for square meters in size. When he had just descended into this world, Han Xing had purposely bypassed it because he had sensed a hint of danger on it. Now, however, it was possible to try to make contact with it. Thinking of this, Han Xing opened his backpack, took 2 sips of drinking water, and plucked 3 berries from the tree and threw them into his mouth. After making these preparations, the empty island territory began to approach that cloud. A few moments later, a system prompt came. There is a scorching power brewing inside. Is it entering? Searing power? Could there be a source of fire inside? Han Xing suddenly had some expectations. In the pre-empty island paradise, fire sources were not as scarce as water and food, but they were still a necessity. Whether it was used to build a fire or keep warm, it was of great use. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked to enter. In the next moment, a creature with a reddish body and a rounded body size popped up in front of Han Xing. Flame Slime 1-star creature. Level: LV2. Strength: 9. Agility: 5. Spirit: 7. Physique: 6. Skill: Fireball Jet. Chapter 10. Dark Flint Mine. The Flame Slime, a level 2 creature, also carried elemental attributes. Compared to a level 1 normal slime, this Flame Slime's desire to attack was clearly stronger. The moment it saw Han Xing appear, it opened its small O-shaped mouth, and a searing flame seemed to be brewing in its mouth. Han Xing did not take the enemy lightly and quickly pulled away. In the next second, the fine iron arrow burst out instantly after storing up its strength. Buzz! The bowstring was taut and made a quivering sound in the air. The arrow shot out quickly and accurately hit the Flame Slime's forehead. Poof! The attack hit. The Flame Slime's 2 round eyes widened violently, as if it had received some kind of shock. Poof! The 2 fireballs shot towards Han Xing with a speed not inferior to that of an arrow. Right at this moment, Han Xing moved. With a flash of his figure, he instantly dodged this attack from the Flame Slime. The special effect attached to the spatial backpack came into play at this time. The additional 4 points of agility brought his agility attribute to 8 points. This was almost an attribute that only a normal hunter level 3 could have. Snap! Snap! The fireball landed in the air and exploded on the ground under Han Xing's feet, scorching 2 pieces of ground. Han Xing continued to build his bow, and then began to build up his strength. A second later, the strong strike special effect attached to the fine iron longbow took effect. Han Xing clearly felt that the killing power of this arrow was greater than before. The Flame Slime was still brewing a second wave of fireball attacks. Buzz! The strong strike special effect attached to the bow was triggered, and the fine iron arrow violently pierced close to the Flame Slime's torso, dealing more damage to it. Moreover, the arrow's remaining momentum did not decrease, and after a poof, it directly pierced through its body. This arrow also triggered the arrow's armor-piercing special effect, instantly raising the damage by a few notches. The Flame Slime's attack came to an abrupt end. The attack it had just made had left it in a state of serious injury. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Kill it while it's sick. Shoo! Swoosh! Essence iron arrows were fired one after another. Although the level 2 Flame Slime was powerful, it could not withstand Han Xing's multiple ravages. When the 7th arrow hit, the Flame Slime stayed in place before its body began to bulge. I'll go! It's going to explode! Han Xing's face instantly changed, and having had one experience, he did not hesitate to run backward furiously at this time. He retreated directly to the edge of the territory. At this time, the Flame Slime's body also bulged to its limit, like a red balloon about to explode. Then there was a popping explosion. Sparks flew in the sky as this slime directly exploded into pieces. You have killed Flame Slime LV2 and gained 20 experience points. Finally finishing this guy off, Han Xing looked at his experience bar and had reached 80% of level 1. Han Xing began to approach the Flame Slime's territory. Where it blew itself up, a few reddish stones were left in place, as well as a few clumps of transparent matter. Those transparent substances were etheric materials, which only exploded from magical creatures like slimes. Picking up the things on the ground, a system prompt appeared. Acquired Flint 4, acquired Ether 8, acquired Slime 17. Flint. An ore that contains scorching energy. It seems to be used to make some sort of special device. It can also act as an ignition stone. Han Xing fused this 4 cubic meters of empty island into his territory as well, and now the area of his territory became 4 meters 5 meters, which was already 20 square meters. This area was not too big, not too small, and if it was in some of the first-tier cities in Blue Star, it could be called a large house. Only, his current territory was somewhat bare, with only a low berry tree serving as decoration. Just as Han Xing was observing his territory, he inadvertently glanced at the 4 pieces of territory that had just fused in, and there seemed to be something different about them. It was a few rocky geologic squares. On top of the greenish-gray stones, there seemed to be some dark red spots, and when Han Xing got close, He could clearly feel the temperature gradually rising. Oh! Han Xing was a bit curious, so he walked on top of these rocks and discovered the secret. It was the dark red spots buried deep beneath the rocks that were continuously emitting heat. Could it be some sort of ore? Han Xing's curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to try to dig out these dark red rocks. Mining the ores would destroy the territory area, and in a more serious case, the piece of territory would even directly turn into debris scattered in midair, and the territory area would shrink by then. However, if it was a more precious or inside, there was no harm in sacrificing a few pieces of territory. Han Xing decided to mine it, but mining required N or draft, which he didn't have in his backpack. So he went straight into the trade channel and exchanged the materials with someone for a few iron or picks. Then, Han Xing rolled up his sleeves and directly dug. Ding! 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 High up in the air, the sound of metal striking stone echoed continuously. 80! 80! With the rhythm, Han Xing shouted a slogan. Debris flew, and after a few minutes, the dark red stone hidden underneath the rocks was revealed. A system prompt appeared. Dark flint, a rare ore that seems to contain some kind of strange energy, capable of continuously emitting heat, and can also provide energy for certain devices. Note: when a certain amount of dark flint reaches a certain amount in the same area, it may give rise to some sort of peculiar elemental creature. Seeing the introduction above, Han Xing's heart was clear. That slime should have been spawned by the dark flint, and by absorbing heat, this slime would continue to grow. But obviously, it hadn't grown to a point where it was strong enough to be targeted by Han Xing. Han Xing picked up the stone on the ground. Have obtained Dark Firestone 12. After digging up the ore, Han Xing felt a sense of emptiness come over his body. This was the body's biological clock reminding itself that it was time to rest. The night was as bleak as water, and the temperature at high altitude suddenly dropped a lot. The breeze blew through, causing people to shrink their necks. The first day of humanity's arrival in this world was coming to an end, and many people's territories were 3 or 4 cubic meters in size. Although they were still quite small, they could at least lie down and sleep. Of course, if you weren't honest in your sleep, you were on your own. Many of the survivors curled up and were frozen in the air. Compared to them, Han Xing's side was much better. In the 20 square meter territory, there was no need to worry about the risk of falling. 2 dark firestones were placed on both sides of the territory by him, not only providing a lighting effect, but also continuously emitting heat. It was almost like raising a fireplace on a cold day, warm and incomparable. In the center of the territory, a berry tree with many branches gripped off stood quietly, and when the wind blew over it, the crown of the tree emitted a rustling sound. Han Xing leaned against the berry tree and lay on the ground, then looked at the stars in the sky. It was a strange feeling to sleep in such a high place. It was as if one could reach out and touch the sky, with clouds floating in the surrounding area. Before going to sleep, Han Xing still retained the habit he had on the blue planet, which was to swipe through the messages. Although he did not have a cell phone, he could still open the LAN now and check the chats of other survivors. Most of the survivors had ended their day of exploration, and the LAN chat channel became more lively. They were all discussing how to sleep on the first night. Shovel. Does anyone want a shovel? You can dig a hole in the ground and bury yourself, so you don't have to worry about falling in the middle of the night while sleeping. Rope. I have rope here. I can tie myself up and prevent myself from sleeping dishonestly. Does anyone want the glue made from slime? Chapter 11. Skill books and grilled meat. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Han Xing's mouth. As expected, human beings still had a strong ability to adapt, and after a day had passed, everyone had pretty much accepted the fact that they had come to a completely new world. Turning off the LAN, sleepiness hit him, and in the warm environment, Han Xing fell into a deep sleep. However, before he could sleep for long, Han Xing was suddenly awakened by a friend message. It was from Xinyun. Xinyun. Brother Xing asleep? Just fell asleep not long ago. Han Xing replied back. This? Xinyun seemed a bit embarrassed and apologized. Sorry, Brother Star. Han Xing laughed and scolded. What's there to be embarrassed about? When you guys used to be in the dormitory, how many times did you noisy me to sleep? Xinyun laughed. That's true. Then again, the two of you disturbed my sleep more often, right? Is that so? I'd forgotten about that, haha. Han Xing digressed. Looking for me for something? Xinyun. Nothing much. It's just that I just touched something and wanted to show it to you. What is it? Han Xing was a bit curious. In the middle of the night, Shen Yun couldn't wait to contact himself. It must be something good. Shen Yun directly sent out a trade request. Then, Han Xing saw him put up a white book with the words Dual Arrow printed on it. Skill book. Han Xing recognized it at a glance and was inwardly shocked. Yes, it's still for the hunter profession. I think you should use it, Shen Yun said cheerfully. Han Xing was silent for a moment. At this stage, skill books were something that was harder to produce than equipment drawings. Although it was only the basic skills of the 5 professions, currently, everyone would only have some basic weapon mastery, and would only be able to perform simple slashing maneuvers when fighting. The value of a skill book was even higher than his spatial backpack. Brother Star, take it, Shen Yun urged as he directly tapped to confirm the transaction. Han Xing tapped accept, and the transaction was completed. Acquired skill book. Dual Arrow Hunter exclusive. Thanks, Han Xing said solemnly. With the skill, Han Xing's strength would be raised another notch. What's the point of being polite? Didn't you give me the backpack as well? Han Xing said no more. He knew that Shen Yun was such a person. After receiving something from others, although he didn't say it on his lips, he would keep it firmly in his heart, and when he had the ability, he would return it at the first opportunity. This is not unsympathetic, but a kind of principle of being a man. As the saying goes, a brother is a man of honor, and then a good relationship, but also cannot be one side of a one-sided payment. Including Chang Si-yong was also like this, which was also the reason why Han Xing was willing to be friends with them. At this time, Han Xing said, "It's getting late, you should also rest." Shen Yun laughed. "Brother Star, I also want to sleep, but I can't." "Can't sleep?" Han Xing was puzzled. "Yes." Shen Yun was a bit embarrassed. "Because I'm too excited. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be able to get rid of the repetitive work and get away from the boring life. Just like what I've always fantasized about. Starting over in another world. Brother Star, maybe you think I'm a little psychologically abnormal, but this is the truth of my heart. Although this world is not safe, and my life is even in danger at any time, only now do I feel that I am truly alive." After ending his chat with Shen Yun, Han Xing continued to sleep. The next day, when Han Xing opened his eyes, it was already sunrise. According to Blue Star's time projection, it was estimated that it was already past 10 o'clock. At this time, he suddenly somewhat understood the meaning of Shen Yun's words. Yes, since stepping into society, had he ever slept until he naturally woke up and got up like today? Which day wasn't woken up by a repetitive alarm clock? And even on holidays, he had to be constantly harassed by phone calls from Party A and leaders. Just as Han Xing was sighing, his face suddenly changed. "Holy, I want to poop." The first thing he did when he got up in the morning was to unclog his intestines, a habit Han Xing maintained. He quickly stood up and circled around the empty island territory without finding a suitable place. At this time, his face was already holding some redness. "Scratch that. I can't. Let's settle it here." Han Xing quickly dug a hole in the soil at the edge of the territory. A moment later, Han Xing let out a long breath of relief. After resolving this top priority, Han Xing clapped his hands and stood up. Just then, a system prompt appeared. "Fertilizer application successful. This land will provide more nutrients for the crops." Han Xing was filled with question marks. Fertilization had come. Han Xing shook his head and let it go. He was too lazy to consider these details, because he now had to solve another major life event. That was eating. After eating berries all day yesterday, his mouth was now fading out, and he desperately wanted to eat some meat. Thus, Han Xing pulled out 2 pieces of flint and 2 more pieces of wood. Tap. The 2 pieces of flint gently tapped, and the sparks splashed on top of the wood, setting its timber on fire in no time. In the center of the territory, Han Xing built a bonfire and kept adding firewood to it. After the fire grew strong, he took out a small piece of wolf meat from his backpack, threaded it directly onto an arrow, and inserted it onto the fire to grill it. After 10 minutes, the aroma of the grilled meat began to spread. Only when this piece of wolf meat was roasted until it was charred, with golden grease seeping out of the surface, did Han Xing use a piece of animal skin to wrap the end of the arrow and remove the roasted meat. The rich meat flavor drilled into the tip of his nose, and Han Xing took a deep breath. "Hiss! It smells so good." He directly began to feast on it. The flavor of the wolf meat was so sinewy that each bite needed to be chewed for a long time before it could be swallowed. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but think that it would be good if there was some seasoning. After finishing a piece, he took out a few more iron arrows and began to continue roasting the meat. While roasting, he opened the area channel and hundreds of private chat messages appeared on it. He hung 3 items in the trade channel besides the wooden longbow. There was also a fine-quality fine iron longbow as well as a spatial backpack. Each of them, at the current stage, were precious and incomparable, so they also attracted many survivors. Tapping on a few random items. Brother, is the spatial backpack for sale? I'll trade you fertile soil for it. Great God. Is it okay to exchange 1 unit of water for an essence iron longbow? Little brother, can you give the space backpack to someone else? Sweeping around, Han Xing was filled with speechlessness. So far, none of these people's offers had anything that he himself could look at. After all, it was understandable that the first day had just passed. Shaking his head, Han Xing directly knocked down the bonfire and carried his longbow on his back. The clouds in this area are pretty much explored, so I'm going to explore further afield today. Han Xing maneuvered the territory to slowly advance. 1 hour later, a car-sized cloud appeared in front of him, roughly estimated to be 8 cubic meters. As a system prompt appeared, Han Xing directly tapped enter. After the cloud dissipated, a patch of golden wheat with good growth appeared before his eyes. Wheat. Han Xing maneuvered the territory closer and then harvested all the wheat on these 8 pieces of land. Wheat 67 has been obtained. Wheat seeds 14 have been obtained. There are still seeds? Han Xing was surprised. Doesn't this mean that I can start the farming mode now? Chapter 12, Wheat Seeds and Bronze Treasure Chests. When a personal territory developed into the middle stage, if nothing changed in the game, there would definitely be many survivors who would choose to turn on the farming mode. After all, compared to going to fight those monsters to obtain resources, farming was indeed a much more peaceful way of development. At least there was no danger to one's life. Of course, the area of land required to plant a field would also be large. However, this mode of farming is not suitable for me. Let's see if they need it. Han Xing opened the discussion group and directly asked, Brothers, do you need seeds? Chung Jianyong. Seeds? I want. Quickly send me a copy. Xin Yun. Which teachers? Send me one too. Han Xing. It's wheat seed. What are you two thinking? The two listened and sighed in disappointment. Sung Mi-yong. Harm. I thought that I would be able to see those classic masterpieces in this world as well. Xin Yun. Yes. Harm, I was looking forward to it for a long time. Han Xing was filled with speechlessness. Do you guys want it? Chang Jianyong. Don't. I'm a palm-sized place. I have to commit the crime of throwing things from a height to take A. And there's no space to plant a field at all. Xin Yun. I don't want it either. Okay. Han Xing closed the discussion group interface. The empty island continued to move forward. This time, Han Xing aimed at a cloud that was about the same size as before. The system prompted, there are multiple signs of biological activity inside, and they seem to be guarding something. Han Xing was keenly aware that this system prompt was different from the previous one. Multiple creatures meant that there was more than one monster inside, and as for what was being guarded, it was likely some sort of precious material or simply a treasure chest. It was possible to go in and take a look. Han Xing pulled back his bowstring and prepared himself for battle. However, this time was different from before. In his fingers there were enough 2 iron arrows. Skill, dual arrow, able to fire 2 arrows at the same time. After the skill is activated, there is a 5-second cooldown. Han Xing concentrated. At a time like this, he would not be the slightest bit careless. After the clouds dissipated, 3 long green figures appeared inside. They were all over 2 meters in length, and their log-like thick bodies were covered in green scales. These physical characteristics indicated that these were 3 pythons. Jungle green python, 1-star creature. Rank 2. Strength 7. Agility 8. Spirit 5. Constitution 6. Skills. Assault, Neurotoxin. 2 1-star creatures with 2 skills, and 3 of them appeared at once. This was the most powerful wave of enemies Han Xing had faced since coming to this world. The 3 pythons immediately arched their bodies the moment they saw Han Xing, then ejected like springs. Hiss! The green pythons emitted a low hissing sound from their mouths, and Han Xing even saw their open, bloody mouths, as well as the 2 curved fangs in their upper and lower jaws. Han Xing did not panic, but took aim. Shoo! Shoo! The dual arrow skill was activated, and 2 iron arrows came out of his hand at the same time. The body of one of the jungle green pythons was instantly penetrated by the iron arrows, while the other was shot in the tail. Hiss! After being shot, The two jungle green pythons instantly suffered pain and tilted up their snake heads to let out agonizing hisses. However, there was still one python that stood out, instantly spanning a few meters and jumping up to Han Xing's territory. Han Xing frowned. This was the first time he had let a monster rush into his territory, and the situation was somewhat critical. He forced down his inner fear and drew arrows from his backpack, brewing a second wave of attacks. The jungle green python's agility attribute was very high, and with his backpack equipped, Han Xing was only able to equal it. In the next moment, the green python twisted its agile body and quickly pounced towards Han Xing, and the distance between one person and one snake was already less than 2 meters. Han Xing took a deep breath, his eyes locked onto the green python's open mouth. Then, the fine iron arrow that hadn't yet built up its full strength directly came out of his hand. Eft! The sound of penetrating flesh came, and Han Xing's face was delighted. He clearly saw that the arrow hit the green python's throat, piercing through its mouth into the throat and then penetrating through the body. Armor breaking, precision. The two special effects triggered at the same time, coupled with hitting the vitals, the damage of this arrow directly exploded. The green python suffered a heavy blow, and its huge body convulsed crazily on the ground. When it was too late, Han Xing did not stop for a moment after hitting the green python. He drew out his arrow again and aimed at the two green pythons that had already been hit by his double arrow. At this moment, they were still trying to follow the example of the first python and rushed up to Han Xing's territory. Han Xing immediately shot an arrow. Duck! The iron arrow nailed the head of the fastest rushing green python, and the forward movement came to an abrupt halt. After the agility attribute was boosted, coupled with the longbow's precision special effect, Han Xing's hit rate was drastically improved. Now that both green pythons had been heavily injured by his arrows and lost their combat power, the last one was left, and naturally there was no suspense. After the battle ended, a system prompt appeared. Killed jungle green python LV-23. Gained experience value of 60. Your level is increased by current level LV2. Upgraded. Han Xing clenched his fists, somewhat excited. He felt a surge of power coming from his body, and all of his attributes had improved. Looking at the panel, agility had increased by 2 points, strength by 1 point, and physique and spirit by 1 point each. For hunters, the most important attribute was agility, and counting the backpack bonus, it was now also finally breaking into double digits. Time to deal with the loot. Han Xing walked over to the corpses of the 3 green pythons and began to decompose them one by one. Has successfully decomposed jungle green python corpses 3. Recovered fine iron arrow 7. Obtained 1-star snake skin 3. Obtained snake meat 58 kilograms. Obtained venomous gallbladder 3. The things that came out of the green python corpse were moderate. The 58 kilograms of snake meat allowed his food reserves to reach a full state once again, and the 3 venom gallbladders that came out at the end were a bit of a surprise to Han Xing. Venom gallbladder, special material, seems to be some sort of alchemy material, can also be directly applied to weapons to attach a neurotoxin effect to them. Interesting. Han Xing looked at the 3 greenish-black, fist-sized venom gallbladders on the ground. It stated that it could be applied directly to the weapon. In other words, his arrows could attach a toxin effect just as well. This was really a poison arrow stained with stabbing whoever died. After disposing of the corpses of the 3 green pythons, Han Xing turned his gaze to the empty island in the distance. It was a 3m3-meter platform, and in the center, a bronze-colored treasure chest was presented. Bronze treasure chest, Han Xing exclaimed, feeling that he was quite lucky. However, with a guarding force like the 3 level 2 jungle green pythons, it made sense that there was a bronze treasure chest inside. Han Xing walked in front of the bronze treasure chest and rubbed his hands together in excitement. This is the first time I've opened a treasure chest. Emperor oh bless. Make sure I open the very best. Drawings, weapons, equipment, whatever. With an excited mood, Han Xing opened the treasure chest. A wide array of materials appeared before his eyes, and underneath the materials, Han Xing saw a white book. Has obtained Spirit Core 5, Fine Iron 9, Rare Earth 11, Drinking Water 300 milliliters, Holy Light Healing exclusive to Holy Priesthood. Holy! It's actually a skill book. Chapter 13, Water Crisis. Acquired skill book. Holy Light Healing exclusive to Holy Priesthood. Although it wasn't a hunter's profession skill book, Han Xing remembered that it seemed like what Xin Yun had chosen was the Holy Priesthood. Just then, the trade channel suddenly had a private chat from someone who said they wanted to trade for his green longbow. Oh? Someone finally got their hands on the green equipment drawings. Han Xing clicked on the private chat and realized that it was from someone called Smart Little Sheep. A voice message appeared in the private chat window, and Han Xing clicked play. Hello. I'd like to trade for your weapon. May I ask if you're free right now? It sounded like a girl who wasn't too old. Her voice was soft and sticky, but it was natural and didn't seem delicate, just like her original voice. Han Xing returned, Yes. What are you going to exchange with me? Smart Little Sheep. I see that you need green equipment drawings. I just happen to have one here. Or, you look at it. She seemed to be a bit afraid of Han Xing, or it could be that she couldn't communicate with people normally. Send me a look, Han Xing said directly. Okay. Survivor Smart Little Sheep initiated a trade request to you. Han Xing, aren't you going to send me the drawings to look at? What's the point of trading directly? Smart Little Sheep said in a hurry. Huh? Don't I have to give you the item so you can see the item properties? Han Xing, what are you talking about? If you give me the item, won't the transaction be completed directly? If I take your item and run away, who will you find to trade with? Smart Lamb? No, it can't be. So you'll take my stuff and run away? Han Xing felt speechless. This woman seemed to have a bit of a bad brain. He was tempted to say that I would. But after thinking about it, he said, Forget it, you put the item on the trade bar and I'll take a look at the attributes. Huh? Oh, okay. Clever Lamb responded in a broken voice. Then Han Xing saw an additional green drawing in the trade bar. Animal skin coat drawing green. Sure enough, it was a green equipment drawing or a top coat. Han Xing instantly had the idea to take it down. If it was before, Han Xing would usually pull with the other party for a while, allowing him to make greater concessions. However, considering that this woman seemed a bit dull, he simply gave up on the idea. Han Xing directly placed that fine-quality longbow on it, and then completed the transaction. Have obtained the beast skin coat drawing green? Do you want to learn it? Learn. On the drawings bar, a fifth drawing appeared, and a hint of a pleased smile appeared at the corner of Han Xing's mouth. At this time, that clever little sheep sent a message to Han Xing. Thank you. Han Xing replied back, There's no need to thank me. It's just a matter of getting what you need, and next time, remember not to just trade things to others. Smart Lamb. Aha. Thank you. After closing the private chat, Han Xing's expression changed and he looked at the drawings column again and couldn't help but get excited. Materials required to make a beast skin coat. 1-star beast skin 3, spirit core 20, ether 50, warrior badge 1. There were more materials needed to make the beast skin coat, of which 3 1-star beast skins alone were needed, but the 3 snake skins he had just decomposed were able to be substituted. The other thing that was needed was 20 spirit cores, 30 ether, and a warrior badge. He had the first 2 materials. It was that last warrior badge that Han Xing had never heard of. Thus, he continued to start searching for relevant information in the trading channel. Soon, he found a survivor called Kola, who happened to be consigning the warrior badge for 500 G of food. This price was not bad, and Han Xing directly tapped on the private chat. 500 G of snake meat for the warrior badge. After 2 seconds, that Kola immediately messaged back, Dude, I don't want the food. Do you have any water there? Give me 400 milliliters. No, 300 milliliters will do. Han Xing looked at his backpack's drinking water, and excluding some of what he had consumed, there was now less than 600 milliliters left. Speaking of which, it was true that he hadn't found much drinking water after exploring for so long. This was still a situation where Han Xing was exploring non-stop and fighting constantly. In other survivors, there was even less water available. Han Xing estimated that everyone was now in a state of severe water shortage. Sweeping through the trading channel, he saw that a large number of people had changed their trading information to water. The chat channel was also wailing. So thirsty. So thirsty. I'm also thirsty. This world's water resources are also too little, right? If this goes on, everyone is going to die of thirst. Who has water there? I can't support it anymore. Han Xing suddenly remembered that when he was playing this game in his cell phone, he did also suffer from a lack of water, causing his character to be on the verge of death once and almost failing the game. It wasn't until after he had struggled to hold on for several days that a sudden downpour fell from the sky, which solved the subsequent water resource problem for him. Han Xing didn't know what was going on in the other regional channels, but as far as the situation in Channel 107 was concerned, He had to wait for at least one heavy rainfall to come down, and only then would everyone not be bothered by the water problem anymore. Only how many people would be able to hold out until that time? Thinking of this, Han Xing directly said to the survivor called Kola, "Brother, I don't have much water here either, so I can only give you 200 milliliters at most." Han Xing had to think for himself, trading out 200 milliliters, the rest of the water could barely last another day. He thought that the other party would bargain with him, but he didn't expect that Kola to listen and directly say excitedly, "Yes, 200 milliliters is 200 milliliters. Trade right away." As if afraid that Han Xing would back out, the other party directly sent a trade request to Han Xing. "The transaction has been completed, you have gained the warrior badge 1, and you have lost 200 milliliters of drinking water." Han Xing grabbed a badge made of leather in his hand and pondered. At the same time, in a certain empty island territory, Lei Wei looked at the discussion group he had formed with an ugly face. Many people were raising objections to the decision he had just made. As the major shareholder of the Lei Group, at this moment, Lei Wei stood out and said, "Everyone listen to me. Our Lei Group is a big family. Since you've joined us, you're a family. I know that everyone's water resources are in short supply right now. I asked you all to hand it over to me, not because I want to be greedy for everyone's water, but because I want to make a fair distribution, and to give our family members who don't have any water and are about to die of thirst the relief of their immediate needs. In such a difficult time, it's even more important for us Lei's group to be united and tied over the difficulties together. You guys have to believe in my Lei Wei's character. This time, anyone who takes the initiative to contribute water, I'll give you a credit for your contribution, and I'll never treat you poorly in the future." There was silence in the discussion group, and the atmosphere was somewhat odd. At this time, a person called Chun Anjiang said, "Mr. Lei, when you said earlier that you wanted us to hand in materials and equipment, everyone did, even including food. We also handed in quite a bit. This is because we believe that you can lead us to develop and survive together. But this thing, water, is now our lifeblood. People don't have enough for themselves." Chapter 14. Camp of the Fallen. Chun Anjiang's meaning was heard by all. That is, he didn't want to hand over the water resources. Lei Wei was a little displeased, but still held his tone and said, "Chun Anjiang, I remember you are in our Lei group. Before that you were the manager of the operations department. Right, you followed me for so many years, and you still don't believe in my Lei Wei's character?" Chan Anjiang didn't seem to intend to hide it anymore, and directly said, "Mr. Lei, you said the same thing before when you asked us to hand over the food, saying something about resources being distributed together. But when we asked you to list out the breakdown of the materials you turned in, you were unwilling to do so. Truth be told, Mr. Lei, in fact, we have privately and secretly done a calculation. You have at least a few dozen units of food resources in your hands in addition to the food that you have allocated to your brothers. Why don't you take these out and exchange them for water to help us all tide over the difficult times?" Chun Anjiang's words were equivalent to revealing all of Lei Wei's old secrets. Lei Wei wasn't a good-tempered person by nature. Seeing Chun Anjiang so disrespectful, he directly said angrily, "Chen Anjiang, what are you talking about here? You wolfish bastard. If you're not willing to hand over your resources, then get out of our discussion group. Don't talk nonsense here. And in the future, you won't be welcome in the Lei group anymore." The atmosphere in the discussion group became very depressing. Before this kind of threatening tactics from Lei Wei would be very effective, and the others in the discussion group dared to be angry. After all, no one wanted to detach themselves from the group in this strange world. But now the situation had changed. A moment later, a message alert appeared. Chun Anjiang has withdrawn from the discussion group. Not only that, Chun Anjiang's withdrawal seemed to have set off a chain reaction. Wang Peng, Lu Fei Rue, Zhang Yamin, one after another, familiar names withdrew from the discussion group. Lei Wei's face was so green that it was about to drip water, and there was silence in the discussion group, without any of them daring to speak. The same situation was staged in many teams, large and small. When it comes to this kind of life and death, who cares what you are the boss, what manager? The heavens and the earth, their own little life is the biggest. The team formed by those people in front of the crisis appeared to be fragile. In the chat channel, there were even multiple curses and the situation was chaotic. Han Xing watched their bickering with amusement. Just then, in the discussion group, Chang Si-yong suddenly sent a message. "Brothers, water needs to be saved. I see that the chat channel is going crazy over a little water. I still have 800 milliliters of water here. Whoever is short of water there, say something. Hold on and get through this first." Shun Yun said at this time, "I still have 500 to 600 milliliters here as well. Getting through today is not a problem. Where's Brother Star? Han Xing returned. I also have a few 100 milliliters left. Don't worry about me. You guys save it. The two solemnly agreed and encouraged each other. Then Han Xing found Shen Yun and traded the skill book he had just obtained to him. Holy Light Healing, as the only healing skill in the pre-sacred priesthood, it could save lives at critical moments. Shen Yun naturally knew how precious this skill book was and solemnly thanked him. Han Xing closed the discussion group. He saw the attributes of the badge he had just gotten from trading. Warrior Badge. A badge issued by a certain clan for the warriors in the clan, plus 1 strength attribute when worn. There's actually an attribute add-on effect? Han Xing was a bit surprised. Originally he thought that this was just an ordinary crafting material, but he didn't expect there to be an unexpected blessing. At this time, the materials for crafting the green armored beast skin coat had been gathered, and Han Xing directly clicked on craft. Green light flashed before his eyes, and a 30-second progress bar appeared. When the progress bar ended, a system prompt appeared. Successfully crafted beast skin coat green, animal skin coat green, quality fine, defense 3-5, strength +1 granted by warrior badge, agility +2, with special effect primary magic resistance. Primary magic resistance, when receiving magic damage, counteracts 10% of the damage effect. Not bad attributes. Han Xing heartily praised. He directly equipped it. In the next moment, Han Xing suddenly felt a cold leather jacket on his body. This leather jacket was made from the snake skin of the jungle green python, so on the outside, it appeared to be covered in the same green scales. In the chest area, there was also a leather badge sewn together with a pattern of an ancient tree printed on it. Although the appearance looked a bit oozy, wearing it on his body, Han Xing felt a sense of security. With the equipment, Han Xing decided to continue exploring. In front of him, there were a large and a small cloud. The large one was the size of an apron, roughly estimated to be at least 30 square feet, even exceeding the area of Han Xing's territory. The small one was only 5 or 6 square meters. Han Xing stared at the small cloud. Only, when he passed near that large cloud, he seemed to faintly hear the sound of water flowing in his ears. There's water. Han Xing instantly stopped walking, then listened with his ears. Bubbling. It really is water. Han Xing was certain that he hadn't heard it wrong, and the sound coming from the clouds indicated that there were likely fresh water resources inside, and there were quite a few of them. He tried to get closer, and a system prompt appeared. There's a group of fallen existences inside. They're performing some sort of evil ritual, trying to summon a certain ancient being. Do you wish to enter? Fallen existences? Summoning ritual? Han Xing detected a hint of unusual information from the system's prompt. In other words, there might be unexpected risks inside. Only, although Han Xing sensed danger in this cloud, it was not as strong as he had imagined. At this moment, he was caught in a tangle. Undoubtedly, the most scarce resource for the entire Channel 107 of nearly 10,000 survivors right now was water, including Han Xing himself, and even food could only be ranked at the back of the list. In the trading channel, water was pushed to an outrageous price, and all sorts of equipment, drawings, and all hung out. Whoever had water in their hands was almost equivalent to holding the decision of the entire trading floor. Han Xing pondered for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. Do it! If I can knock this place down, in a short period of time, I shouldn't have to worry about drinking water anymore. Moreover, if there are enough resources, I can even go to the trading channel and go on a rampage to acquire all sorts of materials and equipment, laying the foundation for my future development. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath and directly clicked to enter. The clouds dissipated, and the outlines of several humanoid creatures appeared inside. Long ears, slender limbs, and that dark skin. These features allowed Han Xing to instantly recognize them. Dark elves. Legend had it that hundreds of years ago, the strongest race in this world was the elf clan, and with the support of a certain sacred object in their clan, they had gathered up countless fragments of this world to create a vast continent. Countless elves survived and prospered on that continent, and a huge civilization rose. But this prosperous scene didn't last long, and then because of certain reasons and several important historical events, the elf race's holy relics were lost, and countless elf races died in horrific battles. Until that one important historical turning point, the elf continent was destroyed by the war and directly collapsed. In order to survive, some elf clansmen chose to sacrifice themselves to the abyss, and then spawn the fallen elf clan, also known as the Dark Elves. These backstories were also what Han Xing had overheard from the NPCs when he was playing Empty Island Paradise, and as for the authenticity, it was yet to be proven. At this moment, Han Xing once again focused his attention on the battle in front of him. The Dark Elves were a bunch of evil, paranoid creatures who held a strong hatred for everything in the world. Therefore, the moment they saw Han Xing, this group of Dark Elves instantly picked up different weapons, including staffs, bows and arrows, sledgehammers, and long swords. It's a human. Don't let him disturb the monarch's descent. Kill him. Chapter 15. Heated Battle of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves charged towards Han Xing. Their expressions were hideous and their mouths emitted a section of complex syllables. But strangely enough, Han Xing could actually understand them. At this moment, Han Xing counted silently in his mind. 1, 2. There were 6 Dark Elves in total. Among them, there was 1 Dark Elf Hunter, 2 Dark Elf Mages, and 2 Dark Elf Warriors, plus 1 Dark Elf Holy Priesthood. This configuration was really extremely strong, and as of now, there was no human survivor that could support 2 rounds under this group of Dark Elves. Han Xing took a deep breath. If confronted head-on, he was no match for so many Dark Elves. But he knew what his advantage was, and that was an attack power that far exceeded that of his class. Compared to the field monsters, the defense of the Dark Elves was obviously weaker. Moreover, this group of Dark Elves would not cooperate, which gave Han Xing an opportunity. In the next moment, the 2 arrows that had been brewing for a long time were instantly shot out. Double arrow. A strong strike with stored energy. Shoo! Shoo! The 2 Dark Elf warriors who rushed the fastest seemed to not expect that this weak human in front of them would actually burst out with such a powerful force. And the speed of the arrows was so fast that they were unable to react. However, it had to be said that this group of Dark Elf warriors had a lot of combat experience, and in a split second, they made the most correct choice in their minds, which was to sidestep and dodge. In the next moment, the greenish fine iron arrow hit its target. One of the Dark Elf warriors was hit by an arrow in his shoulder, while the other Dark Elf warrior was hit by an arrow in his abdomen. Luckily, none of them were vital. The 2 Dark Elf warriors had a feeling of escaping from death, and then, they angrily looked at Han Xing. Damned human! I'm going to chop off your head and use it as a urinal. However, at this moment, the corner of Han Xing's mouth curved up in an arc. These 2 fellows, did they think that they would be fine if they avoided the vitals? One must know that his iron arrow, however, had been smeared with green python snake venom in advance. Now that neurotoxin had passed through the wound, entered the body, and was exerting its toxicity. Sure enough, the next moment, those 2 Dark Elf warriors changed their complexion. They suddenly felt a burst of tingling sensation coming from their wounds, and the surrounding flesh and blood were rapidly turning black and purple, and were beginning to spread. The 2 Dark Elf warriors were filled with horror as they shouted, "Cunning human! You actually smeared poison on your arrows?" The weapons in their hands snapped and fell, losing their fighting power. And just then, a wooden arrow and a ball of fire shot over from the distance at the same time. It was the Dark Elf Hunter and Mage, who took advantage of Han Xing dealing with the 2 Dark Elf warriors to finish storing up their attacks. The 2 attacks quickly zoomed in front of them, and at a tricky angle. At the critical moment, Han Xing fiercely shrunk his head. The wooden arrow whistled past his head, but that fireball attack was unavoidable. Snap! With a bang, the fireball exploded in front of Han Xing's chest, scorching his python skin coat. The impact of the explosion also caused him to tumble back several meters. Han Xing quickly braced himself and secretly said that it was a close call. It was fortunate that he had crafted this animal skin coat before entering the battle. Otherwise, this fireball alone would have been enough to blow himself up into serious injuries. Shoo! The moment he stood up, the bow in Han Xing's hand shot an arrow once again. That Dark Elf mage who had just sent out a fireball attack seemed to not expect Han Xing's counterattack to come so quickly. He did not even react until the arrow pierced through his forehead and penetrated his brain. This Dark Elf mage's body fell limply. The other few Dark Elves were in a rage, itching to hack Han Xing to death immediately. My holy light, ah! That Dark Elf Holy Priesthood raised his wooden sledgehammer high and condensed some sort of light, as if he wanted to heal those 2 Dark Elf warriors and dispel the toxins in their bodies. However, how could Han Xing let him have his way? When their lives were threatened, human beings would inspire unprecedented potential, just like Han Xing, who was now entering a fighting state. His mind spun fast, keeping an eye on the distant Dark Elf's long-range attacks while staring at his skill panel. At this moment, the 5-second time CD of the dual arrow had passed. The 2 arrows were instantly and quickly grasped in his hands, the bowstring held open. Go! Han Xing softly thrashed. Duck! Duck! The arrows hit the dark elf priesthood's torso. He was wearing a set of wooden plate armor, but in front of Han Xing's strong attacking power, this armor was as brittle as paper. Both arrows hit and the dark elf priesthood died. Seconds. This was Han Xing's current strong attack power. With 12 points of agility, 9 points of strength, and a rare quality green longbow, he had the strength to kill level 2 monsters in seconds. In a flash of lightning, for dark elves had already lost their combat power. On the field, there was 1 dark elf mage and 1 dark elf hunter left still supporting themselves, and they all seemed to be a bit dazed. These 2 dark elves did not expect that the battle situation would change so quickly, and what was originally a completely advantageous situation was rewritten by this human hunter in an instant. This human's strength and reflexes had completely exceeded their expectations. When Han Xing's hawkish gaze looked over, these ferocious dark elves even subconsciously took a step backwards. However, the hate gene buried deep in their bones once again made them lose their minds. Humans! D. The 2 dark elves attacked at the same time, but Han Xing's bow was faster. At the cost of receiving another wave of dark elf mage attacks hard, Han Xing hit that dark elf hunter with an arrow. At this point, the battle was no longer in doubt. When the last dark elf mage fell to the ground and the battle ended, a system prompt came. You killed Dark Elf 6, gaining 120 experience. You have destroyed a small dark elf territory, Elven Goodwill +1. At this moment, Han Xing sat on the ground, panting heavily. The battle just now didn't seem to last long, but it had consumed a great deal of his physical strength and mental energy. He felt like his body was on the verge of being overdrawn. Elven favorability? What the hell is that? When Han Xing played in his cell phone, this related good sense did not appear. Could it be a new feature unique to this world? At this moment, Han Xing stood up, looked at the wretched battle scene around him, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was treacherous, but it was all worth it. He walked over to the corpses of the dark elves and tried to decompose them. As a result, the system came up with a different prompt. Humanoid creatures cannot be decomposed. Tip: you can poke around on them. There might be an unexpected surprise. Cannot be decomposed? The latter sentence meant that it was possible to touch the corpses? Han Xing thought about it for a moment, then relieved himself. After all, creatures like dark elves were too much like humanoids, and even if they did decompose into various chunks of meat, as well as human tissues, he couldn't go down on them. Thus, he began to squat down and grope around these dark elf corpses. Chapter 16. Terror descends. Han Xing touched over these dark elf corpses one by one. Obtained damaged wooden plate armor white 1. Obtained wooden sledgehammer white 1. Obtained spirit core 1. Obtained fallen blood 1. Obtained damaged wooden staff. Obtained spirit core. Obtained wooden bow. Obtained fallen blood 1. These dark elves didn't have anything good on them. Other than some blank equipment, it was a few spirit cores and a drop of odd blood. Fallen blood? What the hell? Han Xing was a bit puzzled when he saw the extra drops of greenish-black blood in his backpack. However, there were no notes on top of the material, so he simply put it aside for now. Han Xing continued to start pawing through the corpses, and when he touched the last dark elf, the mage whose head had been pierced through by one of his arrows, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found a booklet in this dark elf's belt pouch. Skill book, Fireball. It's actually a mage's skill book. Han Xing instantly became excited. As the resident profession of many games on the Blue Planet, mages had tricked many people into the pit in the early stages. In their imagination, a mage was an existence that could manipulate lightning and flames and call the wind and rain. But they would soon realize that this mage was nothing like what they had imagined. In the early stages, the human survivors had no other means of attack at all, except for a common air burst skill. It wasn't until they learned their first skill that they could make a simple elemental attack, and by then, the damage would be raised a few notches. Therefore, Fireball and Ice Arrow were both skills that mages desperately needed in the early stages. This Fireball skill book, when placed in the trading channel, would surely cause many mages to coax. Of course, the skill book was just an unexpected blessing. Han Xing's initial target was the water source that might exist in this dark elf territory. Fixing his eyes, in the middle of this 5-meter 6-meter platform, there was a table-sized pool of water. At a rough estimate, it was at least 4 square meters. Although the depth was only less than 40 centimeters, with a slight conversion, there was at least 1,500 liters of water in here. It was 1,500 liters, not milliliters. Han Xing felt that he was breathing a little too hard. It's hairy. This is really going to be hairy. So much water, how long would it be enough for him to drink? If he took it to the trading channel, how many resources could he exchange it for? Han Xing simply did not dare to imagine. However, after the excitement, Han Xing sensed a hint of something unusual in this pool. The surface of the water was gurgling and bubbling, and from time to time, there was black smoke rising. Han Xing suddenly remembered that before entering, the system seemed to have had a hint. This group of dark elves seemed to be summoning something. Could it be that this pool was their summoning medium? Taking a closer look, the system prompt did appear. Spiritual spring water contaminated by the dark aura is no longer drinkable. Han Xing's leaping heart instantly transformed into disappointment. However, the disappointment didn't last long as a dense black mist suddenly rose before his eyes, floating up from that pool. Something odd. Han Xing jerked back a few steps. Immediately afterward, a second system prompt appeared. The Dark Elf's evil ritual has reached its end. A certain powerful being in the abyss has been summoned, human survivor. There are now two choices before you. 1. Continue to pour the blood of the fallen into the ritual to complete the summoning ceremony. 2. Put the spirit core into the ritual to purify the spirit spring of darkness. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Summoning ritual or purification? Han Xing frowned tightly. As a player who had played Empty Island Paradise for a while, he quickly realized that he might have triggered a certain side quest. And this side quest felt very impressive just by hearing the introduction. Han Xing knew that his next choice would likely determine the direction of the quest. Abyss. Powerful existence. Han Xing was mulling over the system's prompt. Just then, the black smoke coming out of the pool of spring water on the ground grew thicker and was rapidly spreading around. Han Xing did not know what kind of existence was summoned by choosing the first option. However, at a time like this, for the sake of safety, he still made an instant decision. I choose option 2, purification. A string of ellipses appeared on the system prompt. Han Xing's heart suddenly rose with some bad premonitions. This was a sight he had never encountered before. System, what's wrong with you? You speak. You're making me so scared, Han Xing shouted with a trembling voice. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw that the dark elf corpses that were originally on the ground disappeared without a trace after being enveloped in black smoke. In the next moment, the system prompt in front of him caused his heart to instantly hit rock bottom. Summoning ritual completed. Demon Archon Julius is about to descend. What? Han Xing had question marks written all over his face. At the same time, a terrifying murmur and whisper suddenly rang in his ears. Hatred, anger, fear, resentment, all sorts of negative emotions drilled into Han Xing's brain like a tidal wave. He only felt that his head was about to explode. His vision became dimmer and dimmer, and he even saw the figures of countless grievous souls as they howled in pain. The torn space, the howling of the cones. Spiritual defenses were easily torn apart at this moment. Han Xing clutched his head, trying to stay awake. No! Have to get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will really die. Han Xing took a deep breath and raised his last ounce of spirit, maneuvering his territory away from here. However, when he inadvertently saw the scene behind him, he was instantly dead in his heart. In that pool of spring water with black smoke, a huge white bone horn slowly extended out. This horn only revealed a little bit of the tip portion, and Han Xing felt that it was starting to be difficult to breathe. A powerful aura began to spread. At this moment, the sky seemed to darken for hundreds of kilometers in the vicinity as the evil aura dyed all the clouds black. Han Xing looked so small in front of this terrifying force. Then he heard a rampant laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After 3,500 years, finally, the great demon Archon is going to come out of that damned abyssal land once again. Lowly elves, cry out in pain and wail. I will make you experience the fear and pain of yesteryear once again. Ha 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 ha. Rumble. Han Xing felt the territory under his feet vibrating, as if something was about to break out of the ground. By now, that terrifying existence had revealed a full horn. The length of the horn was nearly 20 meters and about 2 meters thick, and just from this huge horn, one could tell how huge the creature was. That terrifying existence continued to laugh wildly as its dark aura grew denser. The shadow of death enveloped the entire body. Only 2 words popped up in Han Xing's mind at this moment. It's over. Chapter 17, Demon Archon. The devil's laughter went straight into his head, and the aura of death continued to spread. Han Xing clenched his teeth and tried his best to maneuver the empty island to escape. In front of his eyes, the huge white bone horns vibrated slightly, and the demon sneered, "Heh! There are actually still humble humanoids here. Fine. Let's take you as the first blood sacrifice for this king's descent." Han Xing's face changed wildly upon hearing this. The white bone horns vibrated violently as the demon was about to descend. Just when he thought he would surely die, the vibration of the white bone horns suddenly came to an abrupt end. Han Xing froze. The scene at this moment was like the quiet before a storm, oppressive and terrifying. He thought it was the other party brewing something, all ready to face the demon head-on. However, after waiting for a few seconds, that terrifying existence still didn't move a muscle. Han Xing clearly felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at the horns that shot straight up into the sky, at least 20 meters high, and in his mind he had a rough estimate of the size of this terrifying existence below. According to projections, the size of this demon was no less than 100 meters tall alone. Compared to its massive body, the summoning spell on the ground, which was only 4 squares in size, seemed to seem completely out of place. It was like a human stretching out his arm, drilling into a tiny water pipe, and trying to come out of it. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly had a bizarre conjecture in his heart. This guy, he's not stuck, is he? Han Xing subconsciously spoke the thought in his heart. The devil's horns, which were originally motionless, suddenly trembled after hearing Han Xing's words. The demon sneered, "Humph, insignificant human. And how can you understand the greatness of a demon lord?" Hearing this demon's reply, Han Xing was already convinced in his heart that he was indeed stuck. The premonition of death that had been hanging over his heart was gone at this moment. The corners of Han Xing's mouth twitched a few times before he suddenly couldn't help but laugh freely. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Laugh me to death. This is the first time I've heard that a demon would get stuck in a summoning formation. Laugh me to death. Ha ha ha!" Han Xing laughed his head off. "You're also losing too much face for the demon clan, aren't you? Humans, shut the hell up. Otherwise I will crush you like a bug," the demon archon angrily rebuked. However, at this time, Han Xing had already determined that the demon really couldn't come out, and said even more carelessly, I told you, shame on you, shame on you. Ha ha ha." Han Xing crossed his waist and mocked while letting out an indulgent laugh from his mouth. "Damn it." The demon archon seemed to be somewhat broken by his laughter, and said angrily, "Human, don't let me catch you, or I will surely town your soul in the abyss for eternity and suffer for 10,000 years. Han Xing's laughter suddenly stopped when he heard this. He wasn't frightened by the demon archon's threat, but turned his head and glared with his eyes. "Holy, you disgraceful thing. How dare you threaten me? You're like called Julius, right? You wait for me. I'm going to record the footage here and tell everyone that the titular demon archon was actually stuck by a summoning array. Right? I'll also tell the elves." Han Xing threatened. Every Survivor system interface had its own video recording and photo-taking functions, and Han Xing did click on record when the demon descended. No telling the elves. Those lowly existences don't deserve to see this monarch. The demon archon was a bit flustered and said in a hurry, "If you say no, then no. I'll tell the elves." Han Xing was very resolute. "You!" The demon archon seemed to be infuriated by the human in front of him, and after a moment, he sighed and said, "All right, human, you win. Name your conditions." Han Xing froze, but also immediately understood the meaning of the other party's words. This guy, was he trying to block his mouth with favors? Am I, Han Xing, this kind of person? He was very angry, and righteously said, "I'm telling you, don't try to impress me with favors, unless you give me drawings. A large number of divine weapon equipment drawings." The demon archon on the opposite side also froze a bit, and after a moment, he asked, "By divine artifacts, do you mean the little toys built by that group of dwarves?" Han Xing's eyes were puzzled. He didn't really understand the background of this world, so he returned, "Probably, right?" The demon archon smiled disdainfully. "The toys built by that group of dwarves are not worth mentioning compared to our abyssal demon weapons. Moreover, the strongest part of our demon clan lies in our own physical bodies, and we don't care to use those at all, so there are no drawings on me that you want." "No?" Han Xing continued to ask, Then what other conditions are you negotiating with me? Farewell. I'll spread the video amongst the elves. After saying that, he then directly turned around and was about to leave the place. As a matter of fact, it was actually Han Xing who did not want to entangle himself too much with this fellow anymore. After all, this fellow was truly a bit terrifying. With the strength and toughness of this one, it was estimated that with a slight release of power, he would be able to kill himself thousands of times. Feeling Han Xing's aura gradually moving away, the demon archon became a bit impatient as he hurriedly shouted, "Human, come back! You can tell the others all you want. But first help this king undo the summoning ritual before you go." However, Han Xing turned a deaf ear. Just then, the demon archon finally said, "Human, as long as you help me remove the summoning ritual, I can directly send you a drop of demon blood." Han Xing continued to act as if he hadn't heard. It wasn't like he knew what the heck demon blood was. The demon archon became even more impatient. "I also have a great sword here that this king has used, and by the way, just now, this king also picked up an alien beast egg in the foreign space, so I can give it to you as well." Han Xing finally stopped, and when he turned around, a system prompt appeared in front of him. "You have triggered the additional side quest, Demon Archon's Request." Mission description: the Demon Archon is trapped in an otherworldly dimension and is no longer able to invade your world. Only by lifting the summoning ritual will he be able to return to the abyss. The noble Julius has lowered his head at this moment, requesting you to free him from his trap. Quest reward: Demon's Blood, Demon Monarch's Greatsword, Unknown Fey Egg. Choose any one of the three. Please note that this mission is a non-system issued mission. Survivors, please be careful to discern the mission information. Really triggered the mission? Han Xing's eyes flickered. Before he had been wary of this monster, thinking that he was intentionally luring himself closer. Only now did he realize that this demon monarch seemed to be truly stuck. Right now, the other party was in an awkward situation, i.e., he could not come to the world Han Xing was in, nor could he return to his abyssal territory. At the same time, Han Xing also saw the attributes of the three quest rewards. Devil's Blood, the heart blood of a higher demon. After fusing with it, it is replaced with a demonic bloodline which can obtain powerful demonic power, increase the full attributes by 10 times, increase the upgrade attributes by 3 times, and automatically transfer to the hidden profession, Demon Hunter. Demon Monarch Greatsword Red, Abyssal Devil Weapon, Quality Epic, Attack Power 1078415462. Attribute plus 3333. Attachment Effect King's Power. When wearing this weapon, demonic creatures of rank below higher demon will not be able to inflict damage on you. Attachment Effect Ruling. As a higher demon, you have the supreme right to inflict triple damage on creatures of rank lower than your own. Attachment Effect Demonic Flame. When an attack hits, it will have a burning effect that lasts for 10s. Attachment Effect. Where requirements: Level 60. Unknown Alien Beast Egg. Attributes unknown, race unknown, but can travel through alien space and seems to have the ability of a portion of the void. Hiss. Seeing the quest rewards, Han Xing violently sucked in a breath of cool air. It wasn't because of anything else, but the attributes of each of these three reward props were simply too heaven-defying. One of them, the Devil's Blood, seemed to be a prop that concerned a hidden profession, and as long as it was fused with it, it could be directly transformed into a powerful devil hunter. That Demon Monarch Greatsword, not to mention, seems to be the sword of this demon. The attributes are simply too strong to be true. As for the last Fey Egg, the system's explanation was a bit vague, but there was no doubt that something that could be seen by a demon monarch must be almost anywhere. At this moment, Han Xing looked at the sky charging horns and finally moved. Chapter 18. 3 Choices. Amazing Harvest. Faced with the rewards given by the Demon Archon, Han Xing took a deep breath. He admitted that he was ruthlessly moved. However, he didn't completely believe the demon's words either, so he asked, "I can help you, but how am I supposed to believe that you won't go back on your word and just leave after getting out of the trap?" The Demon Archon on the opposite side snorted. "Are you doubting this king's credibility?" "Yes." Han Xing nodded his head directly. "After all, you're so humiliated. What do you care about credibility?" The Demon Archon was infuriated by him, but still held back his anger and said, "This king can use his true name to sign a contract with you, and as long as you lift the summoning grand formation, this king will definitely give you a reward." True name contract? Han Xing's eyes lit up, knowing that as a demon clan, its most important was its true name. Although it wasn't to the point in the story where one could take life or death by knowing the other's true name, Swearing with one's own name was considered quite sincere. Yes, then sign it. Han Xing agreed readily. A system prompt appeared. Demon Archon Julius, swearing with his true name, asks for your help in lifting the summoning ritual. As a condition, you can choose an item as a reward. Do you sign? Sign. Han Xing immediately tapped accept, then asked, how do I undo the summoning ritual? The demon's tone returned to calm. Invest in the spirit core and purify the dark aura inside the spirit spring water, and the summoning ritual will naturally be interrupted. Han Xing nodded. He did not doubt the words of the demon archon because in the beginning, option 2 of the system quest was also this method. Han Xing was cautious, and even after accepting the quest, he did not try to approach the summoning spell. This was because he wasn't sure if the demon had any other means. He drew out a wooden arrow, then tied a spirit core to the tip with a string, and through the bowstring, shot the spirit cores into the water one by one. The demon archon laughed coldly at Han Xing's wariness. As one spirit core was thrown into the pool, the dark aura stopped spreading and turned clear. The horns that rushed into the sky also began to fade at this time, as if they were about to disappear into this space. It wasn't until Han Xing shot his 37th arrow that the spiritual spring water in the pool stopped bubbling with black gas. The demon archon's horns slowly sank into the water and were about to disappear. Just then, Han Xing hastily shouted, "Demon, my reward." The demon archon had the intention to backtrack, but thinking of the true name contract he had signed, he still said, "Human, name the reward you want." Hearing this, Han Xing quickly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of these 3 rewards in his mind, and for a while it was a bit difficult to choose between them. You'd better make your decision quickly, or else when the ceremony dissipates, you'll no longer be able to speak with this king, and by then, it won't be this king who breaks the contract. A sinister smile came from the demon. Associating this fellow's cunning, Han Xing clenched his teeth and made a quick decision. I choose the Fey Egg. The opposite side seemed to freeze for a moment as the demon archon asked, "Are you sure you don't want to choose this king's sword and demon blood?" Han Xing nodded. "Sure. Give it to me quickly." The demon sneered. "As you wish." A few moments later, with the complete disappearance of the demon archon, the originally dark sky became bright again. At this moment, Han Xing sat paralyzed on the ground as if he had been in a great battle. Just then, a system prompt appeared. Demon Archon Julius has returned to the Abyssal Realm. Survivor, you have accomplished a great retreat from the enemy. World influence has increased by 32, and you have gained legendary points 10. Legendary points? What the hell is that? Han Xing was a bit puzzled as he looked at the character interface, and there was indeed an additional legend point. It was just that there was no indication of the purpose of the legend points on it. Shaking his head, Han Xing put it aside for now, because at this moment, his gaze had already seen that in the center of that dark elf territory, on that clear pool of water, there was a pitch-black giant egg floating. Han Xing's eyes widened. He quickly approached towards the pool of water and then grabbed that giant egg in his hands. A system prompt appeared. The unknown race Fey Egg has been obtained. Does it start hatching? Please note, once you choose to hatch, the creature within that Fey Egg will automatically be bound as your pet. Each survivor can only bind one pet at the current stage. Please choose carefully. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing pondered, only one pet can be bound. I don't know exactly what race of creatures are inside, although what the demon archon looks at shouldn't be that bad. But just in case, for no reason at all, a trace of regret suddenly rose in Han Xing. At that time, shouldn't I have chosen the Devil's Blood or the Monarch Greatsword, and shouldn't have chosen this Fey Egg? However, in the next moment, he seemed to think of something and his face changed wildly. When choosing the reward just now, that demon seemed to prefer that he could choose the Demon's Blood or the Monarch Greatsword, and for that reason it had even made a point of confirming it with Han Xing. That guy definitely wasn't this kind, so the only possibility is that this demon has a plot. Han Xing said in a trembling tone, I remember the introduction of the Devil's Blood. It says that after fusion, I will gain the power of the devil, but I myself will also be replaced with a devil bloodline. In other words, I will also become a devil clan. And demons are creatures with strict hierarchical ranks, and demons of higher ranks have the absolute right of life and death over demons of lower ranks. Once I become a demon, won't I also be under its control? There's also that demon monarch greatsword. As a weapon it has worn for many years, it must have arranged means on it, so it might be able to directly pass through the greatsword, to manipulate my soul and seize my physical body. Han Xing awoke with a jolt. He realized that his guess was probably right, and that the demon's goal from the beginning was to manipulate himself. He broke out in a cold sweat and said hatefully, "Cunning fellow!" At the same time, he was incredibly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, I unintentionally made the most correct choice. When Han Xing once again looked at the pitch-black egg in front of him, his heart was not so regretful. After all, compared to his own little life, what were these things worth? Thinking of this, Han Xing clicked incubate without hesitation. A system prompt appeared. Whether to hatch the unknown alien beast egg. This hatching will take 100 hours. 100 hours, so long? Took a long time. Han Xing tapped OK, then said with anticipation, "I hope it can hatch a powerful pet for me. I wouldn't mind if it gave me a dragon." Although Han Xing also knew that he was thinking about fart eating. This giant egg, from its appearance to its size, had absolutely nothing to do with dragons, and the chances of opening a dragon were very, very low. Incubating, time remaining 99 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. After disposing of the giant egg, Han Xing's eyes blazed as he looked towards the pool of water in front of him. He hadn't forgotten his original purpose, when he had risked his life to challenge this group of dark elves for the water source in the center of the territory. Although he had gone through some twists and turns, and had even engaged in some gaming with that terrifying existence, it was good that he had finally succeeded. Now, as long as he merged this territory, then he would directly own a large amount of water resources, completely solving the water crisis. Not only that, if this batch of spirit spring water appeared in the trading market, it would surely trigger a looting in the entire 107th district. As for himself, he would also be able to make a huge profit from it. Chapter 19. Getting rich. Looking at so much water resources, Han Xing's heart perked up and he couldn't wait to annex this empty island territory. You have successfully fused the Dark Elf territory. The territory area has expanded. You have obtained the territory's resource, 1,532 liters of spirit spring water. Spirit spring water. A pure drinking water that seems to contain some sort of life breath. After drinking it, it can slowly recover from injuries. Seeing that note at the back, Han Xing was instantly startled. Originally, he thought that this was just an ordinary piece of drinking water, but the attribute at the back directly elevated the compulsion of this pool of water by several notches. What was the concept of recovering from injuries? In this world, there were no doctors, and there were no healing skills of the priesthood. If you were accidentally injured, you would either recover with your own physique, or you could only wait for death. Currently, many human survivors were injured from fighting monsters, but were not able to receive effective medical treatment. Some of the survivors who were seriously injured, being injured at this point in time was tantamount to losing their combat power, and was also equivalent to being sentenced to death by this world. Especially among those melee professions, the casualty rate was even higher. But the appearance of the spirit spring water gave them a new hope. It could be imagined that when the spirit spring water appeared on the trading channel, it was enough to cause what a sensation. Where was this a pool of water? This was simply a pool of gold. Han Xing was very excited and then couldn't wait to take a taste first. When the cool spring water went down, Han Xing instantly felt a penetrating coolness from his head until the soles of his feet. So refreshing. An itching sensation appeared in both arms where they had just been blown up by the splash damage of the large fireball. The injuries are recovering. What an obvious effect. After verifying the efficacy of the spirit spring water, Han Xing suddenly had an idea. Now was the time when everyone was the most short of water, and this was a perfect opportunity to trade. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to start acquiring a batch of resources now before it was too late. He opened the chat channel and prepared to observe the current market situation. However, the expected scene where everyone was frantically begging for water resources did not appear. Instead, many people were discussing a survivor who was selling water. The chat channel was flooded with tons of messages. Quick look! Big Brother Vertigo has started selling water again. It's still 100 milliliters this time, and he needs Stalker's green weapon. Whoever has a weapon there, go trade it. The trading channel, once again, triggered a burst of looting, as many people began to chat privately with the survivor called Vertigo Man. And the 100 milliliters of water was sold almost instantly. Someone has found a large amount of water. Han Xing keenly sensed that someone might have been selling water first. Scrolling through the chat messages also confirmed Han Xing's suspicions. There was indeed a survivor called Vertigo selling water. Only his bid was very outrageous, 100 milliliters of water for 10 spirit cores, or 5 kilograms of food or green equipment. In here, any one of these things would be enough to empty the current human survivors of their entire possessions. The items that they had managed to collect in some empty islands that were not in danger also had to be traded out, just in exchange for a mouthful of water. But even so, there were still many people who were willing to scramble to buy them. After all, these things were nothing compared to one's own life. Han Xing lowered his head in thought. Selling only 100 milliliters at a time? Is this starvation marketing? It is said that this is the 7th time that mesmerizer has sold water resources, so in that case, he should still have quite a few water reserves on hand. But it's definitely not as much as mine. It should be known that Han Xing now had a full 1,500 liters of water in his hands, which, when converted into milliliters, was 1.5 million. He believed that, in the entire Channel 107, it was impossible for anyone to surpass him at the current stage, and if they did, they would have already taken it out in large quantities and traded it. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly opened the trading channel and hung up a trading message. Consignment item information. Spirit spring water can replenish water and has the effect of slightly restoring injuries. Inventory reserve. A large amount. Trading conditions. Every 1 spirit core can be exchanged for 10 milliliters of spirit spring water. Every piece of fine iron can be exchanged for 5 milliliters of spirit spring water. Every animal skin can be exchanged for 100 milliliters of spirit spring water. Every consigner, Xinghe. Han Xing continuously input various material information while setting up various trading rules. From the smallest to various ores, to equipment, skill books, drawings, and even unopened treasure chests. All of them were clearly labeled. He knew that now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When the survivors of Channel 107 survived this period of time and solved the problem of water supply, it would be impossible to make a big purchase later. Han Xing would definitely not lose out by hoarding these materials. And the later it got, the more it would continue to appreciate in value. Han Xing had even thought about the fact that even if he couldn't use it all himself, he could make it all into equipment and then sell it to the people of Channel 107 to continue harvesting the resources in their hands, forming a virtuous cycle. At that time, perhaps the entire Channel 107, nearly 10,000 people's equipment would have to be provided by him. And Han Xing would make a fortune. The moment the consignment information for the spirit spring water hit the shelves, many of the survivors carefully wiped their eyes, as if they thought they had misread it. Although they were skeptical, they still clicked on the transaction without hesitation, fearing that it would be snatched up by someone else a second later. When the first survivor successfully traded 5 spirit cores, 8 pieces of fine iron, and 30 rare earths for 120 milliliters of spirit spring water, he was instantly on the verge of jumping up in excitement. He shouted excitedly at the LAN. I switched to it. I traded for it. Someone is selling water in the trading channel. As long as you have the materials, you can go and trade for it. Hurry up. What? With the first, there was immediately a second, and Han Xing's spirit spring water immediately caused a cacophony of looting. At the same time, the LAN chat channel set off an unprecedented fervor. Many survivors were excited inside. Holy! I really changed it. Thank you, benefactor. Oh my God. It's not even ordinary water. It's spirit spring water. It's more effective than ordinary drinking water, and has the ability to heal wounds. Families, charge quickly. To exchange it is to earn it. If you go late, it will be exchanged out. The chat channel went completely crazy. At this time, Han Xing had been densely packed with system prompts. The trade was successful. You gained fine iron 6. You lost spirit spring water 30 milliliters. You gained bronze treasure chest 1. You lost spirit spring water 500 milliliters. You gained mage robe drawing green 1. You lost spirit spring water 300 milliliters. Han Xing set the trade amount in a very humane way. Even if you only had 1 material, you could still trade with him for spirit spring water. Because of the explicit price, Han Xing saved the need to bargain with people, and those survivors who were in desperate need of water began to frantically snatch it up. As the system prompts continued to swipe across the screen, large sums of materials entered his backpack. In just 5 minutes, his fine iron reserve directly broke 1,000, the number of spirit cores exceeded 500, and materials such as rare earth, ether, and so on even broke through 3,000. And this number was still growing at a terrifying rate. The 60-space backpack was quickly filled up. Han Xing could only pile these materials directly onto the ground. In no time, a small mountain of materials appeared in front of him. At this moment, the expression on Han Xing's face was on the verge of breaking into a smile. Successful. This is completely rich. Chapter 20. The profiteering of monopoly. Han Xing rubbed his hands together excitedly, his tone trembling. These materials, how long can I use them, and how much equipment can I make? As of now, he had exchanged a total of 1,052 spirit cores, 4,362 rare earths, 3,742 fine iron, 5,763 ether, 3 skill books, unopened bronze treasure chests 5, unopened wooden chests 32, green equipment drawings 7, as well as thousands of various other miscellaneous materials. And what Han Xing paid was only 37 liters of spirit spring water. And his remaining spirit spring water reserve was 1,502 liters. Not even a fraction of what he had consumed. Is this the benefit of monopolization? It's really too good. Han Xing marveled. Right now, in the entire 107th district, he was the only one selling water resources in large quantities, and there were no competitors at all. If it continued, Han Xing could even centralize all of Channel 107's nearly 10,000 people, who had been harvesting for the past 2 days, into his own hands. It was equivalent to all of them working for Han Xing in these 2 days. Looking at the more and more materials piled up on the ground, Han Xing thought for a moment and temporarily withdrew the consignment information of the spirit spring water. In the consignment channel, the hot situation that had lasted for 10 minutes came to an abrupt end. Those survivors who were still waiting for the transaction were suddenly confused. What's the situation? How did it suddenly go off the shelves? At Star River, great God. Is the water reserve not enough? I haven't traded it yet. At Star River, brother, is something wrong? Tell us. Little brother is scared. In the chat channel, many people were frantically at Han Xing, but at this time, Han Xing was busy organizing his territory and didn't read the messages for the time being. Han Xing didn't respond, and the group of people became even more flustered, especially the survivors who were still watching before, hesitating to exchange what they had in their hands, were inwardly remorseful, wanting to slap themselves on the spot for missing such a great opportunity. If Han Xing didn't sell, where would they get water? It's over. Big God didn't respond. It might really be sold out. I thought at first that his pricing was too high and it wasn't worth it to switch. But now, I want to give myself 2 slaps in the face. Me too. Those survivors who hadn't switched were in pain, while the survivors who had switched at the first opportunity after Han Xing had shelved the spirit spring water were snickering, while also scoffing profusely in the chat channel. Ha ha ha. A bunch of idiots. Can materials and equipment be better than your own life? If the equipment is gone, you can still go explode it again. If you die, you're really dead. That's right, and this spirit spring water, it can restore injuries. When you encounter an emergency, it's equivalent to having an extra life. It's not a loss by any reckoning. Listening to their scoffing, the group of survivors who were watching almost had their intestines turned green with remorse. But there was a part of the group that was still undeterred, and they tried to continue summoning Han Xing, hoping that he would shelve a little more spirit spring water. Misu. At Star River. Great God. Put it up a little more. Just a little. I swear I won't hesitate. Sanwang Mountain. At Star River. Brother, you're our savior. The entire Channel 107 is counting on you. Sell some more water. Whirlwind Potato. At Star River, Dad. Rainstone. Upstairs, dude, you're so mean. At Spinning Potato. Whirlwind Potato. What's wrong with me? Now there's someone willing to sell water. That's my savior and regenerative parent. From now on, he'll be my Star River Dad. Just then, a familiar name appeared in the chat channel. Xinghe. Cough, cough. What happened? Han Xing awkwardly coughed twice, and seeing Han Xing speak, the entire Channel 107 instantly stalled for a moment. Whirlwind Potato. At Star River, Dad. Were you summoned by me? Yuan Shin Master. The great God has finally come out. Please, a little more spirit spring water. At this time, Han Xing flipped through the chat logs above and also finally understood what was happening in the chat channel. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, gentlemen. There's still spirit spring water. I'll put up another batch in a bit. Beansprout. At Star River. Really great God. I'm waiting for your spirit spring water to save my life. Lost. Great. I won't hesitate this time." In the chat channel, many of the survivors sighed with relief from the bottom of their hearts. They had thought that Han Xing had sold out of spirit spring water and had missed a great opportunity, but it turned out that they didn't expect the person to say that he still had it there. Great God, Xinghe. How much spirit spring water do you still have in reserve there? And is the price still the same as before? Han Xing replied back, "Don't worry about this. I'll still be on Spirit Spring Water again. Only the trading conditions will change a bit. Hearing Han Xing say this, the survivors on Channel 107 thought that Han Xing was going to raise the price, and their little hearts lifted. Han Xing seemed to know their worries and directly said, "Don't worry. It's not a price hike. It's just an increase in the exchange conditions. Any one of you who has designs for furniture, houses, territorial facilities, etc. can find me to exchange for Spirit Spring Water at a favorable price. By the way, whoever has storage boxes or storage box drawings can now give priority to finding me to exchange for Spirit Spring Water. White grade storage boxes can come to me to directly exchange for 500 milliliters of Spirit Spring Water, and drawings can be exchanged for 2,000 milliliters. Green grade storage chests can come to me for 2,000 milliliters of Spirit Spring Water, and drawings can come to me for 10,000 milliliters of Spirit Spring Water." This was the purpose of Han Xing tapping into the chat channel. Right now, there were too many materials piled up on his territory that had to be collected in a few storage boxes. Many of the survivors were shocked to hear the super high compensation offered by Han Xing. It should be known that the previous price Han Xing had marked, a bronze treasure chest could only be exchanged for 500 milliliters of Spirit Spring Water, and green equipment drawings could only be exchanged for even 300 milliliters. Now, for a white grade storage chest drawing, he directly opened it to a high price of 2,000 milliliters and 10,000 milliliters for the green grade. Many people even couldn't wait to turn out a drawing of their own right now to trade with Han Xing. Storage box drawings? Who has them there? Hurry up. The great god is in demand. Whoever has a storage box or drawing there, hurry up and bring it out. In the chat channel, those people were afraid that if Han Xing couldn't exchange the storage box drawing, he wouldn't sell the Spirit Spring Water, and they were anxious for him. But the probability of this drawing coming out didn't seem high. After all, the storage box was a spatial prop like the spatial backpack, and had a much larger capacity, with the disadvantage that it could not be carried and could only be stored in the territory. Just then, a survivor called Cream Puff slowly said, "Storage box drawings? I seem to have one here, it's green grade. Can I?" Han Xing smiled. "Yes, trade it." He immediately initiated a trade request to the other party, and the other party accepted it with alacrity. Then, a system prompt appeared. "You have obtained the storage box drawing green, and you have lost 10 liters of Spirit Spring Water." The Spirit Spring Water reserve fell down by 1,500 liters, but to Han Xing it was simply insignificant. At this time, that Cream Puff excitedly said in the chat channel that he had replaced a full 10,000 milliliters of Spirit Spring Water, drawing the envy of the other survivors. At this time, Han Xing said on the LAN, "Everyone hold your horses. I'll be shelving another batch of Spirit Spring Water in a moment, so just look for me to trade directly." "Okay, great god. Waiting for you. At Star River." "Thank you. Great god Star River. You are the savior of our channel 107. In the chat channel, Han Xing smiled in the face of the crowd's boasting, and just as he was about to exit the chat channel, he suddenly saw a familiar name aiding himself. "Lei Wei. At Star River? What's wrong with you? Why is it that when I clicked to trade with you, I was rejected outright by you?" Chapter 21. The harvest is full. Lei Wei questioned Han Xing in the chat channel. At this time, another person called 5 Heavenly Thunder said, "And there are people from our Lei clan group who have been rejected for trading with you? What do you want? You don't want to do business?" Facing their questioning, Han Xing lightly laughed. "I don't want to do anything. I just don't want to trade with you Lei group people." The other survivors keenly sensed the unusual meaning in Han Xing's words. This great god, it seemed like he wasn't dealing with this Lei group person. At this time, they remembered that the person that Lei's group was clamoring to block in the chat channel yesterday seemed to be Xinghe. It's over. This group of idiots offended the great god, and now they're directly not trading with you. Many people mentally mourned for a few seconds for Lei's group's people. At this time, Lei Wei also knew that Han Xing was remembering yesterday's revenge. He forced himself to hold back his anger and whispered, "Kid, there's no need to be so petty, right? Although it's true that we had a beef before, but that was just me alone. There's no need to implicate the rest of our Lei group, right?" However, Han Xing smiled back. "Is that so? I remember yesterday. A group of you Lei clan group jumped out and clamored to block me and not trade supplies with me. Now then, congratulations, you have succeeded." Lei Wei froze for a moment, then spoke in a gloomy tone. "Xinghe, don't go too far in everything. If you don't sell us water, dozens of lives of the Lei clan group will be in your hands." The atmosphere of the chat channel was very strange. This Lei Wei, directly involving dozens of lives, wanted to force Han Xing to sell water. However, Han Xing laughed coldly. Lei Wei, as I said, don't try to fool me with your set. Do you think that moral abduction will work on me? You are their leader, you have to be responsible for the people under you. Since it was you who made the decision, all the consequences that were triggered are also yours to bear. If you can't bear it, this only proves your incompetence as a person. After saying that, Han Xing didn't want to bother with this Lei Wei anymore and directly exited the chat channel. Lei Wei, who was only left with an iron color, looked at the chat channel and trembled with anger. As for the other Lei group people, they were all as pale as paper. At this time, Han Xing was in his empty island territory. He squeezed his way through a pile of materials. Lei Wei's words hadn't affected him in any way, although he had deliberately made the situation sound serious. However, Han Xing knew that although Channel 107's water resources were scarce now, in the hands of some people, there were definitely still reserves. Lei's group of people, it was entirely possible to find these people to exchange for it, only that the price to be paid was a bit greater, depending on whether Lei Wei was willing to give it up or not. Shaking his head, Han Xing did not consider the matter of that group of people anymore. Instead, he looked at his territory, which had once again expanded by nearly double in size, and smiled, revealing a row of large white teeth. Before this, the area of his territory was 32 squares, and after merging the Dark Elf's empty island, it directly expanded to 64 cubic meters in size. A large platform of 8 meters was suspended high in the sky. Although the space was large, the massive amount of materials still piled up this platform in a very crowded and chaotic manner. Han Xing managed to get out of the surroundings of the pile of materials and found 2 empty spaces at the edge. Then, he looked at the requirements for the creation of the storage box on the drawings column. Storage box drawing green. Materials required for crafting: spirit core 50, fine iron 100, secret silver 10, rare earth 100. Crafting success rate 10% influenced by the divine artisan talent. The success rate has reached 100%. It actually requires a material like secret silver. Han Xing lowered his head in thought. The provenance of secret silver materials is relatively low, except for the small chance of opening some in the bronze treasure chests, and then you just have to take your chances of finding a few secret silver mines. I also don't know if there are any on Channel 107 right now. Han Xing was a little unsure, however. When he came to the chat channel again and voiced his desire to acquire secret silver, he still received many correspondences. In the end, he managed to exchange 2,000 milliliters of spirit spring water for 21 secret silver. As expected, there was strength in numbers, and even if the odds were low, there would always be those few lucky Oyangs who could obtain these materials. With the materials needed for the storage box together, Han Xing directly clicked on crafting. A dazzling green light flashed, and the small mountain of materials on the ground disappeared in one corner. In front of his eyes, a 180-second progress bar appeared. Since it was a crafting tool, the time required was a bit longer. After waiting for 3 minutes, a system prompt came. Storage box green 2 has been successfully crafted. Storage box green, quality fine, storage space 350. Special effect expansion increase storage space by an additional 50. Storage box green, quality, rare, storage space 400. Special effect. Medium expansion increase storage space by an additional 100. 2 storage chests, one of fine quality and one of rare quality. Counting the special effect bonus, a total of 750 compartments of storage space had been added. Once again, the talent of divine artisan had once again exerted a powerful effect. Very good. This is completely enough space now. The words just fell. Clang. With an empty sound, 2 fine iron storage boxes that were about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide appeared in front of Han Xing. Because the boxes were built with fine iron as a whole, they presented a black effect, with a white pattern formed by secret silver dotting them. Han Xing stuffed a small mountain of materials on the ground into the storage box. A few moments later, the territory became empty again. Han Xing clapped his hands and once again clicked on the consignment channel to start selling spirit spring water. Channel 107 once again went into vibration. Many people began to scramble to trade supplies with Han Xing, and after only a few seconds, hundreds of trade requests appeared. Even compared to the first time, the trading spectacle was even more enthusiastic. Han Xing was so busy that his hands were going limp from clicking on the trade points. Successful transaction. You have gained the furniture drawing book, and you have lost 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. Successful trade, you have obtained the orc skin boots drawing green. You have lost 300 milliliters of spirit spring water. Trade successful, you gained warrior pendant drawing green. You lost spirit spring water 500 milliliters. As Han Xing changed the trading conditions, this time he removed all kinds of equipment and instead received all kinds of drawings, and the duplicates were directly passed over by him. This trading extravaganza continued for nearly 2 hours, and Han Xing felt like his hands were quickly cramping up. When the last transaction was completed, Han Xing sat down on the ground as if he had been in a big battle. However, although he was tired, what appeared on Han Xing's face was an exuberant expression. After all, who could not feel excited at the sight of a dozen skill books and dozens of drawings for equipment and weapons lying quietly in their backpack? Not only that, in addition to these things, at the edge of the territory, for storage boxes occupied 8 squares. Just now, because the materials were stuffed to the brim, Han Xing had temporarily made 2 more. Now, the 4 storage boxes, nearly 3,000 squares of space, were full of various materials. Chapter 22. Territory Scoreboard. Opening. Earlier, in the first wave of 10 minutes of trading, Han Xing had traded 37 liters of spirit spring water for 10,000 to 20,000 materials. Now, with 2 hours of trading, Han Xing had consumed over 400 liters of spirit spring water. From this, one could imagine how many materials and how many spirit cores he had hoarded. This wave, it's really profitable. Han Xing stood up excitedly. These materials, rare earth and ether, needed no introduction as a special material. They had a wide range of uses and would be used in the future to make large engineering props and magical devices. More importantly were the spirit cores. Han Xing had already discovered that the more powerful equipment he made, the more spirit cores he needed, and the uses of spirit cores were also very wide-ranging. After looking at these materials, Han Xing looked at the 17 skill books again. Among them, there were 5 skill books for stalkers, including sneaking, backstabbing, throat smudging, and other basic skills. The warriors had 4 books with charge, overhead slash, and horizontal slash. The priesthoods had skills such as Holy Strike, Holy Light Sphere, and Purification. There were also the mage's Ice Arrow, Fireball, Wind Blade, and Falling Thunder, all of which were damage skills that the mage profession desperately needed. And what Han Zhou was most looking forward to was the 3 skill books for the hunter profession. Wind Chasing Arrow. Shoots a very fast arrow that deals 130% damage to the enemy. Multi-continuous shot. Shoots 5 arrows in a row, each dealing 80% damage. Roll. Allows for 1 quick roll while fighting. Very good. Han Xing clenched his fists. Now, the hunter's basic skills before he advanced, except for 1 weakness strike, are all together. Then there was the pile of drawings. Han Xing was too lazy to look at them one by one and clicked on all of them to learn. Since Han Xing hadn't traded duplicate drawings, the drawings here were all ones he hadn't learned. Beast Skin Boots, Beast Skin Shorts, Traveler's Ring, Warrior Pendant. As the leather armor increased the agility attribute the most, it was also the preferred equipment for hunters and stalkers. Excluding the ones he could use, there were also some green vestments, light armor, and fine iron heavy armor which he simply ignored. Right now, except for the lack of helmets and gauntlets, he almost had a semi-complete set of 1-star green equipment. With no shortage of materials at all, Han Xing crafted 7 or 8 sets out in one breath. After eliminating some fine-quality green equipment, what was left was all rare-quality green equipment. There were a total of 4 rare-quality green suits. Animal Skin Shorts Green, Quality Rare, Defense 2-4, 3 Special Effect Primary Magic Resistance. Animal Skin Boots Green, Quality Rare, Defense 1-2, Agility +6, Special Effect Sprinting Active Effect. When turned on, the running speed will be increased by 50% within 10 seconds. Warrior Pendant Green, Quality Rare, Strength +6, Constitution +2, Special Effect Warrior's Roar. When attacked, there is a 50% chance of triggering the Warrior's Roar status, which will increase your attack power by 10%, and the status effect lasts for 10 seconds. Traveler's Ring Green, Quality Rare, Strength +2, Agility +2, Spirit +2, Physique +2, with special effect. Han Xing equipped them one by one, and his attributes were drastically improved. His panel changed. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Profession, hunter. Level, LV2. Strength, 6+9 Warriors Pendant +6, Traveler's Ring +2, Orc Skin Coat +1. Agility, 6+15 Space Backpack +4, Orc Skin Boots +6, Orc Skin Shorts +3, Traveler's Ring +2, Spirit, 5+2 Traveler's Ring +2, Physique, 8 plus 8 space backpack plus 4. Warrior's pendant plus 2. Traveler's ring plus 2. Skills. Elementary archery mastery. Dual arrow, wind chasing arrow, multi-continuous shot, rolling. Talent. Divine artisan SSS. Looking at his attributes, Han Xing suddenly said with an exclamation. I'm so strong. As of right now, Han Xing's outfit was truly described as very strong among the survivors. His attributes were already enough to hang on to other level 5 survivors. In addition to his attributes, he had also learned 3 hunter skills. Coupled with a short attack power increase effect attached to the warrior pendant that he had just crafted, and a sprinting effect attached to his short boots, his real-world combat ability had been drastically enhanced. The next time we run into the Dark Elf squad, it won't be such a thrilling fight. Han Xing thought joyfully. Just as he was organizing these materials, a few more hours passed in a flash of time, and the sky had gradually darkened. The second day of the human survivors' descent into this world was about to pass. During this period of time, Han Xing had also opened the dozens of bronze treasure chests. Of course, the bronze treasure chests could only open green equipment and drawings at most, with a small probability of skill books. He was not lacking in any of these things right now. Stuffing the opened items into the storage chests in his head, Han Xing looked at the sky and pondered for a moment. It's getting late. We won't continue exploring the other empty islands today. It's also important to combine work and rest. Han Xing was not in a hurry. He flipped through a book he had just gotten, which read The Complete Book of Furniture Making. It's time to start making furniture. Han Xing opened The Complete Book of Furniture Making and first made himself a bed, pillows, and a quilt. A few more stools, tables, torch tables, barbecue grills, campfire stoves, and other furniture were added. The large platform of 66 square feet was not small enough for him to set up these facilities. The originally empty territory also became somewhat homely at this point. For 1-meter-high torch platforms were inserted in the 4 corners of the territory, with a dark firestone placed on each of them, the lights flickering and warmth wafting. Han Xing looked at the progress of the incubation of the Fey eggs, and the system prompted. Hatching in progress, 94 hours, 47 minutes, 32 seconds remaining from full hatching. There were still 94 hours left. After glancing at it, he stopped paying attention to it and instead comfortably lay down on his bed, looking at the starry sky before falling asleep. The next day, a system announcement woke up all the survivors from their dreams. Announcement. The number of level 2 survivors in an existing regional channel has taken the lead in breaking through 1,000 people. The territory scoreboard opens. Territory points leaderboard. Survivors gain 1 point for every 1 cubic area of territory they expand, and the first 100 survivors in each region who are the first to reach 1,000 points will be rewarded with rankings. At the same time, the Blue Star survivors who were divided into different regions made puzzled noises. Territory scoreboard? The number of level 2 survivors has already surpassed 1,000? Which region is it that's so fast? At this moment, the people on Regional Channel 107 held the same doubts. But the next moment, they knew which district was so fast. Announcement. As 1,000 survivors have taken the lead to reach LV2 level in your Region 107, you have gained the Valor to Fight status effect. Valor in the battle. During the duration of the scoreboard, the survivors' full attributes increase by 10%. It's us, District 107. The brothers are fierce. Number 1 in the entire service. It's awesome. Chapter 23, Hidden Profession Scroll. The system announcement that popped up also woke Han Xing up. He saw that on his status bar, there was an additional Valor in battle effect, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Awesome. It seems that these people in our Area 107 are all liver emperors. All existences that don't sleep through the night, so fierce. Han Xing exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. What he didn't know was that Area 107 also had a part of their own credit for taking this number 1 spot in the entire service. At a time when all human survivors were in a state of extreme water shortage, Han Xing took out a Dark Elf squad and fought a powerful demon, finally finding a large amount of water. Although it was only a few hundred liters of water that was traded out, it didn't seem like much when it was distributed to a few thousand people. But just this little bit of water also revitalized them and gave them back their fighting strength. Having had an experience made them understand even more that they had to actively explore the empty island while they were in good shape to obtain more resources. This, in turn, was one of the reasons why Regional Channel 107 was ahead of the other regions. Han Xing immediately clicked on the regional territory scoreboard. he found that the current top-ranked person in the entire 107 channel was himself. First place, Star River, with 66 territory points. Second place, Black Eagle, with 42 territory points. Third place, Whisper, with 35 territorial points. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 32. In the top 100, Han Xing's personal territory points were far ahead. But of course the other survivors weren't bad either. Those who were able to make it to the list were all existences whose territory points had broken through double digits. This meant that they had experienced at least one or several battles and had gradually adapted to the rhythm of this world. Points list? What's that reward? Han Xing looked at the leaderboard interface, and in the next moment, the system prompt appeared again. Territory points leaderboard rewards have been updated. 51st 100th place, rewarded with food 10 units, fresh water 5 units, spirit cores 100, random advanced profession scroll 1. 21st 50th place, reward food 20 units, fresh water 10 units, spirit core 200, green weapon of your choice 1, random advanced profession scroll 1. 11th 20th place, rewarded with 30 units of food, 15 units of fresh water, 300 spirit cores, green weapon of your choice 1, green equipment of your choice 1, and a random advanced profession scroll 1. 4th 10th place rewards, food 50 units, fresh water 20 units, spirit cores 500, blue weapon of your choice 1, advanced profession scroll of your choice 1. 3rd place rewards, food 100 units, fresh water 50 units, spirit core 1000, blue weapon of choice 1, silver treasure chest 1, advanced profession scroll of choice 1. 2nd place reward, food 200 units, fresh water 50 units, spirit cores 1000, blue weapon design of your choice 1, silver treasure chest 1, advanced profession scroll of your choice 1. Seeing the rewards above, Han Xing was surprised. The silver treasure chest and blue equipment are out, as well as the advanced profession scroll. This reward, I guess it's enough for a lot of people to grab their heads, right? However, when he saw the first place reward, his eyes instantly widened. First place reward, food 500 units, fresh water 200 units, spirit cores 1000, purple weapon design of your choice 1, silver treasure chest 1, hidden profession scroll 1. These previous rewards were directly ignored by Han Xing, and his gaze was dead set on the last one. Hidden profession scroll. When Han Xing chose his profession, he made it clear that he was going to switch to the hidden profession of hunter later. Wild Ranger. But currently, it looked like he hadn't found any trigger conditions for this hidden profession. According to Han Xing's estimation, he would have to wait at least until he had risen to level 8 or 9 before he would have the ability to touch the Wild Ranger's transfer quest. But now, there was an opportunity in front of him. As long as he took the number 1 spot on the leaderboard, he wouldn't need to bother searching for any Wild Ranger trigger quests, but instead wait until he had leveled up to level 10 and directly transfer into a powerful hidden profession. In Empty Island Paradise, no one knew exactly how many hidden professions there were. But since they were hidden, they couldn't be said to be absolutely stronger compared to other professions, but there must be something extraordinary about them. In this instant, Han Xing was determined to take first place. The moment the point rewards were updated out, Han Xing wasn't the only one who saw the reward information. The other survivors also saw the amazing rewards for first place, and they all stopped until their eyes reddened. Messages in the chat channel had swept the screen at this point. So many rewards. Even food and water are rewarded per unit, so as long as one enters the top 100, they will basically have nothing to worry about in terms of food and drink. That's right. What's more important is that there's actually an advancement profession scroll. I've seen the introduction on the game interface before. After reaching level 10, if you want to make a breakthrough, you have to use these advanced profession scrolls, and then become an advanced profession. At that time, your strength will usher in a qualitative change. Not only will your attributes increase dramatically, but you'll also be able to learn even more advanced skills. At that time, dealing with these creatures below level 10, it's simply a case of dad beating up his son. Hearing the introduction about the advanced professions, a light of anticipation appeared in the eyes of many survivors. I'll go. The top 10 actually have blue weapon rewards, and the top 3 even have a silver treasure chest. This is too tempting. Yeah. If I can get a top 3 reward, I'll be satisfied. The survivors in District 107 were all discussing the top 10 rewards, but there were not many people discussing the first reward, which was a strange phenomenon. At this time, someone finally asked, "How come no one is talking about the first place reward? That's a hidden profession." There's also a purple weapon that hasn't even been seen at this stage. Don't think about it upstairs. Can't you see who the first place winner is now? That's the savior of Area 107. The Star River God. Whirlwind Potato. That's my dad. Don't steal first place from my dad. Meanwhile, in Area 107, several fledgling organizations had begun their emergency discussion sessions. God's Whisper Discussion Group. I'm sure you've all seen that the rewards for the top 100 are all very enticing. We, God's Whisper, basically solve the problem of survival as long as we have a few people in the top 100. The one who spoke was none other than the third existence on the scoreboard, Whisperer, who was a mage profession. The Whisperer continued, "So, those who still have the ability now must explore more of the clouds around themselves and expand their territories. As for me, I will also rise to the occasion and strive to be able to maintain my position in third place. But of course, first place is also my goal, so I hope to have your help." The other members of the group responded, "Boss, whatever you need, just ask. The brothers will support you." That's right, support Boss Whisper. Airplane Men's Group Discussion Group. All cheer up. Our Airplane Boys group already has 3 people on the top 100 list. Strive to enter a few more. Make sure Boss Papaya Star Spirit retains his top 10 position. Keep the 10 and hope for 3 to chase 1. Boss Papaya Star Spirit, we support you. Chapter 24. Preparing to charge the rankings. Compared to the warm atmosphere of the other discussion groups, another discussion group in Area 107 looked a bit strange. That was the Dusk Mercenaries discussion group. In the discussion group, a survivor called Vulture asked, "Captain, this time, do you have any hope of getting first place?" At the same time, on a certain empty island territory, a man wearing a full set of stalker equipment with a gloomy gaze stopped in his tracks. He was the second existence on the scoreboard, Black Eagle. Seeing the message from the discussion group, he didn't answer immediately, but instead spared a single word back, "Difficult, try my best." The others said with some disbelief, "Captain, even you don't have the confidence to snatch the number 1 position in that Star River? You are the..." The Black Shadow was silent for a moment and once again returned, "He is very strong. I can't see through it, but I will try my best." Han Xing rose from his bed, recharged with motivation. Seeing the chat on the LAN, the entire Channel 107 survivors were enthusiastic. "Good. It looks like everyone is in high spirits." Han Xing stretched and clenched his fists. "I'm going to start storming the leaderboards as well. However, there are still some things to do before storming the leaderboards." He tapped on the drawings bar and crafted more than 500 fine iron arrows in one breath. In total, he had consumed a full 1,000 pieces of fine iron, but for his current material reserves, it was not enough to mention. Then, Han Xing began to batch craft containers again, and the relevant crafting drawings were available in the furniture encyclopedia. The ones he made were glass bottles, divided into 3 models, large, medium, and small. The small glass bottle had a capacity of 100 milliliters. The medium model had a capacity of 500 milliliters, and the large model had a capacity of 1,000 milliliters. Because of the special material, even though it was a glass bottle, it also possessed quite strong drop and impact resistance. After holding up all of the spirit spring water in that pool on the ground and placing it in the storage box, Han Xing clapped his hands and stood up. "Very good. Now I don't have to worry about monsters rushing to my territory to destroy the spiritual spring water reserves during battle." After doing so, Han Xing thought for a moment and clicked into the discussion group of the 3 of them. "Han Xing, brothers, have you seen the announcement message? Should we rush and try to all make it into the top 10? Chung Si-yong, Brother Star, you think too highly of us, don't you? I've only just reached 12 points in my territory now, and I haven't even gotten into the top 100. If Brother Yoon, there should still be hope. He's already got 20 points now, and he's ranked 91st. Hearing this, Han Xing was a bit surprised. All already in the top 100? Not bad, Xiao Yun. Shen Yun also returned at this time. It's not bad, it's mainly because of that skill book given by Brother Star. It helps me a lot. Some of the places I didn't dare to explore before with Holy Light Healing, I dare to go and challenge them, and there are several times when I've been injured, I relied on the skill to recover from my injuries. In the early stages, a skill book really helps a lot. Chang Jianyong listened enviously from the side, then said with quite a bit of sultriness, "Envious ah? Star Brother is really good to you. If I also have a skill book, maybe I'm in the top 50 now." Shen Yun listened and said disdainfully, "Blow at you, there are nearly 10,000 people in District 107. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in here. There must be quite a few experts, don't underestimate others. However, Chung Janyong was unconvinced and said, "Give me a skill book. I will definitely be able to reach the top 50. After saying this, he said in a rather neutral manner, "Emperor seeing brave, not weak."
Han Xning.
Shin Yun, Han Xing said breathlessly. Chang Si-yong, don't play awkwardly. Chang Si-yong smiled in embarrassment. At this point, Han Xing continued to ask, "Seriously, if I give you a skill book, can you really rush to the top 50? Chang Si-yong instantly realized something when he heard this and said in surprise, "Brother Star, could it be?" Han Xing smiled. Chang Si-yong quickly asked expectantly, "Brother Star, do you really have it there? Quickly let me see what a warrior's skill book looks like." His tone was filled with longing. Yet Han Xing said, "Wait, I haven't finished. What you just said, one skill book will get you into the top 50, what about giving you two?" Chang Janyong's breath stuttered, then carefully said, Two books. What about that top 20? 3 books.
Hiss.
At this time, not only Chung Janyong was not calm, even Shin Yun was a little short of breath. At this time, the eyes of the two revealed a longing. Chung Si-yong hastened to excitement. "Star brother, hey. Afterward you are my own brother. I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I definitely won't go west if you tell me to go east. I'm your chief fanboy." With their understanding of Han Xing, they also knew that he wouldn't joke about something that didn't exist, and since he dared to say it, it meant that he really had it there. At this time, Shin Yun also pinched his voice and said, "Xing, brother Star, people also want." When the two heard this voice, goosebumps instantly rose to the ground. Chang Janyong cursed, "Shin Yun, you're so damn disgusting. For the skill book, face don't even want." However, Shin Yun also immediately counterattacked, "Chang Si-yong, you have the nerve to say me. Aren't you also this virtuous? You're disgusting. You don't have a face." Listening to the duo's repartee, Han Xing laughed. "All right, I won't tease you guys anymore. Both of you have all of them, not only skill books, but also green equipment, weapons. I have all of these. I'll trade them to you right away." Han Xing initiated a trade request to them. Watching the trade window, a skill book thrown up, almost containing all the skills of the pre-professionals, and then defense equipment, weapons. Shin Yun and Chang Si-yong both had some unreal feelings at this moment. "Brother Star, these are all for us." Both of them had some uncertainty in their tone. The value of these things, they were very clear. However, before they could come back to their senses, they saw an additional 20 liters of spirit spring water in the trade bar. Shin Yun and Chang Myong's shocked gazes fell into a daze at the same time. They weren't cuties. After seeing so much precious spirit spring water and associating it with the recent events in the chat channel, in their minds, the two had already guessed Han Xing's identity. Chung Si-yong said tentatively, "Brother Star, that Star River who is number 1 on the leaderboards right now, it wouldn't be you, would it?" "That's right." Han Xing graciously admitted that it was fine to tell them his virtual name. It wasn't anything important.
Hiss.
Hearing Han Xing admitted himself, the duo simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Shin Yun was also shocked. "I had a guess before, but I hadn't been sure. I didn't expect that person to really be Brother Star." Chang Janyong also grumbled, "So Brother Star is that Star River god. I was wondering who was so capable of getting so much water resources at once." Han Xing laughed. "You guys didn't ask either. All right, hurry up and take it all in. We need to hurry up and hit the rankings. Spirit spring water, you guys don't worry about drinking it boldly. It's not enough I still have it here. Don't die." Han Xing closed the discussion group. At this time, Chang Si-yong and Shin Yun were still chatting. Chang Si-yong said, "It's terrifying. Brother Xing gave us so many things at once. Now we really can't even think about not rushing." Shin Yun was also very agreeable. "With all this equipment and skills, it shouldn't be a problem for us to impact a top 10. You should also cheer up, but don't lose Brother Star's face." "Haha, I'm sure I won't. Shin Yun, I'm telling you. 2 days, I will surpass you." "Hey." "Bragging who wouldn't? It's impossible for you to surpass me." "Then let's compare." The duo's confidence was inspired, and when they were about to exit, Shin Yun said, "By the way, don't tell anyone about Brother Star's identity. Don't worry, I'm not stupid." At this time, Han Xing maneuvered the empty island territory and began to advance. The nearby tens of kilometers of clouds were all similar in size. The smallest was a dozen cubic meters in size, and the largest, just about the same as in the Dark Elf camp, was more than 30 cubic meters. For Han Xing, the monsters inside the clouds of this size no longer posed much of a threat. He approached a cloud and began to make contact when a system prompt came. A cold cloud seems to be breeding inside. Is it entering? Han Xing directly clicked enter. Chapter 25. Elite Creature. Advanced Area Unlocked. The cloud dispersed, and a snow-white monster appeared inside. Frost Slime 1-star creature. Level: LV3. Strength: 10. Agility: 7. Spirit: 8. Constitution: 8. Skills: Frost Armor, Spit Snowball. When this round creature with a silky chill appeared, Han Xing did not hesitate to shoot an arrow. Wind-chasing arrow, go! The fine iron arrow carried the breath of the wind, so fast that it was unimaginable. The strong penetration instantly pierced through the slime's ice crystal shell. Ka! After a crunching sound, the ice crystal shattered. This arrow, along with the end of the arrow, entered the slime's body in its entirety. The frost slime's body instantly trembled wildly. Han Xing's eyes lit up as the slime was hit by him in the vitals. TSK, after changing a few pieces of equipment, this attack power is different. I didn't expect to be able to shoot a level 3 monster into a critically injured state with a single arrow. Luckily you're a slime. If this was a humanoid creature with a head, this arrow would have been directly exploded by me. Jia. Hearing Han Xing's strange laughter, the frost slime in front of him stared in horror. Poor slime. Let me shoot. Not. Let me help you free yourself. Han Xing pulled back the bowstring and shot a second arrow. Then a system prompt appeared. You have killed the frost slime LV3 and gained 30 experience points. Your territory range has expanded. After fusing this slime's territory, Han Xing's territory area reached 72 cubic meters, and he was still number 1 on the scoreboard. Without stopping, Han Xing continued to reach out to other clouds. You have killed the red fire fox LV3, gaining 30 experience points. Your territory has expanded. You have killed the black bristled boar LV3, gaining experience value 30. Your territory range has expanded. You have killed. One by one, system prompts appeared, and from the morning until the sun was about to set, Han Xing barely stopped for a moment. During his continuous exploration of the clouds, he also encountered many monsters one after another. Emerald frog, lightning slime, groveling boar herd. One monster after another fell under his arrows. Han Xing harvested a large amount of experience, and the experience bar below his character panel came to 90% of level 2. At the same time, the area of his territory had expanded by nearly double, and on the territory points list, Han Xing was firmly in first place with 129 points. And he was currently the only existence whose territory area had broken through the triple digits. The second place right now was the Papaya Star Spirit, who had come up later, surpassing the original Whisperer and Black Eagle with 95 points. However, none of their gaps were very large right now, and the other two were hot on their heels. Han Xing mused. It seems like the competition on the list is fierce. More than intense, what he didn't know was that the chat channel in Region 107 was now on the verge of bickering over this ranking. The second, third, and fourth places on the list were all powerful existences, plus inside the top 10, there were several other powers. Under the impetus of some people, it seemed that in order to interfere with the competitors on the list, they had already started a passionate spat in the chat channel. Other than the Dusk Mercenary Corps that Black Shadow was a part of, which kept a relatively low profile, several other teams had joined in the scolding. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Han Xing. As the sun set in the west, a curved moon climbed up the branches. Under the moonlight, a human wearing leather armor and holding an iron bow was fighting a giant gray rock wolf. His dexterous stance constantly pranced back and forth on the suspended platform, avoiding the gray rock giant wolf's pounce time and time again, and then taking advantage of the moment of distance to bend his bow and shoot arrows. This person was none other than Han Xing. Brother Wolf, hurry up and run faster. Have you not eaten? Even my dog can run faster than you. Are you really a wolf? Or are you just a small hyena in wolf skin? Han Xing spewed trash talk while pulling with this giant wolf. Although he didn't know if this giant wolf understood him, his interference tactics did work. The giant wolf's eyes became increasingly red and bloodshot. It became even angrier, and with a roar, it was about to pounce towards Han Xing. Right at this moment, The human hunter on the opposite side suddenly had a flinty look in his eyes, and an arrow with hints of green instantly attacked with a terrifying speed that tore through the air. The gray rock giant wolf was unable to avoid it, and could only allow this arrow to pierce into its abdomen. "It's done," Han Xing said excitedly. Looking at the increasingly sluggish movements of the gray rock giant wolf, he knew that the neurotoxin applied to the tip of the arrow had taken effect. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "This elite monster is really hard to deal with. It's still alive and kicking after taking so many arrows from me." That's right, this gray rock giant wolf was an elite wild monster. When Han Xing was clearing the last cloud in the neighborhood, he encountered it inside and then had an engagement. Before his eyes, the monster's attributes appeared. Gray rock giant wolf 1-star elite creature. Rank LV3. Strength 15. Agility 20. Spirit 11. Physique 18. Skills: Swift Pounce, Bite, Bloodlust. With a full 3 skills of elite creatures, coupled with their strong attributes, at the current stage, human survivors would almost die whoever touched them. Han Xing knew that this might have something to do with his exploration speed. The clouds in this area had already been pretty much conquered by him, and this giant wolf was likely the strongest monster in this area besides the Dark Elf squad, equivalent to an area mini-boss. At this moment, the gray rock giant wolf had 7 or 8 iron arrows stuck in its body, and although none of them had hit the vitals, the neurotoxin that continued to work made it weaker and weaker. The gray rock giant wolf's movements gradually became sluggish, and at this moment, it also seemed to know that its fate was sealed. A trace of calmness returned to the giant wolf's ferocious gaze as it looked at Han Xing and then looked around. The gray rock giant wolf seemed to have made some sort of decision and let out a long whine to the sky before jumping violently into Han Xing's territory. Seeing this, Han Xing's eyes narrowed, ready to prepare for the giant wolf to pounce. However, at this moment, the gray rock giant wolf's target was not him, but ran straight for the 5 storage boxes at the edge of the territory. Cunning fellow, is he trying to cause damage to my territory before he dies? Han Xing did not panic, but raised the bow and arrow in his hand. In the next moment, the multiple consecutive shot skill was unleashed. Swoosh, shoo, shoo. 5 air-breaking sounds rang out one after another, and 5 iron arrows were shot one after another at the gray rock giant wolf's massive body at a terrifying speed. Puff, puff, puff. 4 of the 5 arrows hit. The gray rock giant wolf, which was already unconscious, staggered for a while before finally collapsing after receiving another consecutive heavy blow. You have killed the gray rock giant wolf elite level LV3 and gained 150 experience points. Your level has been upgraded.
Leveled up.
Leveling up to level 3, Han Xing looked at his panel and nodded. Not bad. Agility added 3 points, Strength, Spirit, and Physique added 1 point each. In the past 2 days, he had almost figured out the rules of Human Survivors upgrade editions. Before level 110, that is, before becoming an advanced professional, the attributes added for every level up were roughly 4-6 points. Then, depending on one's professional specialty, the corresponding attributes would be increased even more. For example, the hunter's agility, the warrior's strength, the mage's spirit, and the priesthood's essence body dual attribute. Just then, a prompt different from the previous one appeared. You have killed the elite monsters in this area and can now explore the higher level areas. Please note that the monsters in the advanced areas will become more powerful, so please ask the survivors to choose carefully during their exploration. Chapter 26. Fierce Competition, Narrowing Gap. Please note, the monsters in the higher level areas will become more powerful, so please be careful in choosing the survivors during the exploration process. A more advanced area? Han Xing looked around and realized that there were indeed many more pieces of clouds in the distant sky, of varying sizes. The quantity was much more than the clouds in his current area. It turns out that I had been staying in the novice area before, and only after defeating the most powerful monsters in this area could I go to the advanced maps. Han Xing seemed to have figured out some of the operational mechanisms of this game and shook his head. Forget it, that area is still far away from me, and with the current traveling speed, it will take at least 4 to 5 hours. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to deal with the loot in front of him first. He walked over to the corpse of the gray rock giant wolf and then directly decomposed it. Has successfully decomposed the corpse of the gray rock giant wolf, recovered fine iron arrows 13, obtained 1-star quality beast skin 1, obtained thick wolf meat 104 kilograms, obtained beast heart 1, Obtained strongman blood 5. High-quality beast skin. Han Xing looked at this thick fur on the ground. I seem to remember that it can be used to make blue leather armor equipment. Good stuff. As for the other beast heart and strong blood, he hadn't figured out their uses yet and put them all away for now. There was nothing good in this gray rock giant wolf's territory. But when Han Xing merged the empty islands, he found some unexpected joy. Under the moonlight, at the edge of the giant wolf's territory, there were a few pieces of rocky geologic territory flickering with silver light. There are treasures. Han Xing's eyes lit up. He walked over and then squatted down to observe the ground. Han Xing said with some uncertainty, "There should be some sort of ore in here. Should I dig and see?" Thinking of this, Han Xing took out an iron pickaxe from his backpack and began to pound it vigorously. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal striking a stone resounded continuously. When Han Xing knocked the pieces of or off the surface, finally revealing the silver dotted ore inside, the system prompt also appeared at this time. Secret silver ore needs to be smelted to extract the secret silver inside. Smelting. Han Xing was puzzled. I don't have the equipment. Do I need to build a smelting workshop? Although secret silver was a good thing, it was also the main material for making other blue equipment. But it seemed that the survivors were unable to refine this metal at their current stage, unless the later version was updated and the territory construction function was opened. At that time, the survivors will be able to build all kinds of facilities in their own territories, such as smelting workshops, weapons research institutes, fortifications, and even taverns and so on. In the current period, secret silver could only be opened with a small probability in treasure chests. Han Xing's previous ability to receive more than 20 secret silver ingots was also due to the efforts of those European emperors among the players, but of course, the chances of this were very small. Since he was unable to refine secret silver for the time being, Han Xing stuffed all of this pile of secret silver ore into the storage box. Then, he looked at the points leaderboard. First place, the River of Stars, territory points 184. Second place, the Whisperer, territorial points 162. Third place, Black Eagle, territory points 123. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 115. Fifth place. That Whisperer catching up fast? Black Eagle also surpassed Papaya Star Spirit and took the third place. Seeing the points list, Han Xing was a bit surprised. The gap between him and the Whisperer had been gradually closed, and the other party was also trying to catch up. However, after thinking about it, it was also true that although he was now equipped with nearly a full set of green equipment, the gap in attributes that he had actually pulled away from the other survivors was not that large. As the survivors continued to explore outwards, they would also find all sorts of equipment, skill books and so on in other territories. Even if they weren't using them themselves, they could still take them to the trade channel and exchange them. The strength of the survivors was steadily increasing, especially the top few existences among them, which were improving rapidly. Of course, there was likewise a corresponding cost behind this. Han Xing saw that the 10,000 survivors in Area 107 had turned into 9,632. This represented that in 3 days, more than 300 people had lost their lives in their area alone. According to this ratio, the current number of deaths of human survivors had likely reached a terrifying figure. Although most of the people in here died in accidents, as the difficulty of survival increased later on, and the monsters encountered became stronger and stronger, this number would continue to soar. At this time, Sungmi Yong in the discussion group said, "Brother Star, that Whisperer is something. He's actually close to catching up with you." Ever since realizing that Han Xing was Star River, Sungmi Yong had been keeping an eye on the leaderboards. Han Xing replied back, "Well, it's really strong. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a mage profession." "Mage?" "Yes," Han Xing affirmed. The 5 skills of a mage in the early stages, 4 of which are killing skills, the Whisperer as a team leader, has presumably gotten them all together with the help of his teammates, and coupled with the equipment additions, a mage's questing speed is indeed much faster than that of other professions. "I see." Chung Si-yong suddenly realized, and continued to ask, "Brother Star, how do you know all this? Take a look at the game's introduction more often, and you'll be able to know it as well." Han Xing paused and continued, "By the way, what's the current ranking of you two?" Chung Jianyong seemed a bit puzzled. "Didn't you look at the leaderboards, Brother Xing? Brother Yoon and I both made the list. You guys didn't say your virtual names, so how would I know what your names are?" "You didn't ask either." "Han Xing, don't skin it. Quickly say what it's called." Chung Si-young laughed. Well, my name is Lonely Brave, and Yun's name is Yoon Tianmi. Han Xing. What a middle-aged name. Right? I also think the name Yoon Tianming is very middle-aged. I'm talking about you. Sung Mi-yong? At this time, Shin Yoon was still working on his liver territory points overnight and didn't see the conversation between the two in the discussion group, or else he would have high and low had to tear into Chung Si-young for half an hour. Han Xing opened the leaderboard and saw that Lonely Brave had ranked 65th and currently had 33 points, and Yoon Tianming, also known as Shin Yoon, had actually rushed into the top 40, occupying the 37th place with 57 points. Han Xing was a bit surprised, but after thinking about it, it was to be expected. After all, he had given them nearly a full set of high-quality green clothing, and so many skill books, plus a large amount of spirit spring water, that they could boldly explore almost without fear. It was only natural to have the speed of charging up the list. After closing the chat, Han Xing continued to approach the other clouds. After rising to level 3, the speed of the empty island became 8 meters per second, equivalent to 28.8 kilometers per hour, which was already considered quite fast. While traveling on the empty island, Han Xing also took the time to scan the chat channel. After a full day of fighting and exploring, the survivors were sharing their experiences in it. Grass, what bad luck today. While exploring the territory, I ran into an elite-level jungle tiger and was almost bitten alive by it. If it wasn't for the fact that I know an ancestral divine skill of sliding shovel, I would have really been left there. Upstairs, you that counts for what? I ran into a huge bear today. It slapped me a dozen ribs. Fortunately, I am a sports student, carrying it to run more than 10 kilometers. The bear tired down it, only willing to let me go. You guys are really great. Compared to you guys, my being bitten by a 5-step snake seems to be nothing. Brother, you can still talk after being bitten by a 5-paced snake? Oh, because I pulled out its poisonous fangs, it's okay to bite it, and it's also very comfortable, so I'm gonna keep it as a pet. Dude, you're so sick. A sea of speechless symbols appeared in the chat channel. At this time, someone said, you guys stop joking around. Look at the Papaya Star Spirit Big Brother coming out with another cheat. Big Brother has come out with another cheat? I was reading his post just before, and only then did I follow the tips to bypass several clouds that harbor monsters. Me too, thanks to Papaya Star Spirit's cheats. I was able to easily open a bronze treasure chest. Quickly look at what is it this time? The crowd clicked in to take a look, and it was clearly a strategy post released by Papaya Star Spirit, and it had several hundred replies in a short period of time. However, the title of the post was different from the previous one, instead revealing a serious style. Vigilance, Dark Elf Squad. Chapter 27, The Whisperer. The title of the post is Vigilance, Dark Elf Squad. When one clicked on it, there were several pictures of monsters and their attributes. The slender body size and pointed ears indicated their identity, Dark Elves. The configuration of the Dark Elf Squad that Papaya Starling had encountered was similar to the one Han Xing had encountered. In his post, Papaya Starling highlighted the power of these Dark Elves as well as their strong desire to attack. He had also come back from the dead and was almost accounted for. Then, he told the other survivors to pay attention to the system's hints, and if there were hints about words related to fallen creatures, make sure not to enter, or else the odds were against them. After reading the post, many of the survivors couldn't help but feel a bit thankful. Dark Elves, what a strong monster. I hope I don't encounter them. Yes, it's fortunate that Big Papaya Star Spirit was willing to share the information, and it's also fortunate that he's strong. Otherwise, if it was us, we would probably have died in the hands of the Dark Elves in a single glance. After reading the message in the chat channel, Han Xing pondered. The Papaya Star Spirit had also encountered a Dark Elf Squad, but the thing that this group of Dark Elves was guarding did not seem to be spirit spring water, but a silver treasure chest. In that case, not all Dark Elves have water sources around them. It could also be other treasures. Thinking of this, Han Xing relaxed slightly inside. This was because it showed that he could still monopolize his spirit spring water for a while longer. However, it also reminded himself that the survivor's strength was gradually increasing, and they would soon be able to solve the problem of the water source by themselves. Han Xing immediately thought, we have to hurry up and get another batch of spirit spring water out of our hands, or else when everyone stops worrying about the water source, the spirit spring water won't be worth much anymore. Thinking of this, Han Xing opened the trading channel. Compared to yesterday, there were a few thousand more trading messages on it. The corner of Han Xing's mouth hooked into a smile. Everyone really worked hard. They must have found quite a few materials today as well, right? After working so hard, then must be thirsty as well? Then would you like to have a mouthful of sweet spirit spring water now? Han Xing kept letting out sinister laughter, and seemingly realizing that he was a bit out of line. He hastily wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth. Then, he once again put the spirit spring water on the shelf. Compared to yesterday, more conditions had been added to the exchange of spirit spring water this time. The green equipment drawings were eliminated and some other drawings were added, such as drawings of various territorial buildings and defense buildings, and then the exchange of strong blood, various herbs, secret silver, and other materials was also added. The appearance of spirit spring water once again caused a sensation. Although it was not as enthusiastic as yesterday, Han Xing still exchanged quite a few materials. After 2 to 3 hours of trading, Han Xing spent a total of 432 liters of spirit spring water and exchanged it for 3 storage boxes full of materials with 2,550 storage spaces. Among them, a full 21,643 spirit cores were exchanged, 45,387 pieces of fine iron, 103 one-star beast hides, 86,646 rare earths. There were also materials such as ether, dark firestone, moonflower grass, and so on, which was a huge amount. Of course, blue equipment and drawings, but he did not exchange one piece. The other survivors weren't stupid, and naturally knew how precious such things were. Now it wasn't like yesterday, when it was hard to find water in the trading channel. Some teams, more or less, had found some drinking water. However, the healing function of spirit spring water was still unique for the moment, and had no competition at all. Han Xing pondered at this moment. There are still more than 800 liters of spirit spring water, so it should be able to be offered once more, which is tomorrow. After selling this one time, the market for spirit spring water will begin to shrink, and we won't be able to continue harvesting materials from players' hands. But it doesn't matter, the preliminary preparations are pretty much done. When I get a batch of blue drawings, use these materials to make equipment in bulk, and then sell them to other survivors, I can start another round of harvesting again. At that time, I will then save up most of the materials, and when the territory reaches a certain size, I will start building large-scale fortifications in bulk and make my territory as solid as gold. Then get new equipment drawings and continue this pattern, making it bigger and stronger. Thinking of this, the smile on Han Xing's face could barely be concealed. Han Xing had made a preliminary plan for his future development, and midway through he might encounter other situations such as version updates, then he would have to improvise. However, no matter how it changed, he had an advantage that other survivors did not have. That was the 100% build success rate. As long as you had the appropriate drawings, even if it was a divine artifact, he could build it for you in bulk. He didn't believe that the other survivors could refuse these equipment with higher quality and more powerful attributes. And as long as they had the demand, Han Xing would be able to make a huge profit from it. Thinking of this, Han Xing looked up at the sky. It was already late into the night, and after a full day of exploration, the back-to-back battles had already made him a bit tired. Let's call it a day. It's not wise to fight in a state of fatigue. Looking at the system interface for the hatching of the Fey eggs. Remaining incubation time, 76 hours, 17 minutes, 48 seconds. There are still more than 70 hours to wait for it to hatch. Hopefully, the creature inside this Fey egg won't let me down. Han Xing laid back on the bed, ready to sleep again. At the same time, not long after Han Xing fell asleep, the other survivors were in the empty island territory. A middle-aged man wearing mage robes and holding a bronze staff was fighting a group of jungle boars. Only seeing him waving the staff in his hand, a fireball the size of a faceplate gradually took shape. Then, without hesitation, he threw the fireball into the group of boars. With an explosion, the boar herd was blown out with a scream. Immediately afterward, several thumb-thick ice arrows shot out, and the bodies of several boars were instantly pierced with blood holes. At this moment, among the wild boar group, a huge elite monster instantly rushed out. It stared with red eyes, like a small mountain rushing towards the human mage, only to see that the human mage was not panicked, and with a wave of one hand, he used a move of air burst to pull himself and the boar apart. Then a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, splitting impartially on the elite boar's head. Splat! The elite boar's body instantly froze. A burst of black smoke emerged from its body, and the human mage on the side even smelled the aroma of roasted meat. After the elite boar fell, there were only some ordinary boars left in the empty island territory, and the next battle had no suspense. When this group of boars was completely eliminated, The human mage lifted the cloak on his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. He was the leader of God's Whisperer, the existence currently ranked second in the points ranking. The Whisperer crouched down on the ground, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Very good. This empty island is a full 12 square meters in size. It can add a lot more points." He quickly merged this boar territory with his empty island. On the leaderboard, Whisperer's territory points instantly jumped from 164 to 176, and he was only 8 points away from surpassing Han Xing and taking first place. Whisperer said thoughtfully, "That Star River's points haven't changed for a while. Could it be that this guy went to sleep?" He quickly thought of something and laughed softly. "It's still really laid back, however. This also gives me a chance. Xinghe, while you're sleeping, I'm going to surpass you to take first place, and that one hidden profession scroll will definitely be mine." After Whisperer finished speaking, he maneuvered his empty island and continued running to the next location. But what he didn't realize was that his pupils were already covered in blood. On the other side, the third-ranked Black Eagle and the fourth-ranked Papaya Star Spirit were also scrambling to explore. As time reached the latter part of the night on the leaderboard, the top 3 positions quietly changed. Chapter 28. Leaderboard Changes. The next day, as soon as Han Xing opened his eyes, he saw many private chat messages, all from other survivors. In the discussion group, Chang Myung and Shin Yun were also etching themselves. So many people looking for me? With curiosity, Han Xing clicked into the discussion group. Soon, he figured out the ins and outs. It turned out that just last night, while he was sleeping, the being called Whisperer, who had been on a liver binge all night, finally surpassed him in territory points in the wee hours of the morning and claimed first place. And he also publicized his Team God's Whisper in the chat channel, recruiting a large number of other survivors to join. The effect was remarkable, as many survivors had already joined them, and now, God's Whisper was on the verge of becoming the #1 team in Area 107. Han Xing lightly laughed. "This Whisperer, he's really livered. That said, doesn't he really feel tired after staying up all night like this? And how long can this state last?" He stroked his chin and seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, Sung Mi Yong frantically ate Han Xing in the discussion group. "At Singa, Brother Star. Wake up. Your #1 is gone. Brother Star, my brother." Han Xing helplessly opened the discussion group and replied, "What's the point of panicking? It's only been 2 days since the leaderboard opened. It's still early to reach 1,000 points." Seeing Han Xing's reply, Sung Mi Yong hurriedly said, "But didn't you say that this Whisperer is most likely a mage profession and is much faster than you in terms of exploration speed? You're being pulled away now, and it's going to be difficult to catch up behind you. Moreover, that Black Eagle and Papaya Star Spirit, who are now on the leaderboards, will soon surpass you as well." Chang Jianyong appeared to be even more anxious than Han Xing. However, Han Xing replied back in an unhurried manner, "Don't be anxious. It's useless to be anxious. Let them fight if they want to. We just need to maintain our own pace. Don't risk challenging those dangerous clouds just to compete for the list. They won't be able to last long in this state. Even if they are no longer strong-willed, it's impossible for them to continue fighting at high intensity without sleep or rest." On the side, Shin Yun also concurred, "Brother Star is right. Their current state is too dangerous. I've already experienced this once the night before, staying up all night with a wild liver. And the next day, my combat status dropped drastically, and several times I was almost bitten to death by monsters." Speaking here, Shin Yun said with some hindsight, "So don't look at them charging fiercely now, but in fact, their current state is like walking on a tightrope. Once there is a slight mistake, they will pay a heavy price." Chang Jianyong also realized his impatience and laughed dryly in embarrassment. At this moment, Shin Yun seemed to have thought of something and said, "Chang Si-yong, you also need to take it easy. Don't lose your life for the sake of rushing the list. Do you still remember what the system prompted?" Chang Si-yong also remembered something. Suddenly his face changed wildly. "I almost forgot. The system prompt said that it would drop the vulnerable people to their loved ones after a month, which means that after a month, my wife and children will also come to this world. If something happens to me at this time..." Sung Mi Yong broke out into a cold sweat. "Sweating your ass off, little old brother." Shin Yun scoffed. Chang Si-yong did not say anything. In his heart, his family was incredibly important. However, because he had just come to this world not more than a few days ago, everything was still too late to adapt, so much so that he did not even have time to think about this. It was only now that he suddenly remembered that in a month's time, he was going to be reunited with his family in this world. In his heart, Chung Jianyong secretly made a decision. He must not let his family experience the same dangers as himself, much less die in this world before they could come over. Then, Chung Si-yong said in the discussion group, "You guys are right. I mustn't let anything happen here. I have to protect Shishi. Brother Yoon, Brother Xing, you guys are the same. You must be careful." Shin Yoon said indifferently, "I'm fine again. My family is just the old man and my mom. They are still physically strong. It's just that Brother Star." Han Xing's situation was a bit special. They also knew that Han Xing had no father or mother, and had grown up living alone and growing up alone. Han Xing smiled and said, "Just mind you guys, I don't want to live for so many years, and then next month suddenly pop up a pair of strangers that I haven't seen before, saying they are my dad and mom." Shin Yoon and Chung Myong stopped talking, seemingly not wanting to continue on this topic either. After a pause, Han Xing continued to confide, "Now, the monsters that you all have encountered are getting stronger and stronger. If you come across creatures that you can't beat, remember to run away if you can, and make sure not to risk a confrontation. If you're injured, give me a fierce drink of spirit spring water. Don't worry about consumption. I have as much as you guys want here. Remember, don't die." Han Xing solemnly explained, and the duo nodded their heads in agreement with great seriousness. At the same time, the other survivors were discussing Han Xing's ranking. God's Whisper discussion group. A survivor called Cat Under the Moon said that River of Stars ranking still hasn't changed. This guy is probably still asleep and lazy. It's still our Whisper boss who's diligent, and with this momentum, he'll surely be able to take the #1 spot. The other discussion group members also chimed in, "That's right, Boss Whisperer is the strongest. Heaven rewards diligence. Boss will definitely be #1. Whisperer had just broken through 200 points, and when he saw the chatter in the discussion group, a hint of a smile appeared on his pale face. He lightly coughed twice and said, "If I really managed to take first place, it wasn't thanks to me alone. It was thanks to the help of my brothers. If it wasn't for you guys helping me collect a few mage skill books and a few pieces of mage equipment, I wouldn't have been able to surpass Xinghe so quickly." Hearing this, the team members complimented, "Boss is being modest. It's still your strength that's overpowered. That's right, what Star River, what Black Eagle, in front of Boss's true strength. There's absolutely no chance of competition." The smile on the Whisperer's face grew even wider, and he seemed to be enjoying the crowd's bragging, especially when he looked at the leaderboards, and that popular Star River was all stepped on by him. A burst of satisfaction surged in his heart. Even the exhaustion from last night's all-night battle was swept away. But in order not to show it, he still said at the LAN, "Everyone, don't be too proud. Seize the time to explore the clouds. I hope that we, God's Whisper, can have a few more people rush into the middle of the top 100 list." "Okay, listen to the boss." The Whisperer's words were echoed by many, and in Area 107, he was considered to have made it to the top. Just then, someone in the discussion group said, "Look, Star River's points have changed." Just now, they saw Han Xing's territory points instantly jump from 184 to 196, an increase of 12 points at once. The Whisperer's heart sank, realizing that Han Xing was starting to make a push. Thinking of this, he closed the discussion group chat, took a deep breath that seemed to dispel the exhaustion in his heart, and once again looked at the clouds in the distance. Not only on God's Whisper side, but the survivors of the other discussion groups, too, began to sprint. Everyone couldn't help but speed up their exploration progress. In just one morning, the entire leaderboard list was constantly changing. From time to time, there were new names killing their way into the leaderboard, and from time to time, someone's ranking rose by a dozen or so at once, making the competition very fierce. As for Han Xing, after a morning of exploration, not only did he not increase his ranking, he also dropped to 3rd place all of a sudden. That Black Hawk also surpassed him at this time. When everyone's attributes had caught up, in the case of skills and equipment being similar, the rest was a matter of individual combat awareness. In this regard, Han Xing was clearly not good at it, at least not compared to their top existences. These people, before they descended into the empty island paradise, probably had different identities and specialties. For example, soldiers, boxers, mercenaries, etc. These identities allowed them to better survive in this world. On the local channel, the crowd began a heated discussion about the change in the leaderboards. "It's over. Star God has dropped another place, even Papaya Star Spirit is about to catch up. He won't even be able to keep the top 3, right? I think there's this possibility Star River sold so much water in the beginning and exchanged it for a lot of equipment. That's why he had the advantage before. Now everyone's equipment and skills are catching up, so his advantage has been weakened. I see. I thought that Star God was bound to get first place this time. How could that be? There are still a lot of experts present in our Area 107. It's going to be very difficult for Xinghe to take first place. For Han Xing, there was a chorus of negative voices in the LAN. Chapter 29, Heavy Rainfall from the Sky. In the chat channel, there was a chorus of voices singing negatively. However, the main character who was the subject of the heated discussion, Han Xing, had a leisurely face as he struck his bow and shot arrows. In front of him, several giant pangolin-like monsters fell at his feet. After half a day, Han Xing also arrived at the so-called advanced area. By this place, the survivors were like out of the novice reserve. The clouds in this neighborhood were much larger, casually encountering dozens of squares, and the intensity of the monsters inside was also plummeting. Han Xing didn't take any chances and didn't explore those large areas of clouds for the sake of competing for the leaderboard. Previously, the encounter in the Dark Elf territory was still fresh in his mind. He chose to play it safe, specializing in maneuvering empty islands to get close to those clouds that were only a dozen or so square feet. Compared to the top 3 on the leaderboard that rose by dozens of squares at once, Han Xing's speed could only be described as tortoise speed. But he wasn't in a hurry. Today was the second day of the opening of the scoreboard, and the Whisperer, who was now in first place, only had more than 260 points. At this rate, a day's growth would be 100 to 200 square meters at most, and it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to reach 1,000 points. Just as everyone was burying their heads in exploration. At sunset in the afternoon, the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds and thunder rolled. At this moment, all the survivors involuntarily stopped their hands and raised their heads. A thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. It's going to rain. When realizing this thought, all the survivors were first bewildered for a moment, and then couldn't help but have a look of ecstasy on their faces. Because, if this rain really fell, then it meant that the water source problem that had plagued them for many days would be completely solved. And this also sent out a signal. Han Xing's spiritual spring water. It's going to be unsellable. Although the healing function was still unique, it would no longer be able to do what it did before and could be priced at will. Rumble. Thunder rolled in the sky and lightning streaked across. In the next moment, drops of clear rain fell on top of the heads of the crowd. Then the rain intensified. Clatter. As a torrential downpour fell, countless survivors excitedly began to revel in place in mid-air. Some survivors even directly tilted their heads and greeted the rain in the air with their mouths. The air quality and environment of this world was extremely good, and even the rainwater carried a sweet flavor. The survivors let out loud, unrestrained laughter. After a few days of water source troubles, this moment was truly a long drought with sweet rain. The smart ones took out all the tools that could store rainwater at this time, hoarding drinking water for themselves. Those who really didn't have any tools even dug a pit in place to act as a container. The chat channel was a hot situation, with many survivors discussing excitedly. Woo-woo! It finally rained. These past few days have been a nightmare. Cthulhu. Finally made it through. Finally I can take a shower. The smell of my body. I smell disgusting to myself. Let me smell it. The survivors were shouting in excitement. The revelry in the chat channel lasted for almost half an hour, when suddenly someone said, "Great! We can finally stop overpaying for Star River's spirit spring water. His bid is just too dark." The LAN was suddenly silent for a moment, because this was the first time that someone openly said that Han Xing's bid was black in the chat channel. Before this, everyone's comments about Han Xing had been positive, and they had even pushed him to the heights of Area 107 savior. Even when Han Xing's points ranking dropped, it didn't shake his position in the hearts of the survivors. After all, he was in control of the lifeblood of thousands of people in his hands. But now, with the problem of the water source resolved, everyone suddenly realized that Han Xing's role seemed to be less important. At this time, a survivor called Smoke and Fire in the Dark also chimed in. "In fact, I've been wanting to say this for a long time now. Star River bid so high, in a single transaction, almost emptying out all of our gains from the previous 2 days. He also doesn't think about it. Without the equipment, how are we going to survive the next battle? He only thinks about selling high-priced water. completely disregarding our next deaths. And right at that moment, a survivor retorted furiously in the chat channel. Whirlwind Potato. At dark smoke and fire you fart? If it wasn't for the star gods selling water for the past 2 days, would you be able to survive to this point? This dog's life of yours was saved by others. Now that you've gotten hardened, you're starting to bite, aren't you? Smoke and fire in the dark. At Spinning Potato, what did you say? The water sold by Star River is just expensive. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Why shouldn't people be allowed to say it? Whirlwind Potato. At Dark Smoke and Fire. Facts your mom. Just you white-eyed wolves are saying it yourself. Don't involve us. Smoke and Fire in the dark. I hashtag it $. The two began to trash talk each other. At this time, another survivor said, the brother above is right. The price of Star River's water is indeed too high. I traded a warrior's skill book for less than 500 milliliters of water. Do you guys think it's black? Whirlwind Potato said angrily, you guys fart. How come no one said it was too expensive at the time? And now each one of you is jumping out and barking here. Smoke and Fire in the dark also countered. That Cyclone Potato, is Xinghe your father? Are you so protective of him? You're right. He is my dad. Let me tell you. My dad holds a grudge. Be careful, he'll write down all your names and never trade with you again. Cyclone Potato's threat seemed to have an effect, and in remembrance of what happened with the Lei clan earlier, those few survivors who had accused Han Xing suddenly shut their mouths. At this time, there was also a portion of people who were watching the show and came forward to say a few words of justice. It's not really black in that situation. It's already considered good for others to come up with water. Yeah, think it's expensive. Just don't buy it in the future. Anyway, from today onwards everyone is not short of water. There's no need to blame others. There were still a lot of sensible people on the land, and they were all speaking up for Han Xing. The people on the other side who felt that the bid was expensive also shut their mouths. A dispute gradually dissolved into nothingness. Only, as the day passed, Han Xing's monopoly would be overturned and his heat would drop. Even his dropping out of the top 3 no longer caused others to discuss him. Right now, everyone's eyes were on Whisperer, Black Eagle, and the others. Han Xing naturally also saw the land, those people talking about him. His heart did not fluctuate in any way, but instead laughed. This Whirlwind Potato. When did I get a son as big as you? Speaking like it's true. I don't even have a ing girlfriend. At this time, Chung Jianyong and Xin Yun were busy exploring the empty island and did not see the argument in the chat channel. Otherwise, with their character, they would definitely tear into these guys until dawn. But at that moment, that smart lamb suddenly sent him a message. Han Xing clicked in and read it, and it read, cheer up, I'll support you. She also attached a very cute and encouraging emoticon at the end. A heartfelt smile appeared at the corner of Han Xing's mouth, and in his heart, he guessed that this little girl should have seen some of the land's bad remarks about him. So she was cheering herself up. Shaking his head, Han Xing did not take these people's comments to heart. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Those guys, they wouldn't think that they wouldn't buy anything from me in the future except for Spirit Spring water, right? Suddenly, the smile on his lips came to an abrupt end, turning into a surprised expression as he said, holy, I forgot to put away the quilt when it rained, and the bed and furniture are all soaked. At this stage, Han Xing did not have building-type drawings, and most of the furniture was in the open air, directly placed in his territory. A heavy rain came down and directly drenched them all. After the heavy rain, the wind rolled in. The next day, Han Xing was still maintaining his rhythm, gradually clearing the small clouds in this area. His ranking had also dropped from 4th all the way to 6th. The number 1 spot was still the Whisperer right now. After 2 consecutive days of sleeplessness, the Whisperer's territorial points reached 348 points, exceeding the 2nd Blackhawk and the 3rd Papaya Star Spirit by a full 50 points or so. However, the change in Han Xing's ranking no longer caused the crowd to talk. As the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. They now felt that it was good enough for Han Xing to remain in the top 10. By the evening, Han Xing's ranking fell out of the top 10 as expected. Early on the 3rd day, Han Xing's territory points were 260, ranking 13th. The Whisperer's territory points had already surpassed 400 points after a night of wild livering. The 2nd Black Eagle and the 3rd Papaya Star Spirit had followed suit, and now the gap between the 3 was less than 50 points. Everyone was burying their heads in exploration. At the end of the 3rd day, Whisperer's points directly surpassed 600. Black Eagle and Papaya Star Spirits points had also broken through 500. Right now, in the chat channel, these three people's reputation was rising at an extremely rapid rate, including the team they were on, which had also begun recruiting a large number of people. Chapter 30. Secret Pill of Life Formula Request for Catch-Up Reading. God's Whisper, Dusk Mercenaries, Airplane Men's Group. The three major teams in Area 107 had entered a period of rapid development, with the number of discussion groups increasing every day, and there was a trend of a three-legged race. On the contrary, it was Han Xing which hadn't picked up much momentum since it fell out of the top 10. So far, Han Xing's territorial points had just broken through 400, barely maintaining his position in the top 20. There was basically no more discussion about Han Xing in the chat channel, and he seemed to be dying out. Early in the morning of the fourth day, Han Xing's territorial points reached 456, and he had already fallen out of the top 20. However, this was Han Xing's deliberate slowing down of his pace. If he really wanted to make a serious sprint, he would still be able to stay in the top 10, just that way it didn't meet the expectations in his heart. There wasn't much difference between the rewards of the top 10 and the rewards of the top 20, and his goal, too, was only number 1. Therefore, Han Xing was waiting for an opportunity, and that opportunity was his own pet hatching. At the current stage, where everyone was fighting alone, being able to have an extra pet, no matter how weak that pet was, could give the survivors as much of a boost. As for Han Xing's pet egg, it was a treasure snatched from the hands of the demon archon, so it was definitely not weak. At that time, it would be the time for one's true sprint. On the leaderboards, Chang Si-yong and Shin Yun were also squeezed out of the top 50. In the discussion group, Chang Si-yong spat there early in the morning. Grass, these guys really don't want to die. I've controlled my daily sleep to 6 hours and spent all the rest of my time exploring the empty islands, and I still can't beat them, these roll kings. Han Xing, however, smiled and said, "That's normal. During the event, all the survivors in our Area 107 have a state of valor in battle. The battle will become easier. Taking advantage of the state, they will surely try their best to explore the empty island." However, Shin Yun said thoughtfully, "For days. Today is the 90th hour since the event began. The group of roll kings in the top 20 right now are all presumably existences that haven't slept much, and even if they are no longer strong-willed, they are presumably almost at their limit." Chang Si-yong listened but said dejectedly, "What's the use of that? The gap between us is too big. Even if some of them can't hold on and rest for a few hours, we won't be able to catch up. The first place is even more unthinkable. That Whisperer has already broken 800 points now. I'm afraid that he can break 1,000 points today and take the first place reward." However, Shin Yun shook his head and said, "No, you don't understand. Right now the group of people on the leaderboards, especially the ones in the top 10, they don't dare to rest even if they are sleepy at this time. They are afraid that if they rest for a few hours, the rankings that they have managed to hold on to for a few days will fall out all of a sudden. Therefore, the next day is the one that will determine the final rankings, depending on whether they can hold on or not. And, don't forget, there's also a strong existence like the regional bosses." Shin Yun was right at the same time. In the other survivor territories, Whisperer with full mage equipment, Stalker Blackhawk, Warrior Papaya Starling, and several other survivors at the top of the leaderboards. At this moment, they all topped their almost bloodshot pupils, clenched their teeth, and raised their last ounce of spirit to fight the monsters in the empty island. But no matter how much they held on, their bodies' fatigue and sluggish movements still betrayed them. Right at this moment, a man holding a two-handed greatsword, who didn't look too old, was fighting a giant lizard when his vision suddenly appeared in a blur. He tried to blink his eyes, but his consciousness seemed to react as if he had a fractured, intermittent reaction. By the time he was able to raise his spirit and react, the giant lizard had already pounced to his side at some point. The giant lizard opened its bloody mouth and quickly zoomed in front of the male warrior. A heartfelt fear appeared in his tired eyes. "Ah!" A scream followed. Outside of the gargoyle territory, an empty island with an area of more than 500 square feet collapsed at this moment. At the same time, a name was quietly erased from the territory points ranking. At this moment, Han Xing sat on the territory's bench, silently looking at the progress bar in front of him. Remaining incubation time for the alien beast egg, 30 minutes and 59 seconds. Almost there, half an hour left, 100 hours of waiting, and it would soon be revealed what kind of creature was inside this black egg. Han Xing also became a little excited inside, and he said softly, "The fey egg that I got from the demon Maharaja. No matter what, It can still have to open a legendary level pet for me, right? Hearing Han Xing's voice, the giant egg trembled slightly on the ground, and a complex pattern constantly appeared on the black and gold-colored eggshell. The creature inside seemed to be desperately longing to come out as well. But in the end, it was not yet time to hatch. There was still nearly half an hour of incubation left, and Han Xing could only continue to wait. Just then, a private chat message caught his attention. Han Xing looked at the name. It was that smart little sheep again. He clicked on the private chat and saw the message from the other party. Clever sheep. Star. Hello, Star God. Do you have time? Now. Han Xing. Who taught you to call me that? Smart lamb? Huh? I saw that they all called you that before. So I. Han Xing. Forget it. What's the matter with finding me? The opposite side seemed to be relieved, and after a moment, the clever little sheep returned. It's like this. In the course of exploring the empty island today, I ran into a good and powerful monster, a strange tree with many arms. After I wasted a lot of effort and narrowly beat it, I found a recipe at the bottom of the foot of that weird tree. Then I read the information on it and thought you should use it. Weird tree. Could it be a plant-based monster? Han Xing thought for a moment. There's another recipe? Send it to me. Aha! Smart Sheep has initiated a trade request to you. Han Xing. Didn't I teach you that you can just send the item information in the private chat window without trading? Smart little sheep froze, then reacted and said, Huh? Oh, I forgot. Han Xing sighed. Never mind, you can put it up first. Hearing Han Xing's instructions, smart little sheep quickly put up a recipe. Secret Pill of Life Recipe Green. It contains the method of making the secret pill of life and the ratio of the required materials, which can cure 1-star creatures in a state of serious injury and 2-star creatures in a state of light injury. The moment he saw the information about the recipe, Han Xing's eyes went straight. This was actually an unrivaled recovery-type potion recipe. One must know that although Spirit Spring Water also had a recovery effect, compared to the secret pill of life, that effect was still a long way off. What was the concept of treating serious injuries? As long as a survivor wasn't killed in one hit, or in a state where they were missing an arm or a leg, the secret pill of life could pull you back from the line of death. This thing, in the early stages, was almost equivalent to an extra life. Han Xing held back his excitement and calmly said, I'll take this recipe. Name your price. Hearing Han Xing say this, the opposite smart sheep seemed to be a bit confused, and after a moment, she hurriedly replied, You've misunderstood. This recipe is what I'm going to send you. I don't want your stuff. Now, it was Han Xing's turn to be a bit surprised. He knew that although this girl on the opposite side was a bit dull, she was not a cutie pie. It was impossible for her not to know that the value of this formula. Right now, as long as she threw it into the trading channel, those big teams would definitely take it down even if they had to pay the price of tipping their hands. After all, at the moment, there weren't any recovery-type props that could compete with the Secret Pill of Life. Secret Pill of Life, at the current stage, was almost as irreplaceable amongst the survivors as the Spirit Spring Water from the previous 2 days. And mastering the only formula was almost equivalent to controlling the market, and the value contained behind it was almost unlimited. However, she now actually said that she would give it to herself for nothing, which made Han Xing somewhat doubt his ears. Chapter 31. Hatching. Plus more. Please catch up on reading. Seemingly knowing that Han Xing couldn't believe it, the clever little sheep hurriedly said, I really don't want anything from you. Just take it directly. After saying that, she directly tapped on the confirmation of the transaction, as long as Han Xing confirmed on his side. Then this formula, which was incomparably precious in the early stages, would directly fall into his hands. Can you tell me why? Han Xing once again asked, as having been alone since childhood. He had almost no friends other than Chang Jianyong and Shin Yun. Han Xing also did not have the idea of widening his social circle. The relationship between people was too complicated. In his heart, he still put his interests first. The smart little sheep on the opposite side seemed a bit embarrassed, but still said, You saved a lot of people when you sold Spirit Spring Water in the chat channel before. No matter what they say about you, I know you're a good person. Then I thought of giving you this drawing. Hearing this reply, Han Xing froze, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. What is this girl thinking? I'm not a good person. Selling spiritual spring water, he was only thinking out of interest. However, Han Xing also knew that at this stage, this formula would only be of maximum value if it fell into his hands. Making the secret pill of life required materials, and in the entire 107th district, It could be said that there was no second person who had as many materials as he had hoarded. A moment later, Han Xing exhaled and said, "I'll take it then. And when I make the secret pill of life, I'll prioritize providing it to you." The clever little sheep also breathed a sigh of relief and said joyfully, "Uh-huh, thank you." Han Xing tapped to confirm, and a system prompt came. "You have obtained the secret pill of life formula green. Do you want to learn it?" "Yes." The next moment, Han Xing's character interface, next to the drawings bar, had an additional recipe column. Secret pill of life green. After taking it, it can quickly recover from bodily injuries. Interval between uses, 30 seconds. Materials required to make: small glass bottle 1, spirit spring water 100 milliliters, spirit core 10, moonflower grass 5, wind breath grass 3, strongman's blood 1, magic crystals 5. There were many types of materials needed to make the secret pill of life, and it seemed quite complicated. At this moment, Han Xing was a bit puzzled, wondering if a secret medicine recipe like this one could be augmented by the talent of divine artisan to achieve a 100% success rate. When he saw the information underneath the recipe, joy immediately appeared on his face. 45% success rate in making secret pill of life. Subject to the divine artisan talent edition, the success rate has reached 100%. It's really possible. Han Xing clenched his fists in excitement. Although he didn't know why the divine artisan's talent could affect the secret medicine formula, he did have a 100% success rate. Wouldn't this mean that with the formula, Han Xing would be able to achieve the same 100% success rate when crafting other things? This idea was yet to be verified, but Han Xing felt that the possibility was high. Gathering his excitement, Han Xing looked at the private chat window and replied, "I'm going to collect a little bit of materials, so I'll find you when I've crafted the secret pill of life." "Aha, okay." Smart little sheep returned an emoticon. After Han Xing finished speaking, he was ready to close the private chat. At this time, as if he thought of something, he instructed Smart little sheep, "In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, and don't trade with just anyone anymore. Right, you're also from Xinyang City, right? You can also try contacting your friends." Seemingly afraid that the other party would not understand, Han Xing added, "Area 107. Most of them are people from our Xinyang City. You can add each other's friends by searching for each other's real names." After Han Xing finished speaking, the smart little sheep on the opposite side marveled. "So that's how it is." The next moment, she became a bit lost again. "But forget it. I shouldn't have any friends in Xinyang City." Han Xing heard something wrong in her tone. The other party seemed to have some stories, but he didn't ask much. He wasn't a person who liked to know about other people's pasts. After closing the private chat, Han Xing tapped on the recipe bar and excitedly looked at that secret pill of life recipe. The materials required on it had all been gathered after his vigorous harvesting over the past 2 days. No, after exchanging with other survivors. Not only that, he still had sufficient stock, and was even able to make thousands of bottles of the secret medicine in a single breath. Han Xing did have this intention as well, but not now. The main ingredient of the recipe for the secret pill of life is spirit spring water. No wonder that little ninny thought of me in the first place. Next, spirit spring water can no longer be sold, so if I have to sell it, I'll sell the secret pill of life. However, we have to find a suitable moment to strike. Han Xing thought to himself. This time it shouldn't be too long. As the survivors continued to explore, the monsters they encountered became more and more powerful, and the casualty rate would skyrocket. At that time, it would be the time for his secret pill of life to strike. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked on the recipe and prepared to make it when a system prompt appeared. Does it consume materials? Small glass bottle 80, spirit spring water 8,000 milliliters, spirit core 800, moonflower grass 400, wind breathing grass 240, strong blood 240, magic crystals 400, to make secret pill of life 80. Yes. Han Xing tapped OK. The warehouse was empty for a few frames, but it wasn't worth mentioning for his material reserves. In front of his eyes, a large 10-second progress bar appeared. Now that the time had come to night, Han Xing was in no hurry. After 10 minutes, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. You have successfully crafted secret pill of life 80. All 80 bottles of secret pill of life had been crafted. Han Xing first traded 20 bottles of secret pill of life to Smart Sheep. Then, he tapped the system interface again to look at the hatching progress of the Fey eggs. Remaining incubation time, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 48 seconds. As time passed, the lines on top of the eggshell actually emitted a burst of black light. The system countdown came to the last 10 seconds. The black egg began to tremble violently, as if some creature had awakened and was desperately longing to come out from inside the eggshell. Han Xing also grew more and more excited. Make sure to give me a dragon. As the countdown came to the last 1 second, he heard a crisp cracking sound. Ka-ching! Han Xing saw that cracks appeared on the lines of the giant egg, and a trace of intense black light burst out from within. I'll go, what a big commotion! At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt that he was deprived of his vision. His eyes became blank. Not only that, even the ranged area of dozens of kilometers near him turned pitch black. It was as if all the light in the neighborhood had been swallowed up at this moment. Although Han Xing could not see, he shouted excitedly in his heart, "Come a dragon! Come a dragon!" In the next second, the range of black light began to contract violently, and at an extremely fast speed, converged towards the same place. At the same time, Han Xing also saw the system's prompt. Successfully hatched the Fey egg. Pet information has been bound. It's done. Han Xing stood up excitedly. Chapter 32, Void Spectre Wolf. After 100 hours of waiting, the Fey egg finally hatched. However, when Han Xing regained his vision, the expected figure of a dragon or other legendary creature did not appear. In front of him was a canine pup-like creature. A creature with a pitch-black body, 2 drooping ears, and a round head and short body was staring blankly at Han Xing with large, watery eyes. Han Xing was also looking at the other. One person and one dog were looking at each other. Holy, a little earth dog? Han Xing's wide-eyed eyes were the first to speak, his tone filled with shock and a hint of disappointment. He had thought that the Fey egg that he had gotten from the demon archon must have something extraordinary about it. Even if it couldn't hatch a legendary creature like a dragon, it would at least hatch itself a behemoth, a fire phoenix, or something like that, right? But right now, this black-colored fellow, aside from its hair being black, its appearance was practically identical to that of a small hyena pup. Han Xing was speechless. However, in the next second, a faint black light suddenly emerged from this black pup-like creature. Han Xing didn't even realize what had happened, but only saw a black shadow flash by, and the black pup had disappeared. Han Xing was filled with questions and was surprised. What flew past? In the next moment, he suddenly glimpsed that the black pup had appeared at his feet. At this moment, it was opening its mouth and spitting out its tongue as it continuously hailed itself with hot air, and its 4 little short legs were excitedly picking at its boots. And just then, he also glanced at the attributes of this husky cub. Pet info: Void Phantom Wolf Hatchling. Race: Void Race. Level: LV1. Strength: 6. Agility: 11. Spirit: 7. Physique: 7. Skill 1. Body of Void 50% chance to dodge this attack when attacked by physical or magical attacks. Skill 2. Counterspike: every attack the Void Spectral Wolf receives will form a Void Spike in its body, and after receiving a cumulative total of 10 attacks, it will explode all the spikes, dealing 220% damage per spike. Skill 3, Void Power: Void Spectral Wolf will attach Void Power effect when attacking. Enemies will cause Void Corrosion effect after being attacked. Healing amount of the attacked object will be reduced by 10%. Armor will be cut by 5%. Up to 6 layers can be stacked. This state can't be cleared by Priesthood Purification skill. Skill 4, Void Flicker when Void Spectral Wolf enters combat state. Movement speed is increased by 200%. Attack speed is increased by 100, and bludgeoning rate is increased by 50%. Skill 5. Void Draw unlocked at level 6. Skill 6. Void Rampage level 10 unlock. Favorability: 100. Satiety: 60. Hunger. Length of adult. S plus pet's length of adult can be raised through potential value. Once per 10,000 potential value. Current remaining potential value: 0. Han Xing. Han Xing was so shocked that both of his eyes glazed over and asked with some disbelief, "So you're not a dog, you're a wolf?" He pointed at the black-colored pup on the ground. The canine pup seemed to understand Han Xing's words, nodding its head excitedly before circling around its feet continuously. Han Xing took a deep breath, and after confirming the breed of the black pup, the disappointment in his heart had been swept away. In its place, there was uncontrollable ecstasy. He said excitedly, "Although I don't know what a Void Spectral Wolf is, But listening to this name is full of compulsion. This wave of blood earned is not a loss. And this attribute is just too perverse. A cub that comes with 6 skills at birth, S plus adult length. A proper template for a legendary pet. While Han Xing was excited. At this moment, that little wolf cub saw Han Xing ignoring it and lay down on the ground again and began to splash and roll around. The corners of Han Xing's mouth twitched. This appearance, if it wasn't noted on the pet panel, this was a wolf. And it was also a Void Clan creature with an S plus level adult length. It was hard not to suspect that this was a little puppy. Han Xing squatted down, then picked up this palm-sized black pup. Being held in the air by Han Xing, it seemed to look very excited, its short limbs fluttering about wildly, its tongue sticking out, and its hot breath constantly fluttering into Han Xing's face. Although the appearance of this little guy was a bit inconsistent with Han Xing's expectations, its attributes were realistically strong. Han Xing was satisfied and nodded, saying, "In the future, how about calling you Cobalt? After all, you're so long and black." The black pup froze for a moment, then once again excitedly fluttered in Han Xing's hands, seemingly satisfied with the name. Cobalt. Han Xing tried calling out to it, and the little wolf cub became even more excited when it heard the call. "Ha ha!" Han Xing happily stroked its little head. Just then, the Cobalt jumped from Han Xing's hands. It excitedly tugged at the waistband of Han Xing's pants on the space backpack. With a snort, Han Xing instantly changed his face. "Holy! You tug gently. Don't you know how sharp your wolf claws are?" Han Xing was filled with speechlessness and hastily lifted his pants. The coal ball on the ground looked at him blankly. Recalling what the briquette had just done, Han Xing realized that it was probably a certain item in his backpack that had attracted it. Thus, Han Xing directly took out the items in his backpack one by one, from equipment to spirit spring water and then to various materials. The coal ball showed no interest in any of them. Until, at the sight of Han Xing taking out a small bead with a greenish aura, the coal ball immediately jumped up in excitement. "You want this?" Han Xing had an odd look in his eyes because what he was holding in his hand was a spirit core. The coal ball seemed to understand him and began to bounce in place. It seemed that spirit cores had a certain attraction to pets as well. It was just that he didn't know what effect it had. Han Xing stroked his chin in thought, and when he thought of this, he directly threw the spirit core in his hand. With a flash of black light on its body, the coal ball instantly gripped the spirit core in mid-air with a terrifying speed in mid-air. Then with a gurgle, he swallowed it. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Successfully fed the pet. Coal ball, favorability +1, satiety +1, potential value +1. Potential value? Han Xing suddenly noticed the system's last tip. He remembered that in the pet panel, the column of adult length stated that the potential value was useful. 10,000 potential value could raise the pet's length of growth once. For example, if it was a C-ranked pet, after consuming 10,000 potential points, it would become a B-ranked pet, and so on. The higher the growth level of the pet, the more attributes will be increased with each level. Therefore, the sooner a pet's growth degree was raised, the better. Han Xing rubbed his chin and pondered. It turns out that feeding a spirit core can gain 1 point of potential value. Doesn't this mean that I can feed 10,000 spirit cores to Coal Ball in one breath and directly raise its growth length by another level? Coal Ball's current length of growth had already reached S+, and if it were to be raised further, it would likely reach the legendary SS grade. Chapter 33. Go ahead. Little Coal Ball. The basic attributes of a coal ball that was only S+ in length were already this powerful, and if it was further upgraded to SS grade, what would happen? It only needed to be fed spirit cores to increase its potential value. Through the previous waves of transactions, Han Xing's spirit core reserve had reached over 20,000 pieces. Even if he fed 10,000 of them to Coal Ball at once, he still had a large reserve. This was something that, if it were any other survivor, they wouldn't have been able to take out so many in a short period of time. Han Xing's eyes widened in excitement as he grabbed a handful of spirit cores from his backpack and threw them all to Cinderball. Coal Ball was also excited and ate them in a flurry. "Eat! Eat for me! I have as many as you want here, haha!" Han Xing shouted excitedly. However, Coal Ball lost interest in the spirit cores on the ground after eating more than 30 of them. Han Xing noticed that on the pet's information, the column of satiety had changed. Satiety level 100. Can't eat anymore? Han Xing said with some regret. It seems that the idea of trying to quickly pile up a pet's potential value by feeding a large number of spirit cores is impossible. Pets had their own satiety levels, and the number of feedings per day was limited, so it must be that this was also a means of limitation by the system. Shaking his head, Han Xing stopped dwelling on it. After all, the S+ length of growth was already very impressive. The coal ball on the ground happily rolled on the grass after eating its fill. Han Xing revealed a smile and said, "After you've eaten and drunk enough, you can start working next." Hearing this, the coal ball jumped up excitedly. As the words left his mouth, Han Xing was already maneuvering the empty island territory and approaching the other clouds. After 10 minutes, Han Xing's empty island territory approached a cloud with an area of 20 square feet. At this time, a system prompt appeared. "There is a group of grumpy longhorn creatures living inside. Do we enter?" Grumpy longhorn creatures? Doesn't seem like a good fight. Han Xing rubbed his chin in thought. However, he couldn't wait to test the Cinderblock's ability. Thus, Han Xing directly clicked yes. The cloud dissipated, and her saw that there were 4 creatures with long gray hair and curved opposite horns inside. Horned sheep 1-star creature. Rank LV3. Strength 8. Agility 10. Spirit 7. Physique 8. Skills. Horned sheep charge, sheep topsy-turvy. With 4 level 3 1-star monsters, even Han Xing had to utilize his powerful attack power at the first opportunity to instantly kill 2 of them before breaking them one by one. Otherwise, once he fell into the opponent's surroundings, with his weak body, he would soon be ravaged to death by these horned sheep. However, at this moment, he was prepared to let Coal Ball go forward to fight alone. As a pet, the Void Spectre Wolf Coal Ball was absolutely obedient to its master's orders, and even if Han Xing told it to go and fight an opponent of the Demon Archon's caliber right now, it would not hesitate to do so. The level 1 Cinderball was alone against 4 level 3 horned sheep. Even when facing an enemy that was twice as numerous as itself, it didn't show the slightest bit of fear. "Go, little Coal Ball." At this moment, receiving Han Xing's command, the black pup on the ground instantly put away the naivety and cuteness on its face. Instead, it slowly revealed a ferocious expression, its fangs first appearing. It was at this time that it took on the aura of a powerful creature like the Void Spectre Wolf. At the same time, the 4 horned sheep instantly reddened their eyes upon seeing Han Xing. They lowered their heads at the same time, topping their 2 pointed goat horns, and with a stomp of their goat legs, they were about to charge towards Han Xing. However, in the next moment, there was a figure that was faster than their speed. A faint black light emerged from the Cinderblock's body, flashing like a black shadow, and it instantly rushed in front of a horned goat. It stretched out its sharp claws and slashed at the neck of the horned sheep. And in Han Xing's line of sight, this attack of the Coal Ball directly swung out in heavy shadows. Swish swish, the horned goat only felt a sharp pain, and 2 claw marks were added to its neck. In the next moment, blood began to gush. Bah! This horned goat let out an agonizing scream, and the other 3 horned goats heard the sound and simultaneously stared at the Coal Ball with pitch-black pupils. The hatred shifted. In the next moment, they angrily stepped on their sheep hooves and simultaneously rushed towards the Coal Ball. Seeing this sight, even Han Xing sweated a little for the Coal Ball. He gripped his longbow tightly, ready to come to the rescue at any time. However, not only did the Coal Ball on the ground not feel flustered, it instead showed its teeth and let out a threatening low roar. It had a haughty look in its eyes, like a king in the jungle, and seemed to have completely disregarded the horned sheep. The 3 horned sheep rushed to. The Cinderblock did not dodge, and a faint black light emerged from its body once again. Han Xing clearly saw that the moment he was attacked by the horned goats, the sharp goat horns seemed to pass through the Coal Ball's body, as if the attack was in a piece of nothingness and did not cause any damage to it. "Body of nothingness," Han Xing exclaimed in his heart. As Coal Ball's first skill, Body of Nothingness gave it a 50% evasion probability. At this moment, all 3 horned sheep's attacks fell short. It was truly a well-deserved divine skill. In the next moment, black light flashed, and the Coal Ball bit down on the head of one of the horned sheep. Then, it stretched out its 2 sharp front claws and swung its claw strikes at a speed so fast that heavy shadows appeared. Swish swish, swish swish. In an instant, the Coal Ball struck 4 times, and counting its tearing damage, this horned sheep took 5 attacks from the Coal Ball. This horned goat instantly had a few more wounds that were deep enough to be seen on its body, and was still bubbling with a faint black breath. This was the effect caused by Coal Ball's second skill, Void Corrosion. Bah! After a wail, the horned sheep collapsed. At this time, blood still remained at the corner of the coal ball's mouth, and this ferocious appearance even scared the other horned sheep, not daring to launch another attack for a while. Han Xing also noticed that the black light that emerged from the coal ball's body when it was moving or attacking seemed to have boosted its speed by a large margin. So much so that the actual speed it displayed even far exceeded the attributes on the panel. Is it the effect of the fourth skill, Void Flicker? Han Xing was filled with shock. This void spectral wolf had really surprised him too much, almost as if it was surprising itself over and over again. Void Flicker directly increased the speed of the cinder block by 2 times, coupled with the dodging of the void body, the bursting of the counter spikes, and the weakening effect of the void power. Just these few skills combined directly formed a strong melee combat system, survival, burst all not lacking. Moreover, Cinder Ball was only at level 1 now, and when it rose to level 6 or 10, it would activate the next 2 skills. After rising to 2 stars, it will also learn new advanced skills, not to mention the 3 stars and 4 stars. By then, how strong would a S+ length cinder block be? Han Xing was excited just thinking about it, and right at this moment the remaining 3 horned sheep also reacted, and they once again attacked the coal ball. The coal ball did not show any weakness, transforming into a black lightning bolt that traveled back and forth between the 3 horned sheep. Every time it appeared, it would definitely leave a few wounds on their bodies. For a while, blood splattered, and the scene became somewhat bloody. Chapter 34. S+ Formation Length. The counterattacks of these horned sheep were fierce. Coal Ball had also almost been attacked by the horned sheep several times, but even if the attack landed on it, it would be exempted by the 50% evasion probability of the void body. So far, it hadn't taken any serious damage. Instead, the 3 horned sheep were tortured by it. Just then, a horned goat saw the cinder block appear as black light once again, and it let out an angry bleat before slamming its top. The horned sheep's second skill, Sheep Topping the Sky, was unleashed. This time, the coal ball wasn't so lucky. The 50% evasion probability of void body didn't trigger, and it was instantly picked off into the air by the goat horn. The sharp goat horn pierced the coal ball's skin, and a string of black crystal like liquid flowed out in the air. Han Xing instantly clenched inwardly. This crystal-like black liquid should be the blood that flowed out of the cinder ball void race creatures, and their body structure was also different from normal creatures. After the coal ball was picked off, it landed on the ground and rolled several times before quickly standing up. A wound appeared on its abdomen, which looked a bit oozy. Ooh! A low roar came out of the coal ball's mouth, and although it was injured, its ferocity remained unabated. At this time, Han Xing saw the situation and hurriedly said, "Coal Ball, come back." Coal Ball twisted his head around and looked at Han Xing blankly. Seeing that Coal Ball's injuries weren't as serious as imagined, Han Xing sighed in relief as he waved and said, "Well done. Leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Coal Ball obediently ran back to Han Xing's side. At this time, the 2 horned sheep were already overwhelmed with anger. Bah! The horned sheep stared with reddened eyes, gasping for air, and struggled to charge towards Han Xing. However, in the next moment, 2 arrows with a chilling light rapidly zoomed in their eyes. Poof! Poof! The 2 arrows hit at the same time. Ba ba! The 2 horned sheep's heads were pierced through by the arrows, and after screaming miserably, they died. On the field, only the last horned goat remained. But again, it did not escape its fate of death. They had already been tortured by the coal ball, if not for the fact that the coal ball's current level was only level 1 and its attack power was not high. Otherwise, just by itself, it could have easily finished off these 4 horned sheep. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Have killed horned sheep LV34, gained 120 experience points. Pet, Coal Ball, gained 80 experience points. Han Xing squatted on the ground and checked on Coal Ball's injuries. Coal Ball was lying on its side obediently while licking its wounds. Trouble. What should I do with a pet injury? Han Xing held his head and thought with some headache. He looked at his backpack, and there were only 2 props with healing effects: Spirit Spring Water and Secret Pill of Life. These 2 items, will they work on pets? Han Xing was a little unsure, but there was no better way in front of him, so he sighed and said, "I can only try." Han Xing pulled out a bottle of Secret Pill of Life, and then told Coal Ball to lie down obediently. Then, he opened the lid of the glass bottle containing the secret medicine, and a rich fragrance drilled into the tip of his nose. Just smelling the flavor of this secret medicine made one feel refreshed. Hiss! Han Xing greedily inhaled 2 mouthfuls before pouring out an entire bottle of the secret pill of life. The emerald green liquid glowed with a bit of fluorescence, and was quickly absorbed by the cinderblock's wound after coming into contact with it. Useful. Han Xing's eyes lit up. He then saw that the cinderball's wound was recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. By this trend, in a few more minutes it would be healed straight away. What a powerful effect! Han Xing's heart was invigorated. This was the first time he had seen the effects of the secret pill of life with his own eyes, and was shocked for a moment by its powerful recovery ability. At the same time, Han Xing also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's fortunate that the secret pill of life also has an effect on pets. Otherwise, we would have had to let the coal ball recover by its own self-healing ability. Pets all had the ability to heal themselves, including humans as well. The difference was just how fast or slow it was. However, when a pet was in an injured state, its combat power would be greatly reduced, and in severe cases, even direct death was possible. At that time, it was estimated that Han Xing would be heartbroken. Thinking of this, he picked up the coal ball with one hand and said, "Good performance today, but your level is still a bit low. I'll take you to practice first." After being revitalized, Coal Ball stretched out its small short legs and kept fluttering. A dozen minutes later, Han Xing once again approached a cloud that was only a dozen square feet in size. Going in, it was 2 level 4 silt slimes. As the battle began, the Cinder Ball, which had just utilized the secret pill of life to recover from its injuries, once again regained its strong fighting strength. It performed extreme speed and took the lead in rushing in front of the monsters and began to fight in close quarters. However, this time Han Xing did not let it fight alone. Shoo! Shoo! Arrows were fired, and both silt slimes received armor-breaking damage. Just then, there was a flash of black light. Cinderball's sharp claws scratched out several wounds with black smoke on their bodies. This was Coalball's third skill, the effect of Void Power, which had the effect of cutting defense in addition to inhibiting healing. Thus, Han Xing directly unleashed his skill, multiple consecutive shots. Poof, poof, poof. All 5 arrows hit, and they easily penetrated the slime's flesh, not even needing to trigger any armor-breaking effects to deal horrific damage. The 2 silt slimes were directly taken away by this wave of attacks. Han Xing's heart was shaken. Is this the defense-slashing effect of Cinderball? It's really strong. For a creature like this that already has low defense, after being cut, every arrow can deal maximum damage. It was so enjoyable to work with Cinderball that Han Xing clenched his fists in excitement. You have gained 80 experience points by killing Silt Slime LV42, and your pet Coalball has gained 60 experience points. Pet Briquette has been upgraded. Upgraded. Han Xing couldn't wait to check Coalball's attributes. Pet info: Void Spectre Wolf Hatchling. Race: Void Race. Level: LV2. Strength: 9. Agility: 16. Spirit: 8. Physique: 9. Holy! Han Xing instantly marveled. Although it had only risen by 1 level, the Cinderblock's attributes had instantly risen by a hair, with strength and spirit and physique increasing by 2 or 3 points each, which was to be expected. But the agility attribute, however, had directly increased by 5 points. What kind of concept is this? It was important to know that the total number of attributes that the human survivors, increased by 1 level was only 6 points. And for Coalball to rise 1 level, it directly added 14 points of attributes, almost a 3 to 4 times difference. As long as he rose a few more levels, the Coalball's basic attributes could even crush his fully armored self. Han Xing could clearly feel that Coalball's speed had increased by a large margin, and under the black light enhanced state, he couldn't even capture Coalball's figure, let alone hit the opponent. Is this an S+ adult pet? Terrifying as hell. If this continues to be upgraded, it's a proper big boss template. Han Xing's heart was filled with excitement, filled with the prospect of the future growth of the Coalball. Chapter 35. Level Soaring. Han Xing was very satisfied with Coalball's amazing length of growth. At this moment, the Coalball also seemed to be able to feel its master's inner delight as it flickered and appeared next to the corpse of the silt slime before flickering again and appearing at Han Xing's feet. Han Xing could see that it was holding a few spirit cores in its mouth, as if it wanted to get its master's permission. He squatted down and stroked Coalball's head and said, "Eat it. It's what you deserve." Coalball jumped in place happily. After merging the territory of the silt slime, Han Xing continued to explore the other empty islands. At this time, Han Xing realized that the Cinder Ball, after rising to level 2, was simply like an energetic mini-boss. With the attributes of these monsters unable to suppress it, the Cinder Ball was almost like nobody's business. Every time they fought, the Coal Ball was like a chicken-blooded horse that took the lead, and no matter how powerful the monster was, it would rush ahead of Han Xing. Then, Han Xing only saw a flash of black light, and before he could capture Coal Ball's figure, it had already finished the battle. Sometimes, Han Xing would also utilize his powerful attacks from the back, taking advantage of the gap between the Coal Ball and the opponent to kill the enemy in seconds. But soon, Han Xing realized that dealing with some ordinary monsters seemed to be basically nothing for him. All he needed to do was to follow the Coal Ball and rub his experience. Because of its Void Body's 50% evasion trait, coupled with Coal Ball's own terrifying speed, very few monsters could attack it. One monster fell at their feet. Han Xing stood back with his arms wrapped around him, joyfully watching Coal Ball charge ahead. You have killed the Granite Rabbit LV43, gaining 120 experience points, and your pet Coal Ball has gained 84 experience points. You have killed the Yellow-Skinned Deer LV5, gaining experience value 50. Pet Coal Ball gains experience value 40. You have killed. 1 hour later, Han Xing suddenly saw a white light rise on himself and Coal Ball at the same time, and a system prompt appeared. Your level has risen. Current level LV4. Your pet, Coal Ball, has been upgraded. Current level LV3. Upgraded again? Han Xing couldn't even remember that this was the first few times he had marveled today. Coal Ball had only just leveled up to level 2 in less than an hour, and then it had directly leveled up to level 3. Even for himself, it took a full day to go from level 2 to level 3. This little guy's upgrade speed was really soaring like a rocket. Han Xing touched Coal Ball's head. Having risen to level 3, Coal Ball had completely surpassed him in terms of panel attributes. With 21 points of agility, coupled with the 200% speed bonus from the skill Void Flicker, I'm afraid even those level 5 elite monsters wouldn't necessarily be able to keep up with it. At this point, Han Xing realized that dealing with those ordinary monsters was completely out of his hands. Not only that, the speed at which the Cinder Block resolved battles each time also got faster and faster. A string of system prompts appeared. His experience bar was also soaring at an unprecedented rate. In just 1 hour, he had risen to 50% of level 4, and in another hour, he would be able to directly break through to level 5. More importantly, Han Xing's territory area was also growing at a terrifying rate. 456, 478, 512. At this moment, Han Xing's territory points reached 584. In just over 2 hours, it had grown by over 100 points, equivalent to over 100 square meters of territory area. On the territory points list, Han Xing had also re-entered the top 20. However, this growth rate of his did not attract much attention. This was because at this time on the territory points list, the first place Whisper's points had already broken through the 900 mark, reaching 912 points, and was only 88 points short of the final 88 points to take first place. The second place Black Eagle and the third place Papaya Star Spirit were similarly biting off more than they could chew, with one at 874 and the other at 852. In the chat channel, the crowd began a heated discussion about the rankings. I see this time, the first place goes to our God's Whisperer boss, right? That's not necessarily true. Our Airplane Boys Papaya Star Spirit boss isn't a vegetarian either. Right now their gap isn't that big. Papaya Star Spirit boss will be able to catch up soon. Dream on you, Papaya Starling is a warrior profession. Even Black Eagle, who is a stalker profession, can't catch up. Let alone Whisperer, who is also a mage. You fart. Papaya Starling boss definitely won't lose. The first place will definitely be our Airplane Boys group. Hey! Just as they were arguing, the 3 people on the scoreboard, however, had tensed their nerves at this time. At this point in time, none of them dared to slacken off by half. Even though their mental state had already reached its limit and their eyelids were like lead, they clenched their teeth hard and continued exploring. On the empty island territory, at this time, the Whisperer's eyeballs were nearly bloodshot. His face was withered and dry, and his entire body looked like it had lost more than 10 pounds. However, he was still clenching his teeth with a death grip, constantly cheering himself up. Hold on. Must persist. Just one last step away from victory. I must take first place. The Whisperer stiffly held on to his last breath, fighting the monsters in front of him, even though the movement of wielding his bronze staff was already numb. He was still casting fireball spells to blast the monsters in front of him. The duo of Black Eagle and Papaya Star Spirit did the same. Among them was the stalker Blackhawk. Before he had come to this world, he seemed to be a member of some special organization with an amazing combat sense of his own. After coming to this world and obtaining the transcendent power, he had even performed like a fish out of water. At this moment, Black Eagle noiselessly appeared behind a dark elf warrior, and with a flash of cold light, a bronze dagger slashed through the dark elf's neck. The slash was so smooth and simple, yet it looked pleasing to the eye. It was as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times long ago. Bloodsword. In the next moment, the body of this dark elf warrior collapsed limply. On the ground, there were 5 or 6 dark elf corpses lying all over the place. It could be seen that these dark elves had caused quite a bit of trouble for Dark Eagle. He had several extra wounds on his body, and the most serious injury was the cut on his back by the dark elf warrior, which was deep and continuously oozing blood. At this moment, a touch of bloodthirsty killing intent could not help but appear on Black Eagle's always serious face. That was the aura that only someone who had truly walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could possess. At this moment, someone in the Dusk Mercenaries discussion group asked, "Captain, are you all right?" The expression on Blackhawk's face turned cold again as he whispered, "Not too bad. Although it's very tiring and painful. This feeling of nerves being tense and being at the mercy of everything if I'm not careful makes me feel as if I've returned to the time when I was on the battlefield." In the next moment, Black Eagle suddenly glimpsed that in front of the treasure chest guarded by this group of dark elves, a black aura had suddenly coalesced. The mass of breath became more and more solid, and actually turned into a humanoid silhouette. Spirit of Vengeance, a level 5 elite monster? Black Eagle closed the discussion group. His eyes narrowed as warning signs continued to rise in his heart. In the next moment, the black shadow instantly disappeared, and with a terrifying speed, it came at Blackhawk. Black Eagle didn't even have time to react before seeing the black shadow appear in front of him. So fast! This was his last thought, and in the next moment, Black Eagle's figure flew backwards. Chapter 36. I'm going to sprint. Meanwhile, while Black Eagle was being pestered by the level 5 elite monster, Spirit of Vengeance, Papaya Star Spirit and Whisperer similarly ran into different monsters. Although these monsters had different attributes and skills, they all had a common trait, which was that they were very tricky. This was not a coincidence. As a matter of fact, every survivor generated a similar terrain when they descended into this world. Each region had basically the same number of clouds and all had elite monsters that belonged to this region, and aside from some hidden existences, these elite monsters were the strongest in this region. Just like the gray rock giant wolf that Han Xing encountered in the first area, it was only after defeating it that he could go to a new area. But that gray rock giant wolf, which was only equivalent to a novice village boss, didn't seem that tricky compared to the monsters that Black Eagle and Whisperer and the others encountered. And now, since Whisperer and the others were ahead in their progress, they had finally taken on the most powerful existence in this area, and had fallen into a bitter battle. Just as the crowd was eagerly waiting for the final winner to appear. As a result, after waiting for more than an hour, the top 3 on the leaderboards looked like they had an appointment, and the territory points suddenly didn't move at all. In the chat channel, many people were puzzled. What's the situation? How come the leaderboards aren't moving? Did the top 3 all make an appointment to be sleeping together? Don't be anxious. Wait a bit more. Maybe they're all making temporary repairs in preparation for the final sprint. There is indeed this possibility. Now in this situation, you guys say, the final first place, will there be any changes? Don't think about it. Right now Whisperer has too much of an advantage. First place will definitely be his. However, at this time, someone was unconvinced and said, before, Star River's advantage was also huge. Many people even said that he would definitely take first place. But now, even the top 20 can't keep it. Xinghe? That's just a lucky guy who can't make it to the top. No one in the chat channel refuted this statement. Ever since Han Xing dropped out of the top 20, there hadn't been much support for him. Instead, at that moment, someone said in surprise, "Hehe, Xinghe made it into the top 20. What?" Many survivors were surprised. 643 points. What was his score before? Because of the loss of focus on Han Xing, no one knew his previous score, but it must not be low compared to the increase. However, a portion of the people who held opinions about Xinghe still said disdainfully, so what if he's in the top 20? The gap between him and the Whisperers and the others is too big now. With a gap of nearly 300 points, it'll take at least a day to catch up. Yeah, Star River doesn't stand a chance. There's no need to discuss him. However, what they didn't know was that Han Xing was the one who had increased nearly 200 points in just 3 hours. This kind of terrifying speed was something that even Whisperer, who was a mage, could only look beyond. However, although these people hadn't noticed. However, Sung Mi-yong was the one who had been keeping a close eye on Han Xing's ranking. After seeing Han Xing's ranking soar, in the discussion group, Sung Si-yong asked expectantly, "Brother Star, starting to power up?" At this time, Han Xing was following behind Cinder, happily eating his experience. Seeing the message from the discussion group, he smiled and replied, "Yes." Chung Si-yong instantly became excited. "Haha, I told you that Brother Star was waiting for the end before exploding, right? Shin Yun. Look at this, 3 hours, a 2% increase. Saying it out loud can scare people to death." At this time, Shin Yun was also surprised when he heard, "Holy, so fast? Brother Star, have you taken your medication?" Han Xing laughed. "Yes, I took the medicine. I still have it here. Do you guys want to?" Shin Yun subconsciously refused. "No, no, no. I'm still young. I don't need this." Chang Jianyong also chimed in. "Haha. Brother Xing, this kind of thing is better left to yourself. Xiao Yunzi and I are twice as fit. We don't need to eat this kind of thing at all. As usual, we can fight 300 rounds night after night." However, Han Xing said in an odd tone, "You guys really don't want it? The effect of my medicine is surprisingly good. 1 bite of it will keep you alive and well." Shin Yun hastily refused. But Chung Jianyong was a bit cautious and tried, "Brother Xing, is this medicine really that strong? Why don't you give me some?" "Ha ha ha." Han Xing laughed out loud. "I told you that Chung Jianyong, this married man, is dying. See, now I've lassoed him out." Shin Yun also laughed along. At this moment, Chung Jianyong was filled with embarrassment. Han Xing said at this time, "All right, no more teasing you guys." Then Han Xing initiated a trade request to them. The duo accepted with odd faces. However, when they saw that Han Xing had thrown them 20 bottles of primary life secret pills in one breath, a sound of cold breaths rang out in the discussion group.
Hiss.
Chang Jianyong said with a feeling of some disbelief, "Secret life pills." He said with a bitter smile, "Brother Xing, so this is the medicine you said, the one that can bring you back to life after just 1 sip?" "Yes." Han Xing laughed. "I'm not lying to you guys, right? I've verified this medicine and it's so effective. As long as you aren't missing an arm or a leg, or killed by a single blow, a bottle of medicine can save you. If you guys had a higher physique, you could even fight those monsters directly without worrying about injuries." At this time, Shin Yun tentatively asked, "Brother Star, what do you mean?" Han Xing nodded. "Yes. Next, we're going to change our strategy. With the secret pill of life in hand, we can let go and challenge those clouds more boldly. I saw your rankings. Shin Yun is in 27th place. Chang Si-yong is in 36th place. As long as we let go and charge, not to mention the top 3, it shouldn't be much of a problem for all of you to make it into the top 10. Hearing Han Xing's idea, the duo immediately felt very surprised. However, Chang Si-yong gritted his teeth and said, "Grass, with something like the secret pill of life, and with Brother Star giving us strong support behind us, not to mention the top 10, I'll give him about the top 3. I'm going to sprint." Shin Yun also got excited and said excitedly, "Charge!" At this moment, while the Whisperer trio had encountered strong enemies and were stagnating, Han Xing's trio's rankings, however, were soaring like a rocket. 643 points, 674 points, 712 points. Almost every few minutes, one could see his territory points grow again. Such a terrifying increase naturally caused many survivors in the chat channel to pay attention. "Look, Star River's ranking has risen again. It's now 13th. So fast. It's only been less than half an hour, right? He's actually added over 70 points already. How terrifying. I'll go. Should I say that it deserves to be called the great god Xinghe? The moment he strikes, he directly refreshes our common sense." In the chat channel, the discussion about Han Xing resumed. However, there were still many who held opinions about Han Xing who sneered. "So what if it's growing fast? It's still not more than 200 points short of the Whisperer, and as I told you guys, he's hopeless." "Yes, and who knows if Xinghe is just lucky to be rushing so fast right now? Good luck doesn't last forever." At this time, no one jumped out to refute it. Yet, there were also people who noticed the change in the other 2 people on the ranking. Among the survivors, someone exclaimed, "Look guys, that Lonely Brave, and Yun Tianming are also frantically raising their rankings. I saw it with my own eyes. They increased more than 40 points in half an hour. What? The chat channel was in awe. At the same time, someone else said gruffly, "It seems that at the last minute, everyone is starting to sprint." Chapter 37. Battling the Area Boss. The entire survivors in Channel 107 began to accelerate their impact on the leaderboards. At this moment, an empty island territory with an area of more than 40 square meters. Han Xing was fighting a huge creature. In front of them, a huge brown bear that was 3 to 4 meters tall was roaring angrily. Before his eyes, the brown bear's information appeared. Ironback brown bear 1-star elite creature. Rank, LV5. Strength 31. Agility 20. Spirit 21. Physique 35. Skill 1. Bear paw slam. The brown bear swings its huge paw and slaps the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that sends surrounding enemies flying and deals a large amount of damage. Skill 2. Ironback impact. The iron-backed brown bear rushes at the target, increasing its sprint speed by 100%, and when it hits, it will surely trigger a bludgeoning attack and a flying effect. Skill 3. Berserk roar. The brown bear emits an ear-splitting roar, causing sonic waves of sound damage to the surrounding enemies. Damage and increases its own bludgeoning rate by 50%. Tough panel. In terms of basic attributes alone, this brown bear crushed Han Xing, who had a full-body green suit, and even Cinder, who had already risen to level 3, was suppressed by it in terms of attributes. What a strong guy. This bear, is it an area boss? Han Xing pondered. However, Cole Ball's agility attribute had reached 21 points, plus the 200% movement speed boosted by the Void Flicker skill. Even this level 5 elite monster was completely unable to keep up with Cinderball. Han Xing only saw a black shadow constantly flickering and appearing near the ironback brown bear, occasionally leaving a few wounds on its body. Roar! The brown bear let out an angry roar in anger, constantly waving its bushy paws and scratching frantically into the air. But no matter how hard it tried, it simply couldn't touch a single hair of the Cole Ball. Right at this moment, Han Xing's wind-chasing arrow attacked. The fine iron arrow carried a cracking sound that tore through the air, instantly appearing in front of the brown bear. The target was clearly its copper bell-sized bear eyeballs. However, the reaction of this level 5 elite monster was also extremely fast. The moment it saw the arrow coming, the ironback brown bear quickly turned around and used its back, which was covered in steel needle hair, to meet the arrow. Boom! The arrow hit, yet the expected scene of piercing through the flesh did not appear. The fine iron arrow actually made a dull ringing sound when it came into contact with the brown bear's back. It was as if what he had hit with this arrow was not the brown bear's body, but a wall of mixed mud. What a terrifying defense! Han Xing marveled, and at this time, he also noticed that this elite brown bear had a high body mass of 35 points, which provided it with what could be called a strong physical defense. This arrow did not cause any damage to the brown bear, but instead completely enraged this behemoth, only to see it suddenly stand up, its 2 paws continuously slapping its chest. Boom! 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 After a dull slapping sound, the brown bear suddenly opened its mouth and raised its voice to the sky. Roar! Terrifying sound waves began to spread. Not good. It's this elite monster skill, Berserk Roar. Han Xing's face instantly changed. Cinderball Retreat. Berserk Roar was a ranged skill, and although Coleball was strong, its physique could only be described as quite weak compared to a brown bear. Enduring this sonic attack at close range, it would have to suffer heavy damage without dying. However, the Cole Ball wasn't stupid, and it had already retreated backwards when it realized that the brown bear was sending out a sonic attack. With a flash of black shadows, the Cole Ball had already appeared at the edge of the territory. This attack from the gray-backed brown bear did not cause much damage to it. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief, but what he didn't notice was that the brown bear had already shifted its hate target to him at some point. In the next moment, the brown bear landed on all fours, saliva flowing from the corners of its mouth, and its eyes looked at Han Xing angrily. A bad premonition instantly rose in the bottom of Han Xing's heart. When he reacted, the gray-backed brown bear surged over like a cannonball. This was its second skill, Ironback Impact. Danger! At the critical moment, Han Xing utilized the hunter's basic skill. Roll. Han Xing shortened his body and rolled on the ground, dodging the Ironback brown bear's blow, while being terrified in his heart. When Ironback Impact hit an enemy, it would definitely have a bludgeoning and flying effect. With his own weak body, if he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be sent flying into mid-air by the brown bear, and then fall down from the empty island territory. Right at this moment, with a flash of black shadow, Coalball had appeared beside the brown bear. Coalball's eyes had a killing intent in them, seemingly furious at the brown bear's move to attack Han Xing. Ow! The Coalball let out a roar that was milky with a hint of ferocity. Han Xing saw its figure suddenly become illusory. In the next moment, many spikes suddenly grew from the Coalball's illusory figure. The Void Spectral Wolf's second skill, Spikes of Counterattack, was unleashed. In the next moment, 10 spikes erupted at the same time. Each counter spike carried the power of the Void and had unrivaled killing power. Even with the terrifying defense of the ironback brown bear, it was easily pierced through, its huge body almost becoming a target at this moment. Poof, poof, poof. With a few sounds of flesh, the iron-backed brown bear was hit by at least 7 spikes on its body after enduring the explosive skill of Cinderball at close range. The ironback brown bear completely did not expect that this tiny little dot could actually inflict such severe damage on it, and appeared to be furious. However, the counter spikes carrying the power of the void were continuously eroding the ironback brown bear's wounds, and its status began to plummet. The third skill of the Void Spectral Wolf, Power of the Void, enemies that received damage would not only be inhibited from healing, but would also have their defense cut. Han Xing's eyes lit up. An opportunity had come. He almost didn't even think about it and directly used his most powerful burst technique at the moment. Multiple consecutive shots. In the next moment, 5 fine-quality fine iron arrows hit the brown bear with fleeting speed. Not only that, of these 5 arrows, 2 of them also triggered the armor-piercing special effect, and their damage soared. This time, Han Xing's arrows were not hindered, but easily pierced through the brown bear's thick skin and stuck in its flesh. Han Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at the massive monster expectantly. Instead, he found that it was still alive and well, its movements not slowing down in the slightest. Is it immune? Sure enough, the snake venom on a level 1 monster no longer has an effect on this level 5 monster. Han Xing had some regrets in his heart. Shaking his head, he redirected his energies to the battle at hand. At this moment, the coal ball once again pulled away the hatred of the ironback brown bear. Han Xing acted as a long-range firepower position again. It had to be said that with such a strong pet at the front, the hunter's battle seemed very peaceful. When the ironback brown bear's defense was cut down and Han Xing's arrows were able to deal damage to it, then there was no suspense in the next battle. 3 minutes later, the ironback brown bear's body was densely covered with 30 to 40 arrows. Living like a hedgehog, it was already exhausted. Chapter 38. Barbarian Bear Power Secret Medicine. Up to this point in the battle, the ironback brown bear had been worn out by Han Xing and Coalball. However, it had to be said that its vitality was truly strong, and it was still able to hold on to its last breath after fighting until now. At the current stage, it was unlikely that any survivor would be able to defeat it in a single combat state. Even if there were, it was expected that they would pay a heavy price. Although Han Xing hadn't suffered any injuries, the main reason was that Coalball had taken the most pressure in front of him. If he had really been allowed to fight alone, he would have probably already been slapped into mush. The ironback brown bear was so tough, and the other level 5 elite monsters were not much worse. However, it's fortunate that it's not a level 6. Han Xing was a bit thankful. In Empty Island Paradise, level 5 to level 6 was a watershed. Level 6 monsters tended to have attributes that were a great deal stronger than those of level 5, and the average adventurer simply did not have the ability to challenge them across levels. However, after survivors rose to level 6, they would also receive a significant wave of boosts, not only in terms of attributes but also equipment. After a player rose to level 6, the equipment crafted from the drawings would have a great increase in attributes compared to before level 5, but there was also an additional restriction of equipment level requirements. Before level 5, the equipment that players crafted could be worn at will. But after level 6, the equipment you crafted would have to be leveled up to level 6 by the other survivors in order to equip it. At this point, the ironback brown bear was at the end of its strength and was about to be finished off by Han Xing. And right at this moment, this ironback brown bear suddenly raised a strong breath and raised its paw high, a terrifying power brewing in it. Han Xing immediately realized that this guy was trying to use the bear paw slam ranged skill. But how could Han Xing let it have its way? Wind-chasing arrow. Swoosh! This arrow pierced directly into the brown bear's eye socket. Headshot. Fatal damage. The huge body of the ironback brown bear slowly collapsed. A system prompt came. You have killed the ironback brown bear LV5 elite level, gaining experience value 500, and your pet coal ball gains experience value 400. Your level has been raised to the current level of LV5. Pet, coal ball, leveled up, current level LV4. Ooh, another upgrade. In just one morning's time, Han Xing had risen 2 levels in a row, gaining experience almost equal to the sum of his previous 5 or 6 days. Scanning through his attributes, his strength and agility had each increased by 4 points, and his spirit and physique had each increased by 2-3 points, which wasn't bad. However, when he saw the attributes of the cinder block, he was instantly a bit nonplussed. Pet info: Void Phantom Wolf Hatchling. Race: Void Race. Level: LV4. Strength: 15. Agility: 25. Spirit: 14. Physique: 13. Good lord, the attributes increased by 1 level is comparable to me rising 3 levels. You little thing really wants to move up to the boss's panel, huh? Coal Ball looked at him blankly. The battle was won. This little wolf cub also looked very excited, constantly picking at Han Xing's boots. At the same time, a familiar system prompt reappeared. Do you have killed the elite monsters in the area and can now explore a higher level area? At the same time, the number of clouds in the distance of Han Xing suddenly skyrocketed several times, and he even saw that there were quite a few clouds with an area of hundreds or even thousands of square meters appearing. Oh, this brown bear is the most powerful monster in this area. Han Xing looked down and pondered. It seems that I should be the fastest survivor in Area 107 to solve the area boss. Otherwise, their points would have soared up a long time ago. Then, Han Xing walked over to the corpse of the huge brown bear with the cinder block. Then he clicked Decompose, and a system prompt appeared. Have successfully decomposed the gray-backed brown bear corpse. Recovered fine iron arrows 45. Obtained 1-star quality beast skin 1 tattered. Obtained thick bear meat 964 kilograms. Obtained bear paw 2. Obtained beast heart 1. Obtained strongman blood 20. Obtained power crystal 7. Obtained barbarian bear power secret pill recipe 1. HM? Han Xing's heart fluttered as the items in front of him were ordinary. But he noticed the last tip. Brute bear power secret medicine recipe? Thinking of this, Han Xing looked at the pile of loot on the ground with anticipation. Underneath the huge bearskin, he indeed saw a yellowed paper recipe. After picking it up, a system prompt appeared. Whether or not to learn the barbarian bear power secret medicine recipe. Yes. In the next moment, Han Xing saw that a second secret medicine recipe had appeared on the recipe bar. Barbarian bear power secret pill. After taking it, one will obtain a powerful barbarian bear power boost, increasing one's strength by 30%. The effect lasts for 100 seconds. Ingredients required to make secret medicine: Strongman blood 10, Spirit core 5, Tiger bone grass 1, Strength crystals 1. Increase strength by 30%? Han Xing was somewhat surprised. Calculating according to the way a hunter's 1 point of strength equaled 2 points of attack power, his current strength was 18 points, which worked out to be 5.4 strength, or nearly 11 points of attack power. It was almost comparable to the boost of a weapon, so it could be said that the effect was amazing. With this potion, it's equivalent to increasing my attack power by at least 20% during battle. The gains are quite good. Han Xing said excitedly. Moreover, this is still the boost given to the hunter profession. If it was a melee profession such as a warrior, 1 point of strength equals 3 points of attack power, the boost would only be greater. Chung Si-yong and Xin Yun, they should all be able to use it. Thinking of this, Han Xing crafted 100 bottles of Savage Bear Power Secret Pill on the spot. Anyway, he had plenty of materials now, so there was no shortage. Then, he found Chung Si-yong and Xin Yun and traded 20 bottles each over, and told them to continue to sprint up the rankings. With this secret pill, their attack power would be drastically enhanced, and the speed of exploring the empty islands would be much faster. At this time, Han Xing scanned the leaderboards. After merging this brown bear's territory, his territory points had directly increased by more than 60 squares, instantly breaking through 800 points and directly killing his way into the top 10. Chung Si-yong and Xin Yun were not to be outdone either. Their rankings were also rising by leaps and bounds, especially Chung Si-yong, as a warrior profession. His attack power skyrocketed after getting the Barbarian Bear Power Secret Pill. At this moment, he was simply like chicken blood, and his rankings continued to soar. From the previous 37th place, it took him an hour to reach the 25th place. However, after starting to use the Barbarian Bear Power secret pill, he had only used half an hour to directly grow by more than 50 points, killing his way into the top 20 in one fell swoop. This rate of increase was even close to catching up with Han Xing. In the chat channel, those survivors had been shocked beyond words. Someone gulped and whispered, "These guys? How on earth did they do it? When did we have so many monsters in Area 107? His tone was filled with disbelief, and many of the survivors shared his thoughts in their minds. Not to mention the Star River God, in 3 hours, he added more than 200 points, and now that it's only been a short time since then, he's added nearly 60 more points all of a sudden. But what's up with that Lone Brave and Yun Tianming? How could they also manage to increase by hundreds of points in an hour? No one was able to answer. At this time, someone said, "Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit, their points still haven't changed. What the hell are these people doing? It can't be that they can really make Star River rise to the occasion and reclaim the top 3 spots, right?" Hearing this, the survivors of God's Whisperer and the Airplane Men's group had their hearts sinking, having thought that Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit and the others had already secured their victory. But now, they all couldn't help but get nervous for Whisperer and Black Eagle and the others. Chapter 39. Sue Little Lamb. At this time, the chat channel was once again in a heated debate over the trio's terrifying surge speed. However, Han Xing did not enter the chat channel and did not know what was going on inside. Han Xing had just finished a battle and looked at his ranking, 802 points, currently ranked 9th. At that moment, he noticed the name of a person on the leaderboard. Number 17. Smart Little Sheep, 612 territory points. Clever Sheep had actually rushed into the leaderboards as well and was ranked so high, which surprised Han Xing. While maneuvering the empty island closer to the other cloud, he sent a private chat to Smart Little Sheep. "It's okay, the rankings are this high." Smart Little Sheep quickly messaged back. "Ah, is it high?" Smart Little Sheep said as if it was an afterthought. Han Xing appreciated. "Well, it's all in the top 20, very good. Really, it's not that great la." That hare gave out a naive laugh. Hearing Han Xing's praise, the Smart Little Sheep seemed to look very happy, then somewhat embarrassed. "Still, thanks to you giving me so many secret life pills. With it, there is no need to be afraid of getting injured, so I can explore so fast." However, Han Xing returned, "There is no need to be modest. The secret pill of life is only a supplementary effect. When it comes to real battles, you still have to rely on the survivor's own strength." After saying that, he didn't want to continue chatting on this topic, so he asked, "By the way, did you choose the hunter profession?" "Aha, I chose the hunter." Clever Little Sheep returned. Han Xing directly said, "I just popped out a secret medicine recipe that increases strength, and for our hunter profession, it can also increase our attack power by quite a bit. I'll trade it over to you." Han Xing tapped the trade request for Smart Little Sheep. Then, as usual, he placed 20 bottles of Savage Bear Power secret medicine. "Huh? Are these all for me?" Smart Little Sheep sounded a bit uncertain. Han Xing replied back, "Yes, just as a reward for that secret pill of life formula you gave me." Clever Little Sheep hesitated for a moment and nodded her acceptance. She solemnly said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Han Xing casually replied. After trading the secret medicine, Han Xing was ready to close the private chat and continue his sprint. At this time, Smart Little Sheep asked tentatively, "So, that? Anything else?" Han Xing asked. Clever Little Sheep didn't reply right away, as if she was hesitating. After a moment, she said as if she had summoned up courage, "That, can I add you as a friend?" When she said this, the tension in her words could clearly be heard, as if she was afraid that Han Xing would refuse. Han Xing froze for a moment. If you add a friend, you need to know the other party's real name. Han Xing thought about it and felt that it wasn't a big deal, so he agreed, "Yes, my name is Han Xing, you can add it." "Who?" After hearing Han Xing agree, she also let out an oily sigh of relief and said, Thank you." The next moment, a system prompt appeared. "Survivor Sue Little Lamb has applied to add you as a friend. It turns out that this girl is called Sue Little Sheep, and this name." Han Xing's face was a bit odd. He tapped accept. Sue Little Lamb successfully added Han Xing's friend and seemed to look very excited. Han Xing said at this time, "I'm going to continue rushing the charts, so I'll talk about anything next time." "Uh-huh. I won't bother you anymore. Cheers." Su Xiaoyang happily said back. After closing the chat interface, Han Xing began to continue charging the list. At the same time, on a large platform with an area of over 600 square feet, a beautiful young girl was staring blankly ahead. She was wearing a hunter's green outfit, a close-fitting leather armor that highlighted the proud curves on her body. With her tall figure and fair skin, combined with that angelic face, she was living like a white, young and thin and lovely appearance. At this moment, under the hem of the young girl's animal skin skirt, a pair of white to eye-shattering slender long legs, playfully together and rubbing back and forth, quite a sizable peaks along with the heavy breathing up and down, seems to be very excited. This young girl, Su Xiaoyang, had been in a state of excitement after adding Han Xing's friend. So, your name is Han Xing. Really nice name. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang's delicate face revealed an excited smile. I didn't expect that. Even someone like me would have someone willing to be my friend. It's so happy. I really want to tell mom and dad about this matter quickly. They will definitely be happy for me too. Right? Because she was too excited. Su Xiaoyang seemed to have accidentally pinched and burst a certain item in her hand, and for a time bright red blood soared up. Yeah! Su Little Sheep subconsciously exclaimed in shock, looking at the massive tissue within the body of a certain beast in her hand, regretfully saying, I actually accidentally pinched the heart of the beast that I had just dug up, which was prepared to be fed to Xiao Qian. It's really a pity. She arched her beautifully embroidered eyebrows, and her eyes flickered as she glanced at the pale tree in the territory. This tree was no more than 2 meters tall, shaped like a willow tree on the blue star, yet it looked exceptionally demonic. The surface of the bark was as pale as paper, including the branches which were similarly pale. What was even more bizarre was that the branches of this small tree were full of barbs similar to animal teeth. Then, Su Xiaoyang moved her beautiful legs that could be called a work of art, walked to the side of this bizarre plant in a graceful manner, and softly said, even though it was crushed by me, it can't be wasted it. Xiao Qian quickly eat it. As the words fell, the branches of the bizarre plant began to shake slightly, and one of the branches slowly reached out in front of Su Xiaoyang. In the next moment, the branch violently shrunk back, and the beast's heart in Su Xiaoyang's hand disappeared. Xiao Qian is so good. Su Xiaoyang complimented, and before his eyes, information about this bizarre demon tree appeared. Heart-eating tree 1-star elite creature. Rank, LV5. Strength 25. Agility 28. Spirit 31. Physique 32. Skill 1. Poisonous Kiss. The heart-eater tree swings its branches to attack the enemy, and the attacked creature will enter a state of severe poisoning. Skill 2. Forbidden Zone of Life. Heart-eater tree releases gas from its body, forming a wide range of forbidden zone of life. Any creature entering the gas range will be subjected to multiple negative statuses. Skill 3. Wildflower Dance. Heart-eater tree enters into a berserk state, waving thousands of branches to attack the enemy indiscriminately. Talent. Heart-eating demon. The heart-eating tree enhances its own attributes by swallowing the hearts of other creatures. The more hearts it swallows, the stronger it gets, and the higher the attributes it enhances. When a certain number of hearts have been swallowed, the heart-eating tree will complete its metamorphosis. This was actually an elite-level plant-type monster, the heart-eating tree. Not only does it have 3 strong skills, but it also has a growable talent skill that enhances its strength by swallowing the hearts of various animals. When the heart-eating tree swallowed a certain number of animal hearts, it could even complete its metamorphosis. And this animal of course includes humans. It will attack all creatures that invade its territory. But Su Xiaoyang didn't know what means he used, and actually planted this ferocious monster in his territory. Chapter 40. Wrapping up the top 3 and taking it down. There was a demonic tree planted in Su Xiaoyang's territory, and this demonic tree seemed to listen to her very well. She stretched out her white palms and gently touched the branches of the heart-eater tree, then murmured in a low voice, You know what, Xiao Qian? Today I made a friend. His name is Han Xing. Don't get me wrong, it's not like before. I unilaterally feel that people are my friends. We friend each other. So far, I haven't shown my true nature either. In his mind, I should be a very obedient good boy then. If we have a chance to meet in the future, I will definitely try to restrain myself and control my strange behavior. I can't scare them all away like before. Su Xiaoyang clenched her small fists, secretly cheering herself up, a trace of residual blood dripping down from between her fingers. A trace of longing appeared in her eyes. I really want to see you soon. Korean star. Then Su Xiaoyang seemed to have realized her own disorder and somewhat shyly lowered her head. At this moment, Han Xing was already in contact with an empty island of more than 30 square meters. The clouds dispersed, revealing a cluster of 8 slime monsters inside, ranked at level 4 or 5. As soon as the battle began, Han Xing directly drank a bottle of Barbarian Bear Power secret pill. A parched power suddenly rose in his stomach. At this point, he wanted to shout, "Whose unicorn arm is burning hot?" Swoosh! The arrow shot out. A crisp, bowstring tautening sound. This arrow was even more lethal than before. As soon as the battle started, the slime swarm jumped and rushed towards him. And this arrow directly triggered the penetration effect. After penetrating through the body of the first slime, the remaining momentum did not diminish and violently pierced into the body of the second slime. Right at this moment, a black light flashed. Cinderblock killed directly into the group of slime monsters. The slime's formation was broken up, creating a serious commotion. Nice job! Han Xing was not stingy with his appreciation from the rear, as he and Cole Ball had become more and more in tune with each other. As a fine iron arrow was fired, after only 5 minutes, they had finished off the slime monster swarm. At the same time, his territory points reached 834, advancing 1 place once again to 7th place. 10 minutes later, his territory points reached 851, advancing 3 places again to rank 4th. Throughout Channel 107, the other survivors had been shocked beyond words. In less than 5 short hours, Han Xing had shown them what a limit-breaking surge speed was. Scrambling 200 points a day doesn't exist. He could furiously charge 100 points in an hour. Those who had previously been thinking that Han Xing wouldn't make it into the top 10, and that it would be difficult for him to even make it into the top 20, had closed their mouths at this moment. In the chat channel, there was a resurgence of people calling out the name of the Star River God. At the same time, Han Xing was still madly sprinting. From 850 points, he soared all the way to 900 points, officially squashing Papaya Star Spirit and Black Eagle to take second. Right now, the first Whisperer still hadn't moved much. The chat channel completely exploded. "It's too scary, Star River God has already rushed to 2nd place, and according to this trend, getting 1st place is also a nail in the coffin. Yeah, Star God deserves to be the light of our Area 107. The previous few days were just settling down, and today, he exploded in one fell swoop, directly and strongly overtaking. The chance in the chat channel had shifted to whether or not Star River could securely take 1st place. However, there were still some survivors of the Whisper of God team who said unwillingly, "Don't be too happy. Maybe the Whisperer boss is in the process of conquering a large empty island and has taken more time, so as long as he succeeds, he'll surely be able to break through the 1,000 points straight away and take the number 1 spot." That's right. Previously, Black Eagle and Papaya Star Spirit and the others, they both stopped at almost 900 points at this level. They most likely encountered some kind of powerful enemy. Xinghe is now at this score as well, and it's highly probable that he'll encounter the same situation next. After this person finished speaking, a portion of the people who supported Han Xing resumed their nervousness. This was because what this person said was indeed not unreasonable. However, the so-called 900-point barrier also did not exist for Han Xing, because he had long since resolved the strongest monster in this area, the grayback brown bear. Not only did his points not stagnate, but instead, they went all the way up, and in just over 20 minutes, he had rushed to 954 points, regaining the number 1 spot. On the LAN, the people from God's Whisper completely shut up. Just when the crowd thought that Han Xing was going to take 1,000 points directly with this trend and take 1st place. Instead, they realized that his territory points had stopped at a subtle number. 1st place, Star River, 999 points. Only 1 point short of the reward for taking 1st place, it was hard not to suspect that he was doing it on purpose. In the chat channel, the survivors suddenly froze. It seemed like they didn't understand what Han Xing was preparing to do. It was clear that he could have taken 1st place directly, but he stopped at this point. This included the survivors who were storming the leaderboards. Looking at the exaggerated number of 999 points, in their hearts, they were already hopeless at 1st place. The group of survivors in the top 10 lost their motivation and were a bit downhearted for a while. The rising trend of the scoreboard suddenly slowed down, and this too was the effect Han Xing wanted. Just at this moment, 2 more names rushed into the crowd's line of sight. 8th place, Lonely Brave, 804 points. Number 9, Yoon Tianming, 793 points. The 2 of them had successively killed their way into the top 10 and maintained a terrifying rise, their rankings still rapidly soaring. Before the crowd could react, They had officially broken through 900 points, taking the second and third positions successively. Then, Han Xing's territory points finally changed, from 999, officially breaking through 1,000, taking the first place reward. More than an hour later, Chang Si-yong successfully broke through 1,000 points, taking the second place reward. Then it was Shin Yun who managed to reach third place. The three of them, in a sequential order, had directly taken the top 3 rewards. The other survivors on Channel 107 were shocked. You have successfully reached 1,000 territorial points and are currently ranked 1. You have obtained the ranking reward: food 500 units, fresh water 200 units, spirit core 1,000, purple weapon design of your choice 1, silver treasure chest 1, hidden profession scroll 1. Han Xing looked at the system prompts, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the discussion group, Chang Si-yong wailed in excitement. It's too good to be true, ha ha ha. It's still Brother Xing's thoughtfulness. He actually intentionally stuck at 999 points, making those competitors confused and giving us the time to rush the score. Shin Yun also said at this time, Xiao Yongzi, you know this time? Listen to Brother Xing's quasi-right. A momentary advantage doesn't represent anything. The one who can laugh until the end is the winner. Chang Si-yong is now in the excitement of the great reward. For Shen Yun words incomparably agree. That's right, or Brother Star has vision. Han Xing laughed. Don't stop here to blow rainbow farts. Look at your rewards. Okay. The duo excitedly said back. Shin Yun took third place. The reward was very generous. Not only did he have a blue weapon of his choice, but there was also a silver treasure chest, as well as an advanced profession scroll. Chang Si-yong's second place reward is similar. In addition to blue weapons, can also choose an additional blue armor. The duo of Chang Si-yong and Shin Yun were very excited, and they couldn't wait to check the attributes of the reward props. Chapter 41. Warrior's Ring. Rare. Among the weapons given away by the ranking reward, Chang Si-yong chose a fine-quality shattered stone greatsword, while Shin Yun chose a crystal hammer. The attributes were good, but both had to be level 6 before they could be equipped. Then there was the silver treasure chest. The rewards inside the silver treasure chest far exceeded the bronze treasure chest, and at this stage it was extremely difficult to obtain. There are basically powerful monsters around every silver chest. Unless you're really one of those extremely lucky Oh Huangs, it's possible to find silver chests that aren't guarded by monsters in unexplored empty islands. In addition to opening a large amount of secret silver, spirit cores, and high-level materials such as the blood of the strong, the silver treasure chest was also bound to open a piece of blue equipment, or a small probability of secret pill formulas, blue equipment drawings, etc. The two of them excitedly clicked open. The next moment, Chang Si-yong excitedly exclaimed, Warrior ring drawing, blue equipment. Eh? Han Xing was surprised. Blue suit ring. So lucky? Chang Jianyong laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. I really am the European emperor. After saying that, he said with some disappointment. But unfortunately, it's a level 6 drawing. Han Xing returned. Level 6? That's not bad. Another level or 2 and everyone will be able to equip it. And a level 6 blue suit will have much stronger attributes than equipment below level 5. At this time, Shen Yun said with some frustration, Grass, I opened a level 6 light armor leggings, which is also a blue suit. I need heavy armor for my priesthood and again, it can only be cheaper for this kid, Chang Si-yong. Light armor? Xiao Yunzi, quickly give it to me. Chang Si-yong shouted excitedly. Shin Yun reluctantly initiated the transaction. A moment later, he continued, Brother Xing, there is still a self-selected advancement profession scroll. What profession should we choose to advance? Do you have any suggestions? They would subconsciously consult Han Xing's opinion before making a choice now. Although they didn't know why, it always felt like Han Xing understood the mechanisms of this world better than they did. After pondering for a moment, Han Xing said, I see from the game introduction that the advanced professions of the Holy Priesthood are Magi and Knights, with the former tending towards healing and assisting, and not being strong in combat. And the latter tends to be defense and melee combat, compared to the Magister, more self-protection power. These two professions have their own advantages and disadvantages. Shin Yun returned without hesitation. Okay, then I'll choose Magister. Han Xing was a bit surprised. Have you thought about it? The combat ability of a Magus is not very strong. The system introduction says that a Magus is a profession that relies heavily on teammates in the early stages, and it is only until the third turn after becoming a bishop that they will have a few output skills. Shin Yun replied affirmatively. After considering it, choose Magister. Anyway, in the future, there's this guy Cheng Miang in melee, and you're there in long range, Brother Xing, so I'll just act as a support on the side. Han Xing pondered for a moment and stopped persuading. He knew that this was the choice Shen Yun had made after comprehensive consideration for the sake of the two of them later. At this time, Cheng Si-yong asked, Brother Xing, then what do I choose? Swordsman or berserker? However, Han Xing was speechless and said, what's there to choose in this kind of big muscle bully profession? They're all pretty much the same anyway. Holy, you actually look down on big muscle bully professions. Gas shaking cold. When will big muscle bully professions stand up? Chang Jianyong's tone was exaggerated, and in the next moment, he initiated a trade request to Han Xing. Han Xing accepted the transaction. Chang Si-yong traded the blue finger ring drawing he had just opened to Han Xing. You have obtained the warrior ring drawing blue LV6. Do you wish to learn it? Han Xing clicked learn. On the drawing bar, the first blue equipment drawing finally appeared. Looking at the crafting conditions. Materials required to craft warrior ring. Secret silver 10. Spirit core 50, rare earth 100, power crystals 10. Crafting success rate of 15% affected by the divine artisan talent. The success rate has reached 100%. So much secret silver is needed? Han Xing walked over to a few storage boxes and looked at his material reserves. The other 3 materials were all still sufficient. There were only 7 left in the reserves of high-end materials like secret silver. It wasn't enough to craft a finger ring out of it. So he asked in the discussion group, how much secret silver did you guys just touch in the silver treasure chest? Trade them all to me first. There's not enough to craft a warrior finger ring. I have 13 pieces of secret silver here. I also have 16 pieces here. The duo listened and directly initiated a trade request for Han Xing. Han Xing obtained a total of 29 pieces of secret silver, which, together with his own secret silver reserves, was barely enough to make 3 warrior rings. This was thanks to the 100% success rate brought about by the divine artisan talent. If it was any other survivor, a 15% success rate would be enough to make them doubt their lives. One must know that after failing to make a craft, the materials would not be returned. The loss during the period was also not something an average person could afford. Han Xing didn't have any concerns in this regard and directly clicked on crafting, and a dazzling blue light appeared. A 60-second progress bar appeared before his eyes. When the progress bar reached the end, a silver white finger ring fell to the ground. Han Xing also saw the attributes of the finger ring. Warrior ring blue, quality rare, strength +12, special effect warrior soul. Warrior soul increases strength by an additional 6 points when entering combat. Wearing requirement LV6. All strength? This finger ring's attributes are really pure enough. Han Xing couldn't help but spit out. But the added power is also really much. A piece of equipment directly added 12 points of strength, and with the special effects it was equivalent to an 18-point strength bonus. Even when equipped by a hunter profession, it could raise 36 points of attack, even comparable to the boost brought by a primary weapon. If it was given to a power profession like Cheng Miang, the boost brought by the warrior ring would only be even more outrageous. It's a bit tough. Han Xing sighed, and then he continued crafting 2 more. The second one was still of the same rare quality with similar attributes. And when it came to the third one, Han Xing suddenly realized the difference. The blue light that erupted this time was several times more dazzling than before. Han Xing said with slight excitement, "It can't be." In the next moment, he saw the attributes of this finger ring. Warrior ring blue, quality rare, strength +18, with special effect warrior soul. Holy, a rare item. Han Xing was very surprised. This was the first time he had crafted an equipment with precious attributes. In Empty Island Paradise, equipment quality was categorized into 8 grades: rough, ordinary, fine, rare, precious, legendary, epic, and mythical. The general green equipment, at most, was of ordinary quality with the occasional fine quality or 2, and rare quality was the upper limit of green equipment. The blue equipment generally is also fine and rare quality. Rare is already the upper limit of blue equipment. Generally speaking, with blue equipment drawings, other survivors could burn high incense if they could create rare quality equipment. Han Xing's divine artisan, however, had easily created a rare quality. Compared to the rare quality, the attributes were directly increased drastically. It could be said that just this one rare quality ring directly increased Han Xing's attack power by nearly 15%. Chapter 42. Counting the Harvest. Han Xing threw this rare quality rings to Chang Si-yong and then threw another one to Shin Yun. Without listening to their shouting noises in the discussion group, he directly clicked close. A level 6 blue equipment with such high attributes should have given them enough motivation to level up as well. After finishing processing Si-yong and Shin Yun's ranking rewards, Han Xing began to look with anticipation at what he had just obtained, which was the big head of the rewards for this ranking. First was the drawing of the piece of purple weapon of his choice. Han Xing of course chose his profession's main weapon. You have obtained the Moon Coronet Longbow drawing purple LV6. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. On the drawings bar, the first purple suit drawing also appeared, or his own weapon drawing. Han Xing couldn't even wait to craft it on the spot. Then, he saw the crafting conditions for the Moon Coronet Longbow. Materials required to craft the Moon Coronet Longbow: secret silver 100, fine iron 200, moon crystal stone 5, spirit core 500, rare earth 2000, tough beast tendon 1. So much secret silver? Han Xing was instantly confused and queried, "And what the heck is moon crystal stone? I've never even heard of it." There were not enough materials, so Han Xing could only put it aside for the time being. Anyway, this drawing was also level 6. Even if he made it, he couldn't equip it, and he was still 50% short of his experience bar to upgrade, so he wasn't in a hurry. After selecting the weapon drawings, Han Xing opened the silver treasure chest rewarded by the system. When the ancient silver treasure chest was opened, it revealed a wide array of materials inside. Han Xing collected all of them into his backpack. The items opened inside the silver treasure chest were similar to what Chang Si-yong and the others had opened, except for the 12 pieces of secret silver. There were also some high-end materials. At the bottom of the treasure chest, Han Xing saw a thick leather top. Fierce beast leather armor blue, quality fine, defense 1317, agility +5, physique +2, with special effect fierce beast soul. Fierce beast soul. When attacking, there is a 20% chance of activating the beast's soul remaining on this piece of leather armor, sending out a mental attack against the enemy. Equipment requirement: LV6. Equipment requirement: LV6. Even though it's only fine quality, the attributes are way better than this leather armor I'm wearing, and that special effect at the end isn't bad either. The rewards of the silver treasure chest were good, and after opening it, Han Xing was satisfied and looked at the black scroll in his backpack. His mood followed suit, because this black scroll was the biggest reward of this scoreboard. The hidden profession scroll. Han Xing took out the scroll, and at this time, a system prompt appeared. Does it open the hidden profession scroll? After opening it, you will randomly obtain a hunter profession's advanced hidden profession scroll. Random. Han Xing was a bit puzzled. He didn't know how many hidden professions there were in this world. What if he randomized to a trash profession? Then, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Forget it. There's no need to get entangled. It doesn't matter even if I randomize to a trash hidden. I still have the Wild Ranger as an alternative." Then he directly clicked on open. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Han Xing clearly saw that a dozen powerful silhouettes appeared around his territory. These silhouettes were either tall or short, with varying physical characteristics. Some were as tall as a giant over 10 meters tall, while others were as short as dwarfs. But they all had one common feature. That was that, on their backs or in their hands, they all held a longbow as a weapon. In the next moment, the shadows began to shake. Han Xing saw them swiftly cross in front of his eyes. In the end, it was fixed on top of a silhouette that possessed pointed ears and was about the size of a human. A system prompt appeared. Have successfully randomized to the Hunter Hidden Profession Scroll, Elven Archer. Elf Archer Profession Scroll. After the survivor reaches level 10, using this scroll can advance to the hidden profession of Elf Archer. The survivor's full attributes will increase by 150%, the level cap will be raised to level 20, and the agility attribute will gain 1.5 times growth when upgrading. Automatically learn the exclusive skills of Elf Archer, Wind Perception, Elf Dance, and Low Altitude Flying. So strong! Han Xing marveled. 1.5 times agility growth. Every 2 levels up is equivalent to 1 more level of agility attribute than other hunter players, and 3 exclusive skills. At this time, Han Xing suddenly noticed the last skill. Low altitude flight? Could it be that after learning it, it would allow survivors to fly into the sky and shoot? This idea, too, was most likely true. Han Xing was shocked beyond belief. If that's true, then I'm afraid that the mobility of this profession will be beyond imagination, and it will be pulled up a few notches again in terms of strength. He was invigorated, The hidden occupation that he had randomized to this time had exceeded his expectations. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought, I also don't know which profession is stronger, the elf archer or the wild ranger, but it was currently unknown what the wild ranger's skills were, and there was no reference. Shaking his head, Han Xing stopped thinking about it. After dealing with these rewards, the time had come late at night. 4 or 5 hours had passed since he had gotten the first place reward. During this period, with Smart Little Sheep taking the 4th place reward, no one had been able to break through 1,000 points. At the current stage, the level 5 elite monsters were like a huge mountain blocking in front of all the survivors. Late at night, high in the sky, an empty island with more than 900 cubic meters was moving at breakneck speed. Lying on this empty island was none other than the Whisperer, who was previously ranked 1st and had now been squeezed to 5th. His state at this moment seemed extremely wretched. A mage's robe was torn into strips, and his body was covered in exhausting blood marks, as if he had been scratched by some horrible monster. However, the most serious thing was that bloody hole on his chest. The fist-sized wound looked quite oozing, and blood was still flowing out from it, so if he didn't treat it as soon as possible, he would soon die from his serious injuries. Thinking of this, Whisperer forced himself to endure the severe pain throughout his body, picked up the small water bottle on the ground, and poured it into his mouth. Inside the kettle, it was filled with what seemed to be spiritual spring water that had been traded over from Han Xing's place, which had a certain healing effect. However, after drinking a pot of spiritual spring water, the Whisperer realized that the superficial wounds on his body had indeed improved a little. But the bloody hole on his chest, not only did it not stop the injury, but it worsened. The Whisperer gritted his teeth and exasperatedly said, Dum 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 dum. For S sake, how could there be a level 5 elite monster tree demon in there? How am I supposed to fight it with that fast attack speed? Whisperer gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that that tree demon doesn't move, I would have really ended up there today. Just then, he received a private chat message. It was from a survivor in the God's Whisper team. Cat under the moon. Boss, we finally reached you. It's been almost a day since you didn't reply to the message, and the brothers have all gone crazy with anxiety. Chapter 43. The Focus of the Crowd. One day, I was unconscious for that long. Whisperer forced himself to endure the sharp pain in his chest and asked, Cough, cough. What happened? Did someone already take first place? Is it that Blackhawk or Papaya Starling? The cat under the moon hurriedly replied, It's not Black Eagle or Papaya Star Spirit. It's that Star River. He only used more than 3 hours to skyrocket more than 300 points, and then with a terrifying speed, he directly took first place. Not only that, the 2nd and 3rd place rewards were also taken by people, one called Lonely Brave and the other called Yun Tianming. Some people in the chat channel are speculating that they're most likely in a group. The Whisperer was also surprised when he heard, What? However, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, just as he became emotional. Whisperer hastily closed his mouth while his face turned pale. The cat under the moon on the opposite side obviously sensed that something was wrong with him and asked, Boss, what's wrong with you? Whisperer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, Forget about the ranking rewards for now. I'm injured now very seriously. If it's not treated in time, it won't be long before I die. What? The cat under the moon was shocked and hurriedly asked, Boss, is the spirit spring water useless? The Whisperer gritted his teeth and said, It's useless. Spirit spring water can only heal minor injuries. I'm too injured right now. I must have a more powerful recovery prop. He paused and continued, Old cat, now I'm going to order you something. You go and pool the resources of the entire team and do everything you can to help me find some items with a healing effect. And if you don't have any, go to the trade channel and ask for help, and try everything you can to change them over as well. Remember, no matter how much it costs. Then you go and tell the brothers that the elite monster in the new area is unprecedentedly powerful and has thick skin, so without recovery items, you won't be able to dry it out at all. Hearing the seriousness of the matter, the cat under the moon immediately hung up the private chat and began to quickly report the situation to the members of the team. However, at the current stage, apart from Spirit Spring Water, there were very few other items with healing effects. Some of them were even less effective than Spirit Spring Water. The cat under the moon was so anxious that it began to post a message in both the chat channel and the trade channel. Team God's Whisper is heavily seeking to purchase healing items and potions, and is willing to take out a blue great sword in exchange. At the same time, another large team, Airplane Men's Group, also posted the same request for purchase message at this time. However, their bid was even more astonishing, directly a blue wrist guard drawing. The entire 107 area channel was instantly thrown into shock. At the current stage, the preciousness of blue equipment was self-evident. Even Han Xing and the others hadn't exploded blue equipment before they had gotten their leaderboard rewards. In the chat channel, some of the survivors murmured, "The two major teams are begging for healing items, and they're even willing to take out blue equipment and drawings. Could it be that something has happened to their bosses, the Whisperer and the Papaya Star Spirit?" This guess was already about 8 or 9%. Although among them, there were also many people who were moved by the conditions offered by these two major teams, but in everyone's hands they did not have sufficient portions of healing items. Towards the latter half of the night, as more and more survivors reached the 900-point level, they also inevitably encountered area bosses. Elite monsters of at least level 5 made them experience what despair was. Many people's equipment wasn't even as good as Whisperers, and they were hit hard by the elite monsters or directly died in a single shot. Some of the survivors who managed to survive had been spouting their grievances on the LAN at this time. Damn! The elite monsters in this area are also too terrifying. With such high attributes and thick skin, how can we fight them? Upstairs, me too. It was hard to fight my way through the injuries before I inflicted a little wound on that elite monster. But as a result, that monster went directly berserk and didn't give me a chance to fight back at all. Don't complain, we're still lucky to pick up a life. Look at the leaderboards. There are already so many people whose names have disappeared. They're probably dead. It was only at this time that they noticed that there were indeed a lot of people's names on the leaderboards that had disappeared, and they felt a touch of cold air rise behind them. To be able to pick up a life after encountering an elite monster was already a blessing in misfortune. The other survivors were shocked. By this time, they also understood the pre-map generation mechanism of this world. In the area where each survivor was located, there was a powerful monster, and without defeating it, a new map could not be generated, and it would be impossible to break through the 1,000 points. The system had stuck this data to death. At this time, someone asked, "This area boss is so strong, is there really no way to deal with it?" It stands to reason that the system wouldn't set us up with an enemy that we can't defeat in the early stages, right? After this person asked, the chat channel fell into silence, something that many people wanted to know. At this moment, a weak male voice resounded in the chat channel. Cough, cough. This friend is right. The system won't set an unbeatable enemy for us. The person who spoke was Papaya Star Spirit, the leader of the Airplane Men's Group, who had often posted some strategy posts before and had a good reputation in Area 107. As soon as he spoke, the other survivors held their breath, wanting to hear his insights. At this moment, Papaya Star Spirit said, "Ahem, truthfully, I also encountered an elite monster, but I'm ashamed to say that I was also lucky enough to retrieve a life from that monster." As the Papaya Star Spirit who had been stabilized in the top 3 in the previous few days, his strength was there. His words also caused the other survivors to raise the danger level of this area boss by 2 notches once again. The Papaya Star Spirit continued, "However, this failure is not without rewards. Through this period of observation, I realized that the attributes of the monsters you all encountered should all be similar, and from that, I came to a rough conclusion. In order to defeat this level 5 elite monster, you need at least a green primary weapon in order to deal damage to it. This is a hard and fast condition. Don't even think about it if you can't meet it. If there are other green clothes on your body, you can increase the margin of error a bit. Apart from that, you also need to have a good sense of combat. However, more importantly, there must be a healing item, or there must be a healing skill. Otherwise, once the monster goes berserk, no matter who it is, it will be hard to avoid getting hurt. And without healing medicines, it's simply impossible to continue fighting." After Papaya Star Spirit finished speaking, the chat channel resounded with a chorus of voices sucking in cold air. At this moment, the others said, "I see. The elite monsters in this area are so terrifying. There has to be recovery-type medicines. Otherwise, it's simply impossible to clear the level? Then how did Star God and Lonely Valor and the others fight their way through? Is it hard to believe they have recovery potions in their hands?" This person guessed correctly. Han Xing did have a large amount of secret life medicines on him. Many people also thought of this at the same time, and for a while, everyone's focus was on Han Xing. This night, Han Xing's private chat messages directly exploded. They were all desperately longing for the recovery potion that Han Xing was holding. Chapter 44. The Great Benefactor Han Xing. The next day, as soon as Han Xing opened his eyes, He saw thousands of pending private chat messages. After casually clicking on a few of them, he was able to roughly run through what had happened. I see. It looks like everyone has experienced the toughness of that elite monster. Papaya Star Spirit's flurry of analysis in the chat channel last night had directly made recovery medicines one of the mandatory conditions for clearing this area. The fact that so many people were chatting privately with Han Xing was also because they wanted to trade the recovery class props in his hands. Han Xing secretly rejoiced in his heart, then whispered, "It seems that it's already time to almost sell off a batch of secret life pills as a trade. With the materials he was hoarding now, he could create a large number of secret life pills out of it. Unless some other survivor exploded the secret life pill formula at this time, then he would be equivalent to holding the only source of goods." In other words, Han Xing had once again completed his monopolization of the entire 107th district, with nearly 10,000 survivors. Thinking of this, Han Xing immediately decided to start making the secret pill of life and then take it to the trading channel for trading. In fact, he could have waited a little longer to whet the appetite of the survivors in the Area 107 channel. When there were more deaths and injuries, the other survivors' desire for the secret pill of life would be stronger, and they would be willing to pay a greater price in order to stay alive. But there was no need for that. This was not Han Xing's great kindness, but for a long-term consideration. According to the current trend, I'm afraid that he and the nearly 10,000 survivors of Area 107 will have to get along for a long time. And for Han Xing to continue this pattern, he would need a large number of survivors to help him collect various materials, props. In other words, these survivors in Area 107 were all excellent wage earners in his eyes. If there were too many deaths and injuries, it would be equivalent to losing a lot of labor for nothing, and that would be a bit of a loss. Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly laughed. "I'm so kind." Han Xing leapt up from his 2-meter-wide king-sized bed in one leap, and then strolled around the fully 1,000 square meter empty island, looking very leisurely. A moment later, Han Xing arrived at his storage area. Then he looked at the remaining reserve of materials in his storage box. The main materials for making the secret pill of life were 100 milliliters of spirit spring water and spirit cores 10. Right now, there were 800 liters of spirit spring water remaining and 12,464 spirit cores remaining in reserve. If all of them were made, it would be more than 8,000 bottles of the secret pill of life. It sounded a lot, but in fact, if it was distributed to the tens of thousands of people in Area 107, each person wouldn't even be able to share one bottle of the secret pill of life. Moreover, his spirit core reserves could only produce more than 1,200 bottles of secret pill of life first. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked Craft All, and a system prompt came. Does it consume 124,600 milliliters of spirit spring water, 12,460 spirit cores, and moonflower grass to craft 1,246 bottles of secret pill of life? Yes, the words just fell. Dense progress bars appeared on the recipe interface. At the same time, the spirit core reserves in his small vault were directly emptied. However, Han Xing was not distressed at all because he was certain that he could earn more resources back with these 200-plus bottles of the secret pill of life. Meanwhile, the survivors of God's Whisper and the Airplane Men's group were going crazy. Their boss was seriously injured and dying, and after the Papaya Star Spirit deduced that Han Xing probably had a healing prop in his hands, they had been sending Han Xing private chat messages all night. But Han Xing was sleeping at that time, so he didn't care about them. Seeing that Han Xing was ignoring them, these people went back to frantically aid Han Xing in the chat channel. At Star River, Godstar River, come out. Our boss is dying. Please save him. At Star River, brother. I'm hurt too, please. Chat channel. Right at this moment, Han Xing finally appeared. He smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I see your needs." The chat channel was instantly silent for a moment. Then a flood of messages began to swipe the screen, as they excitedly etched Han Xing, while others sent out voices, frantically shouting the words Star River. Star God, you've finally come out. We're all about to collapse from waiting. Star God, save the child. How can't be without a father. Star God. The many survivors waited with eager anticipation for a night, and finally Han Xing came out. How could they not be excited? Just then, someone came out to stop their madness, shouting, "Quiet! All be quiet. For S sake, stop brushing. You guys are brushing down Star God's speech. Do you still want to change your healing props?" The man's words were effective, and the madness in the chat channel gradually calmed down. Waiting for the swiping to stop, Han Xing continued, Gentlemen, hold your horses, your guesses are correct. I do have a batch of healing items in my hands. It's called the Secret Pill of Life. And as for the effects, you can see for yourselves. Han Xing sent up the properties of the Secret Pill of Life. The chat channel resounded with an intake of breath. What a strong secret medicine. It can actually recover even from such serious injuries. I'll go with this secret medicine. If I'm still afraid of empty island monsters, I'll directly transform into a drugged warrior and rush into the monsters to kill them for 800 rounds. Although it was only a primary life secret medicine, but with the current stage, the survivor's physique of at most 20 points, it was enough to pull them back from the death line in a short period of time. At this time, someone asked cautiously, Star God, are you selling this batch of secret life pills? In your hands. Han Xing returned, Sell, of course. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Then, someone else asked, Star God, what are you going to put the secret life medicine on the shelves? And also, the price. Han Xing smiled. It won't go on the shelves for now. I will take the auction mode this time to sell the secret pill of life that I'm holding. Auction? Yes. Han Xing returned. Some of you should understand what I mean. The crowd was a bit clouded, but there were quite a few people whose hearts were stirred. Han Xing did not sell himself short and directly explained. Right now, there are still over 90 ranking rewards on the leaderboards that no one has claimed. In other words, the sooner whoever trades with me will be able to defeat the area bosses faster and then obtain the leaderboard rewards. As the words fell, the land fell silent. They could see Han Xing's ambition. Not only had he bagged the rewards of the top 3, but now he wanted to manipulate the rewards of the top 100 of the entire leaderboard. And Han Xing did have this ability. It was estimated that even the system that specified the rules of rewards did not expect that the entire leaderboard would actually be manipulated by a human survivor. Now, the rewards of the top 4 had all been claimed. But even so, there were still 96 reward slots to be claimed on the ranking now. What was even more crucial was that the top 5 could all choose a blue weaponry of their own choice. In other words, there was still one last blue weapon reward on the current territory points ranking. Right at this moment, the Whisperer, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly jumped out and said, Xinghe, is this true? Chapter 45, Primary Castle Drawings. The Whisperer asked, Xinghe, this first batch of your secret pills of life, is it really taking the form of an auction? Han Xing replied back, Yes, the higher the price, the more you get. All right, you name your price, we, Whisper of the Gods, will definitely take this 5th place reward. After saying that, the Whisperer added another sentence in the chat channel. Please, gentlemen, please be able to sell me face, so that this first batch of secret pills of life won't be robbed with a certain person. If it was usual, Whisperer being the head of the 3 major teams in Area 107, this face would be sold by everyone. But now, this was about the leaderboard rewards as well as such important props as the secret pill of life no one would easily give up. At this moment, the always low-profile head of the Airplane Men's group, Papaya Star Spirit, also stood out and said, Brother Whisper, this 5th place reward, everyone also wants it very much. It's better to follow what Brother Xing has said. The highest bidder gets it. His words were equivalent to tearing down the Whisperer. The Whisperer snorted coldly. At this moment, Han Xing once again said, Then, let's start the auction now. The first batch, 5 bottles of Secret Pill of Life. The starting price is 1,000 spirit cores. You may also take out other items to raise the price, depending on the value, to whom it will be given in the end. Han Xing started with 5 bottles. This amount of Secret Pill of Life was equivalent to a few extra lives, enough for them to grind down the elite monsters. As the words fell, the survivors who felt they had the strength to compete for the list began to bid frantically. 1,500 spirit cores, plus a green necklace, 1,800 spirit cores, plus 64 pieces of secret silver, 2,200 spirit cores. Meanwhile, both Whisperer and Papaya Star Spirit were frantically raising supplies in their discussion groups. After some exaggerated bids, the final bid came to 4,000 spirit cores, plus a large amount of secret silver and other materials. But compared to a blue weapon, they felt that this price was still bearable, and in addition to the weapon, there was also an advanced profession scroll, so the math wasn't bad. Just then, the Whisperer suddenly opened his mouth and said, 5,000 spirit cores, 107 pieces of secret silver, 13,000 fine iron, plus a blue plate armor top. After the Whisperer finished speaking, a chorus of voices sucking in cold air appeared in the chat channel. This bid could be said to have scared off many people who were interested in competing. The Whisperer had taken out the blue armor, partly for the ranking rewards, and partly because he was now deeply and seriously injured, and desperately needed the secret pill of life to recover from his injuries. However, right at this moment, Papaya Star Spirit also reported his price, 5,500 spirit cores, 132 pieces of secret silver, 14,000 fine iron, plus a blue necklace.
Hiss.
The chat channel once again resounded with the sound of an intake of breath. The whisperer didn't open his mouth. He also seemed to be considering whether or not it was a bit unworthy to raise the price any further, and whether or not he would be able to get his money back. However, right at this moment, Han Xing suddenly laughed softly and said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to remind you guys, after defeating this elite monster, quite a lot of good stuff will be popped out. And even, there is a high probability that even the secret pill formula will be popped out." As soon as the words fell, the Papaya Star Spirit, who had thought that he was assured of victory, suddenly had a sinking heart. The moment the secret pill formula was exported, it was enough to make the competitors who had already given up heartbroken once again. At this moment, someone tentatively asked, "Star Spirit, do you mean that your secret pill of life formula was also popped out on an elite monster?" Han Xing smiled and did not answer the question head-on. However, those survivors acquiesced to this statement in their hearts. At the same time, the whisperer suddenly clenched his teeth and spoke again. 6,000 spirit cores, 140 pieces of secret silver, 15,000 pieces of fine iron, plus one primary castle design. He also went out on a limb and took out all the designs he had gotten inside a mysterious empty island he had stumbled into by chance. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Castle design drawings, they sounded like architectural drawings. At the current stage, no one had heard of anyone who had already built a territorial building. If no one offered a higher price, then this first batch, 5 bottles of secret life pills, would fall into the whisperer's hands. The Papaya Star Spirit was very torn at this point, but he also considered whether it was a bit too much to raise the price for a blue suit. Han Xing waited for a moment and saw that no one was raising the price again. So he said, "Then deal." As the words fell, many people in the entire chat channel breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Han Xing also showed his credibility, and after the words fell, he immediately requested a deal from the whisperer. The transaction window. At this moment, the whisperer's face was filled with flesh pain as he placed a large amount of spirit cores and precious secret silver. This was almost the entire harvest of the hundreds of people in their God's Whisper over the past few days. But now it was all traded out in one fell swoop. A system prompt appeared. The trade was successful. You have gained Secret Life Pill 5 with. You have lost Spirit Core 6,000, Secret Silver 140, Fine Iron 15,000, Primary Castle Design 1. The Whisperer looked at the 5 bottles of emerald green secret medicines on his territory and was so excited that tears were about to fall out of his eyes. The injuries on his body were already worsening, and on his personal panel, the status column was also turning into near death. If it wasn't for the fact that he was hanging on to his last breath by constantly drinking spirit spring water, the Whisperer wouldn't have lasted this long. He couldn't wait and poured a bottle of secret pill of life into his mouth. The oozing-looking injury on his chest also finally got better. At this moment, Whisperer cried out in joy. Phew! Almost, it was really dead. At the same time, Han Xing began to continue bidding. Although there were no more slots for blue equipment on the scoreboard, the other rewards were still very enticing. There were still 95 spots left, and just that one advanced profession transfer book was enough to make the other survivors sprint for a handful of times. Thus, the next auction was also very smooth. Everyone was enthusiastic and kept pulling up the upper limit of the transaction amount. The auction continued for nearly 2 hours, and Han Xing finally sold all the remaining 95 spots. And he also obtained a massive amount of materials. Among them, there were 73,624 spirit cores alone, more than 1,000 pieces of secret silver, while materials such as fine iron and rare earth directly broke $100,000, together with all sorts of miscellaneous materials, such as beasts' hearts, powerful people's blood, moonflower herbs, etc. His storage box was once again stuffed to the brim, and what he had paid for was only 480 bottles of secret life pills. This rate of return, it was more than 10 times, let's say it was more than 100 times. Moreover, after 2 hours of time, many of the survivors who were stuck at the 900-point level broke through one after another. There were constantly people breaking through 1,000 points and receiving ranking rewards. Half an hour later, with the 100th survivor successfully breaking through 1,000 points. Then Han Xing stopped the auction mode and instead directly put the secret pill of life on the shelves. Compared to items like spirit spring water, which could be traded 1 milliliter by 1 milliliter, the secret pill of life could only be traded in whole bottles. Han Xing set various initial prices, such as 200 spirit cores for 1 bottle of secret pill of life, 1 piece of secret silver equal to 10 spirit cores, a blue drawing equal to 1,000 spirit cores, and so on. As soon as the secret pill of life was put on the shelves, it once again triggered a mad rush. From the time he woke up in the morning until sundown, Han Xing had been frantically trading with other survivors. His entire being was in a state of hyperactivity. Watching the large sums of materials come in, his entire body felt a wave of unrivaled satisfaction. After all, who could deny the joy of being a hoarder? Chapter 46. Earned Numbness. At this moment, Han Xing's territory of thousands of square feet was once again stacked with all sorts of materials. The 100,000 or so spirit cores alone had piled up into a 2-meter-high mountain, emitting aura that was almost on the verge of turning into mist, making people feel refreshed just by taking a whiff. At this moment, Cole Ball was excitedly stepping on the small hill piled up with spirit cores and jumping around. For the first time, the little guy experienced the thrill of being smashed by food. From time to time, Cole Ball opened its mouth and swallowed a large mouthful of spirit cores, at least a dozen of them. Han Xing also indulged it in eating anyway. With the amount of spirit cores in this pile, even if Cole Ball ate them for a few years, he wouldn't be able to finish them. However, after a few mouthfuls, this little fellow couldn't eat anymore. It looked like it had eaten too much, and comfortably found a piece of grass to lie on, belly flopped, and fell into a deep sleep. This appearance, looking at the corner of Han Xing's mouth, twitched. Che thought how edible it was. Han Xing began to organize his harvest. As of now, all of the more than 1,200 bottles of secret pills of life that he had produced had been sold and exchanged for a large amount of materials. But there was still a large gap in the current market. With such an important recovery prop, many people were even eager to stock up on a few more bottles, and the supply of the secret pill of life, which was already not enough for all the survivors to share, became even tighter. Although it was already nighttime, Han Xing was also working overtime to start making the secret pill of life. His current spirit core reserves were completely sufficient, so in one breath, he made all the remaining spirit spring water into secret life pills. For 7,000 bottles of secret pills of life, the production time for one bottle was 10 seconds, which translated to 70,000 seconds, nearly 20 hours. Han Xing spent the next day doing nothing as well, making a bottle and selling it. Other than the occasional break, all of his time was spent trading with other survivors. In the first hour, more than 600 bottles of secret pills were traded. In the second hour, more than 1,300 bottles of secret medicine were traded out. Large sums of materials kept coming into the account. The day ended. Finally, after the 7,000th bottle of life secret medicine was sold, Han Xing stopped trading. This was because his spiritual spring water reserves were exhausted. More than 800 liters of spirit spring water had produced more than 8,000 bottles of secret pill of life, of which 7,000 bottles were used to trade into various materials. In the chat channel, seeing that Han Xing hadn't shelved the spirit spring water for a long time, many of the eagerly awaiting survivors suddenly had a bad feeling. At this time, Han Xing said in the chat channel in a slightly hoarse voice, "Gentlemen, the secret pill of life is sold out. I can't make the secret pill of life because of the lack of supply of raw materials here." Hearing Han Xing say this, those survivors who hadn't exchanged them immediately felt 1,000 regrets. Among them, there were still many people who had not exchanged for the secret pill of life. At this time, someone asked cautiously, "Star God, is it really gone?" Han Xing replied back, "Yes, one of the main materials needed to make the secret pill of life has been used up, and I will make it again later when I find a new main material. Furthermore, I've traded over 7,000 bottles of secret pill of life, enough for many people to fight through the current area bosses. You guys should be able to pop some other recovery type props on these bosses, which is basically enough for all the remaining people to beat this area." In fact, Han Xing still had a reserve of thousands of bottles of secret life pills in his hand. However, he was not prepared to take them out. After all, people were selfish. In future battles, it was inevitable that he would encounter injuries, and at that time, if he was injured, he didn't want to put himself in danger because he didn't have enough secret life pills. Hearing Han Xing say this, many survivors also expressed their understanding. At this time, someone said, "Star God has worked hard. We will remember your kindness." Han Xing smiled and shook his head. "It's just a trade. What favor?" However, the man laughed. "The Star God is really not being frank. Even though you said it was just a deal, we actually all see it in our hearts. In these 2 days, you've been trading the secret pill of life with us almost without sleep, indirectly saving the lives of an unknown number of people, including me as well. This person smiled bitterly and said, "Without your secret pill of life, I might have been killed by that monster." His words were recognized by many people who responded, "Yes, it's also thanks to the star god's secret pill of life that I was able to retrieve this little life. It's too hard to come to this world." Me too. Speaking of which, the star god has already saved us from the fire for the second time. Most of us in District 107 owe him a big favor. That's right. The star god deserves to be the savior of Area 107. Whoever dares to question him in the future, I'll definitely be angry with them. I announce that the Star River God sect is officially established from today. I am the first believer. Who else wants to join? Seeing that they were getting more and more outrageous, Han Xing hurriedly interrupted. "Stop! Don't get all mushy. I just want to trade with you guys for supplies. Play awkward with me again and I'll just stop selling ah. Ha ha." The chat channel resounded with laughter. Han Xing shook his head and was about to close the chat channel. And just then, a private chat message appeared. The name of the other party was called Whirlwind Potato. Han Xing had some impression of this name. After clicking on the private chat, Whirlwind Potato immediately said excitedly, "Father, I haven't exchanged the secret pill of life yet." Han Xing was immediately filled with black lines. "Don't you yell, when did I have a son as big as you?" Whirlwind Potato hurriedly said, "Star God, you don't know you saved my life when I was in the most difficult time. You're my regenerative parent. It's only right to call you father." Seeing that he wanted to continue, Han Xing hastily tapped the trade request. After directly placing 10 bottles of secret life pills, ignoring his exaggerated screams, Han Xing directly closed the private chat. Then, Han Xing felt that his ears were finally quiet. After 2 days of restless busyness, he was able to relax at this time, and a strong feeling of sleepiness and exhaustion came over him like a tidal wave. Han Xing shook his head and raised some strong spirits. He was prepared to finish counting the harvest this time before resting. Moreover, there was still something he hadn't finished. Looking at the several small mountains of materials on his territory, Han Xing's breathing once again became a bit rapid, and even his drowsiness was dispelled a lot. This is really a one-time profit. After the excitement, Han Xing began to take stock. The biggest head earned from this transaction was naturally still the spirit cores, which were so widely used that they had almost become the universal currency of this world. After removing the consumption of making spirit spring water, he had harvested a total of 253,764 spirit cores. Then, another pile of more precious materials was secret silver. It was needed to craft both blue and purple armor, and should be used in large quantities later on as well. After counting, a total of over 16,000 pieces of secret silver had been harvested. As expected, there was still strength in numbers. Like the three of them, they had taken the top 3 rewards and opened 1 silver treasure chest each, and only managed to come up with less than 50 pieces of secret silver. After trading with the survivors across Channel 107, they directly harvested more than 10,000 pieces. Earned numbness. Chapter 47. Cloud's Secret Realm. Online. After counting the number of spirit cores and secret silver, Han Xing continued to count the other material resources. Hundreds of thousands of rare earths, ether, and tens of thousands of power crystals, magic crystals, as well as the blood of powerful people and various one-star beast leathers and so on. And most crucially, one of the key materials needed to craft the purple weapon, the moon coronet longbow, the moon crystal stones had also been exchanged for more than 20 of them. In other words, Han Xing was now able to craft 4 purple weapons out at once. But he didn't craft them right away because he wasn't leveled up enough right now to equip them even if he crafted them. It wouldn't be too late to make them after he had risen to level 6. Then, Han Xing stuffed all these materials from the empty island territory into the storage box. The crowded, empty island territory became wide again. Han Xing casually grabbed a small folding stool and placed it under his buttocks, then pulled out a drawing from his backpack and began to study it. This was the one that had been exchanged from the Whisperer during the auction of the first batch of secret pills of life yesterday, and was called the Elementary Castle Construction Drawing. Just then, a milky animal cry rang out. Ow! The coal ball suddenly jumped onto Han Xing's knee, sticking out a small head that seemed to be curious about what its owner was looking at as well. Han Xing lifted the coal ball up with one hand and put it on his shoulder, patting its little head and saying, "Don't mess up for me yet. I'll take you out and move around tomorrow. For the past 2 days, Han Xing had not explored the empty island, and this hyperactive little guy with all his exuberant energy had no place to vent it, so it was almost suffocated. Ow! Kolbal tilted his head and responded obediently. After pacifying this little guy, Han Xing once again looked at the drawings in his hand. Primary castle construction drawing. Territory type building. Survivors can build a primary castle in their territory. Primary castle, 1000 defense value, can add 20% defense value to all defense type buildings in the territory. All attack type buildings add 10% attack power. All friendly units increase their full attributes by 10%, and the speed of traveling in the empty island territory increases by 10%. Materials required to build a primary castle. Stone 100000, wood 20,000, spirit core 50,000, fine iron 50,000, rare earth 90,000, secret silver 8,000, power crystals 5,000, magic crystals 5,000. Note: when building a primary castle, you need to have a territory area of at least greater than 1,000 square meters, while reserving at least no less than 400 square meters of open space. Looking at the materials on it that were all in units of 10,000, Han Xing suddenly realized that this thing was most likely not something that could appear at the current stage. At the current stage, which survivor could come up with so many materials at once? Except for himself, of course. It was no wonder that the Whisperer chose to trade out this kind of drawings, because in his expectations, even with the God's Whisper team behind him, it would take a long time to completely gather all these materials. Han Xing said with some surprise, "So many materials. If I hadn't traded the secret pill of life before, even with my reserves it wouldn't be enough. However, the effect of this castle is also really strong. As long as I stand in the territory, it can increase my attributes by 10%. Moreover, this attribute enhancement could not only increase to Han Xing alone, as long as the friendly parties within the territory, including pets, summons, and attached units, could also enjoy the bonus. Just what is the concept of this 1,000 points of defense value? Can it carry the onslaught of elite monsters?" Han Xing was a little unsure, but thought that he didn't even have a house, and a bunch of furniture could still only be placed under the open sky. Han Xing immediately decided to do it. Regardless of the other effects of this castle, even if it was used as a shelter from the wind and rain, it was good. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly shifted all the piles of furniture in the center of the territory to one side, leaving a sufficiently empty area. In the next moment, he clicked build. The castle drawings in his hand disappeared, and then a system prompt appeared. Territory building. Primary castle under construction. Estimated time remaining 32 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The primary castle construction drawings have been automatically recorded in the territory function page. After the system prompt appeared, Han Xing saw that in the center of his territory, a large area was circled like a rectangular outline. A greenish-gray mist suddenly rose within the area. At the same time, a large amount of materials in his storage box disappeared. Then, not long afterward, the beginnings of a castle's foundation were erected. Han Xing roughly calculated in his mind that the maximum diameter of the castle was 39 meters and covered an area of roughly 300 square meters, which wasn't much. However, if it was only used as a residence, it was a deservedly large house, a large mansion. If one were to build such a castle on the blue planet, one would not be able to get down without a few $1,000,000. Han Xing imagined the completed castle with anticipation. According to the sketches on the drawings, this was a relatively retro-European-style building, divided into the upper, middle, and lower 3 floors, with each of the 4 corners of each floor having an expanding tower with windows in the middle of the tower. In the middle of the building, a tower tens of meters high stood, with a flag flying at the top. Han Xing was a bit excited. Finally, in this world, I will have a home of my own. After the anticipation, Han Xing found a sofa of his own making on the side and then directly lay down on it. The taut nerves began to loosen, and Han Xing suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion coming on like a tidal wave. The past 2 days were really too busy, and although the harvest was incomparably amazing, it was also really tiring. Han Xing looked at the bright starry sky and fumed. The breeze caressing him, extraordinarily comfortable. The little guy, Kolbal, had also jumped onto the sofa at some point and lay at his feet, a slight snoring sound coming out of his mouth. 1 person and 1 wolf slept like this. The next day, that is, the 10th day since the all-blue star humans came to this world. Han Xing had just woken up when a system prompt suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. System: attention all survivors. 10 days have passed since you all entered Empty Island Paradise, and you have initially adapted to this world. A new version of the game has opened, and a new challenge copy, the Cloud Mystery Realm, will be opening soon. The Cloud Mystery Realm is randomly generated. Survivors can be near the area. Find the clouds with the Vortex logo. Inside is the randomly generated Cloud Mystery Realm. Please note, the Cloud Realm is different from other Empty Island territories. After entering it, you will be transported to a special scenario, and the monsters in each scenario are different. The difficulty of the Cloud Secret Realm is divided into 1 star to 5 stars, a total of 5 kinds of difficulty. The number of people who can enter at the same time for each star level has different limits. The higher the star level means the higher the danger. Please be careful to choose the survivors. Current version, the highest generated 2-star difficulty Secret Realm. After successfully challenging the Cloud Secret Realm, you will obtain precious props and a large number of rewards including but not limited to blue and purple equipment, advanced profession scrolls, rune drawings, rune crystals, and strongman fragments. Chapter 48. Area lifted. New list opens. This sudden system announcement blew everyone's heads off. In the chat channel, everyone was excitedly discussing what the Cloud Mystery Realm was and what the rune drawings and strongman fragments behind it were. At this moment, Han Xing sat back down on the sofa and rubbed his chin and thought, Cloud Secret Realm? When I played Empty Island Paradise on my cell phone, I didn't have this kind of gameplay, so it should be a new feature after coming to this world. Speaking of which, Han Xing hadn't played on his cell phone for long. At that time, he had drawn an internal beta slot at a mysterious webpage and then downloaded the installer. In total, he had only played for less than a week, and his game character had just leveled up to 11. Then, he came to this world. Therefore, Han Xing's knowledge of this world did not exceed the other survivors by much. As a newly released copy, this Cloud Mystery, the rewards inside should be good. But accordingly, it will also be dangerous. Just then, a second system prompt came. System, attention all survivors, the survivor area protection mechanism has been lifted. The area map has been changed to an open state. Now, the survivors can use the coordinates on the map to find other people's locations. You can cooperate with each other, compete, or choose to draw swords and invade each other's territory. Please note that when too many survivors gather in the same area, there will be a higher probability of brushing out high-level monsters, and the cloud monsters encountered will also be stronger. At the same time, the cloud monsters' desire to attack has increased dramatically, and there is a probability that they will take the initiative to attack and find the survivors' territories to carry out invasion. So please do a good job of protecting your territories. A large string of prompts, each one containing a large amount of information. In the next moment, the chat channel once again boiled over. Brothers, did you see the update announcement? The area protection function has been lifted. This means that not only can we meet, but we can also team up together and even fight together. I saw it too. Oh, finally I don't have to fight alone. Cousin Pot, little sister will be coming for you soon. At this time, there was also a friendly reminder. All pay attention. Don't gather too many people together, or else you'll probably attract high-level monsters. Didn't you see the system tip saying that? Now those monsters in the clouds will also take the initiative to attack us, so be careful not to get killed. At the same time, in the discussion group Han Xing was in, the three of them were also discussing the update. Chang Jianyong said excitedly, Brothers, the protection mechanism has been lifted, which means we can meet up soon. Report your coordinates. I'll come find you. Shen Yun, 42156, 33247, 69745. Han Xing, 41784, 24451, 88647. Chang Jianyong was surprised when he heard this. Holy, I'm at 42063, 54223, 48612. A bit far from you guys. Shen Yun replied back, It is a bit far with our current forward speed. It will take at least 4 or 5 days to rush over, and during that time we have to pay attention to avoiding those clouds. The time required is estimated to be even longer. Shen Yun tentatively asked, Why don't the two of us rush towards Brother Star's side first? Chang Jianyong was just about to agree. Then Han Xing said, Don't rush over here first. Now that the regional protection mechanism has just been lifted, the other survivors will definitely have the same idea as us, and with a large number of survivors jumping around, coupled with the probability of the monsters in the clouds actively attacking, the entire region will become incomparably chaotic. Shen Yun also understood what was going on and tentatively asked, Brother Star, are you worried? Han Xing replied back, Yes, I'm worried that some guys with bad intentions will strike out at the other survivors, and in the current situation where everyone's attributes are more or less the same, if they fight, it will likely result in a lose-lose situation. Moreover, if these people gathered together, it would be even more troublesome. The duo heard the worry in Han Xing's words and knew that what he said was not unreasonable. It was even said that Han Xing's fears were bound to come true. Don't look at the current Area 107 as peaceful on the surface, but in fact, inside, there would definitely be some people with ill intentions. This place was not like Blue Star, it was a world without legal constraints. For the sake of profit or for the spoils of war in the hands of other survivors, these people would do anything. Chang Jianyong asked at this time, "Brother Star, so do you have any good suggestions from your side?" Han Xing thought for a moment and returned, "My suggestion is that we stay put for the first 2 days, and when we get through the initial period of chaos, the three of us will then head towards the same coordinates to shorten the time for the rendezvous. Then when we come across clouds on the way that we can fight through, we'll try to explore as much as possible and grab upgrades while we're in a hurry, but we must be careful and avoid those large clouds." When the two heard this, they both felt that Han Xing's plan was more prudent, so they agreed to his plan. And just as they were about to take action, the system's third prompt appeared. Announcement: since most of the regional territory scoreboards have ended, a new leaderboard challenge is now open. Divided according to different regions, in each region, the top 100 survivors who are the first to reach level 10 will receive ranking rewards. The 151st place will be rewarded with Spiritual Energy Shield Crystal Tower Construction Drawing Elementary 1, Iron Armored Golem 5, Elementary Lord's Hut Construction Drawing 1, Elementary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing 1, and Spiritual Cores 1000. 50th 11th place, rewarded with Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Primer 1, Iron Armored Golem 10, Primary Lord's Hut Construction Drawing 1, Primary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing 1, and Spirit Cores 2000. Another new leaderboard reward? Han Xing was also stunned by this system prompt, and he looked at the properties of these reward items. Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Elementary. Territory Type Building, build a crystal tower that generates a spiritual energy shield. The spiritual energy shield can withstand physical and magical attacks with a defense value of 200. Iron Armor Golem LV-10. Ordinary Defensive Golem. Can only be moved within the territory. Attribute: Strength 53, Agility 34, Spirit 32, Physique 56. Skills: Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Flame Jet, Sawtooth Cut. It seems like the attributes are not bad. Han Xing pondered. One of them, that Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Elementary, could actually directly generate a shield, meaning that it would encircle the territory so that no one else would be able to enter, and it could also block attacks. And the second Iron Armored Golem, a defensive golem with attributes roughly similar to a level 10 normal monster, could help the survivors fight when in danger or when other cloud monsters invaded. Then the third, Primary Lord Hut. Defense value 500, can increase the defense value of all defensive type buildings in the territory by 10%. Increase the attack power of all offensive type buildings by 5%. Increase the attributes of all friendly units by 5%, and increase the speed of traveling in the empty island territory by 10%. Seeing the attributes of the Lord's Hut, Han Xing said doubtfully, "This Primary Lord's Hut, it seems to have about the same effect as my primary castle, but the increase is a whole lot worse." Chapter 49. The Team Era. The defensive building increase of the Lord Castle was 20%, the Lord Hut was only 10%, and all other increases were only half. Han Xing's heart fluttered. It seems that the primary castle is a more advanced building than the Lord's Hut. It wasn't in vain that he had spent so many materials to build the castle. Han Xing then proceeded to look at the remaining ranking rewards. 10th 4th place, rewarded with Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Elementary 1, Silver Armored Golem 1, Elementary Lord's Lodge Construction Drawing 1, Elementary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing 1, Purple Weapon of Choice 1, and Spirit Core 3000. 3rd place reward, Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Elementary 1, Silver Armored Golem 3, Elementary Lord's Lodge Construction Drawing 1, Elementary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing, Purple Weapon of Choice 1, Spirit Core 5000. 2nd place reward, Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Elementary 1, Silver Armored Golem 5, Elementary Lord's Lodge Construction Drawing, Purple Weapon of Choice 1, Golden Treasure Chest 1, Elementary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing, Spiritual Cores 8000. 1st place reward, Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Elementary 1. Golden Armored Golem 1. Elementary Lord's Hut Construction Drawing 1. Elementary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing. Golden Weapon of Choice Drawing. Golden Treasure Chest 1. Spirit Core 10,000. Primary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing. Territorial Terrain Building can be constructed in the territory. Function can travel to other survivors' territories. Teleportation Array through the Teleportation Array. Before teleportation, need to record the survivor's teleportation array number. Only if the other lord allows it. Other survivors can teleport. Silver Armor Golem LV10 Elite Level. Reinforced Defense Golem can only be active in the territory. Attribute: Strength 74, Agility 53, Spirit 46, Physique 71. Skills: Copper Skin and Iron Bone, Flame Spit, Sawtooth Cut, Heavy Hammer Impact. Golden Armored Golem Chief Level. A special reinforced golem that can only move within the territory. Attributes: Strength 108, Agility 74, Spirit 86, Physique 109. Skills: Steel Bone, Flame Spray, Blood Cut, Heavy Hammer Blast, Metal Blast. The chat channel suddenly fell into a moment of silence, and then there was a tidal wave of screen swipes. The Lord's Hut, the Teleportation Array, and so many puppets with strong attributes. This will earn a fortune if we casually take a ranking. A Silver Armored Golem is equal to the strength of one level 10 elite monster. That Gold Armored Golem is even more terrifying. It's actually at the chief level. At the current stage, a Gold Armored Golem can sweep the field, right? Not only that, there's also golden treasure chests, golden weapons. My god. The rewards were so bountiful that the survivors were in a bit of disbelief. They even hated the fact that they couldn't wait to immediately rise to level 10 and take the first place reward. At the same time, the speeches began once again in several of the incipient teams in Area 107. At this time, the Whisper took the lead in the God's Whisper discussion group and said, "Gentlemen, the area protection mechanism has been lifted. The days of us humans fighting alone are coming to an end, and next, it's the era of team mode. We can unite together soon. Not only will our safety be guaranteed, but more crucially, we can all fight in teams in the future. Not only will the speed of upgrading increase, the resources we acquire will also skyrocket. It doesn't matter if we lost the previous ranking. This time, we, God's Whisper, will definitely take the spot." The other members of the discussion group shouted, "Yes." The crowd of players were enthusiastic. Papaya Star Spirit also said in the Airplane Men's group discussion group, "The leaderboard rewards are very generous, so I guess it'll make a lot of people's hearts flutter. And last time the leaderboard competition was held, I could already tell that there were still quite a few experts in our Area 107. And now that the game version has changed, only by joining together can we create greater battle results. These people should also be able to tell that they should have the idea of joining a team by now, so this is a good time for us to recruit people. Everyone take this opportunity to all go to the chat channel and pull people in, to make our Airplane Men's group bigger and stronger." The members of the team led the order. What Papaya Star Spirit said wasn't wrong. Many survivors were now seeking teams to join in the chat channel. What other teams are recruiting in our district? Level 5 Priesthood. Half green suit seeking to join. Level 4 Warrior. 20 points of strength. Any teams want me? Level 5 Mage. Han Xing also received many messages that invited him to join a team, but they were all rejected by Han Xing directly. It was true that the game version had changed, but the system had also warned that gathering too many people could attract the attacks of those powerful monsters. At this juncture, it was most important to first seize the time to improve his strength. At the same time, Han Xing also began his leveling preparations. He looked at Wolfie, who was lazily sleeping on the side, and shouted, "Coalball, get ready to work." Coalball instantly lifted his head from the sofa and jumped down happily. Han Xing realized that after feeding the Coalball over the past few days, its size had obviously grown by a circle, from being a pup that was only the size of 2 palms to a small wolf cub that was now as long as an arm. At its current size, it could no longer be placed on its own shoulder. Hearing that Han Xing was finally going to take it out for an activity, Coalball excitedly ran wildly within the territory. 10 minutes later, a cloud of more than 40 square feet appeared in front of them, and a system prompt appeared. "There is a group of jungle creatures active inside. Do you wish to enter?" Han Xing clicked yes without hesitation. Going in, he saw that it was a group of level 4 or 5 boars. With his current attributes, Coupled with Kobol's powerful melee ability, this group of level 4 or 5 monsters no longer posed much of a threat to him. A few minutes later, a system prompt appeared. You have killed the jungle boar LV58, gaining experience value of 400, and your pet Kobol has gained experience value of 320. Your territory area has expanded. After resolving the group of boars, Han Xing continued to start exploring the other empty islands without stopping and on the hoof. You have killed the bombardment squirrel LV56, gaining experience value of 300, and your pet Kobol has gained experience value of 240. You have killed the steel needle hedgehog LV54, gaining experience value 200, and your pet Kobol has gained experience value 160. You have killed. As each system prompt appeared, after a morning of exploration, a white light rose successively on Han Xing and Kobol. Finally, at level 6, Han Xing sounded excited. Level 6 was an important juncture. This was because it represented that he was at a level where he could already equip the Fierce Beast leather armor, as well as the Warrior's Ring, 2 pieces of blue equipment. And the most crucial thing was the purple weapon design that he had obtained when he won the first place in the territory scoreboard. A purple weapon could raise his attack by several notches. Coupled with the addition of those blue equipment, Han Xing's overall strength would then undergo a metamorphosis. Chapter 50, Legendary Special Effect. Han Xing looked at his drawings bar with anticipation. The purple weapon drawing, Moon Coronet Longbow, was already displaying a craftable status. Han Xing's fingers trembled as he tapped the crafting button, excitedly saying, "This is the first purple equipment in my life. I hope the attributes won't be bad." Then he directly tapped craft. A 120-second progress bar appeared. Crafting purple equipment took longer than blue equipment. After Han Xing waited patiently for 2 minutes, a dazzling purple light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Snap! In the next moment, a silver-white longbow fell onto the grass. The overall body of the bow was bright silver in color, with many secret patterns carved on it, and on the bow Han Xing also saw 5 diamond-like glowing gemstones inlaid before and after, which should be those 5 moon crystals. The appearance of the longbow, just by looking at it, felt very extraordinary, and the bowstring that was as thick as a pinky finger even revealed its powerful killing power. Han Xing bent down to pick up the longbow, and an icy cold touch came. Good bow! Han Xing heartily praised. A good weapon. One could feel its powerful might when holding it in one's hand. At the same time, the attributes of this longbow appeared before his eyes. Moon Coronation Longbow Purple LV6, Quality Rare, Attack Power 75-85, Agility +10, with special effects Moon Flower Flow, Curse of the Moon, Moonflower Flow. When launching an attack, there is a 50% chance that 10 points of spirit and physique will be converted into agility attributes. Curse of the Moon. When attacking, inflicts a Curse of the Moon effect on the enemy, healing effect is cut by 10%, movement speed is cut by 10%. Moonflower Flow and Curse of the Moon? Han Xing pondered. The first Moonflower Flow special effect has a probability of converting 10 points of spirit and physique into agility, which means that when triggering the special effect, it will add at least 20 points of agility to me, which translates to nearly 40 points of attack power. The second Curse special effect actually has the effect of cutting down on healing. So is it possible to combine it with Kobol's Void Power to weaken the enemy multiple times? He remembered that in Kobol's skill, the power of the Void could also inhibit the enemy's healing effect by 60%, and with the Curse of the Moon, it directly cut it by 70%. Thinking of this, Han Xing's heart perked up. This bow! Its attributes are really good. The attack power alone exceeded this green longbow in his hand by more than 3 times, plus the additional 10 points of agility, as well as those 2 special effects. As long as it was equipped, his current attack power would be multiplied by several times. However, Han Xing suddenly had another thought when he saw that rare quality on the attribute panel. Purple equipment, the highest that can be created is legendary quality, although the chances are a bit low, but with my current material reserves, I can still create 3 Moon Coronet longbows out of it. Han Xing instantly raised his head. It's possible to give it a try. Thinking of this, he continued to begin the crafting. For minutes later, snap, snap, 2 Moon Coronet longbows were crafted one after another, but they were both of rare quality. The probability of a legendary quality appearing seemed to be much lower. However, thinking about it was also true. The general purple equipment was generally of rare quality, and the rare quality was extremely, extremely rare. And the legendary quality purple equipment, It is estimated that the aborigines of this world have never seen two pieces. That was an extreme quality that only a true Grand Master level craftsman could create. Han Xing looked at the drawing interface and said, "Now, there's only one last material left. Let's try again." He clicked on craft. However, the next moment he clicked. A piercing pillar of purple light suddenly shot up into the sky. Han Xing even saw that this pillar of purple light extended hundreds of meters high into the sky, and the surrounding clouds were dyed purple. The commotion was so great that it was frightening. When this movement appeared, Han Xing knew that the odds were in favor. The moon coronet longbow that was created this time was most likely of legendary quality. In his expectant gaze, the 120 seconds quickly ended. Han Xing once again saw a silver-white longbow appear, but unlike before, dots of starlight appeared on this longbow's body, adding a bit more mystery and beauty. After bending down and picking it up, the attributes of the longbow appeared before his eyes. Lunar Coronation Longbow Purple LV6, Quality Legendary, Attack Strength 101113, Agility plus 15, Special Effects Moonflower Flowing, Curse of the Moon, Dark Moon Descent Legendary Level Special Effect. Dark Moon Descent Legendary Effect. After a survivor kills 5 enemies in a row with the Lunar Coronet Longbow, the Dark Moon Descent effect will be triggered. A black full moon shines overhead. When in the range of the Dark Moon, the survivor's attack speed is increased by 50%, and the attack speed of friends is increased by 30%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. When the Dark Moon Descent state ends, the Dark Moon will automatically detonate, dealing agility 300% damage to the surrounding enemies. Han Xing looked at the introduction of that last special effect and was shocked beyond words. A 50% attack speed boost, a 30% boost to friends, and range damage after the effect ends. Is this a legendary level special effect? Terrifying as hell. Han Xing couldn't wait to pick it up and said in surprise, "With the attributes of this longbow, I'm afraid that ordinary golden equipment can't even compare to it." Han Xing was right. A gold equipment of the same level only had attributes that were 20% stronger than purple equipment, and the leap from rare to legendary could be much stronger than 20%. Coupled with that legendary special effect, this Lunar Coronet Longbow was enough to hang on to gold equipment of the same grade. At this moment, a gentle moonlight emanated from this silver-white longbow. Han Xing vaguely felt that the Moon Coronet Longbow with the Dark Moon Descent legendary level special effect seemed to be its complete form. Han Xing did not hesitate to equip this legendary quality Moon Coronation Longbow before putting the power ring into his other hand. Then, he took off the python skin coat that had accompanied him for many days and replaced it with the dark yellow fierce beast leather armor. In an instant, the attributes skyrocketed substantially. He scanned his personal panel. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Profession, elf archer. Level, LV6. Strength, 10 plus 20 warriors, pendant plus 6. Traveler's ring plus 2. Ring of strength plus 12. Agility, 15 plus 32 spatial backpack plus 4. Orc skin boots plus 6. Traveler's ring plus 2. Feral beast leather armor plus 5. Lunar Coronet long bow plus 15. Spirit, 9 plus 8 Traveler's ring plus 2. Warrior's pendant plus 1. Spirit plus 5. Physical fitness, 12 plus 13 spatial backpack plus 4. Warrior's pendant plus 2 Traveler's ring plus 2. Feral beast leather armor plus 5. Note: survivors can wear a maximum of 2 rings and 1 necklace at the same time. With these attributes, I'm afraid those level 5 elite monsters aren't as high as me. Han Xing looked at his panel and said excitedly, "I'm damn good." Level 5 to level 6 was indeed a huge watershed. This attribute boost, it was really gnarly and fierce. At the same time, the attributes of the cinder block that had risen to level 5 had also been drastically enhanced. The agility attribute had broken through 30, and with the 200% speed bonus from Void Flicker, even the current Han Xing couldn't catch up with it. After becoming stronger, Han Xing decided to explore the more powerful empty islands nearby. Not far ahead, he saw a cloud that was more than 100 square feet. Han Xing maneuvered his territory closer. A system prompt appeared. A group of shadowy cave-dwelling creatures have gathered inside in large numbers. Do we enter? Cave-dwelling creatures? Is it some new race? With curiosity, Han Xing clicked enter. Chapter 51. There's Old 6. The clouds dissipated, and a messy camp was revealed inside. There were a few dilapidated tents tied up on it, and on the ground, there were piles of wood, iron pots, weapon racks, and other tools laid out in a messy manner. And in the center of the camp, A group of green-skinned creatures were lighting firewood, and a cauldron was boiling, with something unknown cooking inside. Upon seeing the humans intruding, the group of green-skinned creatures instantly turned around. Han Xing met their gazes, the sunken pupils, the sharp fangs, and the pointed ears. These physical features caused Han Xing to shout out their names off the top of his head. The goblins. Han Xing did not expect to see such creatures that were common in the game in this world. Before his eyes, the attributes of this group of goblins also appeared. Goblin Warrior 1-star creature. Level LV6. Strength 31. Agility 25. Spirit 13. Physique 27. Skills: Beast Hammer Slam, Uppercut skills: Beast Hammer Slam, Uppercut. Goblin Wizard 1-star creature. Level LV6. Strength 14. Agility 18. Spirit 35. Constitution 18. Skills: Fireball, Dark Mind Technique. Kobold Assassin. Kobold Overseer. Goblin Handyman. There were 8 kobolds in total. Among them, there were 4 level 6 goblin professionals, plus a level 7 goblin overseer, and 3 level 5 goblin handymen. This configuration was strong and numerous. The survivor's strength would skyrocket when they rose to level 6, and similarly, the monster's attributes would be drastically enhanced. Even with Han Xing's current attributes, they could not be taken lightly. The moment they realized Han Xing, the group of kobolds rushed towards him with red eyes and raised their weapons in their hands. At the same time, the kobold assassin on the side shook the dagger in his hand and disappeared from sight. Roar! The goblin warrior took the lead in launching his charge, charging across the room like an out-of-control bull. In an instant, he arrived at Han Xing's side. So fast! Han Xing was surprised. He hurriedly rolled on the ground to avoid the goblin warrior's charge, and then utilized his agility attribute of nearly 50 points to quickly pull away. And right at this moment, a cold light flashed by. The goblin assassin had appeared behind Han Xing at some point. A touch of coolness hit his neck. Holy, there's old Six. Han Xing instantly felt his scalp go numb. As a hunter profession, being close to an assassin was a dangerous thing, not to mention that he was still in a situation where he was outnumbered. He had already pulled out a bottle of Secret Life pill from his backpack, ready to get high immediately after being slashed. Just then, a black light instantly flashed and pounced on the goblin assassin. Ow! Cinderblock let out an angry roar, seemingly very angry at this goblin assassin's sneak attack on Han Xing. Swish! Swish! Coalball's claws slashed across the goblin assassin's face, instantly taking away a piece of flesh and blood. Roar! Sharp pain struck the goblin assassin and he let out a cry of pain, instantly turning around to look for the culprit's figure. Han Xing's eyes lit up, and the longbow in his hand was drawn. The skill wind-chasing arrow was unleashed, and just as the arrow was about to be shot, Han Xing suddenly shifted his aim down by half a point, aiming at the goblin assassin's chrysanthemum. Shoo! This arrow, as fast as it could be, coupled with such a close distance, the goblin assassin had no possibility of dodging it. Han Xing heard that sound of tearing flesh after the arrow pierced in. The goblin assassin's muddy eyes snapped wide open, then incredulously looked back behind his buttocks at the arrow that had already gone halfway in. In the next moment, an earth-shattering, miserable howl rang out. Ow! This miserable cry confused the other kobolds, and they even forgot to continue their attacking movements. Han Xing happily clapped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha! Let you mother be the oldest Six! Without waiting for this goblin assassin to react, the second arrow had already shot out violently, directly hitting the back of its head and penetrating through the brain. Han Xing's eyes were icy cold, and after resolving this goblin assassin, he once again pulled back the bowstring and aimed at the other goblins. At this moment, the remaining kobolds seemed to have reacted. A large fireball slammed towards Han Xing, while at the same time, 2 more goblin warriors rushed towards himself from different angles. However, Han Xing's own agility attribute was higher than that of the group of kobolds, and with a slight sidestep, he dodged the fireball attack. Coalball was just about to intercept, but Han Xing issued a new command. Coalball, you go deal with the kobold behind that one, and leave these 2 guys to me. Receiving the instruction, Coalball's body flashed with black light and rushed directly in front of the goblin mage. Seeing this, the goblin overseer raised his beast-bone sledgehammer and violently smashed towards Coalball. At the same time, the other 3 goblin handymen were also attracted by Coalball. As Coalball fought 1 against 5, the pressure on Han Xing's side plummeted, and the only enemies he had left were the two level 6 goblin warriors. After surviving the initial chaos, Han Xing was also finding his rhythm. He violently poured a bottle of Barbarian Bear Power Secret Pill into his mouth, and his power skyrocketed. Shoo! Shoo! Skill. Dual arrow launched. 2 arrows were fired, one hitting the goblin warrior's right leg and the other hitting the other goblin warrior's shoulder, and their charge was forced to be interrupted. Then Han Xing retreated half a step back and took an attack stance. Skill. Multiple arrows was unleashed, and unlike before, Han Xing suddenly felt that a powerful mass of strength seemed to appear in his body the moment the strike was delivered. Is it the special effect of the Moon Coronation Longbow? Moonflower Flow triggered? Han Xing instantly realized. At the same time, his heart rejoiced. This time's multiple consecutive shots would be unprecedentedly powerful. Duck, duck, duck. Arrows were fired one after another, and a sound that seemed to penetrate cowhide came out. In the next moment, these 2 goblin warriors each had 2 or 3 fine iron arrows inserted on their hearts and on their chests. With their hearts pierced through, the kobold warriors instantly died violently. The powerful attack of the Moon Coronet Longbow was displayed for the first time. The 2 goblin warriors were resolved. In the camp, there were still 5 kobolds left. Cinderblock fought the goblin overseer and the goblin wizard solo, utilizing his own terrifying speed to the extreme. The remaining 3 goblin handymen took the wooden sticks in their hands and waved them around, but with their attributes, they couldn't touch a single hair on Cinderball's head. Seeing the coal ball flickering back and forth between the 5 kobolds, it continuously dealt damage to them with its tender claws. Han Xing immediately decided to finish off the 3 goblin handymen first and let Coal Ball fight alone for a while longer. Anyway, with its attributes, it wouldn't be difficult to hold on for a while longer. Shoo! Swoosh! 3 arrows were fired, and the 3 goblin handymen were all hit by arrows and attracted by Han Xing. However, at this point, Han Xing's attack power had far exceeded the upper limit of what these level 5 monsters could withstand, and even if they didn't hit the vitals, each of the arrows inflicted heavy damage on them. After 10 seconds or so, the 3 goblin handymen fell to the ground. Han Xing said joyfully, "Haha, it's still a soft persimmon that's good to pinch." And right at this moment, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Han Xing subconsciously raised his head and suddenly saw a black full moon appear in the sky above his head. Chapter 52. Encountering Survivors. A dark purple round moon hung high above his head. The dark purple moon seemed to have absorbed most of the light, turning the entire campground into a dark purple color. Legendary special effect, Dark Moon Descent. The trigger condition was to kill 5 enemies in a row. At this moment, Han Xing felt that his hands were wrapped in a strange power. He could clearly feel that his attack speed had become faster. Moreover, Han Xing was not the only one who had been increased, but also Coal Ball who was fighting. When the power of the Dark Moon appeared, Coal Ball's attack speed suddenly skyrocketed. Although its power was only a dozen points and its damage was relatively weak at this time, the Coal Ball allowed Han Xing to see what a fast to the extreme attack speed was. Black light flashed one after another, and dense bloody claw marks continued to appear on the bodies of the Goblin Sorcerer and the Goblin Overseer, looking like an invisible monster was constantly gnawing on the flesh and blood on their bodies. In less than a dozen seconds, hundreds of blood marks appeared on these 2 kobolds, and their entire bodies were a bloody mess. And just then, when the dark purple full moon appeared for the 20th second, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the dark purple moon. Han Xing knew that the strongest strike of this legendary level special effect was coming. When the Dark Moon Descent status ended, the Dark Moon would automatically detonate, dealing agility 300% explosion damage to the surrounding enemies. Sure enough, in the next moment, the dark purple round moon steeply exploded, and the terrifying power of the Dark Moon descended from the heavens and began to unleash itself uncontrollably. These 2 kobolds had already been inflicted with quite a few injuries by the Cinderblock, and at this moment, they were even more struck by lightning. Buzz! The entire camp was as if it had been swept by a gale as the Dark Moon's power began to rampage wildly. When the aftermath of the Dark Moon's explosion dissipated, a system prompt appeared. Have killed Goblin Warrior, Goblin Sorcerer, Goblin Overseer, and gained experience value of 1200. Pet Cinderblock gained experience value of 960. After ascending to level 6, more experience values were required, but accordingly, the experience values gained from killing level 6 monsters would also become more. However, at this time, Han Xing was still immersed in the powerful effects of that legendary special effect. He exclaimed, "Is this a legendary level special effect? It's too damn cool." Directly affecting changes in the environment, and even summoning a round of the moon during battle, it was simply a pretentious artifact. Plus, the damage of this special effect's final blow wasn't bad. It was still ranged damage and could be used as a clearing skill. Han Xing was overjoyed inwardly. After testing the special effect of the Dark Moon Longbow, Han Xing prepared to merge this goblin camp into his territory. The empty island with more than 100 square feet could directly increase the size of his territory by 1/10. A system prompt appeared. You have successfully merged the Cobalt Camp, your territory area has expanded, and you have gained territory resources. Fertile Soil 18, Simple Tent 7, Iron Pot 2, Iron Spoon 7. Most of these territorial resources in the back were some simple tools made by this group of kobolds. In this, every 10 meters or so, there was an area that emitted a stinky odor. Han Xing was filled with disgust. Wipe. This group of kobolds are really unhygienic, urinating and defecating anywhere. With great disgust, he separated the dozen or so territories and threw them out along with the tools these kobolds had used. After dealing with these, Han Xing was ready to head to the next cloud to explore. Just then, Han Xing suddenly saw a large empty island in the distance, rapidly approaching towards his side. Han Xing instantly perked up and cautiously observed this empty island that was thousands of square feet. He realized that there were no clouds covering the top of this empty island, so that meant that it should not be a monster's territory. If it wasn't a monster, then there was only one possibility left: this empty island was the territory of other survivors. Moreover, the other party's goal was also clearly towards themselves. Rushing towards me? Han Xing raised his guard. Although all of us were survivors who had descended from the Blue Star, one could not afford to be on guard. He did not want to die not at the hands of monsters, but at the hands of his own kind instead. Han Xing hurriedly let Cole Ball hide under the sofa, while he himself prepared for battle. Now that everyone's empty island had no defense facilities, it was equivalent to a state of a large open door, and others could see at a glance what was in your empty island. But fortunately, Han Xing had built a few wooden boards beforehand to cover all of his storage boxes, so others could not see anything. Otherwise, at the current stage, it would be hard for those survivors to see a dozen or so large boxes in your territory and not get suspicious. 10 or so seconds later, the opposite side came straight towards him, and at a place where the two empty island territories were less than 30 meters apart, the other side suddenly stopped. Han Xing saw a silhouette appear on the opposite side and stood at the edge of the territory, waving his hand towards himself. Thinking for a moment, Han Xing also walked forward to see what the other party was preparing to do. At that moment, he also got a good look at the other party's face. It was a male wearing a half set of green light armor and holding a fine iron greatsword in his hand. Not too old, in his early 20s. Seeing Han Xing, the other party seemed to look extremely excited. He waved his hand and shouted, "Brother, look at me, look at me." Han Xing frowned and waved his hand towards him as well. After receiving Han Xing's response, the other party seemed to be very excited as he excitedly said, "Great. Finally I see a living person." With that, this young man maneuvered the empty island closer once again. And just then, Han Xing suddenly spoke, "Stop." The young man clearly heard the coldness in Han Xing's tone and froze for a moment before acting as if he understood something. He smiled bitterly. "Brother, I don't mean anything else. I just haven't seen my kind for a few days and I'm a bit too excited. Don't get me wrong." Han Xing could also vaguely sense at this point that the man really didn't mean any harm. However, he still kept his guard up and nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" The young man saw Han Xing's attitude had eased, and hurriedly said, "Nothing much, brother. Just want to get to know you, if you can. Make a friend together, or take care of the back." Speaking here, the young man sighed. "To be honest, after coming to this world, facing those monsters all the time, it's almost made me mentally collapse." Han Xing shook his head. "There's no need to make friends. Right now everyone is struggling to protect themselves and there's no way to take care of the others. The most urgent thing to do is to raise your level and strength as soon as possible. I still have to go practice leveling. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After Han Xing finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. The young man hurriedly said, "Hey, brother, don't rush off first. My name is Bubblefish, real name Chewfish, local of Xian Yang City, level 5 warrior. I see you have good equipment on you, and your territory is quite big. Do you want to form a team together? After saying that, he looked at Han Xing with anticipation. Han Xing also figured out his purpose at this time. It turned out that this person had seen the lifting of the area protection and couldn't wait to look for other survivors to team up with. This young man called Chu Fish continued, "Don't worry, brother. I'm still a bit confident in my own strength. So if we team up together, we definitely won't drag you down." After Han Xing pondered for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No, I don't have the idea of forming a team right now either." Han Xing didn't say his name, and the other party didn't know that he was the more famous Star River from Area 107. Hearing Han Xing's refusal, this Chu fisherman asked with some incomprehension, "Brother, it's not good to survive alone in this world, Nowadays, many people in the chat channel are sharing their coordinates and looking for nearby people to team up with, but this world seems to be a bit beyond imagination, and it's hard for two people to run into each other. I think, why don't we both?" He seemed to want to fight a little more. However, Han Xing still shook his head. "It's not necessary." Chuyu was about to say something, but associating it with Han Xing's attitude, he sighed and said, "All right then, I'll go look for the next person. So you have to be careful yourself." Han Xing nodded. Chuyu turned around and maneuvered the empty island territory slowly away, and before he left, he said, "By the way, to remind you, someone said in the chat channel that he found a 2-star secret realm, and the coordinate location is not far away from the vicinity, and it was only because I saw the message that I rushed this way. But that 2-star secret realm requires 5 people to enter. Now many people are rushing towards there, seeking to form a team. I see that you seem to have good equipment on you. If you have the intention, you can go and take a look." Han Xing nodded and said thanks. After this Chuyu left, Han Xing pondered, 2-star secret realm? The system announcement says that the highest difficulty secret realm that is now open is the 2-star. And with the strength of these survivors at this stage, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to conquer it. It's better to hurry up and upgrade, or at least bring the cinder block to level 6 first. Thinking of this, Han Xing asked the coal ball under the sofa to come out. He did remember that there were still 2 skills to be unlocked on coal ball's skill panel. One of them, the void drawing skill, would be unlocked at level 6. The other one, void frenzy, would not be unlocked until level 10. The first 4 skills of Cinderball had already shown Han Xing what a true divine skill was. This void drawing must not be weak either. Han Xing took a deep breath, and his heart was once again filled with motivation to practice leveling. The territory began to continue moving forward at a speed of over 400 kilometers per hour. Han Xing realized that even with the territory's size at this scale, it did not receive any resistance as it advanced. It was as if its speed was equilibrium, unaffected by gravity. Unless it encountered some obstacle in the middle of the journey, this speed would drop. This kind of phenomenon was clearly against science. But having arrived at such a magical world, what science was there to speak of? Right at this moment, a black light suddenly flashed on the cinder block, and it instantly came to the edge of the territory. Han Xing looked over in confusion. A few kilometers away ahead, a cloud with an area of only a dozen square feet appeared. However, unlike the other clouds, outside this cloud, a black vortex appeared. Cloud's Secret Realm. Chapter 53, 1-star Secret Realm. Cloud's Secret Realm. Han Xing blurted out. It was considered lucky to come across a Cloud Secret Realm here. Han Xing maneuvered the empty island and gradually approached this Cloud Secret Realm. After approaching, he saw a star appear above this vortex. This represented the difficulty of the Secret Realm. A 1-star Secret Realm? Han Xing maneuvered the empty island close to the edge of the vortex, at which point, a system prompt appeared. 1-star Cloud Secret Realm. Lost Palace. Difficulty medium. Number of people who can enter. 1-2. Recommended level. Level 6-10. Whether or not to enter. Lost Palace, want to enter? Han Xing hesitated for a moment. Although it was only a 1-star secret realm, the difficulty was definitely there. The advice above was also for 1-2 people to enter, so if there was a companion, the danger would be much lower. At this time, Han Xing suddenly felt that he should not turn back and find that Chuyu to form a team. However, he quickly shook his head. He had a lot of special things on his body, such as a spatial backpack, such as an S+ adult-length cinderblock, and a legendary quality purple suit. Any one of these things would be enough to make other survivors red in the eyes. If they were to team up with others, they would inevitably be exposed. It would be fine if it was someone he knew, but if someone he didn't know made a big deal out of the fact that he owned these things, then he would be coveted by many. Han Xing decided not to take the risk until he had established the territory's fortifications. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought of something and rubbed his chin in thought. The system's recommendation is 1-2 people, and with this standard, I don't know if pets are included. At the current stage, apart from me, there should be no other survivors with pets either. So thinking about it, Cinderball's battle power should not have been counted in. If that's the case, then my actual current battle power is also equivalent to 2 people. Moreover, Coal Ball's strength can be too much stronger than the average survivor, and with its assistance, it can play out better than teaming up with others. Han Xing's eyes lit up and felt that there was a chance. After some comprehensive consideration, this secret realm, he could challenge himself. Thus, Han Xing summoned the coal ball to his side and clicked to confirm. In the next moment, the vortex suddenly emitted a shimmering light and the portal opened. Then, he stepped into the vortex with the coal ball. The moment he stepped into the vortex, Han Xing felt the world in front of him shaking and the screen spinning around. When the vision returned to normal, the scene in front of him changed. Han Xing realized that he had appeared on top of a building ruin. This place once seemed to be a palace, and there were collapsed bricks and tiles and stone pillars everywhere around. The entire palace was extremely large, at least 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. The ground as a whole was paved with stone slabs, and a thick layer of dust had fallen on it. The palace seemed to be situated in a valley, and was surrounded by a thick layer of clouds, so that nothing could be seen other than the area within the palace. When Han Xing tried to walk to the cloud layer area, a system prompt appeared at that moment. You have traveled to the edge of the map. Please return the way you came. Han Xing pondered. In that case, the area shrouded in clouds is the place where one cannot go over, meaning that my area of activity has been restricted to this palace ruin? At this moment, another system prompt appeared. Cloud Mystery. Lost Palace Stage 1 challenge mission has opened. Please prepare the survivors for battle. The prompt ended, and Han Xing suddenly felt the ground shake slightly. Holy! Straight away, the battle starts. Han Xing was surprised. This secret realm challenge is too direct. At the same time, in the ruins, a huge palm suddenly reached out violently. Han Xing instantly raised his guard. Rumble. With the sound of masonry falling, a huge yellow humanoid monster sat up from the ruins. It had already exceeded 2 meters just by revealing half of its body, and the remaining half of its body was still buried in the rubble, but it was still possible to imagine how huge it was. In the next moment, this sleeping giant slowly braced itself and stood up. It was only then that Han Xing was able to see the monster's full appearance. It was over 4 meters tall, and its body looked like it was made of clay, but it was actually a special material similar to brass, but harder than brass, comparable to fine iron. On the surface of the clay giant's body, there was a white line, like a human blood vessel, and there was energy flowing inside. That was actually an energy vein created by secret silver. In front of its chest, a special device the size of a human head was emitting out a brilliant green light, constantly providing it with energy for its activities. The attributes of this monster also appeared before Han Xing's eyes. Spiritual Energy Golem 1-star Special Creature. Rank, LV7. Strength, 48. Agility, 37. Spirit, 35. Physique, 55. Remaining Psychic Energy Value of Psychic Energy Core, 30. Remaining Defense Value 100. Skills Energy Shot, Rock. Skills: Energy Shot, Rocky Body Passive Skill, cuts the damage effect by 30% when subjected to physical attacks. A Psychic Energy Puppet? What the hell? Seeing its attributes, Han Xing was surprised. This physique is too perverse. It's actually 55 points, coupled with that passive that cuts physical damage by 30%. I'm afraid that if this was a normal survivor, it wouldn't even be able to break defense. Obviously, Han Xing was also a physical profession, and this psychic puppet's passive also affected him. However, it was a good thing that his attack power far exceeded that of his peers, and even after being weakened by a fraction, he was still able to deal a decent amount of damage. At the same time, the psychic energy puppet also appeared to have a strong desire to attack Han Xing, and it opened its large, flattened mouth to emit a piece of mechanically synthesized sound. Intruder, die! The energy core in the chest of the spiritual energy puppet began to emit an intense green light, while at the same time, a mass of energy suddenly gathered in its palm, as if it was in the process of storing up its power. Buzz! The spiritual energy puppet's attack finished storing up its power, and a ball of energy erupted from the energy vein in its palm. Han Xing felt an intense crisis from this hit. If this was hit, I was afraid that he would be seriously injured without dying. Han Xing violently rolled over and dodged this attack. Before rolling, the arrow in his hand that he had been storing up for a long time had also been shot out. Swoosh! The fine iron arrow, which had been added to by the powerful attack power of the moon cornet longbow, directly hit the left face area of the psychic puppet. But the next moment, Han Xing realized that the arrow did not cause any damage to it. The arrow hit, but it was as if the attack had hit a stone head-on, only penetrating in by less than 10 centimeters. This injury was simply like scratching an itch for the spiritual energy puppet. Wipe. It only caused this much damage? Han Xing was somewhat confused. Han Xing's attack seemed to have enraged the spiritual energy puppet. It began to stride and charged towards Han Xing with great strides. For Lord Kellen. Dang. Thud. Each time the spiritual energy golem took a step, it was as if a boulder had smashed into the ground, making a dull sound. Before it even approached, a strong sense of oppression had already hit its face. Chapter 54. Decomposing the puppet wreckage. The spiritual energy golem gradually approached, and the sense of oppression followed closely. And right at this moment, Coal Ball suddenly flashed to the top of the psychic energy golem's head and swished 2 claws at its eyes. For a moment, earth stars flew, and the dirt in the pupil area of the psychic golem was scratched off in 2 pieces. The effect was there, but creatures like golems didn't seem to need eyes to capture information from the outside world. Even though the Cinderblock's attack hit, it did not hinder it in the slightest. However, Han Xing's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the wounds in the psychic golem's eye sockets, which were bubbling with tinges of black gas. The weakening effect of the void power is useful. Cinderblock's Void Force skill had the effect of slashing enemy defense and inhibiting healing, cutting defense by up to 30%. It was especially effective against such high armor enemies. Han Xing did not expect that against this kind of puppet monster, the weakening effect of Void Force could still be effective. Thus, Han Xing immediately pulled out a bottle of potion from his spatial backpack and poured it down in one gulp. Secret Potion of Brute Bear Power. Increases strength by 30%. With his attack enhanced once again, Han Xing immediately twisted his body and shot a wind-chasing arrow. Hey! Eat my arrow! Seeing the attack coming, the psychic puppet subconsciously raised its arm. Boom! Earth stars splattered in all directions. This arrow was still as if it had been shot at a rock. But even the stone was penetrated by Han Xing's powerful attack. The fine iron arrow pierced through the palm of the psychic puppet, and then, with no loss of momentum, slammed into its shoulder. Effective! Han Xing's heart perked up. Prior to this, although his attack could cause a little damage, it appeared to be minimal and, simply put, it did not break defense. But now, after the weakening of Coal Ball's armor and the power increase of the Brute Bear Power secret medicine, the second arrow directly soared in damage. The little Coal Ball had once again made a great achievement. Han Xing would smile, and at the same time, regained his confidence. Previously, the powerful defense shown by this spiritual energy puppet was enough to make any surviving survivor at the current stage despair. But now, Han Xing already knew that his attacks could cause damage. And as long as it could break the defense, it was God who would kill you. In the next moment, multiple arrows erupted. As luck would have it, this outburst similarly triggered the Moonflower Flow effect of the Moon Cornet longbow. The agility attribute suddenly increased by 40 points, and with the 30% strength bonus provided by the Brute Bear Power secret potion, Han Xing felt unprecedentedly powerful. The psychic puppet also felt the arrow threatening when it saw it coming, and it raised its arm, moving somewhat clumsily as it tried to block Han Xing's attack. However, its speed was too slow. Before it could raise its arm, all 5 arrows had already hit and pierced into its body. One of the arrows hit the core of the psychic puppet, which was also Han Xing's deliberate action. But to Han Xing's surprise, this place was not its weak point. On the contrary, the defense at the core of the psychic energy was even stronger than the rest of the body. It seemed to be an independently existing part of the spiritual energy puppet's body, with a defense value of 100 points, and Han Xing's arrow only dropped 5 points of defense. Based on this calculation, it would take at least 20 arrows to break its core. However, the agility attribute of this psychic puppet was not high. Compared to Cinderblock and Han Xing, this man and wolf both had super high agility, and the psychic puppet was simply unable to catch up with them. Then next, there was only one fate awaiting this psychic puppet. That was to be kited to death by Han Xing. Han Xing was fighting and retreating, prancing back and forth across the entire ruins, and every now and then, after pulling away, he turned around and shot an arrow. Duck, duck, duck. Han Xing counted in his mind how many arrows he had shot. After the 30th fine iron arrow was fired, the rocky upper body of the psychic puppet was pierced into a hedgehog. A puff of black smoke drifted up as the creature finally collapsed. Han Xing slowly exhaled. Finally finished this guy. This psychic puppet is so damn tough. It's almost as strong as an elite monster. As a matter of fact, the spiritual energy puppet's defense alone was actually stronger than a normal elite monster. If not for its other attributes being too low and having obvious shortcomings, Han Xing would have to pay a price to finish it off. Just then, a system prompt appeared. Killed psychic energy golem, LV7 level. Gained experience value 150. Cinderball gained experience value 125. 1-star secret realm, Lost Palace Stage 1 has been completed. Please prepare the survivors. After 30 seconds, the Lost Palace Secret Realm Stage 2 challenge will be opened. Holy, there's a second stage? Han Xing was very shocked. He had somewhat underestimated the difficulty of the secret realm. The intensity of the monsters in the first stage alone was straight up to elite monsters. How could it be when it came to the second stage? Moreover, this was only a 1-star realm. If it was a 2-star realm, I'm afraid that the difficulty would still soar a few notches. That Chuyu also said that he would go to team up with other survivors to challenge the 2-star secret realm. Here, Han Xing could only mourn for him for half a second. Han Xing quickly walked over to the wreckage of the spiritual energy golem and prepared to recover his arrows. Just then, a system prompt appeared. Is it possible to decompose the remains of the spirit energy golem? This can also be decomposed? Han Xing clicked yes. In the next moment, the 3-meter-tall puppet wreckage collapsed, like a boulder turning into powder. Successfully decomposed the remains of the spiritual energy golem, have obtained specialized magic clay 647, broken spiritual energy core 1, secret silver 35, fine iron 464. Han Xing weighed the piece of mechanical component in his hand that weighed 20 to 30 kilograms. This thing, the thing that supported the mobility of the psychic puppet, the psychic energy core. At the same time, the system prompt appeared again. Repairing the broken spiritual energy core requires spiritual core 3000, secret silver 245, ether 8000. Is it repaired? It can be repaired, but what's the point? Han Xing was a bit puzzled. Unable to figure out its purpose, he could only put it aside for the time being. Just then, 30 seconds of preparation time had passed. The ground once again shook strongly. Rumble. In the ruins, a single puppet giant extended its arms, revealing that massive upper body. In an instant, Han Xing saw at least 6 psychic energy puppets standing up from the ruins.
Hiss.
Han Xing sucked in a cold breath. In the previous stage, just one spiritual energy puppet had made him grind for nearly 10 minutes. Now that 6 actually appeared all at once, it was damn near impossible. A huge pressure suddenly enveloped his heart. Han Xing tightened the longbow in his hand and could not help but ask himself in his heart, "Can you fight?" Yes. It would only take longer. It would be a long battle, testing not only Han Xing's battle sense, but also his endurance. At the same time, the cinder block seemed to see the power of this lineup. Its limbs were taut, its fangs exposed, and its mouth constantly emitted threatening low roars. Although it knew that these puppets were not to be messed with, as long as Han Xing gave the order, it would charge forward without hesitation. The battle was imminent. Chapter 55. Bloodshed. The second stage of the Cloud Mystery Challenge was about to begin. Before all 6 psychic puppets awakened, Han Xing looked at his backpack. The 2 spatial backpacks, with a total of 60 compartments of storage space, were filled with various props. Among them, 900 fine iron arrows took up 30 compartments of space. Together with the 10-bottle set of life secret pills, he had brought 200 bottles, which took up 20 spaces. There were also 50 bottles of Savage Bear Power Secret Pill, which used 5 squares of space. The remaining 5 spaces were used to hold some miscellaneous food, drinking water, and trophies and such. At this time, Han Xing was thankful in his heart that he had a prop like a space backpack that could carry so many items with him, which was suitable for dealing with this kind of protracted battle. If it were any other survivor, even if they were able to deal with the psychic puppet, they would soon lose the battle due to insufficient supplies. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought, after the secret realm is over, should he make a batch of spatial backpacks out and take them to the market to trade? Although his spatial backpacks were only white equipment at the current stage, he hadn't heard of anyone there who had other spatial storage props that could be carried around. A spatial prop that could carry around equipment was even better than a blue outfit at the current stage, and was a well-deserved artifact. Moreover, the materials needed to make a spatial backpack were also very simple, only requiring spirit cores and one-star beast skins, which he had a large amount of reserves in his warehouse right now. There's a chance, Han Xing thought in his heart. After everyone has come into contact with the Cloud Mystery Realm and understands the power of the monsters inside, they'll be in even more desperate need of some spatial-type props. At that time, that's when I'll strike. However, the priority right now was still dealing with the battle at hand. During Han Xing's empty moment of thinking, all 6 spiritual energy puppets had already locked onto their targets. They raised their right hands at the same time, the secret silver patterns on their arms emitting a brilliant light at this moment, and in the center of their hands, a terrifying mass of energy seemed to be converging. Han Xing hurriedly shot out an arrow and instantly retreated. Cinderblock followed closely with a flickering figure, rushing to one of the spiritual energy puppets. And right at this moment, the attacks of the 6 psychic energy puppets all finished storing up their power, and 4 or 5 pillars of energy light attacked Han Xing at the same time. Buzz! Han Xing suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from his back, and almost without thinking, he immediately utilized his pre-hunter divine skill. Roll! Han Xing rolled on the ground and managed to dodge the concentrated artillery strike. Boom! An explosion came. The place where Han Xing originally stood was like a violent explosion, and a large pit more than a meter deep and 2 meters wide appeared on the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Xing's scalp went numb and he couldn't help but shiver. If this cannon were to blast on himself, it was simply unimaginable. Without even thinking about it, Han Xing ran wildly, desperately trying to distance himself from these spiritual energy puppets. During his run, he did not forget to turn around and release a cold arrow from time to time. Duck! The arrow hit the cheek of one of the psychic puppets, and because it did not have the defense-cutting effect of the Cinderblock, the arrow only caused minor damage. But Han Xing's attacking behavior completely enraged these psychic puppets. They moved their log like thick elephant legs and began to chase after Han Xing, who was running wildly in front of them to seize the road. A bizarre scene appeared before his eyes. A man with an athletic figure was constantly jumping back and forth on the collapsed stone pillars, followed by 5 or 6 puppet giants that were constantly sending out energy attack blasts towards him. There was also a wolf cub following close behind, its figure constantly flickering, and every time it appeared, it would definitely be able to inflict some slight damage on these puppets. At this point, Han Xing was tempted to say, "Master Ball, don't scratch." However, the damage from the briquettes was minimal even though it looked like they were scraping. But Han Xing didn't need the coal ball output either. He just needed it to help cut down the defense of these puppets. In no time, all 6 puppets had multiple layers of void power effects stacked on them. Han Xing's arrows, on the other hand, were finally able to deal more damage. He began to run wildly while seeing the opportunity to let loose dashes of cold arrows. 10 minutes later, Han Xing was already exhausted and panting, cursing as he panted. "These stinking rocks, they're so damn hard." Not only that, after such a long time of fighting, those puppets still did not have any declining trend, and were chasing after him tightly. At this time, it suddenly occurred to Han Xing that the activities of these spiritual energy puppets required energy as a driver, and after such a long time, they should have consumed quite a lot of energy value. And when he looked at the panels of these puppets, his heart sank. Remaining psychic energy value, 30. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, only 10 points of their spiritual energy value had been consumed. According to this calculation, it would take at least nearly an hour to exhaust the energy of these puppets. Geez, it seems like this tactic can't be counted on anymore. Han Xing could only continue to flee in a sorry state. While Han Xing was being whisked away by the 6 spiritual energy puppets, the outside world was also quietly undergoing some changes. A battle seemed to have just taken place on an empty island territory of survivors. Up there, 2 human survivors were staring at another male mage with ferocious expressions. All 3 of them carried some injuries on their bodies, and it seemed that they had just exchanged a fight. Only the injuries on that male mage were obviously much more serious. At this moment, the male mage, with an angry expression, was the first to speak. "Damn it, you 2 guys, what you said about bringing me in a group to explore the secret realm. It turns out that the goal from the beginning was the equipment on me." One of the human swordsmen said with a ferocious expression, "You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. I've told you to lend us the blue equipment you're wearing for a while first, and then I'll give it back to you after a few days. And as a result, you didn't listen to us, so don't blame us for taking action." Next to him, another human stalker sneered, Brother Lin, what's the point of wasting words with him? After we finish him off, not only will his equipment be ours, even the other supplies in his territory will be ours. The male mage was grief-stricken. How could he not realize that he had already led the wolf into the house? In this world without restraints, being targeted by these people was basically a dead end. However, the male mage did not give up struggling, but instead waved his staff as if he wanted to make a final counterattack. Then, as a mage, he had no chance of being meleeed by two melee professions. Facing the siege of the duo, he was also gradually despairing in his mind, with a sharp fine iron dagger piercing into his chest. After a miserable scream, the battle ended. A moment later, a fully stripped human corpse was thrown down from the air. The human swordsman and the stalker glanced at each other, both with a trace of bloodlust on their faces. They then divided the resources within this human survivor's territory and also annexed his empty island territory to grow themselves. The same sight appeared one after another among the human survivors. For the sake of resources, or for the sake of equipment, a portion of the people unleashed their inner greed and desire to kill, and chose to draw their swords against others. And those unlucky ones who were chosen before they died, all sent out their cries in the chat channel. For a while, in the chat channel, a few miserable cries rang out from time to time, causing people to be on edge. It was also at this time, in an empty island with more than 1,000 square feet, a burly human warrior was resting with his eyes closed. The quality of the equipment on his body was extraordinary. There were at least 3 or 4 pieces of blue equipment, the top, bottom, and weapons were all of blue grade. At the current stage, the strength of this equipment, although it exceeded the other survivors by a lot, would be coveted by others. This human warrior was Chung Si-yong. Raising his eyes, Chung Si-yong suddenly saw a hovering territory in front of him that was rapidly approaching towards him. Chapter 56. Unlocking New Skills. 2 empty islands approached towards Chung Myong. Seeing the appearance of those 2 territories, Chung Si-yong instantly realized that it could be other survivors. Because he still remembered Han Xing's admonition in his heart, Chung Si-yong immediately raised his guard and gripped his blue greatsword. When that empty island came closer, Chung Si-yong saw a human hunter and a human warrior standing on it. For 2 survivors to appear on an empty island, then it meant that these 2 were either extremely close or something had gone wrong in one of their territories. Moreover, both of them looked a bit miserable. Their bodies were covered in bloodstains and their equipment was in tatters. The human warrior among them seemed to have suffered a serious injury, unable to stand, needing the assistance of the hunter companion beside him. When the 2 saw Chung Jianyong, they immediately revealed an excited glow and hurriedly said, "Great! It's the other survivors. Xiao Jiang, we are finally saved." Chung Jianyong frowned and asked, "What happened to you guys?" A pained expression appeared on the human hunter's face as he sighed and said, "It's complicated. To put it simply, we encountered a terrifying monster. It's a big bird that was attacking human survivors' territories everywhere. We were also unfortunate enough to suffer from that big bird's attack, and we were almost killed by it, and it was not easy for us to regain our lives, and for this reason my brother's territories were all destroyed. Then we fled all the way away from the attack range of the strange bird, and kept escaping for most of the day before we finally met you." Listening to their misery, Chung Jianyong also sympathized somewhat. At this time, the human hunter continued to speak. "Brother, my friend, he's dying. If you have healing items there, can you please save his life? We will remember your kindness of saving his life." Chung Si-yong looked at their appearance, and it really did not look like they were lying, and for a moment he was moved with compassion. A moment later he sighed and said, "Come over here. I still have some secret life medicine here." Upon hearing this, that human hunter's face was instantly delighted, and he hurriedly thanked him. Then the 2 empty islands came close together. The next moment, when the human hunter and the human warrior boarded the empty island territory, they glanced at each other and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. "You guys!" When Chung Si-yong saw their expressions, his face suddenly changed. In the Lost Palace, Han Xing was still engaged in a long tug-of-war with the 6 puppets. Another 20 minutes or so had passed. Han Xing's hands that shot arrows were already numb, and his index and middle fingers that pulled back the bowstring had become very red and swollen, with trails of blood on them. Every time he pulled back the bowstring, he felt a constant burst of piercing pain coming from his fingers. If the battle continued, he felt that his right hand would be ruined. But the battle had already begun, and these spiritual energy puppets would not give him time to rest in the middle. Han Xing could only grit his teeth and continue to turn and shoot. The terrain of the ruins wasn't too big, and these puppets would surround him from many angles. If it wasn't for Cinderblock distracting the hatred of these puppets from time to time, Han Xing would have been caught up by now. He had already forgotten how many arrows he had shot, but at a conservative estimate, more than 300 arrows were there. Removing the arrows that missed, there were now at least 30 arrows sticking out of each golem. It was like a weed had grown on this group of stone monsters. This image made Han Xing want to laugh a little when he saw it. But just as he grinned, a terrifying pillar of energy light blasted over in front of him. Cam! Han Xing gritted his teeth and rolled on the ground. After pulling away, he pulled back his bowstring in an almost instinctive reaction. Skill multiple arrows was unleashed. Duck, duck, duck. 5 arrows, all focused on one of the puppets with the lowest remaining core defense value. And just then, the situation finally changed. The spirit energy golem's core defense, under its own unremitting efforts, finally cleared to 0. Han Xing exclaimed excitedly, "Good!" The spiritual energy puppet mainly relied on its core to provide energy for its activities, and now that its defense value had been cleared, as long as its core was shattered, then it would automatically lose its ability to fight. Han Xing instantly turned around and once again shot a wind-chasing arrow. This was one of his most commonly used skills, for no other reason than the fact that wind-chasing arrow was faster and had a higher hit rate compared to other skills. Swoosh! The wind-chasing arrow hit. The core of the psychic puppet was pierced through, and its forward movement suddenly came to a screeching halt. Ka! 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 After a puff of black smoke emerged, this psychic puppet stopped where it was. Finished it off, Han Xing said in surprise. After resolving the psychic puppet, there were still 5 left on the field, and Han Xing's pressure plummeted. He once again poured a bottle of Barbarian Bear Power secret pill into his mouth, and as if he had been pumped with chicken blood, he once again began to frantically shoot arrows. I shoot! I shoot! I'll shoot you stoners to death! Ha ha ha! Han Xing wailed and shouted, completely ignoring how shameful his shouts were. There was no one here anyway, so he wasn't afraid of being heard by others. Boom! 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 The sounds of arrows hitting these psychic puppets came one after another. 5 minutes later, the second spirit energy golem fell. After another 3 minutes, the third spirit puppet fell. There was no suspense in the next battle. When the core of the last spiritual energy puppet was pierced through, Han Xing's entire body sat down on the ground as if he was deflated. It took 1 hour and 27 minutes to shoot more than 400 arrows. Finally, he had worn down these 6 stone monsters. Han Xing was so excited that tears were about to fall out of his eyes. So far since coming to this world, he had never experienced such a long and difficult battle. The 2 fingers that were plucking the bowstring were already bloody and his shoulders were suffering from a bout of soreness. He hurriedly pulled out a bottle of secret pill of life from his backpack to recover his injuries. Phew! The cool secret medicine entered his throat, not only replenishing his body's water, but also relieving the soreness of his entire body. At the same time, the secret pill of life quickly took effect, and the 2 fingers that were already nearly half ruined quickly grew new flesh at this time, and within a few seconds they had recovered as before. This was the strong recovery ability of the secret pill of life, and it was fortunate that this was the world of magic, or else this recovery effect could not be explained by modern biology. At this time, Han Xing suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the condition of the Cinderblock in the distance. After the end of the battle, this little wolf cub still had reddened eyes, the tip of its nose constantly exhaling hot air, and it was always in a state of tense nerves. Han Xing hurriedly called it over. Coal Ball, come here. Hearing Han Xing's shout, the coal ball instantly came back to its senses, and the ferocious aura on its body disappeared in an instant. Then, with a flash of black light, the coal ball appeared at Han Xing's side. Don't show your teeth, it's over. Hearing this, the coal ball acted as if it had relaxed its vigilance, reverting to its usual appearance of a well-behaved puppy. Han Xing stroked its head and pulled out a few more spirit cores from his backpack, feeding it. Hard work, little coal ball. After coal ball wolfed down a few spirit cores, its condition changed for the better. It rubbed against Han Xing's palm. Then, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. 1-star Secret Realm, Lost Palace Challenge completed, Secret Realm rewards being settled. Completed. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the system would come back at this time with a 3rd stage, a 4th stage, and then there would be something for him to cry about. However, it was impossible to think about it. After all, this was only a one-star secret realm, and if it was all set at such a high difficulty, then there would be no need for others to fight at all. The system prompts continued to cross over. Secret Realm Reward Settlement has been completed. You have been rewarded with props. Strongman Fragment 3, Rune Crystal 170, Silver Treasure Chest 1. The treasure chest exists within the Secret Realm map. Please open it yourself. You have been rewarded with experience value, 4,700, and your pet, Coalball, has gained experience value of 3,760. Pet, Cinderball, has been upgraded. Current level LV6, skill Void Drawing, has been unlocked. After the system prompt ended, a white light flashed on Coalball's body. Han Xing was instantly surprised. Level 6. So, that new skill can finally be unlocked as well? He couldn't wait to check the attributes of the Coalball. Pet info: Void Phantom Wolf Hatchling. Race: Void Race. Level: LV6. Strength: 21. Agility: 39. Spirit: 20. Physique: 23. Pet, Cinder, has unlocked a new skill: Void Extraction. Pet: Void Extraction. Race: Void Clan. Level: LV6. Void Drawing. When the Void Phantom Wolf enters the battle state, it continuously draws power from the Void, increasing its full attributes by 50%, greatly increasing its ability to recover from injuries, and it can automatically generate a Void Spike in its body every second, and after generating a cumulative total of 10 Void Spikes, it will explode all of its spikes. Seeing this newly activated skill of Coalball, Han Xing slowly exhaled a breath before gritting his teeth and saying, "Pervert!" He admitted that he was indeed a little jealous of this pet, Coalball. The skill, Void Draw, was even more perverted compared to Coalball's first 4 skills. Just a 50% increase in all attributes was enough to call it a divine skill. Adding to that, the second attribute, which could drastically increase Coalball's recovery ability, in turn disguisedly increased its survivability. The last attribute, on the other hand, directly turned the second skill of the Coalball, Counterspike, into an active skill. As Coalball's most powerful means of explosion, the trigger conditions for Counterstrike Spike were relatively harsh, and it could only be actively released after being attacked 10 times. Although the Coalball's evasion rate was high, it had its own weakness, which was that its physique was too low. Plus, the enemies that Han Xing challenged were generally more powerful, and as long as it didn't succeed in dodging once, it would be a blow to the cinder block. Therefore, all along, Han Xing had always let Coalball save its life and try not to take attacks from other monsters. And this stab of counterattack had become a chicken rib skill. However, now, after the Void Draw skill was activated, this shortcoming of Coalball was also directly made up for, realizing a qualitative leap. This skill could be said to have once again raised Cinderball's combat power by several notches. Moreover, after ascending to level 6, the boosted attributes were equivalent to the previous 2 levels of boosts, which were drastically enhanced. If it was the Coalball at this point in time, facing another siege of 6 psychic puppets, Han Xing wouldn't have fought so stiflingly. Good, good, good. Worthy of being an adult length S+ pet. So fierce. Han Xing was delighted. Chapter 57. Triggering the Hidden Challenge Quest. After looking at Cinderblock's new skills, Han Xing began to check out the other rewards that the system had just settled. The first of which was the Strongman Fragment. Strongman Fragment. After collecting 100 fragments, a Strongman Seal can be synthesized, and the Strongman Seal can be used for the Abyssal Rift Challenge. In the item description, Han Xing saw a new map name. Abyssal Rift? Is it related to the Abyssal Realm? He keenly noticed the word Abyss. This was because, when he had encountered that terrifying demon, he had learned from its mouth that it was from the Abyssal Realm. It seemed to be the lair of the demon clan, with countless terrifying existences gathered there. It can't be that the system is trying to make us go to that kind of place to fight monsters, right? Han Xing instantly had a jolt. With the little attributes he had now, going to the Abyssal Realm would probably kill him instantly without any dregs left. Or rather, even if all the survivors of the entire Blue Star were to be thrown into the Abyssal Realm, they wouldn't be able to make a single wave. But after turning his head and thinking about it, the system shouldn't let them go to such a high map at the current stage. It would be no different than sending them to their deaths. Thus, Han Xing tapped on the introduction of the Abyssal Rift behind the Strongman Fragment. Abyssal Rift Special Scene. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Demon Emperor sacrificed his entire body and wielded the most powerful sword, splitting a path from the Abyssal Realm to the Holy Spirit Realm, and the vast army of demons passed through this passageway, invading the Holy Spirit realm with impunity, and the protracted demon removal war began. Under the war, one country after another was broken, and the people were devastated. In the end, the 4 strongest existences in the Holy Spirit realm were assembled, and at the cost of their lives, the demon emperor was severely injured. In the hundreds of years that followed, the battlefield between the Holy Spirit realm and the Abyssal realm shifted to this opened-up passageway. Countless warriors of the demon and Holy Spirit realms died in battle here, and countless treasures were lost here. Hundreds of years later, when the demon clan was defeated, the entrance to the Abyssal Rift was closed, and these countless treasures were lost in the Abyssal Rift. Only those who hold the seal of the strong can enter the Abyssal Rift. Note: the Abyssal Rift is a special scene, divided into 100 layers. Survivors need to start challenging from the first layer, gradually deepening into the rift. Required level to enter the scene LV10. After reading this long introduction, Han Xing came to his senses. It turned out that the so-called Abyssal Rift was a special space that seemed to be the main battlefield and passageway between the 2 worlds a long time ago. There could be very powerful monsters inside, as well as countless treasures. And as long as you gathered 100 strong fragments, you could synthesize a strong seal and enter the Abyssal Rift to challenge it. And one would have to start the challenge from the first level, similar to a tower climbing-like mechanism. It sounds like it's not bad, except that the difficulty of this map shouldn't be low. The minimum level is 10 to enter. Moreover, it's also more difficult to gather 100 fragments. After all, Han Xing had only given 3 fragments when he challenged a 1-star secret realm, and according to this ratio, one would have to challenge at least 31-star secret realms before they could scrape together a strongman seal out. This indicated that the strongman fragment should be a more precious item. Thinking about this, Han Xing suddenly had an idea. It was relatively difficult to gather 100 fragments by oneself, and it would also take a lot of time. But if it was put on the nearly 10,000 survivors in Area 107, it would become much simpler. All he had to do was to use what he had in his hands to harvest, not exchange a large number of strongman fragments over from the other survivors, and he would be able to quickly synthesize a number of strongman seals, and then keep entering into the Abyssal Rift. This idea was yet to be implemented, but Han Xing felt that the feasibility was high. At the current stage, he didn't believe that any survivor would be able to resist the temptation of a spatial backpack. Han Xing immediately decided that after he went out, he would immediately start making spatial backpacks in bulk and then find a suitable opportunity to put them out on the trading market. After checking the introduction of the strongman fragment, Han Xing looked at another material in the backpack. Rune crystal. One of the main materials for crafting equipment runes, requires corresponding rune drawings to craft. The introduction was simple and straightforward. Han Xing glanced at it and stopped paying attention, instead casting his gaze ahead. He hadn't forgotten that there was a silver treasure chest in the Secret Realm settlement reward. The system said that this treasure chest was in the Secret Realm map, and it was up to him to find it. Han Xing searched through the ruins, and then found a silver-white corner next to a collapsed stone pillar. Han Xing's eyes lit up. There it is! Underneath the ruins, a silver-white treasure chest was crushed underneath a stone. Han Xing hurriedly walked forward and back, then directly opened the silver treasure chest, and many dazzling materials immediately appeared before his eyes. Successfully opened the silver treasure chest, obtaining Spirit Core 124, Secret Silver 17, Rare Earth 243, Ether 147. Obtained Chaos Rune Drawing Weak 1, obtained Barbarian Wristguard Blue 1. Rune Drawings. Han Xing picked up the blue drawing in the treasure chest. It came out so quickly? Not bad luck. He immediately clicked on Learn. In the crafting interface, there was an additional rune drawing column, which currently contained only this one Chaos Rune drawing. Han Xing checked the properties of the drawing. Chaos Rune Weak. Attach a rune effect to equipment, increasing a random attribute by a small amount. Materials required for creation. Rune Crystal 100, Spirit Core 10, Ether 200. It's not bad, and the materials required aren't too complicated, so I'll be able to batch craft it when I get out. Now, there was still one blue equipment left in the treasure chest, the Barbarian Wristguard, that hadn't been picked up. The luck of opening the chest this time was okay. So far, Han Xing had reaped quite a good harvest from this secret challenge. This last piece of equipment that he picked up was still a gauntlet part that he had never popped before. Han Xing somewhat excitedly checked its attributes. Barbarian Wristguard Blue LV6, Quality Fine, Defense 4-5, Strength +10, Agility +5, Attached special effect Barbarian Power 50% probability of increasing strength by 20 points when launching an attack. Another piece of equipment that increases strength. At this rate, my strength attribute will soon exceed my agility. Han Xing was pleasantly surprised and a bit speechless. He didn't want to turn into a big muscle hunter. However, he still equipped it immediately. After all, it was a blue piece of equipment, and the increased attributes were also very strong. By now, the rewards of the secret realm had been harvested pretty much, and Han Xing was ready to leave this place after he finished decomposing the remains of those spiritual energy puppets on the ground. And just then, a different prompt appeared. Attention survivors, as you have cleared the secret realm solo, your strength has been recognized by the will of the Lord of the Lost Palace, Kellen, and has triggered the hidden mission of the Lost Palace, Kellen's experiment report. After accepting this quest, the third stage of the Lost Palace challenge will automatically open. Please make your choice as soon as possible, survivors. A hidden mission? Han Xing instantly perked up. In Empty Island Paradise, hidden quests could be said to be unattainable, and behind every hidden quest was a powerful opportunity. For example, in the Dark Elf camp, he came into contact with the demon archon's request, and in that quest, he obtained Cinderball, a powerful pet. Although at that time, he was forced to accept it, and the hidden quest of this palace wasn't as forced as the demon archon's quest. However, every hidden quest often had unique rewards. A hint of hesitation appeared in Han Xing's eyes as he was tempted to accept it. However, when he thought of the wretched state he was in earlier when he was chased by the 6 psychic puppets, Han Xing was a little afraid. The second stage was so difficult. The difficulty of the challenge in this third stage was definitely even more violent than before. Just as he hesitated, the system prompt appeared again. Please make a choice as soon as possible for the survivor to give up or accept. If you do not respond within 60 seconds, you will be considered to have automatically given up. Han Xing was about to give up, but just then, the cinder block on the side seemed to have discovered something, and with an instant flash of his figure, he appeared in a corner a few dozen meters away. Seeing the speed of this little guy, Han Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. After level 6, Coalball strength has been greatly improved. It can be called a qualitative change, and I also newly obtained a blue equipment, and my damage has been increased by another. Both of our strengths, compared to when we were in stage 2, have increased quite a bit. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Do it!" He decided to accept this hidden quest. Do you have accepted the Lost Palace hidden mission, Kellen's experiment report? The third stage of the challenge will open in 10 minutes. Please prepare the survivors as soon as possible. There's 10 minutes of preparation time? That's okay. At this moment, the cinder block stood on top of the collapsed stone pillars. Its head lowered, its nose sniffing from time to time as if it was searching for something. Han Xing walked over to it and asked, "What's wrong? Found any treasure?" With its head lowered, the coal ball was using its little wolf paw to pick and pull at the rubble bricks. And when it saw Han Xing coming over, it quickly jumped up in excitement. With its clear gaze, it looked at Han Xing from time to time, and then to the ruins from time to time, as if it was conveying some kind of message. Is there really a treasure down here? Han Xing asked with some uncertainty. Coalball excitedly huffed, then buried his head again and started to continue digging, and hinted for Han Xing to come along. Seeing this, Han Xing also followed Coalball to remove the nearby building debris. Within 2 minutes, this area was cleared of debris. On the ground, a wooden door appeared that looked like the entrance to some sort of basement. The moment he saw this wooden door, Han Xing looked at Cinderblock in surprise. He did not expect that there was actually something down here. Han Xing came up to the wooden door, and before he could open it, he smelled a smell of herbs mixed with fermentation. Hiss! So fragrant! Could this be? Underneath, Han Xing couldn't wait to open the wooden door. As expected, as soon as he opened it, the smell of an aged wine that had been dusty for many years spread out. A system prompt appeared. You have discovered the Dwarven Wine Cellar. Inside was a narrow space that looked as if it had been used as a wine cellar at one time. Han Xing saw at a glance that below the cellar, there were several water tank-sized wine altars that had been stored for an unknown number of years. Unfortunately, most of these wine altars were shattered due to the collapse of the palace. The original liquid of the wine brew on the ground had also long since dried up. Now, however, there was one last wine altar that had not been broken. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Chapter 58. The Metamorphosis of the Void Spectre Wolf. Most of the wine altars in the Dwarven Wine Cellar had been shattered due to the collapse of the palace, leaving only the last one still intact. Luckily, an altar was left for me. Han Xing celebrated. An original liquid with vintage like this, even Han Xing, a person who didn't drink much, understood how precious it was. And with something so precious, of course, one had to find a way to take it away. Only, with the dimensions of this wine altar being a meter high and half a meter thick, it was a bit difficult to take it away. Thus, Han Xing tried to include it in his backpack, and in the next moment, that black wine altar really disappeared from its place. Oh, it's still possible? Han Xing was surprised. Although the altar of wine was large, it only took up 2 compartments of space in the spatial backpack. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Acquired black vine wine 760 years, 230L. Holy, 760 years. Did I read it right? Han Xing rubbed his eyes. He was even more shocked when he confirmed the year above the item information. He proceeded to look at the note underneath the black vine wine. Note: the dwarf race has a unique research on brewing wine, and is the second racial talent besides forging that is enough to boast the Holy Spirit realm. And black vine wine is also the dwarf race's best at brewing a kind of wine. Its raw materials include the black vine in the forest, the elf's forest of magic leaves, the egg white of the giant rock bird's egg, the ghost spring water, and then combined with the unique brewing techniques of the dwarf race, and ultimately to brew a altar of the original liquid. And the more the vintage of the black vine wine, the taste will be the more mellow and mellow, loved by the dwarven nobles. It is loved by the dwarf nobles. The dwarves' brewing technique was as good as their forging technique. The smell of the wine intoxicated people even before the lid was lifted. Moreover, this was still 760 years old black vine wine. If it was put on the blue planet, I don't know how many alcoholics would go crazy for it. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle was about to start, Han Xing would even want to taste it on the spot. At this moment, the coal ball seemed to be inviting credit, standing in front of Han Xing and wagging its tail. Han Xing patted its head and said approvingly, "Not bad. The dog's nose is really smart." At this time, 5 minutes had passed from the 10 minutes of preparation time given by the system. Han Xing hurriedly walked over to the 6 psychic puppet remnants and disassembled them one by one, lest they be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle in a while. On these 6 golem wrecks, Han Xing recovered a large number of fine iron arrows, and then a large number of special magic clays into his backpack, together with 6 broken psychic energy cores, as well as some other secret silver and fine iron. After doing this, Han Xing took out another piece of dried beast meat from his backpack, put it in his mouth and chewed it for a while and swallowed it. He had to seize the time to restore himself to his best state. Time flew by and 10 minutes passed quickly. The 3rd stage of the challenge has opened. Survivor. Good luck. The prompt ended, and Han Xing suddenly felt an unprecedented vibration in this palace under his feet. Rumble. Not only this palace. Han Xing even felt that the entire valley began to vibrate. Then, a terrifyingly large hand reached out from the center of the ruins, and countless stones and bricks shook off. Half a body slowly sat up amidst the rubble. It was like a giant that had been sleeping for many years and was awakened by some kind of will today. When it stood up, a behemoth over 6 meters tall with a dark yellow body appeared in front of Han Xing. The monster's attribute panel also appeared before his eyes. Reinforced Spiritual Energy Golem Elite Grade. Rank: LV7. Strength: 64. Agility: 48. Spirit: 49. Physique: 67. Remaining Psychic Energy Value: 80. Remaining Defense Value of Psychic Core: 300. Psychic Core Remaining Defense Value: 300. Skills: Energy Blast Rock Body Passive Skill. Cuts damage effect by 30% when subjected to physical attacks. Earthquake Shock. The psychic puppet leaps up high and smashes heavily into the ground, triggering a huge ground shock that causes a lot of damage to the enemies within the range. Han Xing actually breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the attributes of this golem. Fortunately, it's only elite level. He was really afraid that the system would suddenly pop up an alpha level monster, and that would not end well. But thinking about it, the previous 2 rounds of combat were already so difficult, and if another alpha level came at this time, then there would simply be no need to fight. Because even he was not confident that he would be able to single-handedly kill an alpha-level creature. If even he couldn't pass it, then how many people would be able to pass this hidden quest? However, even though it was an elite-level golem, it was equally important not to take it lightly. Because the defense of an ordinary spiritual energy golem was comparable to that of an elite monster, It would not be strange for this reinforced golem to have its physical defense catch up to that of an alpha monster. As the battle began, Han Xing instantly entered a state of total concentration. He started with the familiar wind-chasing arrow. Ding! After this arrow hit the psychic energy golem, it was directly bounced off. Han Xing's eyes sank and he thought to himself, this guy's defense was not even the concept of stone anymore, it was simply comparable to fine iron. Without Cinderblock's defense slashing buff, this arrow did not cause any damage either. The elite golem was enraged by Han Xing's arrow and was about to launch an attack. And right at this moment, Han Xing suddenly saw many purple lines appear on the coal ball, which extended out as if connecting to another piece of space. It was precisely Coal Ball's newly activated fifth skill, Void Draw. In the next moment, the black light on Coal Ball's body skyrocketed, and the entire wolf darted away, instantly appearing next to the elite golem. Being empowered by the power of the Void, Coal Ball's entire attributes skyrocketed by 50%, and coupled with Void Flicker's 200% speed bonus, at this moment Coal Ball's movement speed even vaguely broke through the limits of a one-star monster. Swish! Swish swish! Before the elite golem could react, more than a dozen claw marks appeared on its body. Although it didn't seem to have caused any damage, above each claw mark, a purple mist was bubbling. In a split second, Cinderball had stacked the armor-cutting status to its limit, directly cutting its defense by 30%. Compared to before it was raised to level 6, this speed was more than 1x higher. At the same time, Han Xing also saw that the Cinderblock figure flickered constantly, often appearing next to the core of the psychic puppet, and every time it appeared, it would definitely take away 7 or 8 points of defense value from its core. The elite golem seemed to be angered by this annoying little thing, and a dull mechanical sound came out of its mouth. Those who disobey Lord Kellen's orders die. The psychic golem waved its millstone-sized slap to counterattack. Compared to the Cinderblock's tiny physique, this would have to be slapped into mush if it was casually slapped. In the past, when encountering this kind of situation without Han Xing's reminder, the coal ball would also use its instinctive fighting sense to dodge. However, the current one was undaunted, and it stood hard against the attacks of the psychic energy puppet, frantically outputting. Boom! 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 Even though the psychic energy puppet kept attacking the Cinderblock, the weird thing was that its slaps on the Cinderblock didn't cause any effect. It was as if the attack was on a mass of nothingness, as the psychic puppet's palm passed right through the Cinderblock's body. Skill, Body of Void 50% evasion probability kept triggering. Moreover, the rhythm of the coal ball's attacks was getting faster and faster, and every time it appeared, it scratched out many wolf claw marks on the elite puppet's body, with a speed so fast that even Han Xing looked on from the sidelines with his scalp tingling. Less than 5 seconds from the start of the battle, the core defense value of the spiritual energy puppet poured down like running water, directly dropping below 250 points. Han Xing looked dumbfounded from the sidelines. Holding his longbow, he stood blankly watching Coal Ball perform alone. After reaching level 6, this little guy had completely morphed into a mini-boss, and in a solo state, even elite monsters were being pressed. At this time, the core unit of the spiritual energy puppet was running to the extreme, and the output power had long since reached its maximum value. In other words, the CPU was drying out and smoking, but even so, it was completely unable to keep up with the Cinderblock. Han Xing suspected that if the spiritual energy puppet did not have such a setting as emotions at this point, it would probably be furious. Right at this moment, a ball of energy suddenly built up in the palm of the spiritual energy puppet, erupting with a terrifying aura in a matter of moments. For Lord Kirin, it actually chose to detonate the energy mass in front of its chest, sparing a lose-lose effect to severely injure the Cinderblock. Watch out! Han Xing exclaimed. The coal ball was unable to dodge for a moment and was engulfed by the exploding energy. Boom! After the smoke dissipated, Coal Ball's figure flew out backwards. Han Xing hurriedly and quickly rushed over, ready to support. However, he realized that after landing on the ground, not only did Coal Ball's aura not decay, but instead, the power of the void on his body began to skyrocket. Han Xing clearly saw that the fur on the Cinderblock's body had already been scorched black from the blast, and that was from the injuries that had just been caused in the explosion. But now, these injuries were recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and in no time at all, it had recovered so much that it was comparable to the recovery effect of Han Xing's use of the secret pill of life. This? Han Xing stopped in his tracks with some bewilderment. In the next moment, the recovered Cinderblock once again rushed to the side of the elite psychic energy puppet like a maggot on a tarsus. Han Xing froze and said, "This situation, it seems like there's nothing for me to do?" Just then, Han Xing saw that the body of the coal ball suddenly turned transparent. 10 void spikes loomed. Then, the void spikes erupted steeply, all of them bombarding the body of the psychic energy puppet. Plop, plop, plop. Intense metallic penetration sounds rang out. With this strike, the 2 void spikes knocked more than 50 points off the core defense value of the psychic puppet, and all the other spikes hit as well, dealing terrifying damage. Han Xing saw that the right shoulder of the spiritual energy puppet was even pierced through by one of the void spikes. Even the secret silver pattern was broken, and the right arm was directly useless. At the same time, the core defense value was already left with less than 100 points, and at this moment, the spiritual energy puppet completely entered a berserk state. Its 2 millstone-thick legs, the secret patterns blazed brightly, as if all the energy was converging between its legs. In the next moment, the spiritual energy puppet leaped up high. Han Xing's face suddenly changed. This was the 3rd skill of the elite puppet, Earthquake Shock, a ranged damage skill that was very terrifying. Without even thinking about it, Han Xing did a roll, then quickly ran wildly towards the edge of the palace. Cinder, run! Chapter 59. Spiritual Energy Puppet Making Sketch. Cinder, run! Han Xing shouted as he ran. However, the coal ball, which had already entered a fighting state, looked at Han Xing and then looked up at the spiritual energy puppet in the air. In the next moment, the black light on its body skyrocketed and it suddenly leapt into the air, catching up with the psychic puppet that was releasing its skills. Han Xing glanced at it with his afterglow. At this moment, the cinder block was simply like a monster, actually rushing into the air to chase after the enemy. And taking advantage of the fact that the spiritual energy puppet was unable to defend itself against its own spiritual energy core during the time it was releasing its skills, it stretched out its wolf claws and began to attack frantically. At this moment, the core defense value of the spiritual energy puppet that plummeted was simply faster than a stock. After a second, the core defense value directly cleared to 0. The cinder block directly stretched out its wolf claws and scratched inside. A puff of smoke rose, and the secret pattern lines on the spiritual energy puppet's body suddenly dimmed, as if the energy supply had been cut off, directly forcing it to shut down. Then a huge body fell from the air. Rumble. The huge body crashed down, setting off a huge cloud of dust, and the violent impact even made Han Xing almost unsteady on his feet. After the smoke and dust cleared, Han Xing saw that Cinderblock was stepping on the corpse of the psychic puppet, holding its head high and radiating a king-like majesty. He swallowed his saliva and said in the middle of the day, "Brother Ball, you're so fierce." At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You have completed the Lost Palace Hidden Quest. Kellen's Experiment Report. You have obtained the challenge reward, Strongman Fragment 8, Rune Crystal 370, Experience Value 18,000, and your pet Cinderball has gained Experience Value 14,400. You have obtained the quest prop, Kellen's Experiment Report. 18,000 experience points, a massive amount, directly pushed his experience bar to 100%. In the next moment, a white light flashed on Han Xing's body, and his level rose once again. In addition to the massive amount of experience, there was also an additional file in Han Xing's backpack, which was precisely the quest prop given by the system this time. Han Xing pulled it out and took a look at it. Kai Lung's Experiment Report. Quest prop. Holding the data from this report allows you to travel to Kai Lung's Kingdom Laboratory and extract the experimental data of the psychic puppet. The scenario is not yet open, so it is temporarily impossible to carry out this quest. There's another episode below. July 21st, the 13153th experiment achieved exciting experimental results. I finally created a powerful golem that can be reproduced in bulk. I'm going to tell the king about this as soon as possible and put the golem into the war as soon as possible. On 7.25, Monet came to the palace to look for me. She is still so beautiful and touching. I heard that in the elf tribe, Monet also has many suitors. She is so absolutely beautiful and unforgettable, like a fairy that fell to earth, while I, a dwarf who only dares to sneak a peek at her from the sidelines. July 26th, Monet heard the results of my experiments and thought it was very impressive. She praised me for being very talented, even among the elves. There is no man as smart as me. This is the first time I saw a hint of an appreciative smile on her clear and cold face. At this moment, my heart melted. July 27th, Monet still stayed in my palace as a guest. She studied with me, traveled together, and enjoyed the moon together. I was so happy that I even took out my treasured black vine wine, and we both got drunk. On July 28th, Monet and I awoke together in our chambers, and I knew that last night we had done something against the morals of our races. Dwarves and elves, actually, how could we? But Monet, she has big breasts. On July 29th, we did it again. Monet, she was so big that I left all morals behind. On July 30th, Monet and I did. August 1st, did. With Monet learned some new positions. August 2nd, elf is fantastic. August 3rd, done. Didn't get up all day again today. Seeing this, Han Xing couldn't help but cover his eyes. What the hell is this mission prop? Full of these yellow diaries. Moreover, it looked like a dwarf who was being toyed with by an elf woman. Han Xing continued to read down. August 17th, Monet called me Dr. Kellen and wanted me to tell her the method of making the golem. But the palace's experimental data had already been uploaded and the king ordered it to be forbidden. Facing her disappointed eyes, my heart was like a knife, but I couldn't do anything about it. August 20th. Monet finally left the palace. My heart is a little empty. On August 25th, the puppet palace suddenly suffered an inexplicable attack. The palace was all blasted into ruins. Luckily on that day, I went to my uncle's house as a guest. On August 26th, the kingdom sent dwarf knights to investigate, and eventually concluded that it was probably the Shadow Clan's handiwork, and that this group of Demon Clan's minions must have wanted to steal my experimental data. But they surely didn't expect that I had already set up a self-destruct program in the palace, and the moment I was attacked, all the data would automatically have been automatically destroyed. On September 1st, I moved to the main city of the kingdom, and all the experimental data was successfully transferred. On September 7th, I suddenly remembered something important. In the puppet palace, there were still some hand-drawn drawings and data that hadn't been erased. Bad. After reading the mission introduction, Han Xing had a rough judgment in his heart. This Kai Lung's experiment report was most likely a serial mission, and now that he had completed the first ring, it was equivalent to getting the mission props for the second ring. Just, where is this Kai Lung's kingdom lab? And the system says that the map is not open for this quest. Han Xing could only temporarily put this quest prop into his backpack. Then, he walked over to the huge puppet wreckage and clicked Decompose. Successfully disassembled Enhanced Psychic Puppet Elite level. Gained Special Clay 9182. Gained Secret Silver 681. Gained Rare Earth 16455. Gained Enhanced Psychic Core 1. When the remains of the Elite Golem disappeared, a system prompt appeared. You have completed the Cloud Mystic Realm, Lost Palace 3-stage challenge. After 10 minutes, you will be automatically teleported out, while the Cloud Mystic Realm will disappear. Will you be able to leave this place after 10 minutes? From the time he came in until now, he had stayed for almost 2.5 hours, and the harvest was quite fruitful, with the biggest reward naturally being the massive amount of experience. Not only had he himself risen to level 7, but Cole Ball had also risen to level 6. Then there were the 11 strongman fragments, as well as the large amount of materials that were broken down from these puppets. Just as Han Xing was quietly waiting for the teleportation to leave, the corner of his eye suddenly glimpsed something different. In the place where that elite golem had originally awakened, there was a huge shallow pit. Underneath that shallow pit, there seemed to be some hand-drawn patterns. HM? He hurriedly walked over, and at the bottom of the shallow pit was a floor made of lapis lazuli. Han Xing saw at a glance that there were several sketches of puppets engraved on the floor, and next to the patterns, there were clear annotations about the construction path of the secret silver, the ratios of materials such as rare earths and magical clays, and so on, associated with the mission props. The last sentence. That Kellen said he still had some hand-drawn manuscripts and data in the lab. Han Xing said with a face full of surprise, "These patterns, they can't be." The next moment, a system prompt did appear. You have discovered Kai Lung's psychic puppet making sketches, and the relevant drawings have been automatically recorded. Super. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing's mouth fell open in shock. He didn't know what a crafting sketch was, but he knew that his system interface indeed had an additional drawing. This meant that he could create this kind of puppet out of the drawing? Thinking of this, Han Xing pressed down his excitement and hurriedly checked the introduction of the drawing. Spiritual Energy Puppet Drawing. According to this drawing, different levels of spiritual energy puppets can be created. Depending on the number of spiritual cores added during creation, the level of the spiritual energy puppet will be determined. The number of spiritual cores required to create a level 1 spiritual energy puppet is 1000. The number of spiritual cores required for level 2 is 2000, and so on. Note that the highest level of the crafted spirit puppet cannot exceed the survivor's level. Materials required for crafting. Spiritual Energy Core 1, Special Clay 8000 can be replaced by fine iron, secret silver 1000, rare earth 12,000, ether 20,000. Crafting success rate, 20%. By the addition of the divine artisan talent, the success rate has reached 100%. After reading the introduction of the drawing, Han Xing was once again stunned. This was actually a drawing that could produce puppets of different levels. Moreover, the materials used to make a spiritual energy puppet were not complicated. They were all common materials. Wouldn't this mean that as long as one had enough materials, one could even directly rely on this drawing to pull up a huge puppet army out? This means that in the future, I don't even need to make a move when I come across a monster. I can just directly flood the past with an army of puppets? Thinking of this, Han Xing's breathing became a little short. Because of this scenario, it was likely feasible. Although there were a lot of materials needed to make a spiritual energy puppet with his god-tier talent, combined with the player's collection ability, why worry about getting a massive amount of materials? Of course, Han Xing was still thinking too well. Although the materials for making a spiritual energy puppet were not complicated, one of the most important parts was the spiritual energy core. Although he had the drawings for making the spiritual energy puppet, he did not have the method for making the spiritual energy core. Moreover, right now he only had a few broken spiritual energy cores on hand. Han Xing counted a total of 7, and even if all of them were repaired, he could only make 7 spiritual energy puppets out of them. The dream of the puppet army was shattered. Han Xing said hatefully, "This Kai Lung, why did he just write down the drawings of the spiritual energy puppets on it, and didn't draw the drawings for the production of the spiritual energy cores along with it? Stupid guy. Darn love brain." It was fortunate that Kai Lan wasn't here. If he heard that, he would probably return a very angry, "What did love brain do to you? Did love brain eat your family's rice?" However, Han Xing was also content. After all, with the materials he had on hand now, he could make 7 spirit energy puppets out of it. Although it was only an ordinary level puppet, the degree of resistance to punching even exceeded that of an ordinary elite creature, and this defense characteristic alone was enough to drive people crazy. This trip to the secret realm was worth it. At this time, Han Xing noticed that in a corner of the deep pit, there seemed to be some patterns that were covered by the ruins. Chapter 60. Making a spiritual energy puppet. Han Xing noticed a corner in the deep pit that seemed to still have some patterns covered by the ruins. There's more. He jumped down in a hurry, then tried to move the rubble to see what these patterns were. After equipping the barbarian handguard, Han Xing's strength had reached 45 points, and with the 30% boost from the barbarian bear power secret pill, it was nearly 60 points of strength. His current strength attribute was enough to move these heavy boulders. One by one, the boulders were moved away from him, and after gritting his teeth and pushing away a stone pillar, an even larger golem pattern appeared under Han Xing's feet. A system prompt appeared. "You have discovered Kellen's crafting sketch. Reinforced psychic energy golem elite grade. Crafting drawings have been recorded." A loud shout that resounded throughout the palace appeared. And just then, the time of the secret realm had ended. Han Xing suddenly felt an illusory sensation in his body, and in the next moment, he was teleported into his territory. Above his head, the azure sky reappeared. Even so, Han Xing still did not come back from his shock for a long time. This trip to the secret realm had completely exceeded his expectations. Not only had he harvested the production method of the spiritual energy puppet, at the end, he had actually discovered the production method of the elite-grade spiritual energy puppet. It was simply a heavenly surprise. Holding down his excitement, Han Xing began to check the crafting drawings of the elite-grade spiritual energy puppet. Enhanced spiritual energy puppet drawing. According to this drawing, different levels of enhanced spiritual energy puppets can be crafted, depending on the number of spiritual nuclei added when crafting. The level of the spiritual energy puppet is determined. The number of spiritual nuclei required to craft a level 1 spiritual energy puppet is 5,000. The number of spiritual nuclei needed for level 2 is 10,000, and so on. Please note that the level of the reinforced spirit puppet cannot exceed the survivor's level. Materials required for crafting. Enhanced spiritual energy core 1, special clay 20,000 can be replaced by fine iron, secret silver 5,000, rare earth 50,000, ether 40,000. Crafting success rate, 5% enhanced by divine artisan talent. The success rate has reached 100%. The materials required for an elite-level psychic energy golem rose exponentially, but compared to its powerful attributes, it was all worth it. On his hand, he only had 1 enhanced spiritual energy core, which meant that he could only craft 1 elite-grade golem out of it. After using some of the materials and repairing the broken spiritual energy core, Han Xing couldn't wait to click on craft. Whether to craft a reinforced spiritual energy puppet elite grade 1. Time required to craft, 4 hours. Yes. Crafting reinforced psychic puppet. Time remaining, 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Han Xing looked at his Junior Lord Castle construction time, and there were less than 9 hours left for it to be fully constructed. At this time, the castle had already been built for the most part, with the lower 2 floors already taking shape, leaving the final center tower unfinished. Very well, when I make a few puppets out of it, the castle will almost be finished, and at that time, my territory will be considered to be primed with a defense force. Han Xing imagined the completed castle with great anticipation. Right at this moment, Han Xing received a message from the discussion group. It was sent by Cheng Jianyong. He clicked in to take a look. Just as he entered the discussion group, he heard Cheng Siyong say in it with hidden anger, "Damn, what bad luck." Han Xing and Xin Yun both heard that his tone was off and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Cheng Jianyong said angrily, "I just ran into 2 little brats halfway across the road and took the initiative to approach me, saying that their territory had been invaded by monsters and that they had suffered serious injuries, hoping that I could save them. I thought that we are all from the Blue Star, at least we are of the same kind, so I moved some compassion, but as a result, I didn't expect that these 2 little brats ran to my territory to finish treating their injuries, and also took a look at the equipment that I was wearing. These 2 guys suddenly struck out at me, and I was almost killed by them." Han Xing heard the seriousness of the matter and quickly asked, "How are you doing now? Do you want us to go over?" Xin Yun also hurriedly said, "Send the coordinates. I'll go in these 2 little brats right away." Cheng Jianyong said in a somewhat heavy tone in the discussion group, "No need to come over. I've already solved it." The duo's hearts fluttered when they heard this. They knew what Cheng Siyong was talking about settling. At that kind of juncture, it was definitely not good to end the fight between the 2 sides. In other words, the 2 guys with bad intentions had probably been directly killed by Cheng Siyong. Unlike the previous fight with those monsters, this time, Cheng Siyong had actually killed someone. However, the duo didn't say anything. After all, in a world like this, there were no laws to bind them, and it was even more important to do everything they could to protect themselves. What's more, someone else is going to kill you if you don't finish him off. What are you waiting for? At this moment, the atmosphere in the discussion group was somewhat heavy. At this time, Cheng Jianyong sighed again. "This time, it's fortunate that you guys helped me and gave me so many blue suits and skills, which made it possible to counter-kill these 2 little brats, or else," he said in a serious tone, "Brother Star, Brother Yun, I kind of realized that in this world, we must protect ourselves. If it's someone we don't know, we mustn't let them land on our territory." The duo also knew that Cheng Siyong's reminder was very reasonable. After confirming that Cheng Siyong was fine, Han Xing closed the discussion group. A few moments later, he mused, "Sure enough, just as I thought, between the human survivors, even though they all share a common survival dilemma now, among them, there must still be a small handful of guys with bad intentions. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. At least, I have to build up the defense fortifications of my territory first, so that even if I come across some guys who want to take a shot at me, I still have to weigh whether I have the ability to do so." Thinking of this, Han Xing took Coal Ball and began to continue leveling. With his current strength, together with the transformed Coal Ball, the normal empty island monsters were not a threat to him at all. Only if he didn't go to his death and contact those 1,000 square meter monster empty islands, he basically couldn't meet any enemies more powerful than him. By the time the sun set in the afternoon, Han Xing had just finished off a group of goblins. Han Xing had just finished off a group of goblins and had leveled up to 80% of level 7. His territory area had also expanded directly from over 1,200 square meters to over 2,000 square meters after a day of exploration, nearly doubling. However, Han Xing did not continue to expand the area used for his territories. Instead, he folded more than 1,000 of these territories and placed them underneath the empty island, turning it into a stacked state. The area of his empty island territory had shrunk back down to 1,000 square feet, and if he had obtained other building plans later, it could still be changed to a layer state at any time. However, right now, he didn't have any buildings that he needed to build, and spreading the territory area too large wasn't a good thing. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. The crafting of the reinforced spiritual energy golem elite grade has been completed. The system prompt ended. Han Xing saw that in the center of the territory, a steel giant with a height of 5 meters suddenly appeared. This was the elite grade psychic energy golem that had just been crafted. It seemed that because the main material, special magic clay, had been replaced with fine iron, the appearance of this psychic energy puppet became like a steel giant. Before his eyes, the attributes of the golem also appeared. Reinforced Psychic Puppet 1-star Elite Grade. Rank: LV7. Strength: 68. Agility: 37. Spirit: 49. Physique: 71. Remaining Psychic Energy Value: 0. Remaining Defense Value: 300. Skill: Stored Energy Cannon Blast. Skills: Stored Energy Cannonball, Body of Steel Passive Technique, cuts damage effects by 40% when subjected to a physical attack. Earthquake Shock: the psychic puppet leaps high into the air and smashes heavily into the ground, triggering a huge ground impact that causes a lot of damage to the enemies within its range. Compared to the elite-level puppet he had challenged in the Secret Realm, this puppet's agility attribute was a step lower, but the other attributes were slightly improved. Han Xing estimated that this was also due to the effect caused by the change of the main material used to make the spiritual energy golem to elite iron. However, its second skill, the rocky body, had become the body of steel, and the effect of cutting damage had been partially increased. Just for defense, this psychic puppet's attributes were qualified. At this moment, this psychic puppet remained motionless, as if it had died. Han Xing knew what the reason was. It was because the psychic energy core was out of energy. So he walked over to the side of the spiritual energy puppet and began to replenish its energy, and a system prompt appeared. Is it possible to put in spiritual cores for the reinforced spiritual energy puppet to replenish its spiritual energy value? Denote: 100 spiritual cores can replenish 1 point of spiritual energy value, and every 1 point of spiritual energy value can be used to allow the reinforced spiritual energy puppet to enter the battle state for 1 hour. Oh, that means that 10,000 spiritual cores can only allow this psychic puppet to fight for 100 hours. This is a bit of a large consumption. Han Xing sort of realized that the spirit energy puppet really fit its name, needing spirit cores for everything. He was also thinking of making a puppet army out of it in the future, and if it was all this kind of consumption, he would need to consume at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of spirit cores in a single battle. With his reserves, it was all a bit overwhelming. But right now, it was only the consumption of a few puppets. He could still afford it. With a wave of his hand, Han Xing directly invested 5,000 spiritual cores to replenish its spiritual energy value to 50 points. In the next moment, the energy core in the chest of the spiritual energy puppet emitted a bright green light and regained its mobility. On a whim, Han Xing suddenly wanted to test how well this spiritual energy puppet received his orders. So he said, "Advance." The spiritual energy puppet moved its heavy steps and began to stride forward. Dang! Thud! The territory trembled continuously, and the furniture and sofas were shifted by a few centimeters. Stop! The movements of the psychic puppet stopped instantly. Attack form. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying mass of energy condensed in the hands of the psychic energy puppet. 1 second, 2 seconds. The fluctuation of the energy mass in the hands of the spiritual energy puppet grew stronger and stronger. And Han Xing saw that its psychic energy value dropped a little in just a few seconds. Han Xing hurriedly told the spiritual energy puppet to stop storing energy. In the next moment, a green energy mass that emitted a powerful destructive aura blasted into the air. Boom! A dull explosion sounded. Chapter 61. Completion of the Lord's Castle. A dull explosion suddenly came from 1 or 2,000 meters above Han Xing's head. It was the stored energy attack of the spiritual energy puppet. In the Cloud Mystic Realm, Han Xing had seen the elite puppet's powerful attack though. However, at that time, it was suppressed by Cinderblock in all aspects and did not have the opportunity to store its power at all. At this time, the spiritual energy puppet was also displaying its powerful destructive power. Han Xing was very satisfied with this. In addition to these simple commands, Han Xing realized that he could also give it some more complex commands, such as guarding the security of the territory, encountering intruders, attacking with all its strength, and so on. When there were no battles, it could also be made to be on guard and patrol 24 hours a day. Anyway, it was a puppet creature. There was no such thing as exhaustion. At this time, Han Xing stroked his chin and pondered. A psychic energy puppet is strong, but this size is also too inviting. If it's me, is there any way to hide this big guy when I don't need it? For now, it seemed that unless this big guy could also be included in the storage space like other items. Otherwise, it would have to stay on the territory, and other survivors would see its huge figure at a glance when they approached. Although Han Xing also felt in his heart that the idea of storing the golem in the storage space was a bit unrealistic, he still decided to give it a try. As he tried to stow this reinforced psychic energy golem into the storage box. In the next moment, the massive giant suddenly disappeared from the territory. At the same time, a scaled-down model of the golem appeared in his storage box and occupied a full 10 compartments of storage space. Han Xing's eyes were bewildered, and then there was undisguised ecstasy. It's really possible? He was shocked. At this time, Han Xing thought again. Being able to be stowed in the storage box space. Does this mean that it can also be stowed in my backpack space? Han Xing immediately released the spiritual energy puppet from the storage space. Then, he freed up 10 compartments of space in his backpack and began to try to collect it. In the next moment, the spirit energy puppet's figure disappeared once again, and the figure of an iron giant appeared in Han Xing's backpack. Holy crap! Han Xing's shock at this point was indescribable. What was the concept of a behemoth that was more than 6 meters tall and weighed more than a dozen tons being carried on his body just like that? But thinking about it, it could be explained. After all, the spiritual energy puppet was not a living thing, but rather, like the equipment secret medicines that Han Xing produced, it belonged to the category of props, and it was normal that it could be stowed away in space. Han Xing suddenly had a sinister thought in the back of his mind. He still had 7 more broken spiritual energy cores in his hand now, and although he could not continue to craft elite-level puppets, the properties of ordinary puppets were not bad either. Moreover, the 7 ordinary spiritual energy puppets had actually exceeded an elite-grade puppet in terms of danger. If all of them were made and then stowed away in the storage space. When encountering other guys who wanted to invade their territory, when they just came over and suddenly saw 7 or 8 steel giants surrounding them, I wonder what their reaction would be. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. Then, he began to impatiently repair the broken spiritual energy core in his backpack and directly clicked on craft. A system prompt appeared. Whether or not to craft a spiritual energy puppet, the time required for crafting is 2 hours. Han Xing clicked yes without hesitation and clicked 7 times in a row. He wanted to make all of these puppets at once, and by then the territory defense would be greatly strengthened. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. Han Xing did not continue exploring, but instead lit up the torch table on the territory and began to rest. At this time, Han Xing had already begun scanning the consignment channel for information. The equipment he was currently wearing still had a lot of room for improvement. His current pants and boots were still the beast skin green clothing that he had crafted in the beginning, and if they were replaced with blue leather armor, no matter if it was the attributes or the defense, they would be substantially improved. There was also the necklace, the hat, which could now be replaced with blue equipment. After 2 days of exploration, the survivors were all leveled up, and the information in the consignment channel was increasing day by day. Including the blue equipment that used to be incredibly scarce, there were now many messages on sale. Han Xing began searching part by part. The equipment grade was set to blue. Soon, a lot of equipment appeared in front of him. Han Xing wanted to prioritize exchanging the drawings. After all, if he made them himself, the attributes would be higher than the ones opened in the treasure chest. But unfortunately, after the survivors touched the drawings, most of them learned on their own, and only a very small portion trickled down to the market. Thinking about this, Han Xing directly shelved a few consignment messages. Consignment item: Secret Pill of Life 10. Required item: Blue leather armor lower drawing, blue leather armor boots drawing, blue helmet drawing, blue necklace drawing. Consigner: Star River. Regarding the strong effects of the Secret Pill of Life, after the battles of the past few days, everyone had a deep appreciation. In the previous wave of transactions, Han Xing had only sold over 7,000 bottles, and there was still a large shortfall in the entire 107th district. Therefore, when Han Xing shelved the Secret Pill of Life again, it still caused a sensation. In no time, he had traded for what he wanted as expected. They were nighttime boots drawing blue, equipment level, LV7, pale leather pants blue, equipment level, LV6, jungle warrior helmet blue, equipment level, LV7, forest pendant blue, equipment level, LV7. These blue equipment drawings, which required similar materials, mainly required secret silver and spirit cores, none of which Han Xing lacked. He directly built a dozen or so sets out, all of them picking out the upper limit of the quality of blue equipment, that is, the treasures. The attributes were as follows. Night boots blue LV7, quality precious, defense, 4-6, agility +12, With special effect Night Shadow running attack dodge rate increased by 15%. Pale Leather Pants Blue LV6. Quality. Precious. Defense. 1216. Agility. +8. Spirit. +5. Special effect. White Stripe increase magic resistance by 20%. Jungle Warrior Helmet Blue LV7. Quality. Precious. Defense. 4-5. Strength. +5. Constitution. +5. Agility. +5. Special effect. Hunting Instincts when killing an enemy. You gain 3 points of strength bonus, stackable up to 5 layers. Effect lasts for 60 seconds. Forest Pendant Blue LV7. Quality Precious. Spirit +15. Agility +10. Attached effect Forest will when launching a skill. There is a 10% probability of triggering a 5-second CD reduction effect. Han Xing looked at the 4 pieces of rare equipment with satisfaction before equipping them all. His attributes received a drastic change. The full attributes had at least doubled, comparable to the attributes of an average human survivor at level 10. Great, now, that's a full set of blue equipment on me, plus a purple weapon. The average survivor of the same level will have a hard time even breaking my defense. After throwing all the excess equipment crafted on the ground into the consignment channel and exchanging it for materials, Han Xing prepared to rest. He summoned an elite-level spiritual energy golem. A 6-meter-tall figure appeared out of nowhere, giving people an invisible sense of security just by standing there. Han Xing gave it the command to guard, then entered a resting state himself. It was late at night. Han Xing suddenly felt a strong vibration, and he sat up violently from the sofa. Upon seeing that the psychic energy puppet was still steadily standing guard, he was slightly relieved in his heart. He had thought that it was other survivors, or empty island monsters that had stormed the territory. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Territory building. The construction of the primary castle has been completed. Your territory's defense has been strengthened. Primary castle territory core building. Remaining defense value, 1,000. Castle effect. Increases the defense value of all defensive buildings in your territory by 20%. Increases the attack power of all offensive buildings by 10%. Increases the full attributes of all friendly units by 10%. And increases the travel speed of the empty island territory by 10%. Note that when building multiple castles, only one castle at most will provide the increase effect. Looking at this huge building in front of him, Han Xing was suddenly sleepy and his heart was invigorated. At the same time, he also saw that his attribute panel, including the attribute panel of the psychic puppet, together had an additional 10% gain effect. Don't look at it as just a 10% gain, but a quantitative change triggered a qualitative change. When Han Xing summons or puppets became more and more numerous, the bonus gained could be much more than just 10%. However, the attributes were secondary. The main thing was that the appearance of this castle was very much in line with his aesthetic. The castle was built in the center of the territory, like a lofty beast. The walls were tall and thick, made of sturdy stones, and in its center, a steel gate emitted a shimmering light, with hidden traces of secret patterns around the edges, giving people a sense of security that could not be breached. Well, starting today, I am also the one who owns my own castle. He couldn't wait to push open the steel door in the center of the castle, and it opened up before his eyes. As soon as he entered, there was a hall with a height of 7 meters, and the walls seemed to be made of synthetic materials, with an overall grayish-white color, and just by looking at it, one could imagine the strength of its defense. The floor was covered with a layer of greenish-gray stone tiles. Stepping on it was very textured. In the hall, in each of the 4 corners, there was a pillar with a diameter of more than a meter thick, on which many white moonstones and red dark firestones were inlaid. The moonlight stone and dark firestone could not only provide the hall with lighting functions, but also regulate the temperature in the hall at any time and anywhere. Coupled with the large chandelier made of secret silver in the center of the living room, the entire hall appeared very bright and atmospheric. Only there was nothing inside the hall right now, and it looked a bit empty. Han Xing decided to make some furniture later on to add a bit of life to it. There were 4 doors in each of the 4 corners of the hall, and behind each door was a connecting corridor that led to the other towers. Han Xing pushed open the door on the left and entered one of the towers. Below the tower, there was a room with a window, which could be used as a bedroom or a storage area for supplies. Coming to the 2nd floor of the tower, there was a connecting corridor that was built in a circle around the castle, and walking around on it was equivalent to touring all the territory. After strolling around the castle, Han Xing went straight to the center tower area. Chapter 62. Ever drunk a 700-year-old Lafite? Han Xing walked straight to the tower, which was also the core area of this castle. Following the steps, he picked his way up, all the way to the third floor of the tower, where there was a room of roughly 20 square meters. The room was not big, but the view was extremely good. More crucially, outside of this room, there was an outwardly expanding building like a small balcony. Standing on top of the balcony, not only could one look across the entire layout of the territory, but one could also see further afield. Sleeping here, it must be very comfortable. Thinking of this, he immediately decided that he would use this place as his bedroom. After placing the bed, table, stool, and other furniture in place, this place also finally had some of the atmosphere of a home. Han Xing clapped his hands, extremely satisfied with this bedroom. After packing all this up, he walked to the small balcony area of the bedroom and moved a stool to sit under his butt, admiring the starry night sky. At this height, even the 6-meter-tall elite golem seemed to be stepped on by his feet. Han Xing raised his head to look up. At this moment, the bright moon was high in the night sky, and the clouds seemed to surround it. With such a beautiful view, it would be even more perfect to have some beer kebabs at this time. Han Xing couldn't help but think. Wait, fine wine? I have it. Han Xing suddenly remembered a jar of fine wine that he had found in the cellar underneath that lost palace. That altar of wine was called black vine wine, and it was one of the dwarf race's favorite brews. Moreover, according to the system's notes, this altar of wine had a history of more than 700 years of sedimentation. Even among the dwarf nobles, it was not a simple matter to drink black vine wine of this vintage. Han Xing was a little excited as he took out this altar of aged wine. The several hundred pounds of wine altar was easily held in his arms before he gently put it down. The ceiling of the wine altar was extremely good, and even now, Han Xing did not smell the fragrance of the original liquid inside. Rather, it was the wine altar itself which had an extra layer of fermentation flavor due to being in the cellar for too long. With excitement, Han Xing slowly opened the lid. Boo! With a clear sound of the lid being opened, the next moment, a trace of rich wine scent instantly drilled into the tip of his nose. The moment he smelled the fragrance, Han Xing's entire body couldn't help but give a jolt. Hiss! Han Xing couldn't help but take a deep breath, which was refreshing. He swore that he had never smelled such a mellow and layered wine scent in most of his life. The dwarf clan, they are just too damn good at enjoying themselves. Han Xing exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. Even he, who usually seldom drank, could not help but drool at this moment. Han Xing took out a wine cup, then casually scooped out a cup of the original liquid, and the clear and translucent liquid flowed in the cup. In an instant, the rich aroma of the wine spread throughout the entire territory, and in the true sense of the word, the fragrance wafted for 10 miles. Han Xing took a shallow taste and immediately felt a dozen flavors melting on his tongue. It was a flavor that he had never tasted before on the Blue Star, and he smelled the fragrance of some herbs, as well as the scent of grains and all sorts of strange flavors. All mixed together, it even inspired some kind of strange reaction. Hiss! After taking a mouthful, Han Xing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This is also too damn fragrant. He was somewhat incoherent. Is this ing wine? This is simply Cheong Gon Yu Du. Han Xing couldn't help himself and savored a second mouthful, his entire being already completely conquered by the black vine wine. At this time, he was also admiring the dwarf race's brewing technique in his heart. To be able to brew such a fine wine, it was worthy of being the race with the strongest brewing talent in this world. At this time, the coal ball was curiously watching Han Xing's movements, and after smelling the fragrance, it instantly came over. It stretched out its little wolf paw and kept lightly scratching Han Xing's leather boots, seemingly wanting Han Xing to give it a taste as well. Speaking of which, it was still all thanks to the coal ball's sense of smell that it was able to discover this black vine wine. Greedy little wolf cub. Han Xing laughed, and under the coal ball's expectant gaze, he poured half a cup of the original liquid and placed it at his feet. The coal ball immediately poked its head out and began to lick it up freely. Suck, suck. In no time, the black vine wine in the cup was licked clean by the coal ball. Han Xing saw this little wolf cub raise its head. Its eyes were slightly red, and it seemed to be a bit unconscious in its demeanor. The coal ball's footsteps were weak and staggered for a moment before it eventually collapsed. Ha ha ha! I told you to be greedy. Han Xing laughed out loud. He had only taken 2 sips and was already feeling a bit of a slightly drunken state. This guy, coal ball, went straight down with half a cup. It would be strange if he didn't collapse. After carrying coal ball to the sofa, Han Xing continued back to the small balcony and started his enjoyment time. At this time, Han Xing suddenly remembered that this guy, Chung Jianyong, usually liked to drink. When he hit high school, he was an alcoholic who was addicted to alcohol, but after getting married, he had restrained himself a lot. He suddenly had something in mind to tease him. So, Han Xing opened the discussion group and said, "Brothers, ever had a 700-year-old Lafite?" Then, he sent the information about the black vine wine to the discussion group. Upon seeing the information on the top of the black vine wine, which was a full 768 years old, Chung Jianyong immediately exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "768 years of aged wine brewed during the Yuan dynasty. This is too damn exaggerated." Chung Jianyong swallowed his saliva and tentatively asked, "Brother Xing, where did you get this? Give me some too?" Han Xing did not answer, but instead described the deliciousness of the black vine wine to Chung Si-yong, as well as the feeling of a lingering aftertaste. At this moment, just listening to it, Chung Si-yong felt the wine worms in his stomach begin to stir, and his saliva began to secrete like crazy. He said in an almost pleading tone, "Brother Star, my brother Hey, please, give me some. I swear, just a little. After coming to this world, I've almost forgotten what wine tastes like. And now, there's actually a 700-year-old vintage wine in front of me. Isn't this going to make me crave for it?" Han Xing laughed and didn't continue to tease him, but instead filled a glass bottle with 200 milliliters and traded it to him. Between survivors, this was the point of convenience. If there was something you needed, you could just trade it directly. It was even simpler than express delivery. Seeing that it was just 200 milliliters, Chung Jianyong said with some grudges, "Brother Xing, just this little?" Han Xing nodded and said, "A little is enough. Drinking too much will get you drunk. In this world, getting drunk can be dangerous, and you guys don't have much self-control, so I can't give you too much." Chung Jianyong wanted to say that he would definitely not get drunk, but thinking of the several times he was embarrassed during his student days, he swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. At this time, Xin Yun also said with anticipation, "Brother Xing, give me some as well." Hearing this, Han Xing gave Shen Yun 200 milliliters and solemnly explained, "Remember, you can only drink a little at a time. You must not drink too much. Something will happen." Shen Yun also responded with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not that guy Chung Jianyong." After a few mouthfuls, Han Xing heard Chung Si-yong start to speak incoherently in the discussion group. Han Xing didn't want to listen to this guy go crazy with alcohol, so he directly closed the discussion group. At this time, Han Xing was also feeling a bit sleepy. He resealed the wine altar and put it into the storage box, then returned to the bed to rest. The next day, as soon as Han Xing opened his eyes, a number of prompts appeared in front of him. Spiritual energy puppet crafted successfully. Spiritual energy puppet made successfully. Han Xing walked to the balcony and saw 5 more metal giants with a height of 4 meters on the territory, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Right now, there were still 2 normal puppets on the crafting bar that hadn't been crafted, and it would take another 4 hours of time. Good. One step closer to molding my puppet army. Descending from the tower, Han Xing walked over to the psychic energy golem, and the attributes of the golem appeared before his eyes. Psychic energy golem 1 star. Level, LV7. Strength, 48. Agility, 37. Spirit, 35. Physique, 55 increased by the territory's primary castle. All attributes increased by 10%. Remaining spiritual energy value. 0 investing 50 spiritual cores will inject 1 spiritual energy value into the puppet. Remaining defense value of spiritual energy core, 100. Skills. Energy shot, rocky body passive skill, cuts damage effects by 40% when subjected to physical attacks. The attributes were similar to the ordinary golem that he had encountered before, and it was even raised a notch after getting an increase from the castle. Han Xing estimated that this level 7 spiritual energy golem on attributes alone was feared to be no less than a normal level 9 monster. Taking into account its terrifying physical defense, even some level 10 monsters would not be a match for it. Han Xing replenished all 5 puppets with full energy, consuming a total of 25,000 spirit cores. Then, Han Xing put all of the puppets back into the storage box, mainlining one to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. However, for safety's sake, he freed up 30 compartments of his backpack space, which was dedicated to elite-level puppets, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Next, it was back to his easy leveling journey. With the assistance of Cinderball, a violent pet, plus a golem that was comparable to the defense of an alpha-level monster, he basically had no more opponents at the current stage. Experienced sword, and in half a day, Han Xing broke through to level 8. Cinderblock also rose to level 7. A whole day passed, and Han Xing's experience value reached 40% of level 8. The territory expanded directly from 2,246 square feet to 3,124 square feet. On the new leaderboard, Han Xing was once again firmly in first place with a huge advantage. Moreover, there were no surprises this time, because even the current Whisperer and Black Eagle had only just reached level 7. The other survivors, not to mention the other survivors, were generally at level 5 or 6. The huge gap made them directly give up their struggle. At the same time, somewhere in the sky, 7 or 8 territories that were more than 1,000 square feet gathered together. They drew the territories together, all converging towards the same place. 8 survivors sat around a table in different corners. And the one sitting at the head of the table was none other than the head of God's Whisperer. At this moment, looking at the appearance of the team members, the Whisperer said approvingly, "Very good. After spending 2 days, our God's Whisperer has finally put together a team of 8. Next, as long as we stick together, explore together, and fight together, our leveling and expansion speed will begin to skyrocket." Chapter 63, God's Whisper's Meeting. The crowd of team members were enthusiastic. At this time, a man with a slightly younger face who looked to be in his early 30s in the God's Whisper team asked, "Leader, there are other brothers heading this way right now, and they would like to have a care. Do you think we still need them to come over?" The Whisperer shook his head and said, "No, we already have 8 people in this team, almost to the limit. If we add a few more, I'm afraid that it will really attract some terrifying monsters." Speaking of this, the Whisperer also seemed to see that this man seemed to have something on his mind, so he said, "Lu Zikai, you are the backbone of our team. If you have any important relatives or friends, you can arrange for him to come over, and it shouldn't matter much if there is one more person." The man called Lu Zikai pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it. It's not an important person." The Whisperer nodded and continued, "Brothers, if you want to form a team, you can send in your coordinates and strength information, and then we'll assign which ones can rendezvous together based on the team's configuration and nearby locations. Huang Wan, you're my company's personnel. I'll leave this aspect to you. Make sure to let the brothers find an organization and a team as soon as possible." Next to him, a man with a black mole at the corner of his eye nodded and said, "Roger that, Mr. Chan." The Whisperer arranged one thing at a time. At this time, a female team member next to him asked, "Chief, have you seen the current leaderboards? That Xinghe, he already rushed to level 8 at noon. I don't know how he practiced, what a monster." After saying that, she said with some uncertainty, "Do you think we can still catch up with him?" Whisperer pondered for a moment and shook her head. "We shouldn't be able to catch up. This Xinghe is indeed a talent. The previous 2 transactions have caused a sensation throughout the channel, and in his hands, he is estimated to have hoarded a huge amount of materials. If this person can be used for our God's Whisper, and then turn over the resources in his hands, everyone's level and equipment strength will be raised a few notches. But unfortunately, he refused my several solicitations." As the crowd listened, there was some regret in their hearts. However, they also knew that a person like Xinghe would definitely not be able to reside under someone, and the Whisperer was still too naive in his thinking. After discussing a few more words about the next matters of team development, the Whisperer announced that the meeting was adjourned. As the crowd was about to leave, the Whisperer suddenly instructed that personnel Huang Wan. "Recently, have the brothers keep an eye on the empty island territories of the other survivors. If you see anyone who already has a building like a castle on their territory, remember to send me his location, and there will be a heavy reward. However, this matter should be done secretly and not be widely publicized. The scale of this, you grasp it yourself." Huang Wan pondered for a moment, associating it with the fact that the Whisperer had traded a castle drawing to Star River when he was bidding for the secret pill of life, and suddenly understood something. He nodded solemnly and said, "All right, Mr. Chun, I'll focus on this matter." The Whisperer responded, a somber gaze flashing in his eyes. At this time, Han Xing had already started adjusting his territory once again, turning the original 2nd floor into a 3rd floor. The overall area did not change, but the thickness of the territory became 3 meters. At this time, Han Xing suddenly pondered, "If the stacking continues in this manner, as long as I explore fast enough and acquire enough fragments of empty islands, Won't I be able to create a piece of suspended land out of it at some point in the future? This idea, it should be feasible. After all, in the secret realm, he had already seen the dwarf race's palace, and there was even a valley next to it. In this world, it was likely that there were many empty islands that were ridiculously huge in size. Living on top of such huge empty islands was no different from living on land. After working for a while, time once again came to the dusk stage. Han Xing was cooking roasted meat in preparation for treating himself, however. He had just finished roasting the first wild boar leg when he saw a strange situation occurring in an empty island territory in front of him. There, it seemed to be a survivor's territory that was over 1,000 square feet. In its vicinity, there was also a monster empty island of more than 100 square meters. From afar, a human mage was holding her staff high as she fought a group of dog-headed men. This was a female mage with a tall and plump figure, and the green mage robes on her body seemed to be somewhat mismatched with her plump figure, appearing somewhat tight and stranglingly fleshy. Underneath the animal skin shorts, a pair of slender legs with a fleshy texture were so white that they were a bit eye-catching. Most of the female mage's body was green-grade equipment, and her weapon was a rare blue staff. This equipment's strength among the survivors was considered tough. Han Xing was gnawing on a pig's trotter at the moment, his mouth full of oil. With an ornamental attitude, he said, "Ooh, I didn't think that there would be a drama to watch over a meal. That's not bad." However, before Han Xing could take 2 bites, he heard the female mage scream. Yikes! A sharp cry resounded through the sky. Han Xing saw that the female mage's fireball spell smashed off course, and before her next skill could be released, the dog-headed monster had already rushed in front of her. In the next moment, the dog-headed man wielded a large mallet and intercepted and slammed it. The dog-headed man didn't have any thoughts of pity, and with this mallet, the female mage was smashed and flew backwards several meters away. At the same time, the remaining 7 or 8 dog heads all jumped into her territory. The situation instantly became critical. These few dog-headed men were all level 5 or 6 monsters. In fact, with the strength of this female mage's equipment, as long as she didn't panic, she would still have a fight on her hands. But after seeing the monsters rushing to the territory, she was so scared that she couldn't even chant her spells. This kind of responsiveness made Han Xing somewhat doubt how she had survived until now. At this moment, the woman was still screaming madly, and she seemed to have discovered Han Xing as well. The eyes that were already desperate once again exploded with the desire to survive. At this time, Han Xing also saw her face clearly. It was a face with some mature flavor in its beauty, with delicate features, looking slightly older than Han Xing. But perhaps it was because of the maturity that made her eyebrows have more of a different temperament, and she looked like a beautiful woman. If it was on the Blue Star, this kind of woman would be very popular with the rich. But now, she could only desperately shout for help. Save! However, the moment he heard her open her mouth, Han Xing immediately maneuvered the empty island and turned around to get away. He wanted to stay away from this kind of stupidity, lest he be dragged down. A hero saving a beauty? It did not exist. That plump female mage swallowed back the words that came to her mouth. She had not even thought about this kind of image. A tender woman, when surrounded by monsters. This man heard his cry for help and actually walked away without hesitation. Walked away. Her heart was simply about to go crazy. However, the situation at this moment didn't allow her to think much, as a dog-headed man had already charged over wielding a beast bone club. She took a deep breath, and her already sizable breasts reached an exaggerated scale at this time, even making people wonder if she would burst her robes if she continued to take such deep breaths. I can't die here. It's just a few monsters. I can defeat them. The female mage cheered herself up. Just pull back and unleash a fireball. She calmly analyzed, and in the next moment, suddenly raised her head in a bit of a daze. By the way, what's the pre-spell for the fireball spell again? It was most feared that the air would suddenly go quiet. However, the dog-headed man wouldn't give her a chance to think. This time, the beast bone club swung hard on her soft shoulders. Boom! This woman was once again jerked away more than 10 meters, and when she landed, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Bursts of intense pain came from all parts of her body, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. She looked at Han Xing, who was gradually drifting away, as if grabbing the last straw to save her life, and shouted frantically, "Save! Save me!" However, Han Xing turned a deaf ear and continued to move away. The woman continued to shout, "Save me. My fiancé is Richard Liu. He is the management of the God's Whisper team. As long as you save me, he will definitely give you heavenly benefits. However, Han Xing, who was already about to leave, not only did he not stop when he heard these words, he instead ran even faster. He didn't want to get involved with the God's Whisper gang. The woman froze. She didn't understand why the man ran even faster after she reported the name of God's Whisper. Didn't Zhe Kai say that God's Whisper is a famous team in the entire 107th district? If you encounter something, just report this name. But now that she reported the name, not only was it ineffective, how come it seemed to be somewhat counterproductive? At this time, the two dog-headed men had already wielded their beast bone mallets and continued to charge over. In the last moments of her life, the beautiful woman tightly bit her lower lip, frantically turning her brain in thought. At this time, she suddenly thought of something and shouted, "I have a prop for a hidden quest here. As long as you save me, I'll give it to you." Han Xing, who had already run out almost a kilometer, vaguely heard the words hidden quest. In the next moment, Han Xing's empty island finally stopped moving under the surprised gaze of that female mage. Then, Han Xing quickly turned around and approached her. This female mage was so excited that she was on the verge of crying. The situation that was thought to be certain death had suddenly taken a turn for the worse at this moment. At the same time, she was also raising her staff again and casting the most basic air burst skill of a mage, forcing back the dog heads. She was struggling to resist the siege of 8 or 9 dog heads while waiting for Han Xing's reinforcements. However, Han Xing suddenly stopped the air island when he was still a dozen meters away from her. Under the female mage's puzzled gaze, Han Xing opened his mouth and asked, "What hidden quest?" He would not foolishly rush up just because of someone else's words, but rather, he wanted to confirm first whether this woman had any value in rescuing her. Chapter 64. Ancient Weapon. Fragments of the gold-melting artillery. Han Xing was confirming that this woman had no value in rescuing her. However, the female mage on the opposite side was not surprised and instead cried tears of joy. She hurriedly took out a piece of metal from her belt pouch, with a gold-colored surface that looked to be of extraordinary quality. "This is the prop. What is it?" Han Xing continued to ask. The female mage made a chi explosion technique while saying back in a broken voice, I don't know. The system says that it's a remnant of some kind of ancient weapon, and there's also a coordinate location engraved on it, and that it can be used to open a certain gate." After the female mage finished speaking, Han Xing already believed 80% of it in his heart. After all, given the woman's performance, it was impossible to fabricate a lie with relatively complete logic in a short period of time. Thus, he nodded and said, "I can save you, but according to the conditions, this quest prop of yours belongs to me. Is that okay?" He wanted to make a confirmation just in case he saved someone else at that time, and they flip-flopped, it would be another pile of trouble. The female mage hurriedly nodded her head continuously, but because her movements were too large, the pair of huge X's of frightening size trembled up and down. Having just been far away, Han Xing somewhat missed it. It was only at this time that he noticed that this woman's figure was really a bit exaggerated. Before, it was just that she had a better figure with a convex front and curved back. But now, at a glance, it was more than just convex and curved, it was simply hot, with meat where there should be meat and slimness where there should be slimness. And even more exaggerated, under this woman's plump physique, there is actually a set of water snake waist. Below the waistline is the millstone-sized rounded buttocks, 2 meaty long legs, at this time tense muscles appear more tight. Han Xing heart some strange thought, original, this world really have this kind of cartoon-like body At this time, this beautiful female mage seemed to be somewhat unable to hold on, and urged in a small voice, "That, little brother, can you hurry up? Man, people are dying." She struggled to resist the dog-headed man's siege. "Don't rush." Han Xing unhurriedly drew out an arrow and then strung his bow. In the next moment, an arrow carrying the breath of wind shot out at great speed. Swoosh! In this female mage's surprised gaze, the wind-chasing arrow accurately hit the head of a dog-headed man, penetrating through the brain. Not only that, after the arrow finished off the dog-headed man, it continued to penetrate into the next target. Poof! Poof! 2 more dog heads were directly pierced by this arrow. With one arrow, 3 level 6 monsters were taken out. This terrifying attack power almost refreshed this female mage's knowledge. However, before she could recover from her shock, Han Xing had already used his burst skill. Multiple consecutive shots. Duck! 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 The fine iron arrows accurately hit a dog-headed man, almost 1 arrow at a time. 2 skills that directly took out 6 strong monsters. Not only was the female mage confused, even the few remaining dog-heads were confused. After seeing their companions die, these dog-headed men wailed and screamed as they rushed towards Han Xing, their hatred having shifted. However, it was just a few monsters of a level lower than his own, and even if there were a large number of them, Han Xing did not see them as a threat at all. A few arrows went down, and the entire horde of dog-headed men was annihilated. At this moment, the female mage froze in place with a somewhat unreal feeling in her heart. She remembered that her fiancé had once said that level 6 monsters had powerful attributes and were able to easily kill those ordinary survivors. But under this young man's arrows, how did it feel that these monsters were as fragile as children? What she didn't know was that this was still Han Xing purposely changing to a rare quality longbow in order to hide the legendary special effect of the moon cornet longbow. Otherwise, the time to resolve the battle would only be faster. After the battle ended, Han Xing maneuvered his territory to connect with this female mage's territory. Then he slowly walked to her side. At this moment, this female mage was still in the aftermath of her escape from death, her chest constantly heaving. Seeing Han Xing coming over, she seemed to have reacted and hurriedly thanked him. Many thanks to this little brother for rescuing her. My name is Zhang Renmeng. You can call me Runner or Sister Ran. After saying that, she carefully lifted her head, and with those watery eyes, she quietly glanced at Han Xing. However, Han Xing didn't care what she called her. He only cared about whether or not he could get the hidden mission props quickly. Han Xing stretched out his hand and said in a flat tone, "Bring it." The female mage called Zhang Renmeng bit her lower lip lightly as she listened, and seemed to be a bit hesitant. After all, this quest prop was also something that she had managed to get her hands on with great difficulty. She also knew the importance of hidden quests at the current stage. However, when she thought of what she had just promised someone, as well as Han Xing's strong battle power, she could only compromise. Zhang Renmeng lightly gnashed her teeth, pulled out the metal iron piece from her belt pouch once again, and slowly walked towards Han Xing. However, what she did not notice was that during the battle just now, the small abdomen area of the vestment was torn through a gaping hole by the dog-headed man's attack. At this moment, above the small abdomen, a large area of spring light was leaking out. Han Xing seemed to see 2 snow-white balls, trembling and approaching towards himself. It was only when Zhang Renmeng handed over the metal remnant to his hand and the cold touch came, that Han Xing came back to his senses. At this time, a system prompt appeared. You have obtained an ancient weapon, the Rongjin artillery fragment. Han Xing also saw a string of numbers on the fragment, which were 66487, 69876, and 21,346, which should be the coordinate locations. Zhang Renmeng asked in a low voice at this time, "Is it ready?" It was only then that Han Xing reacted and said, "It's so big." "What?" Zhang Renmeng seemed a bit puzzled. Han Xing shook his head. "No, happy cooperation." Zhang Renmeng seemed to realize something and looked down to see her tattered vestments. And in the next moment, her snow-white pretty face suddenly blushed. She subconsciously clasped her arms together, her face turning red with shame. Han Xing lightly coughed twice and said, "You're already fine, so, goodbye." After saying this, Han Xing directly turned around and left. Zhang Renmeng stretched out her hand, wanting to speak. Upon seeing Han Xing's back without looking back, she seemed to have gathered enough courage to say, "So, can you help me again and take me to my fiancé? My fiancé is Lu Zikai, who was previously the owner of Xinyang City, Hangyu Company, and is now the management of the God's Whisper team. He has a lot of people under his hand. If you can take me to him, he will definitely give you a lot of favors." Zhang Renmeng said excitedly, seeming to have some admiration for the Lu Zikai she spoke of. However, Han Xing waved his hand and said, "No interest, no time. If you want to find your man, find him yourself." Zhang Renmeng lowered her head with some disappointment, but associating this mysterious young man's athletic hands and that exaggerated attack power, she couldn't help but feel some curiosity towards Han Xing again. Chapter 65. Huge Floating Island. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng continued, "Little brother, please wait." Han Xing slowly stopped and frowned. "Is there anything else?" Seemingly hearing the impatience in Han Xing's tone, Zhang Renmeng nervously said, Can I do this hidden quest with you?" Han Xing frowned. Seeing this, Zhang Renmeng hurriedly explained, Don't misunderstand. I'm not suddenly backtracking, but I thought of something related to the quest. What is it, say? Han Xing's tone was a bit impatient. Zhang Renmeng said carefully, this fragment. I stumbled upon it while exploring an empty island. There was a kobold camp inside, and after defeating that group of kobolds, I found another iron cage in the camp, and inside the iron cage was imprisoning a person who was so horrible and terrifying. That person was cowering on the ground, with bloody holes all over his body, but not a single drop of blood flowed out, and was thinner than skin and bones. Speaking here, Zhang Renmeng seemed to have thought of something terrible. Her petite body trembled slightly. I had wanted to save him from coming out, but I had just opened the iron cage when that person suddenly grabbed my arm. His palm was colder than the temperature of the ice, and I was terrified. Then, without being told, he used his own blood and drew a mark on my wrist. He also said that there was a hidden location in this place, and that it was necessary to use this mark, along with that weapon fragment, in order to open the monolithic door, and then open the quest. After saying that, that person died. So, I feel that if I don't participate in this quest, there's likely no way to complete it. After listening to Zhang Renming's narration, Han Xing's eyes glared. Damn, you didn't say so earlier? Han Xing's questioning voice caused Zhang Renming to instantly tremble in fear, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Han Xing also realized that he was being a bit poor-mannered, so his tone eased up a bit. Show me the mark on your arm. Zhang Renming hurriedly obediently pushed up her sleeve, revealing a section of her snow-white lotus root arm, and brought it to Han Xing's eyes. At the wrist, Han Xing did see a blood-colored mark that looked like a symbol or some sort of odd writing. Han Xing nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Tell you what, you'll come with me on this mission, but let's say up front, all the rewards from this mission belong to me. And as a reward, after the mission is completed, I can escort you to your man. What do you think? When Zhang Renmeng heard this, she was overjoyed and nodded her head continuously like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha! Han Xing nodded, then returned to his empty island territory and slowly sailed away. Seeing Zhang Renmeng still dazed in place, she said, Follow. Zhang Renmeng panicked and maneuvered her empty island territory to follow. Han Xing was decisive in his actions, and since he had decided to do this mission afterward, he immediately began to act. At the same time, he stood on the territory and fumbled with the gilt-colored shard in his hand, murmuring, Molten gold fire cannon? It sounds like a long-range weapon. The power shouldn't be bad. If we can get our hands on it and put it in the territory, it can greatly enhance the territory's attack capability. The two empty islands were traveling one after the other. After Han Xing finished rescuing Zhang Renmeng, the time came to night. However, not long after advancing, Zhang Renmeng suddenly realized that her territory was getting farther and farther away from Han Xing, and her territory speed seemed to be a great deal slower than Han Xing's. This was because her current level was 2 levels lower than Han Xing's, and her territory's advancement speed was already slow. Plus Han Xing still had the 10% speed bonus from the Lord's castle, and it didn't take long for her to leave the woman behind. Please wait for me. From afar, Han Xing heard Zhang Renming's shout. He had no choice but to temporarily stop the empty island and wait for the woman for a moment. Han Xing turned around and saw Zhang Renmeng clenching her teeth and desperately chasing after him. Han Xing shook his head, then controlled the forward speed of the air island, almost keeping up with Zhang Renming's air island. Next, Zhang Renmeng then felt much more relaxed. They advanced continuously for 4 hours. The time came to late night. According to Han Xing's habits, this was the time to prepare for rest. Thus, he stopped his steps. In the back, Zhang Renmeng carefully maneuvered her empty island territory to merge with Han Xing's. Zhang Renmeng nervously asked, Why don't you leave? Han Xing shook his head. It's getting late. The coordinates on this metal remnant are a bit far away. At a conservative estimate, it'll take another 5 or 6 hours to get there, so let's rest today. It's not too safe to rush at night. We'll continue tomorrow. Hearing Han Xing say this, Zhang Renmeng was also relieved. It was also true that she was exhausted. First, she had escaped death from that group of dogheads, and then after traveling continuously for more than 4 hours, both her spirit and body were at their limits. At this time, Han Xing noticed that Zhang Renming's complexion was somewhat unusually pale. He looked at the woman's body and realized that blood was still seeping from the injuries on her lower abdomen and shoulders. At this time, Han Xing suddenly had some strange feelings in his heart. This woman was actually dragging such an injured body and had been desperately trying to keep up with her pace. It was kind of hard for her. At this moment, Han Xing, no matter how hard-hearted he was, could not help but feel a trace of compassion. Thus, Han Xing asked, "Why don't you use the secret pill of life to recover your injuries?" Zhang Renmeng was first a bit bewildered upon hearing this, and then was a bit ashamed to say, I don't have the secret pill of life." "No?" Han Xing was a bit puzzled. "Didn't you say that your man is the management of God's Whisper? With such a large team, he can't even take out a bottle of secret pill of life." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng replied back, He told me that the secret pill of life is a more precious prop, and he doesn't have a few bottles on hand. Recently, he just converged with the team, saying that he was going to challenge a 2-star secret realm, and now the team members are exactly when they need to use the secret potion, and this injury of mine is just a minor one, so I'll be fine after resting for 2 days. Zhang Renmeng lowered her head, not daring to look at him squarely. Han Xing looked at her with strange eyes and asked, "Do you have a bad relationship with your man? When your own fiancé is injured, you refuse to even take out a bottle of secret life medicine." This question was very sharp and seemed to have pierced Zhang Renming's heart. Her petite body trembled lightly, and it was somewhat difficult for her to speak. Seeing this, Han Xing said, "You can refrain from speaking if you don't want to." Zhang Renming lifted that miserable face and bitterly smiled as she shook her head. "It's said that the relationship is not good, but in fact, we are not familiar with each other at all. He and I were introduced to each other through relatives and friends, and met less than twice in total, and getting engaged to me was also a task to cope with my family. After this, he is also a heart to the cause. Simply did not find me. I had thought, the two of us really are not too familiar to slowly understand each other. But the past is not yet long, came to this world." After listening to Zhang Renming's narration, Han Xing suddenly asked with strange eyes, "Your fiancé, is it not possible?" "Ah." Zhang Renming didn't seem to understand the meaning of Han Xing's words. "Never mind. It's nothing." Han Xing shook his head. After saying that, Han Xing pulled out a bottle of secret pill of life from and then casually threw it to her. Zhang Renmeng subconsciously reached out to catch it. When she saw the attributes of the bottle of potion on the system introduction, she was so shocked that her small mouth turned into an O shape. Han Xing waved his hand in front of him and said, "Hurry up and drink it to recover. We still have to go on the quest later. I don't want to be dragged down because you're injured." Zhang Renmeng tightly squeezed the secret medicine in her hand and nodded heavily, her eyes filled with gratitude. After all, being a woman a few years older than Han Xing, Zhang Renmeng seemed to have seen Han Xing's character and knew that he was not the type to squirm. So in front of him, she drank the secret medicine in her hand. In the next moment, she felt a mouthful of warm power melting away in her stomach, and her entire body was flooded with warmth. Especially at the wound, it was so crispy that she was about to hold back her screams. Boing! A voice that was suppressed with a hint of smoothness appeared behind her. What the B movement? Han Xing turned around violently and stared at her with wide eyes. Zhang Renmeng realized that she had lost her temper and hastily covered her mouth. But the tingling sensation in her body came one after another. She tried her best to control herself from making a sound. Her legs clenched and kept rubbing them together, covering her mouth while pressing on her wounds. This delicate, I see pitying appearance, looking at Han Xing, a bloodthirsty young man. His blood immediately surged and his mouth went dry. Han Xing hurriedly twisted his head and coughed dryly. Cough, cough. Just hurry up and rest after recovering. We have to catch the road first thing in the morning. Zhang Renmeng tried her best to control her voice, but what she didn't realize was that the more she controlled it, the weirder the sound that came out became. Han Xing hurriedly rushed into his castle like an escape route. Rear. After Zhang Renmeng had suppressed herself for a while, the recovery effect of the secret pill of life finally ended. She slowly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground drenched in fragrant sweat. Her close-fitting vestments were soaked in sweat, and even the magnificent silhouette could be seen, her snow-white skin hidden. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng looked at the huge castle within Han Xing's territory, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then blinked with some curiosity. However, she didn't ask too many questions, but honestly returned to her territory. In the center of Zhang Renming's territory, there was a simple tent built with sticks and fabrics, and she usually rested in it. The night was deepening. Zhang Renmeng slept on a straw mat. Only in her dreams, she seemed to dream of a man's back. The next day, the sky had just dawned. Zhang Renmeng felt someone outside her tent calling out to her. She had just revealed half of her head, when she saw Han Xing sitting on a rock near the tent, waiting quietly. Since their territories had been connected together, Han Xing could freely come inside her territory. Zhang Renmeng blushed in shame, as if she was a little embarrassed to be watched by a man as she got up. However, Han Xing asked with a serious face, "I think you said yesterday that your man is going to challenge a 2-star secret realm in the near future?" When he woke up in the morning, it suddenly occurred to Han Xing that this woman had said last night that the God's Whisper team was preparing to challenge a 2-star secret realm, which caused Han Xing's concern. One had to know that even he himself was in a bitter battle when he challenged a 1-star secret realm. Could it be that Team Whisper of God's top strength had already reached such heights? However, thinking about it, it shouldn't be possible. The 1-star secret realm was already very difficult, and the 2-star secret realm, even more so, would be soaring in difficulty, and at the current stage, there shouldn't be many teams that could beat it. Even if there were, it was estimated that they would pay a lot of deaths and injuries. So, he found this woman and said, "A friendly reminder. If you still want to see your man, tell him not to challenge the 2-star secret realm." "Huh? Why?" Zhang Renmeng seemed very puzzled. "Because it will kill you." Han Xing was succinct. Zhang Renmeng instantly turned pale when she heard this. She did not doubt the words of the man in front of her. His strong battle prowess had already proved it. It was also impossible for him to lie to himself about such things. Zhang Renmeng hurriedly sent a message to her unmarried go. A moment later, Han Xing realized that her face had instantly become extremely ugly. "What did he say?" Zhang Renmeng hesitated for a moment and stammered. He said that what would a woman like me know, that the team of God's Whisper is very strong and won't fail in the challenge, and also asked me not to disturb him in the next few days." Speaking of this, Zhang Renmeng seemed to look extremely aggrieved, and internally, she was even more disappointed in this strange fiancé of hers. Han Xing spread his hands, and it was hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. He was just mentioning it casually as a kind reminder. Whether they were willing to listen or not was their business. Zhang Renmeng did not know what to do at this point. Han Xing shook his head. "Since he doesn't want to listen, forget about it. Pack up and get up. We still have to hurry. I hope he can survive it." Zhang Renmeng wanted to speak, and after a moment, sighed, not knowing what she was thinking. After waking this woman up, Han Xing returned to his territory and began to continue toward their destination. 6 hours later, the duo had continuously sped for more than 600 kilometers, bypassing many large clouds along the way, barely stopping for a moment. Finally, in the afternoon, they arrived at their destination. What appeared before him was a huge floating island. This empty island, an island in the true sense of the word, was almost the size of a mountain peak. It wasn't wrapped in clouds and could be seen inside at a glance. It was filled with flowers, trees, and various plants. From time to time, flocks of birds could be seen flying out of the forest. This was the first time Han Xing had seen this strange empty island, like a world in a fairy tale. Here, it didn't seem to be a monster's territory, because even after Han Xing approached, no hints came from the system. With a puzzled expression, Han Xing controlled his territory to get closer, and then after fixing the location of the empty island, he brought Zhang Renmeng to step into this mountain forest. As soon as he landed on the ground, Han Xing felt a softness under his feet, and it seemed that because of the perennial accumulation of fallen leaves, a rustling sound would still be emitted when he stepped on it. Chapter 66. The monolithic door slowly opens. After stepping into the mountain forest, Han Xing observed the nearby terrain. He turned back and asked suspiciously, "This mountain forest? Is it the destination?" Zhang Renmeng hastily shook her head. I'm not sure." Han Xing nodded and didn't say much, but instead brought Zhang Renmeng to continue advancing towards the mountain forest. Whether it was or not, the only way to know was to explore it. Moreover, he was indeed curious about this empty island. Only, as Han Xing advanced, his gaze glanced behind him from time to time. A black shadow flashed through the territory in an instant before jumping onto a tree branch. This black shadow was naturally Kolbal. Ever since he came into contact with Zhang Renmeng, he had always let Kolbal hide in the castle in order not to expose its existence. This time, when he arrived at the mission site, in order to prevent any accidents, Han Xing also had Kolbal follow far behind. The duo walked back and forth for about 5 minutes, and were almost deep into the mountain forest. Ahead, a deserted path suddenly appeared. Because no one had walked on it for years, the roadside was covered with weeds and vines. However, it was still barely recognizable, the direction of the path. Han Xing took the lead and stepped into the path, while Zhang Renmeng followed closely behind him with some fear. Ever since entering the mountain forest, Zhang Renmeng had been acting a bit nervous, her breathing heavier than usual. On top of her nervousness, there was also a hint of curiosity in her gaze. After coming to this world, she had never seen such a huge empty island, and had always shrunk in her own territory. Usually, when she saw some empty islands covered by clouds, she would have to carefully double-check before going into battle. But even so, there were still a few times when she ran into enemies that she couldn't fight. If there are monsters inside this mountain forest, Zhang Renming's delicate body trembled gently, as if she did not dare to imagine it. At this moment, she could only follow this man in front of her closely, fearing that he would leave her here unattended. However, Han Xing did not have such thoughts. He only wanted to quickly find the mission location. Right at this moment, Han Xing suddenly stopped. Zhang Renmeng behind her did not stop for a moment, and she was busy bumping into Han Xing's back. Behind her back, a soft touch suddenly came, and Han Xing looked back in confusion. However, he saw Zhang Renmeng looking at her feet with a blushing face. Han Xing also knew what was happening, only he didn't care and instead looked ahead into thought. "Do you think we should go left or right?" Han Xing asked. Zhang Renmeng seemed to have just come back to her senses. "Ah? What?" I said, "Left or right?" She looked at the intersection in front of her and realized that up to this point, the path did appear to have a fork in the road. One led to the left and one to the right. Zhang Renmeng blinked her pretty eyes and said tentatively, "Why don't we go to the right and take a look?" "Good." Han Xing decisively agreed. He stepped forward and took the lead to the right path. After advancing for another 10 minutes or so, and after making a big turn in the woods, before their eyes, a clearing finally appeared. At the end of the clearing was a dense forest. Other than that, there was nothing else. Han Xing pondered for a moment and shook his head. "It seems that we went the wrong way." Zhang Renmeng hurriedly apologized. "Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said to go to the right." Han Xing glanced at her and said in a bad mood, "None of your business. I'm the one who decided to come this way, you just gave a suggestion. Besides, it's just a wrong section of the road. Just turn back and go left again. It's not a big deal." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng softly hummed, a trace of gratitude rising within her heart towards Han Xing. Just as Han Xing was about to turn back, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something different in the open space in front of him. Looking closer, it was actually a pool of water. The surface of the water was filled with fallen leaves, so if one did not look closely, one could not really tell. At the same time, information about the water pool appeared in front of Han Xing. Spirit spring water, a pure drinking water that seems to contain some sort of life breath. After drinking it, it can slowly recover from injuries. Holy? It's actually spirit spring water. Han Xing was very surprised. The last time he came across spirit spring water was in the Dark Elf camp. That time, he had harvested a full 1,500 plus liters, allowing him to exchange it for a large amount of resources. It was also that batch of spirit spring water that led him to the path of becoming rich. And how much spirit spring water was in this waterhole in front of him? It was simply incalculable. As long as he grasped this location, he wouldn't be lacking in spirit spring water resources at all in the future, and he could even use it to bathe directly. Looking at this pool of spirit spring water, Han Xing mused in a low voice. The main material needed to make the secret pill of life is spirit spring water. Last time, it was because the material was depleted that the trade was stopped, and at that time, there were still a lot of survivors who hadn't exchanged it. Right now, in the entire 107th district, there should still be a large gap in the demand for recovery-type props, and the secret pill of life can be taken out to make another wave. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to take a batch of spirit spring water with him first. However, he glanced at his backpack, which only had less than 5 compartments left. This was only because he had freed up many secret life medicines and brute bear power secret medicines, otherwise the space would be even tighter. There was no way around it. After all, the elite-level spiritual energy puppet alone took up 10 squares of his space. The remaining space reserve could only take up to 50 liters of water. But it didn't matter, Han Xing could make a few more space backpacks out on the spot. Although it was said that each survivor could only equip 2 space backpacks. However, wasn't there another person here? Thinking of this, Han Xing looked at Zhang Renmeng and asked, "Do you have any storage space props on you?" Zhang Renmeng seemed to be hearing about storage space props for the first time and shook her head blankly. Then Han Xing created 2 spatial backpacks on the spot, one with 4 points of spirit and one with 4 points of agility, and casually threw them to her. seeing the properties of the two spatial backpacks in her hand. The woman's eyes were first blank, then once again her mouth turned into an O shape in surprise. This? Zhang Renmeng was somewhat incoherent. This is a spatial backpack? Han Xing gave her a blank look. Isn't the item information written clearly? A storage backpack with 30 compartments of space. It can hold quite a few things. Come over here. Fill this pool of spirit spring water with 50 compartments for me first. I'll be useful. Huh? Oh, okay. Zhang Renmeng obediently walked over. Then, following Han Xing's instructions, she began to collect the spirit spring water in the pool. 50 compartments, that was 500 liters, enough to make 5,000 bottles of Secret Life pills out of it, and throwing it on the trading market would make another big profit. After collecting the spirit spring water, Zhang Renmeng tentatively asked, "Is this enough?" "Of course it's not enough, but we don't have enough space, so we can only bring this much for the time being, so come back to pick it up next time we have the chance." "Oh, okay." Zhang Renmeng responded obediently. Han Xing nodded. At this time, he couldn't help but think. A mature woman just understands things. She'll do whatever she's told to do and won't ask more about why. Then, Han Xing returned to the fork in the road with Zhang Renmeng. This time, they chose the left side. The path on the left was winding and the road was in very bad condition. Various thorns and obstacles along the way were swept away one by Han Xing. From afar, Coal Ball was still hanging behind him, ready to appear when Han Xing needed it. After advancing for nearly half an hour, Han Xing realized that they seemed to have finally reached their destination. They seemed to have appeared in a valley, surrounded by strange rocks. The rocks here were large, and every few meters away, there was a black boulder. Han Xing asked at this moment, "When you were doing the first ring quest, what door did it say to open?" Zhang Renmeng turned her head and considered for a moment before replying, It seems to be called the Gate of the Monolith." "Gate of Monolith?" A thoughtful look appeared in Han Xing's eyes. Could it be that behind these stones, there is another heaven? Then he began to search in this valley. But this valley was filled with 1 or 2 meter high boulders, and it was not clear which one was the key clue. Seeing Han Xing caught up in his thoughts, Zhang Renmeng seemed to know what his dilemma was. Although she was not very bright, she still had the power of action. Thus, Zhang Renmeng began to use her own method, touching over one stone at a time. Han Xing didn't say much. Everyone had everyone's way of acting, and besides, he appreciated this kind of woman with eyesight. Knowing her own strengths but also not being a pure vase, she tried her best to contribute a little in her own way. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Renmeng suddenly touched a black boulder, and the entire valley suddenly shook. Noticing the movement on her side, Han Xing immediately walked over. The surface of this stone was incredibly smooth, and in the exact center, there seemed to be a 1 centimeter deep groove. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Gate of the Monolith. It seems that a certain being has placed a taboo on this stone, and it requires a combination of the fragment of the fused gold fire cannon, as well as the blood seal, in order to open it. The two looked at each other. Han Xing took out the metal fragment from his backpack. Zhang Renmeng also stroked her wrist, revealing the 1 blood-colored seal. The metal fragment was placed into the groove on the boulder, and in the next moment, a burst of red light suddenly appeared in the center of the boulder. Han Xing glanced at Zhang Renmeng, who understood the meaning and aimed the wrist seal at the red ray. This seemed to be an identification device. After verifying Zhang Renmeng's wrist imprint, the red ray suddenly turned green. The next moment, the valley began to tremble violently. To be precise, it was the boulder in front of Han Xing that was trembling. A system prompt appeared. The door to the boulder is slowly opening. Rumble. After the tremor ended, the boulder in front of him moved aside. In front of Han Xing, an entrance about 2 meters high appeared, and inside it appeared to be a deep passageway. The inside of the passageway was pitch black, without a single ray of light. Just by looking at it, it gave off a sense of a terrifying atmosphere. However, this was not a problem for Han Xing. He pulled out a torch made of dark flint from his backpack. With a flick, the dark flint began to emit a bright red light, instantly dispelling the darkness of the cave entrance. Looking at Zhang Renmeng's scared look, Han Xing said, "If you're scared, you don't have to go in. Anyway, the door is already open, and your mission has been accomplished." After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Renmeng to reply, Han Xing took the lead and stepped into the passageway. Behind her, Zhang Renmeng was a bit nervous when she saw Han Xing's figure disappear. She looked around blankly and suddenly thought, what if she encountered a monster after that man entered the cave? A great fear arose. Thinking of this, Zhang Renmeng raised her courage and trembled as she walked in. This pitch-black passageway seemed to be somewhat unexpectedly long. Han Xing had walked for nearly 2 minutes and still had not reached the end. Just then, he heard some strange movements and footsteps behind him and instantly asked, "Who?" A familiar female voice came from behind. It's me." Han Xing stopped his steps, and through the light of the dark flint, he saw Zhang Renmeng behind him. She seemed to be very scared, tightly hugging her arms, her body unable to suppress the trembling. "What are you following in for?" Zhang Renmeng lowered her head and said with some difficulty, I don't know. I just feel that compared to the darkness in here, I'm more afraid that you'll leave me behind." Han Xing froze for a moment. Does she know what she just said? Do you have any idea how lethal these words are to a male? Test a lad who hasn't even been in a relationship with this kind of tactic? Han Xing gave her a deep look. Then he once again pulled out a dark flint torch from his backpack and threw it to Zhang Renmeng. Zhang Renmeng subconsciously reached out and caught it, her magnificent size shaking up and down. This woman didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but she didn't change her vestment for a new one even after it was torn during yesterday's battle, and even now, the snow-white skin could still be seen at the torn area. Coupled with this deep forest, the darkness of the cave, it is difficult not to let people's hearts breed other ideas. Han Xing hurriedly shifted his line of sight, reciting the clear heart mantra in his heart, and then looked ahead again. After advancing for a few more minutes, it seemed that they had finally reached the end of the passageway. They came to a spacious area one after another, which looked like a cave with a lot of space inside. Only it was just as dark, without a single ray of light. As soon as they entered, Han Xing smelled an unusual odor, like the kind of smell that emanated from an animal's body after it had rotted. However, because of the lack of air circulation in the cave, the smell here persisted for a long time. Zhang Renmeng also smelled this odor, but she was now in a state of nervous tension and could not even consider this. Just then, she suddenly kicked something. Zhang Renmeng held up her dark flint torch and looked down. A humanoid skeleton that was already close to decaying was clearly presented. This glance immediately scared her to the point where her little face turned white. She, who had wanted to scream out, panicked and covered her mouth as she tried her best to control herself from letting out a shout. A moment later, she waited until her fear subsided. Zhang Renmeng trembled and spoke. "There is something here. Here." Han Xing heard the great fear in her tone. Hastily, she turned around to check. Han Xing saw the skeleton on the ground at a glance, but it looked a little different from a normal skeleton. The size was on the small side like a human toddler, and it didn't look like it had been dead for long. There was actually a fresh corpse in the dark cave, and the scene in front of him was quite a bit bizarre. Chapter 67, Rewarded Quest, Massacre Murderer. Han Xing observed the corpse on the ground and then came to a conclusion. This shouldn't be the corpse of a child, but another race in this world. The dwarves. Dwarves? Han Xing sounded a bit puzzled. On the side, Zhang Renmeng looked at him with curious eyes. Han Xing did not explain, but continued to check the ground around him. It was better not to look, but when he did, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The floor of the cave was littered with the skeletons of various beasts and humanoid creatures, which had varying characteristics, with some having opposing horns on their foreheads, others having wings on their backs, and the height of the skeletons ranging from 2 or 3 meters to 1 or 2 meters. These corpses, without a doubt, were all special beings of this world. Among them, Han Xing also saw a few corpses that had just died not long ago, and they were all in a strange state of death, with their surface skin intact. Not even a trace of blood could be seen. However, the flesh and blood on their bodies were as if they had been drained, leaving only a thin human skin covering the top of their skeletons. Han Xing turned around and asked, "Is this the appearance of the person you found in the goblin camp last time?" Zhang Renmeng nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Although she was still scared now, for some reason, Han Xing felt a trace of inexplicable security when he was by her side. Han Xing clearly felt that there was something weird about this cave. And so far, neither the next clue to trigger the hidden quest nor any traces of ancient weapons were seen. Han Xing began to continue searching inside the cave. Half an hour later, they had made almost a large circle inside, and still had nothing to show for it except for finding the bones of hundreds of corpses. However, He did come up with a bit of information that the cave was really large. At a conservative estimate, the diameter was at least more than 2 kilometers. And right at this moment, Zhang Renmeng suddenly pointed ahead and said, "There seems to be something painted on the walls." Eh? Han Xing hurriedly looked in the direction she was pointing and indeed saw some graffiti-like patterns. Taking a closer look, Han Xing realized that the style of these patterns favored realism, more like a mural. Han Xing walked to the beginning of the mural, which depicted an elven man-like figure with pointed ears and slender limbs. He was sitting on a high tree branch with a smile on his face, overlooking a village and town at his feet. And when it came to the second mural, the style of painting suddenly turned, and it seemed to be a picture of this elven man being bullied by several other elven people, stepping on his feet and constantly beating him up. In the third mural, the elven man retreated back into his small room, silently shedding tears, and at the head of his bed stood a middle-aged elf with a horrible face, looking at him with a bizarre smile. Especially the deep pupils of that middle-aged elf were drawn extremely evocatively, and Han Xing could feel that creepy feeling from the mural. The fifth, sixth, and even the dozens of murals behind were all images of this elfin teenager being bullied. The elven man had suffered from the bullying of other elves from his teenage years to his youth, and his entire aura had become more and more shadowy. But the weird thing was that in every picture, there was a middle-aged man with a horrible face, hiding in the corner and watching silently. All the way to the 30th mural, this elven man was kneeling by his own bed, and lying on the bed was the middle-aged elf who often appeared in the picture. Looking at the middle-aged elf's near-death appearance, the elven man not only did not feel the slightest heartache, but instead revealed a relieved smile. However, even after this elf died, his situation didn't seem to get any better. He still endured the insults and beatings from the other elves. And what was even more terrifying was that the elf man still felt that those terrifying eyes were staring at him. That fellow, didn't he die a long time ago? He thought so, until above the 53rd mural, an elf girl with a gentle smile on her face appeared. She was like a beam of light shining into the darkness, and also illuminated the elf man's life. She was his friend for 2 short days, after which she drifted away. Whenever the elven man felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, he would think about the smiling face of this elven maiden, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed the same smile as hers. However, when he saw that the elf maiden reappear, but had already walked with an elf who often bullied him, the elf man's psychological defense that he had managed to build up was torn apart at this moment. He ran to question the elf maiden, and what he got in return was ridicule and beatings. The elf man collapsed on the ground covered in blood, and vaguely, he seemed to see the dark shadow of that middle-aged man appearing again and crouching down to whisper in his ear. The elf man went mad. He returned to his room and drew a bizarre spell formation, then slit his wrist and let the blood flow. In the spell, the silhouette of a horrible being appeared, and the elven man, on his deathbed, bowed down to him respectfully, and gained great power himself. The elven man went to the maiden with a joyful smile, thinking that he would be able to regain her recognition after he gained his power. However, when the girl saw him, she was so scared that she backed away, and her eyes were like looking at a monster. It was only then that the elven man saw his current appearance. His dark brown hair began to fall off by the handful, then his eyebrows, also with a light touch, they all fell off, and in the end, even the sweat hairs on his body did not have a single one left, they all fell off. He was like a naked monster, standing on the street, accepting the strange gazes of his kind. However, the changes were far from over. After his hair fell off, all of his nails also began to fall off and grow sharp hooked claws. At the same time, his nose also became as swollen as the golem beast's. Not only that, his arms were also glued together with his body, and a pair of huge fleshy wings grew out. At this moment, he turned from a noble elf into a monstrous bird with a repulsive face. The elf clansmen hurriedly mobilized their guards to hunt him down as a monster. When the sharp spear pierced through his chest, the elite man's eyes widened, and the fear of death made him subconsciously wave his flesh wings. That was when he realized that he actually flew. The elf man began to spread his wings and run wildly, his eyes filled with hatred and anger. He rushed to a secret place in the center of the town, carried out a huge golden artillery from inside, and began to madly shuffle towards the town. Countless elves died tragically under his cannon, and the town turned into a sea of fire. After doing all this, the elf man turned around and fled. He, too, was rightfully wanted by the elves. While running for his life, the elven man was desperate and found an ancient spell formation. and the place the spell formation led to was called the Forsaken Land of the Gods. That place, it seemed, frightened the strange bird. However, in order to stay alive, he ended up opening the teleportation array. At the end of the scene, it was the scene where this elf man found a suspended empty island and burrowed into the mountains and forests. However, what he didn't notice was that there seemed to be another black shadow that followed him into this island as well. After reading this, Han Xing seemed to understand something, and his heart seemed to have some bad premonitions. He said in a serious tone, "It seems like something has gone wrong." Zhang Renmeng looked nervous, her body shaking slightly. "What went wrong?" Han Xing frowned. "So far, we haven't found any clues about the hidden mission. Speaking of which, when I came into contact with that metal fragment, the system didn't say that it was some kind of hidden quest. It only said that it was able to be used to open the monolithic gate. In other words, what that NPC told you could be false, we fell for it." "What?" Zhang Renming's delicate body trembled, her face full of disbelief. And right at this moment, a pair of reddish eyes suddenly appeared in the depths of the dark cave. Behind them, from time to time, the sound of a terrifying wind came. Han Xing obviously realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "There's a monster, run!" However, by now it was already too late. A terrifying monster with whistling wind sounds came from behind at breakneck speed. Han Xing quickly took out his legendary quality moon coronet longbow and instantly entered the battle state. However, right at this moment, a terrifying hurricane came at him head-on. Phew! Together, Han Xing and Zhang Renmeng were lifted by this hurricane and flew backwards a dozen meters. The dark flint torch detached from his hand. Through the reddish glow of the fire, Han Xing finally saw the creature that attacked them. It was a terrifyingly strange bird that was over 2 meters in size, had a pair of huge fleshy wings, and did not have a single hair on its body. It was exactly like the monster displayed on the mural. It was also at this moment that a system prompt came. "You have found the hiding place of the elven traitor Caleb," automatically triggering the bounty mission, Slaughter Murderer. You can complete the mission according to your choice. Option 1. Kill the monstrous bird Caleb. Take its head and head to the elven royal capital to collect the reward. Option 2. Travel to the elven royal capital. Tell the elven guards where Caleb is hiding and assist them in capturing Caleb. Please note, since you are in the Forsaken Land of the Gods and the elven royal capital map is not yet open, this quest cannot be completed for the time being. Holy! So this is the real hidden quest. Han Xing violently turned around, right into the bloodthirsty pupils of the monster. Almost without thinking, he directly shot out a wind-chasing arrow. Ding! Seeing the arrow coming, the monstrous bird's fleshy wings vibrated, and a hurricane kicked up, blowing the arrow to the side. With this arrow, which did not cause any effect, Han Xing's heart sank. It was also at this moment that he finally saw the attributes of this monster. Monstrous bird Caleb 1-star alpha level creature. Rank, LV10. Attribute, Strength 94, Agility 132, Spirit 10530, Physique 7630. Skills, Wind of Sorrow, Fleshwing Protection, Giant Claw Tear, Shadow Assault, Gust of Wind. It's actually a level 10 alpha level creature. Han Xing's face changed wildly. Chapter 68. Alpha level monster appearance. Han Xing gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. This quest is a trap from start to finish. That metal fragment, it was thrown out by this strange bird on purpose, and it has attracted many people in with this method. Those corpses on the ground are all unlucky people who were tricked into coming in by the strange bird. Zhang Renmeng, who was on the side, was even more terrified when she heard this, and even her staff was a bit unsteady to pinch. She said in a trembling tone, "Right? I'm sorry. I didn't realize that this quest was a trap. I'm sorry for you." Han Xing was just about to speak. In the next moment, the strange bird's heart-stopping red pupils had locked onto himself. A terrifying figure lunged towards him. The monstrous bird leader unleashed his skill, Shadow Assault. At the same time, Han Xing directly crouched down and a bottle of Barbarian Bear Power secret pill went down. Then without hesitation, he cast his strongest explosive skill. Multiple arrows. Duck, duck, duck. Arrows shot out one after another. This attack triggered several special effects at the same time. Moonflower Flow, Barbarian Power, Armor-Piercing Arrow. With the multiple enhancements, the attack power that Han Xing's arrow erupted with had reached a formidable level. Poof, poof, poof. 3 of the arrows accurately hit the charging strange bird and pierced deeply into its skin. Gah! After a hoarse scream, the strange bird's charging figure stalled, and then violently fell to the ground. The monstrous bird didn't seem to expect that this human race with such a weak aura in front of it would actually be able to injure itself. Even Zhang Renmeng, who was at the side, looked at him in shock. This was a level 10 alpha level creature, and a normal level 6 survivor would not even be able to break his defense. In her heart, for Han Xing's strong attack power, it once again refreshed her knowledge. However, right at this moment, the strange bird unleashed another skill, Wind of Sorrow. A strong hurricane came out, carrying stones with it, and slapped both Han Xing and Zhang Renmeng out of the room. The duo fell heavily to the ground, and their bodies were also scratched with many bloody marks from the stones. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng's vestments were torn into strips by the whistling attacks, and a large portion of her snow-white skin was exposed, making the scene somewhat fragrant. However, at this moment, Han Xing was in no mood to look at this. The hurricane that the strange bird had just set off had blasted several bloody holes in his body. At this moment, his throat suddenly became sweet and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Grass, is this an alpha-level monster? The attack power is truly terrifying, Han Xing said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be no match for the monster in front of him, and the situation had reached a point where it was very unfavorable for them. Looking at his appearance, Zhang Renmeng seemed to have made some sort of decision. She gripped the staff in her hand and blocked in front of Han Xing. "What are you doing?" Han Xing asked with a face full of confusion. Zhang Renmeng gritted her teeth and seemed to have lifted her entire body strength as she gathered her courage and said, "I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused you to come here. I'm weak, but I should be able to hold this monster back for a while. You run first." Her voice was soft with some determination. At this time, the strange bird had already surged over once again, but it seemed to be somewhat afraid of Han Xing's attack power and did not attack first. Instead, it chose to hover around it, seemingly looking for a suitable angle to attack. "Ga! Ga!" Ear-piercing strange cries continued to come. After freezing for a moment, Han Xing suddenly asked, "You're going to stall this monster? How do you drag it?" Zhang Renmeng turned pale and shook her head. I don't know." Han Xing smiled. "It seems like it can be done. This monster bird likes to suck blood. With so much meat on your body, there should be quite a bit of blood. It can let it suck for a while." Zhang Renmeng heard this and knew that Han Xing was making fun of her. She gritted her teeth and retorted softly, "I am not fat. I'm not even 120 pounds. I just look a little fleshy." Han Xing shook his head and did not intend to continue teasing her, saying, "All right, come back. It's just a level 10 alpha monster. It's not to the point of dying." Zhang Renmeng looked at him blankly, and just then, the monster bird came barreling over. Han Xing pulled Zhang Renmeng behind him and looked at the monstrous bird in a chilling voice. "Ugly thing. Today, let you see my true power." Zhang Renmeng was stunned, thinking that Han Xing was going to break out some big move. As a result, Han Xing suddenly shouted, "Cinder, save me." Zhang Renmeng's face was filled with questions. However, just as Han Xing's words fell, in the passageway behind him, a black shadow rushed to it at breakneck speed. With a speed that surpassed that of the strange bird, it instantly appeared on top of its bare head. The cinder block extended its wolf claws, and a cold aura flashed in the dark cave. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the strange bird screamed miserably, and several more blood marks appeared on its body. And this was just the beginning. Cinderblock once again displayed the strong maneuverability it had against the elite golem, slashing a dozen wounds on the strange bird's body before it could even react. The defense reduction status stacked up all of a sudden. The strange bird was incomparably furious as it raised its head to the sky and began to frantically flap its fleshy wings in an attempt to attack the fur ball. However, with Cinderball's terrifying evasion rate and speed, even a level 10 alpha couldn't hurt it. It barely dodged and hardened itself against the strange bird's attacks, constantly dealing damage on it. This form was the true battle power of the coal ball, just upgraded before. It was able to take on a psychic golem comparable to the strength of a chieftain level, and comprehensively suppressed it. This strange bird, on the other hand, was not as good as an elite-level psychic golem in terms of threat level. Its physical and spiritual attributes seemed to have been subjected to some sort of negative state, dropping by a large margin. This physical body was incredibly weak, and it simply didn't have Lord-level defense. The only advantage it had was its agility and strength, but it was still suppressed by the cinder block. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng couldn't see the battle in the darkness, and could only vaguely see that there seemed to be a black shadow that was frantically attacking the strange bird. And it looked as if the monstrous bird was in a disadvantageous position. The strange bird screamed miserably. She had been completely bewildered, not knowing what kind of creature that black shadow was, but thought that it must have something to do with Han Xing. This man, the level of mystery and power in her heart, had heaved a few more points. And right at this moment, the strange bird attacked several times, and not only did it not touch a single hair of the cinder block, it also had dozens of extra claw marks on its body. At this moment, the strange bird felt exasperated, took a deep breath, and its leathery chest slowly expanded. Looking at this stance, it seemed to be brewing some kind of big move. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly remembered the fifth skill of the monstrous bird, Gale Dance. That seemed to be a ranged killing move. At this time, Han Xing said with a serious face, "Amplifying your moves in front of me, is it like you're completely not putting me in your sights?" The strange bird heard the voice and glanced at Han Xing with its reddish eyes. In the next moment, it suddenly saw 5 arrows violently shooting towards its head. It was already too late for the strange bird to dodge at this point. At the moment of crisis, it could only be forced to interrupt the storing up of its great moves, raising its own fleshy wings and struggling to block the vitals. Poof, poof, poof. All 5 arrows hit, and pillars of blood soared up. Gah! The strange bird shrieked miserably, seeming to have been extremely severely traumatized. Han Xing being able to injure the strange bird was also an expected situation. After all, his attack power was even stronger than the briquettes, and Han Xing had been able to inflict damage on the monstrous bird leader when it first came out before. Now, after the multiple weakening of the briquettes, his arrow attacks became even more lethal. Just then, the strange bird, seeing that it could not be defeated, revived its wings, and the gust of wind it set off forced back the coal ball. Then, without looking back, it rushed into the depths of the cave at an even faster speed. This strange bird actually ran away directly. Han Xing froze for a moment and was just about to catch up. However, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly changed his face, directly giving up on this idea. Coal Ball's figure flashed and was about to chase after it. Han Xing hurriedly shouted, "Coal Ball, come back!" Coal Ball stopped chasing. The battle came to an abrupt end. At this moment, in the deep cave, only the panting sounds of the two and the wolf remained. Han Xing took a deep breath and gazed at the direction where the strange bird had left, and after a few moments, he said, "Let's go." Zhang Renmeng seemed to have just come back to her senses at this moment. "Ah? Where to?" Han Xing glanced at her. "Where else can I go? That strange bird was fought off, not killed. It could come back at any time. This is someone else's territory. Hell knows it doesn't have any other means. It's better to leave first." At this time, Han Xing suddenly looked at her, revealing an eerie smile, and said, "Or do you like the atmosphere here and want to stay on here?" Zhang Renming's delicate body trembled when she heard this, and she said in a panic, "No, I don't want to stay here alone." "Then go quickly." Han Xing smiled and took the lead towards the entrance of the passageway. Zhang Renmeng followed closely behind him, almost not moving an inch. At this time, she nervously asked, "Just now, what was the black shadow that helped us fight?" Han Xing knew that she was asking about the cinder block and casually said, "A pet that I raised. Don't ask anything extra." "Oh." Although Zhang Renmeng was curious, she vaguely felt out Han Xing's character and said no more. Han Xing walked unhurriedly towards the entrance of the passageway, and vaguely, he felt a pair of evil eyes looking at him from the depths of the cave. Ever since he had looked at those murals, a feeling of uneasiness had been hanging over his heart. Even after the strange bird was repelled, that uneasiness in his heart did not decay in the slightest. At that moment, Han Xing remembered the contents of the murals. The strange bird was obviously the one that the elf man had transformed into, and it was recorded in the mural that there was another terrifying black shadow that had followed him all the way and had even fled with him to this place. In other words, it was likely that there was more than just the strange bird as an enemy within this cave. This place was too evil. Before having enough strength, Han Xing never wanted to come to this hellish place again. This was also the reason why Han Xing called out to Coal Ball. At this time, Coal Ball also followed behind them. It was only until they entered the passageway that Han Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. For such a short path of a few hundred meters, He felt that his back was almost drenched in sweat, comparable to a great battle. Chapter 69. Han Xing's Killing Intent. 10 minutes later, they returned to the familiar entrance, and a light appeared in front of them. Han Xing couldn't help but pull Zhang Renming's wrist and quickened his pace. Zhang Renming was suddenly pulled up by Han Xing's hand, and her body instantly tightened together, almost instinctively wanting to shake it off. But the thought that it was this man gave her a few strange feelings again. That feeling couldn't be described. It was as if, when she was gripped by him, her heart felt a little more secure for no reason. Zhang Renming felt the strength coming from her wrist, and her face blushed with shame. His hand, so strong, being held by this man actually gave her a sense of security that she had never felt before. Even her fiancé, her family, had never given her this feeling. Just then, the front became bright, and they walked out of the valley as their sight opened up. Han Xing then let go of his hand, and Zhang Ren dreamed of suddenly being interrupted, and for a moment, there was actually a slight feeling of disappointment in her heart. Han Xing sensed that her face was a bit off, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Renming hurriedly returned, "No, nothing." There was some faint-heartedness and shyness in her voice. Han Xing glanced at her and stopped asking more questions. Han Xing continued, "Let's go. Go back up to the territory first." Zhang Renming lowered her head and agreed in a small voice. 20 minutes later, they returned to their territories one after another. This trip to the cave hadn't yielded any gains, and they had even done battle with an alpha monster. No, it couldn't be said that there was no gain at all. At the very least, he had brought back a few hundred liters of spirit spring water. Moreover, Han Xing had gotten 2 key pieces of information through the mission introduction. The place where they, the survivors, were located was called the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and the aborigines of this world seemed to shun this place like snakes and scorpions. So much so that after this strange bird had committed a heinous crime, those elves didn't dare to rush into the Forsaken Land of the Gods to hunt it down. The second piece of information was that a map of the elven capital might be opened up in the future, but Han Xing did not know exactly when. These 2 pieces of information seemed to sound useless, but they were of great help in helping Han Xing understand this strange world. At this moment, Zhang Renming still had her head lowered, not daring to look up at him. Han Xing didn't know what this woman was thinking, so he said, "Tell your man to send the coordinates over. I'll send you there." "Huh?" Zhang Renming seemed a bit confused. Han Xing continued, "According to what was agreed upon, I'll send you to him after you accompany me on the mission." Hearing this, Zhang Renming was puzzled. But isn't the mission not completed?" Han Xing nodded. "It was not completed, but this time there were some changes, and these accidents are not under our control, so we can't blame you. I'm a person, although I'm not a good person, but I'll still do what I say." Zhang Renming still stood in place somewhat bewildered. Han Xing somewhat breathlessly urged, "Hurry up." In Zhang Renming's heart, she suddenly had some feelings of disappointment. After doing some thought struggles, she softly said, "All right, I'll contact him." Han Xing nodded and waited quietly. After 2 minutes, Zhang Renming glanced at Han Xing nervously. "I can't contact him." Zhang Renming's face changed as she seemed to have thought of something. In the morning, Han Xing had reminded. The 2-star secret realm that the God's Whisperer and the others were going to challenge was extremely difficult, and there would definitely be deaths and injuries. Zhang Renming's heart sank as she suddenly had some bad premonitions. She trembled and said, He won't really have an accident, right?" Han Xing gave her a blank look and said, "How would I know if you ask me?" Zhang Renming was completely in a daze at this point, so much so that a trace of mist appeared in her eyes. Looking at Han Xing, she was so aggrieved that she was on the verge of crying. Seeing this, Han Xing hurriedly said, "Don't cry. Maybe your man is just fighting in the secret realm and doesn't have time to reply to you. Let's see after a while." Han Xing tried to say, although he was also clear that the possibility was very small. Zhang Renming sobbed softly, then nodded heavily, seemingly holding back the aggression in her heart. Han Xing continued to ask, "Then what will you do now? Or am I just going to leave you here? I don't have the time to slowly wait for your man to reply." Zhang Renming raised her forehead, a strange thought rising in her heart for no reason. She looked at Han Xing with teary eyes and tentatively asked, "Me? Can I follow you?" Han Xing froze for a moment upon hearing this, then directly shook his head and said, "You're thinking of something beautiful, following me and wanting me to be a free nanny for you?" Zhang Renmeng gathered her courage and continued to fight. I'm very understanding. I can do housework and cook, and when I encounter monsters, I can help fight them, and I definitely won't drag you down. Saying this, her voice once again brought a hint of a crying tone. Hearing the conditions this woman offered, Han Xing thought for a moment, but still shook his head. No way. Han Xing's clear refusal made Zhang Renmeng feel like the last hope in her heart had been wiped away, and it was as if her entire body was on the verge of becoming unsteady. I'm leaving, so take care of yourself, then goodbye. Ignoring the frustrated Zhang Renmeng in the back, Han Xing returned to his empty island territory. Just as he was about to maneuver the empty island to leave, suddenly, in the distant sky, a shadow rushed extremely fast. It was so fast that it took almost only a few seconds to cross a few kilometers and appear over Han Xing's territory. A terrifying wind sound suddenly came from the sky overhead. Before Han Xing could react, in the sky, a fireball the size of a faceplate, carrying a destructive might, violently blasted towards Han Xing's territory. Sensing this aura, the coal ball leapt out of the castle almost instantly. However, even with its speed, it was too late. In the next moment, the fireball slammed onto the surface of Han Xing's territory before directly exploding. Boom! The huge shockwave directly blew Han Xing out a dozen meters away. Including the charging cinder block, it was similarly sent flying backwards by this shockwave. And Han Xing's three-tiered territory was directly blasted out into a large crater with a diameter of more than 20 meters under this cannon. A system prompt came. Your territory has been shelled, losing 423 square meters in territory area. Shelling? Who was it? Han Xing raised his head in bewilderment and looked into the sky. He saw that a large bird with a bare body was flying in mid-air. At this moment, this strange bird was also carrying a huge cannon with a gilt-colored surface and a muzzle diameter of over 40 centimeters on its shoulders at this time. Only on top of this cannon, it was already covered with dense cracks. This strange bird had reddened eyes at this moment, screaming strangely up to the sky, its eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. Ga! It's it! At this time, Han Xing remembered. He had seen in the mural that this strange bird had slaughtered an entire town of elves after gaining power. In other words, this fellow was, in fact, an extremely vengeful existence. Previously, it had suffered a loss at the hands of Cinderblock and Han Xing, and it was actually thinking of retaliating back so quickly. Bastard! Han Xing gritted his teeth, itching to slice the strange bird into pieces on the spot. At this time, Coalball also showed his teeth and fierce eyes, ready to rush into the sky to knock the strange bird down. However, the monstrous bird was carrying a heavy weapon at this time, and it also knew how terrifying Coalball was. In the next moment, the cannon's muzzle shifted and fiercely aimed at the charging Coalball. Coalball, come back! Han Xing was horrified. With the terrifying lethality of this artillery, with just one shot, it was estimated that it would be able to directly take it away or even kill it in seconds. Although the Coalball had a 50% evasion probability, what if it didn't trigger this time? Han Xing was truly a bit flustered. The sudden change of events had caught him a bit off guard. However, the strange bird would not give him time to think. Pressed a red button on the gilt cannon. This cannon was not only aimed at the cinder block, but also at Han Xing below. The next moment, a cannonball carrying an aura of destruction descended once again. At this time of great danger, Han Xing suddenly saw that the sky above his head darkened. An empty island territory of more than 1,000 square feet was blocking his head. Territory? Whose was it? Without waiting for him to think about it, the falling cannonball had already made contact with the piece of territory above his head. The next moment, the terrifying explosion struck again. Rumble! The entire piece of territory, from the center, was blown out into a large crater of more than 20 meters. This cannon seemed to have shattered the core of that territory, and the entire territory of over 1,000 square meters fell apart at this moment. A familiar silhouette fell from overhead. Then it fell heavily in front of Han Xing. And right at this moment, the coal ball had already let out an angry low roar and rushed into the sky to fight with the strange bird. The strange bird no longer had the chance to press the button and send out a cannonball. Below, Han Xing softly pronounced the name of that silhouette. Zhang Renmeng, why? With great confusion in his eyes, he hurriedly walked over to this woman's side and crouched down. Zhang Renmeng stared at Han Xing with glazed eyes, somewhat dazed. However, Han Xing did not feel any breath on her body. Dead. Han Xing was first bewildered for a moment, and his entire being was like a dream. He had never experienced such a scene before, a living life passing away in front of him, and it was still to protect himself. He froze in place. Then, a great anger suddenly surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. This anger directly engulfed him, and his gaze turned red as he instantly raised his head and looked towards the strange bird in the sky, a terrifying killing intent erupting from within him. At this moment, the veins in Han Xing's hand holding the moon coronation longbow couldn't control the ripples. Han Xing had never been so angry in his life. He gritted his teeth and said with an icy voice, "Damn you, I will definitely break you into pieces." However, right at this moment, Zhang Renming's body, who was thought to be out of breath, suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a trace of crimson blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Han Xing sensed that a bit of breath had once again returned to the tip of this woman's nose. At this moment, the anger in Han Xing's heart suddenly disappeared, and hope was rekindled within him. He subconsciously dropped his bow and arrow and hurriedly checked Zhang Renming's injuries. A moment later, Han Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, was shocked by the aftershock of the cannonball and injured her internal organs, and didn't die on the spot. At this moment, Han Xing only felt that the 1,000-pound burden on his shoulders suddenly fell, and his entire body felt as if he was relieved. Internal organs being shocked, this kind of injury, perhaps placed in the modern society of Blue Star, it would be very difficult to save, even equivalent to pronouncing a death sentence. But here, it was a magical world that could not be explained by science. Everything is possible. All that was needed was a bottle of secret life pill to salvage her injuries. Han Xing lifted Zhang Renming up and placed her in his arms, then quickly poured a bottle of secret pill of life into her mouth. A few seconds later, Zhang Renming's pale face had a hint of blood color, and her whitish pupils gradually came into focus. It was as if she had taken a trip from the gates of hell, and in the instant she became conscious, she fiercely took a deep breath. "Drink!" She subconsciously grabbed Han Xing's arm with such deadly force that her nails were almost stuck into her flesh. Even so, her body was still trembling uncontrollably and violently. A stabbing pain spread through his arm, but Han Xing didn't break away, instead allowing the woman to tighten her grip. He knew that Zhang Renming was terrified. To come so close to being directly blasted to death, anyone else would have to be scared silly. If it was someone with a weaker mind, even if they survived, they would probably be left with a lifelong shadow. Han Xing gently patted her shoulder and softly said, "It's okay, it's okay." The three words seemed to carry a special magical power, causing Zhang Renming to instantly break free from the great terror between life and death. She looked at Han Xing with a blanched face, then fiercely buried her head on his chest, her entire body crying out uncontrollably. "Ooh! Oh! Oh!" Zhang Renming jumped into Han Xing's arms. This time he didn't stop it, but let her vent the panic and grief in her heart until her chest was soaked with tears. In the sky, the coal ball was still fighting the strange bird. The strange bird saw that it could not be defeated and was preparing to escape again. However, at this time, Han Xing had already practiced certain death on it in his mind. Zhang Renming fell into a deep sleep after crying for a while. Han Xing stood up and looked at the strange bird with icy cold eyes. "I wanted to spare your life in the cave, but now, you actually dared to rush over to seek death yourself, so I'll make you whole." In the next moment, Han Xing waved one hand. A steel giant that was over 6 meters in size and exuded a metallic color suddenly appeared on the territory. In the next moment, the psychic energy golem rose into the sky. The skill, Earthquake Shock, was unleashed. The strange bird seemed to still be a bit confused, but the moment it saw the elite golem appear, it still realized that it was not good. With a fleshy wing, it wanted to escape. However, how could Han Xing let it have its way, as he directly shot out a wind-chasing arrow, pointing it straight at the monster bird's heart vitals. The coal ball swooped in right after it. In order to avoid the attack, the strange bird's escape was hindered, and it tried its best to flap its wings, wanting to rush into the sky. And just then, the psychic puppet had already rushed to a height of more than 10 meters. At Han Xing's command, the psychic puppet stretched out its 2 giant steel hands and yanked on the wings of the strange bird. In the despairing gaze of the strange bird, the psychic energy puppet grabbed it fiercely and then, from the sky, yanked it down violently. Chapter 70. First Kill Reward, involving heavenly events. The spiritual energy puppet stretched out its 2 steel giant hands and yanked the wings of the strange bird, then violently yanked it down. Gah! The tremendous feeling of falling caused the strange bird to let out a violent scream. At this moment, a hint of despair appeared in the weird bird's eyes. It knew that once it lost its ability to fly, then what awaited it was a dead end. "Ga! Ga!" The strange bird kept screaming as if it was begging for help. Han Xing sensed that a bizarre aura was rushing to the empty island's mountain forest in the distance at great speed, seemingly wanting to stop him from killing the strange bird. The aura was not strong and seemed to be somewhat weakening. However, at this moment, Han Xing had already strengthened his determination to definitely kill the strange bird. "Today, no one you call can save you." In the next moment, Han Xing waved his hand once again, and 7 spiritual energy puppets suddenly appeared. The 8 steel giants that were over 4 meters tall occupied all sightlines. Just by looking at them, they gave a full visual shock. The aura was still rushing to it at great speed and was getting closer and closer. Right at this moment, Han Xing suddenly turned to the mountain forest and said in a cold voice, "If you want to be exposed now, then come out." As the words fell in the mountain forest, the rush of that bizarre aura suddenly came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, that alpha-level strange bird had already been ruthlessly smashed onto the ground by the elite puppet. Boom! The ground kicked up a strong impact. This fall directly smashed the monstrous bird and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling like its internal organs had been shattered. After landing, it just wanted to continue struggling. At this moment, 8 spiritual energy puppets surrounded the strange bird, not giving it any chance to escape at all. And in the encirclement, there were also cinder blocks that were continuously dealing damage to it. The strange bird continuously let out ear-piercing chirps. However, what was waiting for it were metal iron fists the size of a basin, as well as channels of black light. Boom! 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 The spiritual energy puppet blasted out with one fist, punching into the flesh, smashing the strange bird and causing it to scream miserably. In a short period of time, many wounds appeared on the strange bird's body, and blood and flesh flopped about. Its breath was getting weaker and weaker, and it could only pin its last hope on that breath in the mountain forest. However, I don't know if it was because they were afraid of the battle power of these puppets, or because they were afraid of the words that Han Xing had just uttered. In the mountain forest, that terrifying breath gradually retreated back. At this moment, the strange bird was completely desperate. In the last moments of its life, it only saw a few terrifying metal big feet that occupied all of its sight. Bang! Bang bang! After a miserable scream, this level 10 monstrous bird leader was trampled to death alive by several psychic puppets. Looking at the mass of corpses on the ground that were no longer humanoid and bloodied, Han Xing exhaled deeply, the anger in his heart gradually calming down. Right at this moment, a beep suddenly sounded in his ears. Successfully killed the monstrous bird Caleb 1-star alpha-level creature. You gained experience value 18,000, and your pet Cinderball gained experience value 14,400. System announcement. As you are the first survivor in the entire service to kill an alpha-level monster, you have been awarded a first kill reward. Spirit Core 5,000, Space Backpack Drawing Blue 1, and you have been awarded an additional reward, Bloodborne Curse Resistant Agent Formula 1. Another first kill reward? Han Xing was instantly surprised. And a blue backpack drawing. Previously, Han Xing had felt that his backpack space was a bit insufficient, but he didn't expect this first kill reward to directly give him a blue space backpack drawing. Han Xing even wanted to check the reward right now, but the moment he thought of that mountain forest, there was still a terrifying existence. He then first temporarily put them away in his backpack and maneuvered the empty island away from here at the first opportunity. 10 minutes later, it was already tens of kilometers away from that mountain forest. Only then did Han Xing slowly say, "This should be far enough away." Luckily, that thing didn't follow. He breathed a sigh of relief, although he didn't know inside that cave what exactly was inside, nor did he know how strong it was. But just based on that terrifying aura that could make one's insides constantly throb, at the very least, it also had a strength that was even stronger than the monstrous bird leader. Fortunately, Han Xing had deduced from the details based on the murals that that aura should not be too eager to be exposed in front of people. Otherwise, it would not have been hiding behind the weird bird. That threat of his really had an effect as well. After getting out of danger, Han Xing began to check up on the attributes of the backpack drawing. Space Backpack Blue. A backpack with 100-200 storage spaces can be created, with a slight attribute increase effect. Materials required for crafting. Spirit Core 200. High Quality Beast Skin 3. Ether 2000. Crafting success rate, 25%. By the divine artisan talent, the crafting success rate has reached 100%. Equipment requirement, LV10. Han Xing nodded and said, "Not bad. Blue backpacks have a minimum of 100 spaces, much more than my current space backpack capacity. However, it's just that there's an extra restriction of only being able to equip it at level 10. So it's not that difficult for me. Just killing that level 10 alpha monster made his experience bar skyrocket to 95%, and he would be able to level up to level 9 immediately. With his current upgrade speed, level 10 wasn't that far away. At this time, Han Xing took out another bonus prop from his backpack. Curse of Blood Antidote Recipe. Based on this recipe, a potion that can lift the curse of blood can be created. Antidote formula? What's the curse of blood again? Han Xing became interested. This recipe, compared to the two he had previously obtained, was a bit different. Underneath, there was even a large paragraph of text introducing it. Equals 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 equals. Before the Great Collapse era, the sorcerer race possessed strong strength as one of the 100 races of the Holy Spirit realm. On a certain day, the leader of the witch clan was performing a tribal ritual when he heard a whisper in his ear, which he thought was his dead ancestors talking to him with their souls, guiding him to that sublime, sacred place. He asked the voice how he could lead the witch tribe to prosperity. The voice was silent, and after a few moments, said a few words. Faith, sacrifice, blood. When the leader of the witch clan heard the instructions, he was overjoyed the ancestors had responded, and there was hope for the revitalization of the witch clan. Since then, he had been communicating and exchanging with that voice. Until that day, he finally received the complete sacrificial message. The chief of the witch race then realized that the sacrifice required was so vast that he had to even lift up the entire race to complete it. So, the witch clan from all over the world was called back to him, and a grand and vast sacrifice was underway. However, it was that sacrifice that attracted 4 terrifying existences from other dimensions. Those 4 existences didn't know their names, didn't know their pasts, and didn't know their abilities. The only thing they had in common was that they all had the ability to spread curses, and the speed and ferocity of their spread was unheard of. When the 4 terrifying curses spread rapidly throughout the entire witch race territory with the momentum of a starburst. That night, the witch clan was nearly exterminated. Sensing the gravity of the matter, the Elf King and Giant King, who were at their peak, carried the holy relics of their clan and came to stifle the curses. But even so, they only managed to behead 2 bizarre existences with great difficulty. Both of these bizarre existences fled back into the foreign space. With the crisis lifted, the remaining witch race began to recuperate. However, what the Elf King and the Giant King failed to notice was that at the place where they had killed the bizarre existences, a drop of bright red blood had burrowed into the soil. This drop of blood was one of the sources of the curse. Years later, a terrifying existence reawakened. He was ready to start a terrible plague once again. However, after a failed experience, this being became more cautious, and he was prepared to take his time and lay out his plans. Moreover, he had already found a suitable target. Under his intentional or unintentional manipulation, the remnant spirit of this being managed to arrive at the forsaken land of the gods. He was prepared to complete his plot in this place where the spirits of the Holy Spirit realm did not dare to enter. Now, his layout was about to be completed. At that time, the entire sky of the forsaken land of the gods would be dyed red with blood, an aberration known as a blood tide. Under the blood tide, all living beings would be uncontrollably transformed into a monstrous and terrifying creature. Only beings who have taken the blood source curse antidote will be immune to this curse. After reading this large introduction to the formula, Han Xing sucked in a cold breath. He had thought that this was just a simple potion formula, but he did not expect that a heavenly event was actually involved behind it. Who was that existence that was laying out the plan? Was it related to that aura in the mountain forest just now? When did the blood tide break out? All of this Han Xing did not know. He only knew that if no one stopped it, then this disaster would come sooner or later. Han Xing took a deep breath and lowered his head and thought, currently, of the entire human survivors, I should be the only one who has this information. I don't know if the aborigines of this world are aware of this, but I'm sure they don't know either, and I can't get in touch with them right now, let alone inform them of the relevant situation. And it seems to be mentioned on the prop message above that the forsaken land of the gods that I'm in is a place that even the aborigines of this world don't dare to step into easily. In other words, if this disaster breaks out, then the billions of humans of the Blue Star will bear the brunt of it. This is troublesome. Han Xing frowned. Under the blood tide, all living beings will mutate. And one must possess a blood source curse antidote to resist this curse? Han Xing seemed to have captured some key information, and he suddenly realized the importance of this potion formula in his hands. At some point in the future, if a blood tide broke out afterward, then this potion of his would even become the key to being able to sway the battle. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked on the recipe to learn it, and then checked the materials needed to make it. Blood curse resistant potion. Removes the curse of blood after taking it. Materials required for crafting: Cursed Blood 1, Sacred Aurora 1, Witch Rootgrass 1, Spirit Core 100. The recipe for making the potion was not complicated, but among them, 3 key materials that Han Xing had never even heard of. It seems that these materials are not something that can be obtained at the current stage, so I'll take a look at the trading channel when I have the chance. After reading the information on this recipe, Han Xing's heart seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. Chapter 71. Special Equipment. Molten Gold Cannon. Ever since reading the introduction of the recipe, a shadow was cast over Han Xing's heart. Blood Tide, by its name, was an unimaginable catastrophe. Even the once powerful witch race had almost been exterminated. And they, the survivors from the Blue Star, even the current fastest upgrading batch, were only at the 7th or 8th level of progress, not even a first-turn professional. In other words, they were still at the bottom of this world, cannon fodder. Under a disaster, everyone would be affected, and even Han Xing did not have an ounce of confidence to resist a disaster of this level. Han Xing had a sense of urgency in his heart. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible, or at least have some power to defend himself when the blood tide erupted. Han Xing redirected his gaze to the front. At this moment, the territory was a mess, with traces of battles everywhere. 8 spiritual energy puppets with huge figures stood silently. Han Xing glanced at the ground, where Zhang Renmeng was still in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, he casually made a bed and placed it on the territory, then gently picked up Zhang Renmeng. Zhang Renmeng in her drowsy state was oblivious to all of this. Han Xing only felt a soft flesh being held in his hands, and a touch of unique body odor drilled into the tip of his nose. After Han Xing placed Zhang Renmeng on the bed to rest, he said with an odd expression on his face, "This body is so soft." Then, Han Xing took all 8 puppets back into the storage space. The view on the territory became wide open again. The first thing that caught his eyes was a huge crater of more than 20 meters that had been blasted out by this strange bird with a strange kind of artillery. The corner of Han Xing's mouth twitched, and he quickly maneuvered the extra territories to patch up this huge crater. Then, he walked over to the monstrous bird's inhumanly shaped corpse and angrily kicked it. Damn! A single cannon blast wiped out more than 400 square meters of my territory area. If not for the fact that my territory area is large enough, or else I would have really fallen into your hands today. At this time, Han Xing was a bit thankful that he had fortunately built his castle on top of the core of his territory. If other people wanted to attack their cores, they would have to knock out the castle's 1,000 defense points first. And just now, the splash damage from that shot from the strange bird only knocked off less than 60 points of defense value from the castle. Looking at the odd bird's corpse, Han Xing became furious. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought, can this weird bird's corpse be decomposed? He tried clicking on it. A system prompt appeared. Is it possible to decompose the corpse of Caleb, the monstrous bird 1-star alpha creature? It's really possible. Han Xing directly clicked yes. Decomposition successful. Have obtained Monstrous Bird Head 1, Monstrous Bird Eyeball 2, Cursed Blood 7. Monstrous Bird Head. Quest props? Holding a monstrous bird head will allow you to go to the Elven capital to collect the bounty. Odd Bird Eyeball special item. Seems to be the medium of some kind of alchemy spell. Cursed Blood. Special material, contains a hint of curse, seems to be used to make some kind of potion. Han Xing noticed the third prop. In the blood curse antidote recipe he had obtained, one of the required materials was the need for cursed blood. Unexpectedly, it could actually be decomposed from this strange bird. And this strange bird, in turn, was with that terrifying existence in the cave. In that case, it seemed that the conclusion he had surmised was probably right. That aura in the cave was most likely related to the blood tide that was about to erupt. It was no wonder that the system's first kill reward would give him such a potion recipe. Disposing of the strange bird's corpse, Han Xing was ready to clean up the messy territory again. And right at this moment, The little coal ball suddenly jumped to Han Xing's feet. Han Xing asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, coal ball?" The coal ball scratched Han Xing's boots before its figure flashed and appeared near the castle. Han Xing followed its figure and fixed his eyes on a huge gilt-colored cannon that appeared in the corner of the castle. "I'll go. Isn't this the artillery that strange bird used to blast me?" At this time, Han Xing vaguely remembered. When the elite golem rushed into the sky and dragged the strange bird down, the fire cannon on its shoulder fell down. The power of this artillery was very strong, and as someone who had experienced it firsthand, Han Xing knew it very well. With one shot, it even blasted a gap in his territory, and if it hit his body, I'm afraid that even an elite-level spiritual energy puppet wouldn't be able to carry this shot. This thing, it was a truly great treasure, a great killing weapon. After the surprise, there was uncontrollable ecstasy. Han Xing felt his breath catch a little. He hurriedly walked over and picked up the golden cannon. The item properties appeared before his eyes. Melting gold cannon LV-10 golden special equipment, quality precious, attack power 436-472. Attached special effect blast. When the cannonball comes into contact with an object, it deals 150% impact damage, and then detonates the cannonball, dealing 80% blast damage to all objects in the surrounding 20 meters. Attached special effect burnout units attacked by the melting gold cannon will have a layer of searing ashes status attached to them, which continues to burn their lives. Life. Remaining durability. 250 each attack requires 1 durability to be consumed. When the durability goes to 0, the equipment will become scrapped and can no longer be repaired. Looking at the surface of the cannon that was full of cracks, Han Xing's excited heart suddenly sank. Only 2 points of durability left? That means I can only blast out 2 more shells. Han Xing felt a bit of pity, and at this time, he tentatively tapped the durability at the back of the molten gold cannon. A system prompt appeared. Is it possible to repair the special equipment? The gold melting fire cannon? Repair requires materials. Constant gold ingot 48, vibranium raw stone 48, spirit core 4800, rare earth 48,000. After successful repair, durability returns to full value. Sure enough, a look of surprise appeared in Han Xing's eyes, and after a pause, he continued to think, however, the materials used to repair this thing are a bit high-end. The Hungjin ingot and vibrational primordial stone are also things I've never come into contact with, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to collect them even in the entire 107th district. Han Xing looked at the durability of the molten gold cannon and exhaled. It can't be used again once the durability is cleared to 0, which means that I can only blast out 1 more round before I find enough materials. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing shook his head. Forget it. 1 round is not bad. At least, I have another card in my hand. Thinking of this, Han Xing stopped dwelling on it. Then he began to organize his territory. About half an hour later, Zhang Renmeng woke up from her comatose state, and she realized that she was lying on her bed at some point. As soon as she opened her eyes, Han Xing's back immediately came into view. She was first perplexed for a moment, and then her face couldn't help but turn a blush when she associated it with the situation before her coma, when she was held in Han Xing's arms, so much so that her breathing became a bit rapid. Han Xing heard the commotion behind him and slowly walked over. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng was lying on the bed in a side-lying position, a position that emphasized her exquisite figure even more. On Zhang Renmeng's body, that unique mature temperament with a bit of youthfulness, just letting people take one look at her was somewhat unable to move their eyes. Noticing Han Xing approaching, Zhang Renmeng instantly tensed her body, her 10 showy and cute toes hooked together under her slender jade feet, and in order to hide her nervousness, she closed her eyes again, trying to pretend that she was still unconscious. However, Han Xing's words rang in her ears. "All right, your panting is so heavy that I can hear it from a dozen meters away." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng instantly sat up, her head lowered, her face a blush, looking very embarrassed. Han Xing, however, did not say anything more, but solemnly said, "This time, thank you very much." This voice of thanks came from the heart. After all, she had indeed saved her life. Zhang Renmeng clearly felt that Han Xing's attitude had eased a lot. Han Xing was indifferent to strangers, but for this kind of willingness to lay down her life for her own rescue, there was no way to be indifferent anymore. Zhang Renmeng gave a soft hum. At this time, Han Xing asked again, "What are your plans next?" At the mention of this topic, Zhang Renmeng was instantly a bit bewildered. Yes, where else could one go? The core territories had all been destroyed, and she couldn't even rebuild them. Without the empty island, she couldn't even move freely in this world. Han Xing saw her predicament and asked, "What about your man side?" Still no reply. Zhang Renmeng seemed to think of this as well, and she hurriedly looked at her messages. And in the next moment, Han Xing saw a sad expression on her face. He died. Dead. Han Xing was surprised for a moment. Zhang Renmeng nodded gently. His chat window turned black, and the system display said that the survivor was out and could no longer be contacted. Speaking here, the tears in Zhang Renming's eyes were already flowing out uncontrollably. Han Xing froze for a moment, but after thinking about it, it was to be expected. That guy had not listened to Zhang Renming's advice and was bent on having his own way. They didn't even have a clear idea of how difficult the secret realm was before they dared to go to their deaths to challenge the 2-star secret realm. Death too was normal. After a moment, Han Xing could only say, "My condolences." Zhang Renmeng was still sobbing in a small voice at this time. However, for some reason, she realized that her heart was not as sad as she had imagined. After all, she and Lu Zikai had only just gotten engaged, and in terms of familiarity, she was not even close to the receptionist in his company. He didn't even know what Zhang Renming's mother's name was, and never cared about his own affairs. Previously, she had always wanted to go find Richard Liu, also because, in this world, he was the only person she could contact. Ever since she came to this world, she had never had a day where she felt safe. She just imagined Lu Zikai as a spiritual pillar in times of fear. But after spending these 2 days together, that spiritual pillar in her mind seemed to have quietly changed its appearance. She looked at the man in front of her. Although they had only been together for 2 days, he had given himself a sense of security that he had not felt since he was a child. Half an hour later, when Zhang Renmeng calmed down, Han Xing walked over to her side as if he had made some sort of decision. Han Xing slowly spoke, "Zhang Renmeng, you stay." Chapter 72, New Member of the Territory. Han Xing slowly spoke, "Zhang Renmeng, you stay." Zhang Renmeng raised her forehead and looked at Han Xing blankly, seemingly in disbelief. Han Xing continued, "Your core territory was destroyed because of saving me, and I, for one, am not the type of person who owes a favor and doesn't return it. Next, if you don't have another place to go, stay with me for now, and I'll look for other ways to help you restore your territory. What do you think?" Han Xing finished his words, yet Zhang Renmeng only heard the latter sentence, "Stay here with me first." She raised her head and tentatively asked, "Can I really stay here?" Han Xing nodded. "You can stay here until you have your own territory. Of course, if you have other ideas, you can also tell me." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng immediately became excited. She just wanted to say "I'm willing," but felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so she changed her words. She said sincerely, "Thank you." As the words fell, a bright smile appeared on her face, a kind of happiness and leaping from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Renming's own looks were extremely beautiful, and under the backdrop of this smile, it was even more like begonias in full bloom. For a moment, Han Xing was a bit dumbfounded. After a few seconds, Han Xing reacted and awkwardly coughed twice, pulling away from the topic. "Right, are you hungry? If you are hungry, come over and eat. I'm gonna make roasted meat." Hearing dinner, Zhang Renming's stomach let out a gurgling sound, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Han Xing didn't care, but instead lit the bonfire himself before pulling out his fine iron arrowhead and starting to roast the meat. The cut pieces of beast meat crackled under the roasting of the charcoal fire. The surface secreted golden grease. Han Xing flipped the meat from time to time and sprinkled some seasonings on it, and in no time, the aroma filled the entire camp. Zhang Renmeng sat squatting on the side, watching Han Xing's movements with a smile and said, "Your movements are so skillful. Do you often roast your own meat?" Zhang Renmeng didn't know that this squatting position of hers not only set off the grandeur of her chest, but also set off the curve of the rounded buttocks in full view. Han Xing just glanced at it and hastily turned his eyes away. "Demon, don't think of spoiling my Dao." Han Xing nodded his head and replied, "This world doesn't have any other ingredients either, and I basically eat meat every day. I do have some vegetable seeds here, but I don't want to plant them. It's too troublesome." Hearing vegetable seeds, Zhang Renming's eyes lit up. "Can you give me the seeds?" Han Xing understood what she meant and asked, "You want to plant land?" "Aha." Zhang Renmeng nodded solemnly, holding her chin as she returned, "My childhood dream was to have a garden of my own, and I want to grow so many fruits and vegetables, as well as all kinds of flowers in it." Looking at her excited expression, Han Xing casually threw a few packets of vegetable seeds to her, Take it, and for tools, I'll go make a few later. Zhang Renmeng gave Han Xing a grateful look. Both of them tacitly agreed not to say anything more about Lu Zichuan. Zhang Renmeng carefully stowed the seeds in her backpack, then looked at Han Xing with a desire to speak. Han Xing said, "Ask whatever you want. No need to be so formal." Zhang Renmeng stammered. "That is, I still don't know what your name is." Han Xing seemed to have remembered this when he heard it. So far, although Zhang Renmeng had introduced himself, he hadn't said what his name was. He felt very speechless. "I say, Ms. Zhang, you didn't even know my name and you dared to lay down your life to save me? May I ask what was going through your mind at that time?" Zhang Renmeng looked embarrassed and said, I wasn't thinking about anything. I just felt that, you saved me once, I should also save you. Besides, you're so powerful. I believe you won't let me die." Zhang Renmeng smiled foolishly, looking at Han Xing with a hint of admiration implied in her gaze. Han Xing just stared at her silently, and as if she was somewhat embarrassed by the look, Zhang Renmeng lowered her head shyly. A moment later, Han Xing said, "My name is Han Xing." Then, Han Xing turned around and walked towards the castle. Zhang Renmeng softly recited the name, Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing's voice came from the front. "Zhang Renmeng, come here." "Huh? Oh." Zhang Renmeng stood up and obediently walked over to Han Xing. When she raised her head and looked at the castle, which was nearly 20 meters tall, intense curiosity appeared in her eyes. Zhang Renmeng marveled. "Good. What a big castle. Brother Star, is this your home?" Han Xing's eyes snapped wide when he heard her latter sentence and asked, "What did you just call me?" Brother Star, don't you like it when I call you that?" Zhang Renmeng stared at him blankly with big, innocent eyes. This woman, a few years older than herself, still looked young, with a sense of maturity tinged with youthfulness. Calling herself Brother Star didn't seem out of place. Han Xing shook his head helplessly. It was just a name. She could call it whatever she liked. Leading Zhang Renmeng into the castle, Han Xing turned back and said, "This castle is very large, and underneath each tower, there are basically rooms, so you can just pick a room to stay by yourself." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng's eyes were a bit bewildered as she asked, "Xing, Brother Xinger, do you mean that I can live in the castle as well?" "Yes, what's the problem?" Han Xing returned. Zhang Renmeng hurriedly shook her head, just feeling as if she was in a dream. She had come to this world for nearly half a month now, and had always had the sky as her blanket and the earth as her bed, casually setting up a tent that was her temporary residence. This was also the current situation of the vast majority of survivors. The fact that Han Xing was able to take her in already made Zhang Renmeng feel grateful in her heart. Even if she still slept in a tent outside of her territory as before, she would feel very satisfied. She had never thought that Han Xing would actually let her live in the castle, and for a moment, a deep feeling of gratitude for Han Xing emerged in Zhang Renmeng's heart. She solemnly said, "Brother Star, thank you." Han Xing was very speechless. It wasn't just sharing a room with her. As to what? Han Xing continued, "The room at the top of the center tower is mine. The rest, feel free to choose. After you've chosen, see for yourself what furniture you need and I'll build it for you." Zhang Renmeng softly hummed, looking at the huge space in the castle. Her eyes were a bit blank as she was also unsure of which room she was going to choose. After a few moments, she seemed to have gathered her courage and asked softly, "Xinger, me, can I stay in the room below you?" After saying these words, Zhang Renmeng felt her face reddening to the point of burning, like a ripe apple that one could not help but want to gently taste it. Han Xing glanced at her. Although he wanted to refuse, he thought about it once he thought that this woman had even saved his life. Han Xing nodded. Zhang Renmeng lightly exhaled and softly said, "Great!" After coming to the room in the center of the tower, Han Xing built a new set of furniture for Zhang Renmeng, including a bed, table, mirror, moonlight lamp, and all of these. Time crept into the late night. Then Han Xing also created a few sets of clothes for her, all of which were ordinary pajama styles. In this world, it was this point of convenience. As long as there were drawings and materials, one could make things out anytime, anywhere. And these basic things could all be found inside the furniture drawing book, the daily goods drawing book, and the basic tools drawing book. After working all day, Han Xing was also tired and returned to himself and fell asleep on the bed at once. Coal ball lying at Han Xing's feet. In the past 2 days without Han Xing's order, it has been staying in the room, did not leave half a step. The night was deep. Han Xing's castle was different from the past because tonight, there was another person staying here. At this time, Zhang Renmeng was lying on the bed, her two jade legs tightly clamped onto the pillow in a sideways position, tossing and turning, but she couldn't sleep. MMM. So comfortable. It's been a long time since I've felt what it's like to sleep in a bed. She couldn't help but think about the events of the past 2 days. Ever since she met Han Xing, her life had been turned upside down. Not only had he saved herself from the dog-headed man, he had also given her a warm shelter. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng felt that this man was simply the light of life sent down from heaven to save her. It allowed her to experience a sense of security that she had never felt before in this crisis-ridden world.
这时候，她不禁有些庆幸自己当时的举动，心里窃喜道：“幸好我当时有鼓起勇气向你求救。”嘿嘿嘿。
Right at this moment, Zhang Renmeng suddenly shrugged her nose. Suck. Suck. She tentatively sniffed the pillow, and after realizing that there was no Han Xing's scent on it, her face instantly became disappointed. At this time, she seemed to realize that what she had just done was a bit demented. Shy. She buried her face deep under the pillow. Early the next morning, Han Xing got up from his bed on time. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a pair of magnificent knots, a sexy beauty with only a thin nightgown on her body and a white apron tied around her chest, standing respectfully at the door. This beauty, naturally, was Zhang Renmeng. Her hands were also carrying 2 bowls of steaming rice porridge. Only, Han Xing realized that this pajama he had made was obviously smaller in size, and when worn on Zhang Renmeng, it appeared to be very tight, and the curves of her entire body were nearly unobstructed. The moment he saw her in this outfit, Han Xing couldn't help but feel his blood rise. It's an apron plus pajamas early in the morning. Which young man with strong chi and blood can withstand this kind of test? Han Xing hastily turned his eyes to the side and asked with a dry cough, "Up so early?" Zhang Renmeng lightly smiled and nodded. "I heard you say that you eat meat every day, and that's not good for your body, so I woke up early and boiled 2 bowls of congee for you. Let's see what flavors you like to eat." Her hands held 2 bowls of steaming porridge. Han Xing saw that there was millet, red dates, and some seeds of vegetables inside. All of them. Han Xing nodded and said, "Come in. There's a table in my balcony. Just eat there." Zhang Renmeng carefully took a step and followed Han Xing into the room. Her eyes were filled with a curious look as she continuously looked around Han Xing's room. At this time, she also seemed to notice the cinder block lying on the bed and exclaimed, "Yikes! What a cute puppy dog." She hurriedly put the porridge in her hand aside and was just about to pet the coal ball. However, she saw that the coal ball instantly stood up from the bed, showing its fangs and looking at her with a milky ferocity. Zhang Renmeng was somewhat at a loss for words for a moment. Han Xing reminded at this time, "Coal ball is a wolf. It doesn't like strangers touching it, so it's best if you don't get close." Hearing Han Xing say this, Zhang Renmeng also gave up the idea of petting the coal ball, only that her gaze was still on the little wolf cub, her face filled with a doting expression. Zhang Renmeng picked up the hot porridge again and sat down opposite Han Xing. On the small balcony on the top floor, Zhang Renmeng looked at the view outside and exclaimed, "Yeah, the view is so good here. I didn't realize that in this world there could still be this kind of living conditions. I thought that everyone was like me, sleeping in tents." Han Xing did not take over the topic, but tasted a mouthful of millet porridge, which was warm and delicate in the mouth. He said appreciatively, "Good taste. Hehehe. It's good that you like it." Zhang Renmeng giggled. "I also know many other ways of boiling porridge and will make different breakfasts. I'm a very good cook, so as long as I have the ingredients, I can cook for you in different ways every day." Han Xing nodded. He did hear Zhang Renmeng mention that she was a good cook. In such a world of crisis, there was still someone who could cook for him. After thinking about it, it seemed not bad at all. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Renmeng skillfully cleaned up the tableware on the table before heading downstairs. Right at this moment, the 2 of them in the discussion group, Chang Si-yong and Shin Yun, sent a message. Chang Si-yong, "Brother Xing, Shin Yun and I are almost converging together. When are you coming over?" Han Xing suddenly remembered at this time that he did say that he was going to rendezvous towards the same coordinates. But because of that quest fragment from Zhang Renmeng, he had forgotten about it. Not only did he not move closer to them, he also moved farther away. At this moment, Han Xing pondered for a moment before saying, "I did a quest over here and ran a bit far, so I might not be able to catch up to you guys in a short time, so I'll have to go over there again in a few days. At this time, Xinyun said, Brother Star, do you want the two of us to come over and look for you? Han Xing thought for a moment and shook his head. No need for now. Since the two of you are about to rendezvous, let's hurry up and team up to upgrade, and take the rewards from the leaderboards first. When the time comes to build the teleportation array, you guys can come over anytime. Chang Jianyong and Xinyun seemed to have thought of this as well. In the rewards of the leaderboard this time, the top 100 all had a primary teleportation array drawing. With the strength of the two of them and the help that Han Xing had provided them, it would not be difficult to take the ranking rewards. At this time, Han Xing pondered for a moment and continued, By the way, Chang Jianyong, Xinyun, I have something important to tell you. Both of them looked aghast. Even Han Xing said something important, so it meant that this matter was really somewhat serious. Chapter 73, Skill Book, Weakness Perception. Chang Jianyong and Xinyun waited for Han Xing to say more. A few moments later, Han Xing slowly said, I got a bit of scary information when I was carrying out this hidden mission. Next, I'm afraid that there will be a catastrophe that will erupt, and all of us humans in Blue Star will be the victims of this catastrophe. The time of the outbreak of this disaster is still unclear, but to think, it shouldn't be too long. So before that, we must raise our strength as soon as possible. At the very least, we must become a first-turn professional, or else we won't even have the power to defend ourselves. Han Xing directly trade out the information he had gotten, combined with his own inferences. In the chat channel, both of them heard the gravity in Han Xing's tone. They also knew that Han Xing would not joke about such things. Xinyun asked solemnly at this time, Brother Star, will this disaster be serious? Well, I'm afraid it will be beyond horrifying. Han Xing associated the introduction in the formula with a disaster that nearly wiped out a race, and its severity would only exceed the crowd's imagination. Hearing this, Xinyun also said in a grave voice, Okay, we'll listen to you. First seize the time to rush to level 10 before completing the advancement. After the duo finished speaking, they immediately closed the discussion group and began to rush to level up. And Han Xing had a sense of urgency in his heart. He had to hurry up and upgrade as well. Just as Han Xing was about to go downstairs, he received another private chat message from a close friend. The sender was Clever Sheep, also known as Su Little Sheep. Su Little Sheep, Star God, are you there? Han Xing, what's up? And nothing much, I just want to ask, do you need a teammate to form a team? I see that everyone has a small group now. They say that it will be a lot safer if you have a teammate, and you'll be able to take care of yourself in case of danger. If you need it, I can come over to you. Han Xing was filled with speechlessness. What was the situation today? How come one or two of them all wanted to come to find themselves? After thinking about it, he still refused Su Xiaoyang's invitation to form a team, and told Su Xiaoyang about what he had just told Xinyun about them as well. Su Little Sheep listened in awe, and after a long time, she asked incredulously, Really? Will there really be such a terrible outbreak of disaster? Well, it's terrifying. Han Xing returned. So, our primary objective now is to rush to level 10 and complete our career advancement. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang responded solemnly, Aha! I will. Thank you for reminding me. As the words fell, Han Xing initiated a trade request to Su Xiao Sheep after thinking for a moment. Su Xiaoyang doubtfully clicked accept. When she saw on the trade bar the purple longbow, she immediately exclaimed in shock. This? Such a high-level weapon? Don't you use it yourself? Han Xing smiled and said, What are you thinking? Of course I have a better one. That's why I gave it to you. When Han Xing had crafted the moon coronet longbow before, he had also crafted a few rare quality longbows, and since putting them in the warehouse was just collecting dust anyway, he didn't want to take the purple weapons to the trading channel to exchange them for the time being. Seeing Su Xiaoyang hesitating, he did not dare to click to confirm the trade. Han Xing urged, Take it. Hurry up and level up first. A weapon is just a weapon. It's nothing to me. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath, then placed a booklet in the trade bar. Skill Book, Weakness Perception. Seeing the skill book, Han Xing's eyes lit up. For every profession, there were 5 basic skills in the early stages, and Han Xing had already learned the other 4 skills, but had not been able to find the last skill, Weakness Perception. At this time, Han Xing thought of the fact that Su Xiaoyang herself was a hunter profession. So he asked, You're also a hunter profession, so you can use the skill book as well, right? Su Xiaoyang heatedly smiled. It's okay, La. I've already learned the other 4 skills. It's nothing to be short of this one. Moreover, you gave me such a powerful weapon. It's much more precious than this skill book. I can't take something from you for nothing. Su Xiaoyang seemed to be a very principled person. Han Xing thought for a moment and clicked accept. The transaction is successful. You have gained the skill book. Weakness Perception Hunter exclusive, and you have lost the Moon Coronet Longbow Purple. Weakness Perception. After activating the skill, enter a 10-second weakness perception state. The hit rate is increased by 50%, and the bludgeon rate is increased by 50%. Han Xing directly clicked on Learn. Now, he had learned all 5 of the pre-hunter skills. Next, it was time to start leveling. When Han Xing walked down the castle, he saw that Zhang Renmeng had already changed into her mage robes and was waiting for him with a smile on her face. Zhang Renmeng softly inquired, "Next, are we going to start leveling?" Han Xing nodded. Zhang Renmeng took a deep breath as she waved the staff in her hand, seemingly cheering herself up. "All right, I definitely won't hold you back." Han Xing glanced at her and thought to himself that a woman who knows what she's doing is really good. Then Han Xing scanned around. It was found that not far away from the neighborhood, there was a piece of cloud that was more than 100 square meters. After approaching, a system prompt appeared. A group of creatures with low intelligence are active inside. Do you wish to enter? Han Xing directly clicked yes. After the cloud dissipated, a group of dog-headed figures reappeared. They held up animal bone mallets and shouted, "Candles! Give me candles! It's humans! Kill them!" Looking at this group of familiar monsters, Zhang Renmeng could not help but feel her heart tighten as she subconsciously raised her staff, preparing to send out a spell attack. However, there was a black shadow that rushed over at a speed faster than hers. This black shadow was none other than Coalball. After Coalball rushed into the dog-headed tribe, it was simply like a tiger entering a flock of sheep and began to kill in a big way. Swish, swish, swish. In a matter of moments, many blood marks appeared on the bodies of these few dog-headed men. Then, black light continuously flashed as these dog-headed men wailed miserably. What was even more terrifying was that 10 seconds after entering the battle, 10 terrifying spikes abruptly erupted from the Cinderblock's body, directly piercing through the bodies of several dog heads and turning them into a state of serious injury. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng was still standing frozen in place. Han Xing reminded and said, "Don't be dumbfounded. Throw a skill to rub off some damage or you won't have any experience." This world's teaming mechanism was like this. One had to deal damage to the enemy in order to gain experience sharing. Zhang Renmeng seemed to have reacted at this time, as she hurriedly raised her staff and murmured a spell softly under her breath. "Oh, blazing flame! Burn everything!" As the words fell, a fireball the size of a faceplate erupted from her staff and landed in the group of dog heads, sending out explosive damage. Han Xing even saw that the woman's magnificent scale, once again, violently trembled up and down as she wielded her staff. Han Xing smiled at this time and said, "Why does it feel like you should choose a profession like holy priesthood?" Zhang Renmeng was filled with doubt. Why? Because you can milk others. Zhang Renmeng seemed to understand the meaning of Han Xing's words, and her face turned red in a flash. However, she did not lower her head like before, but instead gripped her staff tightly and held her head high. Although she was still shy, and even vaguely felt some shame inside, she no longer avoided Han Xing's gaze, and instead enjoyed this feeling. Right at this moment, the battle had already been resolved on Cinderblock's side. A system prompt came. Have killed Dogman Wizard LV9, Dogman Warrior LV8. Dogman gained experience value of 810. Pet Coalball gained experience value of 648. Compared to before, Han Xing felt that the experience value gained was a bit less, but it wasn't much, around 20%. This was due to the fact that there was an additional team member sharing the experience. However, Zhang Renming's side had similarly gained 810 experience value. Overall, teaming up was indeed faster than obtaining experience solo, with 20% less experience, but the speed of killing monsters increased drastically. The premise was that in the case of two teammates with similar strength. However, for Han Xing, with such an energetic mini-boss like Cinderball in front of him, splitting 20% of the experience was nothing. Next, he continued to start leveling. After an hour passed, Han Xing directly rose to level 9. He was only one final level away from rising to level 10 and taking the first place reward. At this time, the fastest on the leaderboard was only the Whisperer, who had just risen to level 8, and the huge gap with Han Xing made the crowd almost unable to catch up. From morning to night, Han Xing had explored at least 20 empty islands, harvesting a large amount of resources and experience value. His experience bar had already come to 50% of level 9, and without any surprises, he would be able to rise to level 10 tomorrow. As for Zhang Renming's level, she had also risen to level 7 after a full day of beating the bushes. In response, Zhang Renming was very embarrassed, feeling that she hadn't contributed at all and was just rubbing Han Xing's experience. However, Han Xing said, "These low-level monsters don't need your help. If you level up now, you'll be able to give me more help when you encounter some powerful bosses in the future." Zhang Renming listened and nodded seriously. At this time, the sun had already set, and Han Xing was preparing to explore the last empty island again, so he rested for the time being. While on this empty island territory, he heard a different hint. "There is a piece of fertile land with some crops growing in it. Do you want to enter?" Fertile land. Han Xing heard a different prompt and directly clicked enter. After the clouds dissipated, Han Xing suddenly saw that a green color was growing on this empty island of more than 100 square feet. What is this? However, when Zhang Renming, who was on the side, saw the green leaves on the ground, her eyes instantly lit up. "Oh my god! So many potatoes!" Zhang Renming excitedly rushed over, then dug out a potato with an earthy yellow surface, the size of a fist, from the soil. "Eh!" At this moment, Han Xing, who had never planted a field before, felt like an idiot. He actually didn't even recognize potatoes. Zhang Renming held up the 2 potatoes and excitedly said to Han Xing, "Brother Xinger, we have potatoes to eat." Her face was filled with an innocent smile, almost like a little girl who had dug up a treasure. Han Xing seemed to be infected by it as well and laughed along with her. At the system prompt, Han Xing merged this empty island of more than 100 square meters. Chapter 74, Late Night Attack. You have obtained fertile land 121. You have obtained the crop, potato 45 kilograms, and your territory area has expanded. On the outskirts of Han Xing's territory, a deep black-colored territory appeared with many ripe potatoes planted on it. At this moment, Zhang Renming's eyes lit up. "Brother Star, this territory? Can I use it to grow vegetables? When I was exploring today, I found so many vegetable seeds. There are eggplants, cabbages, radishes, and cabbages these." Han Xing glanced at her. "So, you've been squatting and poking around on top of those empty islands today, just looking for these seeds?" "Aha!" Zhang Renming nodded excitedly. "I was thinking of planting you many vegetables in the future so that you can keep your nutrition balanced." Han Xing nodded. "All right, this territory will be planned for you as your little vegetable garden. I'll leave the source of my vegetables to you in the future." "Aha! Thank you, Brother Star." Zhang Renming nodded excitedly. Zhang Renming immediately ran to the castle, took out a few small hoes and started plowing. Han Xing realized that this woman, Zhang Renming, was really a farming fanatic with 100% passion for this aspect of things. Moreover, in some aspects, she even understood the mechanisms of this world better than Han Xing. No, she was now asking Han Xing for some more bones. "Brother Star, grind the bones into powder. It will add nutrients to the land after you sprinkle it on, and it will also speed up the growth time of these crops." Han Xing nodded and said, "I have quite a few beast bones in reserve. In the storage box, go get them yourself." Han Xing gave Zhang Renming the permission to use the storage box. Normally, if the owner of the territory was not dead, or before receiving permission, other survivors would not be able to open the storage box in the territory. Zhang Renming ran to the warehouse area in the castle again, and after opening one of the storage boxes, she was immediately stunned by the wide array of materials inside, which could be described as a massive amount. "Oh my god!" Zhang Renming exclaimed in shock, but she didn't think much about it. Instead, she directly hugged a few large bones that were as thick as her arms, and returned to the outside of the castle. Under Han Xing's interested gaze, Zhang Renming placed these bones on a grinding table made of stone, then picked up a stone hammer and sold the bones to be crushed. However, it seemed that because the texture of these beast bones was too hard, her strength was insufficient, and she was unable to destroy their structure even after hammering many times. At this moment, Han Xing was watching as she raised the stone hammer and smashed the bones with a shuddering effort. Boom! 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 Seeing this, Han Xing gulped and walked over. "Let me do it. Your strength is too low to smash these bones." Zhang Renming wiped the sweat from her forehead, seemingly due to excessive force, causing her face to be as red as it should be. her eyes looking at Han Xing in a mesmerized manner. At this moment, the vestments on Zhang Renming's body were already soaked with sweat, and her thin clothing set off a devilish figure, coupled with that unique odor on her body. Even the air seemed to emit a tantalizing odor. This appearance could almost instantly evoke some kind of desire deep within a male's heart. Han Xing also took several deep breaths before barely restraining himself. He walked over to Zhang Renming and picked up the bones. Of course, Han Xing would not continue to foolishly mash the bones. That would be too slow in efficiency. Thus, he directly released a spiritual energy puppet. Under Zhang Renming's surprised gaze, the spiritual energy puppet grabbed the bone and placed it in its palm. Then, a steel palm slammed. Slap! These beast bones were directly slapped into powder. Good! So powerful! Exclaimed Zhang Renming. Han Xing looked at her adoring eyes and recited the clear heart mantra in his heart. He then maneuvered the puppet again and spread the bone powder on the territory, and a system prompt appeared. Bone powder fertilization successful. This land will provide more nutrients to the crops, speeding up the growth cycle of the crops. Zhang Renming wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Xinger, take a break. I'll go cook. After saying that, she rolled up a corner of her mage robe and walked over with a light stride and a twist of her hips. Looking at the way she was busy, Han Xing then thought, this woman, so virtuous. Also, the ass is quite big. Having such a person to handle logistics for him seemed like a good thing. Thinking about this, Zhang Renming had already prepared a colorful and delicious meal. After coming to this world, Han Xing hadn't eaten such delicious dishes for a long time, and immediately began to wolf down the food. Zhang Renming held her cheeks at the side, looking at Han Xing with a giggle on her face, a happy smile spreading across her face. This image seemed to be the scene she had always dreamed of. Han Xing sensed her difference and asked, what's wrong? No, nothing. Zhang Renming shook her head, and a moment later, she said with some embarrassment, That, I've sweated a lot today. Can I use a bit of water to take a bath? Han Xing froze for a moment and nodded. Yes, feel free to use it. There is plenty of water resources in the storage box. Last time when it rained, Han Xing had also stocked up 2 storage box spaces of water, specifically for his daily needs. Zhang Renming nodded and returned to the castle with a blushing face. Under Han Xing's guidance, he set aside a room specifically for her to wash. Anyway, there were many rooms, capricious. As Han Xing passed by, he heard the sound of rushing water, which triggered infinite reverie. Late night, Han Xing continued to sit on his balcony looking at the stars. At this time, he suddenly noticed something strange in the distance. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be 2 survivor territories approaching his side. Ran into other survivors again. Han Xing took out his weapon and prepared to wait and see what happened. And strangely enough, the 2 survivors suddenly stopped when they were still a kilometer away from Han Xing. They were not prepared to get closer, and after observing for a while, they turned around and left. Gone. Han Xing re-stowed his weapon in his backpack and thought about it, not taking it to heart. However, shortly after these 2 departing survivors, one of the human hunters was dialing the call with a face full of excitement, reporting the situation to the top. Boss, we found the territory you mentioned. There's a castle more than 20 meters high on top of that territory, and this territory has 3 or 4 floors, at least 4 to 5,000 cubes. It should be the kid you were talking about. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a cold face heard the news, and on his iron face, a slight change finally appeared. This middle-aged man was the Whisperer. Hearing the report from his men, he hurriedly said, Did you record the video and send it to me? Okay, boss. A video file was sent over. After the Whisperer watched the video footage, he finally confirmed that this was the person he was looking for, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Well done, you two. Go directly to Huangwon in a moment to collect your reward. The 2 survivors were full of excitement as they thanked him. After the call hung up, Whisperer clenched his fists and said excitedly, Xinghe, finally, let me find you. Thinking of this, the Whisperer summoned the Huangwon from before. As one of the few minders under his hand, the Whisperer trusted him extremely. Under the night, a warrior in light armor quietly arrived on Whisperer's territory. The Whisperer whispered a few words in Huang Wen's ear. Xinghe has risen to level 9 and will reach level 10 tomorrow to take the first place reward. Huang Wen, tonight is the time to act. This man, who looked a bit thin, had a touch of gravity in his eyes. The Whisperer solemnly instructed, Remember, find trusted brothers. This matter must not be exposed. A moment later, he nodded and said, "Got it, boss. I'll make the arrangements." When Huang Wen silently retreated, a hint of killing intent flashed across the whisperer's face. "Xinghe, don't blame me. Originally, I didn't want to lay my hands on you either. But on our last trip to the secret realm, we lost too many brothers, and even I, with great difficulty, managed to retrieve a life. Team God's Whisper has suffered a great deal of injuries, and is in dire need of a large amount of resources to restore its strength. Although there's no deep hatred between you and me, you've collected too many resources in your hands, and these resources, only when they're in the hands of a large team like ours, will they be able to fulfill their value. So, don't blame me for being ruthless." This night, several survivors got a secret message at the same time, and with a heartbeat, they got an identical coordinate. At the same time, under the mobilization of intentionality, 8 empty islands of survivors began to move in the dead of night. Their target was clearly the location of Han Xing's empty island. Late at night, Han Xing was in dreamland. In his room on the lower level, Zhang Renmeng was also sleeping peacefully. And just then, the 8 empty island territories slowly approached him. As the 8 empty islands all drew closer, the coal ball lying at his feet was the first to wake up. As a void specter wolf, it had an innate sense of danger and malice. With a flash of black light, Coal Ball jumped onto the balcony. After seeing the strange situation at the edge of the territory, Coal Ball instantly leapt back to Han Xing's bedside and gently pushed his shoulder with its paw. Han Xing woke up immediately when he sensed the abnormality of the Coal Ball. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that Coal Ball's eyes were a bit off and were looking out the window from time to time. Han Xing realized that something was wrong. Under the guidance of Coal Ball, he came to the window. Then, Han Xing saw at a glance that there were 8 sneaky figures that logged into his territory. In the middle of the night, these few survivors joined together and ran into someone else's territory silently. To say that they had no plans, the ghosts would not believe it. Han Xing's face turned cold, then silently took out his legendary quality longbow. At this time, these guys did not know that Han Xing had woken up and had already discovered their traces. These survivors looked at the huge castle in front of them, and a greedy look appeared in their eyes. Then, these survivors looked at each other and successively pulled out a palm-sized bamboo tube from their backpacks. Chapter 75, Total Extinction. Han Xing also saw them move. The bamboo tube that these people pulled out seemed to be a bit unusual, and at the front end, there was actually a fuse set up. This was actually a simple explosive that they had made themselves. The visitors are not good. Han Xing frowned. These people were well-equipped, well-prepared, and the lineup was reasonably matched. 2 stalkers, 2 warriors, 2 mages, a hunter, and a priesthood. If this was an ordinary survivor facing this kind of formation, there would be no chance of resistance. This was also the first time Han Xing had encountered an invasion of other survivors. However, he did not panic. Han Xing slowly pulled back the bowstring, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. There were 8 invaders, each holding several improvised explosive cartridges. Just then, the leader, a human warrior, said softly, "Ignite the fire and throw them out together to blow the castle gates open before we directly force an attack." The others nodded their heads, just as one of the human hunters was about to light the fuse. At the top of the castle, an arrow struck with lightning speed. Swoosh! In the next moment, the arrow hit the center of the eyebrow and penetrated the brain. This human hunter's forehead had an additional bloody hole that went through front and back, and his body fell limply. A message alert came. "You have inflicted damage on the survivor, harnessing the dragon, and successfully killed your opponent." It turned out that the survivor was called Harness Dragon, and Han Xing thought back in his head, realizing that he didn't know this guy and hadn't come into contact with him. The other 7 intruders looked at the fallen bodies of their team members in horror, their faces filled with shock. "Xiao Long, damn it! We've been discovered. Everyone, direct strong attack." As the words of a human warrior in the lead fell, they lit the fuses of the barrels in their hands in unison. "Throw!" As the words fell, the remaining 7 invaders simultaneously threw the cannon barrels in their hands. However, Han Xing just looked at it and completely disregarded it. He said disdainfully, "A bunch of idiots. This castle of mine has a defense value of 1,000 points. With these small firecrackers in your hands, I'll lose if I can blow off layers of skin." Sure enough, 7 barrels were thrown at the entrance of the castle's iron gate. After a violent explosion, the gate did not move. Han Xing looked at the castle's status. Remaining defense value, 963. A wave of explosions only knocked off 37 points of defense value. The invaders were dumbfounded. How could their homemade explosive cartridges, which they had always been proud of and which had a huge amount of power, not work at all? And right at this moment, taking advantage of their moment of confusion, Han Xing poked his head out once again and shot out an arrow. Swoosh! This arrow, once again, penetrated the chest of a human mage. When encountering a group battle, kill the brittle skin first. Han Xing also believed in this truth. The human mage stared blankly at his chest before spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing. You have dealt damage to the survivor Amber Flowing Light and have successfully killed your opponent. The remaining survivors were horrified. Damn it! That guy is on the tower, mages and other long-range units. Aim at that window for me and attack with all your might. Everyone else, follow me and feel your way through the walls. Him up! However, after being killed by Han Xing for 2 long range in a row, only the mages and priesthood were left on the field now with some long-range attack capability. These people did not have a bad fighting sense, and after Han Xing finished off the second person, the mage was the first to attack. A large fireball came crashing down. Han Xing slightly sidestepped to avoid it. Snap! With an explosion, the balcony's outer wall area was scorched and blackened. At the same time, the holy priesthood also threw out a ball of holy light towards him. Han Xing was temporarily forced back into the room. His eyes moved slightly, and in the next moment, a flash of black light leapt out. The cinderblock figure flashed and rushed directly to the head of that mage. That leading warrior hastily warned, "Old Su, something is flying towards you? Be careful." This mage's face instantly turned pale as he raised his staff in a panic. However, with his speed, how could he be a match for the cinderblock? Swish! Swish! With a flash of cold light, the wolf's claws slashed through, and this mage screamed miserably as 2 deep blood marks surfaced on his face. And this was just the beginning. Against the enemy, Cinderball displayed the same ferocious trait that it had against monsters, and the black light on its body began to flicker continuously. With the strength of this mage's equipment, which was only a green quality vestment, it was simply brittle as paper in front of the coal ball's attacks. Pieces of flesh and blood tumbled, and every time the wolf's claws scratched through, the wounds were deep enough to be seen on the bone. Ah! This human mage's miserable screams were creepy to hear. "Old Su, what's the situation on your side? What the hell is that?" The power of the cinderblock and that unimaginable speed terrified people. The human holy priesthood stood in place holding the bronze holy hammer and seemed to be somewhat confused. Just then, Han Xing poked his head out once again. The dual arrows shot over. The target was clearly the human priesthood. At the critical moment, the human holy priesthood hastily put a layer of holy light shield on himself. This gave him some sense of security in his heart. In the past, when he encountered danger, the holy light shield could give him a strong defense that could at least block several attacks. However, what he didn't know was that the holy light shield, in terms of Han Xing's attacks, was not worth mentioning at all. In the next moment, a crisp cracking sound came. Ka-ching! The holy light shield shattered in response. This human saint priesthood watched with his own eyes as the 2 arrows penetrated the chest armor's defense, and then the entirety of them did not enter the chest. Good! What a terrifying attack power! As the words fell, his body went limp and he slowly collapsed. On the other side, Cinderblock also finished off the mage. You dealt damage to the survivor King of Steel and successfully killed your opponent. Your pet Coalball dealt damage to survivor Darkness, successfully killing the opponent. At this point, all the long-range professions had been resolved by Han Xing. On the field, there were still 2 warriors and 2 stalkers left. At this time, they were still struggling to scale the castle walls. The outer wall of the castle was more than 3 meters high with a smooth surface, and even for these survivors, it would take a lot of work to climb up. When that warrior looked back, he realized that half of his teammates had already died and was instantly terrified. "Brothers, we've hit a hard spot." To the side, the other teammates asked in panic, "Big brother, what now? Should we withdraw?" This human warrior pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. "That kid is ruthless. He won't let us go. Keep going, we must finish him off." The remaining few people also realized this. At this time, the 2 stalkers both seemed to have sprinting skills, and when they were halfway up the wall, their bodies flashed and they instantly jumped onto the wall. In the next moment, they entered the stalking state in front of Han Xing. Han Xing didn't care. It would take a lot of time for these two stalkers to come over. And this time would be enough for him to clear out the two warriors on the outskirts of the castle. At this moment, without the mage's hold, these two warriors were living targets in front of Han Xing. With a cold eye, Han Xing continued to shoot arrows with his bow. Duck, duck. The first warrior was hit by arrows in his shoulder and back, and after a miserable scream, he fell down and died on the spot. Han Xing continued to launch the second wave of attacks. After 2 rounds, no matter how unwilling the two human warriors were, they could only die under Han Xing's arrows. Now on the field, there were only 2 stalkers left who had entered the stalking state. Han Xing pondered for a moment. In the early stages, when there were no skills such as the Eye of Truth, dealing with this kind of enemy was really a bit of a problem. Although he was clear that the 2 stalkers were within his castle, he did not know specifically in which location. Unless they came close to him, Han Xing was able to detect the approximate location with his own perception of danger. However, right now, although Han Xing did not have a way, it did not mean that Kohlball did not have a way. One must know that wolf-like creatures, however, were born with a powerful sense of smell that far exceeded that of normal people. Kohlball, find these 2 guys. At Han Xing's command, with a flash of his body, Kohlball instantly jumped onto the city wall and then began to flash around the neighborhood at extreme speeds, searching for the whereabouts of the stalkers. Soon, Kohlball found the trail of one of the enemies. At the edge of the tower's corridor, there was clearly nothing there, but Kohlball showed his teeth and lunged over. The human stalker was also very nervous in his sneaking state, but he was confident in his sneaking. With his agility attribute, even an elite monster of the same level would have a hard time discovering himself. He had thought that he would be able to dodge a bullet by hiding here. However, there was still a strong disbelief in his eyes when he saw the cinder block lunging straight towards him. What he didn't know was that his own little agility attribute was not worth mentioning in front of the S+ Kohlball. Ow! The Kohlball lunged over and instantly bit the stalker's shoulder. The stalker let out a miserable cry, and when he reacted, he realized that he had been pierced through by the Kohlball's wolf claws at his heart. Kohlball's attack was fast and furious. Against this kind of brittle skin, a single claw was all it took. The stalker was declared dead. Now only the last human stalker remained to be found. Han Xing scanned below, and at this angle he basically had the entire territory in his eyes. However, he did not find the figure of the intruder. This indicated that the other party had most likely hidden inside the building. And just then, he suddenly heard a panicked shout from downstairs. Yikes! Then, there was the sound of something exploding. Boom! The scream was from a female. Han Xing realized what was going on and instantly turned pale as he rushed down at breakneck speed. However, when he rushed to Zhang Renming's room, he was somewhat confused by the scene before him. He only saw her holding a secret silver staff in her hand, her face white as she looked at himself, and in front of her, there was a charred human corpse. You've already finished it off? Han Xing asked suspiciously. Zhang Renming's delicate body trembled, and when she heard Han Xing's words, she subconsciously took a step away from the corpse. You! Before Han Xing's words came out, in his surprised gaze, the staff in Zhang Renming's hand suddenly dropped and she directly jumped into her arms. Han Xing, who had wanted to subconsciously push away, suddenly felt that this woman was trembling violently all over her body. She seemed to be extremely afraid. Han Xing also knew what she was afraid of. After all, she had just killed a human with her own hands. Although the other party was of the status of an intruder, for In had been living in a civilized society. Killing people, it was always a bit difficult to adapt. Han Xing's hand, which was ready to push away, stopped in mid-air. Half a minute later, Han Xing suddenly felt that the soft flesh in his arms stopped trembling, and his body temperature was slowly rising. Han Xing looked down, only to find that Zhang Renming had also raised her head and was looking at him with teary eyes. Only in her expression, aside from fear, there was also a lot more shyness. She seemed to have realized the current state of the two of them, and her face swished red. At this angle, Zhang Renming's slightly reddened cheeks were so dainty, and her slightly trembling lips made one even want to taste them on the spot. The two could even feel each other's warm nostrils, and Zhang Renming tightly grasped Han Xing's arm, and in her nervousness, there seemed to be some anticipation. Xing! Brother Star! Zhang Renming still wanted to say something, but she saw that the man's face in front of her had quickly zoomed in, directly blocking her lips. MMM. MMM. Zhang Renming let out a tantalizing moan from her mouth, her mind almost going blank. A few moments later, Zhang Renmeng started to respond passionately from the sluggish beginning. The night was like fire. In the small room of the castle, the temperature gradually rose. After a few minutes, Han Xing took a deep breath and violently broke free from the tenderness. Granted, Han Xing thought that he was not a decent person or a good person. But he also knew that now was not the time to do such things. Didn't he see that there was still a charred corpse in the room right now? Han Xing put Zhang Renmeng aside and said after coughing dryly, "I'll go take care of the corpse." Zhang Renmeng nodded with a blushing face. Associated with what they had just done, Zhang Renmeng's inner sense of shame was almost on the verge of bursting, and had it not been for the fact that her legs were now weak, she would have even wanted to grab the door and run away on the spot. Although Han Xing was also a bit embarrassed, it wasn't as exaggerated as that, as he directly came to the window and shouldered the charred corpse before throwing it out of the window. With a snapping sound of flesh, the corpse fell onto the castle connecting corridor. Then, Han Xing summoned the golem giant, picked up the corpse, and threw it directly onto the territory outside the castle. At this time, Han Xing turned around and said, "When did you wake up?" Zhang Renming's emotions seemed to slowly calm down at this time of returned. At the time I heard the explosion, I woke up. I saw you fighting. Then I was afraid of dragging you down. So I prepared to hide in the cabinet. Then I saw my window opened, and I had the thought that someone was likely to come in. She broke off and returned. Then I... Han Xing knew what she meant by then and nodded. "You did well. There's no need to have any psychological burden either. You have to realize that these people are here to kill us. If you don't take him out, then you'll be the one who gets taken out. Today, your performance was good." Receiving Han Xing's appreciation, the apprehension on Zhang Renming's face disappeared before she forced a smile. After ending the battle, Han Xing directly came outside the castle and began to inspect the corpses of these invaders. Unsurprisingly, no useful information was found on these people. Things had gotten a bit complicated. Chapter 76. Night like fire. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Han Xing pondered. There aren't any clues, but from their conversations, we can probably deduce that these people should be premeditated. And it sounds like it's not the first time they've done this kind of thing, and their business is relatively skillful. It's just a pity that they met me. After obtaining this information, Han Xing began to continue poking around on these people. Obtained bronze staff 1, obtained homemade explosive cartridge 3, obtained gunpowder 17. The harvest was ordinary except for some green equipment. It was just a little bit of material. Han Xing started touching the corpse again, the second corpse, which seemed to be the warrior who gave the orders. On his body, Han Xing touched a blue greatsword, and then also some ordinary materials. When all 8 corpses were touched, Han Xing could not help but curse. Poor bastard. The equipment on these survivors were all ordinary green-blue mixes, and the equipment quality was all very low. Han Xing could not look at them at all. At this time, Han Xing suddenly noticed the edge of the territory, the 8 empty islands of survivors that were no less than 1,000 square feet, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This was the first time he had encountered empty islands of survivors that had died. These guys are dead, so their territories should be able to be merged by me as well, right? Han Xing pondered. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. You have merged the masterless empty islands, gained 1,433 territories, gained core territory 2, gained territory resources. Spirit cores 4512, homemade explosive cartridges 12, gained fine iron 3213, gained. You have merged unclaimed empty islands, gained 1,012 territories, gained core territory 1, gained territory resources. Dark flint 775, secret silver 93, gained bronze battle axe 1, gained. You have merged unclaimed empty islands. A series of 8 prompts came, and Han Xing's territory area skyrocketed by nearly 10,000 cubic meters in these few short seconds. The overall area directly tripled. This terrifying expansion speed directly caused Han Xing to fall into a state of confusion. After a long time, when he looked at his huge territory that had suddenly reached over 15,000 cubic meters, an uncontrollable smile appeared on Han Xing's face. Good, good, good. So neat, huh? No wonder these guys like to do things like killing people. This gain is more than terrifying. After killing 8 people, Han Xing had harvested more than 10,000 square meters of territory, more than he had been exploring hard for more than 10 days. Moreover, in addition to the territory, there was also a huge amount of materials. All of these 8 people's harvests in the past half a month were all included in Han Xing's pocket. With such a large territory area, he could use it for many things. At this time, Han Xing also noticed a different tip inside the system. In addition to these territories, he had also acquired 9 core territories. Han Xing remembered that when he first entered this world, the system said that everyone had a core territory under their feet, which was also the foundation for future development. Could it be? He looked at the status bar, the column of territories, and was instantly surprised when his core territory changed from 1 to 10. Holy, it's still true. Han Xing tried to maneuver those newly acquired 9 core territories and found that they all flew towards him and then floated in front of him. At this point, Han Xing pretty much figured out the role of a core territory. It was equivalent to a new territory cornerstone, and one could utilize these core territories to create a few more empty islands out of them. At some point in the future, if your empty islands reached a massive size, after it wasn't too convenient to move, you could choose to find a place to settle down. Then maneuver a new core territory and create another empty island out of it. At this time, Han Xing suddenly remembered something. This core territory, can it be gifted to other survivors? He thought of Zhang Renmeng. Last time, in order to protect Han Xing, Zhang Renmeng's core territory collapsed with her territory after it was blasted by a cannon. Han Xing had wondered before if there was no way for survivors to rise again after losing their territories. But now, these 9 core territories in front of him gave him the answer. There was a way, and that was to take out the other survivors and take away their core territories, which was equivalent to hemlocking a magpie's nest. Earlier, promised that woman that I would help her restore her territory. I didn't expect that it would be realized so soon. The corner of Han Xing's mouth revealed a trace of an easy smile as he prepared to find Zhang Renmeng tomorrow to talk about this. At this time, Han Xing once again looked at the corpses on the ground and already had a few inferences in his mind. This group of people should be related to the 2 survivors I saw during the day. Is it because they saw that castle in my territory and saw the money? At the current stage, there was no survivor who could build such a huge territorial building like Han Xing. Even if there were architectural drawings, the materials needed would be enough for them to save for a long time. And Han Xing's castle should belong to the only one. Therefore, Han Xing deduced that this group of people should be motivated by their wealth and wanted to ransack their territory after taking themselves out. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other answer as to why these guys came to attack his empty island in the middle of the night. Because he was worried that these guys still had accomplices, Han Xing maneuvered his empty island territory to run for hundreds of kilometers in the night. Seeing that there was still some time before dawn, Han Xing decided to go back to sleep. Just in case, he purposely had Cobalt patrol outside his territory for the time being. At the same time, the Whisperer also received a report from his subordinate, Huang Wen. Did the operation fail? He mused. Not a trace of frustration from the failed operation could be seen on his face. Instead, a hint of a triumphant smile appeared. Very well, in that case, let's just implement the next plan tomorrow. After Han Xing returned to his room on the top floor of the tower, he pondered over the gains from this battle. This was also the first time he had fought other survivors. The strength of these people couldn't be said to be strong, but they weren't that bad either. Han Xing was able to fully suppress them with his advantage of terrain and equipment. However, if they were in an open area, Han Xing could not guarantee that he would still be able to fight so easily. It's still necessary to quickly improve my strength, and then build the territory's defense system as soon as possible. At least make it so that other people, at least, can't just land on my territory. As I recall, among the rewards for first place, there is a spiritual energy shroud tower drawing, as well as an alpha-level gold armored golem. After taking first place tomorrow, I'll just build the defense tower directly, and the territory's defense should be able to be increased drastically by then. Han Xing decided that he would go leveling as soon as the day dawned, aiming to get to level 10 within the day. Just as he was about to sleep over, a knock suddenly sounded outside his room door. Han Xing's eyes were puzzled. In this castle, there were only 2 people, himself and Zhang Renmeng. What was she preparing to do in the middle of the night without sleeping? Thinking about what he had just done under his impulses down there, Han Xing couldn't help but see that tantalizing carcass in front of his eyes. Han Xing opened the door to his room, and at a glance, he saw Zhang Renmeng standing outside the door in her thin pajamas, looking nervous. She was panting slightly and her face was red. Han Xing asked suspiciously, "Is there something wrong?" When Zhang Renmeng heard Han Xing speak, she seemed to have some difficulty in speaking. After a moment, She seemed to gather courage and took a deep breath and asked, "That, I'm a bit scared and don't dare to sleep alone in that room. Can I come sleep in your room?" Han Xing froze for a moment. At this time, he also remembered this. In Zhang Renming's room, it was true that someone had just died, so it was normal to feel scared. He thought that Zhang Renming wanted to exchange rooms with himself, so he nodded and said, "Yes, I'll pack up my things and tonight, you'll sleep on top and I'll go below." Han Xing didn't have any qualms about this. Hearing this, Zhang Renming hurriedly said, "No, don't. I don't mean that. I want to be in a room with you. I'm afraid." After saying these words, she seemed to have used up all her courage and lowered her head deeply. She was waiting for Han Xing's answer. Under the moonlight, at this time, Zhang Renming was barefoot, her legs as white as jade fat tightly together, looking apprehensive. Han Xing even saw her magnificent size undulating up and down. At this time, Zhang Renming seemed to be overly shy. Her skin all over her body was glowing with a white and red color, and even at a distance, she could even feel the gradually rising body temperature on her body. At this time, if Han Xing still couldn't understand what she meant, then she was a little cutie. At remembering what happened downstairs earlier, Han Xing's heart was also on fire. He fiercely grabbed Zhang Renming's wrist and then swept her into his arms. "Yeah!" At this moment, Zhang Renming seemed to have not expected that Han Xing would make such a bold move and let out a cry. However, in the next moment, she realized that her legs left the ground and her entire body was directly picked up by Han Xing. Zhang Renming's delicate body trembled as she subconsciously tightly wrapped her arms around Han Xing's neck. At this moment, Zhang Renming only felt that the sky was spinning, as if in a dream. She could smell the man's heavy and powerful breathing, and underneath his sturdy chest, she could even hear a violent heartbeat. "Xing, brother star." Zhang Renming's voice was like a mosquito fly before burying her head into Han Xing's arms. Han Xing gently placed the beauty in his arms onto the bed, then turned his own back. Rustling, the sound of clothes being unloaded. Zhang Renming, who was lying on the bed, bit her lips and subconsciously tightened her heart when she heard this sound. However, on top of the tension, there was also some small sense of tingling and anticipation. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the young man's back, and once she thought of what was going to happen next, she was even more nervous as her legs tightened together. Han Xing turned around and looked at the beauty on the bed. Moonlight spilled down from the bed, and under the moonlight, her snow-white skin was a shy light pink color. When Han Xing's face was close to Zhang Renming's, she only felt her heartbeat slow down by half a beat. "Thinking about it?" Han Xing asked solemnly. Zhang Renming knew what he meant, and with a face full of shyness, she softly hummed. Han Xing no longer hesitated. The night was tantalizing, and a suppressed murmur soon resounded in the castle's room. "Xinger! Xinger!" Boing! After a delicate gasp, the beauty's rapid breathing slowly calmed down. Chapter 77. Taking the first place. The next day, Han Xing opened his eyes just as the sky dawned. Usually at this time, Han Xing would stand up and walk to the balcony to take a look at the scenery outside. But today was not quite the same. This was because in his arms, there was an additional beauty with a slightly reddish, delicate face. At this moment, Zhang Renming was still asleep with her eyes closed. Han Xing did not wake her up. He knew that Zhang Renming was exhausted last night. He prepared to pull his wrist out from under her neck. And just then, Han Xing's movements seemed to wake up Zhang Renming in his arms. She slightly opened her mesmerized eyes and softly said, "Brother Xing, you're awake?" Having tasted clouds and rain for the first time, Zhang Renming's body was even more moist and charming. "Aha!" Han Xing answered. Then there was a long period of speechlessness. Both of them seemed to be awkward at this time. After a long time, Zhang Renming took the initiative to break the awkwardness and asked. She seemed to have thought of something and said with some fear, "Xing, brother star, I was the one who took the initiative last night. If you don't like it, you can pretend that nothing happened." After saying that, she forced up a forced smile to look at Han Xing. However, this smile fell in Han Xing's eyes, but it was truly somewhat heartbreaking. A moment later, Han Xing shook his head and said, "What are you talking about? Do you think that Han Xing, am the kind of guy who eats and wipes and then denies it?" Zhang Renming desperately shook her head. I don't mean that." Han Xing gently embraced her into his arms and slowly said, When you sacrificed your life to save me last time, I actually thought that you were a good woman. After coming to this world, the social order of humans has long collapsed, and in order to survive, people will inevitably become selfish. A moment later, Han Xing solemnly said, Zhang Renmeng, if no one in this world takes care of you in the future, then let me take care of you. Listening to Han Xing's almost confession-like words, Zhang Renmeng froze for a moment and her eyes gradually became moist. Han Xing thought that he had frightened her, and as someone who had never gotten along with a girl before, he actually couldn't think of any comforting words for a moment at this time. However, right at this moment, Zhang Renmeng suddenly raised her forehead and took the initiative to come up. At this moment, Han Xing seemed to have given up thinking and only felt a warmth and fragrance. Zhang Renmeng's mouth continued to emit gasps. After a few minutes, she became more and more active and actually took the initiative to bully and press up. Feeling the fiery heat in his arms, Han Xing's heart also seemed to be ignited once again. A few minutes later, the woman's light panting sound once again came from the room. Brother Star, I can't breathe anymore. Xinger. The sound gradually dissipated, turning into soft whispers between clouds and rain. After the day was completely bright, Zhang Renmeng had already stood up from the bed. Han Xing lay on the bed, looking at the beauty's stunningly beautiful back. He couldn't help but feel some sense of trance. Last night had experienced too much, and was also Zhang Renmeng's first time as a woman from a young girl in the true sense of the word, and her entire aura had become even more flirtatious. Coupled with her devilish figure, every move she made seemed to be able to take away all of Han Xing's sight. Zhang Renmeng slightly sidestepped her body, and seeing the half-naked Han Xing, she said with a slightly reddened face, I'll go and cook for you. I'll only have the strength to fight monsters after I've eaten enough. After saying that, she left the room as if she had fled. Han Xing smiled and stood up from the bed, putting on his equipment before walking out again. At this time, the coal ball was still wandering leisurely in the territory, and when it saw Han Xing come out, it excitedly stomped on all four of its legs, then flew towards Han Xing and pounced over. Han Xing smiled and squatted down, stroking its head. While today's coal ball was a bit different from usual, it sniffed at Han Xing's hand and then sniffed at his leg. It seemed that it smelled something different on Han Xing's body. The cinderblock glanced curiously at Han Xing, and then at Zhang Renmeng, who was cooking on the side. Han Xing was also a bit embarrassed, and hurriedly pulled out spirit cores from his backpack to feed the coal ball. With food, the coal ball no longer dwelled on the odor of Han Xing's body. As the spirit core was swallowed by it, system prompts came one after another. Feeding successful. Pet coal ball potential value +1. Feeding success. Pet coal ball potential value +1. As the 30 or so spirit cores went down, coal ball satiety level went back up to 100. At this time, Han Xing noticed the potential value on the length of the coal ball's growth. The length of formation. S plus pet length of formation can be raised through potential value. Once per 10,000 potential value. Current potential value. 215. After a few days of feeding, coal ball's adult length had also made considerable progress, but there was still a long way to go before it reached the 10,000 potential value. After having breakfast, Han Xing then took Zhang Renmeng and began to continue practicing. However, the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange. Zhang Renmeng became even more shy and would often look at Han Xing's back and wander off, and several times, it was only when Han Xing reminded her that she reacted to release her spells. Fortunately, with Han Xing and coal ball by her side, Zhang Renmeng would not be in any danger. Moreover, today's Zhang Renmeng also realized that Han Xing had become much more patient with her. This warmed her heart. After a full day of practicing, Han Xing's experience bar was steadily rising, and at the same time, the size of his territory was expanding by leaps and bounds. It was late in the evening. Han Xing put away his arrows, and the corpse of a level 10 elite level tiger fell at his feet. At this moment, a system prompt came. You have successfully killed the glistening manticore 1-star elite level LV10, gaining experience value of 7,320, and your pet cinderball has gained experience value of 5,856. Your level to increase. Current level LV10. As a white light flashed across Han Xing's body, he too had finally risen to level 10. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You have successfully risen to level 10 and have met the ranking requirements. Current rank 1. You have obtained the ranking reward. Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing on Golden Armored Golem 1. Elementary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing 1, Elementary Lord's Lodge Construction Drawing 1, Golden Weapon of Choice Drawing 1, Golden Treasure Chest 1, Spiritual Cores 10,000. A large pile of rewards slammed into Han Xing. Not long after Han Xing took the first place reward, the Area 107 chat channel directly set off a heated discussion. Sure enough, it's still the Star God who took first place. This time it's really a crushing advantage. Yeah, this upgrade speed, there's really no one else. It's terrifying. I've only just leveled up to level 7. I don't know how the Star God did it. Han Xing's upgrade speed once again refreshed their cognition. At this time, the other survivors said, but next, those people are going to start powering up as well, right? Although the first place reward already has a master, the rewards behind it aren't bad either. You guys, who will the second place be? That's 5 elite level puppet guards and a golden treasure chest. That's not too easy to say. Now that the first tier has all risen to level 8, Whisperer, Black Eagle, they should be the most promising. However, that Lone Brave and Yun Tianming also have a lot of potential. I've heard that they seem to have a relationship with the Star God, and with the Star God's help, these two are also strong contenders for second. Friends of the Star God? That does have a lot of potential. Just as the other survivors were discussing the rankings, Han Xing had already begun to check the rewards he had just obtained. He first picked up a drawing, and information about the drawing surfaced on it. Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Elementary. Territory Type Building. Build an obelisk that generates a spiritual energy shield. The spiritual energy shield can resist physical and magical attacks. The obelisk has a defense value of 500, and the shield has a defense value of 200. Han Xing directly clicked on Learn. As the defense-type building he had been longing for, he was now also finally getting his hands on it. Then, he looked at the construction requirements in the drawings column. Spiritual Energy Shield Crystal Tower Elementary. Depending on the size of the territory, a circular spiritual energy shield needs to be generated by investing the corresponding number of spiritual cores. The spiritual energy shield can defend against physical and magical attacks with a defense value of 200. Materials required for construction: fine iron 30,000, secret silver 1,000, magic crystals 10,000, rare earth 50,000, ether 50,000, spirit cores 20,000. Note: survivors can adjust the size of the shroud according to the area of the territory, from 10 meters to 200 meters in diameter, and need to invest in the relative spirit cores to provide energy. This is it, Han Xing said excitedly. With this obelisk, he would be able to build a shield out with 200 defense value, which after the castle's addition was 240 defense points. Other survivors or monsters that wanted to rush into their territory again would have to break this defense shield first. Safety was greatly guaranteed. Well, now it will be impossible for those little brats to attack me at night again. Without delay, Han Xing decided to start building immediately. Although there were also a lot of materials needed to build the spiritual energy shield obelisk tower, it was completely sufficient with his material reserves. Han Xing found an open space, not far from the castle, about 30 square meters. He directly clicked Build. A system prompt came. Whether or not to consume materials and build the primary spiritual energy shield obelisk, this build will take 20 hours. Yes. Under construction. Time remaining 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Not bad. Much less time than it takes to build the castle. After dealing with the rewards of the obelisk tower, his eyes blazing, he looked towards another reward, the Golden Armored Golem. Golden Armored Golem Chief Grade. A special reinforced golem that can only move within the territory. Level LV10. Attribute: Strength 108, Agility 74, Spirit 86, Physique 109. Skills: Steel Bone, Flame Spray, Blood Cut, Heavy Hammer Slam, Metal Blast. This thing, with a size of more than 10 meters, was even more massive than his elite-level spiritual energy puppet, and accordingly its attributes exceeded by a notch. Han Xing stroked his chin and looked up. If it was that elite-grade psychic energy puppet, and the golden armored puppet in a one-on-one battle, it would most likely be unilaterally ravaged by the golden armored puppet. However, compared to the spirit energy golem, the golden armored golem had one of the biggest drawbacks, and that was that it could only move within the territory. In other words, it only had a defensive role, and was unable to help Han Xing fight monsters in the same way as the psychic energy puppet. Chapter 78. Targeting. Looking at the golden giant on the territory. To the side, Zhang Renmeng slightly opened her mouth and marveled. What What a big puppet. Han Xing laughed. This thing is good in the future. If those little brats dare to run onto my territory again, I'll stomp him to death with one foot. However, listening to Han Xing's somewhat brutal speech, the woman not only did not feel scared, but was filled with adoration. She seemed to have been completely conquered by Han Xing. Then Han Xing began to check the third reward. Elementary Lord Hut Construction Drawing. This drawing he could not use. This was because there could only be one main castle type building in effect in each survivor's territory. He now had a higher-end castle, so even if he built it, it wouldn't have any additional added effects. Moreover, this hut was literally just a hut. Han Xing took a look at the drawings and it was probably just over 100 square feet, with 2 floors on the top and bottom, similar to that old self-built house in the countryside. In terms of appearance, it wasn't even in the same class as the Lord's castle. After casually storing this drawing in his backpack, Han Xing began to check the fourth reward prop. Elementary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing. Build a teleportation array in the territory for survivors to travel to and from each other. When teleporting, require the other party to also have a teleportation array. The number of people to be teleported in a single transmission is 1 person, and the interval between transmissions is 1 hour. Materials required for construction: fine iron 20,000, secret silver 5,000, magic crystals 50,000, ether 50,000, spirit core 50,000. Is it constructed? Yes. Han Xing directly built this teleportation array next to the spiritual energy shield tower. Under construction, estimated time remaining 17 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Han Xing rubbed his hands together in excitement and began to check the fifth reward again. Gold-colored weapon of choice drawing. He said with some excitement, "This is the first gold-colored equipment I've ever obtained."
不对，好像熔金火炮才是第一件，不过那是特殊装备。
Forget it, whatever. It's a golden equipment anyway. It must be even more powerful than the moon coronet longbow I'm holding. Han Xing chose his main weapon, the longbow, as usual. A system prompt appeared. You have obtained the Shattered Spirit longbow drawing gold color. Do you want to learn it? Learn. Han Xing rubbed his hands together in excitement and hurriedly checked the crafting conditions for the Shattered Prana longbow. Materials required to craft the Shattered Prana longbow: Hungjin ingot 10, secret silver 50, soul crystal 10, spirit core 5,000, rare earth 10,000, 2-star chieftain grade beast tendon 1. Wearing requirement: LV11. Another Hungjin ingot and a 2-star alpha beast tendon is also required. Every single material in here is not something that can be gotten at the current stage, right? Han Xing also noticed the wearing requirements at the back at this time, which required level 11 to equip. It dawned on him. It seemed that this weapon was prepared for him after he broke through the first turn. Before a survivor advanced, the level cap was level 10. Only after using a scroll or other means of transferring could the level cap be opened. This golden weapon was indeed not something that could be considered at the current stage. Now Han Xing turned his attention to the last reward, the golden treasure chest. This was the first golden treasure chest he had come into contact with since entering this world, and Han Xing was very much looking forward to what could be opened. A burst of golden light flashed by, and a system prompt appeared. Successfully open the golden treasure chest. You have obtained Hungjin ingot 3, tough beast skin 4, spirit core 1024, immortal shield gold. Another gold-colored equipment. In Han Xing's hand, a triangular shield about 1.5 meters tall, with a deep yellow luster on its surface appeared, with some typical medieval patterns printed on its body, and coupled with its earth-like color, just by looking at it, it gave off a thick, indestructible feeling. At the same time, the attributes of this shield appeared in front of Han Xing. Immortal Shield Gold LV11, Quality Legendary, Defense 54-57, Spirit plus 20, Physique plus 20, Incidental Special Effect Unloading Force when subjected to a physical attack, reduces damage caused by the opponent's 20 points of force. Incidental Special Effect Intermediate Magic Resistance when subjected to a magic attack, reduces the effect of the damage by 20%. Incidental Special Effect Indomitable Will, Unyielding Will, Legendary Special Effect. When receiving damage, you can enter a 10-second unyielding state, in which all damage received is reduced by 50% and you will not be knocked back by any attack. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Wearing requirements: LV11 exclusive to Holy Priesthood. This shield, what a strong attribute. Xin Yun is the holy occupation. It seems like we can throw this shield at him, Han Xing thought as he stroked his chin. But I remember him saying that he wanted to switch to Magister. This profession focuses on assisting and is not strong against monsters. Would it be useful to give it to him? Forget it, we'll see when the time comes. At this time, the rewards for first place had all been opened by Han Xing. By the time the obelisk tower was successfully constructed, coupled with the chief-level golden armored golem, Han Xing's territory defense would be greatly enhanced. On the side, Zhang Renmeng was also happy that Han Xing had taken first place. At this time, Xin Yun and Chang Si-yong also saw the information on the list and sent congratulatory messages to Han Xing. Brother Xing, fierce. Got to level 10 so quickly. Han Xing smiled. Not bad. With the strength of my equipment, it would be strange if I couldn't take first place. The duo agreed. Xin Yun smiled at this time and asked, right, Brother Star, you've risen to level 10 now. The next step is career advancement, right? I remember that the last time you took first place, you opened a hidden profession scroll. What was it? Xin Yun was very curious. Han Xing returned, Elf Archer. The attributes are not bad looking. Elf Archer. Xin Yun pondered and continued to ask, then Brother Star, are you sure you'll just switch to this profession? However, this question, too, was something Han Xing was considering. The strength of the hidden profession scroll he opened last time was indeed good. However, Han Xing had been thinking about the profession of Wild Ranger. This was because when he played Empty Island Paradise on his cell phone before, he heard those NPCs say this. In the most primitive era, when life was just born with a spirit, there was a group of terrifying creatures living in the heavens and earth that dominated the world. These creatures were as big as stars, and when they opened their mouths, it was a horrible catastrophe, and countless lives died as a result. In order to grow, these creatures devour life in large quantities, and the entire world seems to have become their farm, with waves of life being harvested and reduced to meat, livestock, and breeding tools, living a life of never-ending darkness. The world's living beings called this creature Beast. Until 500 years later, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, there appeared a man clad in a feathered coat with a wild body. This man knew no race, no name, no past. His gaze was like a torch, flickering with the flames of wildness and courage. His voice gurgled from the fountain of his soul and sang across the wilderness to the barriers between heaven and earth. His arrows, like wolves running through the cold winds of the night, were unstoppable. It was also this man who resolutely sent the first arrow that shot at the beast, breaking this notion in the hearts of all beings that the beast was invincible. From then on, the intelligent beings of the Holy Spirit world started the road of resistance against the beast. He is the original hunter of heaven and earth, the embodiment of free will, the Wild Ranger. At that time, just listening to this background introduction, Han Xing felt that the Wild Ranger's B rank was so high that it had no bounds. Compared to the other hidden profession, the Elf Archer, the Wild Ranger was significantly stronger. However, to trigger the Wild Ranger's transfer condition, it was simple to say and complicated to say. That is, the holder of the Medallion of Freedom, who performs a certain ritual under the full moon, will be able to call upon the spirit of the Wild Ranger and inherit its will. The key to this transfer condition lay in the Chapter of Freedom. Han Xing speculated that the so-called Chapter of Freedom should be some sort of quest prop, but he didn't have much of a clue at the moment. He decided to take his chances by going to the trade channel in a moment. However, before he could open the trade channel, he suddenly heard Chang Si-yong exclaim in the discussion group, "Look at the chat channel. Someone is looking for trouble with Brother Star." Looking for trouble with Brother Star? Who is it? Xin Yun hurriedly asked. When Han Xing heard this, he also looked slightly agitated. He tapped into the chat channel, and at a glance, he saw the message that had already swiped the screen. At Star River, come out and talk. At Star River, Star God come out and respond, what's the situation? Is what the people from God's Whisper said true? At Star River, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Han Xing frowned and was a bit confused about what was going on here. He didn't seem to have done anything, so why were so many people on the land verbally attacking him? At this time, Han Xing noticed that most of those who were talking were from God's Whisper's team. These guys, what are they up to again? At this time, another big team in Area 107, the people from the Airplane Men's group came out and asked, God's Whispers brothers, what happened? What's wrong with Star River, you guys? Someone led the way, and the other onlookers also asked, yeah, what's going on? You God's Whispers aren't saying clearly. Eat melon, eat melon. Front row selling melon seeds, cola mineral water. Shocking explosion. The feud between the number 1 team in District 107 and the number 1 person in District 107. The crowd was very curious as to how God's Whisper, as the number 1 big team in Area 107, suddenly looked for trouble from the number 1 red man in Area 107, Star River, and it seemed to be very serious. At this time, amongst the Whisper of God, a person called How You came out to speak. He seemed to be an important person in Whisper of God. How You, it's better for me to say what happened. Last night, we suddenly received news that several brothers in the team had lost contact. Then not long after, the names of these few brothers went black together. What this represents, you all should know well. When the names went black, it meant that the survivors had died. The crowd also realized that the matter was indeed somewhat serious. That How You continued. We originally thought that they had encountered some kind of monster, but it turned out that we later realized through our investigations that it was someone who had secretly set upon them. How Yu's tone was very cold, and the eaters on channel 107 were startled. They seemed to associate something. Shouldn't it be? Right at this moment, How You continued. I'm sure, as you all have guessed, that person who laid hands on our brothers is Star River. Last night, at least 7 or 8 brothers suffered from Star River's poisonous hands. What? After How You finished speaking, the other survivors in the chat channel were shocked. Is this true? Star River actually killed so many people? Before this, everyone had maintained their habits of a civilized society and were relatively restrained. Even if there were some people with ill intentions, they didn't dare to put such things on the table and talk about them. Otherwise, he would suffer from being targeted and ostracized by everyone, and in severe cases, he would even invite everyone to hunt him down. But today, it was the first time they heard someone publicly testify that someone had killed other survivors. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. At this moment, the other survivors asked, "Brothers of the God's Whisper, you can't say this kind of thing nonsense. Everything should be based on evidence. You guys said that Xinghe killed your God's Whisperers? Do you have any evidence?" At this moment, those from God's Whisper suddenly fell silent for a moment. At this time, the survivor called How You sneered, "Of course we have evidence. If you have evidence, then bring it out. Don't just rely on a mouthful of words here." Someone asked. Yeah. The other survivors chimed in. How You continued, "Don't be in a hurry, gentlemen. Our leader will personally provide you with evidence." It didn't take long for How You to finish speaking. In the next moment, the Whisperer directly stepped forward. "Greetings, fellow Blue Stars. I am the head of God's Whisper, the Whisperer. My brethren just said something over the top, and here I apologize to all of you. But I also ask you all to understand their feelings. Our God's Whisper is a united family, and those who come in are all brothers and sisters. Now that they see their brothers being persecuted by other thieves, the grief in their hearts is something I'm sure you all can understand." The Whisperer's tone was sad, with a hint of anger. "I, Whisperer, can prove here with my personality that it was Xinghe who killed our brothers. As for why, please follow me and watch a video." Whisperer put up a video file in the chat channel. The crowd clicked in to take a look. It was clearly an image of Han Xing standing on the ancient castle building and shooting an arrow, blowing the first mage's head off. However, the video seemed to have been processed, and there was almost no footage of the men attacking. From the footage, they could only see the scene of Han Xing killing these people arrow by arrow. After the video was played, the crowd was silent for a long time. At this time, someone tentatively asked, "Head Whisperer, are you sure that person is Star River?" The Whisperer didn't respond positively, but instead said, "I'm sure you all should have seen that castle. That's the drawing that Star River exchanged for me, and at the current stage it should be the only one of its kind. Plus, as we all know, Star River is a hunter profession. Combining all this information, I can be certain that this person is Star River without a doubt." After listening to the Whisperer's analysis, the crowd was already a little more skeptical that the person on the screen was Xinghe. Could Xinghe really have killed so many people from God's Whisper? Number 79, Counterattack. The Whisperer continued at this point. "I believe that all of you have a judgment in your minds. Although Xinghe is powerful, he cannot act recklessly and slaughter our fellow humans. Now we, all the members of the God's Whispering Troop, demand that Star River come out and give us a statement and an explanation to our brothers. Otherwise, even if I, Whisperer, pay a great price, I will make Star River pay for his blood." Whisperer's impassioned speech provoked passionate responses from the other members of God's Whisper's troop. "That's right. Star River must give us an account. We, Whisper of God, will never let go of such a villain who kills innocents indiscriminately. God's Whisper, unite! At Star River. Hurry up and get out here and give us an account. At this moment, Han Xing looked at their group's outrage, and after associating it with the attack that happened last night, he almost figured out what happened. This Whisperer, perhaps, had been thinking of dealing with himself from the start. Those 8 attackers were also arranged by him, and the Whisperer seemed to be anticipating the failure of those people. So much so that he had taken the next step immediately after those people failed to assassinate Han Xing, planning the current situation. Han Xing laughed coldly in his heart, and a point of killing intent appeared in his heart for this Whisperer that he had never met before. Right at this moment, Chang Myong was the first to be unable to hold back and jumped out to scold. You idiotic things. Being fooled by the Whisperer is just like a little cutie. The same. Believing whatever others say. Where are your brains? The crowd saw Sunjimi Yong's name, Lonely Brave. Before this, many people had speculated that Lone Brave had a relationship with Star River. At this moment, seeing him speak for Han Xing, the crowd also acquiesced to this statement in their hearts. The Whisperer said without haste, Lone Brave, we know of your relationship with Xinghe, but in this kind of matter, it's not useful for you to take sides. He did indeed kill our God's Whisperer's people. This is something that you cannot deny. And this is also the thing that everyone can't tolerate the most. I hope you can understand the seriousness of the matter. Narumi Yong was just about to retort when Xin Yun interrupted at this point. Until now, it's all you people from God's Whisper who are talking to yourselves there. I would like to ask, why did these few members of God's Whisper's troop, in the middle of the night, run together to Star River's territory? In this regard, may I ask the Whispering leader to explain? Xin Yun's words could be said to be a very reasonable analysis. It made the crowd couldn't help but think of some possibilities. The other survivors had asked suspiciously in the chat channel. Yeah. Why would these people join forces together in the middle of the night to go to Han Xing's territory? Couldn't it be that they wanted to hit Star River from the start, and as a result, they were not strong enough and were countered by Star River? Faced with the crowd's skepticism, the members of God's Whisperer's troop blanched. However, this kind of scenario Whisperer also had a plan to deal with it. The Whisperer responded calmly, This brother Yun Tianming, your rebuttal angle is tricky and reasonable. But I can tell you that the reason these brothers of mine are on Star River's territory is actually because Star River invited them over. Star River invited them over to the territory in the name of forming a group. And at that time, those few members of my group even excitedly told me that they had met a celebrity from Area 107. However, how could they have never imagined that it was that very existence that they admired that would actually kill them painfully? That this invitation was a trap set by Star River to begin with? This statement could only be said to be only half credible. But the Whisperer understood in his heart that he didn't need the others to believe it completely either. He just needed a reason to take a shot at Han Xing. Everyone was just watching the fun. Who cared how many bowls of cold noodles Sixth Son had eaten? The God's Whisperer was on the same page. The Whisperer slowly spoke at this time. Lonely Brave, Yun Tianming, the two of you should know Xinghe. You guys help me convey the message that, regarding this matter, Xinghe must give us a statement. Of course Xin Yun wouldn't believe the Whisperer's bull and sneered. A statement? What statement do you want? The Whisperer paused and finally spoke his conditions. Compensate our brothers who died at least 100,000 spirit cores per person, as well as 100 bottles of secret life pills, including the ranking reward that Star River just obtained, and hand it over as well. Listening to this fellow's rambling price, Shun Yun sneered. You dare to open your mouth. What if we don't give it? The Whisperer slowly returned. If we don't give, then we, God's Whisperer, have our own way of dealing with it. The Whisperer's tone changed and said seriously, Then next, Xinghe will be endlessly hunted by our God's Whisper. No matter how far he escapes to the ends of the earth, as long as he is encountered by our God's Whisperer, then he will be killed. If you want to protect him, then the same consequences will apply. After Whisperer finished these words, that Hao Yue was the first to respond. Support Head Whisperer. Blood will pay for blood. Let Xinghe come out. Blood for blood. God's Whisperer and these people were thronged with excitement. In the territory, Han Xing watched their speeches and a cold smile flashed across his face. To the side, Zhang Renmeng looked at her worriedly. Han Xing waved his hand and said, It's fine. Just then, he finally sent out his first words in the chat channel. Xinghe, I heard that a lot of people are looking for me and hunting me down. The rightful owner appeared. In the chat channel, there was a moment of silence, Then a tsunami of screen messages. The melon eaters frantically ate Han Xing. Star God. Are they telling the truth? Did you really kill so many people from God's whisper? Star God. Please explain why you killed our companions. Star River. Han Xing ignored all of these questions. He simply said indifferently, "Killing is killing, so what can you do?" At this moment, the whisperer's mouth suddenly revealed some smiles when he heard Han Xing admit it himself. The land was silent once again as they were all shocked by Han Xing's arrogance. Berserker. Damnable Xinghe. You will definitely pay for this. The people from God's whisper began to furiously spray Han Xing. However, Han Xing also retaliated without showing any sign of weakness. A bunch of idiots, being led by an old fox and still not realizing it. All the way to the new world and still willing to serve as a dog. That's all you've got. The faces of the group scolded by Han Xing changed. The whisperer said at this moment, "Xinghe, you've already made a big mistake, and you still dare to be so arrogant. If you persist in your insistence, not only will we, God's whisper, but the entire 107th district won't be able to tolerate you at that time." Facing the whisperer's threat, however, Han Xing was unconcerned and said, "Whisperer, I know what you intend to do, and I am also clear about your purpose. But I can tell you for sure that this will be the most wrong decision you have ever made in your life." Chapter 79. Seek your own death. Han Xing said with an icy cold voice, "I can tell you for sure that this will be the most wrong decision you have ever made in your life." The whisperer was shocked in his heart as he heard the killing intent in Han Xing's tone. Before the whisperer could say anything, Han Xing continued in the land at this moment. "And you guys who are following the uproar, I don't care if I'm just a melon eater or if I've been brought up to speed by the whisperer. Now I'll give you all one last chance. Now all of you stand out and apologize, then immediately quit God's whisperer. I'll give you all 10 seconds to think about it or suffer the consequences." Han Xing did not prove his innocence for himself, but instead directly gave them an ultimatum. These almost arrogant words shocked thousands of people throughout the chat channel. A moment later, it was the sound of unbridled laughter. This kid, could it be that he was scared silly by us? Does he know what he's saying? Threatening so many of us, he doesn't have a problem in his head. Does he? Ignoring their taunts. Han Xing counted silently in his heart. 10 seconds later, Han Xing spoke again. "Very well. Don't blame me for not giving you guys a chance." In the chat channel, those people from God's whisper were still mocking. However, Han Xing silently posted up 2 equipment messages. One was a space backpack white. One was a space backpack blue. Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, the entire chat channel was once again silent. Then came an intense sensation. At the current stage, space-type storage props, they knew very well what it meant. If they could carry sufficient supplies with them, challenging a high-difficulty copy like the Cloud Mystic Realm would have a higher clearance rate, and even increase their chances of survival when they were in the wilderness. In the face of these 2 pieces of equipment, for a moment, a wave of longing directly appeared in the bottom of many people's hearts. They also didn't care about the deaths of the unlucky few from God's whisper. As Han Xing had said, this was a new world, so what was wrong with a few deaths? At this time, someone tentatively asked, "Star God, what do you mean by posting these 2 pieces of equipment?" Han Xing didn't answer, but said in a flat tone, "Since you God's whisper has placed a kill order on me, then I'll place a kill bounty as well. Next, anyone who kills any of the people on the above list with the kill information, find me to receive a space backpack white." Han Xing directly made a list of the group of people who had just raised a ruckus in the chat channel, and most of them were people of God's whisper. The crowd was shocked when they saw the list of up to hundreds of names. Han Xing continued, "Anyone who kills a member of the management of God's whisper, with the information of the kill, find me to receive 2 space backpacks blue, plus 50 bottles of secret pill of life." At this time, a hint of bad premonition rose in the hearts of everyone in God's whisper. The whisperer's face even became extremely ugly. However, Han Xing continued to speak icily. "Anyone who kills the head of God's whisperer, in addition to being able to approach me to receive 5 spatial backpacks blue, they can also receive an additional 100 bottles of the Brute Bear Power Secret Pill and 100 bottles of the Life Secret Pill. The reward, effective for a long time." Han Xing's words were so loud and clear that the entire chat channel of thousands of people resounded with a chorus of voices sucking in cold air.
Hiss.
They hadn't been clear about what Han Xing was preparing to do when they saw him post the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. But now they realized that Han Xing was planning to use this kind of extremely valuable props to unleash the power of the crowd against God's Whisper. And crucially, because of the special nature of these two pieces of equipment, it was impossible for them to refuse. As soon as Han Xing struck, it was a blue backpack with 300 compartments of space. And by killing the God's Whisper management, he would even receive 50 bottles of secret pills of life. Such an exorbitant bounty had already made many people's hearts flutter. This was the first time they had seen that a single person declared war on the biggest team in the entire zone and issued a bounty for the hunt. It sounded fantastic, but once they thought about the fact that this person was Xinghe, then it was justified again. The atmosphere in the chat channel was very strange as everyone remained silent. Han Xing had wanted to make a batch of backpacks out first, and then debut them when they were uniformly sold. As a result, now that the people from God's Whisper had given themselves this whole mess, Han Xing wasn't used to them. But publicly offering a bounty on someone's life, something that was clearly against the morals of human society. Even though the crowd was moved, they still didn't dare to say it out in the open. At this moment, it seemed that the Whisperer was still trying to use his words to make a block. Gentlemen, don't listen to this Star River's demonic words. We are all compatriots of the Blue Star. If he dares to kill us today, he will dare to kill others tomorrow. We have to unite as one and expel this kind of ill-intentioned person from the group. However, the chat channel was silent and no one responded. Just then, however, a familiar name stepped forward and said, Xinghe, is this true? As long as you take out the people from God's Whisper, you'll directly give a reward? The man who spoke was called Black Eagle, the leader of the second largest regiment in Area 107. Han Xing laughed lightly. Of course it's true. I can still take out this much. Black Eagle was silent for a moment after hearing this. A moment later, he directly said in the chat channel, Good. This reward, we, the Dusk Mercenary Corps, take it. As the words fell, the chat channel once again set off an uproar. Whisperer's face even changed wildly. As the second team in Area 107, the Dusk Mercenaries. Most of their troop members were professions such as stalkers and hunters, and they usually rarely spoke in the chat channel, but no one dared to ignore the existence of this group of people. The core members of the Dusk Mercenaries only had less than 50 people, but every single one of them possessed strong strength, and this time on the rank list, the Dusk Mercenaries even had nearly 20 people on the list. Especially their leader, Black Eagle, that was in the profession of a stalker, and was no weaker than his Whisperer's existence in terms of leveling speed. Moreover, Whisperer also knew that this Black Eagle had some other secrets. Before descending into this world, the Whisperer had vaguely mentioned from the mouth of a big shot that there was a group of people with special identities in Xinjiang City, and that in general it would be best not to mess with them, or even best not to come into contact with them. And the leader of this group of people was codenamed Black Eagle. The fact that Black Eagle had taken up Han Xing's bounty could be said to have directly caused a sudden warning sign to arise in the Whisperer's heart. At the same time, the survivors of the entire Whisper of God team had some bad feelings. The Whisper of God team, totaling just 700 to 800 people, sounded like a lot. But in the entire 107th district, excluding them, there were still nearly 8,000 people. Facing so many pairs of greedy eyes, there would be pressure in anyone's heart. At this moment, the Whisperer was still in the team discussion group calming down the players. Gentlemen, don't be nervous. That Xinghe is just bluffing. This bounty of his won't work. However, the Whisperer's pacification didn't do much. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people had quit the Divine Whisper team. Looking at so many exit messages, Whisperer's face turned blue. However, he was still trying his best to control his emotions. However, most of the members of God's Whispers group had joined in the beginning for the purpose of rubbing off on the benefits of a large team, and they wouldn't really be foolish enough to share the Whisperer's suffering. Therefore, in the face of Han Xing's bounty, running away was the optimal choice. After all, Han Xing was only targeting the members of God's Whisperer, so as long as they quit, they would be fine. On the other hand, the group of people who had originally cursed Han Xing were screaming in agony at this point. There was nothing they could do even if they quit God's light language now, because Han Xing had already written down their names and made a separate bounty list. Han Xing closed the chat channel after posting the reward. At this time, Chang Si-yong and Shin Yun were excited in the discussion group. Chang Si-yong laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Brother Star's move is high. Once the reward was posted, that Whisperer was so scared that he didn't even let out a single fart. And those idiots from God's Whisperer, now they'll have something to regret. Shun Yun also laughed. Indeed, this time, even if Whisper of God doesn't disband, it will be greatly wounded, and the name of the number 1 team in Area 107 that was so hard to build up will be lost today. Han Xing laughed. He did not put the Whisperer's threat in his eyes at all. Next, just waiting for the bounty incident to ferment would be enough for the Whisperer to get burnt out. Even if he really called for people to surround and kill him, Han Xing was not in the least bit weak. Next, as long as the spiritual energy shield was built, the other survivors could not even enter if they wanted to attack themselves. Taking a step back, even if they went through all the trouble and broke the defense shield and ran into their territory, what they would have to face would be the oppression of an alpha level, an elite level, and 7 normal level puppet giants. At the current stage, there weren't any survivor teams that could deal with this kind of battle. Right now, Han Xing only needed to get some more offensive building drawings to completely complete the initial defense planning for the territory. At that time, even if the Whisperer brought a group of people over to besiege him, he would only end up with a total loss. However, the Whisperer shouldn't have a chance. This time, it shouldn't be too long. At this moment, Han Xing continued, "Don't worry about them, just a bunch of jumping clowns. You two continue to grab the upgrades and get the teleportation array drawings first. That way, we can come and go whenever we want." The duo seemed to have remembered this as well, and their eyes lit up. "Okay, Brother Star. Then we'll grab our levels and go now." What happened over at God's Whisperer was just a minor hiccup for Han Xing. In vain, Whisperer had planned for so long, thinking that his plan was seamless. However, he hadn't expected at all that Han Xing would respond in such a way, directly pulling out a bounty. Now, not only had he not been forced to come up with compensation, but he had also invited endless trouble for the entire Whisper of God, and even he himself had to face the pursuit of those professional killers. Han Xing returned his sight to the territory. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng was looking at him with a worried expression, and she had also seen what had just happened in the chat channel. Han Xing waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Aha." Zhang Renmeng looked at him with a face full of adoration, then gently took Han Xing's arm. Chapter 80, Chapter of Freedom. Nighttime. Han Xing quietly thought about his next plans after eating the dinner made by Zhang Renmeng. He had now risen to level 10, and switching professions was imminent. Although he had the Elf Archer hidden profession scroll, the Wild Ranger profession was also of great interest to him. But so far, he hadn't come into contact with the key prop, the Chapter of Freedom. With an attitude of trying, Han Xing searched for the words Chapter of Freedom in the trade channel. The next moment, a consignment message appeared in front of him. Han Xing's eyes fiercely lit up. "It's still there." Han Xing was so excited that he was on the verge of jumping. However, it was normal after thinking about it. After all, there were still more than 9,000 people left in Area 107, and among them there was definitely no shortage of guys with explosive luck, or what we usually call European emperors. Even if the chances of the Chapter of Freedom appearing were even smaller, putting it on so many people, the chances would be greater. Han Xing hurriedly checked the consignment information. It was found that the consigner was a survivor called Sugarheart Moo Moo, a name that sounded like a girl, and she needed the mage's advanced profession scroll. Advanced profession scroll? Han Xing was a bit confused. This thing, he really didn't have it on hand. Oh no, there might be one, but it was for the hunter hidden profession, but she was a mage profession, so giving it to her would be useless. Currently, in the entire Area 107, there shouldn't be many advanced profession scrolls produced. Apart from the last leaderboard reward that gave 100 scrolls, the only way for other people to obtain advanced profession scrolls was by opening treasure chests. And at the very least, it would take a silver-level treasure chest to open a profession scroll. Therefore, in the entire 107th district, the number of advanced profession scrolls shouldn't be more than 1,000. It was no wonder that this Sugarheart Moo Moo would trade for this. This was an early preparation for when he rose to level 10. Although Han Xing didn't have any profession scrolls in his hand either, he still had quite a few goodies in his hand, so he tried contacting the survivor. Han Xing directly sent a private chat. "Hello. The Chapter of Freedom in your hand. Can you exchange it for another prop?" At this time, on a certain empty island territory, a woman with a pretty face and tall figure was fighting a group of goblins. Her features were straight, and her waterfall like green silk hung down around her waist, making her whole person look quite a bit like a beauty. In front of her, there were 3 other survivors fighting with the monsters. They seemed to be a temporary squad. The 2 melee professions were holding the monsters at bay, and the female mage stood behind the team, outputting at ease. Just then, this female mage's expression moved, and she suddenly saw a private chat message. She had wanted to finish off this group of empty island monsters before returning the message. However, when she saw the ID of the private chat person, She blinked in some disbelief. Tian. Is he? After confirming that she hadn't misread it, she instantly breathed a little sharply. She hurriedly said to her teammates, "You guys take the top first. I'm a bit busy, so I'll return a message." The team members were a bit stunned, but still said attentively, "Okay, Moo, if you're tired, go rest for a while." "That's right. Just leave this place to us." Sugarheart Moo nodded, then clicked on the chat window with an excited expression. After seeing the message from Han Xing, her embroidered eyebrows moved slightly as she pondered for a moment before replying, "Hello, Star God. This medallion of freedom can be exchanged with me with other props." Her voice was clear and her pronunciation was standardized, as if she had been specially trained. Han Xing was relieved to hear this. Fortunately, this person had something to talk about. "Okay, let's see what you need. I would like to exchange with you." Sugarheart Moo did not answer immediately, but paused for a moment before asking, "Is this seal important to you?" Han Xing listened to Sugarheart Moo's voice and fell into deep thought. Coming up with this kind of question, this woman, it couldn't be that she was testing the importance of the seal of freedom to herself and wanted to use it as a condition to ask for a price, right? Right now, the survivors of Area 107 all knew that they had a lot of good things in their hands. A moment later, Han Xing did not answer this question of hers, but instead asked in return, "Doesn't it say what it does on the prop's introduction?" Sugarheart Moo quickly replied back, "No, the introduction just says that this seal contains the breath of freedom, and none of the other functions are described." Breath of freedom, why did it sound strange? This prop introduction made Han Xing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But fortunately, the prop did not state its true purpose, which was to summon the remaining Wild Ranger will in heaven and earth. At this stage, even if the other survivors got it, they did not know what this seal could do. Therefore, it was normal that this Sugarheart Moo would take it out in exchange. Thinking about this, Han Xing replied back, "It's quite important to me. I'm doing a quest, and the key ring requires this freedom seal." He also didn't intentionally say that this thing wasn't important. That little cutie didn't believe it either. Sugarheart Moo pondered for a moment and carefully asked, "Can you divulge a little bit? What kind of mission is it?" After saying that, she hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand me, Star God. I'm just a little curious because the way I obtained this seal is also very odd." "Odd?" "Yes." Sugarheart Moo began to narrate. "It was by a chance that my companion and I discovered a huge empty island. There were no clouds covering that empty island, and the area was comparable to a mountain range." Han Xing listened and pondered for a moment, listening to her description. How was it similar to the empty island where he encountered the strange bird last time? Sugarheart Moo continued, "We went deep into that empty island, and then were surprised to find that there was actually a group of Aboriginal tribes living inside. They all had strange tattoos on their bodies, and those Aborigines told me that it was witch tattoos. We began to explore this group of Aboriginal tribes, and found that their customs were very strange. Every night they would gather all their clansmen and hold a strange sacrifice, and the object of their sacrifice was a statue of a white wolf. Recently, that tribe was plagued by a monster, a jungle python that was over 10 meters long, a level 10 elite monster. The python has been constantly attacking this tribe, and their clansmen have been attacked one after another and buried in the snake's belly. That's when the system released the quest, saying that we should help remove the python's threat. My companion and I accepted the quest, and after some hard fighting, we finally finished off that giant python, and their tribal patriarch, in order to show his gratitude, took out this seal for us from the eye of the white wolf statue. From him, I heard something about a legendary profession, something about the title of demigod, but up to now, I don't know what the seal does, so I'm very curious." After hearing her story, Han Xing also felt very confused. His knowledge of the Wild Ranger was not much more than Sugarheart Moo. After thinking about it, Han Xing still returned, "You're right. This is indeed a quest prop regarding the hunter's hidden profession." Opposite to him, Sugarheart Moo exhaled slightly upon hearing this, revealing a look of determination. To prevent her from making a lion's share of the money, Han Xing continued, "But you should know that I was also the top ranker on the last leaderboard, and I already have a hidden profession scroll in my hands. So, this medallion of freedom is not as important to me as I thought." Then Han Xing directly said, "Name your price, as long as it's not too outrageous. I can accept it." Hearing Han Xing say this, Sugarheart Moo then remembered that it was also Xinghe who took first place in the last ranking. Doing the math like this, Xinghe was already number 1 on both rankings. On the other end, Sugarheart Moo Moo lightly bit her lower lip and softly said, "Star God, let's do it this way. I'll give you this seal for free, but you need to promise me a request." Request? Han Xing spoke in an odd tone. He wouldn't be happy with someone saying they would give it to him for free. He knew very well that in this world, free things were the most expensive. "Tell me, what are your conditions?" Han Xing asked. Sugarheart Moo Moo let out a light breath. "It's not anything serious. I just hope that, next, you can accept an interview with me." An interview? Han Xing was very surprised. This was the first time he had heard of someone wanting to interview him in his entire life. Sugarheart Moo Moo replied affirmatively. "Yes, but not right now. I know that the Star God should be very busy right now. Just a short while ago, Han Xing had just released a bounty against the #1 team in Area 107. Even she knew how much of an impact this matter had on the survivors amongst themselves. Sugarheart Moo Moo continued, "It won't drag Star God for too long. After I level up on my side and build a teleportation array, I'll pick a time to interview you then. However, for this exclusive interview, I would prefer a face-to-face format. In other words, I hope that the Star God will allow me to travel to one of your territories and conduct an interview. What do you think?" This condition made Han Xing fall into thought. He was not afraid that this woman had any bad motives. Han Xing just didn't understand why she wanted to interview herself. Sugarheart Moo Moo seemed to know the doubts in Han Xing's mind and explained, "Star God should also be from our Xinjiang city. I don't know. Have you ever heard of my name on a short video platform?" Hearing her mention it, Han Xing pondered. A moment later, Han Xing remembered something and said in surprise, "You're that internet celebrity who has millions of fans on short video sites?" Sugarheart Moo Moo smiled back, "Yes, Star God. I'm honored that you know me." Han Xing was stunned. As modern people, they basically come into contact with things like short videos. Even though Han Xing usually rarely did, with the push of big data, as long as you were online, it was hard to avoid these. And he had seen this Sugarheart Moo Moo's work, so it was no wonder he felt that the name was somewhat familiar. She is not the impression of the kind of rubbing female netroots. Her style of work, more inclined to the kind of relaxed to the store and daily sharing, witty and humorous tone of voice style, coupled with her ultra-high value of face support, collect a lot of popularity. Only after coming to this world, the so-called Netflix had no role at all and would not bring her any help. Chapter 81, Hunter from Two Eras. Sugarheart Moo Moo directly said, "Star God, I'll be honest. I want to utilize Star God's traffic to make another column to gather popularity for myself, and then use this to make this column bigger as a way to grow. The previous opening of the region made me realize one thing, that sooner or later, all of us humans from the blue planet will merge together, equivalent to billions of people living in a new world. And as long as there are people, there are resources, and while we can all connect with each other, so far I haven't seen anyone else with the same idea as me. This is a perfect opportunity." By this point, Han Xing sort of understood the woman's intentions. It had to be said that this was a very smart woman, able to keenly grasp some points that brought their own traffic and profit from them. And as the man of the hour in District 107, Han Xing carried his own huge traffic. When everyone was still troubled by survival, she had already thought about the next development of the human situation, utilizing her advantages and laying out her plans in advance. If she really made it, it was unknown on a worldwide scale, but in District 107, she should be the only one. Han Xing was also in his mind, for the first time, refreshing his impression of these netizens. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing felt that he could agree to his conditions. Because in this deal, Han Xing wouldn't lose out either. Han Xing directly returned, "I can accept your interview. Just tell me a day in advance when you have time." Sugarheart Moo Moo finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. "All right. Thank you, Star God. I wish us a happy cooperation." As the words fell, Sugarheart Moo Moo immediately initiated a trade request to Han Xing. Then, a green seal was placed on the transaction window. Han Xing tapped to confirm the transaction. "The transaction is successful. You have obtained the Freedom Seal." After closing the private chat window, Han Xing touched this cold seal of special material in his hand and his face was delighted. "Great. Now it's just a matter of waiting until late night, and then we can verify that the method of summoning the spirit of the Wild Ranger, as heard from an NPC, is true." At this point, there were still a few hours until late night. Han Xing didn't continue to go back to upgrading, but instead directly began to batch craft space backpacks and secret life pills. On one hand, it was used to pay the reward, and on the other hand, it was also to prepare for the next transaction. Does it consume spirit cores 10,000, 1-star beast skin 1,000, Crafting spatial backpack white 1000. Time required for crafting. Tens 1000. Does it consume spirit core 100000? High quality beast skin 1500. Ether 10000000. Crafting space backpack blue 500. Time needed to make 60s 500. 1500 backpacks, adding up to more than 11 hours of crafting time. Han Xing ordered yes to all of them, directly removing 110,000 spirit cores, plus 1 million ether, and a large number of animal skins, and then the reserves of spirit cores which had been depleted by nearly half. But it didn't matter, these spatial backpacks were enough to allow him to completely get back his capital, not to mention that he could also multiply it several times on top of that. After several hours passed, Han Xing found a stool and just sat outside the territory and waited. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng was carrying a kettle to water the flowers in the territory, looking at Han Xing from time to time with a few gentle smiles at the corners of her mouth. At this time, a system prompt came. Successfully crafted spatial backpack white 1000. His 1000 white backpacks had been crafted. The attributes were all similar, all had 30 compartments of storage space, as well as random 4-dimensional attributes. Han Xing put them all into the warehouse. Ever since he posted the bounty order, the entire chat channel had not stopped with messages. Star God actually has equipment like a spatial backpack? It's so surprising. Yeah, I was gonna say before that everyone can carry too little now that they're challenging the secret realm, and I don't know when they'll have bigger storage props, but I didn't realize that the Star God actually had such a powerful prop there. I remember Star God had a spatial backpack a long time ago. At that time I watched him put it on the trading channel once, and it didn't take long for it to go off the shelf again, except that it was white equipment. I don't know what Star God will put up the space backpack. I can't wait. Right now, everyone in Area 107 knew that Han Xing had a large number of spatial backpacks here, making them greedy. And just then, Han Xing finally received the first private chat message. The person in the private chat was called Razor, and the other party was none other than one of the members of the Dusk Mercenaries. Razor's speaking style was also very concise and sharp. The bounty has been completed, and we have killed the Whisper of God group member, Glazed Summer. He sent Han Xing a kill message. A smile appeared on Han Xing's face and he clicked on the transaction with alacrity. Then, he directly posted a screenshot of the kill message on the chat channel. The entire chat channel once again set off a furor. Heavens! Someone actually did complete the bounty and killed a God's Whisper group member. It's too fast. It's only been a few hours. Right? Who's so fast? And the Star God actually gave a reward. How terrifying. Now, the people from God's Whisper are going to be sweating. Looking at the bright red kill messages in the chat channel, those who originally thought Han Xing was just scaring them felt a cold sweat break out. With the first, there was soon a second. Han Xing was also constantly receiving kill messages, and from nightfall to just 3 hours now, he had already traded out more than 20 spatial backpacks. This meant that at least 24 members of God's Whispers group had lost their lives. The fact that so many people had completed the bounty and managed to get the spatial backpacks that Han Xing had promised also stirred the desire to kill in the hearts of the others. At this moment, the members of God's Whispers troop were the equivalent of a walking cake in their eyes, with superb equipment that anyone who saw it would want to take a bite out of. Moral code? In front of the great temptation, it didn't exist. Everyone in God's Whisper was in danger. Many people, at this time, finally couldn't withstand the pressure and began to actively withdraw from the team. Half an hour passed, and more than 200 more people quit Whisper of God. At this time, the Whisperer's face was white. Looking at the team he had managed to build up with great difficulty, the number of people had directly cut down in just a few hours. If he couldn't withstand this wave of pressure, then the next number of people to quit would be even higher. At this moment, remorse appeared in the Whisperer's heart for the first time. He was almost frantically sending private chat messages to Han Xing, hoping that he would withdraw the bounty order. However, he realized that Han Xing had long since blacked himself out, and the message could not be sent at all. The Whisperer's heart was like ashes. But what he didn't know was, in his mind, Han Xing had long since placed him on his must-kill list. Han Xing will definitely kill him the first time he catches a chance to deal with a guy who wants to deal with himself with all his heart and soul, and will not give him any chance to negotiate. Meanwhile, Black Eagle of the Dusk Mercenary Corps was looking around for Whisperer's whereabouts. Han Xing's bounty could be said to have completely torn apart the moral standards in the hearts of everyone in Area 107. At this moment, they would realize that it turned out that in this world, killing was really a very simple thing. There wasn't even a need to pay any punishment for it. Late at night, a bright moon hung high overhead. A large empty island with tens of thousands of square feet was suspended in midair. Han Xing told Zhang Renmeng to go back to the castle first, while he himself stood up. Then, a longbow appeared in his hand. The tip says to hang the medallion of freedom at the tip of the arrow, and then infuse the arrow with all the conviction in your heart. Concentrate your mind, do your best, and shoot the strongest strike at the moon in order to summon the remnants of the Wild Ranger's will. Han Xing took a deep breath and whispered, "Strongest strike." He pulled out a bottle of Savage Bear Power secret potion from his backpack and directly drank it, his power skyrocketing. He then pulled out an arrow and hitched the bowstring, tying the chapter of freedom to the tip of the arrow. The bowstring was slowly pulled back. Crunch, crunch. Tension-filled taut sounds kept coming. After pulling the pinky-thick bowstring all the way to its limit, Han Xing still pulled it tightly without letting go. Then he aimed the arrow at the bright moon in the sky. In the next moment, the arrow shot out violently. Swoosh! The tip of the arrow carried a hint of green and shot straight towards the moon. At this time, Han Xing was also very apprehensive. He didn't know if what that NPC said was reliable. If it didn't do anything, then he would have wasted the Medal of Freedom for nothing. Han Xing stared at the arrow, witnessing it rise up into the sky and soar into the air until it turned into a point that was difficult to see with the naked eye. However, it was as if the arrow had disappeared into the night sky. After a few seconds, there was no response. Han Xing couldn't help but drop his arm in disappointment. Failed. It seems that I can only transfer to an elven archer. Han Xing shook his head and was about to turn around and go back. And right at this moment, a cool wind suddenly blew throughout the entire territory. This wind was as if it was blowing from the distant past, carrying a pale aura. In the next moment, the entire sky seemed to be infected by some strange aura, as the breeze caressed the sky, and stars flashed in the sky. Han Xing turned around violently and looked up towards the sky. He vaguely saw a man wearing a straw crown on his head and a thin animal skin coat appeared in the bleak night sky. His skin was bronze in color, and his yellow hair was disheveled and as wild as a lion's. Underneath him, a huge white wolf with a snow-white body and fur like silver-forged silk stepped into the air. At this moment, this man and wolf seemed to be one with the bright moon in the sky. At the same time, the coal ball seemed to have sensed the abnormality and flashed to Han Xing's feet at the first opportunity. The two hunters stared at each other in the air. They both equally had a wolf and were equally holding a huge longbow. Both hunters from different eras felt a stirring in their hearts. In the air, the man said in a deep voice, "It has been thousands of years since no one has been able to awaken the ranger's will, and I never thought that this time it would actually be in the forsaken land of the gods." He looked towards Han Xing and asked with a lowered head, "Human, was it you who summoned me here?" This wild lion-like man opened his mouth, as if the entire heaven and earth were echoing his voice. Han Xing's throat twitched. This man with an illusory figure gave off an unrivaled sense of oppression just by looking at him. He had never seen such a strong existence before, as if he was facing, at this moment, a god. At this moment, Han Xing could not help but throw a scouting message at him. Spirit of the Wild Ranger. To level? Attributes? Skills? Well, apart from the name, nothing could be detected. The man also seemed to know that Han Xing had thrown a detection spell at him, but instead of getting angry, he continued to ask with a sullen face, "Human, since you summoned me here, then I'm sure you know what this represents. I ask you, are you willing to inherit the will of the Wild Ranger and become a new generation of Wild Rangers?" Han Xing pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Is the Wild Ranger the strongest hunter profession?" A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the airborne man's mouth as he listened. "You are the third person to ask me this question in the last 10,000 years. Before that, the answer I gave them all was that there is no strongest profession, only a strongest heart. But today, I can tell you that among those legendary hunters, Wild Ranger may not be the strongest, but it is definitely the profession with the highest achievement." Highest achievement? Han Xing asked doubtfully. In the air, the berserk lion-like man nodded. "Do you know that while the generations of Wild Rangers, the lowest achievement is a 5-star legend, and 6-star demigods are not a few, or even 7-star absolute peaks?" Han Xing was thrilled to hear this, his face filled with admiration. At this moment, the spirit of the Wild Ranger in the air, looking at Han Xing's worshipful eyes, revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. However, in the next moment, Han Xing asked, "What is a demigod? And what is the absolute peak?" Spirit of the Wild Ranger. After the other party was silent for a moment, the spirit of the Wild Ranger seemed speechless. However, he still patiently explained, "That's fine, you spirits born in the forsaken land of the gods are weak and really don't know much about this. So today I will explain to you the strength system of this world. First of all, living beings strengthen themselves by absorbing the aura between heaven and earth. But in the process of growing, living beings will encounter a bottleneck, and because of their talent or bloodline, some living beings are stuck in the bottleneck and may not be able to break through for the rest of their lives. And once a breakthrough is made, not only will they be able to master new powers, but their strength will also see a substantial increase. We call this metamorphosis, the first turn. After the first turn, reaching a certain realm will usher in the second bottleneck, which is the second turn, and once the breakthrough is made, the strength will once again grow. And so on until the fourth turn. Many beings will be stuck at this step. This is also the limit of most lives. Above the fourth turn is another realm, the legend. Reaching the legendary realm is equivalent to taking the first step from mortal to divine, truly possessing a trace of divine power. Then there are the 6-star demigods, and even those who truly possess the power of a god, the 7-star supreme peaks. After listening to the Wild Ranger Spirit's explanation, a thoughtful look appeared on Han Xing's face. He almost understood what the other party meant. The so-called first turn should be the career progression from level 10 to 11 for them, the Blue Star survivors. The second turn would be the progression from level 20 to 21 and so on. It was simple and clear. And the legendary level that this man was talking about should be a level 50 or higher professional. Chapter 82. What does it mean to raise your hand and fall a star? Legendary demigod, absolute peak. Any of these realms possessed destructive power. It was also a realm that countless beings could only dream of reaching. The spirit of the Wild Ranger finished explaining the power system of this world to Han Xing and once again asked, "Human, do you have any more questions?" This legendary being seemed to be very good at talking. Han Xing's heart fluttered with anticipation as he asked, "Yes, can you show me how strong the Wild Ranger is?" Upon hearing this request, the other party did not seem surprised, but instead, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. He directly agreed, "Yes." In the next moment, he only saw this man riding a white wolf suddenly raise the silver-white longbow in his hand and shoot an arrow into the sky. At that moment, he turned back to Han Xing and said, "Watch the human race. This is the power of the Wild Ranger." The arrow carried a brilliant stream of light. Just as Han Xing was in a state of confusion, he suddenly saw all the stars in the entire starry sky zoom in at this moment. No, that's not right. It wasn't zooming out, but the stars in the entire sky all fell down at this moment. Holy! This is so exaggerated. Han Xing's eyes widened as he could only feel the sky shaking. Rumble. Then, a meteor shower that covered the entire field of view fell violently. Han Xing saw a cloud-covered empty island in the distance explode violently when it was hit by one of the meteors. A single empty island monster was blown up without even uttering a scream, including those suspended empty islands. At this moment, all of them turned into fragments and fell from the sky. At the same time, the explosions were endless. When Han Xing reacted, he was horrified to find that all the clouds in an area of 100 miles around himself were gone. This even included some clouds that were thousands, or even tens of thousands of square meters. There were an unknown number of monsters and powerful existences hidden inside. But even so, they still went up in smoke under this strike from the Wild Ranger. One strike cleared the field, terrifying as it was. The spirit of the Wild Ranger seemed to be able to control the location of the attack and did not land on his empty island. Otherwise, Han Xing suspected that a random meteor would be enough to blow his territory to pieces. Good! What a terrifying skill! Han Xing gulped. At this moment, Han Xing admitted that he was still superficial. This profession, it was more than tough, it was simply hanging to the ground. Look, what does it mean to raise your hand and drop a star? What does it mean to attract the power of heaven and earth? With just this one skill, Han Xing couldn't wait to switch to Wild Ranger. At this time, the spirit of the wild game looked at Han Xing's shocked look and laughed softly. "Human, this is only the basic skill of the Wild Ranger, Falling Star Arrow Rain, and you will be able to learn even more advanced skills when you have completed the metamorphosis of the second and third turns. Now, I ask you again, are you willing to inherit the will of the Wild Ranger?" Han Xing did not hesitate this time and immediately said excitedly, "I am willing." A pleased smile appeared on that rough-faced man's face. The next moment, a system prompt came. The spirit of the Wild Ranger is injecting the power of inheritance into you. Upon completion of the injection, you will automatically be transferred to the hidden profession, Wild Ranger. Do you accept? Yes. Han Xing didn't hesitate to tap accept yet. Your body has been infused with the power of inheritance. Your full attributes have been increased by 200%. You have been automatically transferred to the hunter hidden profession, Wild Ranger. You have automatically learned the Wild Ranger's new skills: Berserk Outburst, Wild Instinct, and Falling Star Arrow Rain. Berserk Explosion. When entering combat, your hit rate will increase by 100%, and your attack speed will increase by 50%. Wild Instincts. Activate the power of Wild Ranger instincts in your body. Lasts for 10 seconds. Under this state, movement speed increases by 500%. Cooldown time, 15 minutes. Rain of Falling Star Arrows. Invoke the power of the stars, inflicting ranged damage on enemies in the agility 0.2 meter area in front of you. Each meteor can inflict 150% damage. One meteor can be summoned per 1 point of agility. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. At this moment, Han Xing was directly shocked by the strength of this profession. These 3 skills were more than awesome. They were simply awesome. The first Berserk Outburst directly pulled his hit rate to full capacity, and in the future, even against those high-level Lord monsters, there would almost rarely be any missed hits. And the second Wild Instinct is an escape skill. Movement speed increased by 500%, running faster than a cinder block. The third Falling Star Arrow Rain, which should be the skill that the Wild Ranger spirit had just used, was a ranged skill. Not only did it make up for the shortcomings of the hunter profession that didn't have group skills, it would also continuously increase the number of meteors and damage as Han Xing's attributes grew. The damage was secondary, the main thing was the handsomeness. Just as Han Xing was still immersed in the power of the Wild Ranger profession, a second system prompt came. As you have transmuted into a legendary grade hidden profession, the legendary skill bar opens. Legendary skill bar. Consume corresponding legendary points to extract a random hidden skill of the Wild Ranger profession. Hearing this prompt, Han Xing was somewhat bewildered. Legendary points? He remembered that the system had rewarded him with 10 legendary points when he had driven the demon archon back to the abyssal realm. So far, he hadn't been able to figure out what the legendary points were for. But now, the system was telling him that they could be used to extract skills. Thus, Han Xing stretched out his trembling fingers and clicked on the legendary skills bar. There were 10 positions in total and found that it was empty, not a single skill there. Han Xing tried tapping the plus sign on the first skill bar, and a system prompt came. Whether to consume legendary points to extract the Wild Ranger exclusive legendary skill. To extract the first legendary skill, you need to consume 10 legendary points. To extract the second legendary skill, you need 50 legendary points. Is there any need to think about this? Of course it's a draw. Han Xing directly clicked yes. Successfully extracted the Wild Ranger's exclusive legendary skill. Shattered Moon. Shattered Moon. Legendary skill. Summons a shadow of the moon, forcibly sealing the target for 5 seconds. The sealing state ignores levels and resistances. After the 5 seconds have elapsed, the moon's shadow explodes, inflicting 1,200% of the damage to the enemy. Cooldown time 1 hour. When he saw this skill, the shock on Han Xing's face was directly impossible to hide. This was actually a skill that combined control and explosion in one. And the control time also reached a staggering 5 seconds. If one were to fight other survivors one-on-one, this one skill would directly make Han Xing invincible among the survivors. With 5 seconds of strong control, combined with his terrifying attack power, even the heavy armor knight with the highest defense wouldn't be able to last a single round. If it was in a team state, the effect brought by this skill was even more terrifying. 5 seconds, enough for his teammates to inflict how much damage. The final outbreak is able to cause 12 times the damage, horrible as it is. At this moment, the spirit of the Wild Ranger in the air looked at Han Xing's shocked appearance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, the Wild Ranger's will has been passed on, and I am about to leave. Human race, the successive generations of Wild Ranger, the lowest achievement during their lifetime was a 5-star legend. I hope you can grow to a higher level as long as you work hard. A 6-star demigod or even a 7-star supreme peak is not a luxury. In the future, I hope there will be a place for you in the Hall of Supremacy, the Wild Ranger said, shaking his head with some regret. But it's a pity. I haven't encountered a genius with legendary talent for thousands of years. and a wild ranger with legendary skills is its most powerful form. Han Xing's eyes immediately lit up when he heard legendary skills. The legendary skill you mentioned, is this it? With that, Han Xing aimed ahead. A bright moon suddenly appeared. The wild ranger turned around violently, a shocked look appearing on his face. He said in surprise, "Legendary skill, Shattered Moon, the 7th generation Wild Ranger's famous skill. Human, you're really out of my league." Han Xing heard the shock in the Wild Ranger spirit's tone and felt a little smug in his heart. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You have received the recognition of the spirit of the Wild Ranger. Favorability plus 25. At this time, the spirit of the Wild Ranger's attitude towards Han Xing was obviously a bit more moderate. He said, "Human, your talent exceeds my expectations, and in that case, I can give you special favors. If you still have any questions you don't understand, you can ask me, but only one." Han Xing indeed had many questions he wanted to ask. After a moment, he still asked the question he wanted to know the most. "Do you know the curse of blood?" Hearing the words curse of blood, the spirit of the Wild Ranger's face changed slightly. Memories seemed to flash through his eyes, as if he was going through the memories in his mind. He frowned and slowly spoke, "Curse of blood. It's been several thousand years since I heard those words." After that disaster, the Elf King and the Giant King teamed up to destroy all information about the curse of blood, just for fear that someone would once again perform the rituals of the Witch Clan and summon those terrifying existences. "This matter is of great concern. Where did you hear about the curse of blood?" Han Xing thought for a moment and traced out the clues he had gotten, and the upcoming outbreak of the curse of blood next. After hearing this, the spirit of the Wild Ranger immediately frowned. Han Xing sensed that the other party's state was a bit off. Even he felt a bit grave, thus showing how great the impact of the curse of blood was. At this time, the spirit of the Wild Ranger mused, "I didn't expect that after thousands of years, the curse of blood hadn't been cleared away, and this time it would actually erupt in the forsaken land of the gods." He gave Han Xing a deep look. "You guys, you're really out of luck." Han Xing was also helpless. Before, he knew that a disaster that could exterminate a race was impossible to fight against with the current power of their blue star humans. At that time, he had the idea to find the aborigines of this world and ask them to help solve the blood curse problem. Because if it wasn't solved, he himself would be affected. But Han Xing had absolutely no idea how to contact the aborigines of this world, let alone contact the powerful Elf King and Giant King. Chapter 83. The Overthrow of the God's Whisperer. The power of the spirit of the Wild Ranger casting the rain of falling star arrows just now allowed Han Xing to see his strength that could be considered terrifying. Thus, with a flash of light, he wanted to try to tell the other party about it. The spirit of the Wild Ranger pondered for a moment before saying, "This matter I know. I will go to that island you mentioned to take a look." After saying this, the spirit of the Wild Ranger turned away and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Han Xing heaved a sigh of relief, as if a large stone in his heart had fallen halfway. However, what he did not see was that as the spirit of the Wild Ranger was leaving, a layer of gloom also loomed over his brows. In the air, the spirit of the Wild Ranger sighed. "The evil god of other space died and resurrected, but unfortunately, my main body has long since died in the final battle, and I don't know if this remnant of power can be his opponent." After the departure of the spirit of the Wild Ranger, the gravity on Han Xing's face gradually disappeared, and a color of surprise emerged instead. Finally, transmuted into a Wild Ranger. "Can I reach the realm of a 5-star legend as soon as I break through level 50? Then there's the 6-star demigod, and the 7-star absolute peak." Interesting. So this world, the division of power is like this. However, they surely don't know that I, as well as the billions of humans in the blue star, are all existences that are equipped with a system, and there is no such thing as a bottleneck at all. As long as we give time to slowly develop in the future, we might be able to directly give you a whole Jedi Legion out, and by then, what abyssal realm, alien space, all of them will be pushed for you. Han Xing's heart perked up as he thought about this. However, the prerequisite was that they were able to resist this blood-tide disaster. Right at this moment, the castle's door suddenly pushed open, and a flash of silhouette appeared. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng, fully armed and holding a secret silver staff in her hand, walked out under the moonlight. With a somewhat flustered expression, she said, "There was such a big commotion just now, just like an earthquake. I was worried about you, so I was ready to come out. Then I saw you talking to the air and thought you were possessed. Scared me to death. Han Xing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Goddamn being possessed. However, he did get a bit of information. The wild ranger spirit that had just been summoned could not be seen by anyone other than himself. Han Xing slowly walked towards Zhang Renmeng. Phew, luckily you're fine. Zhang Renmeng patted her proud breasts. Otherwise, Before she finished speaking, she saw that Han Xing had already appeared in front of her. In the next moment, her vision swirled and Zhang Renmeng realized that her feet had already left the ground. Han Xing directly copied the bend of her legs and picked her up in a princess carry before striding towards the castle. Zhang Renmeng's face instantly turned red with shame, her head buried deep into Han Xing's chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck and refused to let go. Although, it wasn't the first time the two of them had done this kind of thing. Every time she thought about it, Zhang Renmeng would still feel her heart thumping. After arriving at the room, Han Xing lowered the beauty in his arms towards the bed, then lowered his head to kiss. Xing, brother star. MMM. The night was tantalizing, and a long, ethereal gasp once again resounded from the castle high above. The next day, Han Xing woke up as usual. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a system message. Your spatial backpack Blue 500 has been crafted. On top of that, one had dozens of additional private chat messages. Most of them were bounty completion messages. In the last night, at least 30 more members of God's Whispers group had lost their lives. To Han Xing's surprise, one of them was actually the management of God's Whisper, who was also found and killed by the survivors. Han Xing was also quick to trade more than 30 backpacks out. To him, this amount of stuff was nothing at all. But to God's Whisper, it was a heavy blow. In the last night, God's Whisper had once again retreated more than 200 group members. From a peak of 700 to 800 people, there were only 100 or so left today. The battle situation was disastrous. The ups and downs of this were only clear to the Whisperer's own heart. At this moment, the Whisperer was still in the team chat channel doing heart work for the other members of the group. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we all work together, we'll definitely be able to survive this. This man Xinghe is evil. So many of our brothers died because of him. This revenge cannot go unavenged. All of you must believe that good will be rewarded and evil will be punished. Xinghe, he will definitely be rewarded. However, at this point in time, everyone was not a cutie. When the Whisperer faced the threat, he could only utter the words that no good deed goes unpunished and no evil deed goes unpunished. They knew that the Whisperer had completely run out of options against Xinghe. The reason why these remaining 100 or so people hadn't quit the God's Whisperer at this point. It was because most of them had received benefits from the Whisperer, and some of them were on Han Xing's bounty list. Previously, they saw that Han Xing was weak and had benefits to take, so they dared to verbally attack him. However, they did not expect Han Xing's counterattacks to be so fierce that if they were not careful, they would have to lose their lives. At this moment, a survivor called Wang Xian said, "Chief, we can't follow you and continue to make trouble. In this situation now, everyone can see that Xinghe will never rest until he brings down God's Whisper. There's no need for us to tough it out. Star River's energy is too great. And from the very beginning, messing with him was a bad decision." However, the Whisperer hurriedly said at this moment, "Wang Xian, what are you babbling about? Xinghe is a bit capable, but not to the point where he can bring us down. Trust me, I've already contacted the third largest team in this region, the Airplane Men's Group, from my side, and they'll definitely help us deal with Star River." Whisperer was still talking tough. But at this point, there weren't many of the remaining people who would listen to his bull. At this moment, that Wang Xian continued, "Headmaster, you should stop deceiving everyone. In fact, everyone knows clearly that it's impossible for the Airplane Men's Group to help us at this time. This reward from Star River has already pushed us to the brink of extinction. If we still refuse to bow down, then the end is death." Hearing these words, the Whisperer's face changed. "Wang Xian, don't talk nonsense here. Don't forget, you're also on Star River's bounty list. Even if you bow down, will others let you go?" However, that Wang Xian said, "You're wrong, Chief. In fact, the person that Star River wants to take out the most is you. And although we also scolded him, he knows that we are all under your compulsion. Big deal. I'll go to the chat channel and beg him. Even if I lose some face, it's better than losing all my little life." After this Wang Xian finished speaking, the group of people in the discussion group had their hearts stirred. This seems to be, indeed, not losing a way to live At this time, the discussion group message came. Wang Xian exited the discussion group. As Wang Xian withdrew, then more people withdrew right after him. In the end, only the Whisperer and a few core backbones were left, looking at each other in dismay. The largest team in Area 107 was on the verge of disbanding at this moment. Whisperer's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly, never imagining how he had gotten to this point. The Whisperer looked at his beloved to the side and inquired, "The location of that Star River's territory, has it not been found yet?" The middle-aged man next to him also had a bad look on his face as he shook his head. "Can't find it. Star River's territory has never had a fixed location. This world is too big. Plus, the manpower that can be mobilized is getting smaller and smaller." After hearing this, the Whisperer gritted his teeth, and his face was so gloomy that it was almost lowered out of the water. And just then, he suddenly saw several empty islands in the distance slowly approaching towards him. On top of those empty islands, there were several survivors standing with indifferent expressions, without a single breath leaking out of their bodies. Only the hidden killing intent emanating from these people showed that they were different from the other survivors. "It's the Dusk Mercenaries." The Whisperer's face changed wildly as he exclaimed, "Damn it! It's been discovered. Run." After saying that, Whisperer maneuvered his empty island to run away at breakneck speed. However, right at this moment, an empty island appeared in all directions, surrounding him. This was a premeditated and prepared siege. The Whisperer at this time, which still does not know, his position has been exposed. Someone in the team betrayed him. At this time, Han Xing did not know what was happening over at God's Whisper. After getting up, Han Xing once again made 1,000 normal backpacks and 500 blue backpacks. Then he brought Zhang Renmeng to start a happy time of leveling. Right now, the clouds they were challenging were hundreds or thousands of square feet, and the monsters inside weren't too strong, and weren't a threat to Han Xing at all. It was only necessary to send out a coal ball to get rid of all these monsters. Zhang Renmeng was instead working hard to use the various skills of a mage to help Coal Ball fight. A ball of electric light brewed at the tip of Zhang Renmeng's staff, then let out a light shriek. With thunder, shatter the darkness. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and fell into the group of monsters with a snap. Watching Zhang Renmeng fight was quite pleasing to the eyes. He was also happy to relax. A whole day passed and Cinderblock's experience value reached 80% of level 9, while Zhang Renmeng's level was also soaring, rising from level 7 to 70% of level 8, and was about to reach level 9. At the same time, big events were happening one after another on Channel 107. First, the location of God's Whisper's management was found by the Dusk Mercenary Corps, and a large number of Corps personnel were killed. Then it was the withdrawal of a large number of members of God's Whisper, directly announcing its dissolution. After today, the so-called number 1 group in Area 107 directly ceased to exist. And with God's Whisper's other management, Hao Yu, also known as Huang Wen, being found in position, on his way to being frantically hunted down. Huang Wen attempted to privately chat with Han Xing, but he realized that he had also been blacked out. So, he began to frantically aid Han Xing in the chat channel, begging for Han Xing's forgiveness. And he also told the Whisper's entire plan in the chat channel, confirming that Han Xing had been defamed and hoping that Han Xing would spare his life. It was only then that the melodramatic crowd in the Area 107 channel came to a realization. It turned out that from the beginning, it was the Whisperer who had set up a scheme to frame Xinghe. Chapter 84. A Time to Harvest. In the beginning, the Whisperer had wanted to frame Xinghe, and as a result, now that he had failed to steal the chicken, he was on the verge of losing his life instead. For Whisperer, the crowd had little sympathy in their hearts. In the face of Hao Yue's frantic pleas for mercy in the chat channel, he was close to saying that he would be a dog for Han Xing. However, Han Xing remained indifferent, directly ignoring it. Despairing beyond measure in his heart, Hao Yue was eventually found by the Dusk Mercenaries troop and killed on the spot. God's Whisper announced its dissolution, and the name of the new Area 107 1st Regiment changed hands. It was the Dusk Mercenaries. Right now, the entire God's Whisper was left with Whisperer alone out on the run. However, at this moment, the Whisperer had also been targeted by the Black Eagle. This man, who was truly like a falcon, gave the Whisperer the oppressive feeling of death. No matter where he fled to, there would be a grayish figure that followed him closely. In this bounty operation, the crowd saw the execution ability of that group of assassins. It was only then that they realized that most of the members in this team were actually stalker professions. Moreover, this time, the ones who had killed the most people were also them, and it could be called a full complement of villains. Another day had passed. Today, the 17th day since the survivors came to this world. As soon as Han Xing opened his eyes, he saw a prompt from the system. Your territory building, the spiritual energy shield defense tower, has been constructed. Your territory building, the primary teleportation phalanx, has been constructed. The message of the two buildings being completed came, and Han Xing leapt out of bed with a leap. Great! It's finally completed. He quickly ran to the territory, then went to the place where he had selected to build the spiritual energy shield obelisk yesterday, where an additional strangely shaped building had appeared. A building that was about 10 meters tall, with a pointed conical tower and a square base that was 2 meters in length and width appeared. At the top of the spire, a transparent crystal ball was slowly rotating. It was quite a combination of magic and modern technology. This building was the spiritual energy shield obelisk. And not far from the defense tower, another altar-like platform appeared. This was another territorial building, the primary teleportation array. Han Xing hurriedly checked up on the properties of these two buildings. Spiritual energy shroud, defense tower elementary. Spiritual energy shield. Not generated, need to invest spiritual cores to generate a spiritual energy shield. After reading the information, Han Xing whispered, generating a spiritual energy shield requires the input of spiritual nuclei. Inputting 1,000 spiritual nuclei will generate a shield with a range of 10 meters. Inputting 10,000 spiritual nuclei will be a 100-meter shield, and so on. And the area of my territory is now nearly 20,000 square meters. Converted, I need at least a shield with a diameter of 150 meters. This consumption, it's okay. After all, until the defensive shield was broken, by investing spirit cores once, this defensive effect would always exist. Moreover, 15,000 spirit cores were nothing to Han Xing. Thus, he directly clicked on the input. Does it consume 15,000 spirit cores to create a spiritual energy shield with a diameter of 150 meters? Yes. In the backpack, 15,000 spiritual cores disappeared. At the same time, at the top of the obelisk tower, the transparent crystal ball began to glow emerald green and was rotating at a high speed. Not a moment later, a green light shot up into the sky. It then transformed into a thin, transparent shield that completely circled Han Xing's territory. Remaining defense value of spiritual energy shield, 200 plus 40 additional 40 for the Lord's castle. Very good. This is much safer. Han Xing then looked to the 1-star teleportation array on the side. This one didn't have much to introduce, directly opening up one's territory information and then recording other territory teleportation arrays would allow for two-way teleportation. Only the cooldown time, however, was as long as 1 hour, which was equivalent to only being able to teleport a maximum of 24 times a day. At this time, Han Xing looked at the territory behind him. After these few days of exploration, the area of his territory had reached more than 20,000 square meters, and even when stacked into 2 layers, it was still more than 10,000 square meters. The huge territory looked somewhat empty. However, Zhang Renmeng had been busy taking care of his territory all this time. After she followed Han Xing to fight monsters during the day, she started working at night by the light of the moon. She sowed large patches of grass seeds on the territory and then planted many flower seedlings around the castle, so it could be said that she was diligent. After these few days of cultivation, the grass seeds grew shoots, and the entire territory was covered with a thin layer of turf, appearing to be full of life. Seeing that she had worked so hard, Han Xing would reward her properly at night. A few days passed, Zhang Renming's temperament became even more charming and attractive, and with a single glance, it was as if she could hook people's souls away. The next day. Today was also the 18th day since the Blue Star humans came to this world. Han Xing continued to inspect his territory. There was no need to get up early in the morning to fight monsters today, as Zhang Renmeng and Cinderblock's levels had both risen to level 10 yesterday, and Han Xing's level had also reached 11. Zhang Renmeng took the 6th place reward. For one of the purple weapons of her choice, Zhang Renmeng chose the Staff of Daylight, a rare quality that added a lot of magic attack and also came with a 20 magic resistance decay effect, which was very good. As for the transfer direction, it also became a pure output system elementalist under Han Xing's recommendation. At this time, a stunningly beautiful woman with a laurel crown on her head and a fiery figure walked towards Han Xing. Zhang Renmeng had changed into an azure-colored mage robe today, and even so, it was still difficult to hide her fiery figure underneath the robe. She raised a silver light flowing staff in conjunction with the silver laurel crown on her head, seductive, but also with a bit of holy atmosphere, let a person look at cannot move their eyes. After getting along with each other in the past few days, the feelings of the two of them were also warming up. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng was looking at Han Xing with affection. She took out a drawing of a construction-type prop, the very reward she had received for taking the 6th place on the leaderboard, the Lord's Hut and Teleportation Array drawings. Zhang Renmeng asked softly, "Brother Xing, this Lord's Hut and Teleportation Array, I don't have my own territory, so it doesn't seem to be of much use, does it?" Han Xing nodded. "I was about to tell you about this as well. I found out earlier that those survivors I killed would still have their core territories left behind, and could even pass them on to others. Right now, I still have 8 core territories in my hands that I can give away at any time. In other words, you now have the ability to rebuild your territory. In a moment, I'll give you a core territory and then divide the territory area by a few thousand square feet for you, so that you can build your own Lord's Hut and Teleportation Array." However, Zhang Renming's heart tightened as she listened. This woman didn't know what came to her mind as she lightly bit her vermilion lips and said with teary eyes, "Brother Xinger, are you going to kick people out?" Han Xing froze at hearing this and said in confusion, "When did I say I was going to kick you out? I'm just letting you establish your own territory, which is equivalent to teaming up together." With a sobbing voice, Zhang Renmeng softly said, But I don't want to establish any territory. I just want to stay with you all the time." "No?" she asked carefully, as if she was afraid that Han Xing would refuse. Through the past few days together, Han Xing knew that Zhang Renming's greatest pursuit was a sense of security. Looking at the beauty's pitiful expression, Han Xing directly embraced her into his arms and said in an affirmative tone, "It's okay." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng broke into a smile. She snuggled into Han Xing's arms and said in a delicate voice, "Brother Star, I don't want any extreme equipment, and I don't need to become as powerful. I just want to be with you all the time. If one day Brother Star gets tired of me, I also hope you won't drive me away. I'll be very obedient. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, even if it's just as a servant. As long as I can stay by your side, I'll be satisfied. I won't drag you down either." Han Xing stopped her from continuing. Both of them tacitly agreed to stop talking about this matter. Just then, Chang Jianyong and Xin Yun sent a message. They had successively broken through level 10 and taken the ranking rewards. Chang Siyong excitedly said in the discussion group at this time, "Haha, Brother Star, I didn't embarrass you this time, did I? I'm in 8th place. Little Yunzi is even slower than me." Xin Yun disdainfully said, "Hee, you're a warrior profession. Comparing your leveling speed with me, a saint profession, and you're still only half an hour faster than me. How dare you say that? So what? I'm just faster than you." Watching the duo's daily bickering, Han Xing laughed. "Alright, both digest the rewards you have in your hands first. It's best to build the spiritual energy shield and teleportation array first, so that you can come to my territory." The duo's eyes instantly lit up when they heard this. Chang Si-yong said, "Right, I almost forgot about this. When we build the teleportation array, we can go directly to Brother Star. I've been craving his 760-year-old black vine wine for a long time. This time, I must drink enough." After the duo finished speaking, they began circling the territory and preparing to build it. At this time, Chang Jianyong suddenly exclaimed, "Holy! Building a teleportation array requires so many materials? 20,000 fine irons and 500 secret silvers. Take out my entire fortune. I guess I can barely build it." On the side, Shen Yun also laughed bitterly. Not only that, the Lord's Hut also has the spiritual energy shield obelisk, which requires even more materials, and at the current stage, it is estimated that not many survivors will be able to build it. However, Chang Jianyong gritted his teeth and said, "No, today is the day to smash the pot and say whatever it takes to build it." Han Xing smiled disdainfully and said, "What's smashing pots and pans with your Brother Star? Are you still afraid that you can't afford to build a small teleportation array?" The duo seemed to have remembered this as well. Right now, in the entire 107th district, I'm afraid that the person with the most resources on hand is Han Xing. I'm afraid that the huge amount of materials needed to build a teleportation array was really nothing to him. Under the duo's excited gazes, Han Xing initiated a trade request for them. Looking at the trade bar, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit cores, plus more than 100,000 of fine iron, even including a large amount of secret silver. At this moment, Chang Jianyong and Xin Yun truly experienced what the thrill of getting rich overnight was. With these materials, not only could the teleportation array be built up, But even the other two buildings, the Lord's Lodge and the Spiritual Energy Shield Obelisk, could be built up and much more. The duo blew Han Xing an awkward blow, almost not recognizing him as a righteous father on the spot, moved beyond words. Han Xing couldn't stand these two guys and urged them to trade quickly. Then Han Xing closed the discussion group. At this time, Zhang Renmeng snuggled in Han Xing's arms, blinking her pretty eyes. While Han Xing was exchanging words with Chang Myong and the others, Zhang Renmeng hadn't said a word. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Star, chatting with your friends?" Han Xing nodded and said, "Well, my two diehards, you should know, Lonely Brave and Yun Tianming." Zhang Renmeng was a bit surprised. These two names, she had also seen them in the leaderboards. Last time when Han Xing was denigrated by Whisperer and the others, Lonely Brave and Yun Tianming both stood out to help him as well. "It's them," Zhang Renmeng murmured. "Yes, after they get the teleportation array up tomorrow, they will probably come over." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng instantly asked in a bit of panic, "Yeah, doesn't this mean that we'll be meeting with Brother Star's friends tomorrow?" Han Xing nodded. Zhang Renmeng was instantly embarrassed, her hands cupping her face as she looked panicked. Then should I hide first? Will I embarrass Brother Xing with this appearance?" Zhang Renmeng twisted her body uneasily in Han Xing's arms. Han Xing directly embraced her and came to its ear and whispered, "What are you saying? You're so beautiful. How could you disgrace me?" Zhang Renmeng cupped her reddened cheeks, her eyes mesmerized. "Brother Star, 10,000 words are omitted here. After having breakfast." Han Xing continued making backpacks. In the past few days, he had been practicing while crafting continuously, and with hundreds of thousands of spirit cores smashed down, his material reserves were about to bottom out. Just yesterday, Han Xing was still able to support the consumption of backpack crafting by shelving 500 bottles of secret life pills once again. So far, the number of backpacks he had on hand had reached a staggering 10,000. Among them, there were more than 7,000 white backpacks and more than 3,000 blue backpacks. Han Xing looked at his backpack reserves and mused. The main material needed to make blue backpacks, high-quality beast skins, has already been swept away by me in the current trade market. There are still a lot of materials for making white backpacks. However, it's almost done. So I'll do it for one more day today, and then I'll be ready to go out tomorrow. The next day, as the system prompt appeared, Han Xing once again had thousands more backpack reserves. Finally, after a few days of preparation, today was the moment of harvest. Han Xing's resource reserves now reached a terrifying number. If he then sold all the backpacks in his hand, his resources would once again skyrocket several times or even dozens of times. With excitement in his heart, Han Xing clicked into the chat channel. As soon as he entered, he saw the crowd discussing the rewards of the leaderboards. "Did you guys see this? Last night, the 100th place reward was already claimed by Dusk Mercenary's Stinging Heart, and the leaderboards are over. Yeah, it's too bad. I was just a few hours behind him. Above that, I was also just a couple hours behind. Otherwise, I would have been able to squeeze into one of the top 100 as well." Many people felt regret for not getting the leaderboard rewards. And this also represented that there were already many survivors who had risen to level 10 and completed their career advancement, and everyone's strength had been boosted considerably. Chapter 85, Crazy Trading Channel. At this time, someone else in the chat channel said, "That said, after everyone's levels have risen, next, it should be possible to challenge 1 or 2-star secret realms, right? It's possible, it's just a bit dangerous. The difficulty of the secret realm is very high. Didn't the Papaya Star Spirit God just put out a strategy guide? The general 1-star secret realm requires at least 2 survivors with full equipment and a level of no less than level 10 in order to be able to challenge it. The 2-star secret realm, on the other hand, is even more terrifying, requiring 5 first-turn professionals who are level 10 or above and have completed their career advancement to have a probability of passing through, and they must also carry a large amount of supplies. Speaking of which, the Star God Spatial Backpack is really a good thing. I see that Papaya Star Spirit has already formed an opening team and is preparing to take on a 2-star secret realm. Now, after everyone's strength had risen, they were challenging those powerful secret realms, and the demand for spatial backpacks was growing. As for the people in Area 107, they all knew that Han Xing had quite a few spatial backpacks stockpiled in his hands, and in the past few days, everyone was looking forward to Han Xing releasing them earlier. "Star God, I've been coveting your spatial backpacks for a long time. When exactly are you going to release them for trading?" Looking at the crowd's discussion, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Han Xing's mouth. Finally, on channel 107, amidst the crowd's agonizing wait, Han Xing finally shelved the spatial backpacks. He began to set prices for the two types of backpacks. The white backpack was priced at 5,000 spirit cores. The conversion ratios were 1 piece of fine iron equaled 10 spirit cores, 1 piece of secret silver equaled 100 spirit cores, and 1 Hungjin ingot equaled 2,000 spirit cores. Then there were materials such as rare earth, ether, and magic crystals, all with different ratios. And the trading conditions were also very loose, and if some of the materials were insufficient, you could also take other things to top them up. For example, if you only have 3,000 spirit cores in your hand, and you're still 2,000 spirit cores short to trade for a white backpack, then you can add other materials to fill the gap. Another example, you have some strange items or props in your hand and don't know its exact value. You could also choose to directly chat privately with Han Xing to negotiate the price. Han Xing also added 2 new props that had recently come out of the secret realm: strongman fragments and rune crystals. The exchange ratio was 1 strongman fragment equals 500 spirit cores and 1 rune crystal equals 1 spirit core. Han Xing had already treated spirit cores as a universal currency simply because it had the widest range of uses. In addition to this, Han Xing also set the exchange ratio of various drawings. For example, a level 10 blue equipment drawing was directly equal to 5,000 spirit cores no duplicate drawings, and a purple equipment drawing was equal to 20,000 spirit cores no duplicate drawings. Then, Han Xing continued to put the space backpack blue on the shelves, pricing it at 20,000 spirit cores. This was Han Xing's way of roughly judging the level of resource reserves in the hands of survivors nowadays through his observations over the past few days. Like those most common survivors who were still hovering around level 7 or 8, the combined resources in their hands should not exceed 7 or 8,000 spirit cores. If all of them were traded, they could almost exchange for 1 white space backpack, and there would still be some resources left. As for those players who had reached level 10, the resources in their hands would be multiplied several times, almost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit cores. Han Xing's pricing was equivalent to directly reaching into the pockets of the survivors of Area 107. However, they did not have any resistance, but instead were very excited. Because more materials were just a pile of scrap metal if they could not be converted into battle power. The 2 types of backpacks hitting the shelves directly triggered nearly 10,000 people to loot the entire Area 107 channel. Brothers, the space backpacks are on the shelves, charge. The white backpack only costs 5,000 spirit cores. I can just about afford it, haha. I'll go. The blue backpack costs 20,000 spirit cores. It's a bit expensive. Upstairs, what do you know? Don't you see the attributes of the blue backpacks? 200 storage spaces, equivalent to 6 times more than the white backpacks. Plus, each backpack also comes with 12 points of 4-dimensional attributes, 20,000 spirit cores. It can be said that the blood earns no loss. Okay. That's right, you guys don't want me. Don't even grab it from me. In just less than half a minute, there were at least hundreds of people initiating trade requests to him. Han Xing also came to the rescue. System prompts kept appearing. Trade successful, you have obtained spirit cores 3728, rare earth 12341, ether. You have lost your spatial backpack white. Trade successful, you have obtained spirit core 2000, secret silver 20, you lost space backpack white 2. Trade successful. On the castle, the materials in front of them gradually piled up. Zhang Renmeng, who was on the side, looked at the scene, her beautiful eyes fluttering in shock. Oh my god! So many materials. She continuously patted her magnificent chest, then wiped her eyes from time to time, looking at Han Xing as if she had seen a ghost. At this time, Han Xing was having a private chat with some survivors. These people all had some rare special props on them. Because Han Xing did not set the price of these special props, all could only be determined by first checking the properties of these props and then judging their value. In other words, how much to give and what price to set depended entirely on Han Xing's mood. For example, at this time, a survivor called Peapod sent Han Xing a piece of architectural drawing information. Spiritual energy water storage device drawing. It is possible to build a water storage device that can automatically collect water from the air, with automatic heating and constant temperature functions. Han Xing took a look and saw that this thing would actually automatically collect water, almost working for 24 hours. It would be able to collect more than 40 liters of water. Not only that, it also had a heating function. With just 1 spirit core, it could provide a month's supply of energy. Han Xing was surprised. Holy! Isn't this a modern-day water heater? Only compared to a water heater, it was more comprehensive. Han Xing exclaimed in his heart, good stuff. Although he had enough water resources now, bathing was still rather troublesome. When he wanted to take a hot shower, he could only boil it himself and mention it to the shower room. With this drawing, the quality of life was almost quacked up. As soon as Master Star was happy, he directly waved his hand and gave Peapod 2 space backpacks white. In the other party's look of surprise, the transaction was completed. Someone else sent Han Xing a batch of seeds of a plant called Steel Essence Vine. Steel Essence Vine seeds. A special plant that strengthens the defense value of territorial buildings. The function of this vine was that when planted in a territory, it could strengthen the solidity of the territory's soil. On top of that, it can cover the top of the territory's buildings to increase their defense, which is equivalent to an extra layer of armor. This layer of armor, which had roughly 40 points of defense value, was very good. Han Xing also directly completed the transaction with the other party for the price of 2 white backpacks. A total of 262 steel essence vine seeds were harvested. With all sorts of props and drawings with strange abilities continuing to appear, Han Xing was busy. When an hour of frantic trading passed, the chat channel was filled with the happy laughter of those who had traded for space packs. Ha ha ha! The spatial backpack actually has extra attributes. Holy! A blue backpack with 200 compartments comes with an additional 12 points of strength. Too fierce. This additional attribute alone is already worth it. The survivors of Area 107 were very excited. They were happy, and Han Xing was even happier. In just 1 hour, he had sold more than 2,000 white backpacks and more than 300 blue backpacks. And how much had he harvested? A rough estimate showed that the Spirit Core harvest directly exceeded 10 million. Then there were also tens of thousands of pieces of secret silver, fine iron, rare earth and other materials, even more millions. So much so that he even made dozens of storage boxes in a row, specifically for these materials. On top of that, Han Xing also obtained over 4,000 pieces of strongman fragments, over 800,000 rune crystals, plus all sorts of equipment drawings, and more critically, Han Xing had also obtained 13 Hungjin ingots. Now, the weapon materials for crafting the golden weapon, the soul-shattering longbow, were about to come together. Han Xing was about to laugh himself silly. On the side, Zhang Renmeng had already been squeezed out by the mountain of materials. Zhang Renmeng's small mouth was slightly open as she looked at the mountain of materials in front of her with shock in her bewilderment. Even though more than 2,000 backpacks had already been traded out, the market still had a strong demand for spatial backpacks. Han Xing also continued to trade. Half a day had passed, and Han Xing could not remember how many times he had clicked on the trade. His fingers were quickly becoming numb. In the territory, the small mountain of materials had completely turned into a mountain of materials. The secret silver alone was piled almost as high as a small house. The tens of millions of spirit cores were even more shocking. Just then, Han Xing noticed a special name on the private chat list. Black Eagle. Han Xing also had a few impressions of this person. Previously, Black Eagle had been the second largest regiment in Area 107. After God's Whisper was disbanded in place by Han Xing's bounty order, the Dusk Mercenary Corps created by Black Eagle was the largest group in Area 107. Moreover, the last time he issued a bounty, it was Black Eagle who was the first to respond. Speaking of which, so far, Han Xing hadn't had any friction with him. Han Xing clicked on the private chat. Blackhawk opened the door. The reward has been completed, and the whispering leader of the gods, Whisperer, has been killed. After speaking, he sent Han Xing a kill message. Han Xing's eyes lit up in surprise. Finished it. Excellent. Han Xing clapped his hands, very happy inside. He had thought that after disbanding God's Whisper, he would slowly deal with the Whisperer himself. As a result, he did not expect that the Dusk Mercenaries group's execution efficiency was actually so high. Not only did they kill all of God's Whisper's management, they also killed the mastermind behind the scenes, Whisperer. This result could be said to have exceeded one's expectations. Remembering what he had promised, he directly traded 5 blue backpacks to Black Eagle, plus 100 bottles of Savage Bear Power Secret Pill and 100 bottles of Life Secret Pill. Happy cooperation. Both sides completed the transaction. After getting the items, Black Eagle also seemed to have a hint of elation. After all, the value of these things given by Han Xing could be said to be very impressive. Those few blue backpacks alone were worth at least 100,000 spirit cores. And this was still Han Xing's price set low. If he added those 200 bottles of precious secret medicines, it wouldn't be possible to get down without 200,000 spirit cores. Chapter 86. Siege Crossbow Launching Platform Drawings. Han Xing's generosity made Black Eagle's heart rejoice. He couldn't even wait for a few more ungrateful guys to mess with Han Xing. Then, he would be able to continue picking up bounties so that all the other brothers in his team would have better equipment as well. After completing the transaction, Black Eagle seemed to have something else he wanted to say. But he wasn't the type of person who liked to beat around the bush, so he said directly, "I have something else here that you should be interested in." Through the previous 2 exchanges, Han Xing already knew that Black Eagle was a decisive person with a relatively direct style of speaking and doing things. Han Xing nodded and was also direct in replying, "Send it over." The next moment, on the private chat window, a message of a drawing appeared. Siege crossbow launching platform construction drawing. A crossbow launching platform can be constructed in the territory, and every 10 seconds, a huge siege crossbow can be launched, with a maximum attack power of 550 and a maximum attack distance of 5,000 meters. Note, the defense value of the siege crossbow launching platform is 80 points. The moment he saw this drawing, Han Xing's pupils contracted violently. This was actually the attack-type building drawing that he had been searching for, and it was also a powerful siege crossbow. With a minimum of 500 attack points, it could kill almost any current survivor, including Han Xing himself. Unless it was a knight profession with full-body heavy armor that had already completed their career advancement, it was possible to block a crossbow bolt. However, it could only block 1 strike at most, and the second strike would surely kill them. And if Han Xing obtained this drawing, of course it would be impossible to just make a crossbow launching pad out of it. He could even imagine that after he directly made a few hundred siege crossbows and arrows, with a round of unison fire, it would be the chieftain-level monsters that he would have to kill in seconds. At this moment, Black Eagle saw Han Xing's silence and seemed to have read his heart. Black Eagle said, "It seems that you are very interested." Han Xing didn't deny it. "Yes, you brought out this drawing to trade with me?" "That's right," Black Eagle returned. Han Xing took a deep breath and directly said, "Name your price. I'll take this drawing." Black Eagle heard the desire in Han Xing's tone, and he pondered in his mind. "How about using this drawing for 200 blue-grade backpacks?" 200. Black Eagle heard the surprise in Han Xing's tone and thought that the other party felt that his opening price was too high. After a moment of silence, Black Eagle returned, "Yes, I'm not good at bargaining. 200 is my minimum bottom line. If you don't agree, then we'll have to call it quits. After all, I have to be responsible for my brothers as well." However, it wasn't that Han Xing felt that his bid was expensive. On the contrary, the price was considered cheap. At the current stage, everyone knew the value of drawings like the siege crossbow launching platform. With it, it was truly equivalent to doing both offense and defense. Territory security would usher in a qualitative change. Not to mention 200 backpacks. Even if it was 1,000, Han Xing would still want to take it down. On the one hand, it was to consolidate his territory's defense, and on the other hand, it was also to cope with the disaster that might erupt next. Han Xing directly said, "I'll give you 300. The value of this drawing is already more than that amount, and I don't want to screw you over." Black Eagle froze for a moment and said after a moment, "Yes, trade." Black Eagle initiated a trade request to Han Xing. Han Xing, however, said, "Wait a moment, I still have a rune drawing here, this batch of your backpacks. There is still room for improvement. I'll give you a free enchantment. More attributes can also increase your chances of survival a little more." Black Eagle was silent for a long time this time. A moment later, the head with a hoarse voice solemnly returned, "Many thanks. Existences like them, who licked blood from the edge of their swords, usually seldom showed emotion." And now that he was saying thank you to Han Xing, then it meant that, in his heart, Black Eagle had already remembered Han Xing's kindness. Han Xing casually replied back that he was not polite. After all, to him it was really just a casual thing. Then, he tapped on the drawings bar to check the rune's crafting requirements. Materials required to craft Chaos Rune Weak. Rune Crystal 100, Spirit Core 10, Ether 200. The main material was the Rune Crystal, something that at the current stage could only be obtained by clearing the secret realm. However, Han Xing had already received hundreds of thousands of rune crystals. Making a few hundred was more than enough. He clicked on craft, and a system prompt appeared. Whether or not to consume the materials: Rune Crystal 30,000, Spirit Core 3,000, Ether 60,000, Craft Chaos Rune Weak 300. Han Xing directly clicked yes. This most elementary of runes took very little time to craft. One could be crafted in 1 second. 5 minutes later, Han Xing had 300 more runes with varying attributes in his backpack. Chaos Rune Weak. Can attach a rune effect to equipment. randomly enhancing one 4-dimensional attribute by 3 points. Han Xing directly attached a rune to all 300 backpacks, although the attributes were all randomized and there was no guarantee that the additional attributes of the backpacks would be the same as those attached to the runes. But that wasn't something he had to worry about. After trading to Black Eagle in a brainstorm, a system prompt came. The transaction was successful. You have gained the Siege Crossbow Launching Platform Construction Drawing. You have gained the Giant Crossbow Crafting Drawing. And you have lost the Spatial Backpack Blue 300. The transaction was completed, and Han Xing was somewhat stunned as he looked at the 2 drawings in his backpack. This was because the content of their transaction at first said that it was a Siege Crossbow Launching Pad. Now, Black Eagle had actually given him an additional drawing for the creation of a giant crossbow. At this time, Black Eagle said, "These 2 drawings are matching without the giant crossbow crafting drawing. It's useless for you to build a crossbow launching pad. This drawing, take it as my thanks to you." After hearing Black Eagle's reply, Han Xing could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. As expected, there were no cuties in this world who would keep their hand in. But this wave, he was also considered crooked. With a little bit of generosity, he exchanged it for the supporting drawings of the Siege Crossbow Arrow. After the transaction was completed, Han Xing couldn't wait to check the conditions for making these 2 drawings. Materials required to build Siege Crossbow Launching Platform: Fine Iron 10,000, Secret Silver 300, Spirit Core 5,000, Rare Earth 1,000,000, Power Crystals 50,000. Fortunately, they are all regular materials. Han Xing could not help but clench his fist. With his current material reserves, it would be more than enough to directly construct 1,000 siege crossbows. Of course, in actuality, there was no need for that many, as the launching pads were able to adjust the firing angle by 360 degrees. Building a couple hundred units would be enough. Then, he looked at the giant crossbow crafting diagram on the side. Materials needed to make a giant crossbow arrow: Fine Iron 100, Secret Silver 1. Not bad. The main materials are fine iron and secret silver, able to be made in bulk. This transaction, as of now, Han Xing had harvested quite a lot. He still had half of the backpack reserve left in his hand. Han Xing began to continue trading. Another 2 to 3 hours later, when the last blue backpack was traded out, the crazy trading market finally calmed down. Although it was said that tens of thousands of backpacks seemed like a lot. However, according to the characteristic of each survivor being able to equip 2 backpacks, when divided over nearly 10,000 people, only half of them would be able to equip them. Currently, there were still a lot of people who hadn't traded in the spatial backpack props. But Han Xing could only continue making them next time. There was no way around it, as the main material in the market, high-quality beast skins, had already been swept away by him. Others who still wanted it would have to wait until Han Xing collected more quality beast skins. At the same time, Han Xing's breath hitched as he looked at the materials that had piled up into several mountains on his territory, because now, it was time for his favorite moment of inventory again. Ha ha ha! I've earned hemp again this time. Runner, quickly come over and help me count the materials. Han Xing's unrestrained laughter came out from the pile of materials. At the same time, Zhang Renmeng, who had been squeezed beyond the mountain of materials, suddenly froze when she heard Han Xing call out to her. Star! Brother Star, what did you just call out to others? Han Xing was in a revitalized state at this time, and said with full indifference, I called you runner? What's wrong? Don't like me calling you that? However, Zhang Renmeng did, and a moment later, she cried with joy, I like it. I like it when Brother Star calls me that. This woman instantly felt energized because of Han Xing's phrase of address. She rolled up her sleeves and soldiered on as she carried out one storage box after another, then began to count the materials. Since Han Xing had also given her access to the storage boxes, Zhang Renmeng began to sort the piles of materials into categories and put them into the storage boxes. The duo worked from sunset until nightfall. Finally, when the last pile of materials was put away in the storage box, Han Xing and Zhang Renmeng heaved a sigh of relief. The duo stood in the castle, looking at the room in front of them that was specialized for storing storage boxes, the number of storage boxes nearly filling it up. Except for leaving some aisles. It was directly bursting at the seams. The duo tallied up the harvest, and together, came up with several astonishing figures. Among them, the biggest head was of course the spirit cores. This quantity was 44.61 million, a number that could scare people to death if they said it out loud. Then there were 27.64 million fine iron, 326,424 pieces of secret silver, 24,122 pieces of strongman fragments, and 1.61 million rune crystals. Other than that, what excited Han Xing the most about this transaction was the nearly 1,000 constant gold ingots. At the current stage, the value of an evergold ingot was self-evident, as it was the main material for crafting golden equipment. Apart from the gold treasure chests that could be steadily opened, other survivors would have to take their chances and obtain them while exploring the empty islands. Of course, the probability was equivalent to winning the lottery. He, on the other hand, had directly collected nearly 1,000 pieces, and if it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't enough soul crystals, another material needed to make the soul-shattering longbow, he would have even been able to make dozens of golden weapons out of it on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Han Xing once again couldn't help but laugh freely. This time, my territorial strength and personal strength are about to undergo a wave of metamorphosis. On the side, Zhang Renmeng looked at him with a face full of admiration. As a personal experience, Zhang Renmeng clearly knew how great Han Xing's wave of harvest was. Taking out just a little bit was enough to drive the other survivors so far into a frenzy. Zhang Renmeng's perception of Han Xing's ability was once again refreshed. At this time, Zhang Renmeng said softly, "Brother Xing, you're tired after a long day of work. I'll go burn some hot water for you and take a bath to rest?" Chapter 87. Shattered Spirit Longbow Gold. Hearing Zhang Renmeng say she wanted to take a bath, Han Xing then remembered that he had just exchanged a solar water heater with that survivor called Peapod, called the Spiritual Energy Water Storage Device drawing. When this thing was installed, not only could it automatically collect water, it could also provide hot water steadily. Looking at Zhang Renmeng, she was already preparing to go boil water. Han Xing called out to her from behind, "Runner, wait!" Zhang Renmeng looked at him in confusion. Han Xing walked into the castle and then came into the shower room before directly opening the crafting interface. A system prompt appeared. Whether or not to craft the Spiritual Energy Water Storage Device, this crafting will take 300 seconds. Yes. 5 minutes later, a round bucket appeared in front of Han Xing, roughly 50 L in capacity. Because he did not want to wait for the water storage device to slowly collect the water in the air, Han Xing directly filled it with water. Then, in the groove at its bottom, he placed a spirit core. Silky green light began to flow. The temperature of the water quickly began to heat up. Then, Han Xing connected a water pipe to the water storage device and also made a bathtub next to it. With this, a standard shower room was completed. He felt like he had returned to modern times. Then, Han Xing walked out and said to Zhang Renmeng, "The water temperature is ready, so go ahead and take a shower." Zhang Renmeng came to the shower room and looked at the bathtub and hot water heater in front of her and exclaimed, "Wow, there's actually this kind of thing, it's awesome." Han Xing laughed lightly and turned around, ready to leave. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng called out to him. Her face was flushed and she seemed a bit embarrassed. That, Brother Star, can I wash with you?" Han Xing looked at the beauty's expectant gaze, as well as the reddish pretty face that made it impossible to resist taking a bite out of it. Han Xing actually ghostly nodded his head. In the shower room, the sound of clattering water continued. The water surface of the bathtub continuously rose up in mist. In Han Xing's rolling gaze, Zhang Renmeng undid her collar and her nightgown slid down her warm torso. Devilish figure was revealed in front of Han Xing. This situation made Han Xing's eyes instantly widen. "Reiner." Zhang Renmeng's face was full of shyness as she walked over to Han Xing's side and unloaded her body's equipment for him. Then, the two of them stepped into the bathtub together. The next day, Han Xing woke up early and began to digest last night's harvest. After having breakfast, Han Xing couldn't wait to go to the outskirts of the territory to build the drawings of the siege crossbow launching platform that he had exchanged from Black Eagle. A system prompt appeared. Whether or not to build the siege crossbow launching platform, this build is estimated to take 2 hours. Han Xing directly clicked yes, since the maximum range of a crossbow was 5,000 meters, which was 5 kilometers. In order to maximize the damage, Han Xing built it near the edge of the territory. Of course, this also had a risk, that is, once the enemies surrounded and the defense shield was broken. The first to bear the brunt would be this batch of siege crossbow launchers. Han Xing looked down at this time and pondered. The launch pads have 80 points of defense value, and with the territorial castle's bonus, it's only 96 points. However, the seeds from the batch of steel essence vines harvested yesterday seemed to provide an additional 40 points of defense for the building. So that works out to be 136 points of defense value, which is quite good. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly summoned Zhang Renmeng to him. Runner, I have a batch of steel essence vine seeds here. Help me plant them at the edge of the territory. Next to the launch pad, I'll be useful. Zhang Renmeng had changed into a red dress today, quite the flavor of a classical beauty. She walked in a graceful manner. Don't worry and leave it to me, Brother Xing. Runner is very capable. Han Xing looked at Zhang Renmeng with an odd expression. This woman definitely knew the meaning of her words, but she just said it on purpose to arouse her inner desires. Han Xing realized that this woman was getting bolder and bolder lately, sometimes intentionally or unintentionally. She had to tease herself a few times to arouse her inner desire, especially with her innocent and harmless expression. It was hard not to feel some sort of urge. However, when he thought of last night's madness, Han Xing pressed down his inner desires. After handing over all the steel essence vine seeds in his backpack to Zhang Renmeng, the two began to divide up the work. Whether or not to consume materials to build the siege crossbow launching platform. This build will take roughly 180 minutes. Han Xing clicked yes. Then every 20 meters or so, a crossbow launching pad was constructed, and a large amount of materials were continuously consumed. System prompts also kept appearing. Siege crossbow launching platform being constructed. Time remaining 2 hours, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Until the construction of the 296th launching pad was completed, Han Xing had also built launching pads all around the entire perimeter of the territory. Since the angle could be adjusted at any time, his current fire range was equivalent to 360-degree deathless coverage. Han Xing clapped his hands and immediately began to make giant crossbows again. The launching pads possessed the function of automatic loading, but one had to put the crossbow arrows in advance, and each pad was able to store a maximum of 30 crossbow arrows. In other words, he had to make 9,000 giant crossbows and arrows to fill up the launch pad. It took 10 seconds to make one giant crossbow arrow. Han Xing decided to make 1,000 first. As soon as the 10-second countdown passed, a white light flashed and a large arrow about 2 meters long and as thick as a bottle's mouth appeared in Han Xing's backpack. Han Xing checked the properties. Huge crossbow arrow blue, quality rare, attack power, 5560. Attached special effect siege inflicts an additional 30% damage to building types. This attribute, it's kind of awesome. Originally, I thought that this was an ordinary crossbow, but I didn't expect there to be any surprises. It came with 55 points of attack power, and with the launching pad's bonus, a single strike would have at least 600 points of attack, and if it was attacking a building, it could deal even more damage. No wonder this thing was called the siege crossbow arrow, it was so effective. Han Xing was very satisfied. After doing some of this, Han Xing didn't stay idle. He wanted to continue to improve his strength, converting all the resources he harvested into actual battle power. And now, besides these territory-type buildings, the biggest boost to one's strength was naturally that golden weapon. Han Xing had been coveting it for a long time. Now, he had finally completed his career advancement, and his level had now reached level 12. It was already enough to equip that golden weapon, the Shattered Spirit Longbow. He checked the crafting conditions. Materials required to craft the Shattered Prana Longbow. Evergold Ingot 20, Secret Silver 50, Soul Crystals 10, Spirit Cores 5,000, Rare Earth 10,000, 2-star Chieftain Grade Beast Tendon 1. Wearing requirements, LV 11. Of these, the most difficult to collect Hungjin Ingot was also collected by him for more than 1,000 pieces. Materials such as Secret Silver and Spirit Cores, not to mention, were well stocked. If there were no other requirements, he could even manufacture golden weapons in bulk to sell. At this time, Han Xing said with some regret, "Unfortunately, the provenance of soul crystals is too low. Although I purposely posted a trade that demanded soul crystals, in the end, I only received more than 20 of them. With the materials we have now, we can barely make 2 Shattered Spirit Longbows out of it." Han Xing shook his head. However, it's not bad. After all, golden equipment, the quality cap is the same as purple equipment, up to legendary quality. However, compared to purple equipment, the probability that gold equipment is going to come out with legendary quality will be much higher. His current crafting interface was in the process of crafting a giant crossbow, and he needed to wait nearly 3 hours before he could continue crafting other items. Han Xing wasn't in a hurry and leisurely turned around in the territory for a while before following Zhang Renmeng as she farmed. Zhang Renmeng had changed into an everyday outfit, wearing a white t-shirt on her upper body and shorts on her lower body. This outfit couldn't be more ordinary, but when worn on her, that proud figure couldn't be hidden. Her flat belly, and her jade-like white and plump legs, made people's blood spurt a little. At this moment, she was carrying a small shovel, vigorously digging earth pits in her territory, and then burying the seeds of the steel essence vine. Especially when she bent over and squatted down, the hidden piece of snow white at her collar made one's mouth a little dry. Noticing Han Xing's line of sight, Zhang Renming's face blushed with shame, but not only did she not cover it up, instead, she intentionally bent her waist even lower, as if she was deliberately showing it to Han Xing. "Xing, brother star, is it nice?" The beauty raised her gaze with winks and gazed at Han Xing. Han Xing swallowed his saliva before nodding. Zhang Renming's face blushed even more when she saw this, but she seemed to enjoy Han Xing gazing at her. Time came to midday, and all 1,000 crossbows and arrows had been made. At the same time, all 290 siege crossbow launchers had also been completed. Han Xing looked at the outskirts of the territory, the one launching pad that was about 1 meter tall and 3 meters long, with the whole mostly made of fine iron. A huge arrow emitting a cold light had already been loaded and was ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Just by looking at it, one could imagine how terrifying damage could be inflicted by firing this thing out. With so many launching pads protecting his territory, Han Xing's heart couldn't help but surge with a strong sense of security. Now, even if the other survivors united to surround himself, he would not be afraid in the slightest. At this time, Han Xing noticed, next to each of the giant crossbow launchers, there was a purple plant shoot breaking out of the ground. That was the steel essence tung seed that Zhang Renming had planted a short while ago. It would take 10 days for the steel essence vine to fully grow, and even after the bone powder to ripen it, it would still take 4 or 5 days. By then, it would be able to attach quite a bit more defense to the launch pad. Everything was ready. Now, he could finally craft the golden weapon he had been longing for, the Shattered Spirit Longbow. Han Xing directly clicked on Craft. Crafting Shattered Spirit Longbow Gold. Time required 300s. The time required to craft gold-colored equipment increased drastically. Han Xing also waited patiently. A few minutes later, a rushing golden light appeared before Han Xing's eyes. This golden light was no less dynamic than the last time the Moon Coronet Longbow appeared with a legendary special effect. Han Xing looked at the sky in surprise. After a few more seconds, as the progress bar went to the bottom, snap! In front of him, a longbow of a dark gold color suddenly appeared. The entire body of the bow had a circle of secret patterns that had been meticulously carved, and several transparent soul crystals were inlaid on both sides of the bow arm. The lines constructed from secret silver transmitted the power emitted from the soul crystals to the bow, and from time to time it flickered with a deep light, appearing ancient and mysterious. The appearance of this bow was no less impressive compared to his Moon Coronet Longbow. Handsome! Han Xing immediately picked up the Shattered Spirit Longbow. Before his eyes, the weapon's attributes appeared. Shattered Prana Longbow Gold LV11, Quality Legendary, Attack 214-219, Agility plus 30, Spirit plus 20, Hit rate plus 15. Attached effect Soul Chasing 30% probability of slashing the opponent's spirit by 30 points when attacking. Attached effect Life Snatching 18% probability of inflicting 200% damage when attacking. Attached effect Shattered Prana Legendary Level Effect. Shattered Spirit Legendary Special Effect. When attacking, there is a 12% probability of triggering the Shattered Spirit state. In this state, all attacks will surely strike, and every time the attack hits the enemy, reduce the opponent's attack power by 2%, the highest stackable 10 times. The Shattered Vampiric state lasts for 10 seconds, and the interval between the next trigger is no less than 120 seconds. Another legendary special effect. Han Xing's heart rejoiced. Sure to strike hard, plus slashing attack power. What a strong effect! Although it was said that it did not have the group attack special effect of the Moon Coronet Longbow, the overall attributes of this Shattered Vibranium Longbow had far exceeded. After Han Xing equipped it, his attack power increased significantly once again. At this time, he looked at the remaining materials in his backpack. With the materials he had now, he could still craft another Shattered Spirit Longbow out of it. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked Craft. 5 minutes later, a blinding golden light flashed by. A weapon that was comparable to the last Shattered Spirit Longbow appeared before Han Xing's eyes. Han Xing whispered, "Sure enough, the highest golden equipment can only be crafted to legendary quality, and in order to craft epic quality, one would need orange equipment drawings to do so. However, compared to purple equipment, The probability of gold color coming out as legendary has indeed been drastically improved, and casually crafting 2 of them is of the highest quality. Han Xing nodded in satisfaction. After making the weapons, of course, he had to start continuing to make other equipment. Han Xing looked at the drawings bar, the large pile of purple equipment drawings, and smiled as his eyes narrowed to a slit. After his tireless efforts, he had finally exchanged a massive amount of purple equipment drawings from other survivors. He picked out some drawings that added the most to the hunter's bonus profession. They were the Deep Jade Ring, Luan's Pendant Necklace, War Iron Wrist Gauntlet, Spirit Serpent Clothes Top, Magic Scale Pants Bottom, and Red Ridge Boots. Aside from the helmet that he hadn't collected, he had almost gathered a full set of purple equipment. And these equipment, if all of them were crafted, could directly double his attributes. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath. System. Craft me. He clicked craft one by one. Anyway, the main material required for purple-grade equipment was only secret silver, something he had plenty of. Blinding rays of light rose one after another. Compared to crafting the gold equipment shattered spirit longbow, this one moved a lot less. After the progress bar went to the bottom. Snap, snap. One by one, the equipment fell to the ground, and Han Xing picked them up one by one. In front of his eyes, the attributes of these 6 pieces of equipment also appeared. Deep Jade Ring Purple LV10 quality. Precious Strength plus 10, Agility plus 15, with special effect Jade Radiance every 5s, creates a shield with a defense value of 10 points against minor damage, with special effect Deep Eyes plus 30% to hit. Overflowed hits will be converted into bludgeoning rate. Chapter 88. Demigod vs. Evil God. In addition to the profound Jade Ring, there were 5 other pieces of equipment. Luan's Pendant Purple LV11. Quality. Precious, Agility plus 12, Spirit plus 10, Physique plus 10. Attached effect Green Luan when attacked. There is a 30% probability of summoning a Green Luan silhouette that will launch an attack on the enemy. Attached effect Ethereal Sound reduces the spiritual damage received by 25%. Iron Wrist of War Purple LV10. Quality. Precious, Defense 13-15, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 10. Special effect Iron Arm increase attack power by 10% when fighting in close combat. Special effect Intent of Battle increase strength by 50 points with a 50% probability when launching an attack. Spirit Snake Clothes Purple LV11. Quality. Precious, Defense 41-43, Agility plus 25, Physique plus 15. Attachment effect Dexterity Dodge Rate plus 20%. Attachment effect Intermediate Magic Resistance when attacked by magic, cuts damage by 20%. Magic Scale Pants Purple LV10. Quality. Precious, Defense 30-33, Agility plus 20, Physique plus 10, Attachment. Scale Armor when attacked by physical force, cuts damage by 20%. Attachment. Magic Soul when attacking, has a 30% chance of boosting 30 spiritual attribute points. Red Ridge Boots Purple LV10 Quality. Precious, Defense 16-18, Agility plus 30, Physique plus 5, Incidental Special Effect Leap increase the height of the bounce by 50%. After landing, it will cause slight damage to the nearby enemies. Incidental Special Effect Footprints of Fire Active Special Effect. After opening, it can attach a layer of flame effect to one's feet. With every step, it will leave behind a ball of burning flames, and the flames will have no actual damage. The attributes of each piece of equipment above were very strong. However, Han Xing's face was a bit odd after seeing the attributes of these equipments. This was because these 6 pieces of equipment were actually all of rare quality, with not a single piece of legendary quality equipment. Han Xing continued crafting and experimented many times. In the end, he came to the conclusion that these purple equipment drawings, at the highest, could only be crafted to rare quality, and it seemed that this was their upper limit. Is there a difference between the same purple equipment? Han Xing seemed to have figured something out and mused. Like the Moon Coronet longbow, it was once a weapon used by a certain goddess and has legendary characteristics, which is why it can only be crafted to legendary quality. And these few purple suits are just ordinary purple suits. Shaking his head, Han Xing no longer dwelled on it. After all, the increased attributes of even a rare quality purple suit were far from a blue suit. However, he noticed the special effect of that last piece of Red Ridge Boots, the Footprint of Fire. It said that every step taken after turning it on would leave a burning flame underneath his feet, and the flame would not cause damage. In other words, this special effect was purely for looks and pretending. However, Han Xing quite liked it. He joyfully equipped all of these equipments, ushering in a major change of blood in his entire body. These purple precious equipment, in terms of appearance, gave people a deep, powerful feeling, invariably increased Han Xing's temperament. Plus, with the dark gold-colored shattered spirit longbow on his back, the whole person looked full of a strong man's demeanor. Satisfied, Han Xing took 2 steps on the territory and exclaimed, "Damn handsome!" The equipment's addition caused all of Han Xing's physical attributes to start soaring. Right now, he felt stronger than ever. After making the hunter set, Han Xing began to look through his drawings bar again. Then, he made another set of mage's purple equipment for Zhang Renmeng. They were all ones that increased the spell damage and spirit attributes. After advancing into an elementalist, Zhang Renmeng's mana damage had already reached a terrifying height. Now, after the various equipment additions, her mana damage had reached a staggering 217 points. It was important to know that a normal elementalist who had just advanced would only have a mana damage of 100 or so. Zhang Renmeng, on the other hand, had directly exceeded it by more than double. If they were to make an occupational ranking now, with Zhang Renmeng's equipment strength, it was estimated that she would be able to directly become the #1 mage in Area 107. Han Xing continued to pick some more drawings and crafted a few sets of equipment. Both heavy armor and light armor were available. These 2 sets, naturally, were for Chang Si-yong and Shin Yun. Just as Han Xing was busy making equipment, a powerful figure suddenly appeared above a certain huge hanging island. The figure was carrying a huge silver-white bow, and beside it, a silver wolf stood tall. This figure was none other than the spirit of the Wild Ranger. The spirit of the Wild Ranger gazed at the empty island in front of him and murmured in a low voice, "Luckily, after going to the path of the gargoyle in the past few days, I was finally able to briefly resist the rejection of the god's forsaken land towards me." Then, he looked at the island in front of him and carefully sensed the aura in it. In the next moment, his pupils shrank and his brows instantly knitted together. The spirit of the Wild Ranger solemnly said, "It seems that what that little human fellow said was true. There really is the aura of an evil god of other space here. This evil god actually ran from the sorcerer race's frontier to the god's forsaken land, hiding really deep. With a single glance, the spirit of the Wild Ranger locked onto the boulder-filled valley with a deep cave inside. However, he did not go in. For a strong person like him, there was no need to enter the cave to slowly explore it. The silver-colored giant bow was held in his hands, and the bowstring was slowly drawn. At this moment, a gust of breeze seemed to lift up from the area of hundreds of miles in a radius. The invisible power of heaven and earth converged on his bowstring. There was clearly nothing on his bowstring, yet it gave off a tearing and terrifying sense of oppression. At this moment, that mysterious cave, the existence inside seemed to sense the abnormality of the outside world. A gloomy, evil voice rang out. "Who is the aura of a demigod?" However, the spirit of the Wild Ranger did not answer. He loosened the bowstring and shot out an arrow. Buzz! Time seemed to have stopped, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to have lost its color under this arrow. The next moment, this huge hanging island, which was over hundreds of thousands of square feet in size, directly burst into pieces. Rumble! The terrifying explosion was like the impact of a meteorite, and earth splattered all over the sky. In the midst of the explosion, a roar of implied anger came from within. Damn it! This huge empty island was shattered by an arrow from the spirit of the Wild Ranger, and all that was left in its place was a bizarre building floating in mid-air. This building looked like an altar and a huge pool. Only what was held inside was bright red blood. This pool of blood was constantly bubbling. Wudu! Wudu! On the blood pool, the corpses of various creatures floated, and they stared with ghastly white eyes, somewhat dead. At the same time, a twisted figure slowly revealed the upper half of its body from the blood pool as it gazed at the Wild Ranger spirit in the air. Both sides exchanged glances. The dark figure in the pool of blood suddenly asked, "This scent? Are you, Hunt?" In the air, the spirit of the Wild Ranger didn't answer, but instead pulled back its bowstring and firmly locked onto the other party. "Hunt, are you going to strike at me?" In his combat state, the spirit of the Wild Ranger appeared silent as he answered the other's question with his actions. The moment the Black Shadow's words fell, a brilliant arrow shot out violently. Realizing the strength of this arrow, in the blood pool, a pillar of blood suddenly erupted into the sky. The two auras collided with each other, and the spot was like an 18-grade gale. After the commotion subsided, the blood pool was still floating in mid-air, almost undamaged. The black shadow seemed to have sensed something and let out a burst of smug laughter from its mouth. Hee. Hunt, you seem to have gotten much weaker. The spirit of the Wild Ranger frowned. No wonder the holy relics of the elf clan didn't kill you back then. It turns out that you still have this kind of means on you. In the blood pool, the dark shadow laughed lightly. Hee. Hunt, you are too underestimating the power of the foreign space, aren't you? I am an evil god, evil god. And how could I be killed by this kind of lower realm weapon? The spirit of the Wild Ranger still sneered. Is that so? Since the power of an evil god is so powerful, why does it only dare to cower in the forsaken lands of the gods and lay hands on these weak human races? The black shadow was unmoved and still said with a weird laugh. It is precisely because they are weak that they are good to start Hee. Hunt, you don't have to provoke me. When I finish the layout of the gods' forsaken land, I will return to my peak state in a short period of time. No, it's even more beyond the past. At that time, I will spread the curse of blood throughout the Holy Spirit realm and have all of the billions of living beings transformed into my slaves. The spirit of the Wild Ranger shook his head. With me here, you won't succeed. The opposite side sneered. Hunt, you're still so fond of meddling in other people's business. You haven't tasted enough of the lessons from back then, have you? You have to think clearly. This is the last touch of divinity you have left in heaven and earth. If it is erased in the entire world, there will be no more of you, and you will have no chance of resurrection. In the face of the threat, the spirit of the Wild Ranger was unmoved. He slowly raised his silver longbow, and beside him, the giant silver-white wolf's fangs were exposed, ready to kill at any time. Right at this moment, the entire blood-colored altar suddenly gushed out a pillar of blood that rushed to the sky. At the same time, the spirit of the Wild Ranger saw that in the distant sky, many pillars of blood also rose up into the sky. In his heart, he suddenly had some unpleasant premonitions. In the next moment, the black shadow suddenly disappeared. The spirit of the Wild Ranger instantly looked up and saw a terrifying monster covering the sky. Is this your original body? It's still ugly enough, the Wild Ranger said with disdain. In the air, the terrifying monster didn't reply, but instead fiercely attacked the spirit of the Wild Ranger. The two powerful existences battled together. Han Xing's side had just finished making a few sets of equipment. At this time, the discussion group chat channel lit up. Just as he clicked on it, he heard Chang Jianyong say excitedly inside, "Our side's teleportation portal has been constructed, and we're waiting for instructions from the commanding officer." Han Xing listened and understood what he meant. "The teleportation array is built?" Han Xing asked. Chang Jianyong laughed. "Yes, Brother Star. But how do I use this thing? And how do I come over to you?" Han Xing said breathlessly. "Didn't the building information say, enter the other party's teleportation array number into it and get the Lord's consent? Then you can teleport." Chapter 89 Meeting. Chang Si-yong listened and looked at the functional interface of the teleportation array. "I see. What's your teleportation array number, Brother Xing?" Han Xing took a look and replied, 1377. This number was randomly generated, not according to the order in which the survivors established the teleportation array, and it could be re-randomized subsequently, equivalent to a login password, but it required the Lord's consent. "All right, then I'll teleport over first. Xiao Yunzi will wait for the next batch." Since the teleportation array could only teleport one person an hour, Xin Yun could only wait for the end of the cooling time. Xin Yun stated that he was fine with it. A prompt appeared before Han Xing's eyes. Survivor Chang Si-yong, through the teleportation array number, is applying to you to enter the territory. Do you agree? Yes. The next moment, a white light lit up in the middle of the teleportation array, and a silhouette loomed. Zhang Renmeng stood behind Han Xing, poking her head out somewhat nervously. Before the light of the teleportation array dissipated, the loud laughter of Chang Myong was heard. "Hi hi 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 hi. I'm stepping on the horse to be spicy." Before seeing his person, he could first hear his voice. Han Xing looked at the teleportation array with a speechless face. In the next moment, the figure of a tall, robust man wearing a large sword and a full set of blue light armor appeared. This person was none other than Chang Si-yong. When Chang Si-yong saw Han Xing, his eyes instantly lit up. He excitedly made a flying leap over and shouted, "Brother Xing, I'll be hot." However, just as he was halfway there, he suddenly noticed Zhang Renmeng behind Han Xing. The momentum of his forward rush instantly stalled, and Chung Si-young said with a face full of shock, "I'll go. What a beautiful woman." Chung Si-young's face was filled with horror, and at this time, Han Xing approached with Zhang Renmeng. However, Chung Si-young took a violent step back and drank. "Tai, what kind of demon? Stop." He lifted his great sword and looked at the duo of Han Xing and Zhang Renmeng vigilantly. "Chung Si-young, what's gotten into you?" Han Xing looked at him suspiciously. Chung Si-young shouted, "Brother Xing, come over here. This is a female demon next to you. You've been bewitched by her." On the side, Zhang Renmeng was filled with panic, looking at Han Xing from time to time and at Chung Si-young from time to time and said nervously, "Star, brother Star. I'm not a demon. I know." Han Xing lightly patted her shoulder and said breathlessly, "Sung Mi-young, don't be crazy here." Seeing the somewhat intimate movements of the two, Chung Si-young was bewildered, and when he saw the identity of Zhang Renming's survivor, he immediately sighed in relief and said, "Hey, it's really not a demon. I thought that a loner like Brother Xing would never have any interactions with women in his life." Han Xing gave him a blank look and said, "Chung Si-young, shut up." Sung Mi-young touched his head and laughed twice in embarrassment. After the three came together, Chung Si-young looked at Zhang Renmeng curiously and then at Han Xing from time to time, an odd look appearing on his face. Zhang Renmeng, on the other hand, nervously lowered her head. At this moment, Chung Si-young did not know what he had thought of, and an odd smile appeared on his face. However, Chung Si-young pulled Han Xing to one side, laughed softly in a low voice, and asked, "Brother Xing, when did this happen?" Han Xing was confused by his question. "What when? Huh?" Chung Jianyong's eyes widened. "Still trying to hide it from your brother? Let me tell you, I'm a married man. I can tell at a glance that that woman has an unusual relationship with you." Han Xing blankly glanced at him and shrugged, a disguised admission. That said, he had nothing to hide. How normal for a young guy in his prime to find a woman himself. Seeing Han Xing's reaction, Chung Mi-young's eyes lit up before he gave a thumbs up. "Brother Xing, awesome." At this time, he glanced at Zhang Renmeng next to him and exclaimed, "Good eye, sister-in-law is so pretty." His words were not concealed, and Zhang Renmeng, who was not far away, could clearly hear them as well. Zhang Renmeng blushed in shame and quickly retorted, "No, not sister-in-law." However, Chung Jianyong acquiesced to this statement in his heart and kept on hemming and hawing and laughing. Zhang Renmeng was very embarrassed by his laughter, and her entire body shyly lowered her head. Han Xing briefly introduced the two of them at this point, and how he and Zhang Renmeng met. Chung Si-young nodded after hearing this and said with a smile on his face, "So that's how it is. This sister Renmeng also sort of saved Brother Star once, and then Brother Star gave her body in return, right? Ha ha ha. Brother Xing is finally enlightened for once." Zhang Renmeng once again blushed at Chung Mi-young's jokey words. Seeing that he wanted to say something else, Han Xing directly droned, "Chang Si-young, shut up you. Any more nonsense and you don't want the black vine wine?" These words were like pinpointing Chung Si-young's lifeblood, and he hastily covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Brother Star, I won't say it, I won't say it." Then he said with a gaze full of expectation, "Give me some." Han Xing helplessly pulled out a 200 milliliters bottle of black vine wine from his backpack and threw it at him. Sung Mi-young shut up instantly after receiving it. Han Xing said breathlessly, "Stay well and wait for Xinyun to come over." Chung Jianyong sharply returned, "All right, Brother Star." Then, Han Xing moved a stool and waited with Chung Si-young for Xinyun to come over. A few tens of minutes later, the teleportation array finished cooling down. After Xinyun teleported over, he saw Zhang Renmeng and similarly let out the same gasp of astonishment. Chung Jianyong hurriedly pulled Xinyun to the side and explained the situation. When Xinyun heard it, the shock on his face was no less than that of Chung Si-young. It seemed that he didn't expect that the Han Xing, who never made much contact with other girls before, actually turned out such a great beauty all of a sudden. Speaking of which, Zhang Renmeng almost crushed the vast majority of women they had encountered before, whether it was in terms of figure or face. Although she was slightly older, that kind of mature flavor added a few more points of different flavor. However, Xinyun was not as exaggerated as Chung Mi-young's reaction, and only patted Han Xing's shoulder before nodding. Outside the castle on the lawn of the territory, a round table was set up. Han Xing, Chung Si-young, and Xinyun, each of the three sat in a corner. Zhang Renmeng, on the other hand, stood next to Han Xing in a playful manner, which was quite eye-catching. At this time, Chang Si-yong looked left and right and lamented, "Say, Brother Star's territory is so beautiful. It has its own castle, lawn, and private vegetable garden. So if you get a herd of cows and sheep to raise in captivity in the future, you'll be able to live like a god." Speaking of which, Han Xing's territory was indeed much prettier than before. It used to be a bare land, plus the land resources merged inside the various clouds were different, so the overall appearance was somewhat colorful. After Zhang Renmeng took care of it, all of it was replaced with tender green lawns. Hey, that petty flavor rubbed up. Compared to Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun had been gazing at the hundreds of siege crossbow launchers in Han Xing's territory, and he was more interested in these. Shen Yun asked suspiciously, "Brother Star, are these things attack buildings?" Han Xing nodded. "Well, siege crossbow launching platforms, with a round of unison fire, even alpha-level monsters will be killed in seconds." After hearing Han Xing's description, both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Then both gave Han Xing a thumbs up. "Fierce. With this thing, even if one encounters hordes of enemies, a round of unison fire will kill a large number of them in one shot." Han Xing nodded. "But it's a pity that I can't build this drawing on other people's territories, or else I could build dozens of them on your territories as well." Cheng Jianyong also had some regrets when he heard this. Shen Yun continued, "It's fine, Brother Star, we've also built the spiritual energy shield obelisk now, and we also have a certain amount of defensive capabilities, plus we took the top 10 rewards, and there are a few silver armored puppets to help us guard our territories, so the average person won't even think of hitting us." Han Xing nodded. Shen Yun continued to ask, "Brother Star, what's next? Any plans? Or rather, should we team up together to brush monsters?" Han Xing pondered for a moment. His original plan was to form a team of 4 together and then go to the Abyssal Rift to take a look. Through trading, he had already collected a large number of strongman fragments in his hands, equivalent to several thousand Abyssal Rift passes. The system introduced that the Abyssal Rift contained many unique equipment and props, and was also divided into many layers. As for the first layer, the lowest entry requirement was level 10. Right now, all 4 of them had broken through their levels and completed their profession advancement. Challenging the first layer of the Abyssal Rift shouldn't be difficult. Han Xing palatized his intentions. Shen Yun and Chang Si-yong both nodded after hearing this. At this moment, Shen Yun asked, "This Abyssal Rift sounds good. With our strength, the first layer should be passable. So are we moving now?" Han Xing looked at Shen Yun, then at Chang Si-yong and said, "Wait first. I see the equipment on your bodies. Most of them are blue suits, and there are 1 or 2 green suits." The duo looked at each other, then nodded. Chang Si-yong picked up, "How about it? The strength of this equipment of mine, among the fighters of the 107th district, it's among the top of the list. I ran into a few survivors before, all begging me to form a team, shouting 'Great God' all the time, begging me to take them to explore the clouds. But I didn't bother with them, hee." There was a slight smugness in his tone, as if he was very confident in his equipment. Han Xing glanced at him and asked, "You mean that the strength of your own equipment is already enough?" Cheng Jianyong seemed to realize something, and quickly put away his proud expression, excitedly saying, "Hey, which is enough, compared to the equipment on Brother Star? This is a pile of broken copper and iron on me. Putting it in the warehouse is too much space." His tone instantly changed. "Brother Star, do you have any extra purple armor on you? Reward me with 2? Han Xing had yet to speak. Zhang Renmeng, who was on the side, laughed out first. Eft. She seemed to be amused by Chang Si-yong's shamelessness. Chang Si-yong hemmed and hawed. "Sister-in-law was amused by me. Brother Xing, look. You, this guy." Chapter 90. New material, Blood Tide. Han Xing breathlessly sent a trade request to Chang Miyong. Looking at the purple equipment with amazing attributes on the trade bar, Chang Si-yong gulped. Then his eyes widened as he exaggeratedly said, "I'll go. Red Bull Power Necklace. Withered Vine Chest Armor. Adding so much power and so many special effects. So fierce. So fierce." Chang Si-yong's face was full of shock, then joyfully took it and immediately equipped it. With a purple light armor added, Chang Si-yong's attributes soared. At this time, he said with confidence, "With this equipment, I feel that Xiao Yunzi can't even stand my sword." Chang Si-yong's advanced profession was swordsman, which was a melee output type profession that relied heavily on strength. After the addition of so many superb equipment, Chang Si-yong's current strength had reached an unprecedented height. 243 points of strength. At the current stage, when encountering other survivors of the same level, one could really kill them with a single slash. On the side, Xinyun was speechless. This guy, a little bit of enhancement and thought to show off in front of himself. However, when he saw the set of purple equipment with gorgeous shape and strong attributes on Chang Myong's body, his heart was still a little envious. Does Brother Xing have any for me? Xinyun also asked expectantly from the sidelines. Han Xing nodded. Of course there is. Xinyun's heart instantly rejoiced upon hearing this, and in its excited gaze, Han Xing directly applied for a trade, and then placed a set of purple equipment as usual. However, these equipments given to Xinyun were different from Chang Siyong's. He chose a set of purple heavy armor, most of which increased spirit and physique. Moreover, he also attached a chaos rune to each piece of equipment. Although the primary chaos rune didn't add much in terms of attributes, when so many pieces of equipment were stacked together, the gain reached a considerable point, almost equivalent to the boost brought by half of the equipment. There were also rings and necklaces that had been specially selected by Han Xing. They were the ring of ancient brass and the sapphire necklace. Each of these two types of jewelry added a dozen points of spirit and constitution. Spiritual attributes could affect the strength of a priesthood's healing skills and other auxiliary strengths. Physique, on the other hand, could increase the degree of resistance to beatings of the holy cleric. Although Xinyun had switched to the cleric profession, the benefits of the constitution attribute were not as good as the other branch of the priesthood, knights. However, at critical moments, the magus was also able to carry a shield and temporarily act as a meat shield. For these purple equipment, the main material required was secret silver, which was not lacking at all given Han Xing's current reserves. This was coupled with the 100% success rate granted by the god-level artisans, so he was completely able to manufacture them in bulk. But for the other survivors, a set of purple equipment was what could be called a skyrocketing improvement. One must know that at the current stage, even the top group of survivors did not have one or two pieces of purple equipment on them. At this time, Chang Jianyong looked at Xinyun wearing a purple heavy armor. The thick defense let a person cannot rise against the mind. Chang Jianyong circled around Xinyun, looked at his luxurious equipment, and said somewhat sheepishly, "Bad. Now I can't bully Xiao Yunzi." Xinyun glanced at him disdainfully. And right at this moment, after Han Xing pondered for a moment, he sent another trade request to Xinyun. Under Xinyun's puzzled gaze, he placed the golden shield that he had previously opened in the golden treasure chest, the immortal shield. Looking at the strong attributes of the immortal shield, Xinyun instantly froze. Even with his determination, he could not help but shout, "Golden shield!" Hearing the golden shield, Chang Jianyong suddenly realized something and his face changed. In the next moment, a dark yellow shield suddenly appeared in Xinyun's hand. More than 50 points of defense, and a legendary special effect so scary. Xinyun held up the shield. An unrivaled sense of power surged from the bottom of his heart. And he even felt that right now it was just for him to go and harden himself against the alpha-level monsters he dared to do so. At this moment, Xinyun said with great vigor, "Just now, who was it that said they would finish me off with a single slash? Come on. Now I'll stand here and let you slash for 10 seconds, and I'll lose if I can make me take a step back." The Immortal Shield's legendary special effect, indestructible, was that it lasted for 10 seconds. In this state, the damage Xinyun received would be cut by 50% and he would not be knocked back by any attack. Under Chang Myong's grudging gaze, Xinyun held up his golden shield and waved it in front of him from time to time, exasperating him. "Xinyun, you magus, what's the use of holding a shield? Swing your hammer properly to add status to me." However, Xinyun deliberately said, "Hey, I don't want to. I'm going to swing in front of you. Ha ha ha." Chang Xi's courage was so bad that he could not wait to give him a flying chop in the air. He suddenly had a heartbeat and lifted his greatsword to slash violently at Xinyun. You kid, engage in a sneak attack." Xinyun instantly raised his shield and blocked Chang Siyong's greatsword. Boom! With a muffled sound, Xinyun did not take half a step back. In front of the terrifying defense of the immortal shield, even the full-body purple-suited Chang Siyong could not do much damage to him. Grass! So hard. Chang Siyong couldn't do anything about it. "Ha-ha! Punk! You can't beat me even with a sneak attack." Xinyun mocked without a care in the world. Chang Siyong seemed to be somewhat unconvinced. He took a deep breath and directly his entire body jumped up violently and slashed at Xinyun with a terrifying speed. The killing opportunity stormed up. an explosive skill that a warrior automatically learns after advancing into the swordsman profession. It instantly attacked the enemy, inflicting a large amount of damage, and had a probability of inflicting a crippling effect on the enemy. Noticing that the damage of this strike by Chung Si-yong was not bad, Shun Yun directly applied a layer of holy light shield to himself, and then hardened himself against Chung Si-yong's attack and took the initiative to meet it. Clang! There was a muffled sound as the purple greatsword collided with the earth-colored shield. Chung Jianyong's killing move did not have any effect, but was instead forced to take a step backward by the powerful recoil. Right at this moment, Shin Yun seized the opportunity and directly applied a Blessing of Wind to himself. Under the Blessing of Wind state, both attack speed and movement speed would increase by 20%. Instantly, Shin Yun's speed skyrocketed. Then he swung his sledgehammer and bullied his way up. Clang, clang, clang. The sledgehammer continuously smashed into Chung Si-yong, interspersed with a few shield strikes from time to time. Chung Jianyong was forced to retreat continuously, and right at this moment, a crystal sledgehammer slammed down from above his head. The sound of wind was so strong that Chung Jianyong was so scared that he didn't dare to move, just less than 5 centimeters from the bridge of Chung Si-yong's nose. The sledgehammer finally stopped. In this sparring match, it was obvious that Shin Yun had the upper hand. Grass! Chung Si-yong was shocked out of a cold sweat. I thought you really want to swing me with a hammer? Shin Yun laughed. How about it? Is little Yongzi convinced? Chung Jianyong directly blanked him and said grudgingly, You're just relying on your equipment advantage, otherwise you couldn't possibly be my opponent. However, Shin Yun directly glared at his eyes and said, What the hell? What's wrong with relying on equipment? Equipment is also part of strength. Unconvinced, let's fight again? Seeing Chung Jianyong give in, Shin Yun also laughed out loud. Watching the duo scuffle, Zhang Renmeng couldn't help but chuckle as she stood on the sidelines. Just at this moment, a prompt sounded in everyone's ears at the same time. Announcement. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. Due to unknown reasons, a terrifying blood-colored catastrophe will erupt in the forsaken land of the gods. Considering the current strength of the survivors, which is insufficient to cope with this calamity, the following adjustments are being made to the game content. 1. The probability of obtaining advanced profession scrolls in treasure chests has been drastically increased. 2. The experience value acquired by survivors when defeating cloud monsters is increased by 20%. 3. In response to this calamity, regional restrictions have been further lifted and will merge zones 1-100, 101-200, etc. into one large zone and so on. This adjustment will take effect in 1 hour. Please prepare all survivors. The new material, Tides of Blood, will be online soon. Blood-colored skies, twisted bodies. When the mutated monsters pour out, the forsaken land of the gods will usher in a blood-colored catastrophe. The series of system prompts didn't just leave Han Xing and the others dumbfounded. The billions of putative survivors throughout Blue Star were even more in a state of being shaken to the core. The chat channels of all the regions were exploded almost simultaneously. Brothers, have you seen the announcement that a disaster is about to befall? See. This disaster sounds so terrifying that it actually caused the system to have to make adjustments to the speed at which we become stronger. My God! To merge districts or 100 districts into one big district, doesn't this mean that we're going to go from the original 10,000 people on the same channel to nearly 1 million people on one channel? 1 million people, this was a rather large number. The sudden system announcement left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The survivors in Area 107 were all in heated discussions as well. And just then, Han Xing unexpectedly heard an unexpected prompt. For your early discovery of the conspiracy of the evil god of other dimensions, exposing an impending catastrophe, world influence plus 53, legendary points plus 5. Han Xing froze. He knew that this reward from the system should be because of the weird bird quest he did last time. Just why was the distribution delayed for so long? At this moment, Zhang Renmeng also had a tense look on her face, and she seemed to have heard something as well. Zhang Renmeng pressed her collar, bent down lightly, and whispered into Han Xing's ear, asking, Brother Xinger, did you hear the hint? Just now, the system said that I discovered the evil god's plot and added 5 legendary points to me. Han Xing also remembered at this time that Zhang Renmeng was with him during that mission, which was equivalent to 2 people teaming up to complete the mission. Therefore, it was normal for the system to reward the 2 of them with a legendary point reward. Han Xing nodded and said, Hear that? That legendary point is useful later, so keep it first. Currently, it seemed that the purpose of the legendary points was to extract the legendary skills of the hidden professions. Although Zhang Renmeng had already switched to the Mage's Elementalist, which was a purely violent output-type profession, coupled with the equipment that Han Xing had crafted for her, Zhang Renmeng's current damage was already very exaggerated. However, in the future, if he found a better mage-type hidden profession scroll, Han Xing was still prepared to let Zhang Renmeng retransfer. But in that case, there would be a certain price to pay. That would be a level drop to level 10 and having to start leveling again. But with Han Xing's leveling speed, he would soon be able to bring her up to speed. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun had just recovered from their shock. Before they could open their mouths, Han Xing directly said, "Did you all hear that? There's going to be a new datasheet. It seems like what I told you guys earlier might be coming true." The duo nodded solemnly. As early as a few days ago, Han Xing had told them that a disaster might erupt next. Now, the system prompts also confirmed this. Han Xing continued, "Our plans will have to change as well. I don't know when the blood tide will erupt, but we have an imminent danger in front of us. After the merging of the regions, our place will skyrocket from the original nearly 10,000 people to nearly 1 million, and at that time, this region will be in unprecedented chaos. And your territories are all still in an unguarded state right now. In order to prevent any accidents, I suggest that you all immediately return to your own territories and do a good job of defending yourselves first, before you all rendezvous towards one place." When Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun heard this, they also immediately nodded their heads. What Han Xing said was not unreasonable. Last time, when the area restriction had just been lifted and there were only 9,000 people in Area 107, a lot of bloodshed had erupted. This time around, the number of people in the combined area was even more than 900,000 people directly. The probability of encountering other survivors would soar. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the duo of Chang Si-yong and Shen Yun were just about to teleport away. Just then, the second system prompt appeared. Due to the majority of the zones, the ranked leaderboards have ended, and a new leaderboard list is now available, the Cloud Mystic Realm Points List. Cloudy Mystery Realm Points List. Every time you clear a 1-star Mystic Realm, you will receive 1 point. Every time you clear a 2-star Mystic Realm, you will receive 2 points, and so on. The Cloud scoreboard lasts for 10 days, and when it ends, ranking rewards will be settled based on points. Please note, during the event period, when survivors clear the Cloud Mystery Realm, the experience value gained will increase by 30%, and the damage dealt to the monsters inside the Cloud Mystery Realm will increase by 10%. Changes will be made to the Cloud Realm process. After the changes are completed, all Cloud Realms will no longer have a passing animation, and the difficulty will be reduced accordingly. This change will take effect 1 day later. The three people looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, Shen Yun said, "Brother Star, there's a new leaderboard. This Cloud Mystery Points leaderboard. Should we rush it?" Han Xing pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you two played the Cloud Mystic Realm earlier?" Shen Yun nodded. "Played it. Chang Si-yong and I ran into a 1-star secret realm earlier. The level requirement was level 710. Then we challenged it and it took us about an hour or so. However, the rewards given after clearing the level are also really much, especially the experience value rewards, which are very rich and much faster than fighting monsters." Speaking here, Shen Yun added, "But it's a pity that passing the Cloud Mystery Realm can't increase the territory area." Han Xing nodded and said, "That's right, the experience rewards given inside the clouds are a lot, and sometimes there are some special prop rewards. Since this leaderboard has appeared, then we can rush it." Chapter 91, the second combined area. Han Xing proposed allowing Cheng, Shen, and the two to return to their own territories. After a pause, Han Xing continued, "By the way, when you guys go back, send over a coordinate first, then let's have our 3 empty islands close to each other, and keep an eye out if we run into the cloud mysteries on the way." "Okay." Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun nodded. Then, in a sequential order, the duo left Han Xing's territory. After the 1-hour CD of the teleportation array, as Shen Yun's figure disappeared from the teleportation array, all the survivors felt a strange change. This feeling could not be described, as if at this moment, they felt that their world was a bit bigger. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. "This update has been completed, and now the 107th district you are in has been unified and merged into the 2 major districts." Han Xing hadn't even clicked on the chat channel yet, so he didn't need to think about it to know how hot it was right now. Originally, most of the people in Area 107 were from Xinyang City. This merging of districts could be said to have merged some of the people from many different cities originally. At this moment, in the chat channel, there were countless people looking for people, recognizing relatives, seeking to form a team, and indiscriminately spamming furiously. After the initial chaos, it was the recruiting messages of some big teams that began to swipe the screen. District 111's number 1 team, Cybertron, is recruiting. We already have more than 3,000 team members, and we are now recruiting a large number of team members for all districts. The number 1 team in Area 187, Top of Stop the Battle, is recruiting. Our team only has over 300 members, but each of them are elites, and the lowest is a professional who has broken through level 10. Don't even try to grab it from us. The strongest team in Area 199, Digital Sky team, is recruiting. Our leader is the number 1 powerhouse on both lists, with over 5,000 members. The teams from all the major districts were starting a frenzy of pulling people in. They all understood that now that the districts had just merged, it was the best time to recruit people. If they could seize this opportunity, then the size of their team would expand by several times in one leap, and even a dozen times was possible. These people were organized and had a unified command. Soon, the frantic chat channel was overrun by those large teams from each region. Han Xing glanced at it and simply turned it off. With over 900,000 people in the same channel, it was comparable to the population of a large city. It was bound to be incomparably chaotic, which was to be expected. All robbing people? Han Xing mused. It seems like next, it's going to be chaotic for a while. At this time, Chung Jianyong and Shin Yun sent over a string of numbers, which were the coordinates where they were about to prepare for the rendezvous. Han Xing began maneuvering the empty island and continued forward towards the coordinates location. Half an hour later, Zhang Renmeng suddenly ran to Han Xing's side and tugged at the corner of his coat. Seeing her nervous face, Han Xing followed her gaze to the front. In the distance, several suspended empty islands were vaguely seen approaching his side. There were no clouds covering the tops of these empty islands, so they were clearly the territories of other survivors. Survivors again. Han Xing frowned. Has the probability of encountering other survivors become so high even after the merging of zones? Less than half an hour from the lifting of the area restriction, Han Xing encountered the first wave of human survivors. At this point, the interval between the two sides was no longer more than 5 kilometers. Han Xing was even able to vaguely see the layout of the other party's empty island. Like the other survivors' empty islands, they were bare on top, with only some rudimentary camps and bonfires. There was not a single large building on these empty islands. Compared to Han Xing's territory, theirs was simply like an undeveloped and barren plot of land. The last leaderboard rewards had distributed a batch of architectural drawings such as the Lord's Hut and the Spiritual Energy Shield obelisk. However, with the current resources of most of the survivors, even if they had the drawings, they wouldn't be able to build them. At this moment, the huge castle on Han Xing's territory, as well as the hundreds of turret-like structures on the territory, stood out. Han Xing speculated that these people, presumably, had also seen those buildings on his territory, and had gotten some curiosity wanting to get up close and personal. However, Han Xing did not want to interact with them much. Thus, he directly turned around and maneuvered his empty island territory away. Sensing Han Xing's intention to prepare to run away, the two empty islands behind him seemed to have begun to pick up speed as well. Han Xing's level had now risen to level 12, and the forward speed of the empty islands had reached 108 kilometers per hour, and with the addition of the territorial castle, this speed could be increased by another 10%. At the current stage, there shouldn't be many survivors who could catch up with themselves. The 3 empty islands gave chase one after the other. For minutes later, those 2 empty islands had been left far behind by Han Xing. At this time, the survivors on the 2 empty islands saw that they could not catch up with Han Xing and had no choice but to stop their chase. These 2 survivors seemed to know each other. A human knight holy rank advanced profession and an illusionist mage advanced profession. Both had a tan character stamped on their chests. This symbol represented that they both came from the same team, the 111th region of Cybertron. At the very first moment after the merging of the regions, Cybertron's management posted information on their team channel and then united the nearby core members together. At this moment, the human knight was in contact with someone, and he whispered, "Boss, we just found a strange empty island that actually has a large castle on it. There are also many strange structures that look like turrets." The opposite party quickly messaged back, "Oh, a territorial castle and turret buildings." He looked very curious and asked, "Did you guys go and make contact with the people on the empty island?" The human knight immediately replied back, "No, that person didn't seem to want to take care of us." He directly maneuvered the empty island to leave just as we approached, and his empty island is much faster than ours, so we can't catch up at all. At this moment, in a large empty island territory, a male in his early 30s was in deep thought. He was wearing almost half a set of purple equipment and was well equipped. On the territory, a lord's hut covering an area of more than 100 square meters had also been constructed to the halfway point. Not only that, next to the lord's hut, there was a golden armored giant with a figure of more than 10 meters standing guard, indicating that this man was the existence that had taken the first reward of the leaderboards in their district service. He was the leader of District 111 Cybertron, Optimus Prime. Listening to his men's report, Optimus Prime fell into thought. A castle? It sounds like an even more advanced building than a Lord's Lodge. At the current stage, someone can actually build these ahead of me? The last time I built the Lord's Lodge, it nearly exhausted my resource reserves, resulting in the spiritual energy shield obelisk and teleportation array not being built in time. What this person is building is still a large castle, consuming resources that will only be more. Moreover, there are also turret-type buildings, which are numerous. I'm afraid the resources needed to be consumed just to build up these territorial facilities are astronomical. According to this description, I'm afraid that the resources he has in his hands are even more terrifying than I imagined. Cybertron paused, then said to the two survivors, "You guys come back. Don't follow them anymore." This person's ability is not small. Behind him there might be a big team providing resources for him as well. Although we, Cybertron, are number 1 in Area 111, we have just merged the areas now, so it's better to keep a low profile when we don't know much about the strength of the other areas. With over 900,000 people in the same region, there must be a lot of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This kind of big power, don't offend them easily. The human knight and the human illusionist looked at each other after hearing this, then nodded. "Okay, boss. Roger." After getting rid of those two survivors pestering, Han Xing's side was still continuing to rush. Then what made him somewhat helpless was, along the way, he came across several other survivors' empty islands one after another. When these people saw the buildings on Han Xing's territory, their curiosity was aroused and they wanted to come over to check them out. Han Xing didn't want to tangle with them much, so he maneuvered his territory and continued to make a detour. A few times down the road, although he got rid of those people's pursuit, it also gradually made Han Xing's heart a little irritated. Han Xing spat out, "Why does it feel like I'm like a little daughter-in-law with my clothes off right now, and anyone who sees me wants to come over and take a look?" On the side, Zhang Renmeng was amused by his jokes and snorted with laughter, her flowery branches fluttering. Because of the excessive movement, Zhang Renmeng's full breasts began to shake again. Seeing this, Han Xing suddenly said, "Renner, in a moment, go into the castle and hide. Don't come out for the time being." Zhang Renmeng seemed a bit confused and asked, "Ah? Why, Brother Star?" Han Xing glanced at her. "Don't you understand your existence itself, to most men, is a desire amplifier? I don't want those lustful guys to see you and stage some dog blood bridge." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng immediately realized something and blushed. Which is so exaggerated. I only show it to Brother Xing alone." After saying this, she turned around in embarrassment and obediently trotted towards the castle. Han Xing looked at her back, the rounded buttocks wrapped under that greenish-purple patterned vestment, twisting and turning as she walked, unintentionally evoking desire deep in his heart. In particular, Han Xing had also seen with his own eyes that underneath that vestment, there was a figure hidden that was even more exaggerated than what the naked eye could see. The thought of that image directly caused Han Xing's mouth to dry up, and he even wanted to rush over to carry that beauty up and love her. Han Xing hastily shook his head to keep himself awake. He said somewhat sheepishly, "I'll go, what modern phantom?" At this time, he suddenly thought, it would be great if there was a prop that could shield the outside world from probing, just like those empty islands covered in clouds. That way, there would be no need to be constantly surrounded by these ungrateful fellows coming up. Next, Han Xing continued to maneuver the empty island forward, as he dodged the survivors several times. Among some small groups of survivors, the news that there was a strange empty island in this area gradually spread. Chapter 92. The Killing. Han Xing's territory had been maintaining a steady speed, moving forward. And just then, Han Xing suddenly saw that many empty islands had appeared ahead. Upon seeing Han Xing, they quickly dispersed and then gathered towards themselves from different directions. Han Xing counted a total of 6, all of which were the territories of human survivors. Moreover, these people looked obviously premeditated and organized. They appeared at the same time, and then from all directions, they presented a combined momentum to surround Han Xing's empty island. Han Xing frowned and prepared to rise into the air and forcefully break out. And just then, an empty island actually appeared overhead as well, intercepting Han Xing. Han Xing's eyes gradually turned cold, and seeing that he was unable to escape the encirclement, he simply stopped in his tracks. A moment later, the 7 empty islands were already less than a kilometer away from Han Xing and were still approaching. At this time, Han Xing said in a cold voice, "Take another step forward and suffer the consequences." His voice was not loud, but it was extraordinarily clear in this 10,000-mile-high air. Hearing Han Xing's warning, the 7 empty islands stopped advancing at this point. At this time, several human survivors walked from the center of the territory to the edge. They were stretching their necks, curiously observing the buildings on Han Xing's territory. It could be seen that these people were not badly equipped, with 1 or 2 pieces of blue equipment on them at one time or another. At least among ordinary players, this equipment strength of theirs was already considered good. Directly in front of Han Xing, a male tracker stalker advanced profession laughed in a low voice and said, "This friend? I am Luo Gai, deputy leader of the team between the clouds in Area 132. Our team." Han Xing directly interrupted. "There's no need to introduce who you are to me. Just tell me what you want to do. I'm in a hurry." Hearing Han Xing's not-so-polite retort, the other 6 human survivors all sank in color. At this moment, a male berserker warrior advancement profession at the back who was not too old said drily, "Kid, speak politely to our vice leader." "What are you going to do if I'm not polite?" Han Xing looked back. "You guys stopped me for no reason and now you want me to be polite to you? You're really a monkey climbing a bamboo pole. You can jump up and down in front of me, right? You. What do you mean by you? Look at your mud-legged demeanor. Coming to this world and still thinking of being a dog for people. Your master hasn't been in a hurry yet, but you're in a hurry first?" That male berserker was red in the face when he was disliked by Han Xing. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the tracker called Luo Gai. "Little tiger, shut up." The male berserker immediately closed his mouth upon hearing this. Then the stalker called Luo Gai laughed softly. "This friend, it is indeed a bit abrupt for us to take the liberty of stopping you. But this is also to give this brother a chance to develop." Han Xing listened with interest. "Give me a chance?" Luo Gai was not angry and continued, "Yes, you don't know, we, Between the Clouds, have been the largest team in the original 132 area, with more than 3,000 members, and our leader has also taken the first reward of 2 leaderboards, and is considered to be a party of strong men. I see that this little brother doesn't have the sign of a team on his body. A person who fights alone can also develop the territory to this scale. His ability must not be bad. If these little brothers can join us, we will definitely give you not bad treatment." Hearing this, Han Xing directly refused. Not interested. Hearing Han Xing's refusal, the others' faces changed. But this seemed to be expected by Luo Gai as he continued to smile. "This friend, it is fate to meet each other. Since you do not want to join us, I will not force you. However, we are really curious about the buildings on your territory. I wonder if this friend can let us go up and visit? Please don't worry. We're just visiting. We definitely don't have anything else in mind." This request from Luo Gai could be said to be very excessive, and no ordinary person would agree to it. However, they had already surrounded Han Xing at this point, and with the advantage of numbers, he expected that Han Xing would not dare to refuse. Under Luo Gai's leadership, the 7 empty islands approached once again. Seeing this move, Han Xing realized that these people were finally ready to tear their faces off. He laughed coldly. "It looks like you guys are finally revealing your foxtails. Now, I'll warn you all for the last time. Get out of the way, otherwise, suffer the consequences." Han Xing still had a cold smile on his face. Only in his eyes, he brought a point of killing intent. "Brother Guy, this kid is too ungrateful. Should we just do away with him?" Next to him, a human divine archer asked. Luo Gai still had a smile on his face, but he didn't answer right away. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat serious. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng, who was hiding in the castle, also seemed to notice that something was wrong. This group of people had a hidden tendency to forcefully land. Because she was worried that both sides would fight, Zhang Renmeng dreamed of coming out to help, so she held up her staff and walked out from the castle with a nervous expression. And just then, Luo Gai and a few other survivors seemed to have noticed the silhouette behind Han Xing. In this instant, all the surrounding scenery, the sky, the clouds, the empty island, under Zhang Renming's angelic face and devilish figure, they all paled in comparison. All of their attention was drawn to Zhang Renming, and they couldn't even help but breathe heavily. At this moment, including Luo Gai, some lustful glances rose in their eyes. It wasn't until several seconds had passed that these people came back to their senses. Before, Luo Gai was still hesitating whether or not to lay his hands on Han Xing. But now he had already made his decision. Kill this brat. At this moment, Luo Gai shot a glance to a few others. The others understood and prepared to close in. Han Xing laughed coldly as he directly tapped on the territory building interface, then slowly maneuvered 120 of the siege crossbow launchers to adjust the direction of the attack. Sensing Han Xing's intention to attack, Luo Gai immediately ordered, "This kid wants to attack us. Quickly rush to his territory. Don't give him a chance." Hearing this, the other few survivors accelerated towards Han Xing. "Seek death," Han Xing said in a cold voice. The more than 200 siege crossbows had long been loaded with crossbows, and there was no need to store up any power. Under Han Xing's control, 20 of the siege crossbows were instantly aimed at the empty island charging ahead, which was Luo Gai's territory. At the moment when he saw Han Xing's crossbow launchers aimed at him, at this moment Luo Gai seemed to have some bad premonitions in his heart. He made a sharp turn and fled into his lord's hut. Inside, Luo Gai's voice was heard. "Don't mind me. This kid can't break my lord's hut in a short time. All of you now forcefully land on his territory and finish this kid off. By then, his women, his castle will all be ours." The other 6 survivors froze for a moment when they saw the crossbow arrows aimed at them, and were still a little afraid to take the field. At this moment, hearing Luo Gai's compulsion, these people's gazes instantly turned red. Luo Gai wanted to use the 500 points of defense value of the Lord's hut to block this attack from Han Xing. It had to be said that his decision was correct. However, he had incorrectly predicted the killing power of the siege crossbow arrows. The next moment, 20 huge arrows shot out violently with the momentum of leaving the strings. Swish, swish, swish. Ripping air-breaking sounds came one after another. The huge arrows instantly hit the walls of the Lord's hut. Boom! Movements like cannonballs exploding appeared one after another. Luo Gai watched with his own eyes as the 500 points of defense value on his lord's hut was instantly emptied. The calmness in his eyes disappeared and turned into horror. How is this possible? Luo Gai's face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the lord hut directly collapsed. The remaining huge crossbow arrows hit his territory, instantly piercing through the earth that was only a meter thick. This also included Luo Gai's core territory. As Luo Gai's core territory was blown up by Han Xing, he watched as his empty island, which he had fought so hard to accumulate to thousands of square meters, directly collapsed into pieces at this moment. Clatter. The fragments of the empty island scattered. The terrifying destructive power of the siege crossbow arrows was first revealed. After the empty island shattered, Luo Gai fell from 10,000 miles in the air. He was horrified and a trace of remorse rose in his heart. However, at this time, Han Xing was still not prepared to let him go. Maneuvering one of the crossbow launching platforms, the arrow shot out violently. Swoosh! The sound of a crossbow arrow piercing through flesh came as Luo Gai was pierced through his chest by this huge arrow. Ah! After a scalp-numbing scream, Luo Gai's body began to fall downwards, and then disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, the other 6 survivors between the clouds shuddered when they heard Luo Gai's miserable scream. And when they saw Han Xing slowly angling the huge crossbow launcher on the empty island, they were all scared out of their wits and began to frantically flee. Run! His crossbow is too powerful to block. Han Xing sneered. Can you run? In the next moment, 100 giant crossbow launchers fired in unison at this moment. Han Xing did not need to aim at all, just direct fire coverage. Clatter! The huge arrows fell like rain, carrying the might to penetrate everything, and violently plunged into the territories of these survivors. Compared to Luo Gai, these few survivors hadn't even built a lord's hut yet. The core of their territory was as fragile as paper. A single arrow from the giant crossbow could directly penetrate it. Boom! 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 As each core territory was destroyed by Han Xing, their empty islands scattered into pieces one after another in the air. As those survivors looked on in horror, Han Xing fired a second round of crossbow arrows, aiming for a mop-up. No, I was wrong. Spare. Spare me. Spare me. Ah! Behind every scream, it meant that there was a survivor whose life had been ended by the siege crossbow arrows. Among them, there was another unlucky person who had been hit in the head by a huge crossbow bolt before the territory shattered, and a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared on his face. His death was very miserable. As the core of the last empty island was shot up by Han Xing, the surrounding scene became empty again, as if no battle had ever occurred here. Chapter 93, Strong Ranking Rewards. After resolving this group of ungrateful fellows, the killing intent in Han Xing's eyes gradually dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng was looking at Han Xing with a pale face. It was the first time she had seen a killing between humans, and although she was extremely uncomfortable in her heart, Zhang Renmeng still resisted the desire to vomit and walked over to Han Xing's side, saying, "Brother Star, how are you doing?" However, before she finished speaking, Zhang Renmeng instantly arched her body and squatted on the ground, starting to dry heave. Han Xing walked over to pat her back. Zhang Renmeng raised her head, then instantly jumped into Han Xing's arms. "Brother Star, I'm sorry. I'm a bit scared." Han Xing wrapped his arms around her and comforted. "It's normal to be scared. This kind of thing. I guess you'll encounter quite a few of them later on, and you'll have to get used to it as soon as possible." Zhang Renmeng bit her lips lightly and nodded heavily. Han Xing scanned the surroundings before continuing to maneuver the empty island forward. And it was not long after Han Xing and the others left. About 7 or 8 kilometers away from where they had fought, a survivor empty island quickly appeared. On that empty island, a human swordsman was saying with a face full of shock, "I got fierce today. I actually saw a battle between humans. What kind of monster is this? 1 against 7. And actually managed to settle the battle so quickly. If this were to be told, no one would even believe it," that human warrior thankfully said at this time. "But luckily, I recorded the video. If I post this video on the forums, it will definitely cause a stir." Thinking of this, he quickly tapped on the system interface. At the same time, a post was uploaded to the Zone 2 Survivor forum, causing super high hits in a short period of time. The title was, "Mysterious Empty Island Player, 1 against 7, Killed in Seconds." The crowd was attracted by the concise and powerful title, then clicked into the post, which was clearly a video. What was recorded in the video was the very sight of Han Xing fighting the other survivor squads. However, the perspective that this person was filming from seemed to be extremely far away, and they could only see 7 empty islands surrounding one of them and preparing to close in. And in the very next moment, they saw that the huge empty island that was surrounded suddenly shot out a round of huge arrows that directly blew up a survivor's lord's hut, along with the core territory. After that, the other 6 empty islands also followed the same fate. The clean battle, the one-sided crushing, left people feeling shocked and unable to calm down for a long time. The first reply soon followed below. "I'll go, what a terrifying kill. Does anyone know what this is?" "I don't know, it looks like a crossbow launching device." "A crossbow launcher? This damage? It's really a bit scary," the crowd murmured. At this time, another person left a message. "Have you noticed? That empty island is much larger than our territory, and it's 3 meters thick, equivalent to 3 times the area, and I seem to see a castle on it." "A castle and a crossbow launching platform. Which region's bull is this?" The crowd began to speculate on the identity of this mysterious figure. However, these survivors from other districts couldn't guess at all. Before the merging of the districts, even those strong people who were number 1 on the double list had territories that were only just shy of 10,000 square meters at this point, and furthermore, they had not built high-level buildings like castles on their territories. An existence like Han Xing, who had not only built a castle but also a bunch of attack facilities, was also a phoenix in all of humanity. Just then, a different reply appeared below this thread. The speaker was a survivor called Bai Yunshu. He left a message in the post. "Gentlemen, I am the leader of the 1st Regiment of Area 132. Between the Clouds, Bai Yunshu. I'm posting a message of help to all of you, hoping to find this person in the video, with a heavy reward. If you can provide this person's identity information, you can find Bai to receive a set of blue equipment. If you can provide the location of this person, you can find Bai to receive a purple equipment." As the man of the hour in Area 132, Bai Yunshu was considered to have a certain level of popularity. His message drew a lot of attention. However, Bai Yunshu did not state his purpose, and the others could only be confused. What they didn't know was that these few people that Han Xing had killed were all members of the troop between the clouds, and one of them was even their deputy leader. And the reason why Bai Yunshu was looking for Han Xing was not for revenge. To him, the death of just a few non-relative troop members was nothing more than that, and he didn't care at all. He just had his eye on the powerful crossbow launcher on Han Xing's territory. Bai Yunshu, as the leader of a large region, understood better than anyone what it meant to build a bunch of attack facilities at the current stage. If he could recruit this person into his team and get his hands on the construction drawings for those crossbow launchers, Bai Yunshu's strength would skyrocket at that time. However, when the survivors of Area 107 swiped onto this thread and saw Bai Yunshu's message, they were moved. They remembered that character from their own district service. However, they tacitly didn't say Star River's name. After all, the camera angle of this video was too far away, and they couldn't be sure that this person was the one. After the first few transactions, Han Xing had established a mysterious, powerful image in the hearts of the survivors of the entire 107th district. In addition to being petty, yes, just petty, he would refuse to trade with others because of the battle of the spoken word. He will also issue a bounty to counterattack because of other people's framing, and will not stop until the other party is pushed to the brink of extinction. It would be a mistake to offend this character based on just some speculation. At this moment, Han Xing continued to rush towards the coordinate area. He did not open the chat channel and did not know that the head of Between the Clouds was looking for him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. To him, the current players no longer posed much of a threat to him. Until they built a territorial building that was comparable to a siege crossbow launching pad, it would be a death sentence for as many as came. During his free time over the past 2 days, Han Xing did not forget to continue making giant crossbows and arrows. Not only did he fill all of the 200 or so launching pads, but he also stockpiled an additional 5,000 giant crossbows and arrows, so it could be said that he had plenty of ammunition. Right at this moment, a system prompt appeared. The update of the Cloud Mystic Realm scoreboard has been completed. Now, all survivors can head to the scoreboard to check their rewards. Note: due to the merging of the regions this time, the number of people competing for the leaderboards has been raised, and corresponding adjustments will be made to the leaderboard slots this time. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing clicked on the leaderboard. Unlike before when there were only 100 rewards, this time there were actually 10,000 reward slots. 10,000th 1,000th place rewards. Stone Thrower Construction Drawings 1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Drawings 1, Moon Spring Construction Drawings 1, Purple Weapon of Choice 1, Spirit Cores 10,000. 999th to 100th place reward. Stone Thrower Construction Drawing 1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Drawing 1, Moon Spring Construction Drawing 1, Lord's Contract Scroll 3, Purple Weapon of Choice 1, Spirit Core 20,000. 99th to 10th place rewards. Stone Thrower Construction Drawing 1, Wolf Cavalry Camp Drawing 1, Moon Spring Construction Drawing 1, Lord's Contract Scroll 5, Purple Weapon of Choice 1, Spirit Core 50,000. 9th to 4th place rewards. Stone Thrower Construction Drawing 1, Minotaur Camp Drawing 1, Moon Spring Construction Drawing 1, Lord's Contract Scroll 10, Purple Weapon of Choice 1, Spirit Core 100000. Compared to the previous ranked leaderboard rewards, the rewards this time were equally not stingy. Moreover, just like the last ranked leaderboard, new types of territory building drawings were also introduced this time around. Han Xing clicked on these drawings in turn to view them. Stone Thrower Construction Drawing. Territory building can build stone throwers in bulk in the territory. Stone throwers have 50 points of defense value, attack power of 700-780, additional 30% splash damage. Wolf Cavalry Camp Drawing. Territory building can build a wolf cavalry training camp in the territory. The Lord can upgrade the level of the wolf cavalry by upgrading the technology. Unlocking the wolf cavalry's new skills, the wolf cavalry camp has a defense value of 200. Moon Spring Drawing. Consume materials to build a moon spring in the territory. Under the coverage of the moon spring, the recovery speed of injuries will be greatly accelerated. The defense value of the moon spring is 300. Minotaur Camp. Consume materials, build a camp in the territory that can recruit Minotaur Pioneers. Probability of recruiting elite-level Minotaur Pioneers through upgrading technology. Upgrade the level of Minotaur, unlock new skills of Minotaur. Defense value of the camp is 250. Another batch of new building drawings. Han Xing marveled. These new types of architectural drawings from the leaderboard were all something Han Xing did not have, and each of them had a unique role. The first Stone Thrower Construction Drawing was clearly an attacking territorial building. Although Han Xing now had a siege crossbow launching pad, the crossbow was superior in its single killing power and did not have range damage. If a row of stone throwers were built behind the siege crossbows, the lethality and deterrence would rise exponentially. Then there was the Wolf Cavalry and the Minotaur Camp, these two drawings, both of which were a kind of recruitment type of building. Simply put, they were recruiting some cannon fodder. Among them, in terms of single combat ability, the Minotaur seems to be stronger than the Wolf Cavalry, and the most crucial thing is that there is actually a probability of recruiting elite-level Minotaur inside. When the number of cannon fodder reached a certain level, that quantitative change could trigger a qualitative change. Currently, although Han Xing's territory had 8 puppets guarding the territory for him, he didn't have the production drawings for the spiritual energy cores at the moment and couldn't make them in bulk. There was also the Moon Spring, which, when built on the territory, would be able to continuously help the creatures in the territory heal their injuries. At this time, Zhang Renmeng asked, "Brother Xinger, don't we still have a lot of secret pills of life? What's the difference between the Moon Spring and the recovery of life secret medicine?" Han Xing shook his head and said, "It's not the same. The secret pill of life can only treat the severely injured state of 1-star creatures. We have all completed our career advancement now and are 2-star professionals. The recovery effect of the secret pill of life on us has been drastically weakened. With the weakened effect of the secret pill of life, the Moon Spring drawing can be said to have greatly enhanced the survivability of the survivors." "I see." Zhang Renmeng nodded indistinctly. Every prop was very important in this time's leaderboard rewards. After looking at the architectural drawings, Han Xing continued to check on the leaderboard rewards for another special prop, the Lord's Contract Scroll. Lord's Contract Scroll. Through this contract, you can recruit the Aborigines of the Holy Spirit Realm to become your territorial Aborigines, and after signing the contract, the other party will be loyal to you and carry out your orders. Note that the Aborigines recruited through the contract will have an associated goodwill. When the goodwill is too low, please pay attention to whether the other party will violate the contract. Oh, a scroll that can sign a contract with the Aborigines of this world. Han Xing became interested. So far, he hadn't really encountered many beings with intelligence. Other than the demon archon and that strange bird, all the other monsters were on the side of undeveloped spirituality, in a state of low intelligence with only a desire to attack. However, Han Xing also knew that this was probably related to the area where the Blue Star survivors were located. It was called the Forsaken Land of the Gods, a place in this world where most intelligent beings were unwilling to set foot. In the future, if there was an opportunity, Han Xing would really like to recruit a few Aborigines into his territory. For example, a beast ear maid, an elf maid, or something like that. Don't get me wrong. Han Xing didn't have anything else in mind. He just needed a group of people to take care of his growing territory. So far, the rewards for this leaderboard have been very generous. As long as he got one of the rankings, he would be able to strengthen his territory's defense capabilities significantly. He continued to look down. 3rd place reward, Stone Thrower Construction drawing 1, Moon Spring Construction drawing 1, Minotaur Camp drawing 1, Wolf Cavalry Camp drawing 1, Lord's Contract Scroll 10, Golden Weapon of Choice 1, Spirit Core 150,000. 2nd place reward, Flamethrower Construction drawing 1, Moon Spring Construction drawing 1, Minotaur Camp drawing 1, Wolf Cavalry Camp drawing 1, Lord's Contract Scroll 10, Golden Weapon of Choice 1, Golden Trinket of Choice 1, and Spirit Core 200000. 1st place reward, Flamethrower Construction drawing 1, Moon Sacred Spring Construction drawing 1, Minotaur Camp drawing 1, Wolf Cavalry Camp drawing 1, Lord's Pack 10, Orange Weapon Drawing of Choice 1, Vim Divine Trumpet Gold 1, Spirit Core 300000. Compared to the previous rewards, the rewards for the top 3 were a little different. The one that interested Han Xing the most was that Flame Thrower Construction drawing. Flame Stone Thrower Construction drawing. A stone thrower that throws flaming projectiles can be constructed, and when it hits the target, it causes a large amount of splash damage and comes with a continuous burning effect. The Flame Stone Thrower has a defense value of 100, an attack power of 100 and a maximum range of 4,000 meters. Compared to the ordinary stone thrower, the Flame Stone Thrower, whether it is the defense value or attack power, has been greatly improved, and there is also an additional burning effect. With this thing, I'm afraid that a single shot would be even more terrifying than the damage caused by a siege crossbow. In addition, there was also the Moon Spring that had undergone a different change from a Moon Spring to a Moon Sacred Spring. Moon Sacred Spring consume materials to build a Moon Sacred Spring in the territory. Under the coverage of the Moon Sacred Spring, the speed of recovery from injuries is greatly accelerated, and every other day, you can consume the Moon Sacred Spring's ability to converge and instantly recover from a fatal injury. The Moon Sacred Spring's defense value is 500. Chapter 94. Team Invitation. Moon Sacred Spring. Consume materials to build a moon sacred spring in the territory. Being under the coverage of the moon sacred spring, the speed of recovery from injuries is drastically accelerated, and every other day, you can consume the ability of the moon sacred spring convergence to instantly recover from a fatal injury, with the moon sacred spring defense value of 500. Han Xing noticed a new effect that instantly restored one fatal wound. Note that it was instant. In other words, as long as you weren't killed in seconds on the spot, the moon sacred spring could pull you back from the line of death and directly restore you to full status. This was terrifying, and within the territory, survivability would be drastically enhanced. On top of that, the drawings of orange weapons did appear on the leaderboard this time. Orange weapon drawings, at the highest, could create epic quality, and their attributes must be very strong. Only, this time, it was over 900,000 people competing for an orange weapon drawing. Compared to any of the previous leaderboards, the pressure of competition was much higher. Right now, there was still one last piece of equipment on the leaderboard that hadn't been viewed for its attributes. So Han Xing continued to click to see it. Vim Divine Horn Gold. Special equipment. Every 10 minutes, the survivor can blow the horn, enhancing the attack speed of all friendly creatures by 30%. Causing the recruited creatures to increase their attack speed and movement speed by an additional 50%. The effect lasts for 60s. I'll go. What a strong attribute. Han Xing couldn't help but marvel. The attributes of this equipment were somewhat beyond his expectations. The Horn of Divine Power was obviously used in conjunction with a construction-type item such as the Minotaur Camp. When the number of recruited creatures was high enough, blowing the horn would be equivalent to attaching a bloodthirsty buff to all the recruited creatures, which would qualitatively increase both mobility and destructive power. When the time came, it would truly be a case of the entire team entering a berserk state. Han Xing also had a surge of thoughts of taking first place in his heart. But he also knew that it wasn't a simple matter to take first place out of over 900,000 people. And it was also necessary to keep clearing the secret cloud realm. Han Xing began to pay attention to the nearby clouds to see if any cloud secret realms had been generated. However, as the system announcement said, the probability of the cloud secret realm being generated would only be improved after tomorrow's update. At the current stage, the probability of encountering a cloud secret realm was still relatively small. After advancing for another half hour, Han Xing saw the discussion group message light up. Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun sent messages at the same time. Brother Xing, we've discovered a cloud secret realm on our side. Han Xing hurriedly asked, Secret realm? How many stars is it? Xin Yun replied back, 2 stars. It's called Knight's Judgment Field. Knight's Judgment Field? Han Xing was a bit puzzled. Is the difficulty high? It should be quite high. I see that the entry level is level 10-15, and the tip above also suggests 5 people to enter. 5 people. Han Xing lowered his head in thought. They were only 4 people now, counting Zhang Renmeng along with them. Is there one more person missing? Han Xing pondered for a moment and opened his few friends list, seeing 2 or 3 names. Tang Mu, Qiu Ying, and Su Xiaoyang. The first 2 names, one was Sugarheart Mu Mu and the other was Black Eagle. Sugarheart Mu Mu was added because of his agreement with Han Xing, and he was going to come to Han Xing's territory to interview him in a while. So that's why he was added as a friend. As for Black Eagle, he added his friend on his own initiative because of the last transaction, thinking that he might still be able to cooperate with Han Xing in the future. Han Xing was not familiar with either of these 2 people. Now, there was only one last name left, Su Xiaoyang. Han Xing noticed that Su Xiaoyang had actually reached level 11 and had switched to the hunter's advanced profession, Hunter. This profession was characterized by the ability to set up all kinds of traps, and just after transferring, he was able to learn the 2 ranged skills of Blasting Rain Formation and Entrapment Trap, which greatly compensated for the hunter's shortcomings when dealing with groups of monsters. Coupled with a survival skill, Tactical Retreat, it can be said to be both offensive and defensive. Compared to the hunter's other profession, the archer, the hunter was indeed much more all-rounded and had a much stronger survivability. Seeing that Han Xing did not answer, Chang Si-yong interjected, Brother Xing, I think the difficulty of this 2-star secret realm is a bit high, or should we give up first? Han Xing said, No, the probability of a cloud secret realm appearing is relatively low right now, so if we want to rush the list, it's better not to let go of any secret realm. You guys guard it first, I'll call a friend over. However, when Cheng Jianyong heard this, he was surprised and said, What? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Besides us, Brother Star has friends? Popping out a sister run is already enough to surprise us. Xin Yun was also very surprised. Indeed, the sun really came out of the west today. Screw you guys. Han Xing was speechless. Send the coordinates. I'll be there in a moment. Chang Jianyong sent a string of numbers. Han Xing looked at where they were, and it would take about 4 or 5 hours to get there with full force. At this time, Han Xing clicked on Su Xiaoyang's chat interface and said in a straightforward manner, I'm preparing to challenge a 2-star secret realm on my side. I'm short of a teammate. Are you free right now? Not long after Han Xing's message was sent out, Su Xiao Sheep immediately replied, Yes, Star God. Seeing this, Han Xing also replied back with a message. All right, I'll send you the coordinates. See how long it will take if you go over now. Han Xing sent her a coordinate. Su Xiaoyang looked at the map interface and was surprised. Hehe, with these coordinates? It seems like I'm not too far away. It will take about 6 hours to get there. Han Xing nodded. It'll take me about that long as well, but I might be a bit earlier than you. When the time comes, I'll wait for you at the entrance to the secret realm with my friends first. Friends. Su Xiaoyang keenly noticed the keyword in Han Xing's words. Han Xing replied, Well, this secret realm requires 5 people. Besides you, there are 3 other people who will go in together. They are all my friends. When Su Xiao Sheep heard this, her heart sank and her face changed instantly. That, or should I not go? After saying this, Su Xiaoyang had some regrets. In her heart, she had long fantasized about going to meet Han Xing many times, but she had never dared to muster the courage. Just now, when she heard Han Xing take the initiative to mention it, Su Xiaoyang was very excited inside. But when she heard him say that in addition to Han Xing, there were 3 other strangers who were also there, the joy on Su Xiaoyang's face gradually disappeared and turned into fear. This feeling was like a netizen's face-to-face, and the other party directly brought along their own group of friends and relatives. Seemingly hearing the wrongness in Su Little Sheep's tone, Han Xing asked, What's wrong? No. Nothing. Su Xiaoyang hurriedly returned. I'm because of myself. I don't quite dare to talk and come into contact with strangers, yes? I'm sorry. Han Xing drifted off. He heard the meaning in Su Xiaoyang's words. This little girl, it turned out that she was a bit sociopathic. Han Xing returned. It's fine. If you don't want to go on your side, I don't have to force you. I'll call you next time I have the chance. Hearing Han Xing's comfort, Su Xiaoyang's pink fists tugged tightly, and a chagrined look appeared on her face. She kept blaming herself in her heart that, Little lamb, you are so useless. It's so hard to meet with him, and this kind of hard-won opportunity has been rejected by you. Such a useless self, why don't you just die? Su Xiaoyang was filled with sadness. And right at this moment, a trade application appeared in front of her eyes. The applicant, naturally, was Han Xing. Without waiting for Su Xiaoyang to open her mouth, Han Xing directly said, I'll give you something. You should be able to use it. Su Xiaoyang blankly clicked accept. A few moments later, when she saw that one piece of purple equipment with amazing attributes on that transaction window, her mouth opened in surprise. However, this was just the beginning. When she saw that Han Xing had put up a golden weapon, the shattered spirit long bow, it was even more direct that Su Xiaoyang was frozen in place. Her voice trembled as she said, Star God, what's wrong with you? Why give me so much equipment? Han Xing said, Nothing. When I was making equipment, I made a few more sets of leather armor. You happen to be a hunter profession as well. You can equip it just as well, so I'll give it to you first. But Su Xiaoyang's tone was a little difficult. Han Xing said at this time, Don't be polite. A few pieces of purple armor is nothing to me. Anyway, if you don't want it, I'll just throw it in the warehouse or decompose it. Su Xiaoyang knew that with Han Xing's strength, he really couldn't look at these few pieces of equipment. For him, it might really be as simple as a casual gift. Su Xiaoyang considered for a long time, then still clicked accept. She said from the bottom of her heart, Thank you, Star God. You're welcome. Han Xing returned. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first and contact you again when I have the chance in the future. Hearing these words, Su Xiaoyang hurriedly said, Star God. Han Xing heard Su Xiaoyang's call, so he asked, What's wrong? Su Xiaoyang was hesitating on her side, and Han Xing waited patiently. A few moments later, as if she had summoned up courage, she took a deep breath and said, I want to join your team and explore the secret realm together. Is that okay? At this time, Su Xiaoyang clenched her pink fists and folded her legs together, looking very nervous. She was afraid that if she had already rejected Han Xing's invitation and said she wanted to join at this time, Han Xing's side would be unhappy. This worry was such that her heart began to beat faster. What Su Xiaoyang didn't notice was that because her face was congested with blood, it caused her eyes, too, to gradually become reddish. At this time, in the center of the territory, a pale demonic plant, its branches were trembling slightly, as if it was extremely afraid of Su Xiaoyang's current state. Su Xiaoyang was waiting for Han Xing's reply. Han Xing froze for a moment. Although he didn't know why this girl had suddenly changed her mind, he still smiled and said, "Yes, any time is welcome." Su Xiaoyang was relieved as the blood color in her eyes faded. In the center of the territory, the demonic plant also stopped trembling. "Thank you, Star God," Su Little Sheep softly said. "I'll immediately rush over towards the coordinates on my side. Star God, if you arrive first, I'll trouble you to wait for me for a while. It's okay, it's fine." Chapter 95. Su Xiaoyang's Transformation. After Su Xiaoyang agreed to team up, Han Xing was ready to close the private chat window and continue rushing. Right at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and initiated another trade request to Su Xiao Sheep. Then, on the trade window, Han Xing placed a black scroll. The moment he saw the black scroll, it was even more so that Su Xiaoyang was directly frozen in place. Hidden profession? Su Xiaoyang asked incredulously. Han Xing returned, "Yes, although you have already switched to Hunter, but in terms of strength, Elf Hunter is much stronger than Hunter. While you have not upgraded yet, the loss of experience from retransferring is not much. If you don't like this profession, you don't have to accept it either." Su Xiaoyang hurriedly said, "I don't mean this. What I mean is that the hidden profession scroll is too precious. I can't ask for it. Or Star God, you can use it yourself." Han Xing smiled. "Take it. I've already switched to another hunter's hidden profession. This profession is more suitable for me than Elf Hunter. But no need to but. If you're going to join my team, I want the team members to be strong enough, and you'll be able to help us better if you switch to a hidden profession." Han Xing's words implied a hint of firmness that could not be refused. Su Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and finally nodded her acceptance. However, she silently remembered Han Xing's help in her heart. After the transaction was over, Su Xiaoyang cupped the scroll in her hand, then clicked use. A system prompt appeared. "Is it possible to consume the hidden profession scroll and transfer into the hidden profession? Elf Hunter." "Yes." Su Xiaoyang clicked OK, and the black scroll in her hand disappeared. In the next moment, she suddenly felt many green points of light appear nearby. These points of light were like fireflies that suddenly appeared and grew in number. In no time, she saw that thousands of green points of light had floated around her territory. "So beautiful!" Su Xiaoyang stretched out her delicate fingers, wanting to caress these floating points of light in the air. However, when she came into contact with one of the light points, in the next moment, all the thousands of green lights converged towards her body. Su Xiaoyang suddenly felt a cool power appear in her body, and it was growing. She realized that her body, which had stopped developing, had actually changed once again at this time. The first thing was that her legs, which could be described as artfully beautiful, had actually once again pulled up 5 centimeters at this time. Su Xiaoyang's own legs were very slender, and after being raised again, they even vaguely broke through the limits of human beings. This kind of perfect leg proportion, even in the history of mankind, had not appeared several times. At this time, Su Xiaoyang suddenly blushed. She suddenly saw that her breasts, which were not small in size, actually became a little more perky at this time, so much so that her beast skin blouse was held up. Good. Shameful. Su Xiaoyang hastily protected her chest. But fortunately, there was no one else in the neighborhood to see it. Moreover, the changes didn't stop. Su Xiaoyang felt her hair start to grow as well, and in no time, it hung down to her waist, and what surprised her even more was that her ears had become a little more pointed. If Han Xing was here, he would definitely exclaim, "Elf." Yes, Su Xiaoyang's body was metamorphosing into the elf clan. After all of the nearby green light converged into Su Xiaoyang's body. At this time, a system prompt appeared. "You have successfully transferred to the Hunter Hidden Profession, Elf Archer. Your full attributes have been increased by 150%. The level cap has been raised to level 20, and when upgrading, the agility attribute will receive 1.5 times growth. You have automatically learned the exclusive skills of Elf Archer, Wind Sense, Elf Dance, and Low Altitude Flying. Wind Perception. When entering the battle state, the attack speed will be increased by 100%. With the power of the wind, your arrow hit rate will be greatly increased, and it will be more difficult for the enemy to resist your attacks. Elf Dance. When you turn on the Elf Dance state, your skill damage is increased by 50%, and within 10 seconds, the cooldown time of all hunters' basic skills is 0. Low-altitude flying. When opening the low-altitude flying skill, the survivor will briefly gain the ability to fly, and under the flying state, the movement speed increases by 100%, the effect lasts for 120 seconds, and the cooldown time is 200 seconds. Su Xiao Sheep's small mouth slightly opened and exclaimed, "Good, good strong profession." Han Xing didn't know about the changes that occurred after Su Little Lamb's transformation into an elf hunter, and he was currently rushing at full speed to where Chang Si-yong and the others were. Several hours later, he was also finally close to arriving at the coordinates of where Chang Si-yong and the others were. Along the way, Han Xing also ran into several waves of survivor teams. But I don't know if it was because of that post or other factors. This time, when those survivors saw Han Xing, they actually didn't come forward to look for trouble, and some of them even took the initiative to avoid them. Han Xing did not know what was happening, and he saved himself the trouble. Soon, he was less than 5 kilometers away from the coordinate location. From afar, Han Xing saw 2 huge empty islands ahead. The territories of these 2 empty islands both exceeded tens of thousands of square meters. At the current stage, those who had territories of this size were experts on one side. The owners of these 2 empty islands were naturally Chang Si-yong and Shin Yun. At this moment, they were standing at the edge of their territories, waving their hands in excitement. After Han Xing brought his territory closer, the 3 empty islands came together. At this time, Chang Si-yong came forward and said, "Brother Xing, how do you think our territory is being built?" Han Xing glanced at the layout of the duo's territory. A 100-square-foot lord's hut was situated in the very center, and on both sides of the entrance, a spiritual energy shield obelisk and a teleportation array were built respectively. On both sides of the territory, there were reclaimed farmland and pools. On Cheng Jianyong's territory, there were also a few small piglets with black spots on their bodies, walking leisurely. Zhang Renmeng stood at the back, curiously looking at the layout of the duo's territory. Han Xing laughed softly. "It's not bad. Compared to the other survivors, the life of the 2 of them had officially moved from primitive man into the farming era, and there was no worry about food and clothing." Cheng Jianyong laughed. At this time, Shin Yun pointed to the back and said, "Brother Xing, the secret realm we discovered is right there." Han Xing looked in the direction he pointed. Behind their territory, there was an oddly shaped cloud, about 30 square feet, with a black vortex on top of it. This vortex was the entrance to the secret realm. Shin Yun continued to ask, "Brother Star, should we enter now?" Han Xing shook his head. "Wait a bit first. That friend of mine is still on his way. Although 4 people can also challenge the 2-star mysterious realm, it's a bit more stable with 5 people." Zhang Renmeng also whispered from the side. "It is indeed a bit safer with 5 people." However, Chang Si-yong was filled with suspicion. "Brother Star, this friend of yours, who exactly is he? Do we know each other?" Han Xing said breathlessly, "You guys don't know each other. You'll know when we arrive in a while." Half an hour later, the crowd saw an empty island not far away approaching at great speed. "Is that him, Brother Star?" Shin Yun asked. Han Xing saw this and sent a message to Su Xiaoyang, and after receiving a reply, he nodded and said, "Yes." The 4 of them crossed their fingers, and the atmosphere was suddenly a bit silent. At this time, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said coldly, "Little Yunzi, have you ever felt as if you've gotten a little nervous?" "Nervous? No, right, what's there to be nervous about?" Shin Yun said calmly. Cheng Jianyong glanced at him and snorted, "Che, still talking tough. I see that the sweat on your forehead is almost coming out." Hearing this, Shun Yun hastily wiped his forehead. On the side, Han Xing glanced at the duo. Speaking of which, this was also his first meeting with Su Xiaoyang. Previously, they had also only exchanged in the chat interface and did not know what the other party looked like. Han Xing only knew that the other party should be a young girl who was not too old, and her voice was quite nice. At this time, when he was about to meet the real person, his heart actually became a little nervous. The distance between the 2 sides was already less than a kilometer. However, what Han Xing didn't know was that compared to his nervousness, the opposite side of Su Xiaoyang's heart was even more thumping. The closer she got, the more Su Xiaoyang felt her face turn red, and a hot blood kept rushing into her skull to the point that it made her eyes turn a little red. Su Xiaoyang hurriedly shook her head, dispelling the blood color in her eyes. She clenched her pink fists and gave herself a secret pep talk. "Cheer up, little lamb. You can do it. The star god is a very good person. You don't have to be afraid of him." Finally, the two empty islands approached. For people on one side and one person alone on the other finally met. In front of Han Xing and the others, a young woman with a tall figure and overly long legs appeared. She was wearing a small set of hunter's leather armor, and above her long legs was a slender waist, with not a trace of flab to be seen. Exquisite features, as if they were works of art finely carved by God. On the swan-like jade neck, there was a string of necklaces with a starlight flashing. Because her hair was too long, Su Xiaoyang tied up a single ponytail and carried that golden longbow that looked exactly like Han Xing's on her back. This outfit added a bit of spiritual temperament to her. This stunningly beautiful young girl with a dusty aura that did not resemble a human being directly caused the crowd to look dumbfounded. Unlike Zhang Renming's beauty, Su Xiaoyang's aura appeared more youthful and lively. However, what attracted more attention was her somewhat pointed ears. Cheng Jianyong directly blurted out, "I'll go, an elf clan?" Yes, Su Xiaoyang's current appearance really lived up to the appearance of an elf. However, they also saw the player symbol on top of Su Little Sheep's head. Only then did they confirm that the other party was just like them, also a human. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang stood in front of the four, not daring to say a word. Although she recognized, at a glance, Han Xing, who was also carrying a dark golden longbow. But besides those two men, she also saw that beside Han Xing, there stood a woman with a fiery figure, even exaggerated to the point of making her somewhat envious. Moreover, that woman seemed to be too close to Han Xing at this moment, which indicated that the relationship between the two might not be ordinary. Associating these directly caused Su Xiaoyang to lose her mind somewhat. She was not good at communicating with other people and suffered from a very serious case of sociopathy. This kind of scene made Su Xiaoyang even want to take the road and run away. Chapter 96. Alteration. Pale demon plant's surprise attack. Just when she was in a state of immense embarrassment, Han Xing took the initiative to step forward and prepared to communicate with her. However, before he could open his mouth, Zhang Renmeng grabbed the lead and said, "Yikes! What a beautiful girl!" Her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a treasure, and her lotus steps moved lightly as she walked quickly to Su Xiaoyang's side. Then, in Su Xiaoyang's bewildered gaze, she clasped Su Xiaoyang's small hand with both hands and said excitedly, "Are you the friend that Xinger was talking about? Too beautiful, oh! How could there be a girl as good-looking as you in this world? Brother Star actually didn't introduce you to me earlier to get to know you." In the face of Zhang Renming's enthusiasm, Su Xiaoyang seemed a bit overwhelmed. But she still returned, "No. No matter. Sister, you are even more beautiful." Zhang Renmeng hurriedly said, "Which is not true. Sister is older than you and her legs are not as long as yours, so she can't compare with you. Then again, your legs are so long and white. Can I touch them?" Without waiting for Su Xiaoyang to respond, Zhang Renmeng directly stretched out her hand. Feeling the warm touch between her strands, Su Xiaoyang directly trembled and her legs instantly tensed. Han Xing coughed twice, and Zhang Renmeng seemed to realize that she was a bit out of character, and hastily stopped her demented behavior. Zhang Renmeng also said with a somewhat flushed face, "Yes, sorry. I was a bit too excited to see a beautiful woman." Han Xing was also a bit speechless. This was also the first time he saw, today, another side of Zhang Renmeng. Su Xiaoyang was relieved. At this time, Han Xing came over and said, "Hello, I am Han Xing." Su Xiaoyang came back from her panic and nervously said, You hello." Han Xing looked at the shattered spirit longbow in her hand, then looked at her ears and asked, "Already transferred into an elf hunter?" Su Xiaoyang nodded her head in a hurry. Yes." Han Xing nodded, knowing the strength of the profession of elf hunter. Speaking of which, Su Xiaoyang was really quite suitable for this profession. Not only did she look like it, but she had that air of being out of the ordinary which was simply not present in the average person. She and Zhang Renmeng were very different types, just when both sides were a bit embarrassed. From Su Xiaoyang's territory, a white branch suddenly stretched out. With a speed as fast as lightning, it instantly attacked. Whoosh! This branch carried a strong hostile intent, and the target of the attack was clearly Zhang Renmeng beside Su Little Sheep. Han Xing heard the sound of breaking air and hurriedly looked over. When Zhang Renmeng was about to be hit by the branch, Han Xing entered the Berserk Chi explosion state at the first opportunity. However, even so, he was unable to stop the branch's attack. Puff! Zhang Renming's shoulder was instantly penetrated by the branch, and a string of blood soared up. The crowd was still somewhat bewildered when they saw Zhang Renmeng injured. As for Han Xing at this moment, a gust of killing intent rose in his heart. Suddenly attacked, the crowd also instantly entered a fighting state. On the side, Shin Yun and Chung Si-yong also hurriedly raised their weapons and rushed over. However, at this moment, there was a black light that was faster than everyone's reaction. With a flash of his figure, Cinderblock appeared directly behind Zhang Renmeng. Swish! Swish! The wolf's claws stretched out, and the pale white branches snapped with a sound. At the same time, more branches attacked. Only then did Han Xing see that the one that sent out the attack was actually the willow tree that was about 7 or 8 meters tall on Su Xiaoyang's territory. Previously, he had thought that this was on Su Little Sheep's territory, an ordinary territorial plant, and had not taken it seriously except for the fact that the color was a bit strange. But now, he realized that this was actually a rare demon plant-type monster, or a level 10 alpha monster. This fellow actually took advantage of his unpreparedness to sneak attack Zhang Renmeng. Han Xing's eyes flinched as he directly pulled back the bowstring. Explosive skill, multiple consecutive shots. The tree demon chief sensed the threat and waved its thousands of branches as if it wanted to make a counterattack. Right at this moment, Su Xiaoyang reacted, her expression becoming flustered as she hastily chimed in, "Xiao Qian, stop!" The tree demon leader received Su Xiaoyang's command and blankly stopped his hand movements. However, at that moment, Han Xing's arrow had already been shot. Duck! 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 All 5 arrows hit the tree demon's torso, ruthlessly missing. Noticing the intense pain in his body, the tree demon instinctively tried to make a counterattack. Clattering, countless branches were like a pale, poisonous snake, ready to send out the fiercest counterattack. However, right at this moment, Su Xiaoyang's eyes instantly turned blood-red as she said in a bizarre, gloomy voice, "Xiao Qian, forget what I said? Children who don't listen, but they will be burned and eaten." Oh. When the tree demon leader heard these words, its body trembled and all its branches instantly closed in. Even if the coal ball launched an attack on it, this tree demon chief was indifferent. It seemed extremely afraid of Su Xiaoyang's state just now. Seeing this, Han Xing frowned and also called out to Coal Ball, "Coal Ball, come back." Hearing Han Xing's command, the coal ball did not hesitate and returned to Han Xing's feet with a flash of its figure. The situation changed so quickly that everyone only reacted at that moment. Chung Si-yong held his greatsword high, his charging skill not yet used, then stopped in place. Shin Yun also pulled out his crystal sledgehammer and prepared to cast the blessing skill. Humph! Zhang Renmeng let out a muffled grunt from her mouth. She was standing aside with a pale face, pressing the bloody hole on her shoulder, yet blood still continued to flow out. When Su Xiaoyang saw this, the blood red in her pupils instantly dissipated. Her face panicked as she walked to Zhang Renmeng's side, exclaiming, "Sister, how are you doing? I'm sorry, I forgot to tell Xiao Qian that I'm going to meet a new friend. It will attack all the strangers that come to my territory. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, oh." Su Xiaoyang's tone had taken on a sobbing tone, and her eyes appeared to be cloudy and foggy. Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng also understood that this might be a misunderstanding. Seeing Su Little Sheep crying with pearly blossoms, Zhang Renmeng touched her Dao with some heartache. "No, it's fine. It's just a little bit of a small injury. A bottle of secret life pill will be able to recover." Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang seemed to remember something and hurriedly exclaimed, "Secret life pill. Right? Secret life pill." She fumbled around in her backpack with her hands, then pulled out a large handful of secret pill of life from it, cupping it in her hand as she excitedly said, Sister, you quickly drink this." Seeing this, Zhang Renmeng took out a bottle from Su Xiaoyang's hand, then poured it into her mouth. Zhang Renmeng was already a 2-star survivor after she changed her job into an elemental mage. With the survivor's attributes having increased drastically, the secret pill of life could only be used to treat minor injuries. But fortunately, what Zhang Renmeng was suffering from now was not a serious injury. Within a few seconds, Zhang Renmeng's shoulder had stopped continuing to bleed. Right at this moment, Shin Yun promptly threw a holy light healing skill to Zhang Renmeng. Shin Yun's spiritual attribute had now reached an exaggerated level, and with the addition of a superb piece of equipment, the amount of healing could be said to be quite terrifying. Zhang Renmeng's injuries were quickly recovered, even better than the effect of taking the secret pill of life at 1 star. Han Xing glanced at Shin Yun, and the role of the profession of magus manifested itself at this time. Seeing Zhang Renmeng recovering from her injuries, Su Xiaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief before continuing to cry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Oh. Zhang Renmeng originally wanted to say that it was fine, but when she saw Su Xiaoyang's pathetic appearance, she seemed to have moved to molest her a little. So, she deliberately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said, Sister is still a little sore here. Will you help sister rub it? Where did Su Xiaoyang know that Zhang Renmeng was lying to her? She didn't even think about it. Her hands gently rested on Zhang Renmeng's shoulders. Then, Zhang Renmeng smoothly wrapped her arms around Su Xiaoyang and took her into her arms. Yeah! Su Xiaoyang's eyes widened with a cry of shock. Before she could stand up, her line of sight was covered by a pair of huge XXs. Su Xiao Sheep, who had wanted to stand up, suddenly sank into the gentle land. So soft. Su Little Sheep was lying in Zhang Renmeng's arms. Her head was buried, and her white jade legs stretched out. With this image, even Han Xing couldn't help but have a trace of sweat appear on his forehead as he watched. As for Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, they had long ago sensibly walked to the side, pretending to have seen nothing. At this time, Han Xing coughed twice rather awkwardly. Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang seemed to react and hurriedly sat up from the ground. At this moment, both women blushed a little. However, after such a hiccup, Su Xiaoyang's initial nervousness and hustle was greatly relieved at the moment. Han Xing walked over at this time and said, Hello. To reintroduce myself, I'm Han Xing. Nice to meet you. And thank you for the secret pill of life drawings you gave me earlier. At this moment, although Han Xing's appearance was unfamiliar, his voice gave Su Xiaoyang an incomparably familiar feeling. Her face swished red and she nervously said, Su Little Sheep, I'm also very happy to know you. At this time, Zhang Renmeng grabbed Su Xiaoyang's other hand and lightly laughed. Hello, my name is Zhang Renmeng. You can call me Sister Renmeng. I'm also very happy to know you. Although Su Xiaoyang vaguely guessed that Zhang Renmeng's relationship with Han Xing was not ordinary, she had a good outlook on this woman, and a heartfelt smile appeared on her face as she said, Sister Renmeng, thank you. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun also touched their heads and walked over. Han Xing introduced them in turn. The one with an honest-looking face is called Cheng Siyong, and the other with a gloomy face is called Shen Yun. Both are my friends and classmates. Also teammates who are challenging the 2-star mysterious realm together this time. Cheng Siyong and Shen Yun felt unconvinced when they heard Han Xing's description of him. Holy, you're the honest one. That's right. Who are you calling shady? The duo retorted. Han Xing shrugged his shoulders. Faced with beautiful women, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun touched their heads in some embarrassment, then laughed. Seeing that they were all quite good at talking, the tension in Su Xiaoyang's heart once again dissipated by half. At this time, Han Xing looked at the vortex portal behind him and said, All right, everyone has arrived. If there is nothing to deal with, we will prepare to enter the secret realm. Chapter 97, Night's Judgment Ground. All right, everyone's here. If there's nothing to take care of, we'll prepare to enter the secret realm. All okay? Han Xing asked. The crowd was silent for a moment. Shen Yun asked at this time, Brother Star, that said, after we enter the secret realm, the territories are all in an unguarded state. Will there be any problems? Han Xing shook his head and said, Don't worry about this. You guys will all overlap your territories with mine in a moment, and I'll modify the defense commands of the spiritual energy shield on my side, and circle your territories together as well. Then set up the attack program for the siege crossbow launchers, and as long as someone attacks the defense shield, directly launch a counterattack. Then you guys can set up all the puppets that were rewarded by the last leaderboard, and nothing should go wrong. The crowd listened and nodded. Han Xing's siege crossbow launching platform had already been proven in its power, and even when faced with a siege of multiple people, it could easily cope with it and overwhelm it. Coupled with so many gold-armored and silver-armored puppets, it could be said to be an iron bucket. At this time, Su Xiaoyang also carefully added, If it encounters danger, Xiao Qian will also help fight. It looks a bit scary, but it is still very obedient. The crowd looked at the level 10 alpha level tree demon of her other species. A plant-based monster or an alpha level was even tougher than Han Xing's golden armored golem when it came to actual combat ability. Han Xing nodded. Since it's all fine, let's enter directly. Then Han Xing launched a team invitation to Su Xiaoyang. This squad of 5 was considered to be initially formed. Han Xing, on the other hand, rightfully became the squad leader. He walked over to the Cloud Mystic Realm Vortex, at which time, a system prompt appeared. Is it entering the 2-star Cloud's secret realm? Knight's Judgment Field? Yes. The vortex slowly began to rotate, signifying that the portal had opened. Han Xing was the first to step in, followed by Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, and finally Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang. The screen flashed and the crowd appeared in a huge square. This plaza was very large, roughly estimated to be at least tens of thousands of square meters, and the ground was overall paved with greenish-gray stone bricks. In the center of the square, there was also a huge statue that was about 20 meters tall with a base diameter of over 5 meters. It was a human knight holding a shield in his left hand and a holy hammer in his right hand. The simple movements revealed its extraordinary temperament. Underneath its crotch, an extraordinary steed stood with its head held high, further highlighting the knight's heroic stature. However, at this moment, this statue had been overturned from the center and fell into two. The ground was covered in thick dust, and the knight was no longer in its former glory. Right at this moment, a system prompt appeared. Horses neighing, flags fluttering. This was the judgment ground of the human empire in the past. Night King Gruder judged those who were guilty here from time to time. 3,000 of the empire's most elite knights will watch the ceremony, and the guilty will be beheaded here. Until that day, the Knights' Judgment Grounds welcomed a different group of sinners. Today, they are going to publicly try the former Knight Commander of the Empire, Remus, and the 300 members of the Knights of Pale Huan under him. As the Night King's right-hand man, Lemus has contributed to the rise of the Empire, but recently, Gruder is sentencing Lemus to death in the name of betrayal of his faith. The crowd was all a bit puzzled for a moment. Chang Si-yong said, "What the hell? This 2-star Cloud Mystery Realm, how is it different from the one we fought before?" Han Xing nodded. "It's not quite the same. It actually comes up with a background introduction." Before the crowd could adapt, they suddenly heard a rushing chant. The 5 of them instantly looked aghast, and the originally empty venue was suddenly filled with thousands of extra silhouettes at this instant. In unison, they chanted the name of one person, the Gruder. Gruder. The crowd looked in unison towards an empty spot in the audience, where there was a carved from a block of stone, a huge throne. At this moment, Chang Myong said in a staccato voice, "Holy, this thing has an over-the-top animation? That said, is this jerk tower awesome? Even beheading his own left arm." Shin Yun said breathlessly from the side, "It's Gruder." Chang Myong, shut up and look at the situation first. At this moment, surrounded by thousands of knights, a man clad in white armor with a resolute face sat on top of the throne. He rested his face sideways. His eyes were stern as he looked down below and said in a vibrant voice, "Remus, do you know the crime?" Below, the crowd of shackled Song Huan knights were forced to kneel on the ground, stripped of their armor that symbolized glory, and lost their trustworthy mounts. This group of knights who used to shine brightly had now lost their glory, showing all their misery and sadness. Seeing that no one answered from below, Gruder asked once again, "Remus, do you admit that you have turned your back on the kingdom's ordinances and have done things that are not loyal to the God of Light?" On the field, more than 3,000 knights could not help but sigh past their gazes. They also seemed to be unable to believe that the former knight commander who was the most loyal to the kingdom and the most valiant in battle, Lord Lemus, would betray His Majesty the Night King and betray the kingdom. However, in the middle of this group of downtrodden knights, a man with a resolute face who looked to be in his mid to late 30s or 40s raised his head and said, "Honorable Night King Majesty, Lemus knows his sins?" As if he had given up his last struggle, he humbly lowered his head. Hearing Remus admitted himself, the other onlooker knights then looked at each other in disbelief. On the throne, Gruder gently nodded his head and, since he knows the crime, then directly in accordance with the law of routine, Lemus will be stripped of his rights as a knight commander and be executed immediately. Gruder's pronouncement was equivalent to setting a death sentence for Remus. Lemus couldn't see a trace of fear in his expression, but instead calmly asked, "Your Majesty the Night King, after this time, can we end the evil god seed removal activities?" Gruder frowned at this and said with a slight hint of anger, "Remus, you're still so stubborn. I've already told you that those people aren't our kindred, but a group of heretics who have defected to the evil god." At this time, Lemus from below asked with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, you said that they were heretics who betrayed their faith, but those were just a group of children. I saw with my own eyes that the iron hooves of the knights trampled through their village, and that group of children, covered in blood, searched for the bodies of their loved ones amongst the corpses that littered the ground. But even so, the eyes of those children remained so clear, and they asked me if the God of Light would take away the souls of their loved ones. How could these ignorant children be heretics? And how could the God of Light be afraid of a group of children? Remus's words were loud and clear, and the soul-striking questioning froze the crowd in their tracks. Shut up! Gruder's voice shook the entire judgment arena. A new generation of evil god seed was born amongst humans. If we allow it to grow up, it will cause unforeseen disasters. This is the warning given to us by the God of Light. Remus, are you doubting that the oracle sent down by the God of Light is false? Below, Remus was silent. He didn't dare to question the God of Light and question Grudel in public. Gruder's face remained unchanged as he continued, Remus, stop being obsessed. Considering the fact that you fought for the Empire in the 4 directions in the past and made many achievements before the execution, do you have any last words? Remus looked around and asked with a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty, the decision to let those children go was made by me alone. It has nothing to do with the Knights of Tsanghuan. Can your Majesty execute only me and spare the other knights? Gruder thought for a moment and shook his head. He firmly said, No. Remus instantly despaired in his heart. He looked at Gruder incredulously and asked, Your Majesty, why? They are innocent. They still want to contribute to the kingdom again and offer their faith to the God of Light. However, no matter how much he pleaded, Gruder remained indifferent. At this moment, Gruder, who was sitting high on the throne, waved his hand and said, Execute them. As the words fell, a huge crossbow appeared at the edge of the judgment arena. As the crossbow arrows were about to be shot, Remus raised his head as if he had made some sort of decision. From his body, a burst of intense light suddenly erupted. This light went straight to the clouds, and even made the crowd unable to open their eyes. In the next moment, the chains on Remus' body directly collapsed, along with the shackles on the other 300 or so humans. He shouted, Brothers of the Tsanghuan Knights, you all still have bright futures ahead of you. You shouldn't have to bear my faults for me. I'll hold back here, and I'll bear all the charges. However, those 300-odd knights glanced at each other, and after the initial state of confusion, they realized what was happening. However, none of the 300-odd knights retreated, but instead stood behind Remus one after another. Just as every time they went out on an expedition, it was always Remus who rushed at the front. This time, the Tsanghuan knights still stood firmly behind Remus, and none of them retreated. They shouted in unison, Swear allegiance to the Knight Commander, and advance and retreat together with the Knight Commander. The sudden change of events left the thousands of knights on the entire judgment arena in a state of bewilderment. This included Han Xing and the others who were watching the over-the-top animation on the side. Sung Mi-yong was surprised. Holy, there's going to be a fight? That said, will we get caught up in it? Sung Mi-yong's worry was not without reason. At this moment, on the throne, Gruder wasn't surprised as he methodically ordered, Block off the exit of the judgment grounds. Crossbowmen, get ready to shoot any criminals who presume to escape. Knights, suppress Remus. On the field, thousands of knights immediately resumed their formation after the initial chaos and receiving Gruder's command. They drew their swords neatly, clang, clang. With their long swords unsheathed, the knights belonging to the kingdom's most elite brought an unrivaled might as they pressed towards Remus. Chapter 98. Heated Battle. Shadow Dragon. At Gruder's command, the kingdom's most elite knights pressed towards Remus and the others. Even though the knights of Pale Huan were united, but without weapons in hand, they were simply unable to fight against this group of well-equipped knights. Regardless of the quantity or the quality of their equipment, the Tsanghuan knights were completely crushed. Attacks came at them from all over the sky. Remus raised his head violently, as if he had made some sort of decision. He stretched out his hand and a ball of holy light coalesced. In the next moment, a sword hilt that had been broken appeared in his hand. It was about to be overwhelmed by the attack. The broken sword hilt suddenly emitted a ball of intense holy light about 100 meters high at this moment. A bizarre scene appeared. All the attacks sent out by those knights, the moment they came into contact with the holy light, either turned automatically or lost their power and dissipated in midair. Snap, splat. All kinds of weapons, arrows fell to the ground. With the gathering fire of thousands of knights, even a legendary creature would be killed in seconds if it took this wave of attacks hard. But now it was easily dissolved by this broken sword hilt. The crowd looked at the object in his hand with great bewilderment. Remus shouted loudly, "This is the personal sword of the first-generation Night King, and according to the kingdom's laws, all knights are not allowed to attack the person holding the sword. Otherwise, it will be regarded as disobeying the will of the primordial Night King and forsaking the knight's creed." After Remus finished speaking, all the knights unanimously looked towards the broken hilt in his hand, their eyes revealing awe and admiration. The weight of the primordial Night King could not be described as heavy. It was said that it was the first human existence to break through the demigods. Even if he had died, his matching sword still had some unimaginable power, and the holy light that had just blocked all attacks proved it. Shen Yun, who was watching from the side, suddenly saw his eyes light up. This matching sword, good stuff. The others also saw the extraordinary hilt of the sword in Remus' hand. Han Xing analyzed it. It's good stuff, and on it I seem to see a bit of rule power. Rules? The crowd looked at him in unison. Han Xing nodded. Yes, didn't you guys notice? When those attacks came into contact with the holy light, they weren't cancelled out, but dissipated on their own. Combined with what Remus just said, this short sword most likely possesses the power of rules, and as long as it is held in the hand, it is equivalent to being immune to all the attacks of all the races. When Han Xing finished speaking, the crowd sucked in cold air in unison. Chang Jianyong was surprised. Doesn't this mean that as long as I hold this broken sword, I'm equivalent to being invincible amongst the human race? Han Xing nodded. Theoretically, that should be the case. At this moment, the crowd had fiery eyes staring at the broken sword held aloft in Remus' hand. At this moment, Gruder, who was sitting high on the throne, also seemed to freeze for a moment as he frowned and asked, "Remus, are you going to openly rebel and desecrate the god of light?" Hearing this, Remus revived his voice and said, "Your Majesty, please let us go." However, this seemed to be expected by Gruder as well. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "Leave? Don't even think about it. Have you forgotten that just because the knights can't attack you, it doesn't mean that creatures of other races can't attack you?" He reached out and waved his hand, and the sky above the square was suddenly covered by a huge black shadow. Remus suddenly had some bad premonitions in his heart. It was a huge creature whose entire body was covered in black scales, with wings on its back and a body length of over 50 meters. The moment they saw that monster, everyone couldn't help but raise their heads in shock. Shadow Dragon. As one of the legendary creatures, the appearance of the dragons was very recognizable. At this moment, the shadow gargoyle was circling in the air, its massive wings waving, setting off a hurricane that even made the crowd unsteady on their feet. It was also at this moment, in the square, the shadows of all the knights disappeared, and a system prompt came. Night Trial Ground Stage 1 challenge has been opened. The battle will be opened in 30 seconds. Challenge goal: defeat Shadow Dragon Shadow. Holy, after circling around for half a day, it turns out that it's not for us to that group of knights, but for us to slay the dragon? Chang Jianyong's face was filled with doubt. Looking at the huge creature in front of them, the five on the field all looked aghast. At that moment, the attributes of this huge dragon also appeared before their eyes. Dark Shadow Gargoyle Void 2-star Leader, Legendary Class Creature. Rank, LV 15. Attributes: Strength 333, Agility 333, Spirit 333, Physique 333. Skills: Shadow Inflammation Blast. The Shadow Dragon shoots a ball of dark flames in front of it, burning the enemy and dealing ranged damage, while reducing the enemy's movement speed and attack speed by 30% and slashing defense by 20%. Shadow Devouring. The Shadow Dragon opens its huge mouth and sucks in dark energy to quickly recover from its injuries. Wings of Darkness. The Shadow Dragon spreads its huge dark wings and soars through the air, boosting its movement speed by 100% and defense by 50%. Shadow Barrier. Shadow Dragon drives the power of darkness to form a dark shield with 200 defense value on its body surface, blocking enemy attacks and dealing 200% blast damage to surrounding enemies when the shield is broken. Dark Shadow Roar Legendary Skill. The Shadow Dragon emits a deafening roar, and under its dragon's might, all enemies are subjected to a fear effect, falling into a 10-second immobilization state, and receiving mental damage equal to the Shadow Dragon's attack power every second. Dark Dragon Soul. Sealed, cannot be used. Stance Black Flame of Extinction. Sealed, cannot be used. Stance Fallen Star. Sealed, cannot be used. Seeing the strong attributes and long list of skills of this giant dragon directly caused the crowd to fall into silence. Holy! Is this really a 2-star difficulty secret realm? Chung Si-yong said incredulously. Up comes this unbeatable creature that said, does this system really want us to pass? When he and Shin-yoon had previously fought their way through that 1-star secret realm, the strongest enemy they encountered was only a level 10 elite monster. And this 2-star secret realm, up came a level 15 leader or a legendary creature. There was more than a level difference between the two. Facing the pressure of the dragon, the crowd even felt a little breathless. At this moment, Shin-yoon asked, Brother Star, what now? The crowd looked at Han Xing in unison. At this moment, Han Xing became their backbone. Looking at the last 10 seconds left in the battle countdown, Han Xing was serious too. Get ready, set up your formation and prepare for battle. Don't worry, this gargoyle is just a shadow. Its strength has been drastically weakened. It can't even exert the power of a legendary creature. Right now, it's just a level 15 alpha monster. Just it. Han Xing's words came, giving the bewildered crowd a shot in the arm. Shin-yoon took a deep breath and took the lead in raising his immortal shield and rushed forward. Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang glanced at each other, then retreated a few steps and stood a dozen meters away from each of Han Xing's left and right sides. In the sky, the figure of that shadow dragon became more and more solid, as if it was about to come from an illusory state, completely to reality. As the countdown ended, the figure of the shadow dragon was also completely formed. At this moment, underneath the pitch-black scales, a pair of ghostly green eyes gazed at the few mole crickets below. The shadow gargoyle swooped down. Shin-yoon was the first to meet it. Oh, holy light! Shelter me! Shin-yoon put a shield on himself. Facing the might of the giant dragon, Shin-yoon was undaunted, knowing that among the 5, the one with the strongest defense was himself. Raising his immortal shield, Shin-yoon fiercely blocked the shadow dragon's swooping path, about to make a wave of head on contact. Unyielding will. Shin-yoon directly turned on the golden shield's legendary special effect. Within 10 seconds, the damage he received was drastically cut, while not being knocked back by any attacks. Rumble. The massive head of the shadow gargoyle struck the immortal shield with a dull crashing sound. In the next moment, the shadow gargoyle shook its head, as if it couldn't believe that this human, who looked like a mole cricket, was actually able to carry its impact head-on without taking half a step back. The shadow gargoyle's pupils flickered as if it was pondering something. What this human had on him was the power of rules. Interesting. Right at this moment, Cole Ball's figure flickered and rushed next to the giant dragon's silhouette. Swish swish, 2 claws went down, and on the thick scales of the shadow gargoyle, 2 scratches were scratched out, and wisps of purple smoke emerged. The shadow dragon's pupils instantly widened. The little guy who just attacked himself, how was it so similar to that breath in the depths of his memory? Wasn't it said that this race had already become extinct? The pairing of this group of mole crickets is really a bit odd. Right at this moment, Han Xing also directly entered the Berserk Chi state. Wild Ranger exclusive skill, attack speed and hit rate increased drastically. The wind-chasing arrow shot out violently, triggering the longbow special effect, life-taking. Special effect life-taking, 18% chance of dealing 200% damage when attacking. This strike directly triggered the double damage effect. With the powerful attack power added, even though the dragon's defense was amazing, the arrow pierced through its scales and dug deep into its flesh. The sudden sharp pain brought the shadow gargoyle back to its senses. It was completely enraged by Han Xing's arrow and let out a hissing roar up to the sky. Roar! The terrifying roar was like an explosion in the ears of the crowd, and a buzzing came from their minds. 2 huge black wings were held open, and a fierce wind came crashing down on their faces. Seeing this, Chung Si-yong immediately charged up with his sword. However, he hadn't rushed far before he was lifted over by the air currents from the dragon's wings, including the nearby cinder blocks. In the next moment, a human and a wolf cub were simultaneously lifted off the ground. Grass! Chung Jianyong rolled on the ground a few times to land and immediately stood up. Shin-yoon raised his immortal shield high and was once again ready to top it. A hint of scorn appeared in the eyes of the shadow dragon as it sensed that the special power had disappeared from the human holding the shield. It slightly opened its huge mouth, and a dragon's spit was brewing. Watch out! Chung Jianyong exclaimed in alarm and rushed over almost without thinking. Shin-yoon, however, shouted at this moment, No need to come over. I can block it. His eyes carried a strong determination, as well as confidence. He believed that with his own strength, combined with the complete set of superb equipment given to him by Han Xing, it would be enough to block the dragon's attack. Chapter 99. The Mighty Void Spectre Wolf. Phew! The dragon's spitting breath fell, carrying with it terrifying heat and corrosiveness. However, at this moment, Shen Yun raised his shield high and withstood the terrifying attack. A faint yellow glow continuously emanated from above the immortal shield as the shadow dragon's black dragon flame raged. Even though Shen Yun was bombarded by the dragon flame spit and kept retreating, he still held his shield with deadly force. When the dragon breath dissipated. At this moment, Shen Yun's full set of purple equipment, plus a golden shield, exerted a powerful defense and actually resisted the shadow dragon's attack head-on. Even the shadow dragon's eyes brought a hint of surprise. While the crowd was shocked, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Output. Han Xing saw the opportunity and commanded. Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang hurriedly sent out their own attacks. Several arrows, including a faceplate-sized fireball, all smashed into the shadow dragon. Han Xing and Su Xiaoxip were both holding legendary-level golden equipment with notable damage, plus the fact that they had both switched to hidden professions. The damage inflicted was even far superior to that of the other survivors. Although Zhang Renmeng did not have a golden weapon, she was an extremely violent elemental mage profession, and a large fireball went down, directly blowing the shadow dragon's dragon scales apart. Roar! The shadow gargoyle roared up to the sky in pain. At the same time, Cole Ball and Chung Si-yong also pressed on again. Chung Si-yong raised his great sword, leapt up high, the greenish glow followed the arrows and kept drilling into the dragon, and the crowd suddenly felt that its power seemed to have been partially weakened. And this was the legendary level special effect of the Shattered Spirit longbow, Shattered Spirit. In this state, all attacks sent by Han Xing were bound to bludgeon, and every attack that hit the enemy would reduce the opponent's attack power by 2%. The weakening effect lasted for 2 minutes, and could be stacked up to a maximum of 10 times. Cinderblock's defense cuts, coupled with Han Xing's attack power cuts, and Shen Yun holding a golden shield at the front. The threat of the shadow dragon was drastically weakened. Strengthen the output. Hearing Han Xing's command, the crowd instantly focused their attention and began to direct all sorts of powerful skills towards the shadow gargoyle. Great fireball. Multiple consecutive shots. Eagle fall slash. Counter spikes. One by one, the powerful burst skills dealt a large amount of damage to the shadow gargoyle. At this moment, everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts. It was clearly a seemingly invincible 2-star legendary monster, but right now, they were actually pressing the other party to fight. The scene in front of them was rather dreamy. A group of tiny humans had beaten the legendary dragon to a standstill and were wailing. No one would believe it if they said it out loud. They also knew that most of this was attributed to the powerful equipment that Han Xing had crafted for them. With a full complement of purple equipment, plus the fact that the minimum of this equipment was of precious quality, this kind of equipment strength, before there was a merge, the entire district service couldn't find 1 or 2 of them. But now it was just the standard equipment for their team. It could be said that Han Xing had directly used his equipment to finish crushing this dragon. At this moment, the shadow dragon was furious. Couldn't take Shen Yun for a moment, and next to it, there were 4 or 5 bugs constantly dealing damage to it. On the contrary, the attacks of these bugs made it feel threatened. Just at this moment, the shadow gargoyle's wings vibrated. Hoo, hoo. The shadow gargoyle's speed instantly skyrocketed as it rushed up into the sky with a violent wind sound. Han Xing hastily reminded, "All be careful. This is the shadow gargoyle's wings of darkness skill. Its defense and speed will skyrocket drastically when in flight." The crowd's complexion was aghast. The huge shadow hovered above the heads of the crowd at great speed, seemingly searching for a suitable target to attack. The crowd looked blankly at Han Xing at this moment, seemingly waiting for his instructions. Han Xing stared at the huge dragon in the sky and said, "Chang Si-yong, you go guard runner. Shen Yun, you go protect the little sheep. All long range. Attack with all your might. Let's bring it down together." In the next moment, he directly pulled back the bowstring and shot arrows into the sky. Multiple consecutive shots. Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang also assisted in the attack. The shadow dragon continuously dodged the attacks of the 3 of them. Right at this moment, it also seemed to see that the man holding the bow and arrow was the one calling the shots in it. Moreover, beside the other 2 long-range units, there were people protecting them while only this man was alone. Its eyes darted around a few times before locking onto Han Xing. In the next moment, the shadow dragon swooped down. At this moment, Han Xing did not have any melee unit protection around him, which meant that he had to rely on himself to meet the shadow dragon's attack head-on. Xin Yun and Cheng Si-yong exclaimed from the side, "Brother Xing, be careful." Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang's hearts clenched at the same time when they saw this scene. However, with their speed, how could they possibly match the speed of the shadow dragon's dive? The enormous shadow, carrying the might to destroy everything, swooped towards Han Xing. Han Xing did not panic. At the moment the shadow dragon was about to charge, Han Xing directly entered and turned on the Wild Ranger's exclusive skill, Wild Instinct. Wild Instinct. Within 10 seconds, movement speed skyrockets by 500%. The shadow gargoyle saw that the weak human in front of him suddenly flickered and instantly retreated backwards. The instantaneous burst of speed surprised even it. Rumble. The giant dragon swooped and slammed into the ground. When the smoke dissipated, a figure appeared a few dozen meters away, once again setting up its bow and shooting arrows. Seeing that Han Xing was fine, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, they also came back to their senses and immediately launched their attacks, once again dealing damage to the shadow dragon. At this time, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun were preparing to bully and suppress the dragon once again. However, the shadow gargoyle was no cutie pie. It directly vibrated its wings and prepared to flee the area. And right at this moment, the corner of Han Xing's mouth suddenly evoked a smile, because on top of the shadow gargoyle's head, a creature with a black body appeared more than when. The cinderblock figure stalled in mid-air. In the crowd's bewildered gazes, they suddenly saw thousands of black threads suddenly grow on the cinderblock's body, and as if these threads were alive, they skyrocketed in a short period of time. Then, like fireworks, they bloomed violently. At this moment, tens of thousands of black threads all pierced into the body of the shadow dragon, penetrating its massive body. These black threads were like attacks sent from another dimension, completely ignoring the shadow dragon's physical defense. At this moment, the shadow dragon's tendency to take off suddenly stopped, as if it had been suspended in mid-air, unable to move. When the crowd saw this sight, a question mark appeared on their heads. What's the situation? Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but ask. They hadn't seen the cinderblock in this form, and only knew that it was Han Xing's pet with very strong attributes. However, Han Xing was not surprised, because this was the sixth skill activated after Coalball had risen to level 10 Void Frenzy. Void Frenzy. The Void Spectral Wolf condenses the power of the Void and erupts into 10,080 Void threads, inflicting large-range damage that ignores defense on all enemies in the surrounding 30 meters. And if the Void threads succeed in hitting the target, it will attach a Void Field effect to the target. If the target is hit, it will have a Void Field effect. While in the Void Field state, the enemy is unable to act and will lose a large amount of life force every second until they die. Note that creatures caught in the Void Field can be forced to break free by their own strength, and the time to break free depends on the attributes and status of both sides. Cooldown: 24 hours. This Void Frenzy skill was the most powerful skill Han Xing had seen since he entered Empty Island Paradise. Bar none. It directly ignored defense damage on a large scale, and after hitting the enemy it could also control the other party, so if it was some slightly weaker creature, it would not be able to break free until it died. However, the Shadow Dragon was clearly not in the category of weak creatures. Roar! The Shadow Gargoyle let out an angry roar as it was suspended in mid-air. The tens of thousands of black threads that erupted from the cinderblock's body were mostly disintegrated at this moment. Han Xing realized that the power of the Shadow Dragon clearly exceeded that of the cinderblock by a large margin, such that the control effect of the Void Field was about to collapse in an instant. Han Xing hurriedly shouted, "Full output! We can't give it a chance to escape." Hearing this, the crowd immediately greeted the Shadow Dragon with their most powerful attack skills. Snap! Great Fireball, Ice Spear, multiple arrows, overhead flying chop. All sorts of attacks crackled down on the Shadow Dragon's body. At the same time, Su Xiaoyang's side also triggered the legendary level special effect of the Shattered Spirit Longbow, Shattered Spirit, and the damage skyrocketed. An arrow didn't enter the dragon's body, and the intense pain caused the dragon to enter an even more violent struggle. And right at this moment, Han Xing saw some more changes appear on the cinderblock's body. The remaining thousands of black threads actually all began to move at this moment, like human hair tresses writhing madly. Some kind of power within the Shadow Dragon's body was rapidly draining away and being absorbed into the body by the cinderblock. This skill was precisely a new skill that had been awakened by the coal ball after it broke through the 2 stars. Void Plunder passive. Creatures caught in the void field will trigger the Void Plunder effect. The Void Phantom Wolf continuously absorbs the power of the creatures in the field to replenish its own life value. If there is a legendary creature in the field, it will be sucked into the origin power to boost the Void Phantom Wolf's potential value. Han Xing knew about this skill of the Cinder Block, only that the triggering conditions were a bit complicated, and for this battle, he had a sudden urge to test it out. And right at this moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed that Coalball's pet information panel, the column of potential value, had changed. Chapter 100. Stop fighting. This seed is convinced. Han Xing noticed that Coalball's pet panel information was constantly changing. The column of potential value began to grow by leaps and bounds. 436, 498, 565. In less than 3 seconds, the potential value of the coal ball had increased by nearly 150 points. I'll go. This newly activated skill, so perverted? Han Xing's face was filled with shock. The potential value sucked up in 3 seconds even exceeded the gains he had made in the past 3 days of feeding. Noticing the loss of power in his body, a strange expression appeared in the Shadow Dragon's large eyes. This little fellow from the Void Race, is he sucking the power from this seat? It seems that it's not just sucking up power, but rather it's sucking up this seat's origin power. Damn it! Roar! At this moment, the Shadow Dragon roared explosively. It began to struggle even more violently. Boom! Rumble! The huge body twisted crazily on the ground like a berserk beast. The black threads that appeared on the Cinderblock's body were also rapidly crumbling. The crowd looked like they were about to be unable to suppress the giant dragon. Right at this moment, Han Xing noticed the potential value of the coal ball. 704 points. In just a few seconds, it had increased its potential value by nearly 150 more points. At this moment, Han Xing didn't know that he had unintentionally triggered a heavenly opportunity for the coal ball. The skill description of Void Looting stated that only legendary creatures could be sucked of their potential value. And in front of him, this Shadow Dragon was clearly qualified. According to this trend of letting coal ball suck it down in just a dozen or so seconds, it would be comparable to the potential value he had been painstakingly feeding for the past 10 days or so. At that time, it would be just a matter of time before the coal ball broke through to SS grade growth values. Han Xing said nothing to let this giant dragon get up. Seeing that the giant dragon was about to break free, Han Xing directly pulled back the bowstring once again. Only this time, the arrow in his hand had some different changes the moment he hit the bowstring. Above it, the gentle power of moonlight began to spread out. At the same time, behind the huge body of the Shadow Dragon, a bright moon gradually took shape. The Shadow Dragon suddenly felt that its body could not move, as if it had been sealed. The Shadow Dragon realized that this human was most likely brewing some terrifying skill, in which it even felt a hint of legendary level power. If it allowed this human's skill to be utilized, it would likely fall into an unfavorable situation. A great sense of crisis caused it to start struggling. And right at this moment, the arrow in Han Xing's hand had already shot out. This arrow, at a speed so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye, instantly appeared on the surface of the Shadow Dragon's body. Buzz! The full moon around the Shadow Gargoyle's body directly took shape. At this moment, it was as if it was a creature that had been carved into the surface of the moon, with its body firmly fixed within the moon. This was precisely Han Xing's legendary skill, Shattered Moon. It was able to seal the enemy for 5 seconds. Under the double seal, no matter how tough the Shadow Dragon was, it would not be able to move a bit more. The fear in the Shadow Dragon's eyes increased. It wasn't worried about being controlled. It was more worried about that little black thing above its head. If it was allowed to continue sucking the power of this seat's origin, it would likely cause unimaginable consequences. Damn it! The Shadow Dragon was anxious in its heart. Seeing that the others were still in a daze, Han Xing hurriedly shouted, "Quickly output at full power! Press this giant dragon to the ground for me." The crowd was still under the shock of that huge moon though. Upon hearing Han Xing's voice, they still immediately reacted and sent out attacks. A whole bunch of attacks landed on the Shadow Dragon. After 3 seconds passed, cracks appeared on the surface of that huge round moon. During this time, the giant dragon stopped struggling. The cinder block, on the other hand, began to suck its power with impunity. Han Xing noticed that not only was the potential value of the cinder block increasing, but the Shadow Gargoyle's attribute panel was also changing. The Shadow Gargoyle's 4-dimensional attributes were decreasing. 333, 321, 304. Then it directly fell down to 300. At the same time, the cinder block's potential value began to skyrocket, and just like that, less than 3 seconds passed, and its potential value officially broke through the 4 digits from 704, directly skyrocketing to 1012. 5 seconds passed. With a crisp cracking sound, the full moon steeply exploded. A 1200% attack erupted, directly hitting the shadow dragon hard. By the time this shadow gargoyle regained consciousness, it realized that it had become incredibly weak. The successive heavy injuries, coupled with the cinder block constantly sucking its power. Under this, the shadow gargoyle felt that its body had been hollowed out. It could no longer rise up to resist like before. At this moment, the shadow gargoyle also seemed to realize that if this continued, it would surely die. It would have been fine if it had just been struck down, but now, it was the kind that was constantly being sucked of its origin by a bizarre little guy that wouldn't return. It thought of a terrifying consequence. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of the shadow gargoyle as it raised the last of its strength and opened its mouth, seemingly brewing some terrifying attack. Sensing that this shadow gargoyle was preparing to rise up, Han Xing hurriedly shouted, "This guy wants to amplify his attack. Interrupt it." The shadow dragon had a legendary skill, Shadow Frenzy, that had yet to be utilized. As for Han Xing's legendary skill, Shattered Moon had already been used and entered a 1-hour CD time, and at this point, there was no longer a strong enough base card. Right at this moment, Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang simultaneously issued their strongest burst skills. Magma Spurt, Elf Dance. A huge ball of magma suddenly rushed out from the abdomen of the shadow dragon, sending out a violent explosion. As for Su Little Sheep's Elven Dance, all basic skills had no cooldowns during the duration of the skill. This was an exclusive skill of the Elven Archer. In other words, in this state, she could use her continuous shooting skills infinitely. Combined with her terrifying attack speed, the crowd saw what a true elf archer was. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang was truly transforming into a nimble elf, pulling the bowstring as she walked. The crowd could only see that her hand plucking the bowstring was fast with residual shadows. The multi-continuous shot skill turned into infinite continuous shot. Snap, snap, snap. In just less than 2 seconds passed, at least 30 arrows were shot out. On the side, Cheng Jianyong slashed at the back of the shadow dragon. "Holy! This is a machine gun shooter?" Yes, at this moment, Su Xiaoyang's terrifying attack speed was truly like a machine gun shooter. The shadow giant dragon was directly hit by this wave of outbursts and cried out in pain. "Ow, roar!" The shadow giant dragon hissed to the sky, no longer having the strength to resist. The cinder block began to continue sucking up potential values. This scene excited Han Xing as he watched. 1054, 1132, 1241. In just a few seconds, the potential value of the cinder block had already reached nearly 1300, and following this trend of continuing to suck it down, it might be able to directly break through 10,000 today and become an SS class pet. This giant dragon was no longer a boss in Han Xing's eyes, but a huge piece of fat meat, and nothing could be said to let it go. And right at this moment, the shadow dragon saw that it could not break free. It actually stretched its neck and issued a strange syllable. Although Han Xing and the others couldn't understand it, after the system's translation, they still roughly understood its meaning. Human race, let go of this seat. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Cheng Jianyong asked blankly at this point, "Holy, did you guys hear what this dragon is saying? It's asking us to let it go." The crowd nodded. Cheng Si-yong breathed a sigh of relief. "Then it seems I didn't hear it wrong. I thought I was hallucinating something." Just then, that giant dragon once again let out an obscure syllable. "Human race, quickly let go of this seat." The crowd did not stop, but they still turned their eyes towards Han Xing, seemingly waiting for his instructions. After Han Xing thought for a moment, he said, "Don't care. Keep attacking." The shadow gargoyle howled miserably as it was beaten. Its voice said angrily, "Damn it. Stop it. Don't let that void creature suck my power anymore, or else you won't be able to afford the consequences." Cheng Jianyong looked at the giant dragon and slashed down again. "Scratch that. Begging for mercy and still dare to be so crazy with us? I'll chop you to death." The crowd slammed down another attack, hitting the shadow dragon with a wail. "Roar! Roar! Damn it! Damn human race! How dare you humiliate the great dragon race like this? You will surely pay for this." Damn it! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! I'll give in, won't I? The crowd turned a deaf ear, and as long as Han Xing didn't yell stop, they would keep fighting. Even Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang were fighting with red faces. It seemed that crushing this legendary creature also made them feel excited. Another 15 seconds passed. The Shadow Dragon's full attributes had fallen below 200, while Cinderblock's potential value had skyrocketed by another 1,000 to 2,400 points. A quarter of the potential value needed to break through the SS rank had already been completed. A hint of panic appeared in the Shadow Dragon's eyes as it hurriedly said, "Human, quickly make that void creature stop. If you guys don't stop, when this seat's power is sucked dry, this secret realm will directly collapse." Hearing this, Han Xing's heart stirred. He waved his hand. "Stop!" Hearing this, the crowd instantly stopped their attacking movements. However, at this moment, the Shadow Dragon had been beaten by the crowd to a state of serious injury, coupled with the fact that the power within its body was being continuously drawn by the Cinderblock. Under this circumstance, even if the crowd stopped suppressing it, the Shadow Dragon could no longer get up. The Shadow Gargoyle continued to open its mouth and let out unpleasant syllables. "Quickly, don't let that void creature suck the power of this seed anymore." Han Xing took a step forward and asked, "Explain clearly, and don't talk to us about any conditions." The Shadow Dragon hurriedly said, "This secret realm is evolved by some sort of rules, and everything here is a certain fragment of what happened in the past, which is then repeated over and over again. This seat has been here for thousands of years, and I've already realized that the dragon body is just a projection of this seat's power, and no matter how many times the seat is struck down, the power of the rules here will resurrect this seat. And now, this void creature is sucking up the origin power that this seat left here. If it sucks up the origin power of this body cleanly, it will be equivalent to a missing part of the rules of this secret realm. At that time, not only would it be as simple as this seat not being able to be resurrected, this secret realm would also directly collapse. And you, too, will be lost in the unknown space, never able to leave." Hearing this, the crowd suddenly looked aghast. This giant dragon had spoken such hidden things, so the credibility of its words was indeed very high. However, Han Xing still did not let the Cinderblock withdraw the void field, but asked, "Why did this place evolve a secret realm? And why did you leave a power projection here? Speak clearly." The Shadow Gargoyle heard this and said, "I can't say it. If this seat were to speak, it would be directly erased by the power of the rules here." Han Xing frowned. The Shadow Gargoyle was getting more and more anxious. Its tone even carried a hint of pleading. "I really don't know why this place evolved the secret realm. I can only tell you that back then, this seat's essence was guided by some kind of voice that said that it was a certain day in the future." Before the Shadow Gargoyle finished speaking, it suddenly frowned as it sensed that something was wrong. In its body, it was as if a mass of power that did not belong to it was erupting. A strong holy light suddenly emerged from the Shadow Dragon's body, even directly forcing out the Cinderblock's void thread body. This holy light became more and more violent, and the crowd could barely even see the scene in front of them. Han Xing sensed a hint of danger in this holy light and hurriedly shouted, "Back up, quick!" Hearing this, the crowd almost didn't even think about it as they all began to retreat outward. As the light intensified, the Shadow Dragon's angry voice came from inside. "Who is it? Left this power inside me? Damn it! The God of Light!" Boom! After a loud bang, the Shadow Gargoyle violently exploded itself, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. However, Han Xing vaguely heard the last words left behind by the Shadow Gargoyle before it blew itself up. The Light God, as an ancient deity that often appeared in mythology. In this world, the God of Light seemed to be the God of faith for the human race, and even the primordial Night King had to believe in him. But here, Han Xing vaguely smelled a hint of something unusual. A system prompt appeared. "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 2-star Secret Realm Knight's Trial Ground Stage 1 challenge, earning experience value rewards, 200, 000 plus 60, 000 during the event period. An additional 30% of the experience value is awarded, and earning props rewards, Strongman Fragment 12, Rune Crystal 3400. At this moment, the crowd was still in a state of bewilderment. A white light suddenly rose from Zhang Renming's body. She had upgraded, reaching level 12. Chung Si-yong was the first to say, "I'll go. 260,000. This experience reward, it's really rich. The experience value reward given by the Cloud Mystic Realm was very large, plus it was now during the event, and there was also an additional 30% experience gained. The crowd was immersed in the massive experience value rewards. At this time, Xinyun walked over to Han Xing and said quietly, "Brother Xing, does it feel wrong?" Han Xing nodded. Yes, the death of that giant dragon was too strange, as if it was forcibly obliterated by some kind of force. This secret realm is not simple. Behind it, I'm afraid there are still many things hidden that we don't know. I also don't know if it's only the secret realm that's like this, or if every secret realm is like this. Xinyun was also frowning. This was the first time they had challenged a 2-star secret realm, but just the first stage was already somewhat beyond the crowd's knowledge. However, they had gotten some unbelievable information from the mouth of the Shadow Dragon. Chapter 101. This is the truth. Shortly after the Shadow Gargoyle blew itself up, a second system prompt appeared. Survivors, due to your overcompletion of the first stage of the challenge, you are rewarded with an additional 2 legendary points and a world influence of +12. 2-star Secret Realm Knight's Trial Ground. The second stage challenge is about to open. Please prepare yourself, survivors. Hearing the system prompt, Cheng Jianyong said in confusion, "Legendary points? What's it for?" Zhang Renmeng took the lead at this point and said, "I know." Brother Xing said, "It can be used to extract the legendary skills of hidden professions." Legendary skills? Han Xing nodded. Yes, the skill I just used to control the Shadow Dragon was at the legendary level. The crowd associated it with the scene where Han Xing summoned the full moon, directly controlling a creature like the Shadow Dragon for 5 seconds with a terrifying effect. The final shattering of the moon was even more powerful to the point of being terrifying as it picked up the dragon and heavily injured it. Han Xing added at this point, "However, I don't know if it's only the hidden professions that have legendary skills, so if you guys have the chance in the future, you'd better pay more attention to it." The crowd nodded indistinctly. Just then, the image in front of them changed once again. The image took over from the last time, where Knight Commander Remus pulled out the hilt of the first-generation Night King's broken sword and told all the knights, including all the human races, not to make a move against him. And just then, Night King Gruder summoned the Shadow Dragon and began to attack Remus and the others. This Shadow Gargoyle was not the Gargoyle Void that Han Xing and the others had fought. It was a true creature with legendary power. Even though Remus fought valiantly, human strength was ultimately limited. After a grueling battle, in the center of the square, a large pile of mutilated human corpses appeared. On the field, only the last blood-soaked man was left standing in place. In the next moment, a mangled corpse fell from the sky and fell in front of him. It was precisely the corpse of his companion that Shadow Dragon had casually dropped. Looking at the pale Huan Knights, who had fought alongside him in the past and who had been born to die for the kingdom, ending up in such a state, infinite sadness surfaced in Remus's heart. He recalled that when he first joined the Kingdom Knights, the man said to him, "Remus, you are my most trusted friend. With your help, I will definitely be able to become the new generation of Night King and let all the people of the kingdom live a happy life. I'll let you form the strongest Knight Order, and your names will be forever engraved on the Glory Stone Monument." At this point, Remus wanted to question, "Gruder, were you all lying to me then?" Remus knelt on the ground, and the primordial Night King's saber in his hand also crumbled in the battle with the giant dragon, just as the faith in his heart crumbled. Outside the arena, the crowd watching the passing animation couldn't help but feel some regret in their hearts. Broken. Such a powerful thing. Too bad. Without the saber, this meant that the other races had been able to strike at Remus. At this moment, Gruder, who was sitting high on the throne, sighed, "Do it." Around them, hundreds of crossbows and arrows were aimed at Remus at the same time. He was the only one left of the Pale Huan Knights, and Remus no longer had the power to resist. In the next moment, 10,000 arrows shot out. Poof, poof, poof. The sound of countless arrows piercing through flesh came. Remus looked at his body that was filled with arrows, then collapsed. After all the dust settled, Gruder sat up from his throne with a saddened face. He also seemed to be saddened by the execution of his most trusted men with his own hands. The knight next to him advised, "Your Majesty the Night King, Remus deserved what he got. You don't have to feel sad for this kind of person who has betrayed his faith." Gruder sighed. "Dispose of their corpses." After saying that, he staggered from his throne and turned to leave. The knights watched Gruder leave, including the dead Lemus on the ground. However, what they didn't notice was that as Gruder turned around, the corner of his mouth inadvertently revealed a hint of a cunning smile. As the years changed, the corpses of Remus and the others were disposed of. The Knight's judgment ground returned to peace. Han Xing and the others were a bit confused as they looked at the empty aura judgment field. Chung Si-yong was puzzled. Ah, it's over. In that case, that jerk tower has a problem, right? And he's the one who punked Remus? Shin Yu nodded. That should be the case. From their conversation, it was concluded that with the merits that Remus had established, it was only a matter of letting a group of children go, and no matter what, the crime would not be punishable by death. But this Gruder not only executed him, but also refused to let go of the knights under him. Moreover, it seems that he knew that Remus had the primordial Night King's matching sword in his hands, and had already arranged for the Shadow Gargoyle to stand guard by the side. This Gruder is indeed very problematic. As the crowd listened, they fell into a thoughtful expression. Just at this moment, the picture changed once again. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the comm square. This mass of black shadow looked like a woman-like figure. She wore a hood, her black robe trailing on the ground, and her figure was graceful. This woman slowly walked towards the center of the square. Her walking posture was exceptionally strange, and her waist twisted like a charming python. She came to the place where Remus had died in the past and sprinkled some kind of strange powder. At the same time, a chilly wind began to blow from the Knight's judgment ground, which had been silent for a lot of time. The wind sounded as if there were the wails of the undead. As the wind of the undead blew, the next moment, an undead silhouette that was about the same size as Remus appeared. He looked blankly at the hooded woman and asked, "Who are you? And why are you trying to awaken my soul?" The woman looked at him, her orchid fingers waving lightly, and laughed. "Geez, what a sad and pathetic guy. Not even knowing that he was betrayed by the person he trusted the most, he still treats this place as his final destination. You don't, by any chance, intend to continue guarding the King's City even after you die, do you?" Remus' rigid expression suddenly twitched. "Betrayal? Who betrayed me?" That woman continued. "Can't you see? You were set up by that fellow to be reduced to such a state." Remus already still had a strong sense of caution in his eyes. "What's wrong? You don't believe it?" The woman continued to ask. Remus shook his head. "Heh heh heh." The woman laughed eatenly, then waved one hand. In front of Remus, an image appeared. An image of Gruder engaged in conversation with a human being who was fully clothed in red and had a shadowy aura. Remus recognized this person. It was the leader of the evil god cult that they, the Knights of Pale Huan, had been besieging at great cost, and he was the one who had been spreading the curse of the evil god in the human kingdom. But Gruder was actually communicating with this kind of person, and even talking to each other. Then what was the purpose of the evil god seed removal operation they had been supposedly conducting, and was the so-called Oracle of the God of Light true? Remus fell into intense self-doubt. The woman seemed to enjoy Remus' current expression as she spat out her scarlet tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Then continued with an enchanting voice. "How about it? Do you want me to show you what happened after you died?" Remus wanted to refuse. He knew that this woman in front of him was compelling him. However, he was only undead now. He didn't even have the right to refuse. The woman continued to wave one hand, and the images continued to appear. In the picture, a single human with a thin figure was awakened from their sleep, and a group of knights rushed into their room and pulled them all out. They were brought to a small hill outside the King's City, and all of them had a look of fear on their faces. From 60 to 70-year-olds down to young children just born, all 600 to 700 of them were gathered together by this group of knights. Remus' soul body was trembling violently. He knew these people. They were all his blood relatives. His uncles, his brother, his brothers, his sisters. At this moment, they were looking at the group of knights in the valley with blank stares. Remus vaguely guessed what was going to happen next and didn't even dare to look any further. However, the inner struggle made him unable to resist opening his eyes. The next moment, he saw a crossbow arrow flying. Puff, puff, puff. A body of flesh was pierced through. Screams, wails, and pleas for mercy resounded through the night sky. These sounds fell on Remus's ears like a sharp thorn deep into his heart. His breathing became more and more rapid. When the brutal massacre ended, hundreds of corpses were already lying on the ground, and blood dyed the ground red. Lemus's relatives and friends, all of them were shot in the dirt pit. Then, these kingdom knights raised their swords, a symbol of honor and integrity, and mended their swords against this one innocent human corpse. Remus' soul body trembled violently. He said in a frantic tone, "This isn't true. This isn't true. Gruder promised me that he wouldn't lay a hand on my loved ones. This is not true." The woman laughed softly. "Heh! Whether it's true or not, you actually have the answer in your own mind, don't you? And do you think that's all there is to it?" The hooded woman glanced at him with those flavorful eyes, and the seductive intent became even more intense. At this point, Remus was already in a state of impending collapse, and when he heard those words, he shuddered even more. His family and friends had been killed. What else was Gruder going to do next? The screen continued to play. At this time, Remus saw two women. Two beautiful young women, one slightly younger and one with a slightly older face, but whose beauty could still be seen. Remus recognized them: Britannia, Ellie, his own wife and daughter. However, at the moment, their faces were tear-stained, and their bodies were naked and bruised. In the dimly lit dungeon, intense terror surfaced in the eyes of the two. Just then, a tall man appeared in front of them. This man was none other than Gruder. Remus' heart clenched as he stretched out his illusory fingers and cried out in despair, "No! No!" In Grudel's leering eyes, he humiliated and toyed with Remus's wife and daughter in 100 ways. After an unknown period of time, they were unable to bear the humiliation, and it seemed that their spirits had reached their limits. In the dark and sunless cellar, took the initiative to end their lives. Chapter 102. Return. Undead Nights. At this moment, Remus' undead-like eyes suddenly became pitch black, as if he had seen the greatest despair in his life. The soul fire was fluttering, and it looked like it was about to dissipate. The hooded woman continued beside him, "Remus, do you see? The person you trusted is actually such a despicable fellow. Your loved ones were all killed by him, even the newborn toddlers. Your wife and daughter were also toyed with to death by him, and now you're still saying that he's the person you were the most trusted partner, the hope to lead the human race to glory?" Remus lifted his empty eyes as he listened. The soul fire on Remus' body suddenly skyrocketed at this moment and rushed up into the sky. The entire sky of the kingdom seemed to darken at this moment. The hooded woman's eyes lit up as she continued to speak in that compelling voice. "Yes, Remus, that's it. Look at yourself with this degree of breadth. Which of the generations of human night kings have reached your height? Remus, you possess a demigod destiny. In fact, you are the destined son for the rise of the human race. Gruder got the prophecy. That's why he recruited you when you were very young, and he used your destiny to help him take the title of Night King. And you? What did you get?" Remus thought blankly. "Yeah? What about me? I was betrayed by the man I trusted the most, who killed all my relatives and humiliated my wife and daughter to death, and I'm left to wander the world as a lonely ghost." Remus's heart was as if consumed by a wave of anger. Unchanging, fickle, trusting, suspicious, truthful, hypocritical. At this moment, he delved deeper into the ugliness of the human soul and was sickened by it. He hated to destroy the world. Remus raised his head violently. His rushing breath swept across the sky, and the power of the undead radiated across the entire square. Brothers who died in vain at this moment, in the name of the leader of the Knights of Tsanghuan, I once again send out a call to you. Buzz. The cold, chilly wind whistled as countless unjust souls roared through the air. In the shocked gazes of Han Xing and the others, the silhouettes of the Tsanghuan knights who had died with him, more than 300 deceased souls, all appeared at this moment. The Knights of the Holy Light, which had already disappeared into the long river of history, actually reorganized at this moment. However, they changed their identity and name. The Undead Knights. The miserable green power of the undead covered the sky, and in the king's capital, which was known to be holy, it appeared to be exceptionally bizarre. The knights of the royal capital were the first to move out, and thousands of knights rushed into the judgment arena. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Knight's Judgment Ground. Stage 2 challenge quest has opened. Attention! This stage is a special challenge mission. Please ask the survivors to choose a camp and help them achieve victory. 1. Help the Undead Knights Remus camp. 2. Help the Kingdom Knights Grudel camp. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. If you exceed the time limit, you will be considered to have abandoned the challenge and will be removed from the middle of the Cloud Mystic Realm. Another option quest. The crowd was very surprised. Han Xing knew that the next option must be very crucial. Brother Star, who to choose? Chung Si-yong asked gruffly. Han Xing was also thinking. Right now, the scene looked like it was clearly Gruder's side that had the advantage. King City was Gruder's home base, and the number of elite knights even exceeded tens of thousands. Compared to Lima's side, which had 300 undead knights, the difference in strength was too great. If they chose to help the Kingdom Knights with rational judgment, it could be said to be a sure win situation. At that time, the rewards for passing the secret realm would surely be more. However, Han Xing and the others had all watched the over-the-top animation and knew the story. If for the sake of the mission rewards and go to choose to help such a despicable villain like Gruder, Han Xing asked himself that he couldn't do it. This kind of fellow is not worthy. Han Xing raised his head and said, "If I choose one and help the undead knights, do you guys have any opinions?" The crowd revealed a heartfelt smile. "Okay. Let's go with one, the Jerk Tower." The Jerk Tower. Shen Yun was also hot-blooded. Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang on the side. After seeing Han Xing make his choice, gazes of relief and admiration flowed from their eyes. It was just as the words said. I can't tolerate heroes not being glorified, nor can I tolerate villains squarely occupying the high hall. Han Xing did not hesitate to choose one. You have made your choice, and now, the Kingdom Knights will treat you as a hostile presence and attack. Please note that due to your over-completion of the first stage challenge, the Secret Realm has adjusted accordingly and has now adjusted the second stage challenge to the highest difficulty. Upon hearing the highest difficulty, everyone was shocked for a moment. However, before they could think more, at this moment, among the undead knights, Remus, who was riding a skeletal horse, actually looked back at Han Xing's crowd before nodding. At this moment, Han Xing froze. He remembered that the dragon had said that this place was just a scene that happened in the past, and that everything here was some sort of rule evolution like fixed data. But now, he actually saw the NPC inside nodding to himself. At this moment, Remus said in his shrill voice that was like fingernails picking at broken glass, "Brothers of the Knights of the Pale Huan, I am ashamed of you now. Let's raise our weapons once again and cut down those despicable villains. Gentlemen, can you still fight? Kill! Kill! Kill!" A heavenly murderous aura filled the air. The undead knights were all upright people in front of them, and even after their deaths, they still had a murderous aura. At the same time, an undead warhorse appeared under the crotch of each of the more than 300 knights. In the next moment, they charged into the ranks of the Kingdom Knights without hesitation. The two knight groups instantly charged together. Han Xing and the others were also caught in the middle of the battle. Just then, an elite-level knight charged towards the crowd. Those who defect to the undead die. The knight launched a charge. Han Xing shot an arrow that hit the horse's knee, directly causing the knight to fall off his horse. Han Xing's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Waste him!" In the next moment, Zhang Renmeng and the others, various attacks greeted towards this knight. Even legendary-level creatures like the Shadow Dragon were ravaged by them. It was even more so when this Kingdom Knight only had elite monster strength. After a round of attacks, this elite knight suffocated and died under the fire of the crowd. A system prompt appeared. Killed Kingdom Knight Ian elite level. Gained experience value of 30,000. Additional 30% experience value for the duration of the scoreboard. The crowd's eyes lit up. So much experience. Killing an elite monster was even comparable to the experience value reward of clearing a small empty island outside. Like Zhang Renmeng, they had just completed their advancement and reached level 11. One that directly allowed them to skyrocket their experience bar by nearly 20%. And Han Xing, who was already level 12, had also directly increased his experience by nearly 10%. It was a massive amount, and this was only the experience reward of an elite monster. And now on the field, how many more elite monsters were there? Han Xing roughly swept a glance as the kingdom's elite knights, the percentage of elite monsters inside had even reached more than 50%, and there were also many chieftain-level knights. If it was usual, if they were to fight against such a terrifying number of elite monsters, they would die in a matter of moments with no dregs left. However, right now, the undead knights led by Remus erupted with terrifying strength, hardened against the pressure, and also beat those kingdom knights back. At this moment, all of these kingdom knights, in Han Xing's and their eyes, were transformed into one giant experience pack. "Brothers, charge!" Chung Si-yong wailed, then took the lead in charging into the battlefield. However, in the next moment, he was swung back by a muscular strong man holding a huge hammer. When Chung Si-yong landed, He spat out a mouthful of blood and said as if he had been struck dumb, "There are alpha-level monsters inside." Shunyun hurriedly threw a holy light healing to him and said breathlessly, "Are you just stupid? Running to the main battlefield to find death?" Chang Jianyong recovered from his injuries and was so weak that he didn't dare to talk back even though Shunyun scolded him. Han Xing said at this time, "Don't break away from the group, and don't be hasty. Right now, most of those Kingdom Knights' attention is focused on the undead knights. We only need to deal with 1 or 2 knights at the edge of the battlefield." The crowd listened and nodded. 5 people and a wolf began to roam around the edge of the battlefield. They were like a group of guerrillas, specializing in picking on single knights. One by one, the Kingdom Knights fell at their feet and turned into experience packs. The experience bars of the crowd began to rocket. In no time, a white light rose first on Han Xing. He rose to level 13. After a survivor completed a 2-star transfer, for every level up, the experience value required would increase drastically, and accordingly, the attributes that were raised at each level would also increase drastically. His strength increased by 4 points, and his agility increased by 6 points. Not long after Han Xing had leveled up, Su Xiaoyang had also leveled up to 11. Then came Cinder, Xinyun, and Chang Siyong, all of whom ascended to level 12 one after another. Zhang Renmeng had been following Han Xing and was used to this leveling speed. Xinyun and Chang Siyong, on the other hand, had never experienced this kind of leveling speed, and all of a sudden, they were all flushed with excitement. So refreshing. Just a few minutes. This is almost as fast as my half a week of fighting. It's too fierce. If it continues like this, I feel like I'll be able to rush to level 15 in a day. At this moment, they had already taken out over 40 Kingdom Knights. Among them, there were roughly 20 ordinary knights, and the rest were all elite-level monsters. And Han Xing's squad's killing spree had attracted the attention of the Kingdom Knights, the main battlefield. Just then, a man with a formidable figure, riding a bull-like creature, rushed towards them. And Han Xing saw the attributes of this man. Code, Kingdom Knights Squad Leader, 2-star Alpha Level. Rank, LV 15. Attributes: Strength 310, Agility 264, Spirit 250, Physique 297. Skills: Rock-Shattering Strike. The knight raises the sledgehammer in his hand, dealing heavy damage to the enemy, with a 50% probability that the hit target will enter a stunned state. Thunder Hammer. The knight summons the power of thunder, inflicting ranged damage to the enemy. Hammer of Judgment. Condenses the power of holy light, inflicts a wide range of light attribute damage to the front. The enemy has a 50% probability to cut 20% magic damage resistance. A very strong attribute. Moreover, the crowd also noticed. Behind this alpha-level attribute, there was actually an attribute panel. Chapter 103, Soaring Levels. Behind this alpha-level attribute, there was actually another attribute panel. Desolate Savage Horned Bull 2-star Elite Level Creature. Rank, LV 15. Attribute: Strength 287, Agility 247, Spirit 202, Physique 253. Skills: Savage Bull Charge, Trample, Cracking Slam. Another chieftain-level knight with an elite monster-level mount. 1 person and 1 bull, this pairing could be said to be quite strong. If it was usual, the crowd would really feel their hearts balk at facing such a powerful enemy. However, compared to the Shadow Dragon, which was at the same alpha level, this orc code not only had a difference in attributes, but the skills it possessed were also not at all in the same class. The crowd had even done it with creatures like the Shadow Dragon, so how could they be afraid of a mere human knight at this point? It was still Han Xing who attacked first, with Su Xiaoyang's arrows following closely behind. Duck, duck. The powerful attributes of the equipment brought about unparalleled attack power that it directly pierced through the horned bull's iron armor and dug deep into its flesh. Right at this moment, Knight Squad leader Code, at this moment, raised his holy hammer high, a trace of lightning power coalescing in his hammer. The cinder block instantly rushed over. Swish, swish, void spikes erupted. One of the spikes charged straight at the Knight Squad leader's face. The damage of the void spikes was very strong. Code clearly felt the terror of the spikes, and he had to interrupt the release of his skills, choosing to block the cinder block's attack. At this moment, the eyes of the horned bull below were red as it violently charged towards the crowd, its hooves stomping out sparks. It was the skill of this elite monster, Brute Bull Charge. If it could not be blocked down, The formation of the crowd was about to be broken up by this horned bull. And right at this moment, Shun Yun suddenly burst out, holding a golden shield in front of the savage horned bull. Boom! After a solid impact sound, Shin Yun exploded back a dozen steps. Without the legendary special effect enhancement, Shin Yun's strength was inferior to that of the horned bull, and he was rightfully knocked out. However, he managed to interrupt the horned bull's impact. It was also at this time that Zhang Renming's magma spurt had finished. "Oh flames, vent your anger!" In the belly of the horned bull, a ball of scorching magma suddenly rose up before exploding violently. Boom! This attack directly nearly toppled the Knight Leader on its back. The Knight Leader was so focused on blocking the Cinderblock's attack at this point that he had no time to care. Han Xing and Su Xiaoyang also began to continue their output, each arrow causing serious damage to the horned bull. The Knight Leader was furious. "Damn it! You traitors of the Holy Light! The God of Light will punish you!" Right at this moment, Narumi Yong touched his back at some point and then jumped up high. Killing Machine Storm connected with Eagle Drop Slash. A set of movements were flowing so smoothly that the Knight Leader was unable to react in time and was heavily slashed from behind by Sengmyong. The Knight Leader suffered pain and fell off the horned bull's back. "Haha! Your God of Light doesn't seem to be working, huh?" Narumi Yong arrogantly mocked. A knight falling from his horse was equivalent to losing half of his battle power. Only one person, Shin Yun, was needed to hold that elite-level horned bull. Han Xing and the others, on the other hand, began to beat up the dogs. Various skills were shot out one after another. In that Knight Leader's unwilling gaze, Han Xing exploded his head with an arrow, and a system prompt appeared. Successfully killed Kingdom Knight Akma 2-star Chief Creature. Gained experience value of 120,000. So much experience! Chung Jianyong exclaimed in shock. Killing an alpha directly caused the experience bar of the crowd to skyrocket once again. And as they finished off this alpha monster, it was also something that finally caught the attention of the Kingdom Knights. "Damn it! They killed Okima! These traitors of the Light God! Go to a group of people and finish them off!" As the words fell, there was a commotion in the Knight Squad. The next moment, a Knight Squad of more than 30 people, led by a leader knight, rushed towards Han Xing and the others. Han Xing swept a glance at their ranks. Kingdom Knight Jean 2-star Ordinary Creature. Kingdom Knight Zarhub 2-star Elite Creature. Kingdom Knight Captain Corey 2-star Chief Creature. More than 30 knights, all leveled at 15, a large portion of them were elite-level existences. Like those ordinary knights, their attributes were not much worse than elite creatures. Han Xing knew that as the most elite knights of a kingdom, it was impossible for them to have such a low level. However, because they were now in a secret realm where everything was some sort of rule evolution, the power of these knights was limited. At this moment, seeing the group of knights charging towards them, Han Xing suddenly asked, "Shen Yun, is the cooldown time for the legendary special effect up?" Shen Yun glanced at it and returned, "It's here, Brother Star. What do you need me to do?" Han Xing looked at the group of knights, his gaze grave. "I'm going to give you an important task. In a moment, you'll go and hold this group of knights back. Help me stall for a bit of time. I'm going to brew a skill. In the meantime, try to keep them together. This mission is dangerous. If you are not sure, you can refuse. We will think of another way." On his own, delaying more than 30 knights, with so many elites and an alpha monster among them. This difficulty could not be described as small and very dangerous. Shin Yun did not speak, but raised his shield and charged forward without hesitation. He trusted Han Xing, and this was also the tacit understanding they had for many years together. When the Knight Leader saw Shin Yun charging alone, he had a contemptuous look on his face. The Knight Leader snorted coldly. "Unsuspecting fellow." A battle axe was raised high, then violently slashed at Shin Yun's shield. Boom! A loud sound came, and Shin Yun did not move. The contempt on the Knight Leader's face turned to surprise, and the other knights froze for a moment. Shin Yun laughed lightly. "Grandsons with this much strength, scratching an itch for master?" The knights were enraged and sent out attacks towards Shin Yun. Right at this moment, Han Xing quickly said, "Chung Si-yong, little sheep, go help Shin Yun. Run with me to store up group magic attacks." Hearing this, Zhang Renmeng immediately began to brew her only group magic skill after advancing to Elemental Mage. Hurricane Slash unleashes several hurricane attacks on an area of 5 meters in front of her. Creatures within the attack range will receive Spirit 1.5 magic damage per second. The effect lasts for 3 seconds. The hurricanes swept through, and the knights' formation was disrupted. Su Xiaoyang and Cheng Si-yong, too, began to launch attacks to block those knights. Just then, Han Xing suddenly shot an arrow towards the sky. This skill was none other than one of the group attack skills that Han Xing had learned after switching to Wild Ranger. Rain of Falling Star Arrows. Invoke the power of the stars, inflicting ranged damage on enemies in the agility 0.2 meter area in front of you. Each meteor can inflict 150% damage, and one meteor can be summoned for every 1 point of agility. Skill cooldown 30 minutes. In the next moment, the Kingdom Knights looked up with puzzled eyes. Meteors. Yes, hundreds of meteors appeared in the sky, and for a moment, starlight flashed. And these meteors were coming straight at them. Those Kingdom Knights felt a deadly sense of crisis amidst these meteors. However, at this time, it was no longer possible to dodge. Rumble. Han Xing's agility was now as high as 148 points, which meant that he was now able to summon 148 meteors, and each one of them dealt 150% of his attack power. At this moment, almost every knight was hit by the meteors summoned by the falling star arrow shower, causing serious damage. Plus, Zhang Renming's hurricane blade was also wreaking havoc. The scene became chaotic beyond measure. When the scene of explosions stopped on the ground, a dozen or so bodies of knights lay strewn about. Han Xing's tip bar, on the other hand, was also screened with kill messages. Has killed Kingdom Knight Myrick. Gained experience value of 7,500. Killed Kingdom Knight Sog 2-star elite level. Gained experience value 30,000. Killed Kingdom Knight Safer 2-star elite class. Gained 30,000 experience value. As this wave went on, a white light simultaneously rose on Han Xing, Zhang Renming, and Su Xiaoyang. Not long after Han Xing had just risen to level 13, he actually soared to level 14 once again. What kind of skill is this, Brother Xing? So fierce, Cheng Si-yong exclaimed. The crowd's faces showed joy. This kind of rocket-like upgrade speed had never been experienced before this. As a group attack skill, Falling Star Arrow Rain was really cool to use to clear the field. Even Han Xing was surprised by this terrifying upgrade speed. Only, although this skill was strong, the cooldown time was also relatively long. With a half-hour CD, it was destined that this skill could only be used in bursts. At this moment, there was still one knight leader left on the field, plus a dozen or so Kingdom Knights with injuries on their bodies. In the wave of group attacks just now, the knight leader's mount was blasted to death and could only fight on the ground like the other knights. The pressure of the crowd plummeted. The knight leader gritted his teeth and said, "You damned traitors of the kingdom have committed an unforgivable crime. The God of Light will sanction you." Output. Han Xing ignored this knight leader's threat, maintaining the principle of killing him while he was sick. Han Xing decided to ride the wave of victory and clear out this knight squad. The crowd was also the first to respond and began to beat up the dogs. One by one, skills were utilized. Counter stab, eagle false slash, lightning chain, multiple shots. Various skills were directed towards the group of Kingdom Knights. Pop, pop, pop. The kill messages began to brush the screen once again. After a few rounds of attacks on the field, only the last knight leader was still lingering. At this moment, this knight leader was in an extremely sorry state. He sensed that he might have to plant himself here, so he said, You guys, what kind of hero is it for so many people to surround me? If you have the ability to go one-on-one with me, have a duel between knights." Han Xing glanced at him. Idiot. Han Xing didn't give a damn about his chivalry and directly started the righteous siege. Just then, Han Xing saw an opportunity and an arrow shot out. The already scarred knight leader's reflexes dropped drastically, and he watched the one come to his eyes, but was too late to make a move. Poof! The arrow didn't enter the heart and exploded his head. This knight leader's body froze, then fell limply. A system prompt came. Successfully killed Kingdom Knight Captain Corey 2-star leader. Gained experience value of 120,000. Han Xing's and their strength seemed to exceed the expectations of the undead knights and Kingdom Knights. The Kingdom Knights camp had sent out an entire squad of knights, yet not only did they fail to take them down, they were all folded up inside. Even with tens of thousands of elite knights, the death of so many knights was a considerable loss for the kingdom. Their move also finally angered the Kingdom Knights. A bunch of lowly fellows. How dare they strike against the honorable knights? A roar with rage came out, sounding out the entire Knights' Judgment Arena. The moment they heard this voice, a strong shadow loomed over Han Xing and the others. At this moment, It was as if they were being stared at by a kingly beast of the jungle. Kevin, we haven't finished our battle yet. Don't even think about going over there. Remus' gloomy voice came out. Get lost. A roar came out. Boom. After the loud bang, a figure leaped high into the air and violently jumped out of the center of the battlefield, heading straight for Han Xing and the others. At this time, Han Xing and the others also saw the source of that voice. It was a lanky, muscular monster that stood over 2.5 meters tall, like a giant. He was only wearing simple armor, with a wild hairstyle like that of a lion king, gnarled muscles exposed, and in his hand, he carried a large sword as wide as a door panel and over 2 meters in total length. This shape, just by looking at it, gave people a sense of total oppression. The attributes of this monster also appeared in front of the crowd. Kingdom Knights Grand Captain, Kevin 2-star Lord Class Creature, Rank, LV 15. Attribute, Strength 457, Agility 383, Spirit 396, Constitution 478. Skills, Rampage. When entering combat, sacrifice 50% of your defense value to increase your strength by 30%. Destruction. When attacking, there is a 30% chance of dealing 200% damage. Rage. Explode the anger in his body, inflicting strength 1.3 times damage to all enemies within 5 meters around him. Crushing power. Compresses the power in the body, coalesces it in the palm of the hand, and when detonated, it will deal 500% explosive damage to the target. Domain of Force exclusive domain skill of Lord Creature. When entering battle, form a field of force around yourself, suppressing creatures with power attributes lower than your own, slashing your power attributes by 50%, and definitely sending enemies flying when attacking. Talent. Beast King's Body, C grade. Talent note. Kevin has possessed an extraordinary body since he was a child, born with strange strength. When he was just 3 years old, he kicked the stone lion at the entrance of the king's city, attracting the attention of the Night King, and was later probed by the kingdom's high priest, who detected that Kevin possessed the Beast King's bloodline, which can allow humans to possess a body that is far superior to the ordinary, and even have a slight chance of breaking through into the legendary beings. Upon seeing this night panel, the crowd fell silent. Lords were monsters that were even stronger than chiefs. It was the first time, including Han Xing, that they had faced this kind of tough creature head-on. The light attribute panel, this Kevin even crushed that legendary creature, the Shadow Dragon. That lord's exclusive skill, Field of Force, directly cut everyone's strength attribute by 50%. With this trait, it could be said that all 3 physical positions on the field were nullified. This guy was truly strong to the point of being terrifying. Chapter 104. Su Xiao Sheep storms out. Facing a lord-level monster for the first time brought heavy pressure on the crowd. Han Xing's face also became very ugly at this time. Several of his bottom cards were used against the Shadow Dragon. This included Cinderblock's Void Frenzy, as well as Han Xing's own legendary skill, Shattered Moon. Right now, it could be said that they did not have the means to be able to hold back the Lord. However, at this moment, that terrifying Knight Brigadier, the Lord-level monster had already wielded a nearly 2-meter-long broadsword and slashed towards the crowd. Shun Yun clenched his teeth and continued to rush up in a vain attempt to stop the Lord's attack. However, the Knight Grand Captain only glanced at him, and then the broadsword swung. Phew! Terrifying power driving a strong wind sound. Before hitting, Shun Yun felt that his figure was a little unsteady. In the next moment, the door slab-wide broadsword had already made contact with Shun Yun's golden shield. Boom! Shun Yun only felt that an unimaginably huge force came from the shield, and his entire body flew backwards. Shun Yun's eyes were confused, and while in mid-air, he could not help but think, is this really a power that humans can possess? If a normal person's strength value was 3/6, then right now, this Knight Grand Captain's strength of up to 400 plus was equivalent to nearly 100 times that of a normal person. After landing, Shun Yun violently spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too late to treat his injuries as he hurriedly shouted, "Brother Star, run! This guy is too terrifying to fight." Even when facing the Shadow Dragon, Shun Yun hadn't even uttered such words. From this, it could be seen how much of a psychological shadow the frontal contact just caused him. Han Xing and the others also realized that it was not good. "Retreat!" Han Xing shouted. Hearing this, the crowd instantly gave up on the idea of fighting. However, the giant strong Knight Brigadier lightly grunted with a disdainful aura. "A bunch of bugs? Can they run away?" In the next moment, the giant's figure disappeared. Narumi Yong had just run a dozen meters away when he felt a shadow appear behind him. So fast! The crowd simply couldn't imagine that this burly, inhuman-like fellow could actually possess such terrifying movement speed. With a whopping 380 points of agility attribute, the Knight Grand Captain crushed the crowd in terms of speed as well. Boom! The broadsword slapped down. Chang Si-yong was also slapped by the sword and fell unconscious a dozen meters away. Seeing this, Han Xing's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it! After resolving Chang Si-yong, the Knight Captain once again swept a glance at the remaining three. This time, he stared at the closest Su Xiaoyang. Phew! The Knight Captain's figure disappeared. Han Xing saw that giant's figure appear behind Su Xiaoyang. The Knight Grand Captain's icy eyes carried killing intent, and with his broadsword raised high, he was preparing to slash down with his sword. With Su Xiaoyang's fragile body, if he was slashed, he might be directly killed in seconds. This was not a game. If one died, it would be a true death. Without time to think, Han Xing directly opened the Wild Instinct skill. His current agility was already 148 points, and after his movement speed skyrocketed 5 times, even this Knight Grand Captain couldn't catch up to him. In the nick of time, Han Xing violently pounced on Su Xiaoyang. Rumble! The Knight Grand Captain's chopping blow fell short, and the ground set off a strong explosion. However, as a Kingdom Knight who had fought hundreds of battles, his battle sense could not possibly be the same as those godless wild monsters. After the broadsword's chop fell short, he realized that the human speed, which had just erupted, posed a bit of a threat to him. Thus, he slashed Han Xing's back with a smooth sweep. Han Xing's back was like being hit by a high-speed truck. He even heard the sound of his spine breaking, and his entire body was in cold sweat from the pain. In the next moment, Han Xing and Su Xiaoyang were slapped away together, and the two of them tumbled several times on the ground together. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang was still in a state of bewilderment. Being held in Han Xing's arms, her pretty face flushed red. However, without waiting for her to react, Han Xing suddenly turned white and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Xiaoyang froze as she tremblingly held Han Xing's shoulders and asked, Han Xing, what's wrong with you? However, Han Xing did not speak. With that blow just now, the injuries Han Xing had received were too severe. So much so that he didn't have the strength to speak, and his consciousness was becoming less and less clear. She sensed that Han Xing's breath was gradually weakening. When Han Xing passed out, Su Xiaoyang's entire body was struck by lightning. She looked at the man in her arms incredulously and muttered under her breath, Han Xing. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang only felt her heart clench violently. Bewilderment, panic, guilt, and anger. Su Xiaoyang only felt a surge of anger rush to the top of her head. At this moment, she raised her face that was demonic in its beauty, and her eyes became blood red. A ferocious, violent, bloodthirsty aura violently erupted from Su Xiaoyang's body. Hey! Dare to hurt my friend? Disgusting worm! You made me angry! At this moment, after the Knight Grand Captain slapped Han Xing away, he was about to lay his hands on the last Zhang Renmeng. However, the next moment, he then saw a flash of a silhouette appear in front of him. A pair of reddish eyes flashed. The moment the two of them locked eyes, the Knight Captain only felt a crazy, icy to the core gaze firmly lock onto him. The chill in that woman's eyes even made him feel goosebumps instantly rise on the surface of his body. However, the rich combat experience allowed the Lord Knight to quickly come back to his senses. Subconsciously, a sword swept out. Boom! The huge sword that was able to slap Shen Yun away suddenly stopped in midair. He could only see that the soft woman in front of him stretched out her delicate hand and clasped his broadsword. Kevin only felt a huge force clamping down on his weapon, and no matter how hard he tried, it remained motionless. What's the situation? A trace of bewilderment surfaced in the Knight Grand Captain's eyes. He simply couldn't imagine that he would lose to someone else in terms of strength, and it was still a weak woman. However, this dreamy scene was truly presented. At this moment, a bizarre smile surfaced on Su Xiaoyang's stunningly beautiful face. She softly asked, "Do you know what the most wonderful sound in the world is?" The Knight Grand Captain had a sharp jolt. He instantly came back to his senses and turned on his stormy state. "Playing God, eat my crushing power." The Night Lord let out an explosive shout as an invisible gas coalesced in his hand, a terrifying might brewing within it. With 2 consecutive explosive skills, even Shin Yun, who had turned on unyielding will, would be killed in seconds if he received this wave of attacks hard. However, right at this moment, a pair of smooth, delicate human palms climbed onto his arms like vipers. The knight captain only felt a huge force coming from his wrist. Su Xiaoyang once again let out a weird laugh. That is the sound of bones breaking one by one. Ka. After a crisp bone-cracking sound, Kevin was shocked to see that his thigh-thick arm, at that moment, was stiffly snapped in reverse, bending to his back at a bizarre angle. Roar! The immense pain brought about by the cracked bone caused this giant-like strong man to let out a heart-rending scream. However, this was only the beginning, only to see Su Xiaoyang with a crazy smile on her face after breaking his right hand. Damn it! The knight captain just wanted to resist. In the next moment, Su Xiaoyang's slender jade fingers, at some point, clasped his left wrist again. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-cracking sound resounded once again. The knight grand captain looked at his arms that were bent to a weird angle with a horrified expression. The sharp pain that conked his heart caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Su Xiaoyang's movements did not stop. The next moment, Su Xiaoyang violently kicked at his knee. Ka-chow! Ka-chow! 2 consecutive crisp bone-cracking sounds came, and the knight grand captain's legs were directly wasted. Ah! Kevin fell to his knees on the ground and couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. With his limbs wasted, the knight grand captain was equivalent to a tiger that had its claws and teeth removed, and his threat was greatly reduced. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Weak human. How could you have such a terrifying power like yours? However, Su Xiaoyang did not answer him, but said with a sickly smile, Ah, this voice, it's just too intoxicating. In this world, even the most precious musical instrument can't play such beautiful music, don't you think? The knight grand captain looked at Su Xiaoyang's smile and shuddered a little. You madman! Su Xiaoyang's scarlet eyes turned. She seemed to have thought of something and laughed softly. Do you know, Knight Grand Master, there are 206 bones in the human body. According to the sound of me breaking a bone in 1 second, it's about 3.5 minutes, which just happens to be the time of a song. A tremor ran through the Knight Grand Master's body. Knight Lord, let's play a game. The Knight Brigadier was no longer as calm as before, and threatened, I don't want to play any games with you. Quickly release me. Otherwise you will be hunted down by the Kingdom Knights, tens of thousands of knights. Su Xiaoyang let out a light laugh when she heard this. In the next moment, she grabbed the Knight Grand Captain's hair with one hand and violently smashed his head on the ground in his horrified gaze. Boom! The Knight Grand Captain's face made contact with the ground with a loud bang. The ground cracked like a spider web. Ah! Damned guy! Su Xiaoyang ignored the Knight Captain's shouts and said to herself, the next game to be played may be a bit painful, but you have to endure it and don't scream too loudly. Oh. The Knight Captain suddenly had some bad premonitions. Su Xiaoyang softly said, this game is called arm wrestling. Lon Finger gently lifted the Knight Captain's thick fingers. Ka! With a crisp bone-cracking sound, the Knight Brigadier was horrified to see that his middle finger was twisted to the back of his hand at a bizarre angle. With 10 fingers connected to one another, the violent and intense pain caused him to let out a beastly howl of misery. Ah! This miserable scream spread throughout the entire square, causing a chill to rise behind everyone. All the knights could not help but look towards the area where Han Xing and the others were. The next moment, they saw a scene that would last a lifetime. Chapter 105. Beheading a Lord. Their Knight Brigadier General, who could break 1,000 armies with the strength of one man, was currently lying on the ground like a dead dog. A woman with a soft figure was stepping on his back and was subjecting the Knight Grand Captain to inhumane torture. Ka! Ka! Click! A finger was broken one after another, and Su Xiaoyang's expression became more and more pleasurable. An angry voice suddenly sounded from the Kingdom Knights. Damn it! Go save Kevin! However, at this moment, Lemus suddenly had his soul power skyrocket, and a rushing miserable green aura swept towards the Kingdom Knights. At this moment, they could no longer provide support to Kevin. Right at this moment, Shin Yun and Chang Si-yong also slowly rose from the ground. The attack they had just suffered from the Lord Knights had caused them to briefly fall into a comatose state. At this moment, when they came to their senses, Chang Si-yong hurriedly poured himself a bottle of secret pill of life, and Shin Yun also took a sharp gulp of the secret pill. At this time, Zhang Renmeng had already helped Han Xing up, crying with pearly blossoms. Oh, brother Star, don't scare me. It's so hard for me to find someone I can trust. Don't leave Runner behind. Right at this moment, Shen Yun quickly ran over and after seeing Han Xing's condition, he hurriedly threw him a holy light healing. At this moment, Shen Yun said, Sister Run, don't panic, brother Xing just fainted. Shen Yun's spiritual power was high, and the effect of the healing spell was remarkable. A moment later, Han Xing's fingers moved. Then, consciousness gradually returned. When she saw Han Xing open his eyes, Zhang Renmeng cried tears of joy and hugged him tightly in her arms. Han Xing looked at the scene in front of him blankly and asked, Now, what is the situation? The duo did not answer, but pointed to the area where Su Xiaoyang was. When Han Xing saw this scene, his pupils instantly shrank. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang had already broken the 10 fingers of the Knight Grand Captain. Now, it was working on the Knight Grandmaster's shoulder bone. Su Xiaoyang stomped over. Ka! The clear cracking sound, as well as the Knight Grand Captain's feeble scream, caused Han Xing to shiver violently. He pointed ahead and said with a trembling voice, This is Su Little Sheep? Shen Yun and Zhang Renmeng also had blank eyes. Chang Jianyong on the side had even looked dumbfounded a long time ago. How could he not have imagined that the soft and weak Su Little Sheep would actually have such a cruel side? Right at this moment, Han Xing swept a glance at Su Xiaoyang's panel status. Survivor, Su Xiaoyang. Profession, Elf Archer. Level, 13. Attribute, Strength, Agility, 132, Spirit, 104, Physique, 114. Han Xing noticed that Su Xiaoyang's state at this moment was not quite right. Her strength attribute had actually turned into a question mark. In other words, it was too far beyond their attributes to detect. And just then, Su Xiaoyang seemed to have completed her little game, and a contented look emerged on her face. The Knight Grand Captain, who was lying on the ground, on the other hand, was exceptionally miserable. All 10 of his fingers were broken, his shoulder bones were sunken, including his wrists and legs at the joints, all of which were in a twisted state. This appearance made one's scalp feel numb just by looking at it. At this time, Su Xiaoyang slowly stood up and lightly laughed. Lord Knight, this is only the first round of the little game. Behind there are ribs, leg bones, and finally, it's your skull. How about it? Isn't it wonderful to hear the sound of your bones breaking one by one? However, at this time, the Knight Grand Captain was already dying, and was unable to answer her at all. In the next moment, she raised her beautiful leg and was about to stomp towards the Knight Grandmaster's back. Considering her state, if this kick was solid, several more bones would have to be shattered. Chang Myong and Shen Yun subconsciously covered their eyes. And right at this moment, Han Xing suddenly shouted, Little lamb! Su Xiaoyang's outstretched beautiful legs hovered in mid-air. Hearing Han Xing's call, she moved her head over, and the blood color in her pupils quickly disappeared after seeing Han Xing stand up. She said in surprise, Brother Star! Great, you're fine. Hearing Su Xiaoyang address herself, Han Xing did not care, although it was a bit strange. So he nodded, Well, I'm fine. Come over here first. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang quickly trotted over and no longer cared about the Knight Captain on the ground. To avoid a long night's sleep, Han Xing decided to make up for it. He extracted a few arrows and shot them out violently, accurately hitting the Knight Brigadier's head. Plop plop, the fine iron arrows missed from his canopy and penetrated all the way into his abdominal cavity. In the next moment, the already dying Knight Captain's body twitched, then collapsed in a pool of blood. A system prompt appeared. Successfully killed Knight Grand Captain Kevin 2-star Lord Creature. Gained 480,000 experience value. You are the first survivor in the entire service to kill a Lord-class creature. Obtaining a first kill reward, Hunter's Medal purple, Space Backpack drawing purple. Han Xing froze for a moment. He had only intended to mop up that Lord. It didn't occur to him that he seemed to have grabbed a headshot, and even took a Lord's first kill reward along the way. At this moment, Han Xing's eyes were odd. It was too late to check the reward. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang came to Han Xing's side with a face full of joy, and after confirming that he was truly fine, the blood color in her eyes instantly faded. In the next moment, Su Xiaoyang's body went soft, as if some sort of strength that supported her had disappeared, and she fell down smoothly. Han Xing smoothly embraced her, and a body of flesh that was soft and emitted a little bit of girlish aroma entered his arms. However, Han Xing did not have any other thoughts. and after confirming that Su Xiaoyang had only overdrawn her body strength, he sighed in relief. On the side, Zhang Renming's face did not change in any way, but instead looked at this scene with some relief. At this moment, Han Xing said, "Runner, come over and support Little Lamb." "Okay, Brother Star." Zhang Renming leaped and took Su Little Lamb from Han Xing's hands. It was at this moment. A commotion once again arose on the side of the Kingdom Knights as they realized that Kevin had died. The crowd suddenly heard an angry voice. "Enough!" The voice was very familiar and they knew who the owner of the voice was. The Night King Gruder. "Remus, you're already dead. Dead people should behave like dead people. Go back to your underworld." When Remus heard this voice, the hatred in his heart caused his soul power to skyrocket. And he said in a voice that was almost chilling, "Gruder, you despicable fellow, I'm going to break you into pieces." Naive, thinking that turning into an undead spirit gives you the qualifications to defy this king? "Remus, have you forgotten? What is this place?" Remus seemed to have thought of something, and in his deep pupils, the soul fire trembled for a moment. At the same time, an intense holy light suddenly descended from the sky of the judgment arena, suppressing Remus and the others. It was as if this holy light had an innate restraining effect on undead creatures like them. Under the holy light, the undead knights seemed as if they were in the midst of flames, and one by one, they let out wails of pain. The moment they came into contact with the holy light, several undead knight souls shattered and dissipated into the air. "Damn it! You actually used the power of the god of light," Remus shouted angrily. Gruder still didn't show himself and coldly grunted. "The god of light is the god of faith of the human race. Isn't it only natural for this king, as the leader of the human race, to be able to utilize the power of the god of light?" During the short time the two conversed, the holy light continued to scorch. Dozens more undead night souls shattered. This meant that the last traces of their existence in the world were also erased, disappearing forever. As more and more of his companions disappeared, Remus stretched out his hand in despair, but he could barely maintain his soul body under the holy light. The battle seemed to be doomed. Remus said in grief, "O God of light, can't you see that your followers are being persecuted by a treacherous man? Why are you helping him against us?" However, there was no response to Remus' call. Gods that would not pay attention to such lowly creatures as the undead. Remus seemed to hear the man snort. At this moment, he recalled the image of his wife and daughter before they died. The desperate and empty eyes, the scaly body, searing his nerves again and again. "Ratana, Ellie, I can no longer avenge your deaths." Vaguely, a woman's voice rang in Remus' ears. "If you offer your soul, you will gain the power to destroy the world." Soul. Power to destroy the world. Remus was shaking in his heart. He knew that once he agreed, he would be in a state of limbo, and would henceforth become a godless puppet. After a violent struggle, a rush of breath swept over Remus. Right at this moment, all the shadows within the square disappeared. All images stopped, including the vast army of knights, Remus and the others who were crushed under the holy light. They all disappeared. It was like a movie that hadn't finished playing, leaving Han Xing and the others watching on the side bewildered. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 2-star Secret Realm Knight's Judgment Ground. The completion level of this challenge is 100%. Received an experience reward of 700,000. Received prop rewards: Strongman Fragment 27, Rune Crystal 1030, Silver Treasure Chest 4, Gold Treasure Chest 1. A large pile of rewards, smashing the crowd into confusion. At this moment, Chang Myong said in a confused manner, "Ah, this is the end. Where's Remus? Did he sell his soul or not?" The crowd couldn't help but be a bit confused as well. Han Xing shook his head and said, "I don't know. Since it's already over, let's not bother with that. That giant dragon said that the images here are just projections of what happened in the past. No matter what, the end is already predetermined. We can't change anything." As the crowd listened, they nodded indistinctly. Han Xing always felt that there was something odd about this 2-star secret realm that they had cleared. It was not known if all 2-star secret realms were like this, or if only this one of theirs was a special case. Thinking of this, Han Xing shook his head and stopped thinking about this. After all, they would have to challenge other secret realms later, so they would know then. Just then, Su Xiaoyang seemed to have regained her consciousness as well. Chapter 106. Unboxing. Titan Battle Kai. Han Xing noticed that Su Xiaoyang's breath had now become very weak, and she could barely even stand. It seemed to be the aftermath of that state just now. Zhang Renmeng supported Su Xiaoyang and waited for her to wake up. Cheng Jianyong seemed to be somewhat unable to hold back and asked, Little lamb sister, the state you were in just now. Su Little Sheep's face turned red as she hurriedly defended. No, it wasn't like this. I normally wouldn't be like this. I'm not some bone-crushing female devil. Han Xing, Shen Yun. Su Xiaoyang looked nervous at this time and said, You guys don't be afraid of me. I won't be like this to you guys. Cheng Jianyong, associated with the state of Su Xiaoyang just now, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, No, it's okay. We're not afraid of you. I'm just curious. How did you just explode such a terrifying power? For this question, the crowd was indeed interested. The main reason was that the power that Su Little Sheep had just erupted had exceeded the strength of the current survivors. It was truly terrifying. Su Xiaoyang listened and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she explained, Actually, I'm not too sure. When I first entered the game, I heard a prompt that said my destiny was in line with this world and extracted an S-rank talent. War Witch. This talent only opens when encountering a life-threatening situation. After opening the talent, my power will skyrocket many times, having a numerical value I'm not too sure. And the price is that after finishing the battle, I will fall into a state of weakness for a whole day, and I won't even be able to hold a weapon. As the crowd listened, a puzzled expression appeared on their faces. S-rank talent? Su Xiaoyang nodded. You guys don't have it? Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun and the others all shook their heads. Instead, it was Han Xing who was somewhat puzzled, because when he entered the empty island world, he also extracted a talent. SSS grade talent. Divine Artisan. It was this talent that allowed him to craft all sorts of superb equipment along the way without failing, leading the progress of the other survivors. A war witch? It sounded very strong indeed. Han Xing said at this time, All right, forget about that. The little sheep is now in a weakened state. It's better to hurry up and finish opening the chest and get out. The crowd also remembered this. They turned their gazes over. On the empty square, there were 5 treasure chests displayed. Holy, the rewards are really rich this time. There are 5 treasure chests and a gold treasure chest. One should know that a silver treasure chest would definitely be able to open a purple suit. And the gold treasure box, there is a high probability of being able to open the gold equipment. The crowd was also stunned by the rewards of this one, then excitedly walked to the treasure chest. At this time, Han Xing asked, Who's going to open this first treasure chest first? Cheng Jianyong rubbed his hands together and looked at Han Xing expectantly. Shen Yun laughed at this time. Let Cheng Si-yong do it. This guy has always had a good hand. Han Xing nodded. Then I'll be flattered. Cheng Si-yong laughed, then walked over to the first silver treasure chest and opened it. A blue and purple light flashed by. The crowd poked their heads to look. The items opened in the treasure chest were mediocre, except for some ordinary materials, and then a purple weapon. Have obtained Secret Silver 17, Blood of the Strong 31, Mage Advancement Profession Scroll 1, have obtained Ice Crystal Sword Purple 1, Ice Crystal Sword Purple LV 15, Quality Precious, Attack Power 174-183, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Attachment Effect Heart Strike Rate increased by 30%, Attachment Effect Breath of Extreme Cold when an attack hits the target. It will cause the enemy to fall into a state of deceleration, and the speed of movement will be reduced by 10%. A hint of disappointment couldn't help but surface in the eyes of the crowd. Cheng Jianyong was also surprised. Wipe. This time the luck is so bad? If it was usual, opening a purple suit would be enough for them to be excited for a while. But now, because Han Xing had given them complete sets of high-quality purple suits, not only was the quality extremely good, the attributes also crushed the equipment opened inside the treasure chest. Therefore, this Ice Crystal Sword was somewhat disappointing. However, on the Ice Crystal Sword, that special effect of slowing down was good. Combined with the 15% deceleration effect of Zhang Renming's Ice Spear, it added up to a total of 25% deceleration. The crowd started to go open the second treasure chest. Han Xing still asked Cheng Si-yong to touch it. Cheng Si-yong rubbed his hands together and opened the treasure chest again. A white light flashed. Secret Silver 13, Magic Crystals 342, Warrior Advancement Profession Scroll 1, and Chaos Rune Drawing Medium 1 have been obtained. Chaos Rune Drawing Medium. Consume Rune Crystal 200, Spirit Core 100 to create a rune that can increase one attribute at random in a medium range attribute increase range 6-9. Compared to the Chaos Rune Week on Hanxing's current drawing board, this medium rune increased the attributes by a considerable amount. Roughly, a medium rune could probably increase attributes by an additional 2 points over a low rune. Don't underestimate these 2 points. A survivor was able to equip 7 parts of equipment on his body, and if all of them were attached with the rune effect, it was not a small boost when accumulated. Haha, not bad this time, Chung Jianyong exulted. Then when it came to the third treasure chest, the things that came out once again became mediocre. Other than some regular materials, it was a purple dagger, the weapon of the stalker profession. The crowd didn't say anything about it, but Sung Mi-yong had a weak heart. Arriving at the fourth silver treasure chest, Chung Si-yong suddenly said, "I won't open it after that. My hand isn't too good today." Han Xing nodded and said, "Shin Yun, you go try." Shin Yun heard and laughed. "Okay." Snap. After the treasure chest was opened, the things opened inside were somewhat unsatisfactory. The purple suit inside was a staff. However, this purple staff was a level 15, and in terms of damage alone, it was a bit higher than the level 11 staff that Han Xing had crafted for Zhang Renmeng. Now, there was only one last golden treasure chest left to open on the field. And that, too, was the big head of this reward. In the golden treasure chest, there was a high probability that golden equipment could be opened, which Han Xing had already verified. Everyone was very much looking forward to it in their hearts. This last one, who will open it? Han Xing asked. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Chang Jianyong and Shin Yun shook their heads together. "None of us have good luck today. It's better not to open it. In case it goes dark, the loss would be too great." Han Xing nodded. At this time, Chang Si-yong suddenly said, "Why don't we let sister-in-law? Let sister-in drive?" On the side, Zhang Renmeng froze a bit when she heard Chang Si-yong mention her. In her heart, she also did want to experience the joy of opening a golden treasure chest once. Han Xing could see the eagerness on her face and said, "Runner, you go." On the side, Su Xiaoyang's face changed slightly when she heard Han Xing address Zhang Renmeng. Zhang Renmeng was just about to agree, but she paid attention to Su Xiaoyang's face beside her. And after a quick turn of her mind, she laughed. "No, it's better to let Sister Xiaoyang drive. This time, it's still thanks to Little Sheep Sister that she saved everyone once." When the crowd heard this, they also expressed that they didn't have any opinions. After all, this time, Su Little Sheep's credit was too great. Killing a lord single-handedly, saying it out loud could scare people to death. Su Little Sheep, who was in a state of loss, heard Zhang Renmeng ask her to open the golden treasure chest, and immediately waved her hand. "No, no, no, I can't do it." However, at this time, Zhang Renmeng had already pulled her sleeve and brought Su Xiaoyang to the side of the golden treasure chest without saying a word. "Little Sheep Sister. Sister's luck hasn't been very good yet. Before this, Sister's life was very uneventful, even when she came to this world. If I hadn't met Xinger, I might have died at the hands of monsters, and I wouldn't have gotten to know Little Sheep Sister." Zhang Renmeng had something in her words, and Su Xiaoyang was just about to continue to shrug it off. At this time, she heard Han Xing's voice from behind her. "It's fine. You open it, Little Sheep. We'll have to team up together in the future, and there will be many opportunities to open treasure chests." Hearing this, Su Little Sheep also nodded, then looked at Zhang Renmeng gratefully. In his heart, his favorability towards this big sister with a friendly attitude and caring attitude soared once again. In the crowd's expectant gaze, Su Xiaoyang walked to the golden treasure chest, then slowly opened it. The moment it was opened, a dazzling golden light appeared before the eyes of the crowd. "I go, this movement." Chang Si-yong marveled from the side. Snap! As the treasure chest opened, the crowd was the first to look towards the chest. Inside, there was a golden yellow armor lying quietly, and on top of the armor, there was a ring that emitted a bright golden light. Secret Silver 47 has been obtained. Constant Gold Ingot 7 has been obtained. Vibranium Primordial Stone 3 has been obtained. Kingdom's Sacred Ring Gold has been obtained. Titan Battle Kai Gold has been obtained. 1. 2 pieces of golden equipment opened in one chest. Chung Jianyong looked like he had seen a monster. Shin Yun also sighed from the side. "Today, I've seen what a true Euro Emperor is." Zhang Renmeng was trembling with excitement as she held Su Xiaoyang's hand on the side. "Sister Little Sheep, you are awesome." Han Xing also couldn't help but give Su Xiaoyang a thumbs up. In the face of the crowd's admiration, Su Little Lamb blushed. Her heart was warm, and for the first time, she experienced a sense of team recognition. At the same time, the attributes of the two pieces of equipment appeared in front of Han Xing and the others. Titan Battle Kai Gold LV-15. Quality Legendary. Defense 43-47. Strength plus 30. Physique plus 30. Incidental Special Effect Titan's Wrath. When attacked, there is a 30% probability of raising 20 points of strength and 20 points of physique. Incidental Special Effect Unloading Power. When attacked physically, reduce the damage caused by the opponent's 20 points of power. Incidental Special Effect Titan's Soul. Legendary Special Effect. When activating the skill, there is a 50% probability of attaching the Soul of Titan state to oneself. Under this state, the physical damage and magic damage received is reduced by 25%, and after receiving a cumulative total of 5 times of damage, the Soul of Titan effect disappears and inflicts 1x power real damage on the enemy. Strong attributes. The first piece of equipment shocked the crowd. They also held back their excitement and checked the second gold-colored equipment. Kingdom Ring Gold LV-15, Quality Precious, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Attached Special Effect Intermediate Magic Resistance when attacked by magic, reduces the effect caused by magic damage by 20%. Attached Special Effect Kingdom Authority launching an attack. There is a 20% probability of inflicting an additional 20% true damage. 2 pieces of golden equipment, one of legendary quality and one of precious quality. The most precious of them was naturally that Titan Battle Kai. It didn't have a specific armor distinction, in other words, it could be equipped regardless of the profession. However, its attributes were more inclined towards warriors and holy professions. Shun Yun marveled. The defense of this war Kai, it's really perverted. It's almost catching up to this immortal shield. The shield was the equipment that added the most defense in Empty Island Paradise. However, since this immortal shield of his was level 11 and the Titan Battle Kai was level 15, in terms of strength, the Titan Battle Kai actually surpassed the immortal shield. Han Xing pondered for a moment before saying, "What do you guys think about giving this Battle Kai to Shen Yun?" Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang nodded their heads, indicating that they had no opinion. Chang Jianyong also shrugged indifferently. Shen Yun froze for a moment when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Star, give it to little Yongzi. This Battle Kai adds a lot of power. Not only can it enhance his output ability, but it can also enhance his resistance to being punched. And when the time comes, if I run into monsters that I can't hold up against, Chang Si-yong will be able to hold it up for me as well." However, at this time, Han Xing explained, "Shen Yun, your analysis makes sense, but as you can see from the previous few battles, a meat shield occupies a very important position in the team. When we fought against that Lord Knight before, if you had this Battle Kai, you should have been able to resist that guy's attacks and we wouldn't have gotten into such a dangerous situation. Our team doesn't lack output. What's missing is someone who can be at the front." After listening to Han Xing's analysis, Shen Yun froze for a moment, then nodded. Chang Jianyong also said disdainfully from the sidelines, "I don't want it. Want me to take a beating with you? No way." Seeing this, Shen Yun also stopped pushing back and accepted this golden Battle Kai. He now, too, was a person with 2 pieces of golden equipment. After rising to 15, Shen Yun's defense would once again skyrocket dramatically. There was another piece of golden equipment in the back, the Ring of the Kingdom, which was only of rare quality with no legendary special effects, and its strength was inferior by a large margin. However, the attribute bonus alone was still very powerful. Han Xing wasn't polite either. This Kingdom Ring, he took it for himself. He would be able to equip it when he ascended to level 15, and his attributes would then be able to be raised by another cut. The crowd also acquiesced. At this time, Shen Yun's side said suspiciously, "This secret realm is over. Why isn't the system sending us out as well?" They were immersed in the excitement of opening the treasure chest, and hearing Shen Yun say it, the crowd only remembered this. Right. "Oh, by the way, how are we going to get out?" However, Han Xing associated it with something. Han Xing remembered that he had additionally triggered a hidden stage challenge when he cleared that 1-star secret realm. Inside, he had coincidentally obtained the drawings for the creation of a spiritual energy puppet. It was only because he didn't have the crafting drawings for the spiritual energy cores that he couldn't batch craft them right now. Could it be that this night's trial ground also had a hidden stage? Just then, a system prompt appeared. "Survivors, your outstanding performance has been successfully recognized by Remus Consciousness," automatically triggering the 3rd stage of the Knight's Judgment Ground, the Choice of Fate. There is no need to fight in this stage, but you need to answer a question. The system will reward you with the appropriate props based on your choices. Chapter 107. The first orange equipment in the entire service. The third stage of the trial, Choice of Destiny, has opened. Please answer the question. Did Remus offer his soul to the Witch of Desire in the final scene? 1. Yes. 2. No. Please make your choices as soon as possible. Hearing this prompt, the crowd froze. This third stage, unlike the one Han Xing had triggered before, actually required answering a question. Although the system introduction said that regardless of whether one chose yes or no, a corresponding reward would be given. But if one chose the wrong one, would the reward be discounted as well? The crowd was a little worried. Associating that scene just now, everyone subconsciously thought that Remus had 100% chosen to sacrifice his soul. After all, his entire family had been killed. This kind of blood feud could not be put down just by saying so. In a novel, a person like Remus was a proper protagonist template. Just when Han Xing was about to choose one, Xin Yun said at this time, "Brother Star, pick the second one." The crowd looked at Xin Yun at the same time, seeming to not quite understand why he was making this choice. Han Xing was puzzled. "Are you sure?" Xin Yun nodded. Then he began to explain. When Remus was at his angriest in his heart, all he was thinking about was revenge against Gruder. If it were us, it would be hard to vent his hatred without slaughtering the entire kingdom. Associated with Remus's loyalty to his faith, I think that even in the end, he would not give up his personal consciousness. That is, he would not be willing to sacrifice his soul. After listening to Xin Yun's analysis, Han Xing nodded. He chose option 2. A system prompt appeared. You have made your choice. Receive a reward. Knight of Light Profession Scroll 1. Knight of Glory Profession Scroll. After a survivor reaches level 10, using this scroll allows them to transfer to the hidden profession, Knight of Glory. The survivor's full attributes are increased by 200%. The level cap is increased to level 20, and the physical and spiritual will receive a 2-fold growth when upgrading. Automatically learn the exclusive skills of the Knight of Light, Power of Light, Blessing of Courage, and Great Reparation spell. Looking at the scroll's occupation introduction, the crowd froze for a moment, then simultaneously looked at Xin Yun. This additional reward was actually a Knight's Hidden Profession scroll. On the field, there was only one Knight profession, Xin Yun, and this hidden profession scroll naturally would be assigned to his hands. Chang Jianyong said grudgingly from the side, "Envious how come the good stuff that came out? All of them are used by Xiao Yunzi. I also want to switch to a hidden profession Xin Yun glanced at him and said, "Can't you see the name of this secret realm? Knight's Judgment Ground. The things that come out of it are of course all things that knights can use." Just then, a system prompt appeared. The Secret Realm challenge has been completed. After 10 seconds, it will teleport all survivors out. Han Xing glanced at the center of the square, and he vaguely saw the human silhouette watching the crowd. There should be other secrets in this night trial arena, but the system didn't give them any extra time to explore, so Han Xing could only give up. Just then, Han Xing noticed that there seemed to be something stale on the ground where they had just fought that Lord-class knight. The appearance of that thing looked like a large sword. Han Xing froze for a moment. At that time, he was in a state of unconsciousness and did not see the scene of Su Xiaoyang's battle. Nor did he know that the Night Lord weapon never had the chance to pick it up again after it fell to the ground. But the strange thing was, before that, those knights they had killed, after they died, their corpses as well as the equipment on their bodies, would all turn into white light and disappear. This Lord Knight's weapon, on the other hand, was actually still here, with the last 5 seconds left in the countdown. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by. Han Xing turned on his wild instinct and instantly rushed over. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Han Xing appeared in front of the huge broadsword and picked it up. A system prompt appeared. Have obtained the Knight Grand Captain, Kevin's sword. Lion Giant Sword Orange. Han Xing. Hearing the sound, the crowd looked over in unison. However, the next moment the countdown had ended. With a flash, Han Xing and the others were teleported back into their territory. After coming out, the time had already come to late night. The starry sky at night was dotted with stars. In this 2-star secret realm, they had almost spent more than 2 hours. As soon as they came out, Han Xing quickly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that the territory was intact and the defense shield had not been attacked, the group simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. And right at this moment, Han Xing threw the huge broadsword from his backpack onto the ground in front of the crowd. Dang lang! At the sight of the weapon that looked somewhat familiar, the crowd seemed to recall the way that Lord Knight had attacked them while wielding the greatsword. At this moment, Chung Si-yong said with some uncertainty, Brother Star, this thing, it can't be that Night Lord's weapon, right? Han Xing nodded. Yes, and it's also an orange-colored weapon. When they received Han Xing's affirmative answer, the crowd's pupils shrank. When they heard the words orange weapon, they even directly froze. However, this was not what surprised them the most. When they saw on this weapon the strong attributes, they were already shocked to a state of no return. Lion Greatsword Orange LV-15, Quality Legendary, Attack Power, 323-354, Strength plus 50, Hit Rate plus 10%. Attachment Effect Breaking Army when attacking. Ignore the opponent's 50 points of defense. Attachment Effect Lion's Heart at the beginning of the battle. Attach the Lion's Heart status to yourself, increasing your strength by 12%. Attachment Effect King of the 100 Beasts Legendary Level Effect. King of Beasts. Legendary Effect. After opening the King of Beasts state, all enemies will fall into a state of shock. Defense reduced by 50 points. Movement speed reduced by 20%. At the same time, the user's attacks will definitely hit and must be accompanied by a flying effect. The cooldown of the special effect is 6 hours.
Hiss.
After reading the attributes of this great sword, the crowd sucked in a cold breath in unison. Is this an orange-colored equipment? It's truly terrifying, Chung Si-yong marveled. Xin Yun was also shocked. This weapon? It's probably the first orange equipment in the entire region. Isn't it? At the current stage, a single piece of golden equipment was rare, let alone the even more advanced orange equipment. There was no excuse for Xin Yun to say that this was the first orange equipment in the entire region. At this moment, Chung Jianyong seemed to have thought of something. He was a warrior profession, and with this great sword only he could equip it on the field. Thus, Chung Si-yong piled a twisted smile on his face, then asked with anticipation, Brother Star, this orange greatsword, can I have it? Han Xing instantly had goosebumps behind his back, and he said breathlessly, Chung Si-yong, give me a good talk. However, Chung Myong still looked at him with that imploring gaze. Han Xing resisted the urge to give him an arrow and casually threw his broadsword over. Thank you, Brother Star. People will listen to you from now on. Rubbish. Han Xing just wanted to give him a kick, but Chung Myong immediately took the broadsword, and the fawning expression on his face disappeared and turned into a look of excitement. He cradled the lion greatsword in his arms and stroked it delicately, as if he were treating his little lover. What a handsome weapon. TSK. Look at the lines on this sword body. This texture, it's simply handsome. Chung Jianyong exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. He held the weapon and loved it. Han Xing also said breathlessly at this time, hurry up and upgrade. When you get to level 15, with the enhancement of this great sword, your damage might even surpass mine. Hearing this, Chung Si-yong replied with his mouth full of energy. Then, he hugged the greatsword again and came over to Xin Yun's side and said conspiratorially, Little Yunzi, Brother Xing gave it to me, envious or not? Xin Yun gave him a blank look. Of course, it was impossible to say that it was not envious. After all, that could be an orange weapon, and after equipping it, the attack power was more than enhanced by a large margin. However, Xin Yun also had his own gain, as he hemmed and hawed and pulled out a scroll from his bosom. Little Yongzi, I also have something good, much more powerful than your orange weapon. Radiant Knight Scroll, Hidden Profession Ah. Is little Yongzi envious? Chung Si-yong looked at the scroll in his hand, then at the greatsword, and twisted his head to the side, saying, I'm not envious. However, Han Xing was also interested in the profession of Radiant Knight, and he came over and said, Shun Yun, transfer the profession for us to see the effects. The Knight of Radiance could be much stronger than the profession of Magus, and a 200% increase in all attributes alone would not be a disadvantage at all. Xin Yun also nodded and said, Brother Star, I'll transfer then. Don't forget to bring me upgrades later. Han Xing laughed. Don't worry. Xin Yun tapped the scroll in front of the crowd. In the next moment, white holy light suddenly appeared in the sky around the entire territory. Everyone only felt a white blanket in front of their eyes, but being in the holy light, they felt a sense of tranquility after a long time. In the next moment, all of this light converged towards Xin Yun's body. However, unlike Su Xiaoyang, those knights were also human, and Xin Yun's size did not change much. When the light dissipated, Xin Yun looked at his personal panel and revealed a joyful expression. Han Xing asked from the side, How does it feel? What are the effects of those skills? Xin Yun smiled, then directly posted the 3 skills to the chat window. Power of Radiance, passive skill, the effect of all skills of the Holy Priesthood increased by 20%, all attacks additional Holy Light sanctioning effect. When switching the defensive state, it will attach an additional layer of Holy Light to the shield, cutting the damage received by 20%. Courage Blessing. Attach Courage Blessing status to a single teammate or yourself, increasing attack power by 20%, movement speed by 20%, and defense by 20%. Effect lasts 200 seconds, cooldown 100 seconds. Great Reparative Spell Formation. Creates a Spirit 0.2 meter spell formation with a reparative effect. Within the spell formation, all friendly units recover a large amount of life force per second. Holy! So strong? Chang Jianyong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The three skills, each one was incredibly strong. Especially that Power of Radiance as a passive skill, it could be said to be a permanent increase. A 20% increase in the effects of all the skills of just one Holy Priesthood was considered a divine skill. Chapter 108, Hunter's Metal Purple. The 20% increase in skill effects allowed Shin Yun to release his healing skills with a stronger recovery effect, and his Holy Light Shield would also become stronger. Together with a defense stance, it could also cut damage drastically. Coupled with a Holy Light Sanction effect, it could be said to be both offensive and defensive. Compared to the other two professions of the Holy Priesthood, Knights and Magi. Knights favored defense and melee combat, being able to carry damage while providing a bit of output. The Magus, on the other hand, was more of a support class with 2 support skills and a healing skill. But now, the hidden profession of Knight of Radiance could be said to have concentrated the strengths of these two professions into one and exerted a stronger effect. In other words, after Shin Yun had switched professions, his healing ability and resistance to monsters had been drastically improved. Although his level had dropped to level 10, not only had his attributes not been lowered, but they had also been substantially increased. This was because, for normal survivors, when they used the Advancement Profession Scroll, they would receive a fixed 100% increase in their attributes. Hidden professions, on the other hand, would naturally be a little different. Han Xing remembered that Su Xiaoyang's Elven Archer was a 150% attribute boost. His Wild Ranger and Shin Yun's Shining Knight, on the other hand, were 200% attribute boosts. In terms of strength, the Wild Ranger and the Knight of Light were indeed that much stronger than the Elven Archer. Han Xing mused. It seems that there are strengths and weaknesses among the hidden professions. Shin Yun smiled triumphantly as he felt that his basic attributes had gotten a substantial increase. It was only because his level had dropped to level 10, causing him to have many pieces of equipment that he couldn't wear, and the strength he could exert was somewhat discounted. But it didn't matter. With the strength of Han Xing's squad, he would soon be able to bring Shen Yun's level up. At this time, Han Xing looked at the extra drawing on his drawing bar again. That was the first kill reward for killing a Lord Monster, a Hunter's Metal Purple, and a Space Backpack Crafting Drawing Purple. Han Xing first looked at the effect of that Hunter's Metal. Hunter's Metal Purple. Special equipment, 5% increase in all attributes when worn. Inflicts an additional 5% damage on Lord-level creatures. Can upgrade the metal by killing Lord-level and above Lord-level monsters. Metal Upgrade Progress. 110. Note: upgrade progress can only be gained by killing Lord monsters whose level is not lower than your own. The next stage of the metal Elite Hunter Gold. HM? Special Equipment. Han Xing was surprised for a moment. He had thought that a purple trinket like this wouldn't produce any too good attributes. But this Hunter's Medallion was very strong. Just a 5% increase in all attributes was almost as good as the boost brought by a piece of equipment. Plus, the metal could be upgraded by killing Lord creatures. This thing was equivalent to a piece of growable equipment with endless potential. The upgrade progress is only 1. In other words, will there be 9 more Lord monsters to kill before we can upgrade to the next stage? Han Xing couldn't help but look forward to it. After looking at the attributes of this metal, Han Xing proceeded to look at another drawing reward. Space Backpack Drawing Purple. A backpack with 500-800 storage spaces can be crafted with a medium-range attribute increase effect. Materials required for crafting: Spirit Core 2000, Secret Silver 5, Tough Beast Skin 5, Ether 10,000. Crafting success rate 20%. By the Divine Artisan Talent Bonus, the crafting success rate has reached 100%. Equipment requirement: LV 20. The attributes of the purple space backpack were unsurprising. In addition to having more space, the boosted attributes had also become more numerous. Compared to the blue backpack, which had a maximum of 200 spaces, the purple backpack could be said to have been boosted a few more times. Although the materials required to make it had also increased substantially, Han Xing was not panicked at all. With his current reserve of materials, it could be said to be very sufficient, with only rare materials such as tough beast skin being relatively scarce. At this time, Han Xing swept his warehouse interface. Tough beast skin, 1,732 sheets. There were two ways to obtain tough beast skin. One was to decompose the corpses of alpha-level monsters, and the other was to open it out with a small probability in treasure chests of silver level or above. So Han Xing did not have much in reserve. Han Xing pondered, there are only over 1,000 tough beast skins, which means that at most we can only make more than 300 backpacks out of it, and for a wave of large-scale trading, this amount is completely insufficient. It seems that we'll have to keep an eye out for materials like tough beast skin in the trading channel in the near future. The current region had merged from 10,000 people to over 900,000 people. Some of the scarce materials had also become plentiful. When Han Xing hoarded a wave of tough beast skins and then waited for most of the survivors to level up to 20, that was when he would strike. At that time, a random wave of transactions would make him a fortune. Although Han Xing had drawings for golden weapons, he could also make golden longbows in bulk and take them out for sale. However, people were selfish, and right now in the market, golden equipment was incredibly rare, especially a golden weapon that could almost increase a survivor's strength by 50%. Now that everyone was rushing the leveling charts, Han Xing didn't want to create many competitors for himself out of thin air. And this purple backpack drawing was Han Xing's new cash cow. This trip to the secret realm could be said to be full of rewards. The crowd's levels had all risen by a few levels, and they had also obtained a few new pieces of equipment, increasing their overall strength drastically. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly heard a gurgling sound. Following the source of the sound, everyone gazed over. The one making the sound was actually Su Xiao Sheep. At this moment, she blushed in shame and seemed to be very embarrassed about the sound she made. She explained, "Kong, I just fought with that big guy and consumed a lot of physical strength, so I'm a bit hungry." After saying that, Su Xiaoyang lowered her head in embarrassment. The crowd smiled at each other and did not care. At this time, Han Xing saw the several piglets leisurely strolling on Chang Xiyong's territory and suddenly said, "Chang Xiyong, these piglets on your territory, they are quite fat?" Chang Jianyong's face changed. His face was full of smiles. "Brother Xing, which fat ah? These are piglets, not yet grown up. Wait until they are fattened up before slaughtering them." At this time, Xin Yun is also on the sidelines of the demolition of the stage. "Say what it into Xiyong. Piglet's meat is delicious. Whether it is fried or boiled, that meat tender no words." Xin Yun's words turned. "Or is it that you took Brother Star's orange weapon and refused to even contribute a pig?" Chang Xiyong listened and said grudgingly, "I'm not an ordinary pig. They can help me fight when they grow up." Yes, those pigs in Changmyang's territory were not a breed from the Blue Star. Rather, they were a new species called Kwai Xiang pigs, which not only looked white, but also had some fighting ability. Han Xing took a look at them, and these sunflower-scented pigs were all between level 1-2, and each had a basic skill, Spiritual Power Transformation. Spiritual Power Transformation. It can convert the aura contained in food into its own power in a small amount, improving its attributes. This skill allowed these sunflower fragrant pigs to have more basic attributes than normal monsters of the same level, and their combat power was still there. It was said that normally, these pigs also only ate food mixed with spirit cores, which was precious. However, Xin Yun said breathlessly, "What's wrong with not being an ordinary pig? In this world, there are many species that are not ordinary, and they are still not killed, skinned and eaten by us as usual?" Chang Xiyong couldn't say anything to him, so he could only say something like a compromise. "Okay, then we can only eat one." Hearing this, Han Xing and Xin Yun looked at each other and then laughed. Then, Han Xing pulled back the bowstring and the arrow shot out instantly. A piglet's head was pierced through, and it collapsed without even letting out a scream. The other few sunflower-scented pigs were instantly scared and scattered in all directions. However, Changmyang's territory was this big, so they couldn't run anywhere even if they wanted to. "Haha, eat meat!" Han Xing clapped his hands, then ran over excitedly with Xin Yun and dragged the piglets over. Chang Myong looked at them grudgingly. "The piglet is so cute. Why do you want to eat the piglet?" However, Han Xing and Xin Yun didn't care about his ghostly complaints. They directly finished bleeding and then cleaned up their internal organs. Han Xing took out 2 huge arrows and tied the piglet to it. It had to be said that the Aoixiang pig really lived up to its name. Even before they had set up the fire to roast it, they could smell a faint fragrance on the meat. They could even imagine how strong the fragrance could be after roasting. It must be very tempting. Shin Yun asked at this time, Brother Xing, are you preparing to make roasted suckling pig? That's right. Han Xing replied as he placed dark firestones underneath the barbecue rack. When the number of dark firestones piled up became larger, the core temperature of the same area would become higher, and the effect exerted would be similar to charcoal roasting. Under the heat of the dark firestones, the piglet's skin gradually turned brown. The aroma of meat began to waft out. The crowd was attracted by the peculiar fragrance and closed their eyes to enjoy it. Chang Jianyong was not ghostly at this time, drooling at the side and looking expectantly at the pork that Han Xing was turning over in his hands. Shin Yun helped at the side, brushing a layer of oil from time to time and then sprinkling seasonings. Half an hour later, the exterior of this roasted suckling pig had been roasted to a golden brown color. Under the crowd's expectant gazes, Han Xing raised the pork and announced, "Let's eat." He took the lead in tearing off the two front legs and distributed them to Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang. The two women glanced at each other, then took it with a light smile. Then, Han Xing cut off a few pieces of pork, threaded them on the arrows, and handed them over to Shin Yun and Chang Si-yong. Han Xing cut a piece himself, then couldn't wait to start tasting it. With a bite, the tender meat was as if it was melting in his mouth. "I'll go, absolute." Han Xing gave a thumbs up. The crowd heard this and began to feast on it. After fighting all day, everyone was hungry. Even the shy Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Renmeng were holding up a pig's trotter at this moment, chomping on the pork, completely forgetting to pay attention to their ladle-like image. Yummy! Delicious! This pork is too delicious. Never had such delicious pork. I'll go. Chang Myong, you leave me a pig's trotter. Don't eat it all. Leave some for me too. On the territory, the sound of people scrambling resounded from time to time. Half an hour later, the roasted suckling pig was divided cleanly by 5 people. Chapter 109, 100 Service Celebrity List. After eating and drinking their fill, the crowd comfortably leaned back on their chairs and admired the empty island at night. During this time, Zhang Renmeng had been sitting with Su Xiaoyang, as if they had endless words to say, rather like glue. Han Xing glanced at the two girls before moving a stool and sitting to the side. He was bored, so he opened the forums, wanting to see what had happened among the survivors after the merging of the zones. Today was the first day after the merging of the zones. A few big things happened in the 2 major regions as well. First, the teams from the regions started to keep grabbing people and hijacking the public chat channels, causing a lot of anger. After a whole day of spraying each other, Boundless from District 101 stepped in and stopped the crowd from spraying each other. As the leader of the largest team in Area 101, Boundless was also a legendary figure. Not long after the leaderboards had opened, he had taken the lead in passing through the first Cloud Mystery Realm, taking first place. After a full day of exploration, Boundless now had 5 points in the Cloud Mystery Realm and had remained in first place. This meant that he had cleared at least 2 or more Cloud Mysteries, and his strength could be considered quite impressive. Boundless' appearance was still considered a deterrent. Adhering to the attitude that they would have to cooperate with each other in the future, the various regional teams stopped their screen-swiping recruiting behavior. On top of that, several large-scale clashes between survivors broke out today. Because the regions had just been merged, the original number 1 group in each region felt that they were the strongest and no one defied anyone. Although everyone was restrained, there were still several large-scale clash events between survivors that broke out. After reading today's information, at this time, Chang Jianyong, who was also brushing through the forum posts, suddenly said, "Brother Xing, Xiao Yunzi, look, someone in the forum is making some kind of celebrity list. It seems like the heat is quite high." Celebrity list? What the hell? The crowd was puzzled, and after clicking into the forum, they suddenly realized that one of the posts with the highest heat right now. The title of the post was, "Freshly Released, Area 101 Area 200. List of celebrities in each region." Clicking in, they found that the poster was a survivor called Dust Covenant. In it, he said, "The initial merging of the districts, counting down the major districts' popular figures, 101 District Boundless, 111 District Optimus Prime, 199 District Alpha. I'm sure that, to a greater or lesser extent, all of you have heard of these people's names as well. Before this, they were either the top powerhouses of a large region, the number 1 existence on the double list, or the leaders of a large team. It's undeniable that these existences all have strong strength and their own charisma, and are 1 in a million. Now that it coincides with the recruitment of each region, my humble self contacted the compatriots of each region through a day's time, and under the combination of multiple investigations, came up with a list of the popular figures of each region. My humble servant found that no matter which region, more or less, there are 2 or 3 dazzling existences. Now, my humble servant will publicize this list and have you all vote for the most popular existences. Below the post, dust about started lining up from Area 101, placing 2 or 3 people's names on the list in order, followed by a voting option. From Boundless, 9 Abyss in District 101, Optimus Prime, Luoshin in District 111, all the way to Wind Godchild, Hoing in District 200. For each region, there were 2 to 5 names on the list. Chang Jianyong quickly pulled down to the bottom and discovered that on the list for District 107, there were clearly 3 names on the list as well. Star River, Black Eagle, and Papaya Star Spirit. These 3 people, before the merging of the districts, were indeed an existence that was often mentioned in District 107. Before that, there was perhaps a Whisperer. But now, since God's Whisper was forced to disband by Han Xing, the Whisperer was also taken out by Black Eagle, and thus became history. After reading the list, Shen Yun nodded and said, "This Dust Covenant, he's a bit capable, just merged the regions for less than a day, and he has such a deep understanding of the situation of the regions." The crowd nodded. Since it was now late into the night and most of the survivors had ended their day's battles at this time, it was the time when the forums were the most lively. This thread instantly leapt to the number 1 position in terms of heat, causing many people to browse it. Seeing the celebrities of their own region on the list, the survivors were happy in their hearts, in a word, collective honor. They began to vote for people from their own region in droves. However, as stated before, each region had 1 or 2 popular figures who possessed no small amount of popularity. Based on an average of 9,500 people per region, excluding those survivors who hadn't read this thread, those who were able to obtain 3,000 votes at the current stage were all extremely popular existences. The anticipation was pretty much the same. When the votes of these 300 to 400 people on the list had all reached a critical point, and those who should have voted had pretty much voted, the number 1 in popularity right now was none other than Area 101's Boundless, with over 4,000 votes. Not only was he the leader of Kunlun, but the current number 1 in the Cloud Mystery Points ranking was also this person. Below that post, the survivors of Team Kunlun chanted Boundless' name. Boundless leader is mighty. Number 1 in popularity in 100 services. Just as the survivors of Team Kunlun were about to celebrate their victory. However, what they didn't expect was, the number of votes from an unheard of region was actually steadily rising. The crowd was puzzled. And that large region was precisely the 107th region where Han Xing and the others were from. At this moment, the number 1, Xinghe, already had nearly 3,700 votes and was still rising, about to surpass the number 1 popularity, Boundless. The other 2 people in the same district as Xinghe, a Black Eagle and a Papaya Star Spirit. Both of them only received 3 to 500 votes, a stark contrast to the number of voters in the other districts. The crowd was puzzled and began to leave comments below the post. Who is this Star River? Have you guys heard of this person? I don't know. Could it be the leader of the 107th District's 1st Regiment? I haven't heard of it. Isn't the 107th District's 1st Regiment the Dusk Mercenaries? The president is Black Eagle Ah. The crowd was puzzled. Meanwhile, Han Xing's vote count was still growing. From 3,700, it had officially broken through 4,000. As this thread became more and more heated, the more survivors clicked into the thread as well. 4,300. 4,400. Half an hour later, Han Xing suppressed Boundless and became number 1. Not only were the survivors of District 101 surprised, the survivors of other districts were equally puzzled. What's the situation? Why is this Xinghe's votes still going up? Yeah, what's wrong with these people in District 107? Why are they just voting for him alone? It's too strange. After another half hour, Han Xing's votes reached 5,000, taking the number 1 spot in a crushing situation. The crowd was surprised. Of course, this list was just the result of the survivors' own votes amongst themselves, and didn't have any real significance. However, this night, the name Star River had also quickly entered the sights of those big teams in the various regions. After watching the hilarity, Chang Jianyong laughed out loud. Look at those people arguing with red faces. I guess how they wouldn't have thought that in the end. It was actually Brother Xing who took 1st place. Zhang Renmeng said with a look of adoration on her face. Yes, Brother Star is the idol in many people's hearts in District 107. After the previous few transactions, Han Xing could be said to have left a deep impression on the survivors of Area 107. Plus, his competitors Black Shadow and Papaya Star Spirit were both relatively low-profile characters. Therefore, the first thing that came to mind for most of the survivors of Area 107 when they saw the voting list was Xinghe, and he rightfully took first place. Han Xing, however, smiled and shook his head. Taking first place is not a good thing. The crowd looked at him. Han Xing explained, "After tonight, it is expected that many people will remember my name, and in the eyes of those big teams, they will even subconsciously treat me as a competitor. In order to understand me, they will gather intelligence from the survivors of Area 107, and by then, some of the things that I have may be exposed." It was the consensus that Han Xing had a lot of special things on him, and could even be said to be the richest person in Area 107. As the crowd listened, they nodded indistinctly. "I see, in that case, no matter who takes first place, they will face this situation. That Dustabout is not afraid of offending anyone by posting this thread?" Han Xing shook his head. He's a smart person, since he was able to tally up this list in such a short period of time. Behind him, he probably also has a big team as a backer. And if Dustabout can utilize this wave of heat to quickly gather popularity, he will also be able to provide a lot of help to his team in the future. At the very least, in this hundreds of thousands of people's channel, he already has some power of speech. At this time, Han Xing remembered another woman, Sugar Heart Moo Moo. Like Dusty Covenant, she possessed a long-term vision that surpassed the average person. Moreover, Han Xing had promised her that he would accept an interview with this woman later on. It was only because there were so many things that had happened recently that both parties hadn't had the time to contact each other. At this moment, Han Xing stood up, clapped his hands and said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's all go back and rest." Han Xing took out the dark flamestone that was still releasing heat. The crowd dispersed. Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun returned to their own territories. Su Xiaoyang, on the other hand, entered Han Xing's castle with a blushing face under Zhang Renming's gracious invitation. Don't get me wrong, it was Zhang Renming's own room. The two women shared a room. Han Xing, on the other hand, stayed outside the territory alone, because he still had things to do. Han Xing had to prepare for the next trade. This was because he wanted to make purple spatial backpacks in bulk. The primary goal was to stock up on materials like tough beast skin in large quantities. He opened the trade channel and then sifted through the keywords on it. With a large region of over 900,000 people, materials could be said to be very abundant. Even for a relatively precious material like tough beast skin, there were more than 1,000 consignment messages. Han Xing casually scanned through them. Consignment information: tough beast skin 5. Required items: spirit cores 10,000, or 1 purple equipment, or secret silver 10, or a large amount of other materials. Consigner: 0 kryptonite Euro Emperor. Seller's remarks: tough beast skin for sale, can be used to make purple leather armor. If there are other materials, you can bring the price to consult. Consignment information: tough beast skin 7. Required items: spirit cores 14,000. The bids of these people were all similar. 1 tough beast skin converted into spirit cores was almost equal to 2,000 apiece. By now, the survivors had all realized the importance of spirit cores, and many places needed to use this material. Not only were spirit cores important, other materials such as fine iron and rare earth also had their own uses. Especially when it came to building territorial facilities, the numbers needed for that were even larger. Han Xing still had more than 20 million spirit cores now, which was a staggering number. In order to save time, he didn't bother bargaining with these people and auctioned them all off with spirit cores. This consignment function of the exchange was convenient. After you set the price, you don't need to go and click on the transactions one by one. As long as the other party takes out the exchange materials you set, you will be able to automatically complete the transaction. System prompts kept appearing. The transaction was successful. You gained strong beast skin 5, and you lost spirit core 1,000. Trade successful. You gained tough beast skin 7. You lost secret silver 142. Trade successful. Han Xing began a massive sweep, and when he saw the consignment information for the tough beast skin, as long as the price wasn't too outrageous, he would directly shoot it down. In just a few minutes, more than 1,000 consignment messages of tough beast skin in the trading channel were swept away by him alone by more than 700. And Han Xing experienced the feeling of throwing away thousands of dollars. Millions of spirit cores were traded out, plus other materials, while he obtained a total of 4,732 tough beast skins. Together with his own reserves of beast skins, he was now able to craft a total of over 1,300 purple backpacks out. With these 1,300 backpacks alone, Han Xing was confident that he would earn back what he had paid, along with the cost, several times over or even dozens of times over. The importance of a purple backpack was comparable to a gold equipment. One must know that in the current trading channel, the price of a random piece of golden equipment had already surpassed 400,000 spirit cores. Moreover, even if you had that many spirit cores, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Because those who could have golden equipment at the current stage were all powerful people on one side, even if they were not for their own use, they would only take them out to exchange for equipment of the same level, and would not exchange them for materials to trade, so it could be said that there was a price without a market. Just as Han Xing continued to sweep the goods, he suddenly noticed that the price of the tough beast skin in the trading channel had changed in some way. From the original 2,000 spirit cores of beast skin, it had risen to 3,000 apiece in a short period of time. If it was just one or two people who had increased the price, it would have been understandable. But now on the trading channel, those people almost got the news at the same time and then increased their prices at the same time. Han Xing keenly sensed that something was wrong. Someone is deliberately raising the price of the tough beast skin. Han Xing's complexion flinched. He quickly thought of something. There was no shortage of smart people in this world, especially certain guys who were extremely sensitive to price fluctuations in the market. They probably saw that a large number of transactions of tough beast skins were completed in a short period of time and felt that it was profitable, so they began to manipulate the market price. As for the method, it was also very simple. Do not see every consignment information. There are consignor ID, one by one private chat over it. A smirk appeared at the corner of Han Xing's mouth. The price is going up, right? Fine, I'll just not buy it. Anyway, he had the means to make them spit out the tough beast skin. As it happened, Han Xing was preparing for a large-scale transaction in the near future. Chapter 110. Trading. Doubling of assets. Han Xing was preparing for a large-scale transaction in the near future. He looked at his warehouse. During his free time these past few days, he had been hanging out on the crafting interface from time to time, batch crafting backpacks. Right now, the number of spatial backpacks he had had more than 4,000, and they were all still blue grade. Han Xing searched the market price of spatial backpacks. After the system filtered it, more than 3,000 consignment messages came out at once. With so many backpacks, it was expected. Since the first kill of the zone in each region would have a backpack drawing, the number of spatial backpacks circulating in the market was considered quite high. However, even if they had the drawings, they didn't have Han Xing's unique advantage. The SSS grade talent came with a 100% success rate, plus a high probability of building the highest quality. On the market, those spatial backpacks were not only of extremely low quality, their spatial capacity was also a whole lot less than the ones made by Han Xing. But even so, the prices they set were ridiculously high. A random backpack with 100 compartments of space would dare to hang a high price of 20,000 spirit cores. And for a 150 space backpack, the price had soared to 50,000 spirit cores. These guys, they really dare to bid. Han Xing spat. Han Xing continued to browse the consignment information and found that among them, there were actually a few Area 107 survivors who had backhandedly placed the blue backpacks they had purchased from Han Xing's hands back into the trade channel and priced them up to 80,000. Why was Han Xing so sure that the backpacks were bought from him? Because the quality of these backpacks were all treasures, with a space cap of 200 compartments, and the additional chaos rune effect that Han Xing had attached to them. These survivors of Area 107 had only spent 20,000 spirit cores to exchange a blue backpack from Han Xing's hands. Now that they hung it up on the trading channel, they could make 3 or 4 times as much backhandedly. It was at this time that they realized how conscientious that price set by Han Xing was at that time, and that buying it was earning it. Many people were regretting in their hearts why they didn't buy a few more at that time, missing out on such a good opportunity to get rich. Recently, some people also chatted privately with Han Xing, wanting to buy another batch of blue backpacks from him. However, due to Han Xing setting up a reject stranger message, he would only open it when it was time to trade. Therefore, they couldn't contact him even if they wanted to. After looking at the market price of the space backpacks, Han Xing already had a rough price in his heart. Thus, Han Xing silently put up a consignment message. Consignment item. Spatial backpack blue. Required item spirit core 50,000. Secret silver 500. Hungjin ingot 20. Tough beast skin 25. Fine iron. Consignor star river. Seller's remarks. Precious backpack. 200 compartments of space. Comes with 1 chaos rune. Limited quantity. first come first served. Those who have territorial building plans or other materials can find me to exchange them in private chat. The extremely high-quality backpack priced at 50,000 spirit cores directly caused a wave amongst the survivors late at night. First was the original group of survivors in Area 107, who of course recognized Star River's name. Brothers, look at the trading channel. Great God Xinghe has started consigning blue space backpacks again. I'll go. It's finally here. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I didn't grab it when Star River Great God consigned it before. My heart ached for a long time. Charge. Grabbing it is earning it. Survivors from other regions also saw the message, but they didn't understand Han Xing's previous deeds and asked in confusion. Who is Xinghe? And what's the deal with the space backpack? I think I've heard of this name. There was just a popularity ranking post, and the first place is Star River. Number 1 in popularity? In that case, this Xinghe is really a legend. When they clicked on the trading channel with curiosity in their hearts, they were immediately shocked by the attributes of the spatial backpack. I'm going to 200 compartments of storage space, so fierce. But it's just that it requires 50,000 spirit cores. It's a bit pricey. My entire fortune adds up to only 40,000. Someone immediately retorted, upstairs. Do you want to see what you're talking about? This is a 200 compartment backpack. Look at how much other people are selling it for. You can't even buy one for 80,000. That's right, if you can't afford it, don't buy it. 50,000 spirit cores. This is like giving us welfare. Hurry up and contact the headmaster. A batch of extreme backpacks have appeared in the trading channel at a very cheap price. At this time, many people thought of something and contacted the senior leaders in their teams. The senior leaders of those teams, after seeing the properties of the backpacks, immediately sucked in cold air. They immediately decided to mobilize all the resources they could and do their best to photograph the backpack in Han Xing's hands. For a time, the late-night chat channel was thrown into a snatching frenzy. Ha ha ha! I snatched it. I snagged it too. Thanks to the brothers in Area 107 for reminding me. If it wasn't for you guys, I might have missed this opportunity. Thank you, Great God Xinghe. No wonder Xinghe's popularity is so high in the hearts of those people in District 107. If it were me, I'd like it too. Listening to the crowd's admiration for Xinghe, those other survivors of Area 107, for no reason at all, had some pride emerge in their hearts. Many even took the initiative to start advertising for Han Xing. That's true. The Star God is the pride of our Area 107. When the Star God produces something, it's a masterpiece. The pomp and circumstance in the trading channel lasted for more than half an hour. When Han Xing's batch of spatial backpacks, more than 4,000 of them, were all traded out. He, on the other hand, had once again harvested a massive amount of materials. The number of spirit cores in reserve had directly increased by more than 70 million, and counting his own reserves, it had directly reached 98 million, almost breaking the billion mark. As for those other miscellaneous materials, they had even directly doubled several times. Among them, including constant gold ingots, strong beast skins, such high-end materials, he had also acquired thousands of them through trading. However, the only pity was that it was not traded for any powerful architectural drawings. However, Han Xing was also clear that although the lure of the blue backpack was great, it was still not as great as the architectural drawings. Even if there were, those people probably couldn't afford to take them out. However, after this incident, Star River's name would probably be imprinted in many people's minds. After collecting all the massive materials on the territory into his storage box, Han Xing was also preparing to return to his room to rest. While passing by Zhang Renming's room, he vaguely heard the low laughter of the two girls. Han Xing also even heard Su Xiaoyang's exclamation of surprise, saying something like, "Gosh, it's so big, so white," and some other words that would make people misunderstand. Han Xing hurriedly ran upstairs. The next day, Han Xing just opened his eyes. The system prompt reappeared. Cloud's Secret Realm update has been completed. In order to speed up the clearance time of all survivors, the Secret Realm process has been simplified. Now, in addition to the special Secret Realm, there will not be a passing animation. At the same time, the probability of the Cloud Secret Realm being generated has been increased. A few moments later, Han Xing and the others gathered on the lawn of the territory. Xin Yun said, "Brother Star, this update, the system has boosted the probability of Cloud's Secret Realm generation. How do I feel? The system is urging us to upgrade quickly?" Han Xing nodded. "Yes, there is this feeling. It's most likely related to the blood tide that is about to break out. It seems that this disaster is really somewhat serious." When the crowd heard this, Their faces also revealed a look of gravity. In order not to demoralize the crowd, Han Xing continued. However, it was indeed too long to pass through the secret realm once before. Not counting the time spent on rushing, it would take at least an hour or two, and this change is quite good. With our strength, impacting the leaderboards will also become simpler. Shen Yun nodded. At this time, the crowd once again scanned the leaderboards. The first place, Boundless, already had 6 points. The second tier behind them also had 5 points. And the ones that made it into the top 100 of the leaderboards all had at least 4 points. Right now, all 5 of them had 2 points and were ranked outside the top 1,000. Han Xing boosted his morale at this time. Alright, we're going to continue leveling up today as well, and then hit the leaderboards. Let's strive to quickly rush to level 20, and then complete the second turn. Good. The crowd's confidence was inspired. At this time, several of their empty islands had been stacked with Han Xing's, and only Han Xing alone was needed to maneuver them. Within a few minutes of advancing, in front of the crowd, a cloud that was more than 3,000 square feet appeared. Such a large cloud had been encountered before, but with the current strength of most of the survivors, it was not enough to deal with the monsters inside. Even Han Xing, when he had just broken through level 10, he did not dare to challenge the monsters inside there, and just being close to it, he felt a gust of intense crisis. But now, after a period of development, whether it was equipment or attributes, there had been a considerable increase. At this time, approaching such a huge empty island, the sense of crisis also diminished a lot. At this time, a system prompt appeared. There is a strange bamboo forest growing inside, and a group of cold-blooded animals are entrenched with it. Do we enter? Han Xing clicked OK. The clouds dissipated, and a large expanse of greenery was revealed in front of them. The crowd saw that on this large empty island, rows and rows of well-grown emerald green tender bamboos grew unchecked, and as soon as the wind blew through, the sound of insects and birds faintly came from the forest. The attributes of these bamboos also appeared in front of Han Xing and the others. Suishin bamboo. Special plant. Every once in a while, a bamboo core with special effects will grow out of the center of the Suishin bamboo. Note, the core of the bamboo can be taken and can permanently boost the survivor's mental attributes by 5 points, and each survivor can consume it up to 3 times. This empty island. It's a bit interesting. Shen Yun took the lead. The crowd nodded. It's a bit interesting. This Tsuishin is also a good thing. It can actually increase the spirit. It's simply a divine item for mages and priesthood. Cheng Jianyong also marveled. The functions of the Tsuishin bamboo were still quite good. If it could be planted in bulk, it would be equivalent to a renewable resource. Props like this that could increase attributes when placed in the trading channel would surely cause a looting, and was considered a resource unique to this world. In front of him, the empty island of more than 3,000 square meters was equivalent to the size of a school playground. Inside, there were at least thousands of mature Tsuishin bamboos, plus nearly 10,000 bamboos that were still in the growth phase or in their juvenile stage. The forest had an extremely high plant coverage. However, they also heard the system prompt. In addition to the Tsuishin bamboos, there was also a group of monsters entrenched inside. Chapter 111. The first resource empty island. The system said that there were monsters inside. If it was a normal empty island, Han Xing would have been able to sweep past it with his siege crossbow arrows at this point. A range of 5 kilometers was enough to cover the strike in all directions. But that would destroy the ecology of the bamboo forest. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing still decided that he would lead the crowd in together and then slowly clear the monsters inside. Not long after stepping into the bamboo forest, a few mollusks suddenly dangled down above the heads of the crowd, and then came at Han Xing with a speed as fast as lightning. Watch out! Shen Yun reminded in a panic from behind. Han Xing felt the wind behind him and directly rolled on the ground. Realizing that where he had originally stood, a venomous snake that was only a thumb thick and covered in emerald green appeared. Green Shadow Snake, 2-star common creature. Level, LV 15. Skill, Intermediate Neurotoxin, Swift Surprise Attack. There was a monster. Han Xing was instantly alerted. The reason why he didn't notice it when he just passed by. It was because the skin of these guys was too similar to the color of the Tsuishin bamboo, so he couldn't really detect it without a closer look. Moreover, there was more than one. After the first one failed to sneak attack Han Xing, overhead at least dozens of green shadow snakes dangled down. Prepare for battle. Han Xing was the first to draw his bow and arrow, and the wind-chasing arrow was fired. The arrow accurately hit the head of the green shadow snake on the ground. Puff! exploding head. That green shadow snake's head was pierced by the arrow and nailed to the ground, writhing frantically, and after struggling for a few seconds, it was lifeless. Hiss! Hiss! In the air, the snakes attacked towards the crowd. At this moment, Shin Yun raised his holy hammer and shouted, "To the holy light, submit!" Snap! The sledgehammer with a layer of holy light covering its surface smashed down on the ground, and an intense light immediately erupted. The snakes were suddenly scorched by the holy light, and the intense glow caused them to lose their vision. Power of Radiance. Passive skill. The effect of all the skills of the Knight of Radiance increased by 20%. All attacks additional holy light sanctioning effect. When in defensive state, it will attach an additional layer of holy light effects to the shield, and the damage received is cut by 20%. This skill attached a layer of holy light sanction effect to Shin Yun's normal attacks as well. Before, the crowd did not understand what this meant. But now, the crowd realized that the so-called holy light sanction effect was actually so strong, directly turning Shin Yun's attack into a ranged attack that also had a certain blindness effect attached to it. It was truly horrifying as hell. The crowd looked at Shin Yun in surprise, and the corner of this guy's mouth revealed a smug smile. Chang Jianyong opened his mouth and spat out, "Pretentious!" After saying that, he raised his greatsword and slashed the carcass of a silver shadow snake into two. Shin Yun ignored his taunts and swung his sledgehammer repeatedly. Boom! Boom boom! With each hammer, the crowd only felt a sheet of white light flashing before their eyes, even interfering with their battle. Chang Jianyong seemed to be a bit unable to bear it at this time. "Holy, don't smash it. The brother's eyes are almost blinded by you." Shin Yun just wanted to retort, but he saw that Han Xing and Zhang Renmeng, the girls, were also closing their eyes. Only then did Shin Yun realize that the holy light special effect attached to his attack was indeed a little too blinding. He touched his head and said in embarrassment, You guys come. Hey, I'll just assist you guys." After saying that, he threw a courage blessing to Zhang Renmeng. Zhang Renmeng only felt a powerful force surging from within her body. Then she sent out a group magic. Lightning chain. Snort. Snort. The power of a large amount of lightning was released from the staff and poured over towards the group of green shadow snakes. In the next moment, dozens of green shadow snakes' bodies froze at the same time, then convulsed violently. When the effect of the lightning chain disappeared, on the ground, only a charred green shadow snake corpse remained. Zhang Renmeng opened her mouth slightly and said in surprise, "What a strong increase effect." Her own mana damage was high, and at this time, after Shin Yun's blessing was added, her attack power surged by 20% again. A wave went down and even completed the clearing effect. The crowd was surprised to see the effect of courageous blessing. Chang Jianyong hurriedly said at this time, "Holy, Xiao Yunzi, give me a blessing as well so that I can rush up and quack and kill." Shin Yun gave him a blank look. "The cooldown isn't up." "Fine." Chang Jianyong returned with disappointment. After Zhang Renming's wave of clearing, the threat of the green shadow snake swarm was basically cleared. Then Han Xing and Su Xiaoyang directly transformed into machine gun shooters and began to frantically shoot arrows to clear the remaining green shadow snakes. Due to Han Xing's Berserker Chi skill that could increase the hit rate by 100%, it could be said that as long as he did not intentionally shoot off course, he would basically be able to hit the enemy. Every arrow that went down could accurately hit the green shadow snake's head or 7-inch position. As for Su Xiaoyang, although her hit rate was not as high as Han Xing's, her attack speed was much faster than Han Xing. Snap! It wasn't long before a piece of the green shadow snake's corpse was already lying on the ground. Cinderblock's figure flashed and she also continuously performed mop-up work. In 2 minutes, the group of green shadow snakes was declared completely destroyed. At this time, the system prompts also swiped the screen. Killed green shadow snake 2-star creature. Gained 4,500 experience points. Killed green shadow snake 2-star creature. Gained 1 green shadow serpent gave 4,500 experience points, 73 in total. That was nearly 330,000 experience value. At this time, a white light rose from Shin Yun's body. Yesterday, he had dropped back to level 10 after retransferring, and now after this wave of brushing monsters, he had risen directly to level 11. Shin Yun immediately put those equipments with leveling requirements back on, and his attributes increased dramatically once again. Then, Shin Yun sighed and said, "Forming a team is good. If it's usually just me and Chang Jianyong, it's estimated that in a single glance, we'll be beaten to death by this group of green ring snakes. Even if we could beat it, it would still take a long time to grind. Han Xing nodded. Yes. Now that the system has been adjusted, even the monsters in the empty island give very much experience. Everyone's upgrade speed will be boosted. Xin Yun asked, Brother Star, how much are you short of ascending to level 15? Han Xing looked at his experience bar and replied, Almost there. It's 63% now. The 330,000 experience value directly increased his experience value by 21%. So if you do the math, the experience value needed to ascend from level 14 to level 15 is close to 1.57 million. That's not too far off. We should be able to ascend to level 15 today. The crowd nodded. After Han Xing ascended to level 15, he would be able to equip that kingdom ring, and his strength would be able to get some more boosts then. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly heard a miserable scream from behind them. Ow! They looked back and realized that it was Chung Si-yong who was cleaning up the battlefield. Xin Yun fiercely glared over. Chung Si-yong, what the hell are you screaming for? At this moment, Chung Si-yong was saying with a face full of horror, I've been bitten. The crowd instantly raised their weapons, however. They did not find any trace of the green shadow snake. At that moment, Sung Mi-yong turned around, and a 1-meter-long green shadow snake was hanging from his butt. Han Xing, Shen Yun, Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang both turned their backs at this time, somewhat embarrassed to look. This scene directly amused the crowd. Ha ha ha, stupid pussy. Shen Yun mocked without a care in the world. Chang Jianyong said excitedly, Stop laughing. Quickly help me beat this viper off my ass. Hearing this, Han Xing also shot an arrow directly, passing through the 7 inches of this green-ringed snake in the process. Snap! The body of the green shadow snake fell off of Chang Si-yong's butt. However, after the crisis was lifted, Chang Si-yong's face still did not look any better. Not only that, his skin was rapidly turning blue and purple. Chang Si-yong's voice trembled as he said, It's over, it's over. I seem to have been poisoned by the snake. Xiao Yunzi, quickly help me suck it out. Xin Yun gave him a blank look. Suck your sister, wait for death you. Isn't it a brother? Chang Jianyong had an incredulous face. Of course, the crowd knew that Xin Yun was joking. When the words fell, Xin Yun directly threw a purification technique to Chang Myong. As the gentle power of holy light entered his body, Chang Myong immediately felt that the snake venom in his body was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, instantly melting away. Within a few seconds, Chang Si-yong's face recovered as before. He took a long breath and laughed. It's possible, little Yunzi. Even the purification technique is so powerful after being transformed into a Knight of Radiance. The passive skill of the Knight of Radiance was to enhance the effects of all skills by 20%, which naturally included the purification technique. After the battle ended, Han Xing looked at the corpses all over the ground. He remembered that on the Green Shadow Serpent's panel, there was an intermediate neurotoxin skill. Intermediate should be even more toxic than primary neurotoxin. Venoms like this were able to be applied to arrows with a powerful toxin effect attached. Han Xing had tried it before with remarkable results. Chang Si-yong had also personally confirmed this. The venom of a level 15 Green Shadow Serpent was able to inflict serious damage on them, 2-star professionals. Moreover, the venom eroded the nerves extremely fast. If it wasn't for Xin Yun's purification spell being more timely, in another half a minute, Chang Si-yong might have been eroded all over by the toxin. Thinking of this, Han Xing immediately decided to collect all the venom sacs from these green ring snakes. Whether to decompose green ring snake corpses 74. Yes. Decomposition successful. Obtain 2-star beast skin 74. Obtain snake meat 203. Obtain green shadow snake venom sacs 74. Obtain snake gallbladder. Han Xing's heart rejoiced. 74 venom gallbladders. One could enchant more than 300 arrows with toxin effects. Enough for him to use for a long time. After resolving this wave of monsters, the group continued deeper into the bamboo forest. An empty island of more than 3,000 square meters was not too big to say big, and not too small to say small. After walking for a minute or two, the crowd finally arrived at the very center of the bamboo forest. However, after this, they never encountered any more monsters. At this time, a system prompt came. You have successfully explored this empty island. Now, the empty island territory is in an ownerless state. You can choose to merge into the territory or give it up. The 5 people looked at each other in disbelief. Han Xing asked, Which one of you wants this territory? The people looked at each other in disbelief and all shook their heads. Han Xing was not polite and directly said, Alright, then I'll merge it. The Tsuishin bamboo resources on this empty island territory were still good. Successfully merged the empty island territory, you gained empty island fragments 3746, and gained the territory resources Tsuishin bamboo mature stage 3451. Tsuishin bamboo seedlings 10142, green ringed serpent eggs 123, and spring water 412. Chapter 112, Crushing and the Witch Root Grass Clue. A large pile of resources were merged into Han Xing's territory. At this moment, a bamboo forest appeared on the outskirts of Han Xing's empty island. On the territory panel, the attributes of the Tsuishin bamboo and its specific quantity also appeared. Han Xing could even see which core bamboos had entered the maturity stage and could be picked for their green cores, and which core bamboos were in the growth stage and needed how many days to mature. Of course, these Tsuishin bamboos could also be ripened using bone meal. However, Han Xing was too lazy to take care of this. So when the time came, he would just open the permissions for Zhang Renmeng and let her take care of it. He plucked a dozen or so emerald green bamboo cores directly from the territory and divided 3 of them amongst himself. This thing was able to increase a survivor's spiritual attributes by 5 points, 3 was 15 points, the effect was still very good. In front of the crowd, Han Xing directly swallowed the bamboo core in 1 bite. This thing was a little cold in his hand, but after entering the mouth it felt like jelly, with a hint of sweetness and a large amount of water. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Successfully consumed Emerald Bamboo Core 1, Spiritual Attribute plus 5. After digesting the harvest from this empty island of bamboo forest, the crowd continued to move forward. The empty island didn't float very far before a huge cloud of 1 or 2,000 square feet appeared again in front of the crowd. After entering, it was revealed that this was actually a field of medicinal herbs. A plant called black soulgrass was growing inside. Black soulgrass, one of the raw materials for a certain secret medicine formula, can be consumed directly and has a slight healing effect on mental injuries. Spirit damage? A type of magic damage? Chung Si-yong asked. Zhang Renmeng answered at this point. It should be. I remember that another branch of the mage's profession, the illusionist, has a mental shock skill. After hearing Zhang Renmeng's explanation, the crowd was then enlightened. This material, black soulgrass, was considered one of the more rare raw materials for secret medicines, and when they got the recipe in the future, they would be able to directly collect it in bulk to make it. Only inside this herb field, there was likewise a monster guarding it. Level 15 Dark Blue Demon Bear, Elite Grade. Its body was covered in dark blue bristles, and its size of about 7 or 8 meters long gave a strong sense of oppression. Especially when this monster stood up in person, it reached an astonishing height of 10 meters, a behemoth in the true sense of the word. Roar! The pale blue demon bear roared, carrying a terrifying might as it lunged towards the crowd. However, this time, there was no need for the crowd to do anything. Han Xing directly maneuvered the giant crossbow launching pad, and 5 giant crossbows were shot out at the same time from a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Poof, poof, poof. 2 of them fell short. The other 3 huge crossbow arrows, with terrifying attacking power, directly hit the huge body of the pale blue demon bear. The tough bear skin of this pale blue demon bear was instantly penetrated, and the huge arrows were deeply inserted into its abdomen. 2 blue columns of blood soared up. Suddenly struck by a heavy blow, the pale blue demon bear's eyes were blank, then directly turned red. Then, it roared and charged towards Han Xing and the others. The vitality of a 2-star elite monster was still quite strong, and it could still have such vigor after suffering such a severe trauma. If it was a normal level 15 survivor squad, they would probably have to disorganize themselves at this point, and then be counter-killed by the pale blue demon bear. However, Han Xing's firepower was even stronger. As the pale blue demon bear rushed over, the second wave of crossbow arrows were fired at the same time. This time, it was directly 10 shots in unison. The pale blue demon bear was unable to dodge, and was once again hit in the torso by 5 or 6 huge arrows, stalling its charge. This time, it was a truly serious injury. The pale blue demon bear was huge, and this had become its weakness. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the pale blue demon bear collapsed. This behemoth that was capable of regimentally destroying a survivor squad was directly crushed to death by Han Xing's firepower without even touching the corners of their clothes. This was the strong attack of the siege crossbow. However, what was somewhat strange was that despite killing this pale blue demon bear, no hints appeared from the system. Xin Yun seemed to have noticed this as well and asked, "Brother Xing, doesn't experience value get added to monsters killed with territory buildings?" Han Xing pondered for a moment and nodded. That should be the case. The crowd was stunned. But after thinking about it, it made sense. This might also be a means of restriction by the system, just to prevent survivors like Han Xing, who had built out territory buildings in bulk, from massacring other empty island monsters, when the upgrade speed would be far greater than that of other survivors. The crowd could not help but feel some regret. The idea of relying on siege crossbows and arrows to upgrade quickly was dashed. At this time, Han Xing consoled. But it's okay. Although there are no experience rewards, there are still prop rewards. Look guys, isn't the corpse of that elite monster still there? The crowd's eyes lit up. Han Xing walked over to the pale blue demon bear and performed a decomposition. Successfully decomposed the corpse of the pale blue demon bear 2-star elite creature. Obtaining thick bear meat 473. Obtaining premium leather 3. Obtaining broken leather 8. And obtaining bear paw. Because the pale blue demon bear had too many huge arrows stuck in its body, it was also destroying the integrity of its leather. After resolving the territorial monsters, this empty island was in an ownerless state and could be merged or abandoned. Han Xing clicked merge. Successful merge, your territory has expanded, gained territory resources. Fertile land 2741, black soul grass 1723, gained witch root grass 106. A large pile of territory resources were credited. Han Xing, however, noticed one of the materials in the system prompt, witch root grass. He remembered that one of the materials needed to make that blood curse antidote recipe was witch root grass. Han Xing hurriedly walked over to the field of herbs, and the slightest hint of a cool medicinal scent reached his nose. On the entire field of medicinal herbs, most of it was a dark purple herb. A cloud of black smoke emanated from the blades from time to time. These should be the black soul grass. And in the middle of the black soul grass, there were also 1 or 2 dark red herbs growing sporadically. Their blades were very similar to the Sanchi grass on the blue star, except that there were some blood-like veins faintly on them. Han Xing squatted down and murmured in a low voice, "Is this the witch root grass?" A prompt appeared before his eyes. Witch root grass. A special herb. After the decline of the Witch clan, the 17th generation of the Witch clan's holy maiden used her own life to develop a new variety. There is a sad story behind this that will make people cry. Han Xing was delighted in his heart. He didn't care about the sad story of the witch race's holy maiden, but said in surprise, "Witch root herb? Sacred aurora? Cursed blood. Very good. Now that we have 2 of the 3 materials, we are just missing the last sacred aurora." Han Xing's heart was energized. The blood tide crisis was getting closer and closer, and he was desperate to have the power to defend himself. After merging this territory, the group continued to explore the large clouds nearby. However, the next clouds they came into contact with were all over 1,000 square feet. Han Xing realized that inside these large empty islands, more or less, there would be some territorial resources, such as fine iron veins, rare earth veins, moonflower grass fields, tiger bone grass fields, and so on. Among these, there was also a small amount of secret silver veins, and sometimes 1 or 2 constant gold veins could be seen. Han Xing thought at this moment, "It seems that all of these large empty islands have a lot of resources in them. That is to say, as long as we wait for the survivors to level up to around level 15, we will have the strength to challenge the empty islands of this level. And by then, the speed of the resources that everyone acquires will also increase drastically. Then they'll be able to build all sorts of territory buildings, and their survivability will increase greatly." However, even though the current survivor hordes had all completed direct advancement, it would still take a long time to rise to level 15, plus it would take at least 20 more days to gather the materials to build up the territory buildings. Han Xing could be said to be at least half a month ahead of their progress, and he wasn't worried about others surpassing him. The resources that Han Xing had in his hands had already reached a terrifying number. Next, as long as he steadily improved and then took the new leaderboard rewards, he would then be able to batchcraft even more powerful buildings such as stone throwers. At that time, Han Xing would be truly invincible amongst players. Thinking about this, Han Xing's empty island began to continue advancing. After advancing for 10 minutes, right at this moment, Shin Yun, who was on the side, suddenly shrunk his pupils and said in shock, "Brother Star, look in front." Han Xing followed the sound of the voice and looked, and suddenly discovered that there were 2 clouds of varying sizes 1 or 2 kilometers ahead. Both of these clouds had vortex markings on them. "I'll go, cloud mysteries, 2 of them," Chung Jianyong exclaimed. At this moment, the crowd also saw the 2 secret realms. Seeing this, Han Xing nodded his head and said, "Sure enough, After the system update, the probability of encountering a cloud secret realm has indeed increased quite a bit. He led the crowd to the side of the secret realm and saw the information on it. 1-star secret realm, Wanderer's Altar, entry level 10-15. Number of people allowed, 1-2. 2-star secret realm, Cursed Village, entry level 10-15. Number of people who can enter, 1-5 people. 2 secret realms, 1 1-star and 1 2-star. Han Xing pondered for a moment before saying, the 1-star secret realm can only be entered by 2 people, and the difficulty isn't too great. Shen Yun just retransferred, so I'll take him in first to catch up on his level. After we come out, then we'll challenge the 2-star secret realm together. What do you guys think? Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang both expressed no opinion. Chang Si-yong didn't care either, but said indifferently, Brother Star, you just decide. Han Xing nodded, then brought Shen Yun close to the vortex of the 1-star mysterious realm when a system prompt appeared. Is it time to enter the 1-star secret realm? The Wanderer's Altar? Yes. In the next moment, the silhouettes of the two disappeared. After a short period of darkness, the duo's vision returned. In front of their eyes, a pitch-black altar appeared with a small area of only a few hundred square feet. The two of them, he and Shen Yun, seemed to have appeared right in the center of the altar. There weren't any guardrails covering the surroundings, but the sky here seemed unusually dim. The whistling cold wind blew by, bringing a chilly aura from time to time, and it was in the middle of this strange altar. Yet, there was a group of people dressed in black robes crowded together. At this moment, they were all kneeling on the ground. The greenish-black robes dragged on the ground and were covered in dust. It was as if they had been kneeling here for an unknown number of years. 1 year, 2 years, or even longer. The attributes of these monsters also appeared in front of Han Xing. Wanderer 2-star creature. Rank, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 221, Agility 21350, Spirit 278, Physique 244. Skills, Dark Fireball Soul Whisper. Wanderer Priest 2-star elite creature. Level LV 15. Attributes, Strength 245, Agility 23350, Spirit 312, Constitution 266. Skills, Dark Fireball Soul Whisper, Mind Shock. System prompt appears. 1-star Secret Realm, Wanderer Altar Challenge quest has been opened. Defeat the Secret Realm boss. Wanderer Priest to clear the Secret Realm. Hearing this prompt, both of them felt a little surprised. Just take out this elite monster to clear the level? Then this process has indeed been simplified a lot. Han Xing thought. Compared to the Lost Palace that he had cleared the first time, it was not only divided into Stage 1 and Stage 2, but also had hidden stages. Now, one only needed to go in and defeat the group of monsters to directly clear the level, which could be said to have greatly saved time. However, although the process was simplified, it was much less fun to explore. Han Xing had remembered that in that 1-star secret realm, he had not only found the dwarf clan's precious brews, but also the spiritual energy golem crafting drawings. However, the system prompt had also said that after the leaderboards ended, the cloud secret realm would revert to its original process. When the time came to encounter the secret realm again, one could take their time to explore it. Right now, the top priority was to hurry up and level up, then take the leaderboard rewards. At the next moment when the prompt disappeared, the group of gray-shaped vagabonds all raised their empty eye sockets and simultaneously looked at Han Xing and the others. Then, the group of vagabonds slowly stood up from the ground. However, it seemed that because they had been kneeling for too long, their bones had stiffened. As they stood up, a click of crunching bones sounded one after another in the ears of the duo. At this time, Shen Yun suddenly said for no reason, "It's a good thing we didn't let Su Xiaoyang come in. If we let her hear this sound, she might turn into that form again." When Han Xing heard this, the corners of his mouth also twitched twice. The main reason was that Su Xiaoyang's performance at that time was just too impressive. How could they not have imagined that the woman who seemed to be white and would blush when talking to people would actually be this terrifying when she started to go crazy? It was simply chilling. Just at this moment, in the middle of the wanderers, that black-robed priest said with a hoarse voice from his mouth, "Humans! Grab them and make them one of us as well." Hearing this, the remaining wanderers immediately lunged together towards Han Xing and the others. The two glanced at each other, and Shen Yun threw Han Xing a blessing of courage. He himself raised his shield and violently charged into the group of monsters. Xinyun was equipped with an extremely high-grade equipment, plus having transmuted to a powerful Knight of Light, the defense man was amazing. One person stood against the attacks of a dozen or so rangers without flinching at all. Snap! Snap! A ball of darkness fireballs hit Xinyun's shield, not allowing him to take half a step back. Right at this moment, a string of bizarre syllables came out of the mouth of that elite rangers. Siri Hassan. In the next moment, Xinyun only felt a sharp pain in his brain, and his consciousness went blank for a short while. Holy mental attack? However, just at this moment, Cinderblock jumped into the group of monsters and violently released void spikes. Poof, poof, poof. At least 3 or 4 rangers were pierced through by the void spikes under this strike from Coalball. These rangers stared blankly at the wounds on their bodies, and before their consciousness dissipated, they said a few bizarre lines in their hoarse voices. Lord Goddess, I atone to you for my sins. Take my soul away. These few wanderers finished their lines and collapsed. At this time, Han Xing directly shot an arrow towards the sky. Falling star arrow rain. In the next moment, meteors began to fall from the sky. Snap! Snap! Miserable screams rose and fell. When the explosions of the meteor cluster stopped, these dozens of wanderers were directly cleared by a wave. Chapter 113, Curse of the Evil God. A 1-star secret realm like this with a level of 10-15 no longer posed much of a threat to them. The dozens of rangers were directly cleared by this wave of Han Xing's falling star arrow rain. A system prompt appeared. Killed fallen wanderer 2-star common creature. Gained experience value 4,600. Kill fallen wanderer 2-star elite creature. Gain 33,200 experience values. Kill. After a large string of kill information, they had harvested a total of 220,000 experience. At this moment, a white light once again rose from Xinyun's body. In one morning's time, he had risen 2 levels in a row, and this speed of impact it could not be said to be fast. As for Han Xing, he also glanced at his experience bar, 87%, another 200,000 or so experience points short of level 15. Then, the second system prompt appeared. You have successfully cleared the 1-star secret realm. The Wanderer's Altar, Cloudy Secret Realm points +1, gained 138,000 experience value rewards, gained props rewards, Strongman Fragment 6, Rune Crystal 420, Silver Treasure Chest 1. Another reward of over 100,000 experience could be considered good. Plus, a silver treasure chest was bound to come out of the 1-star secret realm, so the overall gain was still very good. Han Xing didn't drag his feet and directly opened the treasure chest. Inside were still some regular materials, as well as an ordinary purple suit. Han Xing directly threw it into his backpack. Then they were teleported out. At this moment, Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang were still exchanging words in low voices. Chang Jianyong, on the other hand, was covered in dirt, as if he had just rolled around in a field. Seeing Han Xing and the others come out, all 3 of them froze a bit. Holy, so fast? Chang Jianyong said with a face full of incredulity. Looking at his expression, Xinyun proudly said, That's not true with my equipment. Standing in the middle of the monsters, they can't even fight. Chang Jianyong disdainfully said, Che, you just blow it. If you don't have Brother Star's attack power, you just grind for half an hour can't pass the 1-star secret realm. Xinyun shrugged and didn't deny it. At this time, Han Xing looked at the clouds next to him, and the same relevant information surfaced on it. 2-star clouds secret realm. Epidemic village, secret realm level, 10-15. Number of people who can enter, 1-5 people. Alright, let's all get ready. We're going into this 2-star secret realm. Hearing this, the crowd began to check the supplies in their backpacks. After confirming that nothing was missing, Han Xing also started maneuvering the empty island territory closer to this 2-star secret realm. A system prompt appeared. Is it entering the 2-star secret realm? Epidemic village? Yes. The 5 people stepped into the vortex together. The screen flashed. Han Xing and the others appeared in a dark street. To the eye, there was a small abandoned earthen house covered with bricks and tiles, similar to the kind of small village that Blue Star had in the 80s and 90s. Only these houses looked like they hadn't been inhabited for a long time, and the roofs were covered in thick dust. The entire village looked like it had been burned by a fire. Not only was the ground covered in black soot, even the walls of these earth houses showed a charred black color from the fire. At this moment, the coal ball suddenly walked to the front of the crowd, then twitched his nose a few times. Sniff! Sniff! The crowd looked at it curiously. At this time, Zhang Renmeng said from the side, Brother Xinger, have you noticed that the coal ball seems to have grown a bit? Han Xing listened and also noticed the difference in the coal ball. After half a month of feeding, this little wolf cub had grown rapidly from its original palm size to almost a meter long. This little guy, lately, his meal size had also become more and more astonishing. From before, he could only eat 30 to 40 spirit cores a day, to now he couldn't get down without 200 spirit cores. Coal ball's meal quantity grew, and accordingly, the growth rate of its potential value was also increased. At this time, it already had 2,832 points of potential value. Han Xing couldn't help but think, it would be great if I could find 1 or 2 more legendary creatures, so that coal ball's potential value could skyrocket by a large margin again. Of course, Han Xing was only thinking about it. Yesterday, in the secret realm, it was all part of luck that he was able to run into that shadow dragon. According to the division of strength that the spirit of the Wild Ranger had told Han Xing, legendary creatures had a minimum level of 50 or higher. But because of the special nature of the secret realm, that shadow dragon's level was suppressed so low. If it was outside, a random legendary creature would be able to wipe out the crowd with a casual breath. Cinderblock was still leading the way at this time. The crowd began to go deeper into the village. The weird thing was that this village was truly as if it was dead. Not a single breath of a living person could be seen, and it was terrifyingly quiet. As they went deeper and deeper, a strange odor, if any, began to surface in the air. Xinyun walked at the front and suddenly turned around and said, "Do you guys smell anything?" The crowd nodded. There was a strange smell in the air, as if it was a strange odor emanating from the mixing of potions and various rotting corpses. In this, there was also a faint smell of blood. Cinderblock's nose was much more agile than theirs, which was why it reacted that way at first. And right at this moment, everyone's faces suddenly changed. They all received a system prompt. You have been infected by the evil god's breath, and are infected with 1 layer of the evil god's curse. Each layer of the curse reduces the survivor's full attributes by 10%. From now on, 1 layer of evil god curse will be added every minute. When stacked up to 10 layers, the survivor will undergo a terrifying mutation that is equivalent to death. Please ask the survivors to find the source of the epidemic as soon as possible. After clearing the secret realm, the status will be cleared automatically. Holy! Did you guys get the hint that the system said I was hit by a kind of evil god curse and will be mutating soon? Chang Si-yong exclaimed. The crowd glanced at each other, and all of their faces looked a little unsightly. It seemed that everyone had received the same prompt. Han Xing noticed 2 key pieces of information on this system message. Evil god breath and mutation. He remembered that when he had obtained that blood curse antidote formula earlier, the system had also said that beings infected by the evil god's curse would undergo a terrifying mutation. It was hard not to let him make the connection, because just in the near future, a blood curse was about to break out. Right at this moment, Chang Jianyong's face turned white as he said, "Holy," adding 1 layer of the curse of blood per minute, and also lowering the attributes by 10%, which means that we only have a maximum of 9 minutes to fight? Han Xing whispered. It might not be 9 minutes yet. The longer we drag it out, the lower our attributes will be, and our combat power will be greatly reduced. If the boss at the bottom of the level is a bit stronger. Upon this reminder, the crowd also realized this, and their faces changed wildly. Time was short, but fortunately, there was a partner with a strong sense of smell among them.
Briquette.
The source of the epidemic should be where the odor emanated from. Han Xing looked at the Void Spectre wolf on the ground and said, "Rely on you, coal ball." The words fell. The coal ball also understood Han Xing's meaning and instantly leapt out, with the crowd following closely behind it. In a few prances, the coal ball led them through several streets. The place was flat and surrounded by a few dilapidated houses. Just then, the coal ball suddenly burrowed into an inconspicuous broken house. Ka-ching! The rotten wooden door was directly smashed open by the strong physique of the Void Spectre wolf. What's inside? Maintaining a vigilant mentality, the crowd fishtailed into the house. Upon entering the house, it was furnished with some old furniture that was covered in thick black ash. It was a plain and ordinary hut. Moreover, the strange odor seemed to have diminished a lot by the time they arrived here. If it was an ordinary survivor squad, even if they passed by here, they wouldn't be able to notice the strange odor. However, Cinderblock led the crowd straight to the bedroom area of the room. Inside was something more familiar to Northerners, a dirt kong. Several layers of already blackened quilts were spread on the dirt Kong. There is something here? Shin Yun asked suspiciously, and just at this moment, the crowd suddenly felt a weakening of power. A minute had passed, and their full attributes had decreased by a cut. Crap! The crowd's faces sank. Han Xing, on the other hand, noticed. Cole Ball's attributes, however, did not seem to be affected. Han Xing glanced at Cole Ball's panel with surprised eyes. Because, not only did its attributes not decay, even the status bar did not have any negative statuses such as Evil God Curse. He didn't know if it was because of Cole Ball's Void Spectre Wolf's bloodline, or because pets wouldn't be affected by the Evil God Curse. But to the crowd, this was undoubtedly good news. At this moment, Cole Ball also circled the room a few times, sniffing its nose constantly. The next moment, its deep eyes suddenly lit up. The Cole Ball leapt high into the air and slapped its paw on the dirt floor. Splat! The blackened earthen Kong cracked from the center. The crowd saw that underneath the dirt floor, there was an altar bubbling with blood. At this moment, a stench with blood in it rose to the sky. The crowd heard a baby's cry, followed by a child's cry. Mommy! Mommy! The bizarre and sharp cries kept drilling into the crowd's minds like razor blades scratching the glass. A system prompt appeared. Survivors, you have successfully found the source of the curse. Break the tank and kill the creatures inside that have been infected by the evil god's breath to pass the secret realm. The crowd's faces turned white. Shin Yun didn't have much of a reaction. The monster's voice didn't seem to have any effect on him, and asked, Brother Star, should we break the jar now? Han Xing also felt some slight pain in his head and shook it off, saying, Break it. Before our attributes drop too much, finish it off early. Shin Yun nodded, then swung the sledgehammer in his hand and slammed it. Ka-ching! The blood-red canister appeared with spiderweb-like cracks at this moment. The next moment, a dozen blood-red tentacles stretched out from the cracks in the tank. Sticky and slippery. Clattering. Mom! You're finally willing to let me out. Hee hee hee. A gloomy and eerie laughter rang out. When the monster inside showed its full body, the crowd couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over their bodies. This was a monster that, in appearance, made people feel physically ill. Chapter 114. The little thing is quite chic-looking. The moment they saw this monster, the two girls in the group felt a flash of color. Because this guy was just too disgusting. It was a monster with a dozen or so blood-red tentacles growing on its body. Its body was like a baby corpse soaked in blood. It was obese, swollen, and grotesque. The attributes of the monster also appeared in front of the crowd. Evil God infected body 2-star chief grade. Rank, LV 15. Attributes, Strength 254, Agility 213, Spirit 302, Physique 205. Skills, Magic Sound. The evil god infected body inflicts severe mental damage to surrounding creatures through sound at regular intervals. Vicious Spit. Evil god infected body spits out a cloud of slime, inflicting continuous corrosion and poisoning effects on enemies, and target's hit will accelerate the time for the evil god curse to erupt. Twisted Brain. The evil god infected body releases the power of resentment in its heart, distorting the senses and consciousness of the surrounding creatures, causing the enemy to fall into a prolonged state of mind control. Evil God's Power. The evil god infected body's entire attributes are increased by 30%, and creatures killed by the evil god's power will likewise turn into new evil god infected bodies. The crowd saw the monster's attributes. A rare spirit-based monster. Holy! What is this thing that looks so disgusting? Chang Si-yong cursed angrily. Han Xing said at this time, Whatever he looks like, finish him off. Although the monster looked scary, its attributes did not exceed the crowd's expectations too much. In comparison, they all felt that the difficulty of this 2-star secret realm was a bit too low. A level 15 alpha monster was just a level 15 alpha monster, and it wasn't a problem at all for the crowd. Shin Yun directly threw a blessing of courage to Han Xing, then held his shield on top and suppressed this evil god-infected body in the ruins. A dozen large intestine-like tentacles waved, and it just wanted to send out an attack. Han Xing shot out an arrow, directly hitting the evil god-infected body's body. The arrow hit, and it really felt like it had stabbed a rotting corpse. Blood soared up. Ah! The evil god-infected body screamed miserably as its attack was interrupted. Mom! Someone is bullying Tatsu? Oh! Woo-woo! A sharp howling sound drilled into the crowd's mind. At this moment, The crowd covered their ears, all trying their best to fight against that bizarre sound, as if their minds had been hit like a heavy blow. On the field, only Xinyun and Zhang Renmeng were a little better. This was because both of them were spiritual professions with extremely high spiritual attributes. Right at this moment, Xinyun raised his holy hammer and took the lead in throwing a purification spell at Han Xing. Han Xing only felt the sharp pain in his head disappear. In the next moment, he directly threw up all sorts of explosive skills. The evil god-infected body was once again beaten and screamed. Just then, the crowd also recovered and various attacks were thrown at the infected body. The evil god-infected body then howled and cried, while continuously uttering various bizarre lines. "Oh! Mom, why don't you help Cinnabar? Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Oh! I'll tell you all my secrets. Dad was eaten by me, and my brother was thrown into the well by me, and I set that fire in the village. Tatsu is wrong. Tatsu will never dare again." This guy's lines gave the crowd a bit of a creepy feeling. Scratch that. Hurry up and finish it off. This little thing is too damn scary. Chang Si-yong couldn't help but spit out. Hearing him mention it, everyone sped up their attacks. After a series of heavy blows, the evil god-infected body's dozen or so tentacles began to flail. This alpha monster fell into a rampage. In an instant, the surrounding houses collapsed one by one. Snap, snap, snap. The infected body kept waving its tentacles. However, Xinyun hardened himself against the roiling attacks and did not move at all. Seeing this, the crowd began to output at the back without fear. A wave of fire gathering came down. This alpha monster was beaten by the crowd and burst back repeatedly. On the field, Han Xing, Zhang Renmeng, and Su Xiaoyang. All three were extremely violent output professions. An alpha monster of the same level could be taken out by Han Xing and Kolbal in cooperation. As for his several teammates, they were also all incredibly strong. At this point in the battle, there was no suspense at all, unless one encountered another terrifying lord creature like the Knight Captain. Otherwise, it would still be very easy to deal with this kind of alpha monster. After a bit of firefighting, this alpha monster was finally killed by the crowd. A system prompt came. You have successfully killed the evil god-infected body 2-star alpha creature, gaining experience value of 174,121. A white light rose from Han Xing's body. The massive amount of experience was also what caused him to rise to level 15. At the same time, the negative statuses on the crowd lifted at that moment. Finally finished this guy. Chang Jianyong breathed a sigh of relief. Shun Yun, however, said doubtfully from the side, "How does it feel? The difficulty of this secret realm doesn't seem to be good." Hearing him mention it, the crowd also had this feeling. The final boss of the 2-star secret realm was just a level 15 alpha monster that didn't cause them much pressure at all. Other than the monster's looks being a bit more disgusting and its attack method being a bit more bizarre, the rest wasn't much. Compared to the 2-star secret realm they had previously cleared, the Knight's Trial Ground, it was not a class at all. However, what they didn't know was that the strength of their team was at the top level even among the 900,000 plus people in the merged 2 regions. That was why they felt that the difficulty was not high. If it was any other squad that came over, just an unpurgeable negative status would have multiplied the pressure in their hearts, forcing the survivors to grab the secret realm. Moreover, if they wasted too much time because they were looking for the boss's body, by that time, even if they broke the canister, their attributes would drop drastically. At that time, they would then face this horrible monster. Those who were nearly as strong would probably have been massacred at this point. As for Han Xing and the others, it was because of the coal ball's powerful sense of smell that helped them save a lot of time searching. Otherwise, they would have been delayed for quite a while as well. After Han Xing had risen to level 15, his attributes had once again risen a notch. Moreover, he could now finally equip another piece of gold equipment, the Ring of the Kingdom. Although it didn't have the legendary special effect, its bonus attributes already exceeded the ring Han Xing was currently equipped with by a lot. Replacing the cyanide ring and then equipping the Ring of Kingdoms, Han Xing's attributes once again received a considerable increase. The crowd noticed that on Han Xing's middle finger, a ring that emitted a majestic aura had appeared. At this time, a system prompt came. Have successfully cleared the 2-star secret realm. Epidemic Village, Cloud Secret Realm points +2. Gained experience value reward, 367,151. Gained props reward, Strongman Fragment 17. Rune Crystal 480, Silver Treasure Chest 3. Huh? How come there are only 3 silver treasure chests? Chung Si-young asked. The crowd was also a bit surprised. One should know that when they cleared that 2-star secret realm, the Knight's Trial Ground, yesterday, it gave a full 1 gold treasure chest plus 4 silver treasure chests. On top of that, there was a hidden profession scroll and an orange greatsword. Also being 2-star, the rewards of this epidemic village were very shabby. Han Xing thought for a moment and mused. This reward, it's expected after all, this 2-star secret realm, compared to the Knight's Trial Ground that we fought last time, the difficulty is far worse. Last time, we fought at least dozens of elite monsters, 3 alpha leaders, plus a lord. Here, there's only 1 alpha monster. So how can we think that it won't give us the same rewards as last time? When the crowd heard this, they also revealed a dazed look. One must know that inside the golden treasure chest was a high probability of 1 to 2 pieces of golden equipment coming out. If every time one cleared a 2-star secret realm of this difficulty, it gave golden treasure chests, then golden equipment would probably be flooded. The crowd nodded. Even though there was no golden treasure chest reward, the experience given by the secret realm was very large, and it was enough to make up for the loss in this area. At this time, it was still Su Xiaoyang who went to open the treasure chest. The first 2 treasure chests were mediocre, 2 level 15 purple suits, plus some materials. The last treasure chest, on the contrary, made the crowd a little surprised. Intermediate life secret pill recipe. Can cure 2-star creatures from serious injuries, can cure 3-star creatures from light injuries. Materials required for production: spirit spring water 500 milliliters, spirit core 100, moonflower grass 5, spirit blood grass 1. Seeing this recipe, the crowd was surprised. They had previously felt that the healing effect of the primary life secret medicine had already failed to keep up, and now they had fumbled out an intermediate life secret medicine recipe. Although it was true that there was Xin Yun releasing healing spells for them in the battle now, having a few more bottles of intermediate life secret medicine in their backpacks was also some more security. The most crucial thing was that this thing was also something that could be taken to the trading channel and sold. The current market price of the primary life secret pill was at 500 spirit cores a bottle, while the price of the intermediate life secret pill had come to over 3,000. The reason why the price was so high was secondary to the raw materials needed. The main reason was that the success rate was too low. A success rate of 20% was equivalent to 5 bottles to succeed in one, and if one was unlucky, one might not be able to make it back by selling 3,000 spirit cores. Therefore, for this price, the market was still relatively acceptable. Of course, Han Xing was excluded because he had a 100% success rate. With this formula, he was going to start hoarding a large amount of the recipe materials for the secret pill of life. Then when this rush was over, he would be able to offer these props in large quantities to prepare for the next new batch of territory buildings. Little sister sheep, you're so lucky, Zhang Renmeng said excitedly from the side. Chang Jianyong also said joyfully, I announce that from today onwards, I'm letting you have the title of European Emperor. Su Xiaoyang was once again embarrassed by the crowd's compliments. After opening the treasure chest, a system prompt appeared. The secret realm rewards have been settled. In 10 seconds, all survivors will be teleported back into the middle of the territory. At this time, Han Xing glanced at a withered well not far away, with black gas faintly rising from it. Associated with that evil god mutant's lines, this withered well most likely had problems as well. Or even it was the hidden stage of this secret realm. But time was running out, and Han Xing gave up on the idea of continuing to explore. The 10-second countdown ended. The screen flashed and the crowd returned to the territory. Chapter 115. All charge the rankings. Rankings soar. After coming out of the 2-star secret realm, Han Xing looked at the leaderboards. All 5 of them had entered the top 10,000 in the rankings. Today was the second day of the opening of the leaderboards, and there wasn't much of a gap between everyone. Almost every point they raised, they were able to suppress thousands or even tens of thousands of people. If this pace was maintained, entering the top 100 was not a difficult task. At this moment, Han Xing said, It's already been determined that the difficulty of both the 1-star and 2-star secret realms has been lowered a lot. With our strength, it's still relatively simple to clear these secret realms below level 15. We'll step up our efforts in these few days and strive to enter the top 10 together. The crowd's eyes lit up as they listened. Han Xing saying that he would bring everyone into the top 10 together wasn't some kind of pie in the sky, but he truly had this kind of strength. The equipment of the 5 of them could be said to be at the top level among the survivors, plus there were 3 hidden professions in the team, plus a violent cinder block, so if they seriously rushed, the speed of clearing the level could be accelerated by a cut. You have to know that the rewards of the top 10, but there are 4 kinds of architectural drawings, plus the Lord contract and a large number of spirit cores. Taking a random ranking was enough to make the strength of the crowd skyrocket. Next, Han Xing began to lead his squad to start charging the list mode. However, he didn't just target the Cloud Mystic Realm to strike. If he came across those large empty islands on the way, he would also go in and explore them. There were tons of resources inside these empty islands, and the rewards were still good. Successfully merged the unclaimed empty islands. Your territory has expanded, gained territorial resources. Rich refined iron or 1, oak 762, bird eggs. Successfully cleared the 2-star secret realm, Phantom Town, Cloud Secret Realm points +2, gained experience value. Successfully merged unclaimed empty islands. After a full day of exploration, the time came to sunset. The crowd began to rest for the time being and then counted today's harvest. Today, the 5 people had cleared 3 2-star secret realms and 8 1-star secret realms. 5 of the 1-star secret realms were explored by Han Xing with Shen Yun, while the other 3 were explored by the duo of Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang. With the massive amount of experience piled on top of each other, the levels of the crowd soared. Han Xing had risen to level 16, Zhang Renmeng and Cheng Jianyong had risen to level 15, Su Xiaoyang and Shen Yun were a little slower, with 1 at level 14 and 1 at level 13. In 1 day's time, this kind of leveling speed was simply unbelievable. But next, their leveling speed was going to slow down. This was because after leveling up to 15, the experience required would increase exponentially, and even if they passed through a 2-star secret realm once, it wouldn't grow much. Most of the secret realms generated now were level 10-15. There was a small chance of generating a level 15-20 cloud secret realm, and the monsters inside would be much tougher. Currently, Han Xing and the others hadn't encountered any secret realms of this level. However, it was assumed that the experience and prop rewards gained from a level 20 secret realm would also be more. At the same time, Han Xing's territory area had skyrocketed to over 90,000 square meters from the previous 60,000 square meters. In addition, he had harvested a large number of territorial resources, including several woods, ponds, and veins of ore. Now, his territory really had all kinds of terrain. Walking a distance, one could see a verdant green bamboo forest, and then walking a few more steps, a bright red, fire-like maple forest appeared, and next to the maple forest, a field of medicinal herbs grew, and ponds. All of these territorial resources needed time to be organized and digested. In addition to Han Xing, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun's territories had also exceeded 20,000 square meters, plus Su Xiaoyang. The merging of the 4 people's territories was now able to directly spread out a huge platform with an area of over 150,000 square meters. Any larger and it could be built into a neighborhood. At this time, Cheng Jianyong, who had just come out of the secret realm, laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. Finally I've made it to level 15. The crowd seemed to realize something. The fact that Cheng Xiyong had risen to level 15 meant that he could equip that orange weapon, the Lion King Greatsword. As expected, Cheng Jianyong was holding that huge sword like a door plate in a high spirit and walking very arrogantly in the territory. On the side, Shen Yun speechless. "Look at you show off. Wait for me to level 15. Then equipped with that Titan War Kai. 2 gold equipment, still stronger than you." However, Cheng Jianyong was unconvinced and said, "Is that so? Come and compete." Shen Yun just wanted to refuse. However, he heard Han Xing say from the side, "As I recall, the Lion King Greatsword's legendary special effect comes with a 100% knockback effect, and the Immortal Shield comes with an effect of not being knocked back by any attack. These 2 attributes, they're a bit contradictory, aren't they?" The crowd seemed to recall this as well. A 100% knockback and a 100% not to be knocked back. If these 2 contradictory attributes collided with each other, what kind of effect would occur? Cheng Jianyong suddenly hemmed and hawed. "Little Yunzi, why don't you come and try it out? Both of us turn on the special effects at the same time, and see if I can shoot you flying." Shen Yun blankly glanced at him, and after pondering for a moment, he still nodded. He was also interested in this. At this time, Han Xing walked a dozen meters away, leaving a place for the 2 to fight. Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang were standing behind him, their beautiful eyes looking forward, also more curious about the next battle. Right at this moment, both players took their positions. Cheng Jianyong held up the big orange sword and smiled heatedly. "Little Yunzi, I'm coming. Oh, Shin Yun put a blessing of courage on himself and a holy light shield on himself, took a deep breath and said, "Come on!" Looking at him in a strict stance, Chang Myong instantly rushed out. King of the 100 Beasts, Immortal Will, 2 legendary special effects opened at the same time. Chang Si-yong waved his great sword, carrying a huge sound of wind, and fiercely slapped it over. Dang-lang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. A circle of dark yellow light emanated from the huge sword. The immortal shield similarly glowed with a slight halo. However, after a second passed, the halo on the immortal shield went out. In the next moment, Shin Yun's entire person, along with the shield, was slapped out tens of meters away. Slap! Shin Yun's face turned white when he landed. He hastily threw himself a holy light healing. Chang Jianyong looked at the great sword in his hand in surprise and said in surprise, "Ha ha ha! It seems like my weapon is still a bit more powerful." Shin Yun said with some disbelief, "Didn't it say that it wouldn't be knocked back 100% of the time?" At this moment, Han Xing walked over. "I just saw it. When both of your legendary effects are turned on, there is a strange kind of light, and this kind of light should be the power of rules that the Shadow Gargoyle talked about before. And 2 rules that clash with each other, when they collide, they still take the higher level of power. That's why Chang Jianyong was able to slap Shin Yun away." The crowd revealed a dazed look. In their hearts, they were also a little curious about the so-called power of rules. Chang Si-yong held a divine weapon in his hand and couldn't wait to find a monster to try his hand on. Han Xing also satisfied him. Next, he led the crowd to continue exploring the secret realm. 2-star secret realm. Dogman tribe. Entry level. 1015. Entry number. 15. The screen flashed. A camp made of tents appeared in front of the crowd. There were at least 300 level 1015 dog heads, mixed with a dozen elite monsters plus an alpha. Seeing Han Xing and the others at this moment, all of those dog heads raised their weapons high and rushed over in a swarm. Faced with such a terrifying number of monsters, the crowd did not feel timid. Chang Jianyong shouted out, "Xiao Yunzi, put a shield on me and give me a blessing. I'm going to turn on Peerless." Shin Yun's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment Chang Zhengyong rushed over, he first put a holy light shield on him and immediately added a blessing of courage. Chang Si-yong felt his strength skyrocket. He then held the Lion King greatsword and began to swing it furiously. Hoo! Every time Chang Jianyong swung his sword, it carried a terrifying power. The dog-headed miscellaneous soldiers who rushed to the front were almost swept away in one swipe, like cutting wheat, and a dozen or so dog heads fell to the ground. Biff. Blood spurted out. However, Chang Si-yong was getting more and more excited the more he killed. Relying on the strength of his equipment, he began to charge into the monsters and kill them. For a while, limbs and broken arms flew about, seeing the 2 girls in the team turn a little pale. Chang Si-yong, however, didn't notice anything at all and shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Coola! So cool!" Listening to his easily misunderstood speech, the crowd was also filled with speechlessness. In the back, Han Xing was continuously laying his hands on the elite and leader monsters inside. One monster after another fell. 10 minutes later, the chaotic battlefield came to a halt. A system prompt appeared. Successfully cleared the 2-star secret realm, Dogman tribe, gained experience points of 431,542, and received a prop reward, Strongman Fragment 42. This time, it was the fastest time they had ever cleared a 2-star secret realm. The entire team's extreme equipment, along with their strong strength, directly completed the crushing of the 2-star secret realm. After leaving from the Dogman tribe, the crowd began to run to the next secret realm. When they met other survivors on the road, they generally left with a sense of humor when they saw them in this formation. Those who were not immediately fled like frightened rabbits after taking a few huge crossbow shots from Han Xing. So on this journey, they didn't encounter many survivors. At the same time, the names of the 5 of them had also quickly killed their way into the top 100 from outside of 10,000 in a short period of time. Such a terrifying rise was simply unheard of. In a large region of over 900,000 people, there were quite a few hidden tigers and dragons. Prior to this, those who could enter the top 10 of the leaderboards, no, even those who could enter the top 100 were all prominent figures in the various regions, and at the very least were also the leaders of a large team. Not only did they treat the leaderboards as a symbol of honor, but more than that, they used them as a propaganda tool. Whenever someone from a certain team entered the top 100, they would take advantage of the heat and start publicizing it on the public channel, then recruit other survivors. The current leaderboard had been getting a lot of attention. Back in the morning, after the 5 of them entered the top 500 of the leaderboard, they attracted a lot of attention. Especially Han Xing after the celebrity list and the backpack trading incident earlier, he had already gained quite a bit of fame among the survivors. When they saw the 5 names of Xinghe, Qingmeng Zhang Renming's virtual name, Yun Tianming, Lonely Brave and Smart Little Sheep, like a force that had risen out of nowhere, they climbed up the ranks at an extremely fast rate, causing heated discussions among the crowd. Look, the Star God has advanced 3 more times and is about to kill his way into the top 100. There's also Yun Tianming, Lonely Brave. These guys are also climbing up the rankings at an extremely fast rate. Heavens! The Star God is still understandable. Those few people, how did they manage to achieve such speed? At this time, those survivors from the original Area 107 came out to explain. You guys don't know about this, right? That Yun Tianming and Lonely Brave, they're both friends of the Star God, and as early as the previous 2 rankings, the Star God had helped these few friends of his to consistently dominate the top 3 or top 10.
Hiss.
So horrible. Originally, there's this kind of treatment for being Star God's friend. It's too enviable. I also want to be Star God's friend. My little brother is good at playing, and singing. May I ask if Star God still lacks teammates? My little daughter is 1.75 meters, weighs 108 pounds, and can dance all kinds of dances. I want one too. People are 18 years old. For a while, a group of people who wanted to make friends with Han Xing appeared in the chat channel. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, a short hour had passed, and Han Xing's 5 had already entered the top 100. Another 2 hours passed and the time came to late night. In the unbelieving gazes of over 100,000 survivors, all 5 names had killed their way into the top 10 of the rankings. Among them, Han Xing was directly in second place with 17 points. The current number 1 was still the survivor named Boundless with 19 points, not too far off from Han Xing. In third place was the leader of Team Cybertron, Optimus Prime, with 16 points. Behind them, Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Renming and the others occupied the 4.5.6.7 places. Han Xing, on the other hand, had indeed accomplished his stated goal, which was to have the entire team in the top 10 of the leaderboard. At this moment, on a huge empty island with an area of tens of thousands of square meters, a man with a full head of silver hair and deep eyes had just walked out of the secret realm. The equipment on his body was of extremely high quality, with 1 or 2 pieces of golden equipment mixed in with the purple, not even losing to Han Xing. Adding to that, the man's silver hair and unhuman-like pupils showed that he had most likely transferred to some sort of hidden profession as well. This person was the leader of the largest regiment in Area 101, Boundless. Prior to this, Boundless was also the number 1 strongest person in Area 101's double rankings, and had opened a powerful profession on the hidden profession scroll he obtained from the first rankings. Vampire Warrior. This profession had 2 strong natural skills. One was that it came with a blood-sucking effect when attacking. The second was that it would never feel tired. The second talent in particular allowed him to fight 24 hours non-stop, coupled with the strength of his equipment. In the past 2 days, Boundless had also been dominating the number 1 spot on the leaderboards. At this moment, as soon as Boundless came out, he received a report from his men. On the Cloud Mystery scoreboard, Xinghe's name had appeared below him, and there wasn't much of a gap between the 2 sides. Boundless' brows suddenly twitched for a moment and, Xinghe? Is him again? Within the past 2 days, Xinghe's name had entered the limelight almost as frequently, although he knew that this person was not simple. But he didn't expect that Xinghe would rise to prominence at such a fast pace. Boundless looked at a beautiful woman next to him and asked softly, Last night, I asked you to investigate Star River's information. How is the investigation going? Chapter 116. Sleepless Night for 3 People. Boundless looked at a beautiful woman next to him and asked, Last night, letting you go to investigate the information of the Star River. How did the investigation go? The beautiful woman whispered back. Investigated. We paid a little favor and asked the survivors of Area 107 for information about the Star River, and they were honest enough to tell all of it. From their mouths, we learned about Star River's development. This person's skills are not bad. I don't know what means he used to get a large amount of spiritual spring water in the early stages, and then used it to collect a large amount of supplies, and then later on he has sold secret life pills, spatial backpacks, and other props in bulk. Through speculation, we have judged that the resources he possesses in his hands, I'm afraid that it has reached a terrifying figure, even more than you, the head of the group. After hearing the analysis, Boundless nodded. When he heard that Han Xing possessed a massive amount of resources in his hands, Boundless was not surprised. This was because he clearly knew how terrifying the speed of acquiring resources was for a top existence in a large region like this. Got it? Tell Optimus Prime, Divine Show and the others about this information and see if they are interested. I'm going to be busy charging up the list lately, so I won't be caring about this for now. The beautiful woman quietly glanced at him before nodding and saying, yes. At night on the territory, Han Xing's five ended their day of fighting and began to enjoy a pleasant time of enjoyment. Zhang Renmeng was still packing ingredients in the open-air kitchen outside the meadow, while Su Xiaoyang was giving her a hand. Although Han Xing's castle had a specialized kitchen area. But Zhang Renmeng preferred cooking outside. In her words, the air outside was better, and she could also go to her small vegetable garden and pick some fruits and vegetables over whenever she wanted. After a few days of growth, Zhang Renmeng's small vegetable garden was growing very well, and the area was rapidly expanding with all kinds of fruits and vegetables, most of which were common species on the blue planet, such as chili peppers, baby bok choy, and so on. Now, except for not being able to swipe their cell phones, they could be said to have lived a life comparable to that on the blue planet. When a table of good food was served, Han Xing once again took out a small bottle of black vine wine from the storage box. One person poured a cup, and the entire territory was filled with the fragrance of wine. The coal ball smelled the fragrance and leapt over from the castle balcony with a whoosh. It then plopped down next to Han Xing and kept rattling its paws. Han Xing laughed and also took out a small bowl and poured a bowl for coal ball. The coal ball happily licked it up. At this time, Cheng Jianyong raised his wine bowl. Brothers and sisters, it's been a hard few days. Here's to all of you. Shen Yun glanced at him breathlessly and said, Cheng Si-yong, eating is eating? What's the point of being so fleshy? Cheng Si-yong laughed. Little Yunzi, what do you know? I'm happy. In this strange world, it is such a rare thing to have a group of trusted partners. Shen Yun froze for a moment as he listened. I didn't expect that from your fellow's mouth. A few decent words could still come out once in a while. Cheng Jianyong smiled triumphantly. Seeing this, the crowd also raised their wine cups and drank. After 3 rounds of drinking, the crowd all entered a slightly drunken state. At this time, Cheng Si-yong said with a red face, that said, have you guys noticed that after our attributes have been raised, our physical qualities seem to have become more powerful as well? This black vine wine, I used to fall down after 1 cup, but now that I've had 3 cups, I feel that my mental state is still very good. Upon hearing Cheng Jianyong say this, the crowd seemed to have realized this as well. Han Xing nodded and said, indeed, speaking of which, our current attributes, compared to when we first entered this world, have all doubled at least a few dozen times. With our current physical qualities, when we return to Blue Star, each one of us would be a Superman-level existence, and I'm afraid that with 1 punch, we would be able to directly blow up a floor. Han Xing's current strength attribute was 203. Compared to the pitiful 3 points of attributes when he first entered the game, his current strength had been increased by dozens of times. Cheng Si-yong was also excited at this time. Haha, do you think if we continue to grow, we will all become creatures like Superman or the Hulk? Shen Yun said disdainfully, I don't want to turn into a muscle monster. I'm going to be a knight of the apocalypse in the future. Lifting my hand is a holy light attack. 1 hammer down. The continents are going to be dried up by me. Cheng Jianyong glanced at him. Just you are still a horseman of the apocalypse? What, you're not convinced? Come and compete. During the duo's daily bickering, the time also came late at night. The crowd began to gradually disperse. After Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun returned to their lord's hut, Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang then continued to Han Xing's castle. Han Xing also returned to his room to make some preparations. He sat on the balcony and entered the trading channel. Then he began to enter information about various materials. First, there were the 3 materials for making the blood source curse antidote: witchroot grass, cursed blood, and sacred aurora. After entering the first witchroot grass, more than 300 trading messages popped up. These survivors were probably also like Han Xing, having discovered the witchroot grass plant on some empty islands of resources, so their reserves were quite sufficient. Han Xing calculated that there were about 30,000 witchroot grasses in the entire trading channel. Looking at the selling price, it was roughly the ratio of 200 spirit cores that could be exchanged for 1 witchroot grass. Without hesitation, Han Xing directly spent over 6 million spirit cores and swept them all. The large amount of witchroot grass materials traded in the trading channel still caught the attention of some guys. However, It was useless for them to pay attention because Han Xing had already finished sweeping it long ago. Then Han Xing continued to enter the second material, cursed blood. There were more than 100 messages in the trading channel, totaling more than 2,000 drops of cursed blood. Prior to this, Han Xing had already determined that cursed blood would only drop from creatures infected by the evil god's breath. These 100-plus cursed blood consignment messages indicated that there were already many survivors who had come into contact with this creature. Han Xing frowned and also spent more than 200,000 spirit cores to sweep away the cursed blood. Then came the third material, Sacred Aurora. Han Xing entered it, but found that the consignment information was 0. No, Han Xing was a bit surprised, and at the same time had a few bad feelings in his heart. This represented two possibilities. Either this material, Sacred Aurora, was too high-end and very difficult to obtain. Either that, or simply Sacred Aurora was not a material that could be obtained through conventional means. These two possibilities, no matter which one, were not good news for Han Xing. Since there was none, he could only call it quits. Next, Han Xing continued to sweep the trade channel. Strong beast skin, constant gold ingots, spirit bloodgrass, and so on. In one night, more than 10 million spirit cores were spent, and a large amount of these materials were accounted for. At the same time, Han Xing looked at the crafting information for the purple backpack. Space backpack drawing purple. A backpack with 500-800 storage spaces can be crafted, with a medium-range attribute increase effect. Materials required for crafting: Spirit Core 2000, Secret Silver 10, Tough Beast Skin 5, Ether 10,000. Now, he had nearly 10,000 Tough Beast skins, being able to craft over 2,000 backpacks out in one breath. While crafting a purple backpack, it would take 20 seconds to craft one. Han Xing directly clicked on Craft All, which would take about 12 hours. Anyway, with the crafting interface hanging, he could do other things as well. After finishing this, Han Xing was ready to sleep. Han Xing comfortably laid back on his bed. Just then, he suddenly saw some movement at the door. Han Xing fixed his eyes on it. A pretty-looking beauty, as if she was a thief, walked up from downstairs. This beauty was none other than Zhang Renmeng. In order not to make a sound, she was barefoot at this time, and her small jade feet appeared white and red at this moment. Zhang Renmeng quietly opened the door to Han Xing's room and breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xing asked with some confusion, "What's wrong, runner?" Zhang Renmeng at this time shyly glanced at Han Xing and delicately said, "No, it's fine. It's just that people miss you." By this point, how could Han Xing not understand the meaning of her words? At her age, Zhang Renmeng was at the time when her desire was the strongest. In addition to the first few times, after the two were familiar with each other, Zhang Renmeng almost always took the initiative. In front of Han Xing, Zhang Renmeng gently removed her clothes. Not a moment later, a smooth and attractive carcass was presented in front of Han Xing. The temperature of the night sky at night was a bit low, and Zhang Renmeng seemed to be a bit cold, hugging her arms and holding the grandeur in front of her chest. This scene made Han Xing's breath catch. In the next moment, Han Xing yanked her onto the bed. "Yikes!" Zhang Renmeng cried out softly in a delicate voice. In no time, low, suppressed gasps resounded in the room. The second floor of the tower, which was Zhang Renmeng's room. The sleeping Su Xiaoyang woke up shortly after Zhang Renmeng left. She hadn't known at first what Zhang Renmeng had quietly slipped out to do. At this moment, she suddenly heard a burst of strange sounds coming from upstairs. So how could she not know that something was happening up there? Su Xiaoyang's face felt hotter and hotter while her heart was weird. She buried her head into the pillow, but the strange sounds from upstairs still kept drilling into her ears. Su Xiaoyang felt a flurry of agitation within her, her two slender jade legs tightly together, and she kept tossing and turning on the bed. This night, all three people did not sleep. The next day, when it was still light, Zhang Renmeng got up from Han Xing's bed and re-entered Su Xiaoyang's quilt. Han Xing got up from his bedroom bed and ran to the balcony to stretch his legs. From afar, he saw the duo of Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Renmeng walk out together. Only, Su Xiaoyang's eyes were somewhat haggard, while Zhang Renmeng's face had that rosy look of satisfaction. Han Xing's gaze was odd. Seeing Han Xing, Zhang Renmeng waved her hand to greet him. Today it was like an upside-down funnel, it hung in the air. Before he even got close, he felt a burst of warmth come over him. Holy, this is a sinkhole? How does this look like a natural hot spring? Cheng Jianyong was the first to exclaim. The crowd also discovered this. In the center of the valley, there was a large pool that was bubbling with hot air, and the lake water was very pure. At a rough estimate, the diameter of the pool was more than 200 meters, and based on the depth prediction of this hovering hollow island, it was at least 30 meters deep. Say, why is this water hot? Could it really be a hot spring? Shin Yun asked. Han Xing glanced at the structure of this empty island, whose underground revealed a trace of red clay, and whispered, "It should be because beneath the lake bottom, there are a staggering amount of dark flint veins. The dark flint veins are constantly emitting heat, which also raises the temperature of this pool." It dawned on the crowd. Chang Jianyong observed inside and asked, "Say, what about the monsters inside this empty island?" The system had hinted that there were unknown dangers inside, which meant that there were definitely monsters inside. And at this moment, the bare mountaintop was missing any trace of monsters. The crowd looked left and right. If there were monsters, then they could only be hidden in the water. But the crowd present, although they all knew how to swim, but if they encountered danger in the water, it would be troublesome. Su Xiaoyang said at this time, "Why don't I go and take a look?" "You go? Are you going to jump into the water?" Han Xing asked. Seeing Han Xing looking at himself, and associating it with the commotion she heard last night, Su Xiaoyang's face swished red. A moment later, Su Little Lamb said with a voice like a mosquito fly, "No, not really, because I have a flying skill." Han Xing drifted off. He did forget that Su Little Sheep's elf archer profession had a low-altitude flying skill. Could provide 2 minutes of flight time, and in the flying state, the movement speed skyrocketed by a factor of 2. With Su Little Sheep's current speed, 2 minutes would be enough for her to make 2 rounds around the lake. Although he could also see that Su Xiaoyang's state was a bit off, he didn't think much about it. Han Xing nodded. "That's fine, then you can fly around the lake. If you encounter any danger, come back immediately, big deal. I'll just sweep it over with my siege crossbow arrows. There's no lack of that bit of experience." Su Xiao Sheep gently nodded. In the next moment, she opened the elven archer's low-altitude flying skill. Not only did the entire person's speed skyrocket, she also gained the ability to fly. Su Little Sheep was covered in purple leather armor, and when she flew, her entire person was truly like a dancing elf. However, after she cruised around the lake, she still didn't see any monsters. When Su Xiaoyang returned, her face looked a little red from being drenched in the hot vapor. There is no sign of the monster. Either it is hiding under the water, or there is no monster inside, Su Xiaoyang said. Han Xing was puzzled. No monster. In theory, if it was a resource-empty island without a monster, the system would directly prompt that it was an ownerless empty island, and the survivors could directly merge it. But up until now, they hadn't come into contact with the relevant prompts. This indicated that there were definitely monsters hidden inside. Han Xing visually measured the volume of this empty island, which was more than 100 meters high, with a water depth of roughly 40 to 50 meters. At this depth, with the attack power of the siege crossbow launching platform, I wondered if it could attack under the water. Thinking of this, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Whatever. Since this monster refuses to come out, I'll just launch the crossbow launching platform and force it to come out." The crowd nodded as well. Han Xing prepared to launch his siege crossbow. To play it safe, he moved the empty island back a distance about 1,000 meters. For a large empty island like this, the alert distance was 1,000 meters. Any farther and it would revert to being covered in clouds. After pulling away under Han Xing's control, the 200 or so siege crossbow launchers on the territory all adjusted their direction at this moment. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of a mechanical wheel and axle turning. Then Han Xing waved one hand. Puff, puff, puff. More than 200 siege crossbows fired in unison. A rain of arrows fell from the sky. A giant crossbow bolt was like a cannonball as it violently stuck into the water. Clattering, the surface of the lake began to continuously flood with waves. However, after a few moments of fluctuation, it returned to calm. The crowd became even more puzzled, and even wondered if there were really no monsters inside. However, Han Xing saw that a hint of red color seemed to appear in the clear water. Thus, he continued to start maneuvering his siege crossbow and firing it underwater. Plop, plop, plop. One arrow didn't go under the water. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Nearly 800 crossbow arrows were fired down, and the monster under the water still did not appear. Han Xing didn't have the good sense to say, "It's still quite tolerable." He still didn't believe it. It was certain that his own siege crossbow arrows fell into the water, and despite being weakened by the resistance in the water, they still injured the other party. Only this monster seemed to be a little too tolerant. It wouldn't even come out. He continued to shoot, Finally, after the fourth round of fire collection, the lake surface suddenly set off a huge commotion. In the next moment, a sharp horn slowly floated out of the water. That pointed horn was dark red in color, and a trace of flame lines could be seen on it. Then, a creature that was more than 30 meters long and covered in wrinkle-like fish scales, similar to a crocodile and a python, appeared. The skin on its back was palm-thick and covered with folds, and just by looking at it, one could feel that powerful defense. Grass, it finally came out. Han Xing couldn't help but say. In front of the crowd, the attributes of the monster appeared. Lava Crocodile Jiao 2-star Alpha Level Creature. Rank, LV18. Attribute, Strength 373, Agility 302, Spirit 354, Constitution 405. Skills, Intermediate Thick Skin. The Lava Crocodile Jiao has a thick skin that cuts 20% of the magical damage it takes and 30% of the physical damage it takes. Lava Spray. The Lava Crocodile Jiao spits out a ball of lava with powerful attacking power, dealing ranged damage and sustained burns to enemies. Water Breath. When Lava Crocodile Jiao takes damage, it can dive into the water to quickly regain its vitality. Death Tornado. The Lava Crocodile Jiao spins at an astonishing speed, forming a death tornado that inflicts sustained damage to surrounding enemies. A level 18 alpha creature with very strong attributes. Han Xing had attacked it several times and had completely enraged it. At this moment, the Lava Crocodile Jiao had already glared at the crowd with eyes as big as copper bells. The speed of the instantaneous surprise attack far exceeded the crowd's expectations. Boom! The surface of the water was like casting a cannonball. Its powerful might caused the crowd to tremble inwardly. Level 15 to level 16 was likewise a hurdle. For monsters above level 16, their attributes would be drastically enhanced. This level 18 leader monster, with their strength, they should be able to barely defeat it if they fought head-on. However, Han Xing did not want to take the risk. Thus, he directly maneuvered the siege crossbow to start gathering fire. In the next moment, the huge crossbow arrows that roamed the sky landed on the broad back of the Lava Crocodile Jiao. Poof, poof, poof. Then strangely, these crossbow arrows that carried a huge impact force, when they came into contact with the dozens of centimeters thick skin layer of the Lava Crocodile Jiao, they only entered a dozen or so centimeters before they were bounced off. One of the intermediate thick skin skills of the Lava Crocodile Augur was to cut 30% physical damage. The strong defense shook the crowd on the field. But even so, Han Xing's siege crossbow arrows were no slouches. More than 200 of them were fired in unison, and even though most of them were bounced off, among them, there were still a dozen or so that penetrated the Lava Crocodile Jiao's defenses and dug deep into its flesh. The Lava Crocodile Jiao was knocked back down into the water, its back eating pain. More than a dozen bowl-thick bloody holes were continuously oozing blood. It was completely enraged by Han Xing. At the next moment, the huge mouth covered in sharp teeth opened, and Han Xing saw that a reddish fireball was brewing under its throat. It was precisely the Lava Crocodile Jiao's second skill, Lava Spit. The siege crossbow arrows entered a 10-second loading gap, and it was already too late to interrupt. However, at this point, the crowd had already retreated into Han Xing's territory. Lava Spit erupted violently, and the spiritual energy shield suddenly glowed with green light, blocking it out. Snap! Sparks splashed everywhere, like a cannonball exploding in the air. The crowd was inside the territory and did not suffer any damage. Han Xing glanced at the defense value of the Spirit Core Shield, with more than 70 points remaining. In other words, this strike from the Lava Crocodile Jiao had knocked out nearly 170 points of defense value from the shield. One more hit and the shield would be burst. Holy! So ferocious? Cheng Jianyong exclaimed in shock. Han Xing hurriedly maneuvered his giant crossbow and started throwing out a second wave of attacks. Clatter! More than 200 giant crossbow arrows fell once again. This time, the damage caused by the giant crossbow arrows was even more terrifying. Chapter 118, Meteorite Dakai, Earth-Bursting Heavenly Stars. A wave of over 200 crossbow arrows shot in unison. Nearly a quarter of the number of crossbow arrows directly caused damage to this behemoth. At this moment, its broad back was filled with fist-thick giant crossbow arrows, like a giant hedgehog. The lava-snapping turtle painfully struggled continuously on the surface of the water, and this large pool, too, was gradually dyed red with its blood. The siege crossbow arrow had a 10-second buildup. While the lava-snapping turtle was struggling, more than 4 seconds had passed. At this moment, The lava-snapping turtle suffered a heavy blow and knew that it was no match for the big guys. Hanging on to its last breath, it glanced resentfully at the crowd on the distant territory and prepared to dive into the water. Han Xing suddenly said at this moment, "This guy wants to go into the water. Shen Yun, give me your blessing." Shen Yun reacted and hastily threw Han Xing a courage blessing. Han Xing felt a powerful force surging from within his body. In the next moment, he directly used the legendary skill Shattered Moon. On the surface of the water, a huge moon appeared out of nowhere. The massive monster was as if it was set in the reflection of the moon. Without needing Han Xing's reminder, all the long-range units began their strongest output. Snap! After a flurry of concentrated fire, this 18-chief monster was beaten to death by the crowd. Just then, cracks began to appear in the massive moon. The next moment, it burst into pieces with a loud bang. The legendary skill, Shattered Moon, after the control state was lifted, would deal 1,200% damage. Coupled with the blessing of courage that Shen Yun had inflicted on Han Xing, the damage of the strike had reached an unimaginable level. Ka-ching! After the crowd only heard a sound like glass bursting, this lava crocodile Jiao was directly blown apart. Without a moment, it stopped moving. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Successfully killed lava crocodile Jiao, level 18 chief creature. Gained experience value 541,222. More than 500,000 experience value, very much matching the strength of the lava crocodile Jiao. After the prompt ended, the boiling water returned to calm. On the surface of the water, the lava crocodile Jiao, the huge corpse that was about 40 meters long, floated in the center of the water. The blood dyed the surface of the lake red. "Let's go and collect the corpse of this alpha monster," Han Xing said. The crowd's eyes lit up. For huge creatures like this, some good things would often come out after the corpse decomposed. But right now, the corpse of the lava crocodile Jiao was floating in the center of the pool, and the crowd would need to jump into the water if they wanted to get close. At this time, Han Xing thought of another way to move. He directly summoned over a few core territories. Those were left behind by the unlucky ones he had killed earlier. Initial core territories like these could be used as a moving platform by stepping on them. The crowd was amazed. Then each stepped onto a small platform and floated to the center of the pool. At this time, Han Xing arrived in front of the monster and performed a decomposition. Decomposition successful. Have obtained Lava Crocodile Jiao Thick Skin 284. Obtained Lava Horn 1. Obtained Lava Heart 1. Obtained Strongman's Blood 2451. Obtained Crocodile Jiao Flesh. Han Xing looked at the material description. Lava Crocodile Jiao Thick Skin. Thick skin from a powerful monster with extremely strong defense that can be used to craft golden equipment. Lava Horn. Speciality material, inserted in the territory, can strengthen the damage of all fire attribute creatures in the territory by 10%. Lava Heart. The core of a lava creature, placed in an area where the fire element is active, there is a chance that a new lava creature will be birthed. These three materials were all very precious. At this time, Su Xiaoyang softly said, Han Xing brother, can you give me that lava heart?" Hearing Su Little Sheep address herself, Han Xing froze for a moment. However, through this period of time, he also knew that the pale demonic plant in Su Little Sheep's territory could become stronger by swallowing various hearts. According to Su Little Sheep, when he encountered this pale demon plant in the beginning, the other party was only a level 5 elite monster. After Su Little Sheep's feeding, the pale demon plant had risen to level 13 and had also become an alpha level creature. If it continued to be fed, it might be possible that it could become a lord creature in the future. A few moments later, Han Xing held a fiery red heart in his hand and directly handed it to her. Su Xiaoyang joyfully took it. After obtaining a large amount of materials, Han Xing also merged this empty island together. For a time, a massive amount of resources were pocketed by him. Acquired giant territory. Meteorite heavenly pool. Acquired territorial resources. Dark flint vein 1. Red earth 12,412. Lapis lazuli 4,711. Acquired gold treasure chest 1. Holy, there's a golden treasure chest. Han Xing looked at the last tip in surprise. The crowd instantly became interested and asked, "A golden treasure chest. Where is it?" Previously, when the crowd searched for that alpha monster, they determined that there was nothing above the lake. If there was a treasure chest, it could only be at the bottom of the lake. "It's probably under the lake. I'll go take a look." After saying that, Han Xing plunged into the lake. The people on the surface of the water looked at each other in disbelief. As he continued to dive, Han Xing also felt that the pressure underwater was increasing. After diving all the way down to a place that was more than 30 meters away from the bottom of the water, the visibility here became very low, and the temperature of the surrounding water was getting higher and higher. However, Han Xing could vaguely see a red light emanating from the bottom of the lake. A few moments later, he was also finally at the bottom of the water. It was correct with what he expected. There was indeed a dark flint vein down here, and the high temperature that continued to emanate from it was also causing Han Xing to be somewhat overwhelmed. He hurriedly searched for the whereabouts of the golden treasure chest under the water. The bottom of the water was a bizarre dark red color, and the vision was still quite clear. Not long after traveling forward, Han Xing finally saw a golden light. Under the water in front of him, a golden treasure chest was presented. At this time, Han Xing noticed that his oxygen value had already consumed 70%, and he had to surface as soon as possible. He hurriedly walked over to open it. Successfully opened the golden treasure chest, obtaining constant gold ingot 13, obtaining vibranium primordial stone 7, obtaining secret silver 144, obtaining meteorite dakai gold 1. Holy, golden armor! Han Xing couldn't help but exclaim in his heart even as he was in the water. With an excited mood, Han Xing collected all the contents of the treasure chest into his backpack, then hurriedly surfaced. When the crowd saw that Han Xing came out with a look of surprise, they knew that he had made a considerable gain. Chung Si-yong pulled Han Xing up as soon as he could, then asked, "Brother Xing, touch something good?" Han Xing nodded, then directly posted the attributes of the equipment. Meteorite Dakai Gold LV18 Quality Legendary Defense 5764, Strength plus 35, Physique plus 30, Hit rate 10%, Incidental Special Effect Mountains Immunity to Stun Status, Incidental Special Effect Scorching Inflammation when attacking. There's a 20% probability of attaching a layer of Explosive Inflammation Effect, inflicting 150% of explosive damage to the enemy. Incidental Special Effect Earth Exploding Stars Legendary Level Special Effect. Earthburst Star. Legendary Special Effect. When attacking, there is a 15% probability to summon a meteorite from the sky, inflicting a wide range of damage to the enemy at attack power 288%, and causing the enemy to fall into a stun state for 3 seconds. The cooldown of this special effect is 600 seconds. Holy! This top, it's too damn fierce, isn't it? Chung Si-yong exclaimed. Nearly 3 times the ranged damage and a 3-second group stun effect. It's terrifying, compared to the Titan Battle Kai that he had touched in the Knight's Trial Ground last time. This Meteorite Battle Kai had even better attributes because of its higher level. Because of the suitability of its attributes, all the people present could, in fact, equip it. However, at the current stage, even Han Xing, who had the highest level, was only just level 16 and had not met the equipment requirements. He could also only put it in his backpack first and talk about it later. Meanwhile, in that treasure chest, Han Xing also noticed one more thing. Vibranium protolith. A precious, strange metal with a pitch-black surface that seemed to have liquid flowing through it. Han Xing remembered that the ancient weapon he had gunned down from that strange bird, the Rongjin fire cannon, seemed to be in need of the vibranium primordial stone to repair it. He scanned his backpack for the one Rongjin fire cannon that was covered in cracks. There were only the last 2 durability points left on it. He had a large number of evergold ingots now, only that materials like vibranium primordial stones had only been opened 3 times the last time he opened a golden treasure chest. And this time, he actually directly obtained 7 vibranium primordial stones. It was 1 step closer to repairing the gold melting cannon. At this time, Han Xing thought, by now, everyone should have explored quite a few empty islands over 1,000 square meters, and should have harvested quite a few high-level materials in them. I also don't know if there are any materials like vibranium primordial stones. If there is, even if we have to pay a certain price, we must exchange it over. Han Xing immediately made a decision and opened the trade channel while maneuvering the empty island forward. Then, he typed in the 4 keywords vibranium original stone. Hundreds of thousands of trade messages were sifted through in an instant, leaving only the last less than 30. Although there weren't many, they made Han Xing's eyes light up. There really are. As expected, the benefits of the merged region manifested at this point. Although the vibranium primordial stone was a relatively high-level material, it couldn't help that the survivor group was large in number. As long as there was a probability, no matter how low it was, and it fell on so many people's heads, then it was bound to appear. Each of these 30-odd consignment messages had 2 to 8 vibranium primordial stones. However, they were not clear about the function of the vibrancy original stones. This was because what the system had annotated above only said that it was a precious metal and did not specify its specific use. However, since the system had said it was precious, these people naturally knew that its value was extraordinary. Many people were pricing it at 30,000 to 40,000 spirit cores for a vibranium original stone, a price that was even close to catching up with a blue backpack. However, Han Xing could accept it. After all, the provenance of the vibranium original stone was too low and could only be opened out with a small probability inside a gold treasure chest. At the current stage, a silver treasure chest was precious, and even Han Xing had opened less than 5 gold treasure chests in total, of which only 2 had opened the vibranium original stone. Han Xing would like to directly shoot down, but there is also a part of the people do not seem to be clear about the price of the vibration of the original stone, but said with the price of private chat. Thus, Han Xing began to chat privately one by one. He first privately chatted with a person called Squirrel, then directly said, 20,000 spirit cores for a vibranium original stone. The other party quickly returned the message. Squirrel. Holy. Rank 2 God. Star River? Han Xing was kind of famous now, and was known by nearly everyone in the region too. After all, he was currently second on the leaderboards, plus, recently the chat channels were full of discussions about him, so it was hard not to pay attention. Han Xing replied back, "It's me. Are you selling this vibranium original stone?" The squirrel seemed to be very excited as he hurriedly said, "Sell, of course. It's just that, great God, are you sure you want to trade 20,000 spirit cores for 1 vibrancy original stone? I have 5 of them here." He seemed to think that Han Xing's bid was a bit too high. At first, the squirrel only thought that he would use these vibranium original stones and exchange them for some other materials, such as secret silver or something else, even if he made a profit. But now, Han Xing directly offered him 20,000 spirit cores. According to the current market price, 20,000 spirit cores could be exchanged for a blue suit of decent quality. 100,000 of them could even be exchanged for 2 extremely high-quality blue backpacks. Han Xing replied back, "Yes, if you want to trade, trade now." The squirrel over there pondered for a moment, at which point he said, "Star God, can I use these 5 vibranium primordial stones to trade with you for 2 blue backpacks?" Han Xing froze for a moment. The request he made was within a reasonable range. This was because the price Han Xing had set for the blue backpacks was 50,000 spirit cores apiece. Han Xing agreed, and the squirrel flew to Han Xing and clicked on the transaction. The transaction is successful. You have gained the vibranium original stone 5, and you have lost the spirit core space backpack blue 2. Han Xing looked at his backpack, where the number of vibranium original stones had reached 13, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, he continued to start private chats down one by one. What was more troublesome was that since there was no anonymity function in the trading channel, Han Xing would cause a gasp every time he privately chatted with the other party. Some people who were nice enough to talk were quick to order a trade with Han Xing. Some survivors, on the other hand, saw Han Xing's name and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to extort a fortune. At this point, Han Xing would simply hang up the private chat, going to contact the next one. Often, after 10 minutes or so, these people would get impatient and take the initiative to approach Han Xing for a private chat. However, there were also some stubborn people who refused to let go. These people, Han Xing would also give up on trading with them. Finally, after half an hour, Han Xing had traded a total of 46 vibranium original stones, and counting his own reserves, the number of vibranium original stones had become 53, which was more than enough to repair the fusion gold cannon. At this time, Han Xing pulled out that one huge cannon covered in cracks from his backpack. When the crowd saw the strangely shaped artillery, they all came over to watch. On the contrary, Zhang Renming's body trembled slightly, as if she had recalled some bad memories. Chung Si-yong was the first to ask, "Brother Star, what is this?" "The gold-melting fire cannon. I'll let you all see its power in a moment." Han Xing returned. At this time, a system prompt appeared. "Is it possible to repair the special equipment? The gold-melting fire cannon? Repair requires materials. Constant gold ingot 48, vibranium raw stone 48, spirit core 4800, rare earth 48,000. After successful repair, durability returns to full value." Han Xing directly clicked yes. In the next moment, the materials in his backpack disappeared, while a hint of golden light surfaced above the barrel of the fused gold cannon. A few seconds later, a system prompt appeared. have successfully repaired the special equipment. The gold-melting fire cannon. Current durability is 50-50. Chapter 119, Goblin Lair. Successfully repaired the special equipment. Rongjin cannon. Current durability 50-50. As the system prompt appeared, in Han Xing's hands, the cracks on the surface of the huge artillery also gradually disappeared. On it, various golden secret patterns also reappeared. With a length of over 2 meters and a diameter of over 40 centimeters, the muzzle of the cannon, just by looking at it, gave a powerful sense of intimidation. At this time, Han Xing took a fresh look at the attributes of the Molten Gold Fire Cannon. Molten Gold Fire Cannon LV-10 Golden Special Equipment, Quality Precious, Attack Power 436-472. Incidental Special Effect Blast the Cannonball, when in contact with an object, inflicts 150% impact damage, and then detonates the cannonball, inflicting 80% blast damage on all objects in the surrounding 20 meters. Incidental Special Effect Ignition units attacked by the Molten Gold Fire Cannon will have a layer of Scorched Ashes status attached to them, continuously scorching their life. Remaining durability. 50-50. Each attack requires 1 durability to be consumed. When durability goes to 0, the equipment will become scrapped and cannot be repaired anymore. Although it was only a level 10 equipment with over 400 attack points, it was comparable to Han Xing's current attack power. The difference was that the Molten Gold Fire Cannon dealt range damage, and there was also that blasting special effect, which was equivalent to a group attack damage, making it a great weapon for brushing monsters. Han Xing couldn't help but think, this thing, it doesn't belong to a territorial building. Killing monsters with it should also give experience value rewards, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to verify the power of the Molten Gold Fire Cannon. The empty island hadn't advanced for long. A 2-star secret realm appeared in front of the crowd. 2-star secret realm. Goblin Lair, secret realm level. 10-15. Number of people who can enter, 1-5. After the teleportation ended, the sky in front of the crowd darkened and they appeared in a deep cave. The visibility in the cave was very low and the ground appeared to be very damp. It wasn't long before the 5 people advanced. Ahead, 2 green figures suddenly appeared. They were each holding a torch while the other hand held a short blade. Goblin Scout 1-star common creature, LV-15. It was just a level 15 normal monster, not worth mentioning to the crowd at all. Just then, one of the Goblin Scouts seemed to have discovered them. The kobold exclaimed, "There are humans here. Quickly call the brethren over." Hearing this kobold's shout, another short kobold next to it also discovered the crowd. Only it seemed to have noticed Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang behind Han Xing. This short kobold immediately exclaimed, "There are women. There are nice and pretty human females, and elves as well." The kobold scout next to him also noticed the 2 silhouettes, and his eyes reddened as a lustful gaze filled his eyes. "Woga! These 2 pussies are so watery. Kill the male and drag the female into the cave to give birth." Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang immediately blanched. However, when it shouted out these words, Han Xing had already struck out. Puff! An arrow shot out, and a bloody hole appeared in the Goblin Scout's head that was penetrating back and forth. Exploding head. The other dwarf kobold seemed to realize that it was not good and just wanted to escape. However, Han Xing's arrow was faster. In the next moment, this kobold followed in the same footsteps. Only, the movement of their battle seemed to have disturbed the creatures inside. A moment later, dozens of kobolds, holding various weapons, surged out of the cave with strange cries. "There are enemies! Come over, all of them! Kill them all!" Han Xing saw that among them, there were also 2 or 3 tall giant kobolds, which should be elite-level creatures. They also noticed Han Xing and the others. Only at this moment, all of the goblins' gazes were placed on Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang. These 2 women who could be called special creatures could be said to each have their own characteristics, and both had an irresistible attraction to males. This included the kobolds, creatures that were already meat and vegetables and were in heat at all times. This group of green-skinned creatures had reddened eyes at this time, looking at the 2 women dead on, and white saliva even flowed out from the corners of their mouths. A trace of disgust appeared in Han Xing's eyes. He lifted up the Molten Gold Fire Cannon. Then he pressed that red button on the barrel of the cannon. Terrifying might began to converge. Those kobolds seemed to still be immersed in the beauty of Zhang Renmeng and Su Xiaoyang and had not returned to their senses. The next moment, Han Xing said, "A bunch of disgusting guys, except the baptism of gunpowder." A fireball the size of a human head whistled out and landed in the group of goblin monsters. Without waiting for them to react, a dull explosion came out. Boom! In this narrow cave space, the explosive power of the lava fire cannon was utilized to the extreme. These dozens of goblins were simultaneously affected by the explosion damage of the molten gold fire cannon. When the smoke dissipated, the system prompts of the crowd had already brushed the screen. Killed Goblin Overseer 2-star Elite Creature. Gained experience value of 9,300. Killed Goblin Soldier 2-star Elite Creature. Gained experience value 10,200. Kill. After a large string of kill information, it allowed the crowd to harvest a massive amount of experience value. At this time, a white light once again rose from Shun Yun's body. He rose to level 14. On the field, the traces from the explosions were still vivid. Those dozens of goblins were directly wiped out under this one shot. The crowd gulped, once again having a clear perception of the power of that lava fire cannon in Han Xing's hands. This cannon damage, it's really terrifying, Chang Jianyong exclaimed. With it in our hands, it feels like there's nothing for us to do. Shen Yun on the side also nodded his head continuously, sharing this deep feeling. After resolving this wave of monsters, the crowd continued deeper into the goblin lair. As expected, the kobolds were a group of filthy creatures, and their living environment was also very uncomfortable. It was dark, damp, and coupled with the calculated stench that emanated from time to time, it made the crowd close to vomiting. At this moment, they only wanted to walk deeper into the cave as soon as possible, then solve the monsters inside and pass the secret realm. As they went deeper into the cave, they finally came across the goblin leader deep inside the cave. A green-skinned monster that was obese and over 3 meters tall. Goblin Giant 2-star Alpha Creature. Level LV 15. This goblin giant was very bloated, and near it there was a prison cell. Han Xing and the others saw female creatures of many races inside. Fox women, elves, slimes, dwarves. They didn't even spare the dog heads. Although they knew that this secret realm was just a projection of the past, the crowd still felt a chill. Without waiting for the giant to stand up, Han Xing directly blasted over. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose. The goblin giant was blown up and rolled a dozen times. Roar! The goblin giant roared as it suffered pain and grabbed a huge wolfsbane covered in spikes in place. Humans! I'm going to eat you all! It directly entered a berserk state. However, Han Xing did not intend to engage it at all. Boom! 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 3 cannons were blasted out in succession. Heat waves swept through in waves. At this time, a system prompt came. Have killed the Goblin Giant 2-star leader level. Gained experience value 134,122. Successfully cleared the 2-star secret realm. Goblin Lair. Cloud secret realm points +2. Gained experience value reward 271,512. Gained props reward strongman fragment 19. At this moment, the crowd was holding up the weapons in their hands, somewhat bewildered, because this was the fastest time they had ever gotten through the secret realm, taking less than 6 minutes in total, and it could almost be said that it was a horizontal push all the way through. 3 cannons directly blasting an alpha-level monster to death. The crowd didn't even put up a fight. Han Xing was also shocked by the powerful killing power of the molten gold fire cannon. With this artillery in place, he was equivalent to being able to release large-scale group attack magic without CD. If there wasn't a durability limit, he could even just use the molten gold fire cannon to bring himself to leveling. Nope, it might be possible, because the main materials for repairing the durability of the molten gold cannon were the Hungjin ingot and the vibranium primordial stone. As for the constant gold ingots, he still had more than 4,000 of them in his reserves right now. The main material that was missing was the vibranium primordial stone. Han Xing saw in the trading channel that there were at least hundreds of vibranium primordial stones up there. If they could all be auctioned off, it would be equivalent to restoring the durability of the gold melting artillery for 2 rounds. And they had only fired less than 4 cannons to clear a 2-star secret realm now. In other words, these vibratory primordial stones were able to help Han Xing drastically speed up the time it took to clear the secret realm. Han Xing raised his head violently. He suddenly realized that this would be the key for him to overtake the first-place Boundless and to crush the 2 major regions, the other 900,000 plus survivors. After leaving from the Goblin Lair, the crowd hoofed it and began to run to the next region. Han Xing also rushed as he did so, and then began to frantically acquire materials like vibranium primordial stones. There weren't many vibranium raw stones on the market right now. Due to his last transaction, He had raised the price of the vibranium original stone a little, and the current market price was equivalent to 30,000 spirit cores apiece. Han Xing did not care about this consumption. Under his monetary attack, most of the vibranium primordial stones in the trading market were now in Han Xing's pocket. In total, he had spent 1.7 million spirit cores and exchanged them for 52 vibranium protoliths. Nearly 2 million spirit cores might be an astronomical figure to others, but to Han Xing it was equivalent to just a sprinkle. It was a deal that he felt was very cost-effective. Although it was true that with the strength of Han Xing's team, even if they challenged the 2-star secret realm step by step, they would still be able to clear the level within 20 minutes. However, under the firepower of the gold-melting artillery, this speed could be more than doubled. This was equivalent to using money to accelerate time. Yet it was worth it. With such a large stockpile of vibranium primordial stones, Han Xing was also using the gold-melting fire cannon even more recklessly, bombing like crazy. The crowd's clearance speed became faster and faster. On this day, the leaderboards once again showed a bizarre change. When Han Xing came out of the goblin's lair, his secret points had just reached 17 points, while the first place, Boundless, had already reached 23 points. He had been maintaining a gap of a few points with Han Xing. But from the afternoon onwards, Han Xing's point growth rate had nearly increased several times. In the blink of an eye, from 17 points, he had quickly jumped to 20 points. When Boundless had just reached 25 points, Han Xing had already reached 24 points, just 1 point away from directly surpassing him. Many pairs of eyes were dead set on the leaderboards at this time. Chapter 120. Shocked Boundless. The survivors of Region 2 kept their eyes on the leaderboards, noting the changes in the rankings of the crowd. I'll go, Star River is chasing him so closely. It shouldn't really be possible for him to overtake Boundless, right? It shouldn't be possible. Boundless has already held the number 1 spot for 2 days, and now everyone is defaulting to the fact that the number 1 spot is not Boundless. Right at this moment, Han Xing's points jumped once again, jumping from 24 to 25 points, directly equaling Boundless. Look, Star's points have increased again. Heavens! I remember that he had just scored 24 points 10 minutes ago, and after only this much time, he's cleared another secret realm? This is too fast. Even Boundless can't do this kind of speed, right? Those survivors were right. At this moment, Boundless had just come out of the secret realm when he heard the news that Han Xing had already equalized with him in points, and the blandness on his face disappeared. Before this, Boundless had never felt that anyone could steal his first place. The characteristics granted by the vampire warrior allowed him to fight 24 hours non-stop and not get tired. In his eyes, the first place was already in his pocket. Maybe there were a few competitors, and that was only people like Optimus Prime and Luotian. Among them, there was no such name as Xinghe at all. Even half a day ago, he hadn't put Han Xing in his eyes even though he had seen his ranking rise at breakneck speed. However, at this point, Boundless had been forced to face this powerful opponent head-on. Beside him, the mature woman with a delicate figure and beautiful appearance softly said, "Young Wu, do you need me to arrange for someone to find out where Xinghe and the others are?" On the side, several of Boundless' teammates' faces changed as they understood the meaning of this woman's words. Prior to this, those large teams had inquired about Xinghe's background and learned that this person hadn't established any powerful teams. In other words, Xinghe didn't have any forces behind him to back him up, and an existence with a single force like this would be easy to deal with even if it was strong. However, Boundless waved his hand, signaling that there was no need. A bloodthirsty gaze appeared on his reddish eyes, and his face was filled with intense battle intent. "Isn't this good? There is someone who can be my opponent and can bring pressure to bear on me, letting me know that there are people outside of people." Boundless glanced at the woman next to him before saying, "Go ahead, have 9 heavens and the rest of them all come over. Then go to the trading channel and acquire a large batch of attribute-increasing potions." The woman smiled and nodded as she heard this. It was because she knew that her leader was about to get serious. Under Boundless' call, the largest team in Area 101. No, it was now Area 2's largest team, the top few of them were called together by him. Boundless took a deep breath at this moment and said, "Next, you guys don't do anything, just stay in my territory. Then split into a 2-round system and accompany me to impact the Cloud Mystic Realm. Black Cat, Razor Clam, you guys will first fight with me during the day. Qing Feng Li, Han Wang, you guys wait until the night, then replace Black Cat and the others." These 8 people listened and their faces were grave. Boundless glanced at them and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? At this time, the survivor called Black Cat asked, Chief, we don't have any problems. We're just worried about you. Can you really hold out? Boundless' plan, which they had heard out, was to divide into 2 shifts and explore the Cloud Mystery Realm 24 hours a day. The crowd also couldn't help but feel admiration for Boundless' determination. At this moment, Boundless licked the corners of his mouth and said, Only when there is pressure. Is there motivation? Isn't there? Xinghe, you've given me no small amount of pressure. I just don't know, in my all-out state, can you still keep up with me? However, before he could act, he suddenly saw that on the leaderboard, Han Xing's points had already surpassed 27 points, officially overpowering him to take first place. Not only that, Xin Yun, Cheng Jianyong, Zhang Renmeng, and Su Xiaoyang, their territorial points were also soaring. Right now, Optimus Prime had been squeezed into 6th place. The change in the leaderboard quickly caused the survivors to hotly debate. The smile on Boundless' face froze. He had only delayed for 10 minutes, and this Xinghe had directly surpassed himself. The crowd looked at Boundless in bewilderment and asked, Leader, do we still have to continue with the tactics? The corner of Boundless' mouth twitched, and with a wave of his hand, he said, Continue the battle. At this time, on another empty island territory, Optimus Prime also had a gloomy face as he said, This Xinghe, just what kind of god is he? First he massively dumped a batch of space backpacks, and now he's squashed Boundless and taken first place. Not only that, he was able to bring all of his teammates to rush into the top 10 of the rankings. Following this momentum, he shall not be allowed to take the top 5 of the leaderboards? Many people thought of this possibility. Other than Optimus Prime, the few other existences that were expected to compete for the top 3 felt an even heavier pressure. Han Xing was unaware of their discussion about himself, but instead led his team to quickly explore the secret realm. He had sort of discovered it. In a normal 1-star secret realm, the monsters would all gather together. The strongest monsters in there were nothing more than just elite monsters. This provided Han Xing with a good output environment. Every time Han Xing went in, without waiting for a system prompt, he would directly blast out a cannon. As soon as the cannon went down, a large number of people were killed or injured. Sometimes the elite monsters with brittle physique were killed by this cannon blast. Even if they weren't blasted to death, they were almost in a state of serious injury at this point. He and Cinderblock made up a few skills and were able to directly take them away. The 1-star secret realm took less than a minute in total from entering, to ending the battle, to touching the treasure chest. Sometimes, before Xin Yun could see clearly what the scene inside was, Han Xing's side had already finished off the monster. Xin Yun stood stagnantly on the sidelines, not knowing what to do. The process of clearing the 2-star secret realm was a bit more troublesome though. But the battle time, too, had been compressed by Han Xing to less than 10 minutes. Removing the time spent rushing, almost every half hour, Han Xing's points would change. On the other hand, on Boundless' side, even though he had fought with all his might, but as time went on, the gap between him and Han Xing was getting bigger and bigger. The gap was nearly desperate. Not only that, not only was he unable to catch up with Han Xing, but now even Su Xiaoyang and Xin Yun had gradually left Boundless behind in terms of their points. By late at night, Han Xing's Cloud Mystery points reached 45, already surpassing Boundless by 10 points. With a gap of 10 points, according to Boundless' usual speed, it would take almost half a day. As for Xin Yun and Cheng Jianyong, they had also occupied the 2.3.4.5 places on the leaderboard, by the way. Now, the 5 of them had directly wrapped up the top 5 of the leaderboard. The chat channel completely exploded. Throughout the day, the discussion about Han Xing and the others did not stop. Their terrifying soaring speed was beyond imagination and too despairing. But what they didn't know was that this was all the speed that Han Xing had smashed out with his money. The price of the Vibranium Original Stone was extremely high, equivalent to 30,000 spirit cores apiece and more. Coupled with the Hungjin ingots, one blast was nearly 50,000 spirit cores gone. Today, for one day, Han Xing blasted out roughly 40 rounds of cannonballs, which translated to nearly 2 million spirit cores blasted out of existence. Although the consumption was high, the effect was also very significant. That was that all 5 of them saw their levels and points soar at the same time. On the side, Chang Si-yong and Xin Yun were going crazy with excitement. When had they ever experienced this method of upgrading? Is this fire coverage? As long as one cannon blasts through, whatever bulls and snakes are there, they'll all be taken away. Xin Yun nodded excitedly as well. It's too fierce. It's almost like you can upgrade while lying down. In just one day, Xinyun became level 13 and rose to level 15, also equipped with the Titan Battle Kai in the process, and his defense increased greatly. While Han Xing had also directly ascended to level 17, the other three were all at level 16. According to this trend, it would only be a matter of a few days before the entire group rose to level 20 and completed the second turn. Even the two girls felt very excited at the thought of this. At this time, Han Xing, however, let the excited crowd calm down and said, "Calm down. It's getting late. This is the end of the day. We'll continue leveling up tomorrow." The crowd looked at the sky without realizing it. It was actually late at night. Because they were too excited, they actually all forgot about the passage of time. Then, everyone returned to their respective territories. Throughout the day, the discussion about Han Xing and the others in the chat channel didn't stop. It wasn't until Han Xing went to rest and the leaderboard points stopped increasing that the hot situation gradually subsided. At this time, Boundless saw that Star River's points had finally stopped growing, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Hope rekindled in his eyes. "It seems that you haven't gotten rid of the human category and still need to rest. And while I have replaced my vampire bloodline and am able to stay awake and fight 24 hours a day, you can't. Xinghe, human power is limited after all, and this will be my chance to surpass you." The next day, the sky had just dawned. The crowd noticed the change in the leaderboards. Boundless had managed to break through 40 points in secret points after a night of fighting, squashing Chang Si-yong and taking third place. Optimus Prime and Luoshin, who were in 7th place, had also begun to rise to the occasion, narrowing that gap. In the morning, Han Xing's 5 gathered on the territory. Xinyun also told Han Xing the news. However, Han Xing did not care at all. He carried the molten gold fire cannon and said with disinterest, "It doesn't matter with this thing around. It's impossible for them to overtake me, and they'll only have the gap continually widened by us." Han Xing looked at the durability of the fused gold fire cannon. Remaining durability, 950. Yesterday's day consumed 41 points of durability of the fused gold fire cannon. It was equivalent to the consumption of 2 million spirit cores. Of course, the effect was also remarkable. Not only was it exchanged for a large amount of experience value and secret realm points, but there were also many materials. Thus, Han Xing directly consumed 40 vibrancy primordial stones to refill the durability of the gold melting fire cannon. However, with this wave, he only had 57 vibranium primordial stones left in his reserve, and with a full count it would still be able to support his consumption for another day. Chapter 121. Cooperation with Blackhawk. Han Xing knew that he had to get more vibranium primordial stones in order to maintain this pace. However, since he was so noticeable right now, his every move was being watched by many people. Including his private chat to some people yesterday to acquire vibranium raw stones, it had also trickled down to the ears of certain well-intentioned people. He found that in today's trading market, the number of vibranium raw stones was significantly less by a batch, and the price was jacked up a lot. Han Xing's heart sank, and he knew that someone had already sensed that he was acquiring vibranium raw stones in large quantities. However, since Han Xing had not only been acquiring vibranium raw stones in large quantities, he had also been acquiring other materials, including witch rootgrass, cursed blood, and constant gold ingots. They were also unclear of Han Xing's purpose for acquiring the vibranium raw stone. Therefore, there was not much change in the current vibranium raw stone market, except for the price being raised a bit. However, if Han Xing continued to acquire vibranium raw stones today, it would have attracted more attention. Right now, there were 2 methods in front of Han Xing. One was to openly acquire the vibranium raw stones and directly offer those survivors unimaginable prices to collect the vibranium raw stones in their hands. However, in that case, he would definitely suffer from the joint sniping of several large teams, and the price he would pay would be a little too high. The second method was to take advantage of the fact that they hadn't realized the importance of vibranium to them, and let others acquire it on their behalf, even if the price was a bit higher. This method to be a little more stable. But the question of who to find the candidate was a bit of a headache. Because Han Xing didn't have many friends,